Mom, I can't turn back now. I owe too much. Only by being chosen by a major sect can I repay the loans. I am someone who has died once, and because of transmigration, I inherited the original owner's massive cultivation loans. I once thought cultivation was beautiful, a shortcut to rising above others. But I never imagined that this so-called cultivation would turn out to be a cultivation loan black hole even more intense than a scam compound. To pursue immortality, the original owner drove his mother to sell her blood, ultimately pushing her to a dead end. Looking at the 50 yuan red envelope my mother sent on my phone, the mix of anger and guilt in my heart made me resolute. I will no longer seek immortality. I will use my own hands to repay the debts. And my path of defiance will officially begin from this pile of trash. My name is Jiang Ning, and I just woke up from a nightmare, drenched in sweat as I looked around in bewilderment. Thinking to himself, where am I? Didn't I die? What were those scenes just now? Then, a flood of memories that weren't mine surged into my mind, bringing a sharp pain. I clutched my head in agony. It took me a while to snap out of it. I had actually crossed over into a parallel world dominated by immortal cultivation. In this world, a faction called the Holy Tower gathered the inhabitants within a magical artifact. The artifact's world is divided into 9 layers. I live on the lowest level. Here, spiritual energy is scarce, resources are limited, and people can only do dirty, exhausting work. To rise above others, one must cultivate immortality. Being chosen by a major sect means taking your family to a higher realm of existence. Thus, many families spared no effort in sending their children to cultivate immortality. Families without money also have a way. Major sects have introduced cultivation loans, promising that borrowers can repay the money after achieving success through cultivation. If they can't repay, when high-level cultivators are nearing the end of their lifespan or suffer injuries or disabilities, the borrower's organs will be used to settle the debt. The sects offering these loans profit from both ends. The original owner of the body I transmigrated into was also named Jiang Ning, a once enthusiastic model student who lived with his mother. Though life is tough, we remain hopeful for the future. I have average talent, but with hard work, I can land a decent job and live comfortably in the first-tier world. I don't know when, but I got hooked on immortality loans. To reach the second-layer world, I took out a loan to buy a celestial spirit root, with the price being my kidneys if I couldn't repay the debt. With a heavenly spiritual root, you crave top-tier magical artifacts, then take out loans, and later need cultivation elixirs. It's a bottomless pit. I've lost count of how many loans I've taken. The debt-collecting sects are ruthless. The first time, they took all the valuables from home, barely covering the interest. The second time, they forced my mother to sell her blood. She nearly died in the hospital. The third time, they seized our house, leaving us to rent in the slums. The original owner had thought about giving up but couldn't bring themselves to do it, so they resorted to borrowing from loan sharks. The debt hole grew larger and larger until they finally swallowed a poison pill to end their life. And now I've become the one left holding the bag. I couldn't help but complain. This is just like online loans in my previous life. What a miserable start. I almost felt like taking a poison pill myself to end it all. But just then, the phone under my pillow vibrated. It was a message from Wang Lan, the original owner's mother, telling me not to do anything rash. She also transferred a 50 yuan red envelope, saying it was money she earned from waiting tables. Seeing the message, my nose tingled with emotion as I thought of my mother back on Earth. After I was diagnosed with leukemia, she worked day and night to earn money, hoping to keep me alive a little longer, but my body still gave out. I know I can't go back, but fortunately, my mother still has my younger siblings by her side. I dragged my weak body up and cowed out a few times in one direction. Thinking in my heart, Mom, I'll repay your kindness in my next life. Then I picked up my phone and returned the red envelope to my mother, telling her to treat herself to something nice. The moment the message was sent, my mother called. After hesitating, I answered the call. My mother anxiously pleaded with me not to do anything rash, urging me to cultivate diligently step by step even without the heavenly spirit root. If you can't go to the second floor, live an ordinary life on the first. Listening to my mother's words, tears blurred my vision once more. I told her I had come to understand I wouldn't pursue immortality anymore, and living an ordinary life was just fine. On the other end of the phone, my mother choked back tears, saying she'd be back later, then hung up. I helplessly looked at the old-fashioned phone in my hand. In this world, there are internet and 5G smartphones, but those are for the wealthy. For us at the bottom, having an old-fashioned phone is already a luxury. Scanning the filthy and chaotic slum environment, I thought about finding a way to earn money. Just then, I noticed some glowing specks among the trash in the room. Driven by curiosity, I walked over. Chapter 1, The Teenager Deeply Entangled in Cultivation Loans. Mom, if we don't pay back the loan soon, the celestial root we bought with the loan will expire. Mom, they're here. They said if we don't pay today, they'll take my kidneys. Mom, please, go sell some more blood. I must get this top-tier magical artifact. Mom, I'm sorry. I took out another loan, but I just want us to be able to live in the second tier. I'm so sorry. Mom, give me money. I need to cultivate. If you don't give me money, I'll jump off this building. Mom, I can't turn back now. I owe too much. Only if I'm selected by a major sect can I repay the loans. Mom! A startled cry rang out as Jiang Ning woke up from his dream, drenched in sweat, and looked around in confusion. Where am I? Am I dead? What were those images just now? Instantly, a flood of memories not his own surged into his mind. A sharp pain shot through his head, and Jiang Ning clutched his temples in agony. Moments later, Jiang Ning came to his senses and realized he had traveled through time. He had been transported to a parallel world where cultivating immortality was the primary focus. A faction known as the Holy Tower had gathered the residents of this world into a magical artifact. The artifact world was divided into 9 layers, and Jiang Ning lived in the lowest layer. Here, spiritual energy was scarce, resources were limited, and people could only perform the dirtiest and most arduous tasks. To rise above the masses, one must cultivate immortality to showcase their innate talent and be selected by a major sect. Once admitted, one can bring their family to live in higher layers of the world. For this reason, countless families sacrifice generations of accumulated wealth to ensure their children have an advantage at the starting line. As for those who are poor, it's simple. The major sects have even introduced cultivation loans, allowing people to borrow money to pursue cultivation, with the option to repay the loan later if they achieve success. Can't repay the loan? Even simpler. Senior cultivators eventually reach the end of their lifespan or become injured or disabled. To obtain additional lifespan or restore their own bodies, they must replace damaged organs. Those who can't repay the loans can use their organs as collateral. In this process, the sects that offer cultivation loans profit on both ends. Not only do they squeeze every last drop of value from the borrowers, but they also charge exorbitant brokerage fees from the upper-tier cultivators. The original owner of the body Jiang Ning had reincarnated into was also named Jiang Ning. He was once a diligent and ambitious young man living with his mother. Though their life was tough, the mother and son were full of hope for the future. Although Jiang Ning had average talent, with hard work, he could still find a decent job in the future. Though he couldn't reach higher realms, he could at least ensure a comfortable life for himself and his mother in the first realm. However, he had no idea when he became entangled in the Immortal cultivation loan. To gain access to the second tier of society, Jiang Ning took out a loan to purchase what was claimed to be a celestial root. The cost was that if he couldn't repay the loan, he would have to sell his kidneys as collateral. With the celestial spirit root, Jiang Ning now desires a top-tier magical artifact. To do so, Jiang Ning had no choice but to take out another loan. With the top-tier magical artifact, he also needed elixirs for daily cultivation. With the elixirs, he also needed. In short, this was a bottomless pit. Even Jiang Ning himself couldn't remember how much he had borrowed. He only knew that the sects that came to collect the debt were ruthless. The first time he couldn't pay back the money, they took everything of value from his home. But that was barely enough to cover the interest. The second time they came to collect, they forced his mother to sell her blood. To avoid having her kidneys removed, she endured the pain and sold her blood, nearly dying in the hospital. The third time they came, they took the family home. The mother and son were forced to rent a shack in a slum, living a life as miserable as that of rats. The original owner had considered giving up, but after having sacrificed so much, she couldn't bring herself to do it. So, Jiang Ning had no choice but to take out high-interest loans. In the end, he had to patch one hole with another, and the debt grew larger and larger. Driven to desperation, Jiang Ning swallowed a poisonous pill, preparing to end this absurd life. However, the original owner was finally free. Jiang Ning, the unfortunate soul who had traveled through time, became the one left to pick up the pieces. Damn it, this is just like the online loans from my previous life. Jiang Ning couldn't even vent his frustration. Faced with such a hellish start, he too wanted to swallow a poison pill and end it all. But just then, the phone under his pillow began to vibrate. Jiang Ning picked it up and saw that it was a message from the original owner's mother, Wanlan. Ninger, don't do anything rash. Money can be earned again, but you mustn't do anything stupid. This is the 50 yuan I earned today by serving dishes. Take it and buy something to eat. It's all my fault for being useless. If only I could earn more money. Seeing these messages and the 50 yuan red envelope her mother had sent, Jiang Ning felt a pang of sadness. He thought of his mother on Earth. After he was diagnosed with leukemia, his mother worked day and night to earn money, all to give him a few more days of life. In the end, his body gave out in the end. Mom! Tears welled up in his eyes, and Jiang Ning couldn't help but choke up. He knew he couldn't go back. At least his mother still had his younger brother and sister to care for him in his old age. Jiang Ning dragged his weak body out of bed and knelt down, bowing his head several times in the same direction. Mom, your kindness, Jiang Ning will repay in the next life. After finishing his bows, Jiang Ning picked up his phone and looked at the message his mother had sent him. He sighed and returned the red envelope. Mom, take this money and buy yourself something nice to eat. Don't be so hard on yourself. Little did he know, as soon as the message was sent, Wang Lan's call came through. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Ning decided to answer. Ninger, why didn't you accept the money? Don't be so reckless. Without the celestial root, we'll just have to work hard and cultivate ourselves. If we can't go to the second layer of the world, we'll just live in the first layer and live an ordinary life. You mustn't do anything foolish. Hearing her mother's voice on the phone, tears once again blurred Jiang Ning's vision. Mom, I'm not being reckless. I've come to terms with it. I won't pursue immortality anymore. Living an ordinary life is just fine. For Jiang Ning, who had already died once, being alive was already a blessing. Even if he owed high-interest loans, Jiang Ning believed that as long as he worked hard, there would come a day when he could pay them off. Better to live a miserable life than to die a noble death. Since heaven has given him another chance, he must cherish it. On the other end of the phone, Wang Lan was already choking up. After saying she'd be back later, she hurriedly hung up the phone. Jiang Ning sighed, looking at his old-fashioned phone, feeling a sense of helplessness. This world has the internet and 5G phones, but those are luxuries only the wealthy can afford. For people like them at the bottom, having an old-fashioned phone was already quite good. They had to find a way to make money. Jiang Ning glanced around at his surroundings and couldn't help but frown. This was already a slum, with its filthy and chaotic surroundings. To pay off the original owner's debts, his mother would even go scavenging for scrap. Though it didn't fetch much, every little bit helped. What was that? At that moment, Jiang Ning noticed that among the pile of trash in the room, there were some glowing particles. Curious, Jiang Ning walked over. Chapter 2, Turning Trash into Treasure. The debris also emitted a pleasant fragrance. Jiang Ning held them in his hands, examined them closely for a moment, and then learned through the original owner's memories. These were remnants of medicinal pills useless and environmentally harmful. What a nuisance! Jiang Ning muttered under his breath, thinking it might be something valuable. Just as Jiang Ning was about to discard the residue, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding, suitable host detected. System binding in progress. Please wait. Trash to treasure system successfully bound. Current recyclable item detected, residue of the spirit gathering pill. Jeweling pill, a second-grade elixir. When consumed, it gathers spiritual energy within the body, enabling cultivation to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Would the host like to recycle and transform waste into treasure? Note, current system level is level 1, with a recycling ratio of 1:10. Recycle the current spirit gathering pill residue to obtain 10 high-quality spirit gathering pills. The voice in his mind forced Jiang Ning to remain motionless for several minutes. Upon regaining his senses, Jiang Ning couldn't help but let out a sharp, piercing scream. System? It's actually the system? On Earth, Jiang Ning had read numerous novels and was well aware of the benefits of a system. He never expected that he could awaken a system himself. Jiang Ning jumped up in excitement. This was his only chance to turn the tables. If he could make good use of the system, he wouldn't just be able to reach the second layer, he might even be able to live on the highest 9th layer in the future. At that thought, Jiang Ning silently repeated the word recover in his mind. A flash of light appeared, and the remnants of the spirit-gathering pill that had been in Jiang Ning's hand vanished. At the same time, Jiang Ning's mind once again echoed with the system's voice. The current item being recycled is a grade 2 spirit-gathering pill. The turn waste into treasure function is now activating. Please wait 30 minutes, host. 30 minutes? Jiang Ning was slightly startled but didn't rush. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang Ning once again went through the original host's memories. It wasn't a big deal, but it was quite a shock. The original host owed a total of over 30 loans for cultivation, large and small. The total amount owed had reached a staggering 3 million. This didn't even include the high-interest loans. Including the high-interest loans, the total amount owed for cultivation loans could be close to 5 million. That's 5 million. In this world, an ordinary cultivator working themselves to death for a year can only earn around 5 or 6,000. A well-off family of 5 can only earn around 2 or 30,000 yuan a year. 500,000. That's enough for a family to survive without eating or drinking for over 20 years. If they encounter an economic downturn or are targeted by a major sect, they might not even be able to earn 5 million even if they went without food or drink for their entire lives. Upon learning all this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but gasp in shock and naturally vented his anger directly at these lending sects. This was just like online lending on Earth in his previous life. No matter how much money you can earn, as long as you click that mysterious button and fill out a bunch of forms, you can obtain a windfall. Yes, at least many people believed it was a windfall. Until the debt collectors came knocking on their doors, they realized how ridiculous they had been. However, online loans on Earth are way more reliable than the cultivation loans in this world. Even in the worst-case scenario on Earth, you're just labeled a blacklisted debtor and subject to enforcement actions. But in this world, those major sects really do take your kidneys. Moreover, the major sects control all resources and laws, holding the power of life and death over the lower-tier cultivators. This world is even more brutal. The wealthy enjoy all resources, while the poor are reduced to slavery. No. Slaves at least have the hope of freedom. They are no better than livestock. Livestock to be slaughtered at will. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He found his own thoughts laughable. Earlier, he had thought that by working hard, he could pay off the loan. But perhaps even a lifetime of hard work would only cover the interest. Fortunately, Jiang Ning had now awakened the turn trash into treasure system. As long as the system was there, how could he ever be short on money? Just then, half an hour had passed and the system's prompt sounded again in Jiang Ning's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully turned trash into treasure and obtained 10 high-grade spirit-gathering pills. The reward has been sent to the system warehouse. The host may retrieve it at any time. Jiang Ning's heart raced and he quickly selected to retrieve one. A flash of light appeared, and Jiang Ning's previously empty hands now held a green pill. The medicinal fragrance emanating from the pill caused Jiang Ning's weak and sickly body to show a slight improvement. It's a third-grade pill? Jiang Ning was so excited he could barely contain himself. In the original host's memories, there were two types of spirit-gathering pills. One was a second-grade spirit-gathering pill. That was the remnant he had held earlier. The other was the superior-grade gathering spirit pill, which had reached the third grade. Although there was only a 1-grade difference, the potency of a grade 3 was several times that of a grade 2. Some outstanding alchemists could even refine superior-grade spirit-gathering pills with 10 times the potency. Of course. The price difference between the two is also enormous. According to Jiang Ning's understanding, a grade 2 spirit-gathering pill is priced at around 1,000 on the market. A high-quality spirit-gathering pill of the third grade, on the other hand, is priced between 8,000 and 10,000. In other words, in just half an hour, Jiang Ning obtained 10 grade 3 premium spirit-gathering pills using some unwanted pill residues. Even if converted to money, that would amount to around 80,000 to 100,000. This is insane. Jiang Ning felt a surge of excitement. If he could get more pill residue, he wouldn't even need 5 million. Even 10 million, he was confident he could handle in a single day. Unfortunately, when Jiang Ning looked at the system again, he discovered that the turn waste into treasure function had entered a cooldown period. The cooldown time was 24 hours. That meant the feature could only be used once a day? Jiang Ning grimaced, feeling a bit disappointed, but quickly adjusted his mindset. Even if it's 10,000 a day, that's 3 million a month. You could pay off all the loans in less than 2 months. After that, it's pure profit. Looking at the spirit-gathering pill in his hand, Jiang Ning fell into deep contemplation. After failing to repay the loans, the celestial spiritual root within his body was also extracted by the sect that had lent him the money. This left Jiang Ning's body extremely weak, and the spiritual energy he had accumulated was nearly depleted. To continue his cultivation, he would have to start from scratch. Currently, he had 10 spirit-gathering pills in his hands. If he consumed them, he could repair the injuries within his body and resume his cultivation journey. However, the loan repayment deadline was just a few days away. This time, the interest plus the principal amounts to a total of 50,000. If he couldn't pay it back, he would be forced to sell his organs. If I take these pills, there's no guarantee I'll be able to raise 50,000 in a few days. Forget it, I'll just take one. Otherwise, I fear my body won't hold out until then. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and tossed the high-quality spirit-gathering pill into his mouth. However, just then, the door to the room was opened. His mother, Wang Lan, walked into the room looking exhausted. To her shock, she saw Jiang Ning toss a pill into his mouth. Wang Lan collapsed to the ground in disbelief. Chapter 3, Mom, we'll have money. Ninger, why would you do such a thing? No matter how difficult the situation, as long as Mom is here, there's nothing we can't overcome. Wang Lan's voice trembled with tears as she crawled over to Jiang Ning, clinging to his legs and begging. Ninger, spit it out. Mom begs you, please spit it out. I'll sell my blood, I'll sell my corneas, I'll pay off your debts. Don't give up. At that moment, Jiang Ning was completely stunned. He realized that the mother before him bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother from his previous life on Earth. Whether it was her demeanor, the fatigue between her brows, or her appearance, everything was strikingly similar. Jiang Ning felt as though the two mothers' figures were constantly overlapping, eventually merging into one. Mom! Tears streamed down his face, and Jiang Ning hurriedly knelt down to help his mother to her feet. Mom, I didn't do anything reckless. Jiang Ning's hand flickered, and a flash of light appeared, revealing a high-grade spirit-gathering pill in his hand. I took the spirit-gathering pill, it can heal the injuries inside my body. Spirit-gathering pill? Wang Lan's body trembled slightly, and she said hoarsely, Ninger, you went out to borrow money again? It's not that I don't want you to cultivate, but we owe too much. We can't take out any more loans, Ninger. Otherwise, our family will truly be ruined. Jiang Ning knew that his mother had also been terrified by the loans. It's a bottomless pit. Mom, I didn't take out a loan. I'll never borrow money again. Wang Lan looked up at Jiang Ning in confusion. What about the spirit-gathering pill? Jiang Ning took a deep breath. The existence of the system was something he couldn't possibly reveal. He could only point to the pile of junk in the room and say, I saw it was too messy earlier, so I thought I'd tidy it up. Then, I found a spirit-gathering pill in the junk pile. Though it's only a half-finished product, it still has some medicinal effects. It can help heal the injuries inside my body. Scrap pile? Wang Lan was taken aback for a moment, turned around, and saw that the pile of junk had indeed been rummaged through. Really? Really, Mom? I swear. Upon hearing this, Wang Lan finally exhaled in relief. She didn't find it strange that a half-finished spirit-gathering pill could be found in the scrap heap. After all, these were all collected from the high-end hotel where she worked. Some wealthy alchemists would discard the failed pills after refining them at the hotel. Although the hotel had dedicated staff to handle these discarded pills. But there were always some that slipped through the cracks. That's good. Wang Lansong sighed in relief, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. As long as Zhang Ning doesn't take out a loan, that's better than anything else. At that moment, Zhang Ning's heart was already a whirlwind of emotions. Whether it was his mother from his previous life or his mother in this world, they were both just thinking about their own children. Ninger, in a few days it will be time to repay the loan. Mom has made up her mind. I'll sell one of my kidneys. The buyer has already been contacted, and they're willing to pay 60,000. 50,000 will go toward the loan, and the remaining 10,000 I'll save for you. Hearing this, Zhang Ning's tears flowed like a burst dam. He trembled as he hugged his mother, choking out, "Mom, don't do that. Just take care of yourself. I have a way to pay off the loan myself." "You foolish child, don't do anything stupid. What possible solution could you have? Mom is old, one kidney is enough for me. If you can't repay the loan, they'll take your kidney. You're still young. You need to get married and have children someday. How can you live with only one kidney?" Zhang Ning's heart trembled violently. That's a mother. A great mother. "Mom, I didn't do anything stupid. It's the moon worship sect. They're willing to give me a chance to prove myself. If I can be selected by the moon worship sect, I'll be able to repay this loan." There was no other choice. Zhang Ning could only tell a white lie. He dared not reveal the truth about the system. It wasn't that he didn't trust his mother. It was because this world was filled with cultivators possessing immense power. If he were to attract the attention of such individuals, they might target his mother. That would be endangering his mother. When Wang Lan heard the news, she froze for a few seconds before exclaiming in disbelief, "Really? Is that true? The moon-worshipping sect is really willing to give you a chance to be tested?" The Baiwes sect. A sect from the second layer world. They are currently recruiting disciples in the first layer of the world. If you pass the assessment, you can follow this sect into the second layer of the world. Additionally, they can bring their direct relatives along. If Zhang Ning can truly join the moon worship sect, those lending sects would dare not come door to door to collect debts anymore. In fact, some smaller lending sects might even forgive the loans outright. After all, establishing good relations with a disciple of a second-tier sect is only beneficial and has no drawbacks for these first-tier sects. Most of the sects that lent money to Zhang Ning are first-tier sects. Only a few are from the second-tier world. Once Zhang Ning enters the second-tier world, all problems will be easily resolved. However, the moon-worshipping sect recruits disciples from across the entire first-tier world. This first-tier world has an unimaginably large population, according to official statistics from the Holy Tower. The population of the first-tier world has reached over 100 billion. The number of eligible students has reached tens of millions. Although major sects recruit disciples based on their territories, each region still has millions of people competing for disciple spots. To stand out among millions is no easy feat. However, his mother did not discourage Zhang Ning but instead urged him to give his best effort. "Even if I don't get selected, it doesn't matter. I'll just sell my kidney if I have to. Ninger, Mom will serve more dishes these days to earn extra money and improve your living conditions. Don't worry about anything else. Just do your best on the day of the evaluation. Rest well. I'll go buy something nice for you." As she spoke, the mother was about to leave, but was stopped by Zhang Ning. "Mom, you've worked hard all day. Rest well. I'll go buy it." Zhang Ning was about to go out for a walk. First, to experience the world firsthand. Second, he intended to sell the high-quality spirit-gathering pills he had in his possession. He also planned to pick up any leftover pill residues that others had discarded. Once the cooldown time for the turn trash into treasure ability is over, he can start making money again. Well, staying cooped up in the house all day can make one depressed. It's better to go out for a walk. Saying this, he pulled out $300 from his pocket. "Take this money. Buy whatever you want to eat. When you come back, Mom will cook for you." Zhang Ning's nose tingled, and he didn't take the money. "Mom, I still have some money on me. Keep this for yourself." Without waiting for his mother's response, Zhang Ning turned and walked out of the room. After closing the door, Zhang Ning took a deep breath, looked at the brand new world before him, and silently made a vow in his heart. "Mom, we will have money. We definitely will. Soon, I'll be able to take you to a better life in a higher class world, and you'll never have to work so hard again. Believe me, Mom." With that thought, Suning lifted his head and walked out of the slum with determined steps. He was going to see this new world. To see this new world, this world that devours its own. Chapter 4, Personal Interests. The slums of this world were somewhat similar to the South American slums Jiang Ning had seen on TV. The foul stench of garbage constantly assaulted Jiang Ning's nostrils. Countless men and women gathered around mountains of trash, searching for any glimmer of hope. Elderly people and children, leaning against doorways with hollow eyes from hunger, were everywhere. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ning thought the civilization level of this world was roughly on par with Earth's. But once he stepped out of the slum, Jiang Ning realized how absurd his thoughts had been. Beyond the slum lay an endless expanse of skyscrapers, with cultivators flying through the sky at will. Even various types of flying artifacts could be seen. These artifacts emitted dazzling, colorful lights, leaving one dizzy and disoriented. This was a scene unimaginable on Earth, and for a moment, Jiang Ning couldn't help but stare in awe. Holy cow! This is like a real-life cyberpunk world. Jiang Ning also noticed. In the sky, there were not only flying cultivators but also various creatures he had never seen before. Some of these creatures had cultivators in uniform sitting on their backs, while others were carrying goods. Aren't these mounts? Jiang Ning was slightly taken aback. It wasn't just the sky. The streets on the ground are the same. There were not only various oddly shaped mounts but also monks wearing armor and carrying various cold weapons. The entire scene was a real-life version of cyberpunk. Jiang Ning learned from the original host's memories that the artifact world was also called the Holy Tower world, consisting of 9 layers. Each layer is further divided into countless regions. The region where Jiang Ning lived was called the White Mountain region, with a total population of over 100 million. This is equivalent to a provincial-level administrative region on Earth. Among this population of over 100 million, only a few 100,000 can be considered wealthy. Among these tens of thousands, the majority are disciples or high-ranking members of various sects. For ordinary people, the only way to rise above their station is to join a sect. The harshness of the world. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, feeling the immense pressure. But upon thinking of the system within him, Jiang Ning regained his confidence. If even with the system he couldn't live comfortably in this world, he might as well swallow a poison pill and start over. Following the original host's memories, Jiang Ning made his way to the nearest commercial district. Although the streets were lined with shops, there were few customers inside. Most of these shops were only for the disciples of the sect. Ordinary people couldn't afford anything inside. Jiang Ning stopped in front of a chain pill shop called Luo Fenggu. Previously, the original owner had taken out a cultivation loan and come to Luo Fenggu to purchase pills. The original owner was familiar with this place, so Jiang Ning had no choice but to come here as well. As he entered the shop, the shop assistant, who had been dozing off, suddenly perked up, thinking a big customer had arrived. However, upon glancing at Jiang Ning's attire, the clerk's elegantly arched eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Sir, this is Luo Feng Pavilion." The clerk prompted. "The cheapest elixir costs 1,000 holy scrolls per pill. Holy scrolls are the official currency issued by the Holy Tower. Just like paper money on Earth in his previous life, they could be used to purchase anything. As for the spirit stones mentioned in the novel, in this world, they are exclusively controlled by the major sects. Only disciples of the sects can use them as currency. If others engage in private transactions, they are violating the official laws of the Holy Tower and will be hunted down." "I know." Jiang Ning nodded. The cheapest at Luo Feng Pavilion was a grade 2 spirit gathering pill, priced at 1,000 holy scrolls per pill. And 1,000 holy scrolls are equivalent to a month's wages for many ordinary people. Pills aren't something everyone can afford. "I'm here to sell something." Jiang Ning said. "I'm not buying anything." "Selling things?" The server's voice suddenly rose several notches, as if he had heard a joke. "Sir, have you come to the wrong place? We don't accept." Before the waitress could finish saying junk, Jiang Ning pulled out a black card and handed it over. The server's eyes widened in shock. "A membership card? You're a member?" The waiter shivered. A membership card for Luo Feng Pavilion requires a minimum spend of 10,000 to obtain. Who would have thought that this ragged-looking teenager actually had a membership card? However, the waiter quickly filled in the blanks in his mind. This elder must have just emerged from seclusion. At least my attitude wasn't too bad. The waiter assumed Jiang Ning was an alchemist. After all, such people would seclude themselves for years, or even decades, to refine a certain type of elixir. Each time they emerge, they appear disheveled and unkempt. In this world, judging a person's status and identity based solely on their appearance and clothing is too superficial. The waiter took the membership card with both hands and said respectfully, "Senior, please wait a moment, I'll go call our manager." Jiang Ning nodded. After the server left, Jiang Ning's gaze shifted to the trash bin inside the store. At a chain store like Luo Feng Pavilion, they typically provide customers with some low-potency, unfinished pills for trial use. If the purchaser finds the results satisfactory, they may purchase the finished pills. The residue from used pills or pills whose efficacy has been depleted are often casually discarded into trash bins by some customers. To others, these are worthless scraps. But to Jiang Ning, they are genuine treasures. He looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Jiang Ning reached out and began rummaging through the trash can. This search actually yielded something. This was the residue of a 4th grade pill, the barrier-breaking pill? Jiang Ning felt a surge of excitement. The value of a 4th grade pill far exceeded that of a 3rd grade one. Especially a pill like the barrier-breaking pill, which has special effects. A single pill is worth 3,000 sacred scrolls. If recycled through the system and rewarded with 10 more, that would be a pure profit of 30,000. I'm set. 30,000 plus the money from this time in less than 3 days, I'll be able to gather enough to repay the loan. At that moment, some people noticed Jiang Ning rummaging through the trash bin and couldn't help but glance over with a mocking expression. Jiang Ning didn't bother to care about others and was about to reach out to pick up the remaining trash from the bin. But he saw the waitress who had left earlier, now accompanied by a young woman dressed in a white gown, looking ethereal and graceful, walking toward them. Senior, what are you doing? Seeing Jiang Ning rummaging through the store's trash bin, the waitress couldn't help but freeze in shock. The woman behind her, with her ethereal aura, furrowed her delicate brows, her eyes filled with coldness. Is this the alchemist senior you mentioned? Have you ever seen a pill refiner rummaging through trash bins? Alchemists are one of the most prestigious professions among cultivators. Even low-tier alchemists are the darlings of major sects. These people are all arrogant and proud. How could they possibly touch something as filthy as trash? The woman believed that must have been deceived. The person before her was just a poor peasant scavenging through the trash bins of Luo Feng Pavilion. She had seen such things many times before. Jiang Ning also felt a bit awkward. Song smiled and explained, it's just a personal hobby. I'm really here to sell things. The woman furrowed her brows. Oh? Well, I'll see what kind of pills you can produce today. If you dare to mock my Luo Feng Pavilion, I, Bai Jing, swear that I will kill you on the spot. Chapter 5, The sensational news shocking the White Mountain region. Upon arriving in this world, the original host's body had lost all its cultivation, making them worse than a. Jiang Ning didn't want to cause trouble. Therefore, he paid no heed to Bai Jing's mockery and threats. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared on Jiang Ning's wrist and a 3rd grade superior grade spirit gathering pill materialized in his hand. I wonder if this will work. The moment the spirit gathering pill appeared, Bai Jing's gaze was immediately drawn to it. Is this an upper grade spirit gathering pill? And it's of such high quality? Bai Jing was slightly taken aback. As the manager of Luo Feng Pavilion, she had seen at least 8,000 spirit-gathering pills. But she had never seen one of such exceptional quality before. The spiritual energy contained within it could be felt clearly even from a distance. Alright, of course. Sir, no, senior, I apologize for my previous attitude. Bai Jing immediately changed her attitude. A master, especially one capable of refining such a spirit-gathering pill. Is someone worth lowering her status to befriend? Senior, are you considering selling this spirit-gathering pill? What is your ideal price? If it's an ordinary high-grade spirit-gathering pill, we'll go by the market price. However, the spirit-gathering pill in Jiang Ning's possession is of exceptional quality. The better the quality, the more effective the pill will be. According to Bai Jing's estimation, the efficacy of the spirit-gathering pill in Jiang Ning's possession is 3 times that of an ordinary high-grade spirit-gathering pill. Although the price doesn't reach 3 times the difference, it's still far beyond what other pills on the market can match. No, not just one. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, and a flash of light appeared on his wrist again, revealing 8 more high-grade spirit-gathering pills in his hand. 9 in total. Name your price. 9? Bai Jing couldn't help but take a deep breath. 9 high-quality spirit-gathering pills of such quality were worth far more than the simple sum of their individual values. Senior, are you certain you wish to sell spirit-gathering pills of this quality? Bai Jing could guarantee that even a sect from the first layer of the world couldn't produce such high-quality spirit-gathering pills. A sect from the second-tier world might be able to. If Jiang Ning were to present these pills to a sect, they might be treated as honored guests. The friendship of a sect is far more valuable than cold hard cash. Of course. Jiang Ning shrugged. If I don't sell it, why am I here? Mr. Bai, right? I'm in a hurry. Make an offer quickly. Bai Jing took a deep breath and cautiously held up one finger. 10,000. What do you think, senior? 10,000? Jiang Ning was taken aback. He had thought it was worth at most 90,000, but it turned out to be 10,000 more than expected. Alright, deal. Jiang Ning moved his hand and placed 9 spirit-gathering pills on the counter. Where's the money? Seeing Jiang Ning act so decisively, Bai Jing didn't hesitate either. She took out a check and handed it to Jiang Ning. Senior, here's a check for 10,000. You can cash it at any bank. After taking the check, Jiang Ning turned to leave without looking back, but heard Bai Jing calling him from behind. Senior, wait a moment. Jiang Ning turned around, looking at Bai Jing in confusion. What's wrong, Manager Bai? Is there something else? No, nothing. It's just that you're now eligible to upgrade to a gold card member. Saying this, Bai Jing pulled out a golden card and handed it to Zhang Ning. Gold card members enjoy a 20% discount on all purchases at all Lufenga chain stores. Additionally, if you ever encounter any difficulties, you can present the gold card at any Luofengge chain store for assistance. Zhang Ning was slightly taken aback. In the original host's memories, gold card members at Luofengge required a minimum spend of over 500,000 to qualify. Not only had he not spent any money, but he had actually made Luofengge 10,000 yuan. Under these circumstances, how could he be given a gold card membership? Seeing that Zhang Ning hadn't taken the card yet, Bai Jing hurriedly explained, "Senior, I just wanted to make friends with you, there are no other conditions." Make friends? Zhang Ning realized. He could produce top-grade spirit-gathering pills. Bai Jing must think he is a pill refiner. That's why she wanted to befriend him, right? Zhang Ning didn't hesitate and accepted the gold card. Why shouldn't I count myself as an alchemist? A successful one at that, with a 100% success rate. There's no need to be modest. Besides, there will be many places where I can use the Luofeng Pavilion in the future. Alright, I'll take the card. I'll be on my way. Farewell, senior. After Zhang Ning left, Bai Jing turned to look at Azi beside her. Go, please summon Master Lu to come here and appraise these spirit-gathering pills. Yes, Manager Bai. After Azi left, Bai Jing looked at the high-quality spirit-gathering pills in her hand again, her eyes flickering with an unusual light. Just then, the phone tucked in her pocket suddenly vibrated repeatedly. Bai Jing took it out and saw that it was a message from the Baishan District Alchemy Association Group. Association President Han Sanshan, everyone, the White Mountain sect has issued an order. We are now recruiting alchemists throughout the entire White Mountain District. The requirement is the ability to refine 4th-grade barrier-breaking pills. Those who meet the White Mountain sect standards will be granted the title of Guest Immortal of the White Mountain sect. The message sent the group into an uproar. Shindanmen Chain Store, holy crap, the title of Guest Master of the Baishan sect? If you can get that, it's like hitting the jackpot. 3rd rank alchemist Qi Ming, 4th rank breakthrough pill? What's going on? Lately, a lot of people have been asking about the breakthrough pill. Has something big happened? 3rd grade alchemist Wang Kuei, I'm puzzled too. Today, many people came to me asking if I could refine the breakthrough pill, and they're even willing to pay above market price. Upon seeing these messages, Bai Jing furrowed her brows slightly and sent a message as well. Luofeng Pavilions. Bai Jing, everyone, the requirements of the Baishan sect are not that easy to meet. Earlier, disciples from the White Mountain sect came to the Luofeng Pavilion to inspect the pills we refined, and they did not meet the requirements. As soon as the message was posted, various alchemy shops and alchemists who had been lurking in the background began to surface. What? The pills from Luofeng Pavilion aren't up to standard? Then we have even less hope. Luofeng Pavilion is backed by the Luofeng sect from the second layer world. If even their pills don't meet the standards, how can we possibly compete? I'm even more curious about what happened and why so many people are asking about the breakthrough pill. It's not just the White Mountain District, the Changha sect in the neighboring Changha District is also issuing recruitment notices, offering the position of guest scholar as a reward. Given this situation, to meet the requirements of the White Mountain sect, only a 5th rank alchemist can step forward. A 5th rank alchemist? Are there even 5th rank alchemists in the 1st tier world? Why not just go to the 2nd tier world to find one? You're being naive. So many people want the breakthrough pill, there must be a secret realm emerging, and the elders in the 2nd layer world have already found out. What's left for us? No way, I must obtain the guest scholar position at the White Mountain sect. Everyone, I'll be going to refine now. I'm going to. Give it a try, maybe it'll work. Seeing the string of messages in the group chat, Bai Jing's eyes flashed with determination. Breaking barrier pill? I wonder if that senior practitioner can refine it. But I seem to have forgotten to ask for his contact information. Bai Jing felt a pang of regret, realizing she had made a huge mistake. At that moment, Zhang Ning had already arrived at the vegetable market, preparing to buy groceries and head home. Little did he know. The entire Baishan district was in complete upheaval due to an order from the Baishan sect. Even some veteran alchemists who had been in seclusion emerged from their retreats. Chapter 6, Wanting to Return to School. Evening. Only faint lights illuminated the slums. Inside the room, Zhang Ning placed the prepared dishes on the table. Mom, please don't work so hard anymore. Once I join the sect, you can come with me and live in comfort. Disciples of the sect receive a monthly allowance, ranging from a few thousand to over 10,000. Of course, this is distributed based on the disciple's talent and strength. Zhang Ning was confident he could meet the minimum requirements to join the sect in a short time. However, improving strength and talent takes time. Nevertheless, once he becomes a sect disciple, he'll be able to give it his all. Will he still lack money then? Even with immense wealth, ordinary people wouldn't dare to target him. However, looking at the lavish spread on the table, Wang Lan hesitated and said, Ninger, isn't this a bit too extravagant? You haven't joined the sect yet. What if? Wang Lan wanted to say, "What if you can't get in?" but she quickly stopped herself, fearing it would undermine Jiang Ning's confidence. Her original intention was for Jiang Ning to buy some meat to try the flavor. But she never expected Jiang Ning to buy so much at once. Is the meal too lavish? Wang Lan's words made Jiang Ning pause for a moment. Looking at the chicken, duck, fish, and meat on the table, as well as a plate of green vegetables, Jiang Ning sighed. These dishes were nothing special in her previous life. Even in a poor family, one could occasionally afford to eat such dishes. But in this world, this spread cost him nearly 500 sacred scrolls. That was equivalent to half a spirit-gathering pill. Ordinary people couldn't afford such a feast in their daily lives. Even wandering cultivators without a sect wouldn't dare to eat so well. Generally, a single qi cleansing pill would suffice. A fasting pill is the lowest grade first-rank pill, with the cheapest costing a dozen holy scrolls and the most expensive not exceeding 100. A single fasting pill can sustain one for at least 3 days, so most people opt for it. These chicken, duck, fish, and meat are something even ordinary disciples of a sect would only dare to taste. Let alone the exorbitantly priced vegetables. Mom! Jiang Ning looked at Wang Lan, feeling a pang of sadness. In the original host's memories, before getting entangled in cultivation loans, the family could occasionally afford meat. But after the debt crisis hit, almost all the family's money went toward repaying the original owner's debts. Wang Lan herself lived frugally, taking only one fasting pill a week, but for her son, the original owner, she ensured he received one every 3 days. She would rather starve herself than let her son go hungry. Mom! As the memories flooded back, Jiang Ning's eyes welled up with tears. Eat, Mom. Eat more. Our life will only get better from now on. I'm confident I can enter the sect. Believe in me. Though she didn't know why Jiang Ning had suddenly become so confident, Wang Lan was glad to see her son become more cheerful. Alright, eat, Mom will eat too. Though she said she would eat, Wang Lan only picked some bones with little meat. The meatier pieces, she all gave to Jiang Ning. Ninger, eat more. You're still growing. Jiang Ning sighed and didn't refuse. Wang Lan's mindset hadn't changed yet, it would take time. Anyway, now that she could earn money, there was no rush. After eating for a while, Jiang Ning suddenly lifted his head and looked at Wang Lan. Mom, I want to go back to school. Wang Lan paused, her expression hesitant as she looked at Jiang Ning. Ninger, have you thought this through? Are you really sure you want to go back to school? Your current condition isn't suitable, is it? The schools in this world are different from the ones Jiang Ning attended in his previous life. In his previous life, he learned knowledge at school, but in this world, the schools teach cultivation. As far as I recall, the original host was able to attend the current school because he possessed a celestial spiritual root, which is why he was admitted. However, after failing to repay the loan, his celestial spirit root and all his cultivation were taken by the loan-collecting sect, leaving him a. Upon learning of this, the school. Although the original master was not directly dismissed, all of his cultivation resources were suspended. In despair, the original master considered ending their brief life. Now that their spiritual root was gone and their cultivation had been stripped away, returning to school would only be a humiliation. However, Jiang Ning also had his own considerations. Only at school could he gain access to more cultivation resources. Even if others discarded them as worthless, he could transform them into his own resources through the system. Ninger, are you really sure about this? If you go back to school now, you'll only be bullied by your classmates and looked down upon by your teachers. Why not stay home and prepare for the exams instead? Wang Lan hesitated for a moment before voicing her greatest concern. She feared that Jiang Ning would be bullied at school and might do something reckless if he couldn't handle it. Anyway, the sect recruits disciples from all eligible young people in society. Whether you have a school or not, you can apply to join. Mom! Jiang Ning looked at Wang Lan with a serious expression. I've made up my mind. I must go back. This is my only chance. Seeing Jiang Ning so determined, Wang Lan sighed and said, if you feel that way, that's good. But if anyone bullies you, don't take it to heart. If you can endure it, endure it. If you can't, we'll leave. It wasn't that Wang Lan wanted Jiang Ning to be weak, but Jiang Ning had lost all his cultivation. He couldn't resist even if he wanted to. Moreover, the former Jiang Ning, endowed with a celestial spirit root, was once hailed as one of the most outstanding geniuses in the school. This had attracted the envy of many. Returning to school in this state would undoubtedly lead to his exclusion. But seeing that her son hadn't given up but was still struggling, Wang Lan felt a sense of comfort. Mom, don't worry. I've got this. Jiang Ning was well aware of this. But he believed that as long as he kept a low profile and avoided other students, he wouldn't be in too much trouble. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Perhaps because Jiang Ning was returning to school the next day, Wang Lan couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The next morning, when Wang Lan woke up groggily, Jiang Ning had already left a note and gone to school. By Shan District. 2nd Advanced Cultivation Academy. Jiang Ning stood at the entrance, watching the students coming and going, and felt a sense of nostalgia. Counting his previous life, it had been 10 years since he had last set foot inside a school. Though the schools in the two worlds were vastly different, they were still schools after all. The cultivation school was divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. These correspond to elementary school, middle school, and high school in his previous life. The sect recruits disciples, much like the college entrance exam in his previous life. Entering the sect was akin to being admitted to university. Those who fail are left to fend for themselves in the outside world. At the entrance of the academy, Jiang Ning's lips curled into a smile as he stepped into the school grounds. Following the original host's memories, Jiang Ning arrived at the door of the homeroom teacher's office. In this world, those who could serve as teachers were all legitimate cultivators and all disciples of the sect. Each of them, whether in terms of background or strength, was extremely formidable. Chapter 7. What qualifications do you have? Jiang Ning's class was Class F, the lowest ranked class. The class teacher, Tang Shui, is an inner door disciple of the White Mountain sect. The Bai Shan sect controls the entire Baiyun district, so Tang Shui's background is undoubtedly extremely deep. As soon as he entered the office, Jiang Ning saw Tang Shui, dressed in black, intently studying something. Ms. Tang. Jiang Ning approached and called out softly. HM? Jiang Ning? Tang Shui looked up and, upon recognizing Jiang Ning, was slightly surprised. She felt a mix of emotions toward this student. Back then, she had admitted Jiang Ning into the school because he possessed a celestial spiritual root and extraordinary talent, showing great potential for cultivation. However, who would have known that Jiang Ning's celestial spirit root had been purchased with a loan? A borrowed spiritual root differs significantly from a natural one, and its compatibility with cultivators is generally low. Most possessors of such spiritual roots reach a certain level of cultivation before their progress stalls. However, those born with natural spiritual roots do not suffer from this drawback. Of course, the school has always been strict in its reviews of such matters. When Jiang Ning was admitted, the school conducted multiple reviews but did not uncover any issues. It wasn't until Jiang Ning's debt crisis erupted that Tang Shui discovered that the person who sold the celestial spiritual root to Jiang Ning on credit was actually a direct disciple of the Baiyun sect. Direct disciples are members of the enforcement team in Baiyun district, holding the power of life and death over the entire region. It's no wonder they couldn't uncover it. But it's Jiang Ning who suffers the most. Why are you here? Tang Shui asked in confusion. Now that Jiang Ning has lost his celestial root and his cultivation, he should no longer be eligible to study. It's just that the school hasn't had the chance to issue the expulsion report yet. I want to go back to school and continue my studies. Jiang Ning said. Continue studying? Tang Shui paused for a moment before saying hesitantly, Jiang Ning, you no longer have your spiritual root or cultivation. Staying at school might not be suitable, right? You know how strict our school's rules are. Before Tang Shui could finish, Jiang Ning hurriedly said, Ms. Tang, before the sex assessment, I will reconstitute my spiritual root. Recondense your spiritual root? Tang Shui smiled. When one is at a loss for words, one does indeed laugh. She was feeling pretty speechless right now. Jiang Ning, do you have any idea how difficult it is to reform your spiritual root? Reconstructing the spiritual root is akin to rebirth. By then, even a divine spiritual root might be possible. However, the probability of such a genius appearing is only 1 in a billion. In the entire first layer of the world, it's rare to find one in 100 years. Higher level worlds might have them, but they would be super geniuses fiercely competed for by the top sects. Who is Jiang Ning? It's impossible. Jiang Ning. Tang Shui was about to say something else when she saw a middle-aged man in a black robe walk in with a haughty expression. Mr. Tang, why is such a student who has tarnished the school's reputation still here? Why not expel him immediately? Are you going to let him stay and continue to make our school a laughingstock in Baiyun district? Upon seeing the man, Tang Shui hurriedly stood up. Principal Chow, what brings you here? Principal Chow was the school's disciplinary director and also an outer sect elder of the Bai Shan sect. Within the sect, their status is the same, but Tang Shui is currently fulfilling her teaching duties for the sect. As his subordinate, she was still half a rank below him at the school. I came here because of this problem student. Mr. Chow looked at Jiang Ning with disdain. I must have been blind to admit someone like you into the school. You still want to return to school? A worthless without spiritual roots or cultivation. What qualifications do you have? Principal Chow seemed furious, his body trembling slightly. He slammed his fist on the table and shouted, Mr. Tang, issue the expulsion papers immediately and go find the principal to sign them. Expel this good for nothing. Upon hearing this, Tang Shui hesitated and said, Director Chow, the principal's meaning is that he still wants to give Jiang Ning another chance. A chance? Mr. Chow smiled. Is this fair to the other students? If we give Jiang Ning a chance, who will give the other students a chance? The survival of the fittest is an immutable truth. Ms. Tang, don't let your personal desires disrupt the school's rules. Tang Shui furrowed her brows. The matter involving Jiang Ning is complicated, and according to higher-ups, they intend to give Jiang Ning an opportunity. Of course, this isn't out of pity for Jiang Ning. Rather, Jiang Ning still has some value to exploit. As the ruling sect of Baiyun District, the Baishan sect strictly prohibits its disciples from lending money privately. Since the disciple who lent money to Jiang Ning has not yet been identified, Jiang Ning still holds value. The higher-ups intend to use Jiang Ning as a lead to uncover that direct disciple. Even the principal hasn't rushed to take a stance, yet this Chao director is so eager to expel Jiang Ning. Could it be that? Tang Shui's heart stirred slightly as she looked at Chao and said, Director Chao, this is the intersect's decision. If you have any objections, you should take them to the senior elder. You. Director Chao was speechless. Send him to the elder? That's asking for trouble. He's just an outer sect elder, to put it bluntly. He's a contract worker. His status in the White Cloud sect isn't very high. Seeing that Tang Qiuyi couldn't be reasoned with, Director Chao turned to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, if you have any self-awareness, you should withdraw from the school yourself. This place is no longer somewhere you can stay. Seeing that Jiang Ning remained unmoved, Chao Zhuchu clenched his teeth. You know very well that the other students in this school are all rare geniuses. If they find out that you're in the same school as a good-for-nothing, who knows how they'll treat you? Don't risk your life over such a trivial matter. Jiang Ning smiled faintly. Principal Chao, there's no need for you to trouble yourself. I know what I'm doing. You. Director Chao was so angry he was about to explode. He never expected that even after threatening him like that, Jiang Ning still showed no sign of backing down. Alright, since you insist on returning to school, I'll make it clear from the start. Forget about the school's resources, they're all reserved for students who can cultivate. You don't even have a spiritual root, you have no right to enjoy the school's resources. Jiang Ning shrugged indifferently. Resources? He wasn't here for the resources. The cultivation resources distributed by the school were no different from trash to him. Only the discarded pills and pill residues from the school were treasures in his eyes. Mr. Tang, I hope you consider the interests of the sect. If I discover that you've been secretly giving Jiang Ning cultivation resources, don't blame me for reporting you to the elders. After delivering a harsh warning, Principal Chao flung his sleeves aside and left the office with a cold snort. Tang Qiuyi sighed. She had never wanted Jiang Ning to be involved in this matter, but Jiang Ning had insisted on returning to school. Well, never mind. Since things had come to this, she couldn't say much more. Jiang Ning, go back to class first. Yes, Ms. Tang. Chapter 8, Pushing One's Luck. Luo Feng Pavilion. As the head of Baishan District, Bai Jing held significant power. Shortly after Jiang Ning left, Bai Jing ordered someone to search for information about Jiang Ning. Within just one day, all the information about Jiang Ning, from his birth to the present, was already on Bai Jing's desk. Looking at the documents in her hands, Bai Jing furrowed her brows and turned to her subordinates. Are you certain this information is genuine? Someone who can produce a third-grade superior-grade spirit-gathering pill, you're telling me he's just a student in debt to a loan shark? Bai Jing felt the intelligence was too suspicious. The high-grade spirit-gathering pills Jiang Ning sold to Luo Feng Pavilion were of such quality that only a 5th grade or higher alchemist could have refined them. I thought we had stumbled upon some reclusive alchemy master. But now you're telling her the other party is just a student? And he even owes a lot of cultivation loans? Manager, our influence in the first layer of the world only allows us to gather this much information. If the other party is truly a master, perhaps all of this is just a fabrication? Fabricated? Bai Jing thinks that's impossible. The records in these documents detail everything from Jiang Ning's birth to the present day, clearly and precisely. To fabricate such information, Jiang Ning would have to outsmart the official authorities of the Holy Tower. But is that even possible? Manager, do you think it could be this situation? Azzy, standing nearby, flashed a sharp look in her eyes. She felt she had uncovered the truth. Speak. Bai Jing gave Azzy a casual glance. The person who came to the mansion yesterday was indeed just a student, but those spirit-gathering pills weren't made by him. Perhaps Jiang Ning has a teacher no one knows about? HM? Upon hearing this, Bai Jing straightened her body slightly, placed her hands on the desk, and furrowed her brows in deep thought for a moment. Perhaps you are right. Nodding, Bai Jing also shared her analysis. Pills of such quality, we instinctively assumed they were personally delivered by the alchemist. But what if the alchemist isn't able to come out? Alchemists are extremely prestigious figures, and those of the 5th rank or above are honored guests at the major sects. Perhaps they wouldn't deign to associate with our Luo Feng Pavilion. Bai Jing couldn't help but speculate, already imagining Jiang Ning as the representative of some alchemy master. Even so, she dared not underestimate Jiang Ning. To be trusted so deeply by a great alchemist means Jiang Ning is likely the direct disciple of that master. Or even a close relative. Most importantly, Jiang Ning is the only one who can contact that alchemy master. Currently, both the White Mountain sect and the Long River sect are desperately seeking the 4th grade barrier breaking pill, offering extremely generous terms. If we can find the alchemist behind Jiang Ning and request their assistance for my Luo Feng Pavilion. Bai Jing's heart raced with excitement. Although the Baishan sect is merely a sect from the first layer of the world, the Luofeng Pavilion is backed by a sect from the second layer of the world. But only Bai Jing understood the hardships involved. If she hadn't been driven to desperation, why would someone of her status come to this insignificant White Mountain region? Someone, come here. Bai Jing stood up, her gaze cold as she looked toward the door. Soon, her cultivators dressed in yellow robes adorned with maple leaves entered, bowing respectfully and saying, "Greetings, manager. Immediately, follow me to the 2nd Advanced Cultivation Academy in Baishan District." Yes. Baishan District. 2nd Advanced Cultivation Academy. Zhang Ning returned to Class F according to the original host's memories. As soon as he entered the classroom, a flying knife came hurtling toward him. Although this body was ruined, the cultivator's perception remained intact. Zhang Ning instinctively turned his head to dodge the flying knife. Boom! The flying knife plunged into the wall behind him, blasting a large hole. Coming to his senses, Zhang Ning felt a chill run down his spine. Sweat had already soaked through his back. If it weren't for the original host's perception still being intact, who knows if his head would have been as thick as the wall. Oomph, what a pity. He didn't even kill this worthless. As Zhang Ning frowned, a mocking voice echoed in his ears. Looking around, he saw a chubby young man wearing glasses, fiddling with his glasses in a disappointed manner. The flying knife from earlier had come from his hand. And Jilin, do you want to die? Through the original host's memories, Zhang Ning retrieved information about the chubby boy. The chubby boy's name was Jilin. In Class F, he was known alongside the original host as the two prodigies. However, he had always been overshadowed by the original host, so he constantly opposed him. After the original host's deaths exploded, Jilin was one of the most excited ones. Without the original host, he was the only genius in Class F, enjoying all the privileges alone. But before he could celebrate for long, he saw Zhang Ning return to school. He couldn't understand. A good-for-nothing who relied on a loan to study, why wasn't he expelled from school? And even managed to return to school. Out of hatred, he even wanted to kill Zhang Ning on the spot. Unfortunately, he was dodged by Zhang Ning. Death? And Jilin laughed, his face filled with contempt. You, a worthless without even a spiritual root, dare to mention death in front of this young master? Even if I were to kill you, what difference would it make? A worthless piece of trash. Once you're dead, that's the end of you. Who would dare to speak up for you? This is how the world works. Powerful cultivators hold the power of life and death over lower-tier cultivators or ordinary people. Let alone in Jilin. Not only is he an unparalleled genius with a celestial spirit root, but it is said that his family is one of the high-ranking members of the Luofeng Pavilion. As one of the largest chain-operated merchants in the first layer of the world, the Luofeng Pavilion's power is no joke. Even if Jilin were to kill Zhang Ning on the spot, no one would hold him accountable at most. He might receive a stern reprimand from the enforcement authorities. Oomph. Zhang Ning gave a cold laugh. Now wasn't the time to turn against him. Before his cultivation had recovered, he could only survive cautiously. Zhang Ning decided to ignore Jilin and return to his own position. However, as soon as Zhang Ning took 2 steps, he saw a flash of light beneath Jilin's feet, and he suddenly appeared in front of him. How fast? Jilin's speed sent a chill down Zhang Ning's spine. No wonder he possesses a natural spiritual root. His speed was so fast that Zhang Ning couldn't react in time. What do you want? Suppressing his instinctive fear, Zhang Ning looked at Jilin. Do you want to kill me? I don't think you have the qualifications yet. Zhang Ning had already made up his mind. If Jilin really intends to act, he will simply produce the membership gold card of Luofeng Pavilion. Aren't you one of the high-ranking members of Luofeng Pavilion? I'm a gold card member of Luofeng Pavilion. If you've got the guts, try it. If you kill me, how will the Luofeng Pavilion continue its business? Killing your own member? Let's see who dares to do business with the Luofeng Pavilion after that. Zhang Ning believes it. Even if Jilin is an idiot, he wouldn't be so foolish as not to understand these principles. Therefore, his confidence couldn't help but grow. However, when Jilin approached, he didn't move. Instead, he spread his legs wide and sneered coldly. I don't care why you weren't expelled, but from now on, if you want to stay in Class F, you'll have to crawl under my legs. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Chapter 9, You're Doomed. The feeling of having his life in someone else's hands made Zhang Ning extremely annoyed. He swore. This is the last time. Once he obtained the finished breakthrough pill, he would use the money to repair his body. Even if he couldn't return to the peak condition of his original host, he needed at least some self-defense capabilities. Otherwise, anyone in this world could trample him underfoot. You worthless trash. I've given you this opportunity. If your performance satisfies me, I might even grant you a yellow-grade spiritual root. From then on, you'll follow me and serve as my loyal dog. However, my patience is limited. If you don't act within 3 minutes, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Ning clenched his fists. At that moment, the other students in the class who were watching the spectacle also began to speak. And Xiao, this isn't punishment for Zhang Ning, it's clearly a reward. Ha, exactly. Crawling under in Xiao's pants gets you a yellow grade spiritual root. If word gets out, the line will wrap around the school several times. No wonder he's in Xiao. His heart is too kind. He's even rewarding Jiang Ning with a yellow grade spiritual root. And Xiao, let me crawl through. I'm just a low grade spiritual root, I want a yellow grade spiritual root too. In this world, there are 6 known grades of spiritual roots. They are the holy grade, heavenly grade, earthly grade, mystic grade, yellow grade, and the lowest ranked miscellaneous grade spiritual roots. The 6 grades of spiritual roots are further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, totaling 18 levels. Most people can only awaken a miscellaneous grade spiritual root, while only a few can awaken a yellow grade spiritual root, or even a spiritual root of a higher grade than yellow. Therefore, when Angeline offered a yellow grade spiritual root for simply crawling between his legs, many classmates in the class were tempted. However, Angeline gave this opportunity to Jiang Ning. Therefore, some students with only miscellaneous grade spiritual roots harbored even greater resentment toward Jiang Ning. A worthless who only obtained a spiritual root through cultivation loans. Even if he got Angeline's yellow grade spiritual root, he's still a waste will always be a waste, they'll never amount to anything. Ha, and Xiao, you think too highly of Jiang Ning. Why not give the yellow grade spiritual root to me? I'll crawl between your legs every day. To escape their miserable lives, these students had long since abandoned any sense of dignity. Spending the rest of their lives as lackeys is still better than living in the lower classes, where life is worse than death. Many people would kill for such an opportunity, but they don't even have the connections. And Jiang Ning. At this moment, besides feeling pitiful, he was even more determined to become stronger. Jiang Ning, you have 1 minute left. My patience is nearly exhausted. What? Would you rather die than become my lackey? At that moment, Angeline felt his mind clear and his Dao heart unobstructed. He had been suppressed too harshly by Jiang Ning, which had affected his own spiritual path. Now, humiliating Jiang Ning in this manner was merely to solidify his own Dao heart. Even if Jiang Ning were to take advantage of the situation, he would never give Jiang Lin the Huangpin Lin route. Fatso. I just don't want trouble. Don't think I'm really afraid of you. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. He had originally planned to keep a low profile and develop quietly. But the current situation doesn't seem to allow it. At that thought, Jiang Ning pulled out the gold membership card for Luofeng Pavilion and threw it directly into Angeline's face. Take a good look at this. What is it? Ha? Angeline was startled and picked up the gold membership card in disbelief. This is the Luofeng Pavilion's gold membership card? As for his own membership gold card, Angeline was well aware of it. This is a membership card that requires spending 50,000 sacred scrolls at Luofeng Pavilion to obtain. Jiang Ning. He's actually a gold card member of Luofeng Pavilion? This can't be possible. Angeline instinctively took a step back. The students watching the commotion also saw the gold membership card Jiang Ning had pulled out and fell silent instantly. How did Jiang Ning get a gold membership card from Luofeng Pavilion? He's just a good-for-nothing, how could he have something like that? 50,000 sacred scrolls? That's an enormous sum of money. Even with a cultivation loan, you couldn't borrow that much. The students only knew that Jiang Ning had taken out a cultivation loan, but they didn't know the exact amount. But they assumed it couldn't exceed 1 million. After all, 1 million is the maximum amount an ordinary person can borrow through a cultivation loan. Any higher than that would be unrealistic. Even if Jiang Ning borrowed the maximum amount of 1 million, that money should have been spent on purchasing a celestial root. How could he still have money to spend at Luofeng Pavilion? And spend 50,000 on sacred scrolls? Could it be that Jiang Ning has some background we don't know about? No, that's impossible. If he were that wealthy, why would he need to take out a cultivation loan? The students were buzzing with speculation. Angeline, however, wore a grim expression. If Jiang Ning is really a VIP member of their own family, then he wouldn't dare to lay a finger on him today. Otherwise, his father would skin him alive. I understand now. At that moment, a student in the crowd suddenly exclaimed in realization. I know what's going on. This card must be forged by Jiang Ning, right? Forged? Angeline took a deep breath, reacted instantly, and quickly picked up the gold card to examine it carefully. It really is forged. After clearly seeing the gold card, Angeline's face turned grim. Jiang Ning, this card might fool others, but you think you can fool me? You're way off the mark. Angeline's expression was filled with mockery. He could now take action against Jiang Ning. But before doing so, he had to reveal his discovery to everyone, so they would all understand. This card was forged by Jiang Ning. He was acting for the benefit of other gold card members, not against those who held gold cards. Everyone. Angeline looked at the students in the class. Everyone knows that the higher the number of a Luofeng Pavilion gold card, the more prestigious the cardholder's status. And Jiang Ning's card number is actually 005. Upon hearing this, the students erupted once more. What? 005? Didn't Jiang Ning even bother to fake his background check before this? 005 is the number reserved for the direct descendants of the Bai family, the founders of Luophong Pavilion. Jiang Ning doesn't even have the surname Bai. As everyone knows, the Luophong Pavilion was founded by the Bai family, a prominent clan from the second layer world. Therefore, the Bai family holds the top-tier serial numbers for the gold cards. The remaining sequences are held by members of the 5 council families. The Yin family, though the weakest council family, already has its gold card member numbers in the thousands. How could someone like Jiang Ning possibly have a higher status than in Shao? This Jiang Ning is truly bold. Daring to forge the identity of a direct disciple of the Bai family, does he not fear death? The student's words made Jilin feel refreshed. He had thought he would have to go to great lengths to explain, but unexpectedly, the students were so well informed about the matters concerning Luophong Pavilion. He didn't feel like explaining anymore. However, Jilin no longer wanted to kill Jiang Ning with his own hands. Instead, he planned to let Jiang Ning die in endless despair. At this thought, Jilin turned his gaze toward Jiang Ning. Dare you, Jiang Ning, to forge a Luophong Pavilion membership card and impersonate a member of the Bai family? Fortunately, there is a disciple of the Bai family in Baishan district. I will report this matter to her immediately and request her judgment. You're as good as dead, Jiang Ning. No, not just you, your entire family will suffer 1,000 cuts for daring to offend the Bai family. After speaking, Jilin hurriedly took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this Bai Jing? This is Jilin from the Yin family. Here's the situation. I've discovered an imposter pretending to be a member of the Bai family, and I've cornered him here. Would you like to come over? What? You're already here? All right. After hanging up the phone, Jilin's smile grew even wider. Jiang Ning, you're finished. The Bai family's elder is on his way. You're as good as dead. As for Jiang Ning, upon hearing Jilin refer to the other party as Mr. Bai Jing, he nearly burst out laughing. Bai Jing? Isn't that just the manager from the other day? Chapter 10, Willingly Accepting Punishment. Seeing that Jiang Ning wasn't afraid at all and had even laughed, Jilin grew even more furious. You still have the nerve to laugh? Jiang Ning, the Bai family is a force you can never afford to provoke in this lifetime. Especially this Bai Jing. She is the head of the Bai family, the granddaughter of Bai Zhansang, and enjoys a high reputation among the younger generation of the Bai family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning didn't seem to care, but the students around him couldn't help but exclaim in shock. What? She's the granddaughter of the head of the Bai family? Heavens, what a noble lineage! But how could she be here on the first floor? You must not watch the news, right? The head of the Bai family is in seclusion, striving to break through to the Golden Core realm, and has entrusted the affairs of the Bai family to the 3rd generation of descendants to manage. Whoever performs outstandingly will have the chance to inherit the position of White family patriarch. This Miss Bai Jing must have come to the first floor to familiarize herself with grassroots work, right? Heavens, the head of the Bai family is actually attempting to break through to the Golden Realm? Does this mean the of the second layer world is about to change again? The students buzzed with excitement, some in awe, others in shock. Jiang Ning, however, fell into deep thought. The cultivation levels in this world were similar to those in the novels he had read in his previous life, starting with the Qi cultivation realm. The next stage was the bone forging realm, where one refined their bones to make them as hard as iron. Then came the foundation establishment stage. Only after reaching the foundation establishment stage could cultivators be considered to have barely entered the ranks of cultivators. After foundation establishment came the stages of golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, return to void, union of body and soul, and great perfection. After great perfection, one becomes the legendary immortal. In the original host's memories, it seemed like this world had not seen an immortal in a very long time. Even the mysterious and enigmatic master of the Holy Tower is said to be only at the peak of great perfection, just a half step away from the realm of an immortal. In the first layer of the world, the most numerous beings are ordinary mortals with no cultivation at all. Only cultivators at the Qi cultivation realm form the backbone of the first layer of the world. If one can reach the bone forging realm, they can live quite comfortably in the first layer of the world. If one demonstrates exceptional merit, they might even be approved to enter the second layer of the world. In the second layer of the world, Qi cultivation realm cultivators become the lowest tier existence. However, even so, the resources available to low-tier cultivators are several times that of the first layer of the world. Therefore, countless people are willing to risk everything to enter higher-tier worlds, even if it means starting at the very bottom. The original host knew very little about the second layer of the world, so this was the first time he had heard of the Bai family. Unbeknownst to him, the head of the Bai family was actually attempting to break through to the Golden Core realm. If he succeeds, the Bai family will become one of the top families in the second layer world. Moreover, they would gain the opportunity to enter the third layer of the world. The Bai family is a major powerhouse. Jiang Ning muttered to himself, already making up his mind. No matter what, he must cling to Bai Jing's powerful connections. Any future elixirs would be sold at the Luophong Pavilion. Even if I lose a little money, it doesn't matter. As long as I can befriend Bai Jing, I might just be able to enter the second-tier world and live there. Water flows downhill, people strive upward. Moreover, Jiang Ning isn't alone, he has a mother who loves him dearly. Just as Jiang Ning was deep in thought, the students suddenly burst into a chorus of exclamations. Wow, is that Miss Bai Jing? She's so beautiful. That aura, no wonder she's a lady from the second layer of the world. I feel inferior just looking at her. Jiang Ning snapped back to reality and looked toward the classroom door. There stood Bai Jing, dressed in a snow-white gown, standing silently at the classroom door, as if a fairy had descended from heaven. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up slightly. Compared to her sharp outfit yesterday, today's Bai Jing looked more like a young lady from a prominent family. However, before Jiang Ning could fully admire her, Angeline, that obnoxious fellow, had already approached Bai Jing. Miss Bai Jing, you finally arrived. Speaking with an air of superiority, Angeline pointed at Jiang Ning. Miss Bai, it's him. Not only did he forge a gold card membership for Luo Feng Pavilion, but he also impersonated a direct descendant of the Bai family. For the sake of the Bai family's reputation and the credibility of Luo Feng Pavilion, you must kill him on the spot. Not just Angeline. The surrounding students also chimed in. Miss Bai Jing, Jiang Ning's attitude is still arrogant and shows no sign of repentance. Exactly. Jiang Ning is just a worthless debtor who owes cultivation loans. How could he possibly possess a gold card membership of Luo Feng Pavilion? If other members find out, won't this be a disgrace to Luo Feng Pavilion? Miss Bai Jing, please intervene and eliminate Jiang Ning on the spot. Kill him. Kill him. This is how the world works. Although Jiang Ning and these students have no grudge against each other, as long as Jiang Ning is still alive, they will have to share the cultivation resources that rightfully belong to them. Only if Jiang Ning is dead or expelled from the school will their interests remain untouched. During this time, Bai Jing remained silent, simply watching Jiang Ning in silence. She wanted to know how Jiang Ning would react in this situation. Unfortunately, Jiang Ning remained calm as ever. This left Bai Jing somewhat disappointed, but it only strengthened her conviction and her suspicions. There must be a powerful alchemist backing Jiang Ning. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so composed. Seeing the students growing increasingly excited, Bai Jing finally raised her hand. Everyone thought Bai Jing was about to tell them to quiet down, so they all looked at Bai Jing and Jiang Ning with eager anticipation. They wanted to see how Jiang Ning would be erased from this world by the Bai family. However, what happened next was beyond the students' imagination. Slap! To everyone's surprise, Bai Jing raised her hand and slapped Angeline across the face. This slap was delivered with all her cultivation power. The power of the bone forging realm was far beyond what Angeline, a chi cultivation realm cultivator, could withstand. White Jing, you're hitting him. It's him. It's Qian Ning. Angeline's face swelled up like a pig's head, and he lost 2 front teeth, making his speech slurred. How dare you? Bai Jing glared at Angeline with murderous intent. Mr. Jiang Ning is a gold card member of the Luo Feng Pavilion and an honored guest of the Bai family. How dare you slander him here? Bai Jing glared at Angeline with disgust, then looked at the gold membership card that Angeline had thrown on the ground. This card was personally handed to Mr. Jiang Ning by me. The number 005 is my ID, so Mr. Jiang Ning is not impersonating a direct descendant of the Bai family. After speaking, Bai Jing walked toward Jiang Ning, holding the membership card with both hands and presenting it to him with respect. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang Ning. The first tier does not have the authority to issue gold cards, so I can only temporarily hand over my gold card to you. I never expected this would cause you such trouble. It is Bai Jing's fault, and I am willing to accept any punishment. This scene left all the students and Angeline speechless. Chapter 11, What a coincidence! After a long while, the students finally came to their senses, and the room erupted into chaos. Especially Angeline, who looked utterly speechless. Bai Jing, what are you doing? Jiang Ning is just a worthless person who took out a loan to study cultivation. You must have mistaken him for someone else. He couldn't possibly. The other students quickly chimed in. That's right, Miss Bai, we're all Jiang Ning's classmates. We know exactly what kind of person he is. He's just a worthless person who took out a cultivation loan, can't repay it, and had his celestial root extracted. How could he be the gentleman you're talking about? It must be a case of mistaken identity. Yes, a case of mistaken identity. Miss Bai Jing, you must have mistaken him for someone else. Jiang Ning, what tricks did you use to make Miss Bai Jing misunderstand? Jiang Ning, you have the nerve to use such underhanded tactics to deceive Miss Bai Jing. Hearing these words, Jiang Ning almost burst out laughing. Are these people brainless? Miss Bai Jing is of such noble birth, how could she possibly have mistaken someone? Even if she did mistake someone, it's not something you can just say. Does she not care about her reputation? At that moment, Bai Jing's face had turned as dark as night. Damn it! Slap! Another slap. This time, the other half of Angeline's face swelled up like a pig's head. Even 2 of his back teeth had been knocked out. But Angeline dared not utter a word, only gazing at Bai Jing with a look of grievance. After finishing with Angeline, Bai Jing's sharp gaze turned to the student beside her. Shut up! Mr. Jiang Ning is a distinguished guest I personally received. How could I have mistaken him? If any of you dare to slander Mr. Jiang Ning, don't blame the Bai family for disregarding the laws of the Holy Tower. With that, she finished speaking. Bai Jing once again respectfully presented the golden card to Jiang Ning with both hands. If you do not forgive me, I will kneel here forever. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, feeling deeply moved. No wonder you're from a distinguished family. The effort put into saving face was excessive, and the emotional value provided was flawless. But he couldn't possibly let Bai Jing, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, remain kneeling like that. Since she gave him an out, he naturally had to take it. Otherwise, he'd only end up dying a miserable death. Ha, Miss Bai, what are you saying? It's no trouble at all. It's all just a small matter. Jiang Ning took the gold membership card from Bai Jing and smiled, saying, however, the number on this gold card is too high. When Miss Bai returns to the second dimension, please have another one issued for me. Yes. Seeing that Jiang Ning had accepted the gold card, Bai Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless, Jiang Ning had a 5th rank alchemist backing him. For no other reason than to befriend this 5th rank alchemist, everything she did today was worth it. Even in the second layer world, a 5th rank alchemist is a guest of honor at the major sects and noble families. Mr. Jiang Ning and Jilin, and the matter of these students offending you, please leave it to the subordinates to handle. I will definitely give you a satisfactory response. Could you please speak with me privately? I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Jiang Ning nodded. He felt this was just Bai Jing's polite refusal. And Jilin was after all a member of the Yin family, and the Yin family was one of the 5 major governing families of Luofeng Pavilion. Bai Jing was only a 3rd-generation disciple. Even if they were to deal with Jilin, it would only be a minor punishment. That was more than enough. Jiang Ning dared not think too much about it. After following Bai Jing out of the classroom, the two of them arrived at the end of the corridor. Not far away, cultivators dressed in yellow maple leaf robes were already stationed there, so there was no need to worry about anyone approaching. Miss Bai Jing, what do you wish to discuss with me? Jiang Ning was puzzled. He didn't know that Bai Jing had come here specifically for him. Mr. Jiang Ning, I won't beat around the bush. I'll just say it straight. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. I wish to meet the great alchemist behind you. Ha? Jiang Ning was a bit confused. The alchemist behind him? Behind him, there was only a silhouette and a hammer-wielding master. If someone could back him up, he wouldn't have ended up like this. However, Jiang Ning was, after all, a time traveler. Although he has assimilated the original host's memories, some of them remain extremely vague. Additionally, some unexplained events did occur to the original host. This made Jiang Ning believe that the original host truly had some powerful figure backing him. Just as Jiang Ning was searching through the relevant memories, Bai Jing felt a chill run down her spine. She thought that the previous remark had offended Jiang Ning, or even the alchemy master behind him. After all, alchemists are one more arrogant than the next. Let alone a 5th rank alchemist. At this thought, Bai Jing hurriedly explained, Mr. Jiang Ning, I did not mean to offend you. It's just that I have a business matter to discuss with that alchemy master. At that moment, Jiang Ning had already searched through his memories. He finally understood. The original owner had no backing at all. It must be a misunderstanding on Bai Jing's part. So Jiang Ning hurriedly said, Miss Bai, I think you must have misunderstood something. I don't know any alchemist masters. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ning realized something. Isn't that exactly who he was? With the system in existence, is there any pill in this world he can't exchange for? As long as there were remnants or fragments, he could turn trash into treasure. Could it be that the Dan Dao master Bai Jing mentioned? Was it because of those few high-quality spirit-gathering pills from yesterday? Jiang Ning quickly picked up where he had left off, but I do know a pretty skilled alchemist. Bai Jing understood. It must be that the alchemist behind Jiang Ning is more low-key and doesn't like being called a master of the alchemy arts. So, Bai Jing quickly changed the subject. Then, Mr. Jiang Ning, you must be the disciple of that master, right? Would you be willing to introduce me? Rest assured, as compensation, the Bai family can agree to 3 conditions, including allowing you and your mother to live in the second layer world. Jiang Ning's heart trembled. To live in the second layer world? Isn't that exactly what he had always dreamed of? But where could he find someone to pretend to be a great master of the Dan Dao? After all, this isn't something an amateur could pull off without giving themselves away. He couldn't just tell Bai Jing that he was one, could he? Would Bai Jing believe him? However, Jiang Ning quickly came up with an idea. Miss Bai, if you have anything to discuss, please feel free to speak directly to me. As long as it concerns alchemy, I will take full responsibility. Take full responsibility? Bai Jing couldn't help but take a deep breath, her opinion of Jiang Ning rising several notches. It seems that Jiang Ning holds a special place in the heart of that alchemy master. Under no circumstances should we offend him. She silently resolved to be even more respectful toward Jiang Ning. Then this humble woman will speak directly to Mr. Jiang Ning. After thinking for a moment, Bai Jing spoke directly. I wish to request a breakthrough pill, a 4th grade breakthrough pill, the finest quality available. Breaking barrier pill? Jiang Ning was taken aback. This is quite a coincidence, isn't it? Chapter 12, Conditions. However, Jiang Ning did not immediately agree to Bai Jing's request. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "The highest quality breakthrough pill? The teacher could refine it, but Mr. Bai, you know that alchemists like my master won't act unless there's enough benefit." Since Bai Jing misunderstood that there was a great alchemist backing him, Jiang Ning decided to let the misunderstanding continue. This way, he would have another ace up his sleeve. As long as that mysterious master did not reveal himself, Luofeng Pavilion would regard him as an honored guest. As for Bai Jing, upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, she immediately understood their meaning. "Mr. Jiang Ning, I know the rules. If there's anything you need, just ask. Even if Luofeng Pavilion doesn't have it, I'll find a way to satisfy you, sir." "That's excellent." Jiang Ning nodded. "I will consult my teacher. Can I give you an answer tomorrow?" "Tomorrow?" Though a bit anxious, Bai Jing nodded and said, "Of course. Mr. Jiang Ning, please come directly to my Luofeng Pavilion tomorrow. Or, if you provide an address, I'll send someone to pick you up." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning furrowed his brows slightly. "Ms. Bai, the teacher doesn't like being disturbed by outsiders. Please don't cause trouble for yourself." Bai Jing's heart tightened. Though they claimed to be going to fetch Jiang Ning, their true intention was to determine the approximate location of that great alchemist. "If I could recruit him myself, it would be much safer than having Jiang Ning act as an intermediary. But I never expected that my little scheme would be so easily seen through by Jiang Ning. Mr. Jiang Ning, it was I who offended you." Bai Jing bowed respectfully. "Then please come directly to my Luofeng Pavilion tomorrow." Jiang Ning glanced at Bai Jing indifferently before deciding to give this direct descendant of the Bai family a stern warning. "Mr. Bai, you are a smart person, don't do anything foolish. The master's abilities are not as simple as you imagine. Don't even mention the breakthrough pill, even the 6th grade mirror shattering pill, my teacher could refine with ease." "What? Even a 6th grade mirror breaking pill can be easily refined?" Although Bai Jing's expression remained calm, his mind was in turmoil. The rank of a pill refiner is determined by the grade of the pills they can refine. For example, a refiner who can only refine 5th grade is merely a 5th grade refiner. The same applies here. If that mysterious teacher in Jiangning can indeed refine a 6th grade breakthrough pill, then he is likely a 6th grade alchemist, or even a higher grade alchemist. 6th grade. There are no 6th grade alchemists in the entire 2nd layer world. Only the 3rd layer of the world has such legendary level existences. If one could cultivate a good relationship with such a high-ranking alchemist, then the control of Luofeng Pavilion might not be beyond my reach. At this thought, Bai Jing grew even more respectful. "Mr. Jiang Ning, Bai Jing has made a mistake." Seeing Bai Jing's respectful attitude, Jiang Ning waved his hand. "All right, you may all return to your respective places. After class, I will go to consult the teacher. As for whether the teacher is willing to help, that depends on his mood." "Yes." After Bai Jing and her people left respectfully, Jiang Ning returned to the classroom. At that moment, Jilin had already been taken away by Bai Jing's people, and the entire classroom was deathly quiet. When Jiang Ning entered, the students uncomfortably averted their gazes, meet Jiang Ning's eyes. "Boring." Jiang Ning stretched lazily and returned to his seat, beginning to silently calculate what conditions he would propose. Luofeng Pavilion was one of the largest chain pharmacies in the First World. Its headquarters is located in the Second World. The resources it controlled far surpassed those of the first layer. If he were to propose moving to the 2nd layer world, Luofeng Pavilion should not refuse. Moreover, Luofeng Pavilion is an endless treasure trove for Jiang Ning. Others need precious herbs, or even rare treasures, to refine pills. But Jiang Ning does not. All he needs are the leftovers that others discard. Let's decide on that. The first condition is that Luofeng Pavilion must take me to the 2nd world for cultivation. Jiang Ning had already made up his mind. As for the assessments of other sects, Jiang Ning had no intention of participating. Millions of students are competing for just a few spots. The pressure is too great. At his current level, he didn't have 100% confidence that he could outshine millions of peers. As for the second condition, Jiang Ning has already made up his mind. That is to obtain some remnants of the Nirvana pill from Luofeng Pavilion, or even expired pills that have lost their efficacy. As for why the residue, it's mainly because the Nirvana pill is too rare. As a 9th grade elixir, the Nirvana pill possesses the ability to reshape bones and tendons and reconnect spiritual meridians. Moreover, its effects are effective for practitioners of any cultivation level. For those with severe injuries such as shattered shin bones, or those who have lost their spiritual veins, this pill is like a second chance at life. According to Jiang Ning's knowledge, the price of a single Nirvana pill is around 10 million. Even if the Luofeng Pavilion were to bring out 10 million sacred scrolls, it would still be a significant sacrifice. However, the remnants of the elixir or those that have lost their potency are a different matter. Those are just trash, no one wants them. Bai Jing has said that as long as Jiang Ning can facilitate this collaboration, she will agree to 3 of his conditions. 2 have already been decided. The remaining one, however, Jiang Ning simply has no idea what to ask for. If the system can turn pills into something valuable, then can it also do the same for spiritual artifacts? At that thought, he noticed the time was almost up. The system's abilities had cooled down, so Jiang Ning summoned it. After asking his question, he didn't receive a response from the system. The system simply stated that all waste could be transformed into something valuable. If that's the case, maybe I could try it on a spiritual artifact. There were also corresponding alchemy classes at school, but the system's skills could only be used once a day. Jiang Ning decided to focus on obtaining the barrier-breaking pill first. With that thought, Jiang Ning took out the barrier-breaking pill and activated the system. System, activate the turn waste into treasure function. Soon, Jiang Ning heard the system's prompt in his mind. Detected a 4th grade pill, remnants of the breakthrough pill. The system is absorbing. Absorption complete, trash to treasure function activated. Please wait 1 hour, host. HM? Jiang Ning was slightly taken aback. Last time, the spirit gathering pill only took half an hour, but this barrier breaking pill actually requires an hour. Could it be that the higher the quality of the pill, the longer the waiting time? Fortunately, an hour isn't too long, and the time passed quickly. Ding! Jiang Ning heard the system prompt sound in his mind once again. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 4th grade barrier breaking pills. The corresponding rewards have been stored in the system warehouse. The host may retrieve them at any time. Jiang Ning was taken aback once more. Only 5? Aren't there supposed to be 10 spirit gathering pills? Or does the grade of the pills also affect the final number obtained? Just as Jiang Ning was deep in thought, a gloomy voice drifted in from outside the classroom. Jiang Ning, come to my office. Chapter 13, The First Signs. Jiang Ning looked up and saw Principal Chow standing at the door with a grim expression. His emotionless eyes were somewhat unsettling. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows, unsure why Principal Chow always seemed to have it out with him. He didn't want to engage, but since this was still school, Jiang Ning reluctantly stood up and left the classroom. Upon arriving at the dean's office, Principal Chow sat down on the sofa with a blank expression. Jiang Ning had also intended to sit down, but was met with a sharp rebuke from Principal Chow. Who told you to sit there? You have no manners. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows and glared at Director Chow, saying, Director Chow, you called me here just to show off your authority, didn't you? Director Chow gave a cold smile and glanced up and down at Jiang Ning. I didn't expect you to have some connection with Bai Jing, the young lady from Luofeng Pavilion. The incident that occurred in Class F had already been reported to Chao Zhirong by the students. The fact that Jiang Ning could be connected to Luofeng Pavilion also surprised Director Chow. Back then, the investigation had been thorough, and Jiang Ning had no background at all. The former principal had some gaps in his memory. Jiang Ning was a bit confused by Principal Chow's words. Principal Chow, what connection do I have with anyone? Isn't this outside the school's jurisdiction? Yes, it's not within the school's jurisdiction. Director Chow nodded slightly and said with a flickering gaze, the teacher is just worried you might stray off the right path again. The reputation of Luofeng Pavilion isn't very good. They not only control several types of cultivation loans but have also sold expired elixirs to the public. Don't act impulsively and take out another loan. Otherwise, even your teacher won't be able to help you. Help me? Jiang Ning sneered inwardly. But an alarm bell rang in his mind. This Chow director is clearly up to something. He seemed to be very concerned about whether I had any connection to Luofeng Pavilion. Given the unclear situation, Jiang Ning didn't want to cause a scene, so he made an excuse and said, Oh, thank you for your concern, Director Chow. With my current qualifications, I couldn't possibly qualify for any cultivation loans anyway. My body is already pledged as collateral. Previous loans had already pledged all of Jiang Ning's organs as collateral. It's just like being an undocumented immigrant in my previous life. I can't even take out a loan now. Then why did Luofeng Pavilion come looking for you? Director Chow persisted in asking. I previously purchased some elixirs from Luofeng Pavilion and reached their membership level. Mr. Bai is here to deliver my membership card. Upon hearing this, Director Chow nodded skeptically. It's quite a hassle for Miss Bai Jing to personally deliver the membership card to you. After speaking, Director Chow remained motionless, staring at Jiang Ning. It seemed as though he was trying to discern something from Jiang Ning's expression. But he was disappointed. Jiang Ning simply looked puzzled and said, as the manager of Baishan District, isn't this just part of her job? What's so hard about that? Director Chow was taken aback. Don't you know Miss Bai Jing's status? Isn't she just the manager of the White Mountain District? What's so special about that? Seeing that Jiang Ning didn't want to lie, Chow smiled. Alright, since there's no loan, that's a good thing. You can go back to your class now. Jiang Ning nodded. Alright, Director Chow. After Jiang Ning left, Director Chow lowered his head and paced back and forth in the office. Moments later, as if he had made up his mind, he pulled out an old-fashioned cell phone from the drawer. He then reached under the desk leg and pulled out a SIM card. After looking around to make sure no one was eavesdropping, he dialed a number with practiced ease. Soon, a voice on the other end sounded impatient. Chao Jinquan, didn't I tell you not to contact me during this period? The sect is investigating closely. Do you want to die? I don't want to die. Listening to the angry voice on the other end, Director Chao gave a cold smile but still spoke in a respectful tone. Senior Chi, there's been a change in plans. Could you please contact that senior official? I need to report this to him in person. On the other end of the line, the man named Elder Chi snorted coldly and said, the senior is a direct disciple of our sect. He is currently competing for the position of Holy Son. He doesn't have time to meet you. If there's anything, just tell me. What? Upon hearing the contents of the call, Director Chao's body tensed instantly and his breathing became rapid. Elder Chi, are you saying that the master has already begun competing for the position of Holy Son? Does that mean the plan has succeeded? That's correct. Elder Chi gave a cold laugh. The Noble One has already launched an assault on the Holy Tower's secret realm. Yet this so-called Holy Son still dares to rely on the barrier-breaking pill to break through the secret realm. How laughable. The barrier-breaking pill isn't something that can be refined on a whim. Even if he had the barrier-breaking pill, the Noble One has already the holy-grade heavenly spirit root. Destroying the Holy Son would be as easy as crushing an ant. Therefore, no matter how urgent the matter, nothing is more important than the Lord's bid for the Holy Son's position. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Director Chao collapsed onto the sofa, letting out a long sigh of relief, as if he had finally shed a long-standing burden. Good. Good. As long as the Master secures the position of Holy Son, the White Mountain sect will be ours, and what have we to fear? I've also heard about the sect's recruitment for the breakthrough pill, but is that pill really that easy to refine? Even if someone in this world could refine it, it would be too late. A normal breakthrough pill requires 77 days of refinement. Let alone a breakthrough pill capable of breaching the Holy Tower's secret realm. Without 2 or 3 months, it simply cannot be refined. By then, the person in question would have already emerged from the secret realm and replaced the current Saint Sun. At the thought of this, Director Chao's worries vanished instantly. By the way, you haven't mentioned what you need to report to the Elder. Hurry up and tell me. The sect might notice me soon. Well, actually, there's nothing much. It's just that the background of a container we found earlier doesn't match our investigation. The background of the container? Upon hearing this, Elder Chi dismissed it with a wave of his hand. It's just a container. What could possibly go wrong? Besides, the elders have already extracted all the easily obtainable celestial roots. They're useless now. There's no need to bother the master over such trivial matters. Director Chao, upon hearing this, hurriedly nodded and said, yes, I understand. Let's hang up. Until the master succeeds, we should keep our distance. The sect has been investigating relentlessly, especially the Holy Son's lineage. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Director Chao quickly removed the SIM card. A ball of flame then appeared in his palm, reducing the SIM card to ashes. After completing all this, Director Chao stood up with his hands behind his back. The boss is almost there. After enduring all these years, I, Chao Jinquan, am finally about to break through. An outer sect elder? Sorry, from now on, I am the enforcement elder of the White Mountain sect. Chapter 14, Who is the Real Power? Jiang Ning always felt that Chao Jinquan had ulterior motives, but he had no evidence. What exactly is the missing memory of the original host? Jiang Ning frowned. He couldn't shake the feeling that the missing memory was crucial. But he just couldn't remember. Never mind, dwelling on this won't help. Let's focus on getting the breakthrough pill from Luofeng Pavilion first. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ning didn't return to class but instead walked out of the school. In this world, students were very free and didn't have to stay in school all the time. After all, cultivation also involves cultivating the mind. Cultivating the mind naturally requires immersing oneself in the bustling world and experiencing the 7 emotions and 6 desires. After leaving the school, Jiang Ning checked into a room at a relatively secluded hotel. He then summoned the system, and a prompt sounded in his mind. Current detection, recyclable items residue from the barrier breaking pill. Barrier breaking pill, a 4th grade elixir, a rare material required for certain arrays, capable of breaking seals in secret realms. Would the host like to recycle and turn waste into treasure? Note, current system level is 1, recycling ratio is 1:10. Recycle the current barrier breaking pill residue to obtain 10 top grade barrier breaking pills. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ning chose to exchange. Congratulations, host. Recycling was successful, and you have obtained 10 premium breakthrough pills. The reward has been sent to the system warehouse. The host can retrieve it at any time. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Jiang Ning eagerly selected withdrawal. Soon, 10 perfectly round and smooth pills, emitting a faint blue glow, appeared in Jiang Ning's hands. Sure enough, the quality of the pills obtained through each exchange was the best among pills of the same grade. The 10 breakthrough pills in his hands were no longer ordinary 5th grade pills in terms of quality. Jiang Ning was extremely satisfied. The Luofeng Pavilion probably wouldn't be able to obtain 10 break barrier pills. 5 should be enough, right? Looking at the pills in his hand, Jiang Ning furrowed his brows slightly. Bai Jing hadn't specified how many break barrier pills were needed, but considering their function, Jiang Ning felt the demand should be quite high. However, a single alchemist could only produce a few pills in a single furnace. Some might not even produce 5 pills in a single furnace. Giving the Luofeng Pavilion 5 should be enough. The remaining 5, Jiang Ning planned to sell, as he was still in debt from his cultivation loans. However, he couldn't sell them to Luofeng Pavilion this time. Moreover, he couldn't appear in his current student guise. With that thought, Jiang Ning stepped out of the hotel. He planned to buy some equipment and dress up, at least so that others wouldn't recognize him easily. In his previous life, Jiang Ning had read many novels where the male protagonists would disguise themselves when doing something they couldn't reveal. An hour later, Jiang Ning stepped out of the hotel. At that moment, Jiang Ning was certain that even if his mother, Wang Lan, were standing right in front of him, she wouldn't recognize him easily. His once youthful appearance had transformed into that of a middle-aged man. Besides the thick beard covering his face, there was also a gruesome scar on his face. Even his physique had undergone some changes. His once straight posture now appeared slightly hunched, and his overall demeanor had taken on the air of a downtrodden, disheveled middle-aged man. In Baishan district, besides Luofeng Pavilion, a relatively large chain of alchemy pill shops, there was another alchemy pill shop named Shixing Hall, which had a decent reputation. Unlike Luofeng Pavilion, Shixing Hall is a local merchant in Baishan district, and its chain stores can only be found within the district. According to rumors, the 7-star hall is backed by the holy son of the Baishan sect, who is at the foundation establishment realm. As for whether this is true or not, Jiang Ning cannot confirm it. However, even with the Baishan sect as its backing, the business scale of the 7-star hall is still a notch below that of the Luofeng Pavilion. Nevertheless, Jiang Ning had no choice but to sell his pills at the 7-star hall. 5 pills of such poor quality, each costing nearly $1 million, are all he has. Other small shops couldn't even come up with that many sacred scrolls at once. The shops of Luofeng Pavilion and the 7-star hall were not far apart. Upon arriving at the location, Jiang Ning was stunned to discover the once bustling Luofeng Pavilion was now deserted. On the contrary, the 7-star hall, which had always been struggling, was now crowded with people. No, these aren't customers. After observing for a while, Jiang Ning noticed that the people gathered outside the 7-star hall all looked down on others, with arrogant expressions on their faces. Even when they encountered someone they knew, they merely nodded in acknowledgement. What's going on? Jiang Ning took a deep breath, stepped closer, and finally overheard a conversation between 2 people whispering nearby, learning some useful information. Wow, this is the first time in my life I've seen so many alchemists. Yeah, these alchemists who used to be so arrogant are now willingly lining up here. Oof, that's because you don't know. These alchemists are all here to submit their breakthrough pills to the 7-star hall. Breaking barrier pills? What's the use of that? Besides breaking some seals, it doesn't have much use, does it? You don't know, do you? It's said that a direct disciple of the White Mountain sect has broken through to the foundation establishment stage and is now challenging the position of Holy Sun. In places like our first layer world, we're all under the control of the sects from the upper realms. To become a Holy Sun, you need the approval of the sects above. Therefore, to select the true genius without causing any friction, the Holy Tower authorities have set up a secret realm. Whoever emerges first from the secret realm will be crowned the Holy Sun. This secret realm is filled with countless restrictions, and breaking through these restrictions naturally requires the use of barrier-breaking pills. Yesterday, the White Mountain sect announced that whoever could produce a barrier-breaking pill that meets the requirements would become an honorary guest of the White Mountain sect. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Ning took a deep breath. He never expected there to be such a complicated story behind it. 2 disciples of the White Mountain sect were competing for the position of Holy Sun, so they needed the barrier-breaking pill? That means I can demand a higher price now? Jiang Ning believed it. In this realm, no alchemist had yet mastered the art of crafting a barrier-breaking pill that surpassed the system. However, Jiang Ning hesitated. Should he give the breakthrough pill to Bai Jing or directly hand it over to the Holy Son of the White Mountain sect? You must know. The Holy Son of the Baishan sect is rewarded with the position of a guest scholar in the sect. Not only does he receive a fixed monthly salary, but he also gets a residence. Moreover, direct relatives would be under the protection of the Baishan sect for life. Jiang Ning was tempted. But he had already promised Bai Jing. If he broke his word, wouldn't he be offending the Luofeng Pavilion? What a fool I am. No matter how powerful the Baishan sect is, it's still just a sect from the first layer of the world. Behind the Luofeng Pavilion lies the Bai family of the second layer of the world. If Bai Jing could control the Bai family, crushing the Baishan sect would be as easy as stepping on an ant. Jiang Ning laughed. He laughed at his own stupidity. He was still dwelling on such trivial matters. Who is the real power behind the scenes? Isn't that obvious? Moreover, Jiang Ning had gradually formed an incomplete plan in his mind. Just thinking about this plan made Jiang Ning feel a surge of heat throughout his body, his blood boiling. Chapter 15: The Whereabouts of the Nirvana Pill. The next morning, Jiang Ning arrived at Luofeng Pavilion with the breakthrough pill and met Bai Jing in the VIP room. Mr. Jiang Ning, may I ask if the senior is willing to agree to refine thee? Jiang Ning didn't rush to answer. Instead, he sat down casually on the sofa, picked up the spiritual tea beside him, and took a sip. Mr. Bai, you're being a bit unfair. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly bowed and asked, please enlighten me, Mr. Jiang Ning. Bai Jing didn't know where she had gone wrong. She had already shown the proper attitude. Jiang Ning pursed his lips and asked, let me ask you this, is this breakthrough pill for Luofeng Pavilion, or for the White Mountain sect? Bai Jing was taken aback for a moment and hurriedly replied, of course it's for the White Mountain sect. Such a matter couldn't possibly be kept secret. Bai Jing dared not hide anything. Jiang Ning nodded. If Bai Jing had said it was for the Luofeng Pavilion, he would have turned and left without hesitation. Mr. Bai, are you seeking the support of the White Mountain sect to vie for control of the Luofeng Pavilion? Jiang Ning smiled at Bai Jing. Is that it? Bai Jing clenched her teeth but still didn't hide the truth. Indeed, Mr. Jiang Ning. The holy son of the Baishan sect is a rare genius in the first layer of the world. If we can make him owe us a favor, it will be advantageous for us in the future. After a pause, Bai Jing said, Mr. Jiang Ning, are you planning to hand him over directly to the holy son of the Baishan sect? That is only natural. The benefits offered by the Baishan sect are too great. No one would refuse the position of a guest scholar. After all, this is the first layer of the world, the White Mountain sect's home turf. Not so. Jiang Ning shook his head. The benefits offered by the White Mountain sect are nothing to my master. If he were to desire them, he could easily obtain not just this world, but even the position of elder in his sect of the third or fourth layer worlds. Since he had decided to help Bai Jing, Jiang Ning also planned to use the Baishan sect as a banner to gain support first. In this world, to gain respect, one must have the corresponding background and abilities. Jiang Ning had no background. But he had the system, which allowed him to fabricate a mysterious and powerful background at will. Bai Jing didn't doubt Jiang Ning's words. After all, someone who could refine a 6th grade elixir was a master of alchemy and would be respected wherever he went. So, what does Mr. Jiang Ning mean? But Bai Jing couldn't understand why Jiang Ning was saying all this. Could it be that the person behind Jiang Ning is planning to support him in his bid for power? At the thought of this possibility, Bai Jing's eyes grew fiery. Mr. Bai is a smart man, I'll just say it straight. Jiang Ning smiled and a blue glow flashed in his hand, revealing 5 breakthrough pills. The teacher said that if Mr. Bai wants to vie for the position of leader, he should go for it without holding back. The moment the barrier-breaking pills appeared, powerful spiritual energy filled the entire VIP room. Bai Jing's eyes widened in shock. 5 breakthrough pills? Their quality was still so exceptional. The mysterious teacher behind Jiang Ning is truly terrifying. Mr. Jiang Ning, this. Bai Jing was so excited she couldn't speak. These were refined by the teacher yesterday. Jiang Ning smiled slightly and tossed the 5 pills toward Bai Jing. Such simple pills? The teacher can refine them with a flick of his finger. With a flick of the fingers? Bai Jing couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The higher a pill refiner's rank, the easier it is for them to refine lower grade pills. For example, a 5th grade alchemist could effortlessly refine a 1st grade fasting pill. However, at the 5th rank level, few alchemists would deign to lower themselves to refine 1st rank pills. First, it's not profitable, and second, it's beneath their dignity. Bai Jing couldn't even imagine it. An alchemist who can casually refine a 4th grade breakthrough pill and do so with such skill. What level of mastery must that person have achieved? 8th rank? 9th grade? Or perhaps the legendary Dan Saint? Regardless of the situation, Jiang Ning and the mysterious teacher behind him had already risen to an absurdly high status in Bai Jing's heart. Thank you, Mr. Jiang Ning. Bai Jing's tone was even more respectful than before. At the same time, Bai Jing's heart was filled with confidence. With such a powerful figure supporting her, why not strive for the position of head of the Bai family? The teacher said there was no need to be so formal. Jiang Ning waved his hand, but then remembered that Bai manager had mentioned 3 conditions he must agree to. After putting away the pills, Bai Jing hurriedly said, Mr. Jiang Ning, I naturally remember. Please feel free to state your requirements. Conditions. Jiang Ning had already thought it through. The first condition is. Jiang Ning paused for a moment, then said, rather than saying my requirements, it's more accurate to say they are the teacher's requirements. Recently, the professor has been researching the Nirvana pill and wants to try refining it for fun. I wonder if Mr. Bai can find any remnants of the Nirvana pill or even discarded pills. Nirvana pill? He actually plans to refine the Nirvana pill? Bai Jing sucked in a cold breath. The Nirvana pill is a 9th grade elixir. His cultivation level might have reached the 9th rank, or even the sacred rank. Regarding Jiang Ning's request for the remnants of the pill, Bai Jing was not the least bit surprised. Some alchemists, when refining a pill they are not skilled in, will seek out a finished pill to study. However, if the pill is too precious, they would instead use residues or defective pills for research. For a 9 grade like the breakthrough, which is worth millions, most alchemists can only afford to buy residues or defective for research. Mr. Jiangning, please wait a moment. Bai Jing took a deep breath. A 9th grade elixir is rare even in the 3rd or 4th layers of the world, let alone the 1st layer. Moreover, in this current world, alchemists capable of refining a 9th grade nirvana pill are few and far between. Although there are 1 or 2 nirvana pills circulating in the market, such a $1 million pill is rarely affordable. So forget about defective pills, even the remnants are hard to come by. Bai Jing would have to ask around through connections before she could give Jiang Ning an answer. Half an hour later, Bai Jing returned to the VIP room with an excited expression. Mr. Jiang Ning, good news. In the Holy Tower auction house of the 4th dimension, there will be an auction for a discarded nirvana pill in 2 days. I have already sent someone to bid on it. It will be handed over to Mr. Jiang Ning at that time. Auctioning a discarded pill? Jiang Ning paused for a moment before quickly catching on. A waste pill is useless to ordinary people, but for alchemists, it is a treasure. After all, they can extract lessons from failed attempts, which can save a lot of materials for a pill refiner. That's a fortune in sacred scrolls. Then we'll have to trouble Mr. Bai. Jiang Ning smiled faintly. In 2 more days, he would be able to restore his meridians and reconstitute his spiritual roots. Let's discuss the second condition then. Jiang Ning smiled. Could Mr. Bai find a broken spiritual artifact? The higher the grade, the better, even fragments would do. A broken spirit artifact? Bai Jing blinked. The higher the grade, the better? Fragments are acceptable? Chapter 16, Fragments of Earth Rank Spirit Artifacts. That's easy. But I wonder what grade of spirit artifact fragment Mr. Jiang Ning is looking for. Unlike, once a spiritual artifact is damaged to a certain extent, it can no longer be used. Therefore, spirit artifact fragments are the least valuable items and are typically treated as scrap. What grade? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. The grades of spiritual artifacts are similar to those of spiritual roots. The lowest grade is the yellow grade spiritual artifact, followed by the Xian grade, D grade, and Tian grade. Above that are the supreme grade and sacred grade artifacts. Heaven grade spiritual artifacts are already extremely rare in the world, let alone the supreme and sacred grades above them. As for spiritual artifacts above the holy grade, with Jiang Ning's current knowledge, he was still unable to comprehend them. Even Bai Jing has never heard of them. When it came to spiritual artifacts, Jiang Ning dared not hope for anything too good, so he spoke up. The grade doesn't matter if it's Xian grade, that would be best. Xian grade? Bai Jing sighed in relief. She had thought Jiang Ning was asking for fragments of a heavenly rank spiritual artifact. That thing, though, isn't worth much. But it's also extremely difficult to find. A heaven rank spiritual artifact is already considered a treasured artifact of a major sect, and it's highly unlikely to be shattered. Unless it was a clan annihilating battle. But in recent years, under the management of the Holy Tower, such wars have been rare. Mr. Jiangning, I happen to have a fragment of an Earth-tier spiritual artifact. I had originally planned to present it to my father so he could collect materials to restore it. Since Mr. Jiangning needs it, I will gladly present it to you. As he finished speaking, a glow flickered in Bai Jing's hand and a sword hilt appeared in her grasp. Is this the Earth-grade spiritual artifact? Jiang Ning was stunned. The sword hilt looked completely ordinary. Even if it were thrown into a trash heap, no one would notice it. Not only was there no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations, but it was just a sword hilt. To restore it, it would likely require a vast amount of rare and precious materials. The value of its damage alone might be enough to buy a new Earth-grade spiritual artifact. Mr. Jiangning, this sword is called Breaking the Void, and it was the lifebound treasure of a Yuanling stage cultivator. However, the Yuanling stage cultivator who owned it committed a grave sin and was hunted down by the Holy Tower authorities. After his death, this lifebound treasure was reduced to just a sword hilt. This was purchased by me for 1 million sacred scrolls. With another 1,000,000 sacred scrolls, it could be restored. Once restored, though it won't reach the peak of the Earth-grade realm, it will still be on par with an ordinary Earth-grade spiritual artifact. Spiritual artifacts have 3 minor realms in addition to the major realms. They are ordinary, premium, and the best peak. As the lifebound spiritual artifact of a Yuanling cultivator, the complete breakthrough sword should be a premium Earth-tier spiritual artifact. However, repairing it will lower its rank. This thing is pretty good. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. I never expected a fragment of an Earth-tier spiritual artifact to be worth 1,000,000 sacred scrolls. Then a complete Earth-grade spiritual artifact would be worth over 5 million, wouldn't it? If we could turn it into 10 usable items. Wouldn't that be a fortune? Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Ning accepted the hilt of the broken sky sword. With that, he thanked Mr. Bai. This was all promised to Mr. Jiang Ning. Why thank me? After speaking, Bai Jing looked at Jiang Ning again. I wonder what Mr. Jiang Ning's third condition is. The third condition. Jiang Ning had originally planned to have Bai Jing take her and her mother Wang Lan to live in the second world. But now Bai Jing must participate in the Bai family's struggle for the throne. Going to the second layer world under these circumstances might involve her in the conflict. Therefore, Jiang Ning decided to wait until Bai Jing emerges victorious in the succession struggle before revealing the third condition. That would be the safest course of action. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ning said, as for the third request, I haven't decided yet, so let's leave it blank for now. When the time comes, I'll tell Mr. Bai later. That's fine too. Bai Jing was worried that Jiang Ning might disappear after making all three demands. Now that one condition remains unmentioned, it gives both parties an opportunity to interact more. Jiang Ning was secondary. The most important thing is the great alchemist behind Jiang Ning. Since the matter has been resolved, I shall take my leave. Having said that, Jiang Ning prepared to stand up and leave. Bai Jing hurriedly said, Sir, please wait. Is there something else? Originally, the Holy Son of Baishan sect had planned to attempt the Holy Tower's secret realm in a month, but with the barrier-breaking pill provided by Mr. Jiang Ning, this date may have to be moved up. Mr. Jiang Ning, would you be interested in entering the secret realm? Enter the secret realm? Isn't that a suicide mission? Jiang Ning shook his head. His cultivation was completely ruined, his meridian severed, and he couldn't even defeat an ordinary person. Sending him to the secret realm is tantamount to suicide. Forget the secret realm, I'm not interested. Bai Jing, seeing this, said reluctantly, Mr. Jiang Ning, it is said that the secret realm contains a legendary holy tier spiritual root. Aren't you going to try to obtain it? If Mr. Jiang Ning is interested, I, Bai Jing, will do my utmost to assist you. A saint tier spiritual root? Jiang Ning, who was about to leave, stopped and turned to look at Bai Jing. Ms. Bai, that thing is probably what the Holy Sun is seeking, isn't it? If you help me obtain the spiritual root, aren't you afraid the Holy Sun will have objections? Bai Jing smiled slightly and said, Mr. Jiang Ning, you are unaware of the situation. What the Holy Son of the White Mountain sect cares about isn't some holy rank spirit root. He doesn't care about a holy tier spiritual root? Then what does he care about? Could it be that he is after the position of Holy Sun? Bai Jing nodded. That's right. The world only knows that the Holy Sun is a heavenly ranked spiritual root, but as the Holy Son of a sect, how could he reveal all his true strength before everyone? Jiang Ning stared blankly for a moment before quickly coming to his senses. Emotions. This Holy Sun is a seasoned veteran. Playing the fool to catch the wise? However, in that case, the Holy Realm spiritual root would indeed be useless to the Holy Son of Baishan sect. If it were given to me. Jiang Ning felt a bit tempted. Even with the Nirvana pill, whether he could condense a holy tier spiritual root was still uncertain. But if he had a complete holy rank spirit root, even just a fragment, he could use the system's functions to help himself condense a holy rank spirit root. Jiang Ning was still a bit hesitant. The secret realm itself was fraught with countless dangers, let alone the cultivators who ventured inside. The slightest carelessness could lead to one's demise. Even with Bai Jing's help, this journey was a suicide mission. Damn it, fortune favors the bold, let's give it a shot. Anyway, the secret realm won't open for a while. Once I finish the Nirvana pill in a couple of days and get the Earth-grade spiritual artifact, I, Jiang Ning, might just have a fighting chance. In this world, if you want to live comfortably, you must put your life on the line. If you hesitate and play it safe, you'll spend your entire life struggling in the lower realms. Since Manager Bai is willing to lend a helping hand, I'll go to the secret realm and give it my all. At that moment, Jiang Ning was filled with battle intent. However, I hope Mr. Bai can speed up the matter of the Nirvana pill. You know that I am nothing but a now. Bai Jing had already speculated on the effects of the Nirvana pill. Jiang Ning's case of having his celestial root extracted was thoroughly investigated by Bai Jing. Now that the alchemy master wishes to refine the Nirvana pill, it is likely to restore Jiang Ning's spiritual root and allow him to resume his cultivation journey. Since Jiang Ning is involved in her own succession struggle, Bai Jing dares not take this lightly. She immediately bowed and said, in 2 days, Mr. Jiang Ning may come to collect it. Jiang Ning nodded. I must return to make preparations as well. I will come again in 2 days. Chapter 17, It's not that simple. After leaving Luofeng Pavilion, Jiang Ning did not return to school. Staying there would serve no purpose, and there was even a risk of exposing the system. Anyway, he wasn't short on money, so Jiang Ning simply rented a room at a hotel. While waiting for the system's cooldown period to end, Jiang Ning took out the broken void sword given to him by Bai Jing. A primary artifact of a Yuanling cultivator, it didn't look particularly special. Playing with the broken hilt in his hand, Jiang Ning felt that this thing was just like a plastic toy from Earth. It looked rather cheap. Where was the aura of a low-grade spiritual artifact? According to Bai Jing, the broken void sword was once a premium-grade Earth-rank spiritual artifact. Even in a major sect, it would be considered a half-treasure of the sect. Once the cooldown period is over, I'll try exchanging it. Jiang Ning sighed. He didn't know if the system's turn trash into treasure feature would work on spiritual artifacts. He could only give it a try. After waiting for about half an hour, Jiang Ning estimated that the cooldown time had ended and quickly summoned the system. Ding, a suitable item for recycling has been detected, a damaged Earth-grade spiritual artifact. Would the host like to recycle it? It actually works? This is it. Another path to wealth. Jiang Ning eagerly selected recycle. The incomplete Earth-grade spiritual artifact has been recycled. Converting waste into treasure. Detected that the current system level is too low, and the item being exchanged is of a higher grade. The exchange rate will be adjusted accordingly. Do you accept? Exchange rate reduced? Jiang Ning was startled for a moment but quickly came to terms with it. After all, it was the life-bound spirit artifact of a Yuanling cultivator, and he was currently just a worthless with no cultivation base. The fact that the system even allowed the exchange was already a tremendous blessing. If it were still like before, where you could directly exchange for 10 points, then what is the point of cultivating at all? Though he felt a little disappointed, Jiang Ning still chose to accept. Ding, host has chosen to accept. The exchange ratio for this transaction is 1 to 5. The turn waste into treasure feature is now active. Please wait 10 hours. 10 hours? Jiang Ning took a deep breath. The time was a bit long, but it wasn't something he couldn't wait for. While Jiang Ning waited for the exchange, on the second floor of Luofeng Pavilion, in the top-tier VIP room, Bai Jing was engaged in lively conversation with a white-clad youth, simultaneously producing the barrier-breaking pills Jiang Ning had given him. Holy Son, I wonder if these 5 break barrier pills will meet your requirements? The Holy Son of the Baishan sect, Lu Hong, waved his hand and said, Miss Bai Jing, why are you being so kind to your junior? In front of outsiders, I am indeed the Holy Son, but in front of Miss Bai, I am merely a junior. As the Holy Son of a sect, and as the possessor of a sacred grade spiritual root, Lu Hong's words were already a humbling admission. Although the Luofeng Pavilion is backed by the Bai family of the second layer world, the current Bai Jing does not yet represent the Bai family. Bai Jing smiled faintly. Holy Son, you are truly humble. With your talent, which sect in the second layer world wouldn't be eager to have you? Why stay here at the tiny Bai Shan sect? Lu Hong did not take up this sensitive topic but instead took the break barrier pill from Bai Jing's hand. This barrier breaking pill. After examining the quality of the breaking barrier pill, Lu Hong couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Such quality could only be crafted by a 6th rank or higher alchemist. Sister Bai, has the Bai family produced a 6th rank alchemist? Bai Jing shook her head with a bitter smile. A 6th rank alchemist isn't something you can just produce on demand. Cultivating a single alchemist requires an enormous amount of resources. Even with the Bai family's assets, they have only managed to cultivate 1 5th rank alchemist and several 4th rank alchemists. To cultivate a 6th rank alchemist, the Bai family isn't qualified yet. What about the breakthrough pill? Bai Jing thought for a moment and decided to mention some of the matters concerning Jiang Ning. After listening, Lu Hong furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he raised his head and said, The Jiang Ning you mentioned, is he the Jiang Ning from the second highest cultivation academy under our Bai Mountain sect? Bai Jing did not deny it and nodded, that's exactly him. Him? Lu Hong's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the break barrier pill in his hand. Does Sister Bai know about the matter of Jiang Ning taking out a cultivation loan? This, Bai Jing naturally knew. After meeting Jiang Ning for the first time, Bai Jing had already investigated all of his affairs thoroughly. Does Sister Bai know why Jiang Ning became so deeply entangled in the cultivation loan? Bai Jing thought for a moment and replied, to become stronger? Stronger? Lu Hong shook his head and said, it's not that simple. Since you're one of us, I won't keep it from you. The person competing with me for the position of Holy Son is the one who started all of this. Not just Jiang Ning, across the entire first layer of the world, there are likely over 100 students who have faced the same fate as Jiang Ning. Bai Jing was puzzled and frowned at Lu Hong. The cultivation loan has been around for quite some time, yet that person became a direct disciple in just over a decade. How could he be connected to it? Lu Hong sighed, his expression growing even more somber. Then, he revealed a shocking piece of information to Bai Jing. They had been planning this for a long time, and there were more than one successful case. They had used the cultivation loan scam to lure cultivators into mortgaging their internal organs and their spiritual roots. Finally, they used exorbitant interest rates to force the borrowers to repay with their organs or spiritual artifacts. Bai Jing was confused and asked in puzzlement, as far as I know, many people only had the money to buy their spiritual roots after taking out the loans. Why would they use their spiritual roots as collateral? Lu Hong gave a cold laugh. Scams are all scams that come after brainwashing. They use an ancient text to disrupt the borrower's memories, making them believe that what is actually their own spiritual root is something they borrowed and purchased. Once these borrowers have cultivated their spiritual roots to a certain level, the scammers will come to collect, extracting the borrower's own spiritual roots under the pretext of repaying the debt. This time, Bai Jing understood, and cold sweat broke out on her back. You mean they use ancient secret techniques to disrupt the borrower's memories, making them believe their own spiritual roots are borrowed and purchased? In reality, they haven't paid anything, yet they can earn high interest fees while legally seizing others' spiritual roots? Exactly. Lu Hong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The number of victims is already in the hundreds. My younger disciple was one of them. He used the spiritual roots of over 100 people to condense his own sacred grade spiritual root. He thought he had hidden it well, but in truth, I had already uncovered everything and was waiting for him to take the bait. I also know some information about Jiang Ning. He is naturally endowed with a celestial spiritual root. After my junior disciple took it from him, he was completely ruined. I never expected to encounter such an opportunity. If the situation is truly as Sister Bai described, there might be a 9th rank alchemy master backing Jiang Ning. Then this matter might not be as simple as we thought. Chapter 18. What the heck is that noise? Are you saying that this might be connected to a higher realm? Bai Jing said solemnly. A world referred to as higher realms by her is far from the simplicity of the second or third realms. It was very likely connected to the 4th layer of the world. After all, only in the 4th layer of the world would one encounter cultivators at the Yuanling realm or even alchemists of the 6th rank or higher. I'm just speculating. Lu Hong spoke solemnly. After all, plundering others' spiritual roots is explicitly forbidden by the Holy Tower's official regulations. My junior disciple doesn't have the audacity to defy the Holy Tower's laws. The Holy Tower governs the entire Holy Tower world, with spies in every layer, even within each sect. If it weren't for a powerful being helping to cover it up, these matters would never have escaped the Holy Tower's official spies. There might even be some high-ranking officials from the Holy Tower involved. Sister Bai, just imagine. If my junior disciple is merely a vessel? Just a vessel? A sacred spiritual root as a vessel? Could it be? Bai Jing sucked in a sharp breath, her body trembling uncontrollably. If that were the case, then the one who orchestrated this must have been aiming to seize these sacred spiritual roots to condense even higher-level spiritual roots. What are higher-level spiritual roots? Bai Jing didn't know, and Lu Hong didn't know either. Such a thing had never appeared before and had never been heard of. It is beyond their comprehension. All of this is just my personal speculation. Lu Hong shuddered and dared not think further. If it were truly as speculated, the identity of the mastermind behind this scheme would be terrifying beyond belief. This matter must not be mentioned by anyone. Bai Jing's expression was more solemn than ever. Even the slightest leak would be a catastrophe for us. Lu Hong nodded in agreement. Should we inform Jiang Ning about this? Lu Hong asked instinctively. If Jiang Ning truly has a 9th rank alchemist backing him, he might just be the one to break the deadlock. A 9th rank alchemist. Even the official authorities of the Holy Tower dare not offend him lightly. After all, the power and connections such a great figure possesses are enough to give even the Holy Tower authorities a headache. Bai Jing pondered for a moment before shaking his head and saying, let's not tell him yet. If that person can refine the Nirvana pill, then telling him later won't matter. If one can refine the Nirvana pill, it means that the alchemist behind Jiang Ning must possess the strength of a 9th rank alchemist. Or even a legendary saint-grade alchemist. If that's the case, we should carefully plan our strategy and even have the qualifications to negotiate terms with the Holy Tower authorities. If they don't have 9th rank cultivation, even if it's just the peak of the 8th rank, in the eyes of the Holy Tower, it's no more than a slightly larger ant. Then there's no point in talking about it would only cause more trouble. Alright, leave the matter of the Nirvana pill to me. Lu Hong nodded and stood up, saying, 100 years ago, the sect master happened to use a Nirvana pill, which is now stored in the sect's treasure vault. Sister Bai doesn't need to go to the 4th layer of the world to participate in the auction. I'm afraid there won't be enough time. That's excellent. Bai Jing nodded. Just as the two were about to conclude their conversation, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed through the air. Immediately afterward, the surrounding buildings began to tremble uncontrollably. A powerful aura instantly enveloped the two of them. Caught off guard, both of them spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled to their knees on the ground. What an overwhelming aura! This pressure is no weaker than that of a spirit transformation cultivator. How is this possible? How could such a powerful being exist in a single layer of the world? The two exchanged glances, struggling under the mountain-like pressure, and stumbled forward, trying to see what was happening. But the mysterious pressure did not cease. Instead, it grew even stronger. Put! Boom! The two could no longer hold on, and another mouthful of blood spurted out. The Luofeng pavilion collapsed instantly. But that wasn't all. The vast White Mountain region was now shrouded in this overwhelming pressure, covering more than half of the area. Countless cultivators knelt on the ground in terror, their eyes filled with fear. Bai Shan sect. The sect's main hall. The mysterious White Mountain sect master, White Mountain, whose cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. At this moment, he looked utterly horrified, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Damn it, which cultivator at the spirit transformation stage has nothing better to do than come to this world to vent his anger? Quick, report to the Holy Tower authorities. Let them intervene on our behalf. This mysterious pressure continued for several minutes. Just as everyone was about to reach their limit and explode from the pressure, it mysteriously vanished. In the ruins of Luo Feng Pavilion, Bai Jing and Lu Hong, who had been subjected to the pressure, were already drenched in sweat and on the verge of collapse. Looking around at the ruins stretching for miles in every direction, the two stared at each other in disbelief. A storm was brewing. Lu Hong took a deep breath and swallowed hard. A world-level being had actually descended here. Bai Jing, however, looked puzzled. I think it might not be a Huatian-level cultivator. Not a divine transformation expert? Lu Hong looked at Bai Jing in confusion. Do you know the commotion caused by the emergence of a heavenly tier spiritual artifact? Heavenly tier spiritual artifact? You mean someone is refining a heavenly grade spiritual artifact in the first layer of the world? Lu Hong was utterly astonished. How is that possible? Forgers capable of crafting heaven tier spiritual artifacts are all protected by major sections. There's no need for them to come to the first layer of the world to forge them. This must be a violation of the official laws of the Holy Tower, right? Bai Jing shook her head. She stared intently at Lu Hong. What if it was forged by a wandering cultivator? A lone cultivator? Lu Hong jumped up in shock. Which family's independent cultivator could possibly forge a heaven-tier spiritual artifact? A forger capable of crafting a heaven-rank spiritual artifact must be a saint-grade forger. Such an existence is rare even among the official factions of the Holy Tower. How could it possibly be a lone cultivator? Countless major sects would be scrambling to recruit them. Moreover, forge masters of this caliber would always affiliate themselves with a major sect. After all, the emergence of each celestial-grade spiritual artifact causes a huge stir. If it were forged in the higher realms, it would likely attract the attention of enemies who would use the commotion to track them down. A major battle would be inevitable. However, if there is a sect to protect them, enemies would hesitate to act unless they were willing to provoke a sect-wide conflict. The most important point is, which wandering cultivator has the financial resources to reach the level of a saint-grade artifact forger? Refining chi is similar to refining pills. Without years of cultivation and the nourishment of rare treasures, it's simply impossible to reach the saint-grade level. Bai Jing sighed, for within this oppressive aura, she sensed a familiar presence. What familiar aura? The aura of the sky-splitting sword. The sword of the void? Lu Hong's eyes widened suddenly. Are you saying that behind Jiang Ning, there's not only a Dan Dao master, but even a saint-grade weapon forger? This. Just as Lu Hong and Bai Jing were questioning their existence. The hotel where Jiang Ning was staying. Amidst the ruins. Jiang Ning stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Recalling the previous commotion, Jiang Ning felt his whole body go weak. He never expected. The commotion caused by the emergence of 5 Earth-tier peak-level spiritual artifacts was so immense. Glancing at the countless unconscious people around him, Jiang Ning had only one thought in his mind. That was to get out of there as quickly as possible. Chapter 19, as expected, don't cultivate immortality if you're broke. Shortly after Jiang Ning left, a group of cultivators dressed in black robes arrived at the scene. These were the official enforcement team of the Holy Tower. They were responsible for patrolling and maintaining order across all layers of the world. Upon arriving at the scene, the leader cast a solemn glance at the spot where Jiang Ning had previously been. Judging by the extent of the destruction, it didn't seem to be the work of a Huatian-level powerhouse. If a Huatian-level cultivator were to release all their pressure, not to mention the area within a dozen miles, even the entire first layer of the world could collapse. If it wasn't a Huatian-level cultivator, then what else could it be? A member of the enforcement team asked in confusion, could it be that a heavenly ranked spirit artifact has emerged? The emergence of a heavenly ranked spiritual artifact would indeed cause such a commotion. But how could a heavenly ranked spirit artifact exist in the first layer of the world? The leader furrowed his brows, approached the center of the pressure, and picked up a fragment of building debris, examining it carefully. Among the residual fluctuations, there was a trace of the unique essence of a spirit artifact. Perhaps it truly is a heavenly ranked spirit artifact emerging into the world. What? A celestial grade spiritual artifact has emerged? Someone has forged a celestial tier spiritual artifact in the first layer of the world? The members of the enforcement team behind him heard this and all revealed expressions of shock. This matter is beyond our jurisdiction. We must report it immediately. The leader sighed and led the enforcement team members away from the scene. If someone is truly forging a heavenly ranked spirit artifact in the first layer world, that would mean the individual who has reached the level of a saint-grade artifact forger is merely a lone cultivator. If we could recruit them to serve the official authorities of the Holy Tower, each of us could receive a first-class merit award. Of course. Such a powerful being is beyond their reach, they might even lose their lives in the process. Therefore, they could only report it and let those above handle it. Shortly after the enforcement team left, Bai Jing and Lu Hong arrived at the scene with their men. Indeed, it's the aura of the Breaker's sword. Bai Jing sensed the lingering aura at the scene and said with a slightly solemn expression. If that's the case, there's truly a saint-tier weapon forger behind Jiangning? Lu Hong sucked in a sharp breath. A saint-grade weapon forger. They only exist in legends as legendary beings. And now one has actually descended into this world. There is also the presence of a suspected saint-tier alchemist. Could it be that this world holds some special significance? White sister, I feel that Jiangning's identity might not be as simple as it seems. If it were simple, there wouldn't be two saint-tier beings protecting him. As for why I don't suspect that the weapon forger and alchemist are the same person, the main reason is that the probability is too low. Although the two have many similarities, some alchemists do experiment with weapon forging. But mastering both to the level of a saint is virtually impossible. Whether it's alchemy or weapon forging. To reach the saint-grade realm, it's not enough to just have talent. It also requires an enormous amount of resources. Even a super large sect would need to exhaust hundreds of years of resources to cultivate a single alchemist or weapon forger of the sacred rank. It would deplete the sect's resources for over a century. The official authorities of the Holy Tower will undoubtedly take action as well, but no one can outpace us. Bai Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now, only she and Lu Hong knew that this matter was connected to Jiangning. As long as they can secure Jiangning first, those two saint-tier powerhouses will also stand behind them. Holy Son, regarding the Nirvana pill, please handle it as soon as possible. Lu Hong nodded solemnly. According to the original plan, even if he wanted to obtain the remnants of the Nirvana pill, he would need to submit an application to the White Mountain sect. Only after completing all the procedures would approval be granted. But now, Lu Hong no longer intended to follow the standard procedures. He plans to go directly to the treasure vault to retrieve the remnants of the Nirvana pill. As for how the sect will punish him once they find out, Lu Hong believes, as long as we can win over Jiangning and the two saint-level powerhouses behind him, the sect is too busy rewarding itself to punish anyone. With this thought in mind, Lu Hong no longer felt like staying any longer. He stood up and took his leave, saying, Sister Bai, I shall take my leave now. I will deliver the Nirvana pill first thing tomorrow morning. Alright. After Lu Hong left, Bai Jing looked at the ruins scattered everywhere and rubbed her temples in frustration. Although the buildings were destroyed, the pills in Luofeng Pavilion were protected by restrictions, so they were unharmed. At the same time, Jiangning had already returned home. His mother, Wang Lan, hadn't come home yet, and the house was dark. After lighting the lamp, Jiangning lay down on the bed, still shaken by what had happened. This was his first time exchanging such a high-grade item, and he never expected it to cause such a commotion. If he hadn't reacted quickly and stored everything in the system warehouse, the damage could have been even worse. Now, Jiangning dared not take out the broken void sword lightly. However, Jiangning had an idea in mind. Since the breaker sword possesses such immense power, in future battles, he could simply draw it and use its overwhelming pressure to render the opponent unable to move. If I act first, wouldn't I be invincible? But soon, Jiangning realized that this plan was too extravagant. Given the commotion earlier, he had already depleted most of the spiritual energy from 5 broken void swords. After all, he had no cultivation base, and activating a spiritual artifact required spiritual energy. Especially high-tier spiritual artifacts like the breaker swords. The amount of spiritual energy required was enormous. Since I cannot provide spiritual energy myself, I can only use the spiritual energy from the pills as a substitute. And within the pills, only the spiritual energy contained in high-grade spirit-gathering pills is the purest. Jiangning made a rough estimate. To activate a breaking void sword and unleash its full power, at least 10 high-grade spirit-gathering pills are required. 5 swords would require 50 pills. Each pill costs 10,000 sacred scrolls, totaling 50,000 sacred scrolls. Spending 50,000 holy scrolls on a single battle? Jiangning felt that this world must have gone mad. It seems that unless one can guarantee a small profit, one must never use the breaker sword lightly. The breaker of the void sword is now a peak earth tier spiritual artifact. 5 of them combined have power that is almost on par with heaven rank spiritual energy. Using just one is of little use. They must be used together. Money though it's not everything, without it, nothing can be done. Jiangning sighed. He finally understood why so many people were willing to take on huge interest payments and borrow money to cultivate immortality. Without money, how can one cultivate immortality? Just as Jiangning was deep in thought, his phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw a message from Bai Jing. Mr. Jiangning, the Nirvana pill will be ready tomorrow. You can come to collect it tomorrow. Ha? Jiangning was startled upon seeing the message. The Nirvana pill will arrive tomorrow? Does that mean he could restore his body and reconstitute his spiritual roots tomorrow? That night, Jiangning was so excited that he couldn't fall asleep. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, Jiangning rushed out the door and hurried toward the Luofeng Pavilion. However, when Jiangning arrived at Luofeng Pavilion, he was speechless. The once bustling commercial street had been reduced to a pile of rubble. What's going on? Looking at Bai Jing, who stood amidst the ruins with an expression that was hard to read, Jiang Ning timidly asked. Chapter 20, The Phoenix Rebirth Pill is obtained. Jiang Ning's words made Bai Jing both annoyed and amused. Why is this happening? Don't you know what's going on? If it weren't for the great alchemist behind you, would Luofeng Pavilion have ended up like this? Jiang Ning felt a bit embarrassed as well. He had already guessed that the commercial district turning into ruins was likely related to yesterday's commotion. Therefore, Jiang Ning's gaze shifted nervously. Mr. Bai, has the Nirvana pill arrived yet? Under Bai Jing's intense gaze, Jiang Ning just wanted to grab his things and leave immediately. Of course it's here. Bai Jing sighed, knowing that this wasn't Jiang Ning's fault, so she didn't stare at him anymore. Instead, she took out a box. This is the Nirvana pill once used by the patriarch of the Baishan sect. Take a look and see if it meets your requirements. Jiang Ning took it cautiously, opened the box, and found a single black pill lying quietly inside. The pill showed no signs of medicinal energy fluctuations. It should be correct, but I should ask the teacher. Jiang Ning didn't recognize the Nirvana pill, and since the system's abilities were still on cooldown, he couldn't provide an answer either. However, as long as it's the Nirvana pill, that's fine. Even if there's no potency left, it doesn't matter. Mr. Bai, since we've already obtained the item, I'll go find the teacher and have him take a look. Alright. After leaving Luofeng Pavilion, Jiang Ning found himself in a dilemma. Yesterday's alchemy session had already caused such a commotion, how much more so today with the Nirvana pill? The energy of the Nirvana pill surpasses that of a Earth-grade spiritual artifact. The commotion when it emerges might even surpass that of the Breaking Void Sword. Once was enough. If it happens again, the Holy Tower authorities would inevitably investigate thoroughly. If there were indeed two such extraordinary teachers, that would be one thing. But Jiang Ning doesn't have them. Damn it, I have no idea where to go to block out this noise. Jiang Ning was quite exasperated. However, soon, Jiang Ning had an idea. Just like in the novel, alchemists are affiliated with an organization called the Alchemists Association. Even in this world, there are branches of the Alchemy Association. The Alchemy Association provides alchemists with facilities for refining pills. Some registered alchemists could use the association's alchemy rooms for free by presenting their identity badges. Those still striving to become alchemists could use the alchemy rooms by paying a certain fee. Go to the alchemy chamber, it should be sealed off by the association's restrictions, so the noise shouldn't be heard. Jiang Ning felt excited and followed the route he remembered to the Alchemist Association's branch in the White Mountain District. Since Jiang Ning was not an alchemist, he had to pay to rent the use of the alchemy room. For Jiang Ning, anything that could be accomplished with money was no longer a problem. He spent 3,000 sacred scrolls to rent the highest grade alchemy room for a day and stepped inside. The alchemy room was sparsely furnished, containing nothing but an alchemy furnace and a bed. This is where the alchemist rests. After all, refining certain elixirs may require dozens of days, or even several months. Alchemists aren't made of iron, so they naturally need rest. Upon entering the alchemy room, Jiang Ning immediately lay down on the bed to rest. He hadn't slept well last night, and now that he had obtained the Nirvana pill, he could finally rest properly. Additionally, he would wait for the system functions to cool down. This nap. Jiang Ning had no idea how long he had slept. When he woke up again, the sky outside was already pitch black. And the system functions had also cooled down completely. Great! I'll finally have my own spiritual root. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and carefully took out the box, pulling out the Nirvana pill. System, exchange for the Nirvana pill. Soon, Jiang Ning heard the system's cold, mechanical voice echoing in his mind. Ding, the system has detected an item suitable for recycling, a Nirvana pill with diminished potency. Do you wish to recycle it and convert it into something useful? Jiang Ning chose recycling without hesitation. Recycling in progress. Please wait 20 hours. The current recycled item is too high tier. The exchange rate has been automatically adjusted. Exchange complete. The host will receive 3 Nirvana pills. 3? Jiang Ning was taken aback. Although he knew that Nirvana pills were more powerful than Earth-grade spiritual artifacts, he never expected them to be this powerful. Only 3 could be exchanged. Still, this isn't bad. 1 for personal use, 1 as a backup, and the remaining 1 could be auctioned off at the Luofeng Pavilion. Why auction it? Because high-grade pills like the Nirvana pill have a high demand. If sold directly, its value wouldn't reach its maximum. Only through auction can its maximum value be realized. However, the cooling time is quite long, taking 20 hours. Jiang Ning was getting a bit impatient. After extending his stay in the alchemy room for another day, Jiang Ning called his mother, Wang Lan. He explained that the assessment was imminent and he needed to stay outside to focus on his cultivation for a few days, so he wouldn't be returning just yet. After finishing all this, looking at the remaining sacred scrolls on his card, Jiang Ning sighed helplessly. Earlier, when he sold the high-grade spirit-gathering pills, he had obtained 100,000 sacred scrolls, which he had thought would be enough for a while. But now, after such a short time, the 10,000 sacred scrolls were already depleted. He needed to come up with more ways to make money. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. His only current means of making money was trading pills. However, the system only allows him to exchange a maximum of 10 pills at a time. 10,000 a day. It would take 5 days to save enough for a single battle. The pace of earning money was still too slow. If the system could be upgraded to increase the exchange rate, that would be ideal. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning quickly summoned the system and asked, "System, how can I upgrade?" The system is currently at level 1, with the highest exchange rate being 110. If I upgrade to level 2, would the exchange rate become 120? Quickly! The system's cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding, system upgrade requires certain prerequisites. After upgrading to level 2, the maximum exchange rate will increase to 1:100. What the heck is that? Level 2 is 1:100? Level 3 must be 1:1000. Jiang Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. It felt like countless sacred scrolls were raining down on him. However, the system says there's a prerequisite. I wonder what these prerequisites are. The prerequisite is extremely simple. The host simply needs to complete the Holy Tower path and enter a higher tier world to live there, and the system will upgrade. For example, if the host reaches the second layer of the world through the Holy Tower path, the system will upgrade to level 2. If the host reaches the third layer, it will upgrade to level 3. What the heck is that? Through the Holy Tower path? Jiang Ning's expression suddenly changed. The Holy Tower path, also known as the Path of Death. To enter a higher level world, cultivators must either be selected by a major sect or a prominent family, or break through the current world's level restrictions and be invited by the Holy Tower authorities to enter a higher realm. Or, they must carve out a bloody path through the Holy Tower path. It was a passageway connecting to the outer realms, where not only the so-called outer realm demons dwelled. There are also countless cultivators seeking to enter the higher realms for a better life. A single misstep there means certain death and the end of one's cultivation. Chapter 21, The Four Directions Tremble. He had thought that with the system, he could enter a higher world in the safest way possible. What Jiang Ning didn't expect was, the system upgrade actually required taking the path of the Holy Tower. This isn't a game, is it? Even an unparalleled genius with a celestial spiritual root wouldn't dare claim they could emerge unscathed from the Holy Tower path. Unless one possesses a sacred grade spiritual root, a super genius. But such geniuses would never attempt the sacred tower path to reach higher realms. Well, if you want to survive in this world, you have to take some risks, don't you? Jiang Ning had already accepted this reality. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. His body hasn't recovered yet, and his spiritual root hasn't been reformed. Thinking about these things would only add to his worries. As Jiang Ning waited for the exchange time. The first layer of the world. Central region. A tower exuding a sacred aura, solemn and majestic, stood at the center, resembling a pillar supporting the heavens and earth. From afar, countless cultivators could be seen flying in and out of it. These cultivators all wear uniform attire. This is the most authoritative official organization in the 9-layered world, the Holy Tower. As the governing body of the Holy Tower world, each layer of the world has a branch of the Holy Tower. Each branch is led by at least a cultivator at the Golden Core realm. The first layer is no exception. As the head of the first layer branch, Lu Mingquan holds the power of life and death over countless people. But recently, Lu Mingquan has grown increasingly anxious. Damn it, how could a saint-grade weapon forger exist in the first-tier world? How did the higher-ups allow such an existence to reach the first layer of the world? A saint-grade artifact forger. Their cultivation level is at least at the spirit transformation realm. They might even be above the spirit transformation stage. At this level of power, once they reach the first layer of the world, the ruler of that layer becomes nothing more than a figurehead. Power, money, and status, these things Lu Mingquan could care less about. But the order of the first layer of the world must not be disrupted. 1,000-mile die can collapse because of an ant's nest. Although the first layer world is the lowest realm, if its order is disrupted, the very foundation of the entire Holy Tower world would be compromised. It might even face the danger of collapse. Once the Holy Tower world collapses, the entire human race will be plunged into an irreparable abyss. Just thinking about this made Lu Mingquan feel an immense sense of pressure. Just then, a disciple dressed in the official uniform of the Holy Tower entered and whispered, reporting to the Layer Master, "The patriarchs of all the major sects have arrived." Lu Mingquan sighed and waved his hand weakly, telling them to wait in the square. Yes. Standing at the very top of the Holy Tower branch, Lu Mingquan cast a lingering glance before summoning his flying sword and soaring toward the base of the tower. Moments later, outside the branch, the square capable of holding over 1,000 people was now packed to capacity. Everywhere, cultivators sat cross-legged. These were all the founding elders of the various sects from all regions of the first layer of the world. This was a grand gathering. In the entire first layer of the world, only Lu Mingquan could summon all these foundation establishment elders. Everyone. Lu Mingquan stood on the high platform, narrowing his eyes as he looked down at the crowd of Foundation establishment cultivators below. I have some very bad news to share with you all. Yesterday, traces of a Saint-grade weapon forger were discovered within the White Mountain region under the jurisdiction of the White Mountain sect. The moment these words were spoken, the scene erupted into chaos. Even these Foundation establishment stage elders turned pale at the mention of the words Holy Grade Weapon Forger. A Saint-grade weapon forger? In this world, how could such a powerful being exist? The arrival of such a powerful being, could it be that an unparalleled treasure is about to emerge in the first layer of the world? A holy grade forging master can already craft heaven-grade spiritual artifacts. Anything that such a figure would covet must be of holy grade quality. Whether it's a saint-grade elixir or a saint-grade spiritual artifact, anything associated with the word holy is enough to spark a bloody upheaval. Those present were all ancient beings who had lived for hundreds, even thousands of years. They had all heard of an incident. That was that, in a certain layer of the world, a saint-grade elixir had once emerged, attracting the attention of powerful beings from higher realms who fought over it. In that battle, Yuanling cultivators could only serve as cannon fodder. Only those at the Huatian stage could participate in that battle. Even several cultivators at the Return to Void realm joined the fray. That battle. Countless Yuanling cultivators fell in battle. Huashan cultivators suffered even heavier casualties. It is said that even a great cultivator at the Return to Void realm suffered severe injuries and is now clinging to life. Even the official authorities of the Holy Tower dared not intervene lightly in such a chaotic battle. After all, such a powerful being, when enraged, could easily slaughter all living beings in a lower-tier world. The Holy Tower authorities dared not provoke them lightly. In the end, that world, due to the Great War, had its original inhabitants nearly wiped out, turning it into a wasteland of ghosts, a place no one dares to linger in for long. Thinking back to that incident, the so-called ancestors of the lower world were all drenched in sweat. Many of them are now eagerly looking toward Lu Mingquan. Lord Layer Master, what does the upper world say? Is there truly a treasure emerging? Yes, Lord of the Layer, this concerns the very survival of our world. If such a treasure truly exists, we must flee immediately. In a war where even nascent soul cultivators can only serve as cannon fodder, these Foundation establishment cultivators would likely be crushed to death by the overwhelming pressure emitted by the great beings before the battle even begins. Ah, there isn't. Lu Mingquan sighed. This was also his biggest headache. As soon as he received the news, he reported it to the higher realms. But the higher-ups said that no divine treasures had been detected in the first layer of the world. If there were any, they would definitely not be able to hide them from the Holy Tower authorities. Everyone. After informing these founding ancestors of the situation, Lu Mingquan comforted them. The situation isn't as dire as it seems. Perhaps it is just a fugitive from the higher realms who has escaped to the first layer? Upon hearing this, these Foundation establishment stage elders were as distressed as if they had lost their parents. At least the treasure has appeared. They could have fled in advance. But if it were a fugitive from the higher realms and a damn powerful one at least at the spirit transformation realm level. If they went berserk, they might even slaughter an entire layer of the world before dying. There's no need to worry. Some Foundation establishment elders have already made plans to flee. After all, many first layer world sects have connections to second layer worlds or even higher tier worlds. But some native world sects can only watch helplessly. Among them is the White Mountain sect. The existence of a suspected holy grade weapon forger was discovered within the territory of the White Mountain sect. This indicates that the individual is within the White Mountain region. If anything happens, the White Mountain region will be the first to be affected. Sect leader, you can't abandon us. The old man of the White Mountain sect wept bitterly. He doesn't know how he ended up in such bad luck. By Zhongju. Lu Mingquan was about to speak to comfort Bai Shan, but suddenly saw a bright yellow light wave approaching from the distance. Immediately afterward, a deafening roar echoed through the air. The previously clear sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds. Seeing this scene, the group of Foundation establishment stage elders, along with Lu Mingquan, couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. Catastrophe, disaster clouds. Chapter 22, The Arrival of a Divine Transformation Powerhouse? Cultivators were all too familiar with calamity clouds. Any cultivator who reaches a certain level and breaks through to a higher realm must endure the heavenly tribulation. Just like these Foundation establishment stage elders present. To advance to the Golden Core realm, one must endure a thunder tribulation. However, the thunder tribulation they faced is as different from the thunder tribulation they are witnessing now as the difference between an infant and an adult. Even Lu Mingquan has never witnessed a celestial tribulation of such magnitude. Such a heavenly tribulation could only be summoned by a great cultivator at the spirit transformation stage. Damn it, is someone undergoing the tribulation to advance to the Huatian realm, or has a saint-grade master intervened? Besides cultivators advancing in cultivation, the emergence of some heaven-defying treasures can also attract a heavenly tribulation. The Earth-grade peak-tier spiritual treasure Jiang Ning exchanged yesterday was just a hair's breadth away from triggering a celestial tribulation. It had already caused chaos in an entire layer of the world. Now the heavenly tribulation has descended. The cultivators of the first layer of the world were even more like startled birds. No, this isn't a cultivation breakthrough. As a golden core cultivator, Lu Mingxuan's insights far surpassed those of these foundation establishment stage elders. At a glance, he recognized that this was not the thunder tribulation caused by a cultivator's advancement. Rather, the thunder tribulation of the nirvana pill. Lu Mingxuan's body trembled uncontrollably. He had been fortunate enough to witness the scene when the nirvana pill first appeared. At that time, it was a saint-tier alchemist from the Holy Tower who had spent months refining it, finally creating a single nirvana pill that had summoned the same thunder tribulation. However, the commotion caused by that lightning tribulation was nowhere near as intense as the one before him now. The nirvana pill? Upon hearing this, the gathered foundation establishment elders felt their mouths go dry, too stunned to speak. Although the nirvana pill was only a 9th grade pill and had not yet reached the sacred rank, its extraordinarily powerful effects were sufficient to attract a thunder tribulation. The heavenly Tao does not permit such a pill that defies heaven and alters fate to exist, so it sends down a thunder tribulation to try to prevent its birth. A thunderstorm of such scale must mean that the number of nirvana pills in this batch is truly astonishing. Despite being merely a 9th grade, it could summon such a massive heavenly tribulation, far more terrifying than the thunder tribulations of ordinary holy grade. Who could this saint grade alchemist be? Why are they refining it in the first layer of the world? Don't they fear terrifying us? The group of foundation establishment stage elders discussed animatedly. Lu Mingquan, however, fell into deep thought. The nirvana pill possesses the effects of rebirth and condensing spiritual roots. In fact, according to the official grading system of the Holy Tower from its earliest days, the nirvana pill should be classified as a sacred grade elixir. After all, its effects were too extraordinary. Even a cultivator on the brink of death could, after consuming the nirvana pill, quickly reconstitute their spiritual roots and revitalize their withered body with new vitality. However, unlike other holy grade, the nirvana pill is relatively easy to refine. As long as a saint grade alchemist takes on the task, it can almost always be successfully refined. Some exceptionally talented 9th grade alchemists, with a bit of luck, can also succeed. The only difference lies in the quality. However, other sacred elixirs, even when crafted by a sacred grade alchemist, have an extremely low success rate. Therefore, after careful consideration, it was decided to downgrade the nirvana pill to a 9th grade pill. If it were classified as a saint grade pill, then, if a 9th rank alchemist were to successfully refine it, wouldn't they be able to advance to the rank of holy rank alchemist? Lowering the grade of the nirvana pill is also to enhance the value of holy grade alchemists. However, although the nirvana pill has been downgraded to the 9th grade, it remains virtually identical to a holy grade elixir in all other aspects. It can still attract thunder tribulations. At this moment, the expression on the face of the patriarch of the White Mountain sect, Bai Shan, had turned as dark as night. Master of the layer, what have I done to deserve this? One saint grade alchemist isn't enough, now we have a saint grade pill master as well? The other ancestral elders also reacted. Once again, cries and wails filled the air. The arrival of a saint grade alchemist could still be explained. Now another alchemist suspected to be of the holy rank has arrived. How can this be explained? The pill being refined was the nirvana pill, a special type of elixir. If you say nothing happened in this layer of the world, who would believe it? Damn it, let's get out of here quickly. This world can't hold us anymore. Heaven is out to destroy this layer of the world. Lu Mingquan, at that moment, felt an indescribable weariness in his heart. Another figure suspected to be a saint-grade alchemist has appeared. What's going on here? Are the higher-ups incapable of gathering intelligence, or is nothing special really happening? My heart is so tired. At the same time, Bai Shan District. Looking up at the gathering storm clouds in the sky, Bai Jing and Lu Hong's expressions grew extremely peculiar. Is that the scent of the nirvana pill? Bai Jing asked in disbelief. It's the nirvana pill, no doubt about it. Lu Hong swallowed hard. And it's not just any nirvana pill. It's not far from our location, it can only be him. Bai Jing sucked in a sharp breath, her body trembling uncontrollably. Unlike spiritual artifacts, pills have no combat ability, so they don't possess that earth-shattering pressure. But this thunder tribulation alone is enough to destroy everything. The elixir was given to Mr. Jiang Ning yesterday, wasn't it? Bai Jing said tremblingly. Lu Hong rolled his eyes. You gave it to him yourself, why are you asking me? It was clear from his voice that Lu Hong was also trembling. But it's only been a short while, not even a full day, right? That's right. Lu Hong nodded. In just one day, he had thoroughly researched the nirvana pill and successfully refined it. Looking at the calamity clouds, the number of nirvana pills in this batch might not be small. Bai Jing took another deep breath. We may have underestimated Mr. Jiang Ning's background. Lu Hong nodded solemnly. We did underestimate him, but this is already the limit of our understanding. Earlier, the two had unanimously concluded that Jiang Ning was backed by a Saint-tier weapon forger and a suspected Saint-tier alchemist. But now it seems that alchemist wasn't a Saint-tier at all. He is an existence that transcends the Saint-tier. After all, even a Saint-tier alchemist couldn't possibly refine the Nirvana pill in such a short time. Such a short time. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was casually concocted. Moreover, the quantity is significant, and judging by the intensity of the calamity clouds, the quality might even be the highest grade of Nirvana pill. A Saint-tier alchemist absolutely could not achieve this level of craftsmanship in a single day. Only an existence above the Saint-grade realm could achieve such a feat. In other words, Lu Hong struggled to turn his head, his face stiff as he stared at Bai Jing. Behind Jiang Ning was a divine-grade alchemist as his backing. Divine grade. Bai Jing repeated these two words softly, her face flushing bright red, her body trembling uncontrollably. How many years had it been? How many years since she had heard those two words? I never expected it, never in a million years. Bai Jing felt that this was more than enough proof. No need for any doubts or speculation. Behind Jiang Ning, there must be a divine-tier alchemist. From now on, curry favor with Lord Jiang Ning. Bai Jing glanced at Lu Hong, and the determination in both their eyes was unwavering. At that moment, in the alchemy room of the Alchemists Association, Jiang Ning peered through the skylight, watching the thunderstorm outside, feeling helpless and frustrated. Although the system had warned him that retrieving the pills into the system space would block the heavenly Dao's detection. However, his reaction was still a bit too slow. The deadly commotion had still erupted. Just as Jiang Ning was about to retrieve the pills into the system, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the distance. Immediately afterward, a massive wave of pressure swept toward them. Then, a majestic voice echoed throughout the entire first layer of the world. Ha! The Nirvana pill! I never expected that there would still be a Nirvana pill in this layer of the world. My lifespan is nearly exhausted, and breaking through to the void realm is out of the question. I had planned to wait quietly in this layer of the world for the heavenly gate to open, but I never expected to encounter such a great opportunity. This Nirvana pill is mine. At that moment, all cultivators in the first layer of the world turned pale with shock. This is actually a great cultivator at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, whose lifespan is nearly exhausted and whose spiritual energy is completely depleted. Chapter 23, The Blood Infant Ancestor. Among them, Lu Mingxuan's expression was the most grim. He had already recognized the great cultivator in the heavens. The Blood Infant Ancestor? It was actually the Blood Infant Ancestor? He was still alive? The Blood Infant Ancestor? Upon hearing this, most of the cultivators present turned pale with shock. No doubt about it that aura belongs to the Blood Infant Ancestor. The Blood Infant Ancestor who killed hundreds of millions of residents of the fifth layer world hundreds of years ago? Back then, it was rumored that a divine treasure had emerged in the fifth layer world, and the Blood Infant Ancestor, who was at the peak of the divine transformation realm, had participated in that battle. Before the return to Void Realm cultivators emerged, the Blood Infant Ancestor was already one of the strongest warriors of his time. However, after that battle, it was said that he had perished. Little did anyone expect that after hundreds of years, he would reappear once more. It's the Blood Infant Ancestor. Unfortunately, his vital energy is already depleted, and he is on the brink of death. No, if he were to obtain the Nirvana pill, the entire first layer of the world would be completely transformed into a sea of blood. We must stop him. Someone spoke those words, and the gathered Foundation Establishment stage ancestors exchanged glances in shock. Deal with a peak-level cultivator at the transformation of the soul realm? With just them? Even if the Blood Infant Ancestor's vital energy is already depleted, a single sneeze could wipe them all out. Even a group of Yuanling realm cultivators would only have a chance to flee. Layer Master, quickly notify the upper realms and call for reinforcements. Lu Mingquan heard this and smiled bitterly. Call for reinforcements? It's too late. In the sky, the Blood Infant Ancestor had already manifested his own divine form. A gigantic blood-red hand, as vast as the sky, swept down toward the ground. Its target was the 3 Nirvana pills that Jiang Ning hadn't yet managed to absorb into his system. Below, after the Blood Infant Ancestor appeared, Jiang Ning's expression had grown utterly grim. Although he had no cultivation base and couldn't determine the exact level of the Blood Infant Ancestor. But even a cultivator at the Foundation Establishment realm was beyond his capabilities. Seeing that the newly obtained Nirvana pill was about to be snatched away by the Blood Infant Ancestor, Jiang Ning hurriedly activated the system, attempting to retrieve the Nirvana pill back into the system warehouse. Then, the Blood Infant Ancestor's transformed heaven and earth transformation hand descended. This Nirvana pill is mine. As he watched the Nirvana pill slip into his grasp, the Blood Infant Ancestor's heart was filled with excitement beyond words. He had originally been a disciple of the 7th layer of the world, the most talented among his peers. From a young age, he had joined the Blood Demon sect, becoming a sect heir, enjoying treatment above all others. Alas! When the Blood Infant Ancestor was breaking through to the Golden Realm, the Holy Tower officially designated the Blood Demon sect as a heretical sect and called upon all other sects in the 7th layer of the world to surround and annihilate the Blood Demon sect. That battle. The Blood Demon sect was nearly annihilated, with only a few survivors escaping to become homeless wandering cultivators. The Blood Infant Ancestor was one of them. From then on, the Blood Infant Ancestor changed his name and went to the lower 6th layer of the world to cultivate. 1,000 years later. Thanks to his innate talent, the Blood Infant Ancestor, at just 1,000 years old, had already reached the Spirit Transformation realm. After another 1,000 years of arduous cultivation, the Blood Demon Ancestor had reached the peak of the Spirit Transformation realm, on the verge of breaking through to the Void Return realm and entering the ranks of the Earth Immortals. However, after several attempts at breakthrough, the Blood Infant Ancestor always felt that he was missing something crucial. He had already decided to give up. Until news arrived that a divine treasure was about to emerge in the 5-layered world, the Blood Infant Ancestor reignited his resolve. Being in the 6th layer of the world, he was the first to arrive in the 5th layer. He was also the first to catch a glimpse of the treasure's whereabouts. Unfortunately, the 5th layer of the world was also guarded by a great being at the Spirit Transformation realm, and a fierce battle erupted between the two. The Blood Infant Ancestor ultimately defeated his opponent and obtained the treasure. But before he could refine it, other cultivators at the Spirit Transformation realm had already arrived in the 5th layer of the world. A relentless pursuit of the Blood Infant Ancestor began. With the treasure in hand, the Blood Infant Ancestor fought his way through the ranks, slaying numerous cultivators at the Spirit Transformation realm. Everyone thought the battle was over, but to everyone's surprise, the Holy Tower authorities dispatched multiple Return to Void Realm Immortals to surround and block the Blood Infant Ancestor. In order to survive, the Blood Infant Ancestor forcibly refined the secret treasure and broke through to the Return to Void Immortal realm. With the aid of the secret treasure, the Blood Infant Ancestor slew several Return to Void Immortals from the Holy Tower. However, due to the forced refinement of the treasure, the Blood Infant Ancestor himself suffered severe backlash. Shortly after that battle, the Blood Infant Ancestor's cultivation level plummeted to the peak of the Huatian realm. To find a way to completely refine the treasure, the Blood Infant Ancestor had no choice but to seal himself away. To avoid being discovered by the Holy Tower authorities, the Blood Infant Ancestor had to hide in the lowest layer of the world, clinging to life. During these years of hibernation, the Blood Infant Ancestor also discovered some information. That was that every 1,000 years, the gates of heaven would open in each layer of the world. The heavenly gate leads directly to the world beyond the Holy Tower. There, perhaps, lies the method to completely refine the treasure. Therefore, the Blood Infant Ancestor hid himself even deeper. What he did not anticipate was that, despite the heavenly gates showing signs of opening in decades, he sensed the aura of the Nirvana pill within the 1st layer of the world. For the Blood Infant Ancestor, the Nirvana pill could not revive him, but it could slow down the decline of his vital energy and blood. Therefore, the Blood Infant Ancestor, who had been hiding for years, decided to no longer remain in hiding. Even if the 1st layer of the world was surrounded by a heavenly net, he would seize the Nirvana pill to slow down the decline of his vital energy. Flashbacks of his entire life flashed through his mind, and the Blood Infant Ancestor had already seized 3 Nirvana pills in his hands. But at that very moment, a massive suction force surged forth from the depths of the abyss. The Nirvana pills in his hands began to move uncontrollably, showing signs of flying outward. The Blood Infant Ancestor panicked, frantically forming seals with his other hand and unleashing a series of spells. No matter who you are, you shall not take the Nirvana pills from my hands. You worthless cowards hiding in the depths of the vast ocean, if you have the guts, come out and face me in battle. The Blood Infant Ancestor had already issued a stern warning, his aura steadily rising, with faint signs of breaking through to the Void Realm. However, all of this was in vain. The pulling force of the Nirvana pill in his hand was growing increasingly intense. Even he, a peak-level cultivator at the Divine Transformation realm, was struggling to maintain control. No, this is my hope for survival, don't you dare take it away. Ah, seal, open for me. In desperation, the Blood Infant Ancestor broke the seal on himself. In an instant, a pressure unique to a peak-level cultivator at the Spirit Transformation realm engulfed the entire 1st layer of the world. Countless cultivators struggled to breathe under the pressure, their knees buckling uncontrollably as they knelt to the ground. I am the heir of the Blood Demon sect, the Blood Infant Ancestor. Why won't you come out to face me? Hiding behind others to steal their opportunities, what kind of cultivator are you? However, even after breaking the seal, one of the Nirvana pills in my hand vanished uncontrollably. The Blood Infant Ancestor erupted in anger. Alright, since you refuse to meet me, don't blame me for being impolite. As he finished speaking, the remaining 2 Nirvana pills vanished once more. Looking at the single Nirvana pill remaining in his hand, the Blood Infant Ancestor's face turned crimson. Ah, this is too much. This is too much. If that's the case, then let's settle this once and for all. Without waiting for the 3rd Nirvana pill to vanish, the Blood Infant Ancestor opened his mouth and swallowed it. Chapter 24, Ultimate Transformation, only to be a pawn. Below. Jiang Ning, hiding in the alchemy room, witnessed the blood infant ancestor swallow the last nirvana pill, causing his teeth to grind in fury. Damn it, each nirvana pill is worth millions. This blood infant ancestor truly deserves to die. Although the 2 nirvana pills had already been stored in Jiang Ning's system space. But in the end, it was too late. Ding! At that moment, Jiang Ning heard the system's voice echoing in his mind. This time, however, the system's voice was no longer cold, but instead carried a hint of anger. Host, no one can take what belongs to the host from the system. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Ning saw that the blood-infused ancient ancestor in the sky was rapidly losing his vital energy. Ah! How is this possible? Why is my vital energy still flowing out uncontrollably? No, stop it. Stop. In the sky, the blood infant ancestor grew desperate. After swallowing a nirvana pill, he had thought it would replenish his vital energy. But to his surprise, his vital energy not only failed to be replenished but continued to drain away. No one shall dare to take the life force of this sovereign. After so many years of hibernation, the blood infant ancestor had accumulated a significant amount of vital energy, enough to sustain a fierce battle. But after the battle, if the vital energy is not replenished, there will be only one outcome: death and the extinction of the lineage. The current situation. If he does not achieve extreme transformation and engage in a decisive battle, the remaining vital energy he has left will be seized by his opponent. If he wins this battle, he would obtain 3 nirvana pills, enough to sustain him until the gates of heaven open. At this thought, the blood infant ancestor had no further reservations. He clenched one hand into a seal, extended the other into the void, and used the vital energy at his fingertips as ink to etch a series of mysterious symbols into the air. In an instant, the sound of infant cries echoed throughout the heavens and earth. A profound and enigmatic aura awoke from within the blood infant ancestor. The calamity clouds reappeared in the sky, and bolts of lightning that tore through the heavens flashed continuously, as if ready to strike at any moment. Around the blood infant ancestor, spatial fissures flickered and appeared one after another. He was searching. Using his own vital energy as a guide, he was searching for the enemy hiding within the vast abyss. Moments later, a mocking smile flashed across the blood infant ancestor's lips. It seemed he had located the enemy he had been searching for within the vast expanse of the Tsangming. Only to see that within the blood infant ancestor's body, streams of vital energy surged forth, then merged into the mysterious talismans before him. This was the treasure he had preserved by slaying all the returning immortals 100 years ago. Now, by fusing it with his own vital energy, he was utterly confident. Even if the opponent was also a returned Void Earth immortal, he could kill them with a single strike. In his lifetime, he had once reached the pinnacle of existence, gaining insight into the way of all beings. The path of immortality is ruthless, the great way has no sharp edges, the human way is empty, and all paths flourish. Today, I, as a return to Void Earth immortal, sever my own immortal path and all future karma, gathering it all into my body. Before the blood infant ancestor, the talisman slowly transformed into a sword of light. The light sword tore through the void, carrying the might to destroy the world. You little thief, take this. This sword is named World Destroying. The blood infant ancestor swept his sleeves and pointed his finger toward the void. Boom! In an instant, the entire first layer of the world trembled uncontrollably. Central region. Lu Mingquan, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, felt his eyes burst and his heart nearly stop beating. If that sword were to strike down, the entire first layer of the world would be annihilated. A sword capable of annihilating a return to Void Immortal. With the foundational structure of the first layer of the world, it was absolutely unable to withstand such a blow. Could it be? Is the first layer of the world truly destined to follow in the footsteps of the fifth layer, becoming a barren wasteland? He never expected this. The alchemist who refined the Nirvana pill actually possesses such combat prowess. He had never shown himself from the beginning, yet he had forced the ancient ancestor swaying to the brink of transcendence, sacrificing his own path and vital energy to determine the outcome. In place, Jiang Ning stared blankly at the sky, where a sort of light as if it could destroy the world shone brightly, his heart filled with longing. Is this the power of a great cultivator? A single sword strike could destroy heaven and earth. If I possessed such power, where in this world would I not be able to go? Jiang Ning's heart was filled with longing. At that moment, his resolve to become stronger was stronger than ever before. Meanwhile, in the heavens above, the expression on the blood infant ancestor's face changed completely. He discovered with horror. The sword strike not only failed to harm the opponent in the slightest, but the power contained within the technique seemed to be absorbed by the opponent. No, damn it, who are you? What kind of creature are you? Why? Why can't I kill you, even though I'm the true master? A sword strike capable of destroying the world was completely absorbed by the opponent in just a few breaths. The Tao heart of the blood infant ancestor collapsed completely at that moment. Hundreds of years ago, it was with this very technique that the blood infant ancestor had slain several immortals at the return to Void Realm. Compared to the past, the power of this technique was even greater. Yet it had no effect whatsoever. Not only that, His own vital energy and cultivation base seemed to be being absorbed by the opponent. After a great cultivation breakthrough and ascension to the extreme realm, there is a specific period of peak brilliance. During this period, cultivators can wield the peak combat power of their prime. However, once the time limit expires, the great truth they have comprehended will collapse, leading to their death and the extinction of their path. Currently, the time limit for the extreme realm ascension has not yet arrived. Their own Tao has begun to show signs of collapse. This filled the blood infant ancestor with deep fear. No, monster, you are not human, you are a monster. No, my cultivation, my treasure, why? The blood infant ancestor was truly panicking. He felt that the treasure he had refined for hundreds of years was also beginning to break free. But now, it was too late to escape. The opponent's devouring power had firmly pinned him to the spot. In his current state, he was like a massive nutrient source, constantly being absorbed by the other party. Until it was completely drained. Below, Jiang Ning's mind was once again filled with the system's voice. Ding! The system has detected that the nirvana pill has been integrated into the other party's blood and qi. System attempting extraction. Extraction failed. The target's body contains the Tao of Earth immortality. Current system level is too low to absorb and refine. The system is attempting to condense the opponent's vital energy. Condensing in progress. Condensation successful. The system is attempting to separate the nirvana pill from the vital energy. Separation failed. The system is attempting to fuse the nirvana pill with the local vital energy. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one nirvana pill containing the chi and blood power of the return to void earth immortal. If the host consumes this pill, the rejuvenated spiritual roots and meridians may undergo mutations. Ding! An unknown substance has been detected in the nirvana pill. Rapid analysis is underway. Analysis complete, attempting to extract. Failure. The has automatically integrated into the nirvana pill. After the host consumes it, they will obtain one. Congratulations, host. The current nirvana pill has been upgraded to the peak quality of the holy grade. The system has automatically blocked the heavenly Tao's perception for the host. The nirvana pill has been stored in the system warehouse. The host may retrieve it at any time. As the system's prompts sounded one after another. In the sky above, the once mighty blood infant ancestor had completely transformed into a lifeless, bloodless corpse. Chapter 25, The 10,000 Beasts Mountains. The sudden turn of events came without warning. In the eyes of the crowd, all they saw was the once mighty blood infant ancestor standing arrogantly in the sky, unleashing a world-ending strike and then instantly turning into a desiccated corpse. What the heck is going on? How could the blood infant ancestor have been defeated? He didn't even get to see his enemy's face? Is the combat power of this holy great alchemist truly that terrifying? Heaven, what has happened to this world? How could such a powerful being exist? The ancient ancestors were all stunned. Especially Lu Mingquan. As a golden core realm cultivator, he knew just how terrifying the blood infant ancestor had been at that moment. After reaching the peak of his cultivation, the blood infant ancestor's cultivation had temporarily returned to its peak state. Combined with the enhancement from that mysterious treasure, even those at the same level of the return to void immortal realm were no match for the blood infant ancestor. Yet, despite being such an otherworldly being, the blood infant ancestor had been defeated. In fact, he had not even seen the opponent's figure before being defeated. What kind of terrifying existence was on the other side? Lu Mingquan believed that only an existence above the return to void realm could achieve such a feat. No, I think this wasn't the work of that alchemist, there must be someone else involved. Lu Mingquan licked his dry lips, his eyes flashing with a look of horror. Someone else? The other Foundation establishment elders, upon hearing this, all wore expressions of despair. Does that mean that in this first layer of the world, there is not only a saint-grade alchemist and a saint-grade weapon forger, but also an existence that transcends the return to void realm? 3 such figures. Even if just one of them appeared, it would shake the entire first layer of the world. Now, all 3 have gathered together. And they are all in the lowest, most despised first layer of the world. Countless ancient ancestors were left speechless. What the hell is going on here? Just as the elders were screaming that they couldn't handle such excitement. At the original site of Luo Feng Pavilion, Bai Jing and Lu Hong, caught up in the commotion, were already frozen in place. That was the blood infant ancestor. Bai Jing felt as though something was blocking her throat, making it extremely uncomfortable. That's right. Lu Hong nodded blankly. It was over just like that, and we didn't even see how the person who attacked us did it. Bai Jing's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. So that means the cultivation level of that saint-grade alchemist is above the return to void realm? Lu Hong thought for a moment and shook his head. That's unlikely. Alchemists are generally not skilled in combat, they only know how to refine pills. Even if someone is one realm higher, an alchemist might still not be able to defeat them. A cultivator's spiritual energy is limited. If a cultivator achieves great success in the alchemy or weapon forging arts, they are unlikely to excel in combat. After all, for an alchemist to reach the level of a saint, the time required is measured in thousands of years. While cultivating the art of alchemy, where would they find the energy to learn combat techniques? But even so, no one would underestimate a saint-tier alchemist. After all, alchemists may not be skilled in combat, but bodyguards certainly are. Some high-ranking alchemists would even offer elixirs as payment to hire legendary warriors as their bodyguards. If that's the case, does that mean behind Jiang Ning's back stands a fusion stage cultivator? At least a fusion stage cultivator. Lu Hong corrected by Jing's mistake. A saint-grade alchemist, a saint-grade weapon forger, and now a suspected core fusion stage cultivator. Jiang Ning's background must be no simple matter. Lu Hong nodded in agreement. If you said he was the next heir to the Holy Tower, I'd believe it. It seems we've underestimated this nobleman after all. On the other side, Jiang Ning was unaware of the consequences caused by the system forcibly retrieving the Nirvana pill. At that moment, Jiang Ning just wanted to flee. Who knew if another great cultivator from the Return to Void realm might suddenly appear? Now that the Nirvana pill had been retrieved into the system warehouse, if another cultivator came to it, the system wouldn't intervene. Moreover, the primary objective of this journey has already been achieved, and there is no reason to stay any longer. Taking advantage of the confusion, Jiang Ning stood up and left the alchemy room, then walked away without looking back. The first layer of the world is not entirely composed of cities. At the outskirts of the city lie rolling mountains. It is said that these were brought here by the Saint Tower, the creator of the world, using immense magical power. These mountains are home to countless powerful demon beasts, hence the name 10,000 Beasts Mountains. Disciples from major sects and students from cultivation schools would send their disciples or students into the 10,000 Beasts Mountains for training. To prevent the demon beasts from the 10,000 Beasts Mountains from escaping into human cities, the Santa authorities have stationed a large military force here. Of course, these troops will not interfere with passing cultivators. Their sole responsibility is to suppress demon beasts attempting to break out of the mountain range. Jiang Ning raced all the way, switching between several flying demon beasts along the way, before finally reaching the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The Nirvana pill was already in his possession. To avoid disturbances, Jiang Ning planned to reconstitute his spiritual veins within the Wanshou Mountains. This method carries a certain degree of risk. Firstly, he was now a powerless mortal, and the Wanshou Mountains were filled with dangers. Even a single demon beast could easily take Jiang Ning's life. Secondly, the commotion caused by condensing the spiritual veins would attract countless demon beasts. They will assume that some rare and valuable herbs have emerged and rush to compete for them. However, Jiang Ning still chooses to condense his spiritual roots in the Wanshou Mountains. Not for any other reason. Mainly out of fear. If another returned Void Immortal were to appear, he would have no chance of survival. As for the demon beasts in the Wanshou Mountains, Jiang Ning believed that no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't surpass the Foundation Establishment realm. After all, this is just one layer of the world. Without any outsiders, the Foundation Establishment realm is already the pinnacle of combat power. After entering the Wanshou Mountains, Jiang Ning could feel a chilling wind blowing constantly, stinging his skin and causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Damn it, the 10,000 Beast Mountains are no place for ordinary people. In the cold wind, Jiang Ning shivered and couldn't help but complain, "I'm just too weak. If I were just a bit stronger, I wouldn't even be able to withstand this cold wind." Perhaps it was due to the earlier eruption of the Return to Void Immortal Qi. The demon beasts of the Wanshou Mountains had all gone into hiding. The surroundings were eerily quiet, which actually reassured Jiang Ning somewhat. Now was the perfect time to cultivate his spiritual roots. The demon beasts certainly wouldn't dare to act rashly. Jiang Ning's eyes flickered with determination as he continuously scanned the surroundings for a suitable environment. Soon, on a hillside not far away, Jiang Ning spotted a man-made cave. When cultivators enter the Wanshou Mountains for training, they often stay for several days, and sometimes even 10 days or half a month. Such a prolonged stay naturally precludes sleeping out in the open wilderness. Therefore, cultivators would carve out caves in safe areas as temporary resting places. Jiang Ning continued climbing. By the time the sky grew dark again, he finally reached the cave's location. Gathering his courage, Jiang Ning peered into the cave and was immediately taken aback. Chapter 26, The Sparrow's Nest. What he saw was a cave that appeared small from the outside but was surprisingly spacious inside. There were stone beds for cultivation, stone tables for storing resources, stone cabinets, everything one could possibly need. Even in the center of the cave, Jiang Ning spotted a small spring of spiritual water. Beside the spring stood a mysterious spiritual tree of an unknown species, bearing fruits he had never seen before. This place feels off. Jiang Ning felt a sense of unease. This was merely the outermost edge of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, yet such a vast cave dwelling had been discovered. It might have been created by that Foundation Establishment ancestor. Or it could even be a golden core cultivator. Moreover, judging by the state of the cave, it seemed that someone had been living there recently. The stone cabinets are filled with resources for cultivation. On the stone tables, there was even a pot of steaming spiritual tea. The spiritual energy drifting through the air caused Jiang Ning's injuries to begin healing slightly just from the scent. Something's off. Something was very, very wrong. This must be the cave residence of some great cultivator, and that cultivator might even still be residing here. Perhaps they had merely stepped out temporarily. Jiang Ning prepared to turn around and leave. But his gaze fell upon a row of spirit altars in the corner of the cave. What is this? Jiang Ning mustered his courage and approached the spirit tablets, reading the characters inscribed on them. The spirit tablet of the Blood Demon Sect Master, the Demon Lord? The senior elder of the Blood Demon Sect. Blood Demon Sect. Looking at the rows of plaques bearing the names of the Blood Demon Sect spirit tablets, Jiang Ning felt his hair stand on end. In his previous life, Jiang Ning had read quite a few cultivation novels on Earth. A name like Blood Demon Sect sounded like a ruthless and bloodthirsty heretical sect. Damn it, could this be the lair of a heretical sect? Jiang Ning shuddered. Just as he was about to run away, he noticed an unexpected name at the front row of the spirit tablets. Senior brother, the spirit tablet of the blood madness. Second senior sister, spirit of blood charm. Third senior sister. Wait, what? Jiang Ning stopped in his tracks, his face filled with astonishment. These people, why do they all have the surname Blood? The returned immortal from earlier seemed to have called himself the Blood Infant Ancestor? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. He then laughed silently. Damn it, this isn't a novel world. If you don't know something, why not just look it up on Baidu? He had read too many ancient-style novels before. Jiang Ning hadn't even thought of that. Once he realized it, Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh at himself. He hurriedly pulled out his phone, looked at the full signal bars, and couldn't help but marvel. No wonder it's the world of immortals. Even in this desolate wilderness, the phone still had a signal. Opening his mobile browser, Jiang Ning found the official website of Wanda. According to Jiang Ning's understanding, this so-called Wandu is just like Baidu on Earth. When in doubt, ask Baidu. After entering the 3 keywords Blood Demon Sect, the phone screen instantly displayed countless related pieces of information. Jiang Ning began to go through them one by one. It took a full hour. Jiang Ning finally put down his phone with a stunned expression. In other words, the Blood Demon Sect had been eradicated by the Holy Tower authorities thousands of years ago, leaving only the Blood Infant Ancestor behind? And recently, the Blood Infant Ancestor had also been killed? Jiang Ning took a deep breath and looked at the cave in front of him with intense eyes. So, this cave residence has become unclaimed territory? No, the system had eliminated the Blood Infant Ancestor, and I am the system's host. Therefore, this cave residence is now my spoils of war. Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with determination. If the Blood Infant Ancestor were to find out, he might be so enraged that his soul would be scattered to the winds. After thousands of years of arduous cultivation, his entire cultivation had not only been wasted for Jiang Ning, but the treasure he had risked his life to obtain had also been used to benefit Jiang Ning. Now, even the last remnants of the Blood Demon Sect's inheritance, and the cave mansion he had worked so hard to build, were all being taken by Jiang Ning. What a pity. The Blood Infant Ancestor is unaware of this, otherwise, he would certainly rise from the dead. On the other hand, Jiang Ning. Now that he had clarified the origin of the cave mansion, he naturally felt at ease. Thus, Jiang Ning began exploring the cave mansion left behind by the Blood Infant Ancestor, discovering numerous valuable treasures along the way. If he sold all those items, not only could he repay his cultivation loan in one go, but he would also possess unimaginable wealth. After all, the Blood Infant Ancestor was once a legendary demon who had slain several return-to-void immortals. His family's wealth was likely far surpassing that of all the sects in the first layer of the world. If he sold all these items that were of no use to him and exchanged them for top-grade spirit-gathering pills, he could then use the 5 broken sky swords to fight. Just thinking about the scene of 5 Earth-tier peak-level breaker swords being unleashed simultaneously made Jiang Ning tremble with excitement. He even felt that, even against a Foundation Establishment stage ancestor, he might not be completely outmatched. Of course, Jiang Ning also knew that these were just his own feelings. One of the 3 great illusions of life is believing you can defeat someone. And that there wouldn't be any enemies at the Foundation Establishment stage. For now, at most, they'd be at the bone forging stage. After chi cultivation comes bone forging. After bone forging comes Foundation Establishment. Jiang Ning believed that no matter how reckless he was, he wouldn't have provoked a Foundation Establishment realm enemy at this stage. As long as they're not at the Foundation Establishment realm. Then, no matter who it is, he can kill them indiscriminately. Then, Jiang Ning discovered the core key to control the array in the center of the cave. Operating this key did not require any spiritual energy or cultivation. Instead, it required a type of pill called the Array Control Pill. This second-grade pill, Jiang Ning had discovered over 10,000 of them in the cave residence of the Blood Infant Ancestor. It was likely used by the Blood Infant Ancestor to control the array. Now it has come in handy for Jiang Ning. After placing the array control pill into the core area of the array, Jiang Ning quickly gained control over the cave's array. He was shocked to discover, as long as the array was activated, no one from the outside world could detect the existence of the cave residents. Even Jiang Ning could sense. Even a golden core cultivator would struggle to break through the cave's defensive array. Wow, this is amazing. Jiang Ning let out a startled cry, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. With this cave residence, no matter how much commotioning his spiritual roots caused, he would no longer face any danger. Since that's the case, tonight, I'll reunite my spiritual roots. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, crossed his legs, and sat on the stone bed. He then retrieved the mutated nirvana pill, which had reached the holy grade, from the system space. This nirvana pill contained the blood and chi essence of the blood infant ancestor, and even a mysterious innate talisman. What would happen to him after swallowing it, Jiang Ning couldn't say for sure. But once the arrow is released, there is no turning back. Taking a deep breath, a resolute gleam flashed in Jiang Ning's eyes as he tossed the nirvana pill into his mouth. In an instant, intense vital energy surged throughout the entire cave. Jiang Ning remained seated steadily within. With each breath, he continuously absorbed the vital energy. Chapter 27, Heavenly Dew. At that moment, every single capillary in Jiang Ning's body had fully expanded, greedily absorbing the vital energy. Among them, 2 streams of qi and blood energy, as thick as fingers, accompanied Jiang Ning's breath, entering through his nostrils. Jiang Ning felt that every part of his body was undergoing constant transformation. The injuries caused by the removal of his spiritual root were also gradually healing. The vital energy was also constantly flushing out the blocked meridians in Jiang Ning's body. Ah, it hurts. The pain caused by the cleansing of his meridians made Jiang Ning unable to suppress a groan. This sensation felt like thousands of insects gnawing at his bones. In his previous life, Jiang Ning had been tormented by a terminal illness for years, enduring every kind of suffering imaginable. But the pain of his previous life, compared to this moment, they were but a drop in the ocean. If it weren't for Jiang Ning's strong willpower, his physical body would have collapsed long ago. The nirvana pill shouldn't cause such pain, it's the fault of the blood infant ancestor. Jiang Ning held his breath and focused his mind, daring not to relax for even a moment. According to common sense, after taking the nirvana pill, the user should feel no pain. In fact, they should feel incredibly at ease. However, the nirvana pill Jiang Ning had taken was one that had condensed the vital energy of a return to void immortal. It also contained the legendary treasure known as the. All these factors combined are what caused Jiang Ning such intense pain. Persevere, keep going, and you will be reborn. Jiang Ning clenched his teeth, refusing to give up. At that moment, the vital energy within the cave gradually contracted into a ball, suspended above Jiang Ning's head. Waves of unique cosmic energy rippled out from the blood mass. After an unknown amount of time, the blood mass seemed to develop a gaze, and a layer of blood crust began to form on its surface. Suddenly, the scabs fell away. A golden dragon's silhouette burst forth from the blood clot, circling around Jiang Ning and emitting a series of dragon's roars. If anyone were to observe closely, they would undoubtedly discover that within the dragon's form, there was a series of mysterious symbols. Roar! The ethereal form of the divine dragon circled around Jiang Ning for 49 times, and the original golden glow suddenly turned into a blood-red light. The serene and sacred aura vanished in an instant. In its place came a chilling, murderous aura, tinged with a hint of evil power. Roar! The blood-red dragon's illusory form roared toward the heavens, its voice filled with defiance, as if challenging the heavenly laws of this realm. Boom! Outside the cave, above the vast Wansho mountain range stretching for 10,000 miles, calamity clouds continued to gather. These storm clouds were different from the previous ones. This time, the calamity clouds were filled with a destructive aura, as if they were intent on obliterating everything in their path. A layer of the world. Countless people looked toward the direction of the 10,000 Beasts Mountains in horror. Those who had yet to depart, including the Foundation Establishment elders and Lu Mingquan, the ruler of the first layer of the world, looked grim. Is this never ending? Why is it still coming? Lu Mingquan felt like crying. What on earth is happening at the Wansho mountain range? Who can tell me? It's not just the human cultivators. At this moment, all the demon beasts of the Wansho mountains, whether they had awakened their spiritual intelligence or not, were now kneeling in the direction of Jiang Ning's seclusion. Though they did not know what had occurred, but they can sense the bloodline power emanating from that direction. Even the beast kings at the Golden Core realm were being crushed to the point of suffocation. Within the cave, Jiang Ning sensed something and slowly opened his eyes. Looking up at the blood-red dragon's illusory form circling above him, Jiang Ning smiled faintly. He had come to understand. This blood dragon's illusory form was not some monster. It was the spiritual root he had cultivated. And Jiang Ning moved his mind. The scales on the original blood dragon's illusory form began to transform into gold. In the blink of an eye, the blood dragon's illusory form transformed into that of a divine dragon. The evil energy and murderous aura that had filled the entire cave vanished without a trace. In its place was an endless aura of divine sanctity. Is this my spiritual root? Jiang Ning murmured softly. His spiritual root had two forms and could switch between them at will. However, this meant that the spiritual energy required for Jiang Ning to advance to the next realm would increase exponentially. But the benefits were also evident. That was that Jiang Ning's combat power would overwhelm all geniuses of the same realm. He might even be able to fight against opponents of higher realms. With the disappearance of the blood dragon and the emergence of the divine dragon, the thunderstorm gathering in the sky has temporarily stalled. Moments later, under the stunned gazes of all living beings in the first layer of the world, the thunderstorm that had been emanating a destructive aura just a moment ago transformed into a golden cloud of auspiciousness. Moreover, within the auspicious clouds, gentle rain began to fall. All creatures bathed in the dew saw their internal injuries slowly heal. Even some beings whose cultivation had stagnated were shocked to discover that their cultivation was slowly increasing. It was a divine blessing from the heavens. What on earth was happening in the Wanshou Mountains? Even Lu Mingquan, who had seen it all, was completely baffled. Even as the ruler of the first layer of the world, having witnessed countless strange occurrences in other realms, he had never witnessed such a unique phenomenon before. Just a moment ago, it was a devastating thunderstorm, and now it has turned into a divine blessing from the heavens. Unfathomable. He couldn't fathom it. In the Wanshou Mountains, countless demon beasts bathed in the sweet rain were now rejoicing and celebrating, because they sensed that the bloodline power within their bodies was actually evolving. For demon beasts, bloodline power is the most crucial aspect. Once one awakens the bloodline power and undergoes a regression phenomenon, it means defying heaven and altering one's fate. The more regressive phenomena occur, the higher the realm they can attain in the future. It is the divine grace bestowed by the king of all beasts. A demon beast that had gained sentience bowed in reverence toward the direction where Jiang Ning was in seclusion and said, "The king of all beasts has returned to the world. Our demon clan is saved. The human race has imprisoned us here for tens of thousands of years. Is the king of all beasts here to save us?" Within this divine dew, there is a faint hint of the aura of a divine dragon. It must be the king of all beasts. Is our demon clan about to rise again? Meanwhile, the demon beasts that had not yet awakened their sentience. At this moment, under the influence of the dew, they are also moving toward awakening their spiritual awareness. In the cave, Jiang Ning was unaware of all this. He had already impatiently withdrawn his spiritual root into his dantian. As the spiritual root entered his body, the surrounding spiritual energy continued to surge toward Jiang Ning's body. The pool of spiritual spring water in the cave was drying up at a visible speed. Even the nearby spiritual tree was gradually withering. And Jiang Ning, he was like a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy around him. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Ning let out a satisfied groan, and his absorption of spiritual energy came to a halt. It's done. The injuries within his body were completely healed, and not only that, his cultivation level had even increased slightly. Before his celestial root was removed, Jiang Ning had already reached the 6th level of the Qi cultivation realm. Now, not only has his spiritual root been restored, but Jiang Ning's cultivation has even reached the 8th level of Qi cultivation. Chapter 28, 8th level of Qi cultivation. Although he had only advanced 2 realms, the 10 original hosts were no match for him now. Jiang Ning was brimming with confidence. According to the cultivation realm classification, I have now entered the late stage of the Qi cultivation realm, and am only 2 minor realms away from the peak. Each major realm has 10 minor realms, numbered 1 through 10. Among these, the 1st to 3rd levels are also called the early stage. Levels 4 to 6 are also known as the mid stage. The 7th to 9th levels are also known as the late stage. As for the final 10th level, it is also known as the peak. Beyond the peak lies the next major realm. Currently, Jiang Ning is at the 8th level of Qi cultivation, also known as the late stage of the Qi cultivation realm. According to the properties of the Nirvana pill, Jiang Ning should be able to directly advance to the bone forging realm. However, his spiritual roots underwent a mutation, granting him 2 distinct forms. Both spiritual roots absorbed the medicinal properties of the Nirvana pill evenly, so his cultivation level was not as high as expected. However, Jiang Ning was already quite satisfied. Compared to his previous state as a worthless with no cultivation, he could now be said to be as different as heaven and earth. But I wonder what the grade of my spiritual root is? It's definitely not a heavenly spiritual root, so could it be a holy grade spiritual root? But I've never heard of there being 2 forms of a sacred grade spiritual root. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows in deep thought. Even if it were the legendary holy grade spiritual root, it couldn't possibly have 2 forms. Could it be the legendary divine grade spiritual root? That doesn't make sense either. Divine grade spiritual roots only exist in rumors and have never appeared before. At that thought, Jiang Ning activated the system once more. After asking about his doubts, he waited for the system's explanation. Unfortunately, the system remained unresponsive. Well, maybe it's just a natural mutation of the spiritual root. Jiang Ning knew that among cultivators, there was another extremely rare type of spiritual root. That was the innate mutated spiritual root. The difference between this type of spiritual root and ordinary spiritual roots lies in the fact that it is born with inherent attributes. According to the cultivation system of this world, spiritual roots do not possess any attributes. Only after cultivating specific attribute-based techniques do spiritual roots acquire attributes. For example, a cultivator who has just awakened their spiritual root and practices a fire-attributed cultivation technique. Then all of their subsequent attack methods and their own attributes will be fire-attributed. However, a naturally mutated spiritual root is inherently endowed with attributes. For instance, a cultivator who awakens an ice-attributed mutated spiritual root can only practice ice-attributed cultivation techniques and use ice-attributed magical artifacts throughout their life. The former can choose freely. The latter is predetermined. However, due to the innate compatibility, the latter's combat power is far superior to the former's. Jiang Ning believed. His spiritual root is likely a naturally mutated spiritual root. And it possesses two forms. The second form, the blood dragon form, is likely the primary offensive form. Although it feels very powerful, it must not be revealed. He had read too many novels from his previous life. Jiang Ning instinctively felt that if the blood dragon spiritual root were exposed, he would be cast into the ranks of demon cultivators. At present, he lacks the strength to stand against the entire world. As for the first form of the spiritual root, the first form, I've never seen this attribute before. Sacred attribute? But it seems like this world's cultivation system doesn't have a sacred attribute, does it? Jiang Ning was quite perplexed. His knowledge was too limited, he didn't even know what attribute his spiritual root belonged to. As a result, Jiang Ning dared not practice any cultivation techniques lightly. Without cultivation techniques, his combat abilities would be greatly weakened, leaving him reliant on simple methods to fight. However, this was sufficient for Jiang Ning at the moment. Let's go out and give it a try. Jiang Ning's eyes burned with determination, feeling his body brimming with strength. After lifting the restrictions on the cave residence, Jiang Ning stepped outside. At that moment, the sky was pitch black. However, Jiang Ning's vision was unobstructed. The cave was located on the slope of the mountain, where only some weeds grew, making it unsuitable for demon beasts to survive. After searching the area, Jiang Ning decided to head down the mountain to find a few demon beasts to practice on. Looking at the 100-foot-high cliff, Jiang Ning smiled slightly before leaping down. Bang! A heavy thud echoed through the air. Jiang Ning landed steadily in a dense forest. In the distance, several demon beasts at the Qi cultivation realm were startled by the commotion and fled in all directions. But Jiang Ning acted swiftly, pinching his fingers together. A beam of spiritual energy shot out from his fingertips. Put! In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy pierced through one of the fleeing demon beasts. The demon beast let out a final, unwilling howl before collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Unfortunately, he was only at the second level of Qi cultivation. Jiang Ning shook his head. A demon beast at the second level of Qi cultivation was of no significance to him, he could kill it with a single flick of his wrist. Let's keep looking. The most important thing was to find a demon beast at the 8th level of Qi cultivation or higher, preferably one at the body forging realm. Jiang Ning's battle intent surged, and his body transformed into a blur as he began searching through the jungle. That night, the outskirts of the Wanshou Mountains were thrown into chaos. It wasn't until dawn that Jiang Ning finally found a demon beast at the peak of the Qi cultivation realm. This demon beast had already awakened its spiritual intelligence. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, it was so frightened that its legs went weak and it turned to flee. Unfortunately, it was no match for Jiang Ning. After a brief battle, the demon beast at the peak of the Qi cultivation realm was slain by Jiang Ning. In the forest, Jiang Ning looked at the demon beast's lifeless body lying on the ground and took a deep breath. The physical prowess of demon beasts is generally superior to that of humans. A demon beast at the peak of the Qi cultivation realm is roughly equivalent to a human cultivator at the first level of the body tempering realm. It seems that my current combat strength is now on par with that of a forged body realm cultivator at the 3rd tier. The plot device of fighting opponents of a higher level. In his previous life, Jiang Ning had read about such scenarios countless times in novels, even finding them a bit cliché. But now it's happening to him. Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel exhilarated. After gaining a rough understanding of his current strength, Jiang Ning prepared to return to his cave residence. The inheritance left by the blood infant ancestor needed to be carefully planned out. Staying in the cave residence was inconvenient. If someone discovered it and stole the treasures inside, Jiang Ning wouldn't know where to turn. Though, the likelihood of that was very low. A cave residence belonging to a return to Void Immortal was not something that could be easily breached. But Jiang Ning still felt it was better to be cautious. Returning to the cave residence. The sky had already brightened. A brilliant sun rose slowly from the east, casting a reddish glow over the surrounding clouds. Deep within the Wansho Mountains, thick mist rose, resembling ethereal divine mist. However, Jiang Ning had no heart to admire the scenery. Upon returning to his cave residence, he immediately reactivated the protective barriers. What a pity the spiritual spring had dried up. Inside the cave, Jiang Ning looked at the dried-up spiritual spring and felt a pang of sorrow. And the spiritual tree beside it. Although he didn't know the variety, Jiang Ning felt that its value might not be inferior to that of the wine Lingquan. This loss alone amounted to at least 10 million. At the thought of that figure, Jiang Ning felt as though his heart were being torn apart. Before he could dwell on his sorrow, Jiang Ning's gaze was drawn to the rows of cabinets. Not only were they filled with martial arts manuals, but there were even some cultivation insights from great masters. You must understand. This was the entire foundation of the once glorious Blood Demon sect. Chapter 29, A Rich Harvest. We've struck gold. This is a huge windfall. Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since arriving in this world, he had come to understand the importance of money even more. Without enough money, even with the most extraordinary talent, one couldn't compare to those wealthy second-generation heirs backed by sects or families. These cultivation techniques are useless to me, I can sell them all. As for these cultivation techniques, Jiang Ning gave them a quick glance. The cultivation techniques collected by the Blood Infant Ancestor were naturally of a high grade. Unfortunately, many of them require specific attribute-based spiritual roots, and some even demand reaching a certain cultivation realm before practice is possible. Furthermore, most of these cultivation techniques are considered to be against the heavens and the way of the universe. Jiang Ning naturally wouldn't cultivate them. He did not want to be labeled as the enemy of the people. After picking out a few cultivation techniques that might be beneficial to him, Jiang Ning turned his attention to the cabinet where the pills were stored. This is the formula for the 9th grade Thunder Tribulation pill? The first cabinet had already given Jiang Ning an unexpected surprise. The 9th grade Thunder Tribulation pill. As the name suggests, it is a pill designed to help refine one's cultivation during the Thunder Tribulation. Such pills are extremely rare and highly sought after in the market. Once it appears, it is immediately snapped up by high-level cultivators. After all, once cultivators reach the Golden Core realm, they must endure the Thunder Tribulation every time they advance to a higher realm. Some cultivators with inferior talent have little hope of surviving the Lightning Tribulation and can only rely on external aids. The Thunder Tribulation pill is the top choice. Unfortunately, it's just the formula, not the finished pill. Even the remnants would be better. Jiang Ning felt a pang of regret. The formula is of little use to him at present. However, it could fetch a good price. However, Jiang Ning didn't overlook it and decided to take it with him later. The next cabinet. Jiang Ning discovered some high-grade pills, but unfortunately, none of them were of any use to him. He could only sell them for money. As the number of cabinets dwindled, Jiang Ning felt a bit disappointed. Although the quality of these pills was quite high, their value even reached several hundred thousand. There were none that he could use himself. Wait, what's this? After opening the last cabinet, Jiang Ning couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The cabinet was filled with top-grade spirit-gathering pills, packed so tightly that they nearly triggered Jiang Ning's claustrophobia. Damn it, how many high-grade spirit-gathering pills are there? Jiang Ning's voice trembled with excitement. Spirit-gathering pills were the most crucial elixirs he needed at the moment. With enough spirit-gathering pills, even if he were labeled as having advanced beyond his current cultivation level, Jiang Ning would have a chance to fight against a Golden Core Realm cultivator. Damn it, those 5 broken swords are like 5 huge money pits, but with these pills, I can afford to splurge. Jiang Ning had already calculated it. Using the 5 breaker swords in battle once would require at least 50 high-grade spirit-gathering pills. Converted into holy scrolls, that's 50 million. A single battle is equivalent to the savings of ordinary people over several decades. Even the so-called saints of the first layer of the world wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. If using pills obtained through the system, 10 pills a day would still take 5 days to cover the cost of a single battle. Jiang Ning found it unprofitable. But now, all his troubles were solved. This cabinet of top-grade spirit-gathering pills contains at least 1,000. 1,000 pills. Their value reaches the tens of millions. It would allow Jiang Ning to fight 20 times without any reservations. 10 million can only be used for 20 battles. Jiang Ning couldn't help but take a deep breath. That's way too extravagant. He made his decision. Unless faced with an unstoppable danger, he would never use the breaker sword in battle. As for why the Blood Infant Ancestor had so many high-quality spirit-gathering pills, Jiang Ning had some speculations. After all, the Blood Infant Ancestor's vital energy was depleted, and he relied on these spirit-gathering pills to condense his spiritual energy. With enough spiritual energy, he can slow down the aging of his vital energy. If that's the case, why not just use Qi blood pills? Jiang Ning was somewhat taken aback. The best pill for replenishing vital energy is naturally the Vital Energy pill, but it is a 4th grade pill. Its value is nearly twice that of high-quality spirit-gathering pills. Never mind, who cares? It's cheaper for me anyway. After examining these pills, Jiang Ning walked toward the last row of cabinets at the back. On these cabinets were all spirit-inscribed artifacts. Jiang Ning carefully examined them all. What he found regrettable was that there were no heaven-tier spiritual artifacts. The Blood Demon sect had once been so prosperous. Jiang Ning had hoped to snag a heaven-tier spiritual artifact. He presumed that the Blood Demon sect's heaven-tier spiritual artifacts had been taken by the Holy Tower authorities. Or perhaps they were damaged during the battle. Though there were no heaven-tier spiritual artifacts, Jiang Ning discovered 2 earth-tier ones. Though they were the lowest-tier earth-grade artifacts, they were still worth a significant amount of money. As for Xian-grade and Huang-grade spiritual artifacts, there were quite a few of those as well. Jiang Ning roughly estimated the value of all the items. After calculating, he arrived at a conclusion that left him trembling with shock. The total value of the inheritance left by the Blood Infant ancestor reached a staggering 50 million. Damn it, no wonder he was a return to Void Earth Immortal. 5 million. A full 50 million. According to Jiang Ning's knowledge, even some sects, excluding their real estate, wouldn't have enough treasures and elixirs within their sect to reach 5 million in value. This is unbelievable. It's like taking down a small sect. Jiang Ning felt nothing but joy from head to toe. Little did he know, the foundation of a return to Void Immortal couldn't possibly be this meager. The most valuable part had already been destroyed by him. But Jiang Ning was still unaware of this. In the spirit artifact cabinet, there were several storage artifacts, so he didn't need to worry about how to take these items with him. After several hours of hustle and bustle, everything that could be taken from the cave residence had been packed into Jiang Ning's storage ring. It's time to go. This cave residence can wait for another visit. Jiang Ning naturally couldn't stay in this cave residence forever. Who knows if that Blood Infant ancestor has any disciples or descendants? If we were discovered, it would be a huge hassle. After removing the restrictions on the cave mansion, Jiang Ning rushed forward at full speed and finally emerged from the 10,000 Beasts Mountains. By the time he returned home, it was already the middle of the night. His mother, Wang Lan, had just returned from work. Seeing Jiang Ning walk in, she lit up with joy. Ninger, the day after tomorrow is the selection day for disciples at the Moon Worship sect. I took a day off specifically to go and cheer you on. The Moon Worship sect? Jiang Ning almost didn't react. He suddenly remembered. Earlier, he had lied to his mother, saying that the high-grade spirit gathering pills were given by the Moon Worship sect just to dispel her suspicions. He had planned to just brush it off. But he never expected that Wang Lan had been keeping it in mind all this time. She even planned to go personally to encourage him? What should he do? Does that mean I really have to participate in the Moon Worship sect's disciple selection? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. The Moon Worship sect is just a small sect in the second layer world. The current Jiang Ning no longer looked down on it. Originally, Jiang Ning had planned to join a sect and rely on it to take him to a higher tier world to live. But now, the system required him to traverse the Holy Tower path to reach a higher tier world. The significance of joining the sect has diminished. But how should he explain this to his mother? Chapter 31, Using Connections? Damn it, Master, how did you know? It's indeed related to those 3 influential figures. Can you predict the future? Bai Shan jumped in fright. I was just trying to escape punishment by saying something offhand, but it turned out to be true. What's happening? Could those 3 powerful figures have come after my Bai Shan sect? Bai Shan hurriedly asked. Those 3 influential figures have been seen in the White Mountain region. It's quite possible they've come for our sect. I wonder if it's good news or bad news. Master, you're truly amazing. Lu Hong exclaimed in surprise. It could also be said that those 3 influential figures have come looking for our Bai Shan sect. In Lu Hong's view, Jiang Ning must have been sent by those 3 powerful figures to target the Bai Shan sect. So saying it that way makes sense. This time, not only the White Mountain sect, even Lu Mingquan and the others couldn't help but tremble slightly. Such powerful figures have come calling. If it's good news, it's a stroke of incredible fortune. If it's bad news, it could be the end of the family. The 2 outcomes hinged solely on the other party's decision. If the White Mountain sect were to suffer this undeserved disaster, the entire first layer of the world might also be doomed. That's the situation, Master. Lu Hong was about to speak when he heard Bai Jing say beside him, is there no one else around Bai Zhongju? Such a top secret matter, if outsiders were to find out, it could spell certain doom. In Bai Jing's view, Jiang Ning is so low-key he must not want his identity to be known by outsiders. If there were others present with Bai Shan who also learned of this information, who could guarantee that the 3 great beings behind Jiang Ning wouldn't, in a fit of anger, destroy the entire first layer of the world? Central region. Bai Shan glanced awkwardly at Lu Mingquan and the other sect elders. Lu Mingquan waved his hand dismissively, signaling Bai Shan to turn off the speakerphone. Bai Shan finally spoke, speak. There's no one else around. It's like this, Master. Then, Lu Hong explained the general circumstances of the matter to Bai Shan. After listening, Bai Shan was completely stunned. He never expected this. The Bai Shan sect had actually encountered such unimaginable wealth and fortune. Lu Hong, are you telling the truth? You're not lying to your master, are you? Bai Shan took a deep breath to calm his nerves and asked. Such a matter, how dare I deceive you? Lu Hong said seriously, tomorrow, Lord Jiangning will be arriving. What do you think? I'll return immediately and meet the official tomorrow. Master, remember what I told you, Lord Jiangning prefers to keep a low profile. Don't give yourself away. Of course. After hanging up the phone, Bai Shan couldn't stop smiling. Lu Mingquan and the other sect elders saw this and knew immediately that a great fortune was coming their way. Cough. White Mountain, my brother. Lu Mingquan awkwardly scratched his nose, his attitude doing a complete 180-degree turn. I wonder what those three great beings could possibly want with your Bai Shan sect. What business? Bai Shan chuckled. Sorry, sect leader, those three great figures prefer to keep a low profile and don't want to make a big deal out of it. However, speaking of which, Bai Shan scanned the room with his eyes. From now on, behind the Bai Shan sect stands those three great beings. Seeing Bai Shan's smug expression, Lu Mingquan and the others were seething with anger. But they dared not act rashly. After all, what if Bai Shan was telling the truth? Oh, right, sect leader, I need to head back. I'll be on my way. We must not be disrespectful to that great elder. We wouldn't be able to. Before Bai Shan could finish, Lu Mingquan waved his hand and hurried off. Layer master, everyone, I'll take my leave. Bai Shan left with a smug expression. Lu Mingquan sighed helplessly. Although he also wanted to know what the three great beings had come to see Bai Shan for. But since Bai Shan wouldn't say, he couldn't possibly send someone to follow or eavesdrop. Who knows, they might get angry and wipe out the entire first layer of the world with a single wave of their hand. It wasn't just Lu Mingquan who thought this way. All the ancient ancestors present shared the same thoughts. Ridiculous. Going to track and eavesdrop on such powerful beings? That's asking for death. The next day, Jiang Ning was awakened early by his mother, Wang Lan. Mom, it's only 4 o'clock. It's still early. Why get up so early? In the living room, Wang Lan lit several incense sticks. Today is one of the most important days of your life. Get up early and light incense for your dead father. May he watch over you from heaven. Jiang Ning felt helpless. He never expected to end up in another world, let alone a world of immortals, and still have to endure such feudal superstitions. But when it came to his father, Jiang Ning was somewhat surprised. In the original host's memories, there was not a single trace of him. Mom, what kind of person was my father? Jiang Ning looked at the tablet in the living room and asked curiously. Wang Lan shook her head, clearly unwilling to say more. He's been dead for so many years. It's best not to talk about it. We've managed to get by all these years as a widow and her son. Jiang Ning sighed, took the incense Wang Lan handed him, and placed it in the incense burner in front of the tablet. Actually, your father was also a cultivator. Behind her, Wang Lan sighed. He was a truly remarkable cultivator. Jiang Ning looked stunned, but Wang Lan clearly didn't want to say more. She waved her hand, urging them to eat quickly so they could go take the exam. Mom, I told you there's no need for an exam. We can just use the back door. Wang Lan glared at him. Don't go around telling everyone about the back door. The world is a dangerous place. All right. After eating a quick meal, Jiang Ning took Wang Lan and hurried toward Luo Feng Pavilion. Jiang Ning had originally planned to take a taxi. But Wang Lan thought it was too wasteful. After all, it was only just past 5 o'clock, and walking there would take a few hours. The assessment hadn't even started yet. No rush. Jiang Ning was dumbfounded. He finally understood why his mother had woken him up so early. However, now that he was a cultivator at the Qi cultivation realm, this journey was no challenge at all for him. It was his mother. Due to years of always saving the best things for him, her body had grown weak. Jiang Ning was worried she wouldn't be able to endure it. But what Jiang Ning didn't expect was that his mother was walking swiftly and effortlessly the entire way, showing no signs of fatigue. In one breath, she had walked all the way to the entrance of Luo Feng Pavilion. After all, this was the world of cultivators. Infrastructure like this can be handled with a single spell. Therefore, the Luo Feng Pavilion had already been fully rebuilt. Moreover, Bai Jing had even purchased several surrounding streets. The rebuilt Luo Feng Pavilion is much larger than before and now resembles a small sect. Isn't this the White Mountain sect? At the entrance, Wang Lan furrowed his brows. Isn't this Luo Feng Pavilion? Jiang Ning scratched the back of his head and explained, Mom, after all, we got in through connections. We can't just strut around like that in the Bai Shan sect, can we? Wang Lan thought about it and nodded. Let's go. Oh. Chapter 32, Pretending to be Real. At that moment, Luo Feng Pavilion. Bai Shan was pacing restlessly in the room. Lu Hong, standing nearby, interrupted with a headache. Master, could you please stop pacing back and forth? It's giving me a headache. Bai Shan glared at his disciple and said irritably, "Aren't you the least bit worried? That's the disciple of a super-powered being capable of slaying a return to void immortal. His status is so exalted that we can only look up to him." Lu Hong rolled his eyes. "Master, if you keep this up, we'll give ourselves away. If Jiang Ning blames us, I won't take the fall." "Expose ourselves?" Bai Shan's voice suddenly rose several notches. "Impossible. You're my disciple, I'm a professional. How could I possibly slip up?" Lu Hong smiled and didn't call him out. At that moment, Bai Jing also walked in, saying helplessly, "Jiang Ning said he's walking over and might take a while." Walking? Lu Hong and Bai Shan were dumbfounded. Lord Jiang Ning is really low-key. Well, let's just wait then. Fortunately, the three didn't have to wait long before a servant reported that Jiang Ning had arrived. "Master, be careful not to give yourself away. I'll go greet my junior disciple." Lu Hong, fearing his master might make a mistake, reiterated the details once more before leaving the room with Bai Jing. In the grand hall of Luo Feng Pavilion, Wang Lan was curiously examining the decorations of Luo Feng Pavilion. Jiang Ning stood respectfully behind him. Upon seeing Lu Hong and Bai Jing, Jiang Ning quickly signaled to them. The two immediately understood and slowed their pace. "Junior brother Jiang Ning." Lu Hong stood there with a solemn expression, waving his hand at Jiang Ning. "Let's go, I'll take you to see the master." "Yes, senior brother Lu." Lu Hong nodded and turned his gaze toward Wang Lan. "Who is this?" "Senior brother, this is my mother. She's here to accompany me to pay respects to our master today." "In that case, let's all go together." "Yes." After speaking, Lu Hong turned and walked toward the VIP room. Behind him, Jiang Ning glanced at his mother, Wang Lan, and said, "Mom, senior brother Lu is the holy son of the White Mountain sect." Wang Lan nodded. "I know. You know? I saw it on TV." Jiang Ning was taken aback for a moment before smiling helplessly. He had been worried that his mother might doubt Lu Hong's identity, but he had forgotten that someone of Lu Hong's status would frequently appear on TV. It wasn't surprising that his mother had seen him before. This actually saved a lot of trouble. In the VIP room, Bai Shan sat cross-legged on the cultivation platform, his expression as still as a well, but his heart was filled with anxiety. Especially after Jiang Ning entered the VIP room, Bai Shan's entire body trembled. Is this the disciple of those three great beings? What a striking figure. "Jiang Ning, I greet you, master." Upon entering the room, Jiang Ning feared that Bai Shan might give himself away, so he hurriedly bowed and spoke. Bai Shan finally snapped out of it. He waved his hand casually, saying, "No need for formalities. However, you have not yet joined the Bai Shan sect, nor have you performed the ritual of becoming my disciple. Calling me master is inappropriate." This was something Jiang Ning had instructed in advance. Since he was his master, he should act like one. Everything that happened next unfolded exactly as Jiang Ning had instructed in advance. Wang Lan had no doubts about this. Instead, she kept urging Jiang Ning to repay the kindness of her master and senior disciple in the future. Under no circumstances should he do anything to dishonor the sect. Seeing that her son's future was secure, Wang Lan felt much more at ease. After giving Jiang Ning one last reminder, she left Luo Feng Pavilion. As soon as Wang Lan left, Bai Shan collapsed onto the cultivation platform with a thud. Jiang Ning, just now, it was all an act. Please don't take it seriously. I am not worthy to be your master." Jiang Ning sighed. He had originally had no intention of joining any sect, but for his mother's peace of mind. That was why he had resorted to such a desperate measure. He had already performed the master-disciple ceremony with Bai Shan. According to the rules of this world, he was now Bai Shan's disciple. He must never betray him for the rest of his life. Otherwise, he would face the wrath of the Tao. Moreover, Bai Shan and Lu Hong had been kind to him. Such great figures were willing to act alongside him. This kindness, Jiang Ning had etched into his heart. "Master, there is no need for you to worry. Since we have already performed the master-disciple ceremony, I am now your disciple and also a disciple of the Bai Shan sect." If it were just about having Jiang Ning as a disciple, Bai Shan would naturally be willing. But dare he compete with those three great beings for a disciple? Bai Shan thought. He wasn't ready to die yet. What do those three mean? Bai Shan finally voiced his doubts. Jiang Ning also knew that, whether it was Bai Shan, Bai Jing, or Lu Hong, all felt that there were three mysterious and powerful beings behind them. Jiang Ning didn't bother to explain and instead went along with it, saying, that's also what those three intended. After all, there were many matters they couldn't handle personally. Upon hearing that it was the three of them, Bai Shan felt a lot more at ease. Since that's the case, Jiang Ning, you shall be one of the second-generation disciples of the Bai Shan sect. Lu Hong will be your senior disciple. However, although you have joined the Bai Shan sect, you are still free to do as you please. The sect's evaluations and tasks can be done according to your own wishes. Not only that, but the Bai Shan sect will also provide you with a stipend according to the standards of a holy son. A monthly salary of 30,000 holy scrolls, plus various types of elixirs and magical artifacts, totaling 100,000 holy scrolls. What do you think? 10,000 holy scrolls? I can't believe it. Jiang Ning was stunned. Is the treatment for a holy son really this good? But upon further thought, the holy son is the most talented disciple of the sect. The cultivation resources they require are naturally the most abundant. 10,000 sacred scrolls may seem like a lot, but it might not even be enough to cultivate a qualified holy son. Otherwise, Lu Hong wouldn't have established the 7-star hall. Thank you, master. Bai Shan nodded satisfactorily and pulled out a golden card, handing it to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, this is the identity token of the Bai Shan sect. With this token, you can collect your monthly allowance from the Holy Tower Bank. Keep it safe. Jiang Ning accepted the golden card with a smile. Getting 10,000 for free every month, why not? Jiang Ning, from now on, we will each go our separate ways. If there are outsiders present, you must address me as master. If there are no outsiders, you may call me Bai Shan. Upon hearing Bai Shan's words, Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, without refusing. The stronger you act now, the less likely they'll suspect anything. If you keep refusing, the other party might become suspicious. This is the best course of action. At that moment, Bai Jing also walked over and said, Lord Jiang Ning, since you have joined the Bai Shan sect, there are some matters I should inform you of. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning looked at Bai Jing in confusion. What matters? Bai Jing cleared her throat and said with narrowed eyes, do you remember the matter of the cultivation loan? The cultivation loan? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. He only remembered taking out the cultivation loan. But the specifics of the process had already faded from his memory. Or rather, the missing memories of the original host were precisely this segment. Chapter 33, more terrifying than Myanmar's northern border. Jiang Ning had also tried to recall it carefully. But he couldn't recall anything. Now that Bai Jing mentioned it, could there be some hidden circumstances involved? Do you remember which cultivation loan companies you borrowed money from? Which companies? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows slightly. He could recall some of the companies, but the total amount of funds borrowed from them didn't even reach 10,000 sacred scrolls. The amount he owed had reached a staggering 5 million holy scrolls. At that moment, Bai Jing looked at Lu Hong. Let the Holy Sun explain it to you. Lu Hong sighed and said, Jiang Ning, the company that lent you the cultivation loan is called Wang Jianlu. And behind Wang Jianlu is a direct disciple of our Bai Shan sect. Jiang Ning was no fool. Lu Hong only mentioned the basics, but Jiang Ning immediately understood the underlying reason. Which disciple is competing with you for the position of Holy Sun? Lu Hong nodded. The Bai Shan sect is divided into the inner sect and the outer sect, and the outer sect disciples hold little real power. Among the inner sect disciples, there are ordinary disciples, true disciples, direct disciples, and the sole Holy Sun. Jiang Ning was well aware of this. His teacher at the cultivation school, Tang Shui, was an ordinary disciple of the inner sect of the White Mountain sect. Her status was on par with that of an ordinary outer sect elder. As for the direct disciples, the White Mountain sect's inner sect has 12 peaks, which, in Jiang Ning's previous life, were equivalent to 12 departments. The ordinary employees working in these 12 departments were the direct disciples. The department heads, who are personally led by the peak masters, are the direct disciples. The Holy Sun. This position is held by the sole disciple of the sect master. They are also the most talented disciples within the inner sect. Regardless of their rank, disciples can only advance one level at a time. The number of spots is fixed. True disciples who wish to advance to direct disciples, they can only challenge one direct disciple. And a direct disciple who wishes to become a holy son must challenge a holy son. His name is Jia Quan, the disciple of the Peak Master of Tianjin Peak, and the Peak Master of Tianjin Peak is the deputy sect master of our sect. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. Does this mean it's not just a battle for the position of holy son, but also a battle for the position of sect master? Lu Hong sighed helplessly. Indeed. The deputy sect master, Wang Zhan, recently reached the peak of the foundation establishment realm, and his ambitions have been growing increasingly bold. He no longer wishes to remain subordinate to his master. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning turned to Bai Shan. Bai Shan gave an awkward smile and shrugged helplessly. I am currently only at the late foundation establishment stage. Jiang Ning sighed. He understood. When subordinates surpass their superiors in ability, they inevitably begin to harbor resentment toward them. On Earth, there are laws to follow and company regulations to adhere to. Even if you're deeply dissatisfied, you can only vent your frustrations behind closed doors. But in this world, it's different. A single disagreement can lead to life or death combat. Once a person harbors ambition, it swells rapidly, and they take action. So, they came up with immortality loans to enhance their strength? Jiang Ning asked. Lu Hong explained, it's both yes and no. The cultivation loans created by Wang Zhan and Jia Quan were not merely for accumulating strength to rebel. It was also to transform Jia Quan's spiritual root into a sacred grade spiritual root. Ha! Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. What's the explanation? It's an ancient that uses other spiritual roots to nourish one's own spiritual root. Once it reaches a certain level, it can transform into a sacred grade spiritual root. Lord Jiangning, the celestial spiritual root you purchased with the loan was actually your own spiritual root. They simply used an ancient secret technique to alter your memories. Whoa! Jiangning sucked in a sharp breath. At that moment, the missing memories of the original host flooded back into his mind. He remembered. Everything came back to him. He remembered. In the words of his previous life, it was when he was in junior high school and about to enter high school. Due to his family's poverty, he couldn't afford tutoring, which led to his grades falling below the required standard. At that time, a man claiming to be the principal of a certain high school approached him. He claimed to have a way to get Jiangning into the school through back channels. But there was a price to pay. This price was to take out a loan for cultivating immortality to pay the high tuition fees. So, Jiangning believed him. However, those people took Jiangning to a small dark room and used secret techniques to alter some of his memories. They made Jiangning believe that his innate spiritual root was purchased with a loan. In reality, they did nothing, not even taking a single penny from Jiangning. But Jiangning's memories had been altered. He mistakenly believed that his celestial spirit root had been purchased with a loan. When he couldn't repay the loan, the other party came to remove his celestial spirit root, and Jiangning did not resist. After all, the contract was there. But now you're telling him that it's his own spiritual root? This is worse than the organ harvesting in northern Myanmar. In that instant, many of the questions Jiangning had been unable to understand suddenly made sense. As for why he got nothing yet entered the second-tier advanced cultivation school to continue his studies, the reason is also simple. Don't forget, the school is one of the assets of the White Mountain sect. A direct disciple plus a deputy sect master arranging for a student to enroll is no trouble at all. It's just a matter of a single word. There's also Director Chow, who has been targeting me all along. Perhaps he's one of their people too. Damn it, they've actually schemed against me like this. Jiangning's anger boiled over. Wang Zhan and Jia Quan, those two scoundrels, nearly ruined my family. The victims aren't just you, but their memories have been altered, and they actually believe that the spiritual roots that were taken from them were bought with their own loans. Now, Jia Quan has used ancient demonic arts to transform his own spiritual roots into sacred-grade spiritual roots. He's currently attempting to break into the Sacred Tower's secret realm. If he succeeds, my position as the Holy Son and even my master's position as the sect leader will be threatened. Jiangning took a deep breath. So, you want the barrier-breaking pill to break through the barrier and enter the Holy Tower's secret realm as well? Lu Hong nodded solemnly. To be honest, I am no match for Jia Quan. His spiritual root was forged through demonic arts, making him incredibly powerful. The only way I can defeat him is by relying on external forces. Jiangning understood this. In the novels of his previous life, cultivators who practiced with demonic arts were often stronger than ordinary cultivators. When do you plan to enter the secret realm? Jiangning looked at Lu Hong. Originally, Jiangning had planned to stand by and watch. But now that he knew the truth, he couldn't possibly let Jia Quan off the hook. Daring to betray me like this. He must kill him with his own hands. Let's do it within the next few days. Seeing the murderous intent in Jiangning's eyes, Lu Hong's heart leaped with joy. Lord Jiangning, are you going to act? Of course. Jiangning nodded. With his current abilities, as long as he was willing to spend the money. Not to mention Jia Quan. Even that Wang Zhan, the deputy sect master, he could kill him. That's great. With Lord Jiangning taking action, those two won't be able to stir up any trouble. Let's not wait 2 days. Let's do it tomorrow. No need to drag it out and risk complications. Jiangning's eyes flashed with intense murderous intent, then he turned to Bai Jing. By the way, I have some items here. Take a look and see how much they're worth. Sell them all for me. As he spoke, Jiangning touched the storage ring on his finger. A flash of light filled the VIP room, instantly filling it with items. Chapter 34, A Path to Certain Death. Looking at the vast VIP room, in the blink of an eye, only a few people were left standing in the empty space. Bai Jing looked utterly stunned. What is this? Bai Jing picked up an object at random, looked at it closely, and froze in place. The cultivation insights of a return to Void Immortal? The Blood Infant Ancestors? This. Bai Jing was completely baffled. Just this single cultivation manual was worth over $1 million. Let alone the total value of all the others combined. Bai Jing instantly realized that Jiangning had raided the Blood Infant Ancestor's lair. But it made sense. After all, it was the Blood Infant Ancestor who had been slain by the powerful being behind them. This is their rightful spoils of war. Jiangning, please wait a moment while I inventory these items. Alright, no rush. Bai Jing hurriedly called for someone to begin the inventory. An hour later, Bai Jing gave her report. Lord Jiangning, the preliminary valuation of these items is approximately 60 million. What do you think? 60 million? That's still with Bai Jing adding some extra value herself. The blood infant ancestor is, after all, a demon cultivator. The insights and techniques that ordinary cultivators can utilize are limited. Otherwise, it would definitely be worth much more. 16 million? That's not bad. Jiang Ning grinned. 60 million isn't just enough to improve his and his mother's lives, it could also support him for many more fights. Mr. Jiangning, 6 million is no small sum. If you want to sell it all, you'll have to wait a while. Jiang Ning nodded. You handle it at Luo Feng Pavilion. When the time comes, give me 1 million in cash for the sacred scrolls, and the rest, convert it all into top-grade spirit-gathering pills. 6 million, all converted into top-grade spirit-gathering pills? Bai Jing sucked in a sharp breath. 16 million? That's 60,000 high-grade spirit-gathering pills. Such a massive quantity of pills would take even Luo Feng Pavilion a considerable amount of time to gather. Lord Jiangning, our Luo Feng Pavilion only has around 1,000 high-grade spirit-gathering pills in stock in the first layer of the world. I will transfer them all to you immediately. Jiangning nodded. The rest was secondary high-grade spirit-gathering pills were an essential item. We must depart for the secret realm tomorrow. How could we possibly go without any means to protect our lives? 1,000 is sufficient. Hurry and bring them to me. 1,000 pills are enough for Jiang Ning to activate the sky-splitting sword technique 200 times. Even if he encounters the deputy sect master at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, he still has a fighting chance. Alright, Mr. Jiangning, please wait a moment. I'll contact someone to bring them to you immediately. Alright. After Bai Jing left, Jiang Ning turned to Lu Hong. Senior brother Lu, explain the secret realm to me. Jiang Ning knew little about the secret realm. Although the textbooks mentioned it, the original host had never been interested in the secret realm and hadn't learned much about it. As you know, the Holy Tower world is a magical realm forged by a peerless great being. However, during the creation of this artifact, the Supreme Being accidentally triggered a forbidden seal, summoning certain races from the depths of the void. These extraterrestrial races launched a war against the original world, causing humanity to retreat and eventually flee into the Holy Tower world. However, some powerful alien races also infiltrated the world. Later, through Lu Hong's account, Jiang Ning also learned about the origin of the secret realm. Back then, humans and demonic beings originally lived in the original world. However, a certain supreme being, while refining a magical artifact, accidentally opened the gate to the outside world. This led to an invasion by alien races. In that battle, humans and demonic beings were defeated and retreated into the sacred tower world of the great beings to survive. This situation has persisted to this day. During the retreat, some powerful foreign races infiltrated the sacred tower world. Their plan was to undermine the sacred tower world from within, but the Supreme Being used his immense power to seal the foreign races, cutting off their energy supply. Therefore, these foreign races grew increasingly weak. By now, there are very few powerful foreign races left. The locations where these foreign races were sealed became the secret realms of today. The Holy Tower authorities, in order to train future generations of humans, assign numbers to these secret realms. The prefix is Holy Tower, followed by the layer number of the world they are located in. For example, in the first layer, the top-ranked secret realm is called Holy Tower Secret Realm Number 1. This secret realm is known as the Holy Tower Path. Tomorrow, Jiang Ning and his companions will be heading to the secret realm numbered Holy Tower 8. Don't be fooled by the low number, this is merely the first layer of the world, and there are no powerful extraterrestrial races within the secret realm. At most, one could reach the foundation establishment stage and defy the heavens. After digesting this information, Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. Does this mean that the human race and the demon race were actually on the same side back then? However, since the Supreme Being who created the Holy Tower world came from the human race became the rulers of the Holy Tower world. And the demon race is now the demon beasts? Lu Hong nodded. In that battle, all the demon clan's supreme beings who had ascended to power were killed in battle. If not for the human clan's protection, the demon clan might have ceased to exist. This is a world of the survival of the fittest. The price the demon race paid to survive to this day is to exist as demon beasts, hunted by humans to enhance their cultivation. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. This was a cruel reality. He wasn't a saint, and it wasn't because he felt sorry for the demon clan. Rather, he had come to understand the cruelty of this world on a deeper level. In the upcoming 8th secret realm, the most dangerous threat wasn't the foreign races, but Jia Quan. While the foreign races were powerful, they generally lacked intelligence. Jia Quan, however, is both brave and cunning. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so headache-inducing. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. The human race excels at internal strife, and once it starts, it can be quite brutal. Speaking of which, Jiang Ning suddenly remembered something. Senior brother Lu, what grade is your spiritual root? Spiritual root? Lu Hong paused for a moment before summoning his own spiritual root. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped in a brilliant emerald green light. A jade green willow tree emerged from Lu Hong's body. To the world, I am merely a heaven-grade spiritual root, but in truth, I am a mutated spiritual root that has reached the holy grade level. A saint-grade mutated spiritual root? Jiang Ning was taken aback. However, you should have noticed that I'm not particularly skilled in combat. Jiang Ning frowned and sensed the energy within Lu Hong's body. Since the spiritual root appeared, a constant flow of vital energy had been surging within him. Even he himself, when exposed to the glow of the willow tree, could feel the vital energy within his body slowly increasing. So you're a healer. What does healer mean? Lu Hong asked in confusion. It's a supportive cultivator who can heal teammates. Lu Hong nodded in understanding. You're right about that. If I had a combat-oriented spiritual root, I wouldn't be so worried about that Jia Quan. Jiang Ning smiled. Jia Quan is mine. Since he dared to scheme against me, he must have already chosen his own path to destruction. Chapter 35, The Barren Shore. At the entrance to the secret realm of Holy Tower number 8. Lu Hong was making his final arrangements. Jiang Ning listened attentively. Once inside the secret realm, we will be randomly teleported. We may end up far apart. To avoid any mishaps, Jiang Ning, please keep this map safely. Jiang Ning took it and looked through it. The map book detailed everything about the 8th secret realm. With this map, Jiang Ning would save a lot of trouble. Thank you very much. Lu Hong chuckled. Lord Jiangning, there's no need to be so formal. After all, our goals are the same. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. Their goal was clear, to prevent Jia Quan from escaping the secret realm. Alright, let's go in. Jiang Ning felt a sense of anticipation. Since arriving in this world, this was his first time entering the secret realm. Alright. After presenting his credentials to the guard stationed at the sacred tower, Lu Hong entered the secret realm first. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and followed closely behind. In an instant, a dizzying sensation swept over him. Jiang Ning felt a sudden dizziness, and the scene before his eyes gradually blurred. Once he could see clearly again, Jiang Ning realized that the surroundings had transformed into a barren wasteland. Is this the secret realm? The spiritual energy here is so thin, even scarcer than in a slum. Spiritual energy. It was an essential element for a cultivator's survival. Just like humans need oxygen. In an environment with thin oxygen, humans experience altitude sickness and oxygen deprivation. Cultivators are no different. The scarcer the spiritual energy, the weaker the combat power a cultivator can unleash. Once spiritual energy is depleted, cultivators can only degenerate into ordinary people, and may even die from exhaustion of vital energy. Even the spiritual artifacts in the slums are already quite rare, but I never expected that they would be even more scarce in this secret realm. Jiang Ning dared not delay and quickly took out the illustrated manual given to him by Lu Hong. It not only contained information about the creatures one might encounter in the 8th secret realm but also related maps. This must be the barren wasteland. I wonder where Lu Hong is gone and how far away he is. Secret realms are randomly teleported, so the location Jiang Ning currently found himself in couldn't be called good or bad. According to the map, there was a small human settlement on the outskirts of the wasteland. Secret realms often attract cultivators seeking to hone their skills. Additionally, to suppress the foreign races within the secret realm, the Holy Tower has constructed numerous settlements in each secret realm. In Jiang Ning's understanding, these are safe zones. Safe zones are abundant in spiritual energy, and the facilities available are no different from those in the outside world. What exists outside, exists here as well. What the outside world lacks, may also be found here. After calming his nerves, Jiang Ning determined his direction and headed toward the edge of the barren wasteland. The barren wasteland resembled the Gobi Desert on Earth in his previous life. Not only was it desolate and uninhabited, but it was also frequently hit by sandstorms that obscured the sky. Not only that, the wasteland was also one of the most dangerous regions in the entire secret realm. Once cultivators entered this area, the spiritual energy within their bodies would begin to leak uncontrollably. If that were the only issue, it wouldn't be too problematic. One could simply replenish their spiritual energy while traveling and eventually escape the wasteland. But the real challenge lies in. Every night, the wasteland is swept by a deadly sandstorm. Unlike ordinary sandstorms, death sandstorms are composed of chaotic spiritual energy and spatial fissures. Once caught in a death sandstorm, one can only pray to outrun it. Otherwise, no matter how powerful a cultivator you are, you'll be torn to pieces by the spatial fissures. It seems that before nightfall, we must enter the safe zone, where there are protective arrays to shield us from the death sandstorms. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. Whether it's the outside world or the secret realm, both belong to the Holy Tower artifact world, so the flow of time in the secret realm is the same as in the outside world. Isn't this just making things difficult for people? Jiang Ning felt an urge to curse. The secret realm isn't any smaller than the White Mountain region. In his previous life, it would have been the size of a province. Even this barren wasteland is at least the size of a prefecture-level city. Trying to cross a prefecture-level city on foot before nightfall is nothing short of a pipe dream. Using spiritual energy to travel was too dangerous, as the spiritual energy here was too, and some would be lost along the way. Replenishing spiritual energy would take far longer than in the outside world. If you encounter danger along the way and have no spiritual energy to defend yourself, wouldn't you just have to wait to die? A cultivator's spiritual energy isn't replenished constantly. There are 3 methods to replenish spiritual energy. The fastest is to directly consume spiritual pills, which is the most convenient but also the most expensive method. After all, spiritual energy pills are not cheap. The second method is to practice cultivation techniques. This method cannot be interrupted by external factors. Once the cultivation technique stops, spiritual energy will no longer be replenished. The third method is the least effective and the slowest. It involves circulating the spiritual energy within the body into the meridians, allowing the meridians to absorb spiritual energy from the air on their own. However, in this case, the amount of spiritual energy consumed is not significantly different from the amount replenished. To fully replenish the spiritual energy, it would take at least several dozen hours, and up to 2 or 3 days. This method is only suitable for cultivators who have not mastered any cultivation techniques. It's all my own fault for being too low in cultivation. Jiang Ning sighed helplessly. Most cultivators who entered the 8th secret realm had already reached the bone forging realm. At the bone forging realm, even without using spiritual energy, their physical prowess far surpasses that of Qi cultivation realm cultivators. Even if they were walking, they would still be much faster than Qi cultivation realm cultivators. Forget it, let's just take some pills. Otherwise, if we encounter a death sandstorm at night, we're done for. Jiang Ning sighed again. Fortunately, before entering, he had obtained the 1,000 high-grade spirit-gathering pills from Mai Jing. Otherwise, Jiang Ning would have been reluctant to use the spirit-gathering pills to replenish his spiritual energy. With that thought in mind, Jiang Ning gathered his spiritual energy at his feet and set off toward the edge of the wasteland with light steps. After traveling roughly 10 kilometers, the spiritual energy within Jiang Ning's body began to dwindle. This is ridiculous, only a few kilometers and I'm already out of spiritual energy? Jiang Ning sucked in a breath of spiritual energy. According to the map, he was still over 100 kilometers away from the safe zone. That would require over 10 spirit-gathering pills. Forget it, just use them. What else can I do? Jiang Ning clenched his teeth, pulled out a high-quality spirit-gathering pill, and swallowed it. Actually, being able to walk over 10 miles before exhausting his spiritual energy was already extraordinary for Jiang Ning. The barren wasteland had another name. It was known as the Qi cultivation hell. No matter how extraordinary your talent, as long as you're still in the Qi cultivation realm and haven't reached the safe zone before nightfall, you're as good as dead. Being teleported to such a dangerous place at the start, Jiang Ning really wanted to curse. Let's keep moving. After swallowing another high-grade spirit-gathering pill, Jiang Ning resumed his journey. As time passed, the vast desert no longer stretched endlessly around Jiang Ning. There were human skeletons scattered everywhere. These were all Qi cultivation realm cultivators who had been randomly teleported to this barren wasteland. Without exception, they had all fallen victim to this treacherous wasteland. Chapter 36, Taking Advantage of the Chaos. Jiang Ning felt a chill run down his spine. Every hair on his body stood on end uncontrollably. He had been in this world for some time now and had grown accustomed to its pace of life. But this was the first time Jiang Ning had truly felt the cruelty of this world. As he made his way forward, the number of skeletal remains grew ever more numerous. There were even many decomposing corpses, emitting a foul stench. For Jiang Ning, this was not only a physical ordeal but also a mental one. Not long after they left, Jiang Ning's spiritual energy was once again depleted. Oh well, starting off with such a hellish difficulty level, this is really something. Jiang Ning could only joke with himself to avoid being affected by the scene before him. After swallowing another high-grade spirit-gathering pill, Jiang Ning took out the mapbook. Based on the surrounding addresses and landmarks, he determined his current location. Not bad. It's only 100 kilometers to the gathering point. Let's push harder, we'll definitely make it before dark. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. He was grateful he had accepted Lu Hong's map album earlier. Without this map, he might have run out of pills and been stranded in the wasteland. This favor must be remembered. Jiang Ning had always been someone who repaid kindness, but he was also someone who never forgot a grudge. After pausing for a moment to replenish his spiritual energy, Jiang Ning set off once more. This time, Jiang Ning encountered living cultivators. Not one, but 3. The 3 cultivators were 2 women and 1 man. The women appeared to be quite young, possibly a year or 2 younger than Jiang Ning. The man was roughly the same age as Jiang Ning. Even from a distance, Jiang Ning used his spiritual energy to assess their cultivation levels. The 2 women were only at the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation, which is the initial stage of Qi cultivation. The male cultivator was at the 6th layer of Qi cultivation. At that moment, one of the girls, dressed in a purple dress, was looking at the man with tears streaming down her face. Senior brother Wan, where are we? Why is the spiritual energy inside my body constantly disappearing? The other girl, wearing a floral dress though not crying, looked equally terrified. Senior brother Wang, I'm so scared. Are we going to die here? Isn't it supposed to be random teleportation? Where are the masters? We should have told the masters we were coming. The leader, Wang Shixiang, looked gloomy and said, damn it, it's the wasteland. It's said that cultivators who enter the wasteland have no chance of survival. At those words, the purple-clad girl cried even harder, and even the girl in the floral dress couldn't help but burst into tears. Senior brother Wang, I don't want to die here. Senior brother Wang, I don't want to come to the secret realm anymore. Take us out of here. I'll never sneak out again. Wang Shixiang furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with resentment. But at that moment, Wang Shixiang's peripheral vision caught sight of Jiang Ning. Someone? The two girls heard this and looked over. Seeing someone able to move so swiftly across the barren wasteland, all three were startled. Great! It must be a senior practitioner at the bone forging realm, or even an ancient ancestor at the foundation establishment realm. A look of joy flashed across Wang Shixiang's face. Whether it was the bone forging realm or the foundation establishment realm, as long as the other party was willing to help him, there was hope. We won't die here in this barren wasteland. Elder, please wait. Jiang Ning ignored the three of them and prepared to leave directly. After all, in such an extreme environment, bringing along three burdens would only slow him down. Once night falls and the death sandstorm arrives, no one will be able to escape. Seeing that Jiang Ning ignored him, Wang Shixiang's eyes flashed with hatred, but he quickly concealed it. Please wait, senior. We are three outer disciples of the Changhe sect. These two are the granddaughters of the outer sect's enforcement elders of the Changhe sect. If the senior is willing to help us three, once we exit the secret realm, we will surely reward you generously. Oh? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning. The granddaughters of the law enforcement elders of the Changhe sect? Although they are outer sect elders. But since she is the granddaughter of an enforcement elder, even if she is from the outer sect, she is still a high-ranking figure within the entire sect. The granddaughter of such a figure must be quite wealthy, right? Jiang Ning immediately broke into a smile. The high-grade spirit-gathering pills consumed on the barren wasteland, we found someone to settle the accounts with. Since you're a disciple of the Changhe sect, why are you here? The secret realms of each district are interconnected. The Changhe district, which is under the jurisdiction of the Changhe sect, also has an entrance to the 8th secret realm. But since she is the granddaughter of a disciplinary elder of the Changhe sect, why would she venture into such a high-tier secret realm at the Qi cultivation realm? Would your elders at home feel at ease? That's the situation, senior. Wang Shixiang was honest and immediately explained respectfully. The two junior sisters heard that the White Mountain sect has a direct disciple vying for the position of Holy Sun. So they came to check it out, but ended up accidentally teleporting to this barren wasteland. Jiang Ning nodded in understanding, unable to suppress a smile. It was all because of curiosity, and they nearly lost their lives in the process. If you want me to help you, it's not impossible. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, holding up a high-grade spirit-gathering pill and 5,000 sacred scrolls. If you want to buy it, pay first. What? A single high-grade spirit-gathering pill costs 50,000 sacred scrolls? Wang Shixiang's expression immediately changed. An ordinary high-grade spirit-gathering pill is already considered extraordinary at 10,000 per pill. 5,000? That's 5 times the price. This is even more ruthless than robbery. Senior, isn't this a bit too much? A normal high-grade spirit-gathering pill only costs 10,000 sacred scrolls. Jiang Ning chuckled. I'm not forcing you to buy them. It's up to you whether you want to or not. But I must remind you tonight, there will be a deadly sandstorm. Upon hearing this, the purple-clad girl and the flower-patterned skirt girl both turned to look at Wang Shixiang. Wang Shixiang, what is a death sandstorm? Mentioning the deadly sandstorm, Wang Shixiang's expression also changed completely. If they couldn't reach the gathering place before dark, the only thing waiting for them would be death. As for the spirit-gathering pills, they had already used most of it. After all, no one would carry that many spirit-gathering pills on them at once. Senior, can you make it any cheaper? Wang Shixiang said hesitantly. 5,000 sacred scrolls were no problem for the two female disciples. But for him, it was a matter of life and death. He didn't have a grandfather who was an elder, he was just an ordinary disciple. His monthly allowance is barely enough to get by, and 5,000 sacred scrolls for one pill? It's better to kill him. No haggling. Jiang Ning looked serious, showing no sign of backing down. The two young women had already been terrified by the death sandstorm, and now they dared not hesitate. They hurriedly said, Senior, we agree. But we don't have that much cash on us. Can we write an IOU? Of course you can. Jiang Ning chuckled, unconcerned that the two would renege on their promise. As long as we have the IOU, if they dare to renege, we can simply have the White Mountain sect intervene to resolve the matter. The White Mountain sect and the Long River sect are of the same rank. If they don't want to start a sect war, the Changhe sect has no choice but to accept it. Chapter 37, Senior Brother Wang. Just write an IOU. Jiang Ning said with a smile, one IOU at a time. The purple-clad girl and the flower-patterned skirt girl were about to write the IOUs when Wang Xixiang hurriedly stopped them. Wait. You two sisters, don't fall for it. 5,000 for a single high-quality spirit-gathering pill? That's no different from robbery. The two girlfriends looked at Wang Xixiang in confusion. But without the spirit-gathering pills, we'll all die. That's right, senior brother Wang. The spirit-gathering pills we brought are already gone, aren't they? Senior brother Wang hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and said, I still have 20 left. I can give them to the junior sisters for free. 20? The two women looked astonished. Senior brother Wang, didn't you say you didn't have any left? Senior brother Wang's face turned red with embarrassment. These spirit-gathering pills were all he had saved up by living frugally. When he said he didn't have any earlier, it was just because he didn't want to part with them for his two junior sisters. After all, there were only so many spirit-gathering pills. If he gave them to his junior sisters, he wouldn't have much left for himself. If he could survive the wasteland, he could use this favor to secure benefits from the disciplinary elder. But based on senior brother Wang's experience, 10 pills per person is absolutely insufficient to escape. Those 30 pills would be better kept for myself. Once I'm out, who cares about the two junior sisters? Survival is the ultimate priority. But now, senior brother Wang saw the two junior sisters trying to buy Jiang Ning's pills for 5,000 spirit stones each. He couldn't bear it anymore. These were clearly meant for him. Since he couldn't have them, he wouldn't let Jiang Ning have them either. He didn't believe Jiang Ning had that many spirit-gathering pills. After all, who would carry so many spirit-gathering pills on them? This I only just remembered. Two younger sisters, this place isn't far from the gathering point. If we use our resources sparingly, we should be able to make it out. The two young women heard this and their faces lit up. We won't have to be killed by Jiang Ning. In response, Jiang Ning just smiled. The distance from here to the gathering place is at least 90 kilometers. With the three of them, they might not even make it halfway. By then, a single high-quality spirit-gathering pill would be worth far more than 5,000 sacred scrolls. Come on, two junior sisters, let's each take 10. Wang Xixiang reluctantly handed over 20 spirit-gathering pills and then handed them to the two young women. Sorry, senior, we already have enough supplies. If we run out, we'll buy more from you. The girl in the floral skirt was sensible and didn't offend Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning waved his hand dismissively. Alright, then you're on your own. With that, Jiang Ning began walking forward. However, Jiang Ning's pace wasn't particularly fast. If he had kept his previous pace, the three people behind him would definitely not be able to keep up. Jiang Ning didn't want to let such a valuable client slip away. Sis, let's go. Wang Xixiang snorted coldly, glanced at Jiang Ning's back, then led the two junior sisters to follow. However, after walking for a short while, the purple-clad girl's face turned pale. Senior brother Wang, my spiritual energy is running out. After all, with only a second-tier chi cultivation level, there wasn't much spiritual energy left in her body. Take some medicine quickly. Senior brother Wang furrowed his brows. He was also entering the 8th secret realm for the first time and knew little about the barren wasteland. If the remaining distance isn't too far, it'll be okay. If it's too far, we'll have to leave these two burdens behind. They had only been walking for a short while. The young girl in the floral skirt's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and she could only swallow a spirit-gathering pill to replenish her energy. Wang Xixiang and the purple-clad girl could only wait by the side. Though they weren't moving forward, the spiritual artifacts within their bodies were still constantly draining. As the three of them stopped, Jiang Ning ahead also had to halt. He feared that if they went too far, they might lose the important client. Damn it, these three are moving so slowly. By the time we get there, it'll cost 10,000 sacred scrolls for a single high-quality spirit-gathering pill. Jiang Ning clenched his teeth. Waiting for those two girls had caused him to consume his pills at an accelerated rate. Originally, one pill could take him 10 kilometers. Now he needed 2. He had to extort a hefty sum from them. Behind Jiang Ning, the three set off once more. But after not long, Wang Xixiang's spiritual energy was also depleted. This isn't sustainable. Senior brother Wang clenched his teeth. You two sisters, go ahead without me. Even if we stand still on this barren wasteland, our spiritual energy will continue to deplete. If we keep this up, we'll all be stranded here. Don't waste your spiritual energy. Seeing senior brother Wang act so selflessly, the two women couldn't help but tear up. Senior brother Wang, hurry up and catch up. Senior brother Wang, you must survive and get out of here. Watching the two women leave, senior brother Wang sneered inwardly. He wasn't that kind-hearted. In fact, the chi-gathering pills he had brought this time numbered 50 in total. He had planned to use the 8th secret realm to break through to the peak of the chi cultivation realm in one go. But he ended up in this desolate wasteland instead. He told his two junior sisters that he only had 30, just to hide his true strength. He told his junior sisters to go ahead, as he was planning for the next step. Soon, senior brother Wang had replenished his pills and once again set off toward the front. At that moment, the purple-clad girl's spiritual energy was also depleted, and she stopped to replenish it. The girl in the floral skirt had already walked a considerable distance ahead. Senior brother Wang approached the purple-clad girl, pretending to pause, but heard her say, "Senior brother Wang, don't waste your spiritual energy. You go ahead, I'll catch up soon." This was exactly the effect senior brother Wang had intended. "Since you told me to go ahead, don't blame me later. It won't take long to completely shake off these two dead weights." "Alright." Senior brother Wang nodded and headed forward. Jiang Ning at the front. He observed everything. He naturally saw through Wang Shixiang's intentions, but it wasn't his concern. After all, when faced with life and death, everyone would be selfish. Jiang Ning isn't a saint either, she wouldn't judge such behavior. As long as Wang Shixiang doesn't interfere with his business, everything can be discussed. Soon, Wang Shixiang had already arrived within 10 meters of Jiang Ning. The purple-skirted girl and the flower-patterned skirt girl had already fallen far behind. As Wang Shixiang passed by Jiang Ning, he sensed the spiritual energy continuously leaking from Jiang Ning's body and sneered coldly. "I thought he was some kind of senior practitioner, but it turns out he's only at the qi cultivation realm." When Jiang Ning appeared, senior brother Wang had refrained from using his spiritual energy to probe Jiang Ning's strength in order to slow down the rate at which his spiritual energy was leaking out. But now that they were so close, he could directly sense the spiritual energy Jiang Ning was losing. Senior brother Wang no longer gave Jiang Ning a second thought and continued walking forward. Time flowed like water. Not long after, the purple-clad girl at the rear let out a startled cry and said despairingly, "Oh no, senior brother Wang, my spirit gathering pill is gone." Up ahead. Senior brother Wang seemed not to hear her, continuing to walk on his own. Senior brother Wang, senior brother Wang? Chapter 38, Human Hearts. The two girls grew anxious, thinking Wang Shixiang hadn't heard them, so they raised their voices even more. Unfortunately, senior brother Wang continued to walk forward, oblivious to them. "What's wrong with senior brother Wang?" the purple-clad young woman asked in confusion. "I don't know. Why isn't senior brother Wang paying attention to us?" The girl in the floral dress shook her head, her eyes filled with anxiety. If they couldn't replenish their spiritual energy with the pills, they would end up like the skeletal remains they had seen along the way. "That's easy. You think we're just a burden, don't you?" At that moment, Jiang Ning returned and smiled softly. "Impossible." The purple-clad girl retorted disbelievingly, "Senior brother Wang wouldn't do that." "Right, we believe in senior brother Wang's character. He would never do that, he wouldn't abandon us." The two girls were completely trusting of senior brother Wang. In response, Jiang Ning merely smiled. "Think about it yourselves. How many spirit-gathering pills did senior brother Wang use along the way? How many?" The purple-clad girl furrowed her brows slightly, while the flower-patterned girl beside her carefully recalled and said, "Senior brother Wang has already used 8. Jiang Ning nodded. "Earlier, your senior brother Wang said he only had 30 qi-gathering pills left, and the three of you were each supposed to get 10. So now, senior brother Wang only has 2 left?" The girl in the floral dress gasped, glancing at the vast, barren wasteland before her, her eyes filled with despair. "Is senior brother Wang planning to rely on the last 2 qi-gathering pills to make it to the gathering point and find someone to save us?" The girl in the purple dress hurriedly nodded. "That must be it." Seeing the two girls still unable to accept reality, Jiang Ning sneered and took out 2 high-quality spirit-gathering pills. "These 2 pills are for you to try. If they work as I said, you'll see for yourselves." The two women exchanged glances. Though unwilling to believe the worst outcome, they still took the pills from Jiang Ning. 1 pill went down their throats. The spiritual energy within the two women's bodies was quickly replenished. At that moment, Wang Shixiang, who was far away, also stopped and pulled out a qi-gathering pill from his robe, swallowing it. This was the 9th one. Jiang Ning chuckled softly, waited for his children to finish replenishing their energy, then continued walking forward. Wang Shixiang naturally witnessed this scene. He couldn't help but look down on them. "Fool! In a life or death situation, you're still thinking about being a hero and saving the damsel in distress? You deserve to die. A mere qi cultivation realm practitioner, I don't believe you have enough qi gathering pills. As long as I can get out, the deaths of the 2 junior sisters will be your fault, not mine." Senior brother Wang had already decided to shift the blame onto Jiang Ning. After a brief rest, senior brother Wang set off again. Jiang Ning and the 2 girls followed slowly behind, saying nothing. After walking about 1 or 2 kilometers, the 2 girls' spiritual energy once again depleted. Jiang Ning once again produced 2 high-quality spirit-gathering pills. However, this time they were priced at 10,000 each, and they could write an IOU for now. Though they found the price exorbitant, the 2 women had no choice but to grit their teeth and accept it. After replenishing their energy, they continued on their way. "Look, senior brother Wang has already used his 10th qi gathering pill." At that moment, the purple-clad girl suddenly pointed ahead and said, The girl in the floral skirt also looked over and saw that Wang Shixiang had taken out what was supposedly the last pill. Sister, if senior brother Wang runs out of pills, let us buy some for him with our own money. The purple-skirted girl said to the flower-patterned skirt girl. After all, senior brother Wang had given them the pills, and they felt they couldn't be ungrateful. I think that's a good idea. Thus, the two groups set off toward the gathering place, one in front and one behind. After walking for a while longer, senior brother Wang, who was ahead, stopped again. Senior brother Wang has run out of pills. Senior, could you? But before the two women could finish speaking, they saw senior brother Wang reach into his robe and pull out another pill. How could that be? Senior brother Wang said there were only 30 chi gathering pills. The purple-clad girl stood there in a daze. Her expression was filled with disbelief. The girl in the floral dress widened her eyes. Could it be that senior brother Wang has been deceiving us all along? How could he? How could he deceive us? Senior brother Wang knows that as long as we can get out, he would never treat us unfairly. At that moment, the two girls' trust in Wang Shixiang began to crumble. Senior brother Wang, why did you lie to us? The girl in the purple dress shouted angrily toward the front. Senior brother Wang, give us an explanation. Otherwise, once we return to the China sect, we won't let you off the hook. The two women's behavior was also somewhat domineering. In such a life or death situation, one naturally prioritizes one's own safety. Upon hearing this, Wang Shixiang turned around with a look of hatred on his face. What's the point of deceiving you? You were the ones who insisted on coming to the secret realm. In this situation, I didn't want to either. But I want to live. Living is so much better. Wang Shixiang's expression grew savage. Let me tell you the truth, I don't have 30 chi gathering pills, I have 50. Rest assured, my two junior sisters. As long as I can escape this wasteland, I will definitely build you a proper grave with a headstone. Upon hearing this, the purple-clad girl's eyes turned slightly red. Senior brother Wang, you said you would bring us here. The girl in the flowered skirt chimed in from the side. That's right, we didn't want to come in the first place. You were the one who said you'd bring us here to see the commotion. How did this become our fault? Wang Shixiang snorted coldly, turned, and left without another word. After all, every extra second lingered meant one less chance of survival. It was indeed he who voluntarily offered to bring the two of them to the secret realm. After all, winning over the granddaughter of the enforcement elder can only benefit him. Perhaps he could even win the beauty's heart? But who could have guessed that this time his luck was so bad, and he was teleported to this barren wasteland? If anyone is to blame, it's just bad luck. Ha ha. Looking at the two women with tears streaming down their faces, Jiang Ning smiled and said, human nature, indeed. Indeed. Senior brother Wang did something wrong. But the girl in the purple dress and the girl in the floral dress also made mistakes. Everyone has a point. All we can say is that it's just bad luck. However, none of this has anything to do with him. He just wants to run his business. As long as there's money to be made. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning led the two girls once again toward the direction of the gathering place. According to the map, it should be around 20 kilometers. If they hurry, they should definitely arrive before dark. However, what Jiang Ning didn't expect was the two women were moving even slower due to the matter involving Wang Shixiang. What used to take one high-grade chi gathering pill per kilometer or two now required one every few hundred meters. Wang Shixiang had already left them far behind. This isn't going to work. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. At that moment, the sky was beginning to grow dark. If we delay any further, we might encounter a deadly sandstorm. As Jiang Ning was thinking, he suddenly heard a series of growling sounds coming from behind him. Turning around, Jiang Ning's hair stood on end. Chapter 39, Death Sandstorm. In the distance, a sandstorm as vast as the sky was sweeping toward them at a terrifying speed. Within the sandstorm, chaotic spiritual energy swirled, and spatial fissures appeared everywhere. Jiang Ning witnessed it with his own eyes. A massive rock over 30 meters tall was swept into the sandstorm and instantly reduced to dust. This is bad, it's the death sandstorm. Jiang Ning shuddered in fear. Isn't it supposed to appear at night? What's going on? The two women beside Jiang Ning were already trembling with fear, their legs weak and their lips pale. How terrifying. Is this the death sandstorm? Sister, are we going to die here? Don't just stand there. Run. Jiang Ning quickly interrupted the two women, grabbed them, and started running toward the front. Fortunately, the sandstorm was still far away. Otherwise, Jiang Ning wouldn't have brought these two burdens alone. He knows which is more important, money or life. If there was no other option, he would have to abandon the two burdens. They would just have to consider the high-quality chi gathering pills a loss. Under Jiang Ning's urging, the two women finally came to their senses. In the face of life-threatening danger, their speed increased significantly. The lead disciple, Wang, also noticed the deadly sandstorm approaching from behind and his face turned ashen. Damn it, why did the death sandstorm appear at this moment? Ah, damn it, it's all those two bastards' fault. If it weren't for them, I would have already reached the gathering point. At that moment, Wang Shixiang had only 10 pills left on his body. If he couldn't reach the gathering point before the last 10 pills were exhausted, the deadly sandstorm behind him will strike and he will die in the most horrific manner. Jiang Ning, seeing that the two women had caught up, let go of his hands and took out the booklet Lu Hong had given him. It recorded the approximate time of the death sandstorm's arrival. However, under normal circumstances, the death sandstorm should still be 2 or 3 hours away. But now, it had arrived early. Such a situation could only mean that something had changed deep within the secret realm. Jiang Ning recalled the words Lu Hong had said before entering the secret realm. If we encounter an abnormal situation, it can only mean that Jia Quan has reached the core area of the secret realm, and that he has triggered some changes within the core area. Damn it, we can't delay any longer. Jiang Ning clenched his teeth, glanced at his surroundings, and after studying the map once more, he discovered something surprising. They were only a few kilometers away from the gathering point. The sandstorm behind them was still hundreds of kilometers away. As long as nothing unexpected happened along the way, they were certain to reach the gathering point. Suddenly, Jiang Ning's expression changed abruptly. He remembered something extremely important. That was that every time a death sandstorm approached, the gathering place would activate its array to resist the sandstorm. As a result, if we cannot reach the gathering place 1 hour before the sandstorm arrives, once the array was closed, there would be no way in. Damn it, let me calculate the time. There's only 1 hour left before it closes. Traveling 10 kilometers across the barren wasteland in an hour isn't that difficult. We need to pick up the pace. We must reach the gathering place within an hour. If the two of you keep moving at this pace, I won't be responsible for you. The two women hurriedly nodded, afraid that Jiang Ning would abandon them. No matter how tired or how much it hurt, they gritted their teeth and picked up the pace. The gathering point outside the barren wasteland. This place is also known as the deserted city, covering only 7 or 8 square kilometers, yet it is unusually bustling. At that moment, the cement-paved streets were packed with people, and everyone is looking out toward the outskirts of the wasteland city. Trouble. The death sandstorm has arrived early again today. Yes, in recent days, no one knows what has happened, but the death sandstorm has been arriving earlier and earlier, and its power has been growing stronger. Quickly report to the city commander and have him activate the city defense array. Not yet. According to the rules, the array is only activated when the sandstorm is 50 kilometers away from the city. The reason for this rule is to allow more cultivators to enter the safe zone and seek shelter. 50 kilometers is already the limit. If we activate the defensive array any closer, it will be too late. Those who haven't entered the city by then will have to fend for themselves. After all, we can't endanger others for the sake of a few individuals. Whoosh! At that moment, a blue beam of light streaked across the sky, and a cultivator clad in golden armor descended from the heavens. Those on the streets who saw this figure were all startled. It's the commander. Is the formation about to be activated? But my brother is still outside. Tell him to hurry up. If he doesn't come in soon, he'll freeze to death out there. I've already told him to hurry up. The signal is bad in here. Hurry up. The golden armored commander stood there, his expression solemn as he stared at the approaching sandstorm in the distance. Lately, these sandstorms have been coming earlier and earlier, and their power is growing faster and faster. If this continues, the city won't hold out much longer. The commander sighed deeply, his face filled with reluctance and gravity. After roughly estimating the time, the commander channeled his energy and shouted toward the gathering area outside. There are 10 minutes left until the formation activates. In 10 minutes, anyone who hasn't made it to the town will have to fend for themselves. 10 minutes? The lead disciple of the royal guard had already heard the commander's words. Looking at the single chi gathering pill left in his hand, he clenched his teeth and swallowed it in one gulp. It's almost time. 10 minutes is enough. After speaking, Wang Shixiang pulled out another pill, hesitated for a moment, then swallowed it. This was a pill that could temporarily unlock a cultivator's latent potential. After taking the pill, Wang Shixiang's speed suddenly increased significantly. At that moment, the three people behind him, Jiang Ning and the others, also heard the voice of the guard captain. After roughly estimating the distance, Jiang Ning also felt that there was enough time. It wouldn't take more than 10 minutes. They could reach the scene in 7 or 8 minutes, so Jiang Ning didn't rush. Time ticked by second by second. After unleashing his latent potential, Wang Shixiang reached the safe zone in just 3 minutes. As soon as he entered the safe zone, senior brother Wang gasped for breath. Without pausing to rest, senior brother Wang hurriedly looked up at the commander. Senior, there's no one behind me anymore. Hurry up and activate the formation. The speed of the death sandstorm seems to have increased. The commander furrowed his brows. Are you certain there's no one left behind? Senior brother Wang nodded urgently. Yes, there's no one left. I'm the last one. The town on the barren wasteland was built on a high ground. To return to the city, one must first climb a gentle slope. The view below the slope was naturally obstructed. Therefore, after hearing Wang Shixiang's words, the garrison commander waited another minute. Seeing that no one else was coming, he finally formed the hand seals with both hands, preparing to close the formation. However, at that very moment, someone in the crowd suddenly cried out in alarm. "Commander, please wait. Look, there are still people here." Senior brother Wang looked over and saw Jiang Ning and his two younger sisters. His expression suddenly changed. "Commander, hurry and open the array. We can't sacrifice all of us for the sake of those three." Chapter 40, Seeking Death. The commander furrowed his brows. The Holy Tower has explicit regulations if anyone is still within sight and hasn't entered the city. As the commander, one must wait until the last person enters the city before activating the formation. The design of the wasteland settlement is quite ingenious. Anyone within sight, as long as they are not intentionally trying to evade, must be able to enter the settlement before the deadly sandstorm arrives. At the same time, the remaining time is also sufficient for the garrison commander to activate the defensive formation. Therefore, the garrison commander ignored Wang Shixiang's request to close the formation. Instead, he channeled his spiritual energy and shouted loudly, "In 3 minutes, if the three of you haven't reached the gathering area, don't blame me." 3 minutes? Outside the gathering point, Jiang Ning furrowed his brows slightly. If it were just one person, 3 minutes would be more than enough. But there were still 2 others to worry about. At this pace, we might not make it to the gathering point in 3 minutes. Although he was confident in his own abilities. But Jiang Ning wasn't arrogant enough to think he could stand up to the death sandstorm. This won't do. If we keep going like this, none of us will make it to the gathering point. Jiang Ning had considered abandoning the 2 women to fend for themselves. But he had already sacrificed dozens of high-quality qi gathering pills. To give up now would be throwing them all away. The 2 women looked over at him, their expressions filled with despair and fear. By normal logic, Jiang Ning should have abandoned them by now. But the 2 of them didn't want to die here. They still had their youth and an endless future ahead of them. "Senior, don't abandon us." The purple-dressed girl looked at Jiang Ning with tears streaming down her face, almost blurting out the words, "Please spare us." The girl in the floral dress, though slightly more rational, also looked at Jiang Ning with pleading eyes. "Don't worry, I don't want those pills to go to waste." Jiang Ning smiled slightly, already having a plan in mind. "Get ready. I'll throw you over there in a moment." Jiang Ning's idea was inspired by skipping stones. He tossed the 2 of them into the safe zone like stones. As long as there were no more burdens, Jiang Ning was confident he could reach the gathering point within a minute. After explaining his plan to the 2 women, they felt a bit embarrassed. But compared to losing face, death was what truly terrified them. "Alright, then we'll trouble you, senior. If my sister and I can survive this ordeal, you will be honored guests at the Longna sect in the future." The girl in the floral dress said gratefully. Jiang Ning didn't waste any time. After instructing the 2 women to prepare themselves, he grabbed one of each and tossed them toward the gathering area like sacks of sand. Ah! Plop! Fortunately, neither of the 2 women were ordinary people, though their cultivation levels were only at the initial stage of qi cultivation. They managed to land safely. "Next, it's my turn." Jiang Ning took a deep breath and then pulled out a high-quality qi gathering pill. He had already depleted most of the spiritual energy in his body and now needed to replenish it. Time was now down to the final 1.5 minutes. Only 30 seconds to replenish his spiritual energy, but it would be enough. Jiang Ning's eyes grew intense as he swallowed the pill, causing spiritual energy to surge wildly within his body. In just a few breaths, Jiang Ning had replenished more than half of his spiritual energy. Though not entirely replenished. But it was enough. It was time. Jiang Ning channeled all the spiritual energy in his body into his legs, then pushed off with all his might. His entire body shot forward like a fired cannonball, racing toward the gathering point. At that moment. At the gathering place. Watching this scene, senior brother Wang felt a surge of fear. The 2 female disciples had safely reached the gathering place, and once the sandstorm subsided, they would certainly come looking for trouble. With the enforcement elders backing them, he, as an ordinary disciple, would definitely not escape punishment. And there was Jiang Ning. Although he was only at the qi cultivation stage. But his bottomless supply of pills must mean he's a core disciple of some sect. If they all come after him, he has no way out. At this thought, Wang Shixiang clenched his teeth and looked at his 2 female disciples. At that moment, the 2 women were still thinking about Jiang Ning, even though they had already entered the gathering area. But they were still waiting on the outskirts. Their thoughts were all on Jiang Ning. Seeing this, a flash of jealousy crossed Wang Shixiang's eyes. But it was quickly replaced by ruthlessness. Taking advantage of no one noticing him, Wang Shixiang quietly approached the 2 women from behind. At that moment, Jiang Ning's figure was already approaching the gathering place. Now was the moment. Wang Shixiang clenched his teeth and then struck the 2 female disciples with all his might. This strike. Senior brother Wang had put all his strength into it. "Be careful." In mid-air. Jiang Ning witnessed the entire scene and immediately shouted to warn the 2 women. But it was clearly too late. The two women's figures shot forward like cannonballs, hurtling toward the front. Their direction was straight toward Jiang Ning. If it were an ordinary person, they would likely be directly transported to the gathering place by the two women. But Jiang Ning was no ordinary person. He swiftly swallowed a high-grade chi gathering pill, then gathered his spiritual energy into his hands. Immediately afterward, Jiang Ning grabbed both women by the waist with one hand each. Although his forward movement was temporarily halted, it didn't delay him for long. Bang! Moments later, Jiang Ning landed steadily. The 3 minutes the commander had mentioned had also just elapsed. Time's up, activate the formation. At the commander's command, several soldiers quickly opened the array's central mechanism. Soon, a transparent barrier enveloped the entire gathering area. Upon seeing this, the cultivators hiding within the gathering place finally breathed a sigh of relief. The two women, still shaken, patted their chests, their foreheads already drenched in cold sweat. That was close. We were almost killed here. The person who pushed us just now was Senior Brother Wang. How could he do that? Does he want us to die here? Coming to their senses, the two women fixed their sharp gazes on Wang Shixiang. Realizing his plan had failed, Wang Shixiang tried to hide behind the crowd, but the two women caught him red-handed. Senior Brother Wang, you actually wanted us to die here? You have such a cruel heart, Wang Shixiang. I even told grandfather that I would recommend you for admission into the inner sect. Senior Brother Wang, you've let us down so much. Once we exit the secret realm, I'll make sure grandfather deals with you according to the sect's rules. Wang Shixian's expression fluctuated between anger and fear. He had already decided to kill us to silence us. Ha, Wang Shixiang, is that you? Jiang Ning has also blocked Wang Shixiang's retreat. Earlier, he had seen everything clearly from above. If it weren't for his own strength, he might already be dead outside. If we just let Senior Brother Wang off like this, won't everyone else be able to step on Jiang Ning in the future? Ah, too bad you didn't die outside. Senior Brother Wang's face darkened. You little brat, don't pretend to be some senior. You're just a lowly chi cultivation stage practitioner. Who lives and who dies isn't certain yet. Jiang Ning snorted derisively. The last time he saw someone so brave was the last time. In his eyes, Senior Brother Wang was already dead. Just as Jiang Ning was about to act, a figure suddenly stepped between him and Wang Shixiang. This is a gathering place. Cultivators are forbidden from killing each other. Those who disobey will be executed. Chapter 41, The First Battle. Prohibited from killing fellow cultivators? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. He hadn't heard Lu Hong mention this before. However, that doesn't matter. What matters is that Senior Brother Wang must die. Even if he is protected by the city's commander, it won't matter. Jiang Ning had already investigated. That defending general is only at the second level of physical cultivation. If a conflict were to arise, I can defeat him without relying on the breaker's sword. Get out of the way. Jiang Ning growled softly, no killing? It was he who started it first. If possible, avoid fighting the city commander. After all, they are backed by the official authorities of the Holy Tower. Therefore, Jiang Ning decided to reason with them first. If reason fails, then action can follow. The city commander's expression froze, and he had nothing to say. After all, he had seen Wang Shixiang's actions clearly just now. But he hadn't had time to stop him earlier. Now, if he allowed the two to fight and failed to stop him, he would have a hard time explaining himself. Young friend, this is the Holy Tower's regulation. Don't make this difficult for me. Any grievances between the two of you should be settled outside the settlement. Wang Shixiang, protected behind the city commander, felt relieved and gave Jiang Ning a defiant glance. You fool, if you have the guts, violate the Holy Tower's laws and kill me now. If you don't have the guts, just keep it to yourself. Wang Shixiang dared to provoke Jiang Ning because he was certain Jiang Ning wouldn't dare to act in front of the garrison commander. If Jiang Ning were to act, that would be a direct challenge to the official laws of the Holy Tower. At that point, there would be no need for him to act. The Holy Tower authorities will issue a warrant for Jiang Ning's arrest. But, clearly, Senior Brother Wang does not understand Jiang Ning's true nature. Boom! As soon as Wang Shixiang's provocative words fell, Jiang Ning transformed into a blur and shot toward Wang Shixiang. How dare you! The commander's eyebrows twitched and his heart filled with dread. Jiang Ning's movements were so swift that he could barely keep up. Could this young man truly be only at the chi cultivation realm? However, the commander's reaction was also swift. The moment Jiang Ning moved, he instinctively followed suit. This was his duty. To protect the safety of every cultivator gathered here. Boom! The moment Jiang Ning clashed with the garrison commander, the ripples from the impact directly sent Wang Shixiang flying back dozens of meters. Put! Senior Brother Wang spat out a mouthful of blood in a daze. They were all at the Foundation Establishment realm. Why is this person so ridiculously strong? Not only was Senior Brother Wang stunned. Even as a body-forging realm guardian, his heart was filled with endless horror at that moment. He had investigated. Jiang Ning was clearly only at the 8th layer of the Qi cultivation realm, yet he had managed to block his attack. Although he had only used half of his strength, this was already incredibly powerful. Each major realm was separated by an insurmountable chasm. Though there were geniuses who could cross realms to fight, they were extremely rare. In the past, one such individual might appear once every 100 years. The commander thought his luck couldn't possibly be that bad. You are doing well. The commander has spoken, the gathering place is off limits for combat. Those who disobey will be executed. Jiang Ning sneered disdainfully, his heart filled with battle fervor. This was the first time he had engaged in a direct battle with a cultivator since arriving in this world. Jiang Ning also wanted to test his own strength and see how he truly stood. Enough talk. Today, he must die. Jiang Ning didn't utter another word, as the spiritual energy within him surged wildly once more. He hadn't cultivated any cultivation techniques yet. He could only rely on the most primitive techniques to fight. Fist to fist, that's what a real man does. You brat, I haven't seen such a reckless young man in a long time. Today, I'll show you what an insurmountable chasm truly means. As he finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from the body of the guard. Body forging realm. Though it's only one level above Qi cultivation realm. But in the first layer of the world, the forged body realm is already considered elite combat power. Without the intervention of a foundation establishment ancestor, the forged body realm is the pinnacle of combat power in the first layer world. In the entire first layer world, Qi cultivation realm cultivators are already considered elite. Let alone those at the body forging realm. For a moment, the onlookers were so startled by the commander's aura that they stepped back repeatedly. Wang Shixian was even more excited. You're as good as dead, you dare defy the garrison commander? Just wait for your death. Body forging realm against Qi cultivation realm? Even a fool could tell who would win. Wang Shixian believed that Jiang Ning was doomed this time. The purple-clad girl and the flower-patterned skirt girl looked worried. Seeing the two growing increasingly tense, the purple-clad girl hurriedly spoke up, Commander, I am the enforcement chief of the outer sect of the Chang'e sect, the granddaughter of Yan Dahui. This elder has been escorting me and my sister all the way. It is actually our fellow disciple, Wang Jiwei, who has been causing trouble all along. He even tried to let us perish in the sandstorm. The elder acted out of anger, which is understandable. The purple-clad girl believed. By invoking the Long River sect, the commander would surely show mercy. But she was wrong. In the presence of the Holy Tower officials, the Chang'e sect might not even be worth the price of an ant. It could be crushed at will. Therefore, the garrison commander naturally did not grant any leniency to the purple-clad maiden, or to the Chang'e sect. The Chang'e sect? What's that worth? Daring to defy the laws of the Holy Tower, there's only one way out. The garrison commander no longer wasted words, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands. Soon, a surge of spiritual energy filled with a murderous aura erupted from the commander's body. Soon, this spiritual energy. Roar! The lion's shadow roared at Jiang Ning. This sound. Even the cultivators watching the battle from the sidelines were affected, momentarily losing their focus. How dare you show off your trivial skills in front of a master? However, Jiang Ning remained completely unaffected. After all, Jiang Ning's combat strength was already on par with that of cultivators at the early stage of the body forging realm. Additionally, Jiang Ning had been reborn. His soul power was more than twice as strong as that of an ordinary cultivator, allowing him to withstand the attacks of the garrison commander. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective, the garrison commander was also startled. After all, as a guardian of a secret realm, his combat strength, while not the strongest among his peers, but he was still considered part of the top tier. This technique, which targeted the soul, could temporarily render one unconscious. Even fellow cultivators at the same level in the body forging realm couldn't avoid it. But this young man before him seemed completely unaffected. Damn it! Come again! The commander felt his authority challenged, his face flushing red as he launched another attack at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning did not back down, and the two collided instantly. The forging body realm, as the name suggests, focuses on strengthening the body. At this level, cultivators' attack methods are also quite brutal. Every punch landed with a thud. However, what left the garrison commander bewildered was his own forged body realm physical strength was unable to overpower Jiang Ning. Even more so, he could sense himself gradually falling into a disadvantage. No, I refuse to believe it. A mere Qi cultivation realm cultivator could defy heaven and earth. The commander roared, and the Qi and blood surged wildly on his fists. Dragon catching hand. The commander's rough hands were suddenly enveloped in a layer of golden light. Countless sharp fist winds descended like a sudden downpour. Chapter 42, The Death of Senior Brother Wang. The cultivators watching nearby were already forced to step back by the force of the fist winds. Is this the power of a body forging realm cultivator? What incredible strength! Without the foundation establishment ancestor stepping forward, forging body cultivators are the pinnacle of this realm. This power is truly terrifying. I have stagnated at the peak of chi cultivation for decades. I wonder if I will ever have a chance to reach the body forging realm in this lifetime. That kid is as good as dead. How dare he offend a forged body realm expert? He's just a mere chi cultivation realm cultivator. He doesn't even know how to write the word death. In everyone's eyes, a forging body cultivator taking on a chi cultivation realm novice. It should be a piece of cake. However, at this moment, the commander's heart was in turmoil. His attacks had all been effortlessly deflected by the young man before him. What puzzled him even more was, at first, Jiang Ning's combat techniques seemed somewhat unpolished, appearing perilous at every turn. But as the battle continued, Jiang Ning seemed to be in his element, growing increasingly at ease. In contrast, the pressure is getting greater and greater. This kid is off. The commander had seen his share of geniuses, but a genius of such extraordinary talent was a first for him. You must understand. There's a whole realm separating the two of them. Huff. After exchanging blows, the garrison commander quickly stepped back 2 paces, his eyes burning as he looked at Jiang Ning. Boy, I acknowledge your strength. Would you be interested in joining my holy tower? If you're willing, I can serve as your sponsor. At these words, the entire crowd was stunned. Wang Shixian's face turned pale. If Jiang Ning agreed to join the holy tower and become an official member, he would be doomed today. Jiang Ning also stopped, but his spiritual energy had not dissipated. Sorry, I'm not interested. Jiang Ning's eyes were filled with a burning desire for battle. He realized that after fighting the garrison commander, he had gained a great deal. Not only had he mastered combat techniques, but his control over spiritual energy had also become increasingly proficient. Though he was still no match for the garrison commander. But if he continued to fight, the garrison commander would inevitably be defeated. What a pity. The garrison commander sighed regretfully. You are a genius. I will not interfere with today's events. Just as he was preparing for another battle with the commander in Jiangning, the commander suddenly withdrew his spiritual energy and waved his hand. Jiang Ning was taken aback. The commander casually remarked, the laws of the holy tower prohibit self-inflicted violence within the gathering grounds. But that only applies to ordinary people. Rules do not apply to geniuses. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning suddenly understood the underlying principle. After all, the holy tower was a world of artifacts. The resources it possesses are truly limited. It's impossible to provide everyone with the best resources. Resources are naturally prioritized for geniuses. Thus, competition arises. In competition, some inevitably lose their lives. That can only be blamed on one's own lack of ability. To put it bluntly, it's like raising poisonous insects. Raising the strongest poisonous insect. Once you have the strongest poisonous insect, whether the others live or die no longer matters. As for the so-called inability to turn on each other, that's just to protect the worms that haven't been fully cultivated yet. Thank you. After grasping the crux of the matter, Jiang Ning bowed slightly, deeply realizing the cruelty of this world. Alright, everyone, disperse. The garrison commander waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to disperse the crowd. Seeing there was nothing more to see, the crowd quickly dispersed. Wang Shixiang blended into the crowd, intending to slip away in the chaos, but was blocked by the purple-clad girl and the flower-patterned skirt girl. Senior brother Wang, where do you think you're going? Wang Shixiang looked at the 2 girls with a look of resentment and said, why are you being so heartless, you 2 sisters? I was just momentarily overcome by temptation. I didn't really mean to harm you. It's too bad. No matter how much Wang Shixiang pleaded, the 2 girls had seen through him and would not show the slightest mercy. Seeing that pleading was useless, senior brother Wang turned around and knelt directly before Jiang Ning. Senior, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please spare me. If you're willing to show mercy, I'll be your servant for life. Jiang Ning's eyes still gleamed with murderous intent. He was not a man who delighted in killing. But senior brother Wang truly deserved to die. If it weren't for his own strength, he might already be buried in the sandstorm by now. Now that you know you're wrong, it's too late. Jiang Ning sneered coldly and waved his hand, summoning a burst of spiritual energy. Wang Shixiang, seeing this, knew that begging for mercy was useless. He quickly stood up, activated his cultivation technique, and channeled the spiritual energy within his body, striking Jiang Ning with a palm strike. He then retreated swiftly, attempting to escape. However, to Wang Shixiang's disappointment, the attack he had prepared for so long and unleashed with all his strength was effortlessly dispersed by Jiang Ning. Soon, Jiang Ning's ghostly figure had already closed in. No! Senior brother Wang roared in frustration, watching helplessly as Jiang Ning's hand grew closer and closer. Bang! Moments later, Wang Shixiang fell to the ground with a look of resentment in his eyes, his body now cold and lifeless. You brought this upon yourself. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. This was the first time he had killed someone since arriving in this world. To say he felt nothing was impossible. Suppressing the feeling in his heart, Jiang Ning looked at the purple-clad girl and the flower-patterned skirt girl. You too. Seeing Jiang Ning casually strike down Wang Shixian with a single palm strike, the two girls were left speechless with shock. When Jiang Ning looked at them, the girl in the floral dress gathered her courage and said, "Senior, please rest assured. I, Nangong Qian, keep my word. The reward you promised will not be withheld by a single coin." The girl in the purple dress also nodded hurriedly beside her and said, "Yes, senior, I, Nangong Ro, also keep my word. Not a single penny will be withheld." Jiang Ning finally nodded in satisfaction. "I roughly calculated that each of you consumed 50 high-grade spirit gathering pills. According to our previous agreement, each pill is worth 10,000, so the two of you each owe me 5 million sacred scrolls. 5 million sacred scrolls. For ordinary people, it's an unimaginable fortune. But for Nangong Rong and Nangong Qian, 5 million sacred scrolls were mere pocket change. As the granddaughters of the outer sect enforcement elder of the Changha sect, their family fortune far exceeds this amount. Elder, once we exit the secret realm, we will send someone to deliver it. But where can we contact the senior?" Nangong Qian's eyes darted around as she asked. "Just come to the Luo Phone Pavilion in the Baishan district. Oh, here's my phone number. Make sure to write it down. If you can't find anyone, contact me then." "Yes." The two women respectfully noted down Jiang Ning's phone number and then looked at Jiang Ning again. "Senior, are you heading to the central area of the secret realm next?" Jiang Ning nodded. He had made an arrangement with Lu Hong to meet there. "Then I wish you a safe journey. My sister and I will take advantage of the guard change to leave the secret realm together. We'll stay in the city for now." Jiang Ning nodded and said, "Let's part ways here." "Wait a moment, senior." Just as Jiang Ning was about to turn and leave, he heard the voice of Nangong Ro, dressed in a purple skirt, calling out to him. Chapter 43, Longing. "What's wrong? Senior, can we meet again?" Jiang Ning paused for a moment before waving his hand. "If fate wills it, we will meet again. Senior, take care on your journey." The gathering place outside the barren wasteland is also called the Barren City. Though small in size, it had everything one needed for food, drink, and entertainment. The sandstorm was expected to last until tomorrow morning, so Jiang Ning had no choice but to wait for it to subside before continuing his journey. Since he wasn't short on money, Jiang Ning decided to stay at the best hotel available. Although Jiang Ning was curious about the wasteland city and wanted to explore it, there were more important matters to attend to at the moment. After battling the garrison commander earlier, Jiang Ning gained some insights. These cultivation techniques that correspond to specific attributes are really hard to find. Without a cultivation technique, I can only rely on the most primitive combat methods. Jiang Ning sighed. If he had cultivated the right cultivation technique, his combat power would have been greatly enhanced. Someone like today's Bone Forging Realm garrison commander would definitely not be his match. Cultivation techniques were Jiang Ning's biggest headache. Other resources, Jiang Ning could exchange through the system. However, when it came to cultivation techniques, unless he could find the right one, even if it was of a higher level, exchanging it would be useless. The reason Jiang Ning agreed to come to the secret realm. Besides settling accounts with Jia Quan, he also wanted to try his luck. Perhaps he would come across a suitable cultivation technique. Even if it's incomplete, he could use the system to exchange it for the complete version. He sat cross-legged on the training platform. Jiang Ning carefully recalled the details of his battle with the garrison commander today. Soon, he gained a clear understanding. That move should have been executed directly. There was no room for hesitation. His methods against enemies were still too one-dimensional. At that moment, Jiang Ning felt that his combat awareness was steadily improving. Just as Jiang Ning was about to continue his insights, an eerie sound suddenly echoed from outside. Jiang Ning couldn't describe the sound. It sounded like a cow's bellow, yet also like a tiger's roar. It was highly unusual. What was that sound? Jiang Ning got up and went to the window, peering out through the glass. At that moment, the crowd of cultivators on the street were all staring up at the sky in horror. Although it was already nighttime. But due to the protective array surrounding the city, the sky of the secret realm still had some faint light. Jiang Ning could vaguely see countless spatial fissures surging toward the array protecting the desolate city, driven by the sandstorm. Will everything be okay? Jiang Ning sucked in a breath. The light barrier of the array appeared to be trembling slightly, but it remained standing firm. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning picked up the booklet given to him by Lu Hong once more. It contained information about the death sandstorm. Jiang Ning skimmed through it briefly before furrowing his brows. According to the records, this death sandstorm had only appeared in the past few decades? Had such a phenomenon never occurred before? The Holy Tower world had existed for tens of thousands of years. Its hidden realms are no exception. Even this desolate city has a history of over 10,000 years. Yet the death sandstorm only emerged a few decades ago. The peerless experts of the Santa world's higher echelons have even personally investigated it. Yet they found nothing. This phenomenon suddenly appears and then vanishes just as quickly. No one knows the reason. Roar! However, at that very moment, Jiang Ning's spiritual roots suddenly began to stir restlessly. Two forms of spiritual roots burst out from Jiang Ning's body and hovered above his head. What's happening? Why such an intense desire? Looking up at the golden dragon and blood dragon illusions swirling above his head, Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. The spiritual roots were actually sending him signals. And that signal was making him feel an overwhelming urge to enter the sandstorm. No, it wasn't an impulse. It was a longing. Like a person who had been parched for ages suddenly spotting a spring ahead. He wanted to rush in and drink his fill. What could possibly be inside the sandstorm? Jiang Ning's heart was filled with questions, but no one could answer him. Fortunately, this desire could be temporarily controlled. Otherwise, at Jiang Ning's current cultivation level, he would be torn to shreds by the spatial fragments in the sandstorm. Even a return to Void Immortal would struggle to withstand the spatial fissures if they entered recklessly. Only at the Great Perfection stage might one barely be able to withstand the spatial fissures. The spatial fissures were not only sharp but also contained violent spatial laws. At the Great Perfection stage, one can begin to glimpse the power of the laws. Only the legendary immortals can truly cultivate the power of the laws. Only then would Jiang Ning dare to venture into the heart of the sandstorm to investigate further. Wait, something's off. Jiang Ning suddenly thought of a question. If the spatial fragments are so powerful, why can this great array withstand the erosion of spatial power? Could it be that the Holy Tower has an immortal who set up this array? This thought barely formed before Jiang Ning dismissed it. There are no immortals in this world. With the resources of the Holy Tower world, it is insufficient to cultivate even a single immortal. The Great Perfection stage is already the pinnacle of the entire Holy Tower world. If it's not an immortal who set up the array, then that means we don't necessarily have to wait until we become immortals to explore the center of the sandstorm? Jiang Ning rubbed his chin. If he could obtain the defensive array of the ruined city, perhaps he could enter the center of the sandstorm for exploration. The longing transmitted through his spiritual root made Jiang Ning aware. There must be something inside that would greatly benefit his cultivation. If he could obtain it, then he would have a better chance of surviving the sacred tower path. Perhaps he should ask the garrison commander? With this thought, Jiang Ning lost all desire to stay any longer. He stood up, left the room, and made his way to the city lord's mansion where the garrison commander resided. Although the city lord's mansion was heavily guarded. But after Jiang Ning had shown off his skills earlier, all the soldiers guarding the city recognized him. Upon seeing Jiang Ning arrive, the soldiers did not stop him but instead led him to the commander. Hey, little brother, what brings you here? Have you come to your senses and decided to join my holy tower? Upon seeing Jiang Ning, the garrison commander's eyes lit up with surprise, and he hurriedly ordered his men to bring out wine and food. After thanking him, Jiang Ning asked cautiously, Commander, I wonder how sturdy the defensive array protecting this desolate city is. Will it hold against the sandstorms? It looks like it's about to collapse. The commander laughed heartily and said, Brother, you don't know the whole story. This defensive array is connected to the core section of the highest level of the holy tower. Unless the holy tower itself is destroyed, this array will never be broken. Ha? Is that really the case? Jiang Ning sighed. It seems the array is impossible to obtain. You must understand that the holy tower is a supreme magical artifact. All humans and demon clans now live within this magical artifact world. Since the array originates from the core of the holy tower, then there is only one way to master the array formation. That is to refine the holy tower, this supreme magical artifact. How is that even possible? Don't even mention Jiang Ning. Even if an immortal were to emerge from the holy tower world, they couldn't refine the holy tower. According to records, the being who forged the holy tower is an existence that transcends all immortals. It seems we'll have to come up with another plan. Just as Jiang Ning was quietly contemplating other options, the garrison commander spoke with a mysterious expression. Young friend, do you feel that there is something in the sandstorm attracting you? Chapter 44, Demon Clan Secrets. Jiang Ning was startled and looked at the garrison commander in astonishment. All cultivators who first arrive in the wasteland city have this feeling. The elders above have made calculations. This is likely due to the presence of some unknown extraterrestrial race within the sandstorm. This race is like a heart demon, capable of making one confront their deepest desires. A foreign race like a heart demon? Jiang Ning dismissed the idea in his mind. It absolutely cannot be an extraterrestrial race. If others were swayed, one could argue that the extraterrestrial race had stirred their inner desires. But their spiritual roots are on par with those of sacred-grade spiritual roots. At this level, one would never be swayed by external influences. Young friend, you must be more cautious. Do not risk your life needlessly. Jiang Ning nodded solemnly, thanked the garrison commander, and left the city lord's mansion. Fortunately, that desire was growing increasingly rare, so it didn't drive Jiang Ning to risk his life to investigate. Upon returning to the inn, Jiang Ning did not continue his cultivation but instead slept soundly until dawn. When Jiang Ning awoke again, the deadly sandstorm outside had ceased. The sky, which had been gloomy the previous day, was now unusually clear. The city's defensive array had already been dismantled, and cultivators were coming and going, creating a bustling scene. With the Secret Realm's central region to reach today, Jiang Ning didn't linger. After checking out of the hotel, he departed the desolate city. Adjacent to the wasteland was a vast, boundless forest known as the Hunting Forest. Similarly, besides the extraterrestrial races, the Secret Realm also harbors a large number of demon beasts. The distinction between demon beasts and demon tribes lies in whether they have undergone the demon tribe's purification ritual. Without undergoing the baptism, even the most powerful demon beasts can only be called demon beasts, not demon tribes. It is said that in that battle, the demon clan's high-ranking members were nearly wiped out, and most of the remaining demon clan members have since disappeared. Only these uninitiated demon beasts remain. Over the years, all we have encountered are demon beasts. The danger level of the forest of 10,000 beasts is extremely high, rivaling that of the barren wastes. Therefore, most cultivators travel in groups. Jiang Ning, to avoid the trouble from last time, also chose to travel in a group this time. There were over a dozen cultivators traveling together. Jiang Ning blended in unremarkably, drawing no attention from the others. Listening to the lead cultivator enthusiastically recount the history of the demon clan, Jiang Ning listened intently. This elder claimed that the demon clan had not appeared for thousands of years. Was that true? Are there no demon clans in other worlds either? The leader was a cultivator at the body-tempering realm, named Chu Shan, an elder of a small sect. This time, they had entered the secret realm to train their disciples. However, during the teleportation, they became too scattered. Not exactly. Chu Shan shook his head and said, the Holy Tower world has 9 layers in total. Besides the 5 layers destroyed by the blood infant ancestor, there are 7 layers belonging to the human race. 7 layers belong to the human race? The cultivators looked astonished. According to your meaning, does that mean there is 1 layer of the world belonging to the demon race? Chu Shan hummed in agreement. That's also correct. That layer is called the Endless Sea, and all the demon clans known to the Holy Tower reside there. However, no one knows which specific layer it is. At that moment, another body-forging cultivator in the group spat out, don't listen to him. The Endless Sea isn't a specific layer of the world, it's a separate space, just like these secret realms. However, the location of the entrance to the Endless Sea within which layer of the world remains unknown. Over the years, the demon clan and the human clan have had numerous conflicts. The demon clan sealed the entrance to the Endless Sea and severed all contact with the human clan. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to see the demon race again in this lifetime. Mentioning the demon clan, the eyes of this cultivator at the body-forging realm were filled with longing. Elder, what makes the demon clan special? Why do you seem so eager to go there? A chi cultivation realm cultivator asked curiously. The human and demon clans were once allies, after all. We fought together to repel the invasion of the foreign races. I'm just reminiscing about the old days, The forging realm cultivator gave an awkward smile. Chu Shan, who had been scolded earlier, now retaliated. I didn't even want to expose you. You call that nostalgia? You're just clinging to someone else's body, how low can you go? What do you mean I'm clinging to someone else's body? You sound like you're not tempted at all. The 2 forged body realm cultivators began to argue heatedly. From their argument, Jiang Ning also understood why so many people were concerned about the demon clan. Imagine this. Every time you return home from battle, you open the door to find a cute cat-eared girl kneeling on the ground to help you take off your shoes. Several delicate fox tribeswomen have already prepared your bathwater. This is what life should be like. But ever since the demon clan closed the passage to the endless seas, cat-eared girls and fox clan girls have become nothing but a distant dream. Although there are still a few demon clan members scattered across the 9 layers of the world. But those are privileges reserved for the elite. Ordinary people can only look on from afar. It really is. Just thinking about that scene made Jiang Ning feel a bit excited. If only he could keep a few cat-eared maidens. As Jiang Ning was daydreaming about that divine life, the 2 cultivators at the forging body realm who had been arguing ahead suddenly fell silent. Their expressions instantly turned tense. Their eyes were fixed intently on the front. What's going on? The group of chi cultivation realm cultivators behind them also came to a halt, not daring to breathe a single breath. Something's up. Chu Shan's expression grew solemn as he waved his hand. Everyone, be careful. The enemy is very powerful. Even the cultivators at the body-tempering realm were taking this seriously, and the remaining chi cultivation realm cultivators had already turned pale. Oh no, are we about to encounter a demon beast at the foundation establishment realm? Mom, I don't want to die here. I still want to forge my body. Damn it, the forest of 10,000 beasts is indeed dangerous. We've only been here for a short while, and we've already encountered such a powerful demon beast? Looking at the panicking cultivators around him, Jiang Ning furrowed his brows slightly. He did not sense any powerful demon beasts nearby. During his last demon beast hunt, Jiang Ning had discovered that his spiritual root naturally suppressed demon beasts. Moreover, within a radius of dozens of miles, his spiritual root could sense any demon beasts of significant strength. But now, his spiritual root gave no indication. Could it be that it wasn't a demon beast? Just as Jiang Ning was lost in thought, the two cultivators at the forging body realm ahead suddenly charged toward a certain direction. Who dares to hide here? Come out! Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and the two who had just charged forward were sent flying back. At that moment, a furious voice echoed through the air. Are you guys out of your minds? I've been tracking this prey for days, and you ruined it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was completely stunned. He then witnessed a scene that left him both amused and exasperated. Chapter 45, Encountering Lu Hong. There stood Lu Hong, dressed in rags, with disheveled hair and a filthy face, looking like a beggar, emerging from the nearby bushes. His face still bore traces of anger. You fools! Do you know what you just scared away? That was an alien race that had come here to hunt. If it weren't for you, I would have killed him already. Foreign race? Two cultivators at the body tempering realm paled in shock, staring at Lu Hong in disbelief. Extraterrestrial races are also living beings. They need prey and resources to survive. Therefore, in the secret realm, some foreign races also need to venture out to hunt. However, even a single forging realm foreign race is not something a human can withstand alone. At least 5 or 6 human forging realm cultivators are needed to hunt down a lone foreign race. The man before them, disheveled and filthy like a beggar, actually claimed he could hunt down an extraterrestrial race? The two of them had already fought against that foreign race before. The other party had merely waved their hand casually, sending them retreating, before escaping the area. What? Do you look down on me? Lu Hong's eyebrows shot up. I am Lu Hong, the holy son of the White Mountain sect. What qualifies you to question me? Chu Shan and another forging body realm cultivator heard this, and their expressions suddenly changed. From their initial disdain, they instantly shifted to flattery. Oh no, it's the holy son of the White Mountain sect, Lord Lu Hong. We were blind not to recognize your greatness. Please forgive us, holy son. Holy son, you mentioned earlier that you've been following that foreign race for several days? Is it really just a lone member of that foreign race? Foreign races usually hunt in groups of several individuals. At least 3 or 4 form a group. It's rare for one to go alone. After all, when foreign races encounter humans, it's a life or death situation. Neither side dares to go alone. Nonsense. From my observations over the past few days, that foreign race must be the chosen one of some tribe. I had planned to take his life when he was most vulnerable, but Lu Hong was furious. At that moment, Lu Hong accidentally spotted Jiang Ning in the crowd and his eyes widened in shock. Damn it, junior brother, you're here too? Jiang Ning and Lu Hong had agreed that when others were present, they would address each other as master and disciple. Senior brother, I was just on my way to the central area to look for you. Jiang Ning chuckled, stepped forward, and asked, Senior brother, what did you mean earlier about the foreign race? As soon as he mentioned this, Lu Hong sighed and began to explain. It turned out that, after entering the secret realm yesterday, Lu Hong was teleported to a valley in the hunting forest. Just as Lu Hong was preparing to leave the hunting forest and head toward the central region, he discovered an outlandish race engaged in hunting. Lu Hong assumed the creature was alone, confirmed there were no other foreign races nearby, and immediately attacked. But what Lu Hong didn't expect was, the combat strength of this foreign race was incredibly formidable. Although Lu Hong was not skilled in combat, he could use his healing magic to drive his opponents mad. However, this foreign race not only possessed formidable combat strength but also endurance that matched Lu Hong's. The two were evenly matched, with the alien race fighting while retreating, dragging the battle on for some time. Just as the alien race began to show signs of weakness, Lu Hong decided to strike while the iron was hot, only to have his plans ruined by Chu Shan and his companions. Lu Hong grew increasingly furious. Jiang Ning, however, seized the crux of the matter and said, Are you saying that this alien race not only excels in healing techniques but also possesses formidable combat strength? Lu Hong nodded. Such a genius would be an outstanding existence even among the foreign races. If we could eliminate them early, we would have one less formidable enemy in the future. Jiang Ning stroked his chin. Have you considered that the foreign race might be pretending to be weaker? Their goal is to lure you into a trap. Lu Hong was startled. That wasn't impossible. Just as humans hunt demon beasts in foreign races, extraterrestrial races would also hunt humans. They target the geniuses among humans as their prey. But Lu Hong's expression grew solemn. If that were the case, it would mean that the Bai Shan sect had a traitor. Lu Hong appears to be only a heavenly spirit root, but in reality, he is a saint-grade mutated spirit root. Few know of this, limited to a few high-ranking members within the Bai Shan sect, as well as Jiang Ning and Bai Jing. A heavenly spirit root is not worth the attention of thee. But a mutated holy-grade spirit root is worth the risk for an extraterrestrial race. There's no need to think about it, it must be that scoundrel Jiaquan. Lu Hong clenched his teeth, already suspecting the culprit. Jia Quan's master, the deputy sect master of the Baishan sect, was aware of his mutated sacred grade spiritual root. It's entirely possible that he colluded with the foreign races to help Jia Quan secure the position of Holy Son. Such things have happened before in human society. If it's him, we're in trouble. Jiang Ning also found the situation quite. If Jia Quan were to ally with the foreign races, the danger of this secret realm expedition would increase significantly. They would not only have to face the ruthless Jia Quan, but also the extremely powerful foreign races. No, we can't let that foreign race escape. We must capture him and get to the bottom of this. Lu Hong turned to Chu Shan and the cultivator at the body forging realm. Gentlemen, according to the laws of the Holy Tower, once we detect the presence of an extraterrestrial race, it is our duty to eliminate them. Would you be willing to join us in this endeavor? After all, when facing an unknown extraterrestrial race, the more people we have, the safer we'll be. Although the body-tempering realm cultivator is weak, he could alleviate the pressure on him and Jiang Ning if they were surrounded by the foreign race. That is only right. Han Shan and the other did not refuse. This was the official law of the Holy Tower, and no one could disobey it. However, these young cultivators at the Qi cultivation realm don't need to go, do they? Chu Shan looked at the Qi cultivation realm cultivators in the group and said, everyone, simply return by the same route. You 1T encounter any unexpected incidents. Given the gravity of the situation involving an alien race, these Qi cultivation realm cultivators were well aware that they would be of little help. They would only slow us down, so they decided to return by the same route. If they encounter other teams along the way, they can advance further. After all the Qi cultivation realm cultivators had departed, Lu Hong clasped his hands in a spell formation. A dazzling green light shot out from his fingertips and sped off in a specific direction. This was a tracking technique. Lu Hong had already implanted a spell on the foreign race, and now he could follow the green light to locate their whereabouts. Over there. Everyone, follow me. Four piercing sounds echoed through the air as the four hurriedly followed the green light. It was unclear how much time had passed. The green light suddenly came to a halt. Lu Hong, with a guarded expression, waved his hand, and Jiang Ning and the others also stopped immediately. Something's wrong, the tracking technique isn't working here. Looking at the green light suspended ahead, Lu Hong took a deep breath. Everyone, be careful. There might be an ambush. No sooner had the words left his mouth. From the nearby jungle, the sound of something tearing through the air echoed. Chapter 46, Dragon Moon Sect. Everyone's expressions immediately grew tense. Several cultivators dressed in bright yellow robes burst out from the side, surrounding the group in the center. Lu Hong's expression grew solemn. From the others, he sensed an immense pressure. After all, with his holy grade spiritual root and cultivation at the body forging realm, even if he were to encounter a cultivator at the peak of the forging body realm, he would still have the strength to fight. However, there were at least two of them, and he couldn't gauge their strength. This meant that either they had powerful magical artifacts concealing their aura, or the two of them had already reached the foundation establishment realm. Regardless of the situation, it is quite troublesome. It's not that he fears these people, but there's a powerful foreign race lurking nearby, watching them closely. Jiang Ning, however, felt nothing. He was only at the Qi cultivation realm and couldn't see through anyone. But even if there were foundation establishment cultivators, Jiang Ning wouldn't care. If anyone dared to obstruct him, he would simply kill them. I am Lu Hong of the White Mountain sect. May I ask what brings you here, fellow cultivators? Lu Hong bowed slightly, asking in a polite tone. Who knows? The leader sneered disdainfully. Baishan sect? What's that? Do they even deserve to show their faces before us? Get out of here, or else you'll die. Lu Hong furrowed his brows slightly. These people are so arrogant. If they don't recognize him, Lu Hong, that's one thing. But they don't even give face to the White Mountain sect? You lot are utterly unreasonable. Lu Hong said coldly, his voice already tinged with anger. Even though there were foundation establishment cultivators across from him, Lu Hong showed not a hint of fear. After all, Jiang Ning was still here. When it came to Jiang Ning, Lu Hong was this confident. Reasoning? The leader burst out laughing. What reason is there to reason with you lowly beings from the lower realms? Not killing you is already a great honor for you. If you don't leave now, you'll die here today. Lu Hong remained unyielding and turned to look at Jiang Ning behind him. At that moment, Jiang Ning also stepped forward, glanced at the few people across from him, and sneered disdainfully. It seems like they're from the higher-ups. Well, I'll give you a piece of advice then. If you don't leave now, you'll all stay here. As soon as he spoke, the crowd across from him burst into laughter, as if they had heard the funniest joke ever. Two of them even laughed so hard they couldn't stand up straight. Are people from the lower realms really this arrogant? A mere Qi cultivation realm cultivator dares to speak so boldly and demand that we stay? Any one of us here could crush you with a single finger. You truly don't know your place. Seeing the others laughing wildly, Jiang Ning remained unfazed, continuing to speak coldly. However, the other party didn't take Jiang Ning's words seriously. Enough, boy. This farce is over. Since you don't want to leave, then stay. Remember, the ones who will kill you come from the Dragon Moon sect. Longyuai sect? The moment those 3 words were uttered, the 2 cultivators at the Forging Body Realm following Jiang Ning and Lu Hong turned pale. Heavens, they're from the Dragon Moon sect? We're doomed. We've provoked the Dragon Moon sect. We're as good as dead. The 2 men looked terrified, their hearts as cold as ice. Even Lu Hong grew unusually solemn at that moment. He never expected that the opponents were from the Dragon Moon sect. That was a top-tier sect from the 3rd layer of the world, far more powerful than the White Mountain sect. It was said that within the sect, there were several Golden Core Peak elders stationed there. Even sects from the 2nd layer of the world dared not offend them, yet here they were, facing them head-on. As for Jiang Ning, he had no idea what the Dragon Moon sect was. Even if he did, so what? He has even killed a return to Void Immortal. Would he care about a mere peak-level Golden Core cultivator? Longyuai sect? What's that? Never heard of it. Jiang Ning scratched his ear and repeated the same line, if you don't want to die, get out of here. Enraged. Several cultivators from the Dragon Moon sect were completely enraged. As disciples of a top-tier sect in the 3rd layer world, they had never been so humiliated before. And this was in the 1st-tier world. Even the ruler of the 1st layer would have to treat them with respect. How dare you? After all these years, no one has ever dared to humiliate the Longyuai sect like this. You fool, you have chosen your own death. The leader of the Dragon Moon sect snorted coldly, his spiritual energy rippling, already intending to act. I am Zhao Kong, a true disciple of the Dragon Moon sect. Today, I will slay you all. It is your own doing, for you have dared to defy your superiors. Even the laws of the Holy Tower cannot protect you. Rebellion against superiors. Under the laws of the Holy Tower, this is a capital offense. Therefore, even if they killed a few people, the White Mountain sect would have no choice but to accept it and dare not take the matter to court. Boom! As soon as Zhao Kong finished speaking, a massive wave of pressure surged out from within his body. As a Foundation Establishment cultivator, Zhao Chuan was confident that he could handle these ants with his own might. However, an unexpected scene unfolded before him. The moment the Foundation Establishment stage aura appeared, the 2 body-tempering stage cultivators immediately knelt down. But Lu Hong of the White Mountain sect and Jiang Ning, who had spoken so arrogantly, merely flinched. I truly underestimated you. Zhao Chuan was greatly startled, and his killing intent couldn't be suppressed as it began to emanate outward. In this situation, there was only one possibility. That is, both of them are super geniuses. Their spiritual roots were even far superior to his. As a true disciple of the Dragon Moon sect, Zhao Kong's spiritual roots were of the heavenly grade. That means, these 2 have holy grade spiritual roots? They absolutely must not be allowed to leave alive. What Zhao Chuan enjoys most is torturing and killing geniuses. Is that all? Just as Zhao Chuan was about to act, Jiang Ning on the opposite side gave a sinister laugh. I thought he was so powerful. A mere Foundation Establishment cultivator dares to show off in front of me. Since the other party had already made the first move, Jiang Ning didn't waste any words and immediately summoned 5 swords that sliced through the air. Then, pills worth tens of thousands of dollars burned wildly, as if they were worthless. Jiang Ning felt a pang of regret. But the effect was also good. The 5 piercing swords charged forward together, their might rivaling that of a heaven-grade spiritual treasure. Forget about Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, even Golden Core realm cultivators might end up on their knees. Puff! As the might of the heaven-grade spiritual treasure unfolded, Zhao Kong and the others could no longer withstand it, coughing up blood one after another. The chi of the few also began to weaken at that moment. Damn it! Is it a heaven-grade spiritual treasure, or a set of heaven-grade spiritual treasures? Who is he? Damn it, I can't move at all. The might of the heavenly treasure is truly terrifying. Zhao Kong's face turned ashen, knowing that this time he had bitten off more than he could chew. Even if the opponent was only at the chi cultivation realm, a single heaven-grade spiritual treasure was enough to annihilate them all. It's over. Zhao Kong's heart was filled with despair, as if he had already seen his final fate. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The extraterrestrial race that had been tracked by Lu Hong suddenly appeared in the sky above. Its form was heading straight toward the 5 swords piercing the sky. Chapter 47, The Confused Extraterrestrial Race. Watch out. Lu Hong had already been stunned into silence by Jiang Ning's tactics. Damn it. There were 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators across from them, and yet they were already on their knees? Not even a hint of resistance. No wonder they're protected by 2 Saint-grade overlords. That's all he's got. Even if a Golden Core stage powerhouse came, they'd have to kneel if they weren't careful. However, before Lu Hong could recover from his shock, he saw the foreign race charging toward the broken sword suspended in the sky. It wasn't affected by the sword's might at all. Jiang Ning also noticed this scene. But Jiang Ning wasn't worried. The sword was a product of the system, not just anyone could take it. That blood-infant ancestor, a formidable return to Void Immortal, had been killed by the system for trying to take something from it. A forged body realm outsider. Isn't that asking for death? Human race, your belongings now belong to me, Apiro. This was the first time Jiang Ning had ever heard an extraterrestrial race speak. It was like a foreigner from his previous life speaking broken Chinese. Even the names sounded similar. As Apollo approached the broken sky sword, he suddenly pulled out a numb sack and cast it over the sword. No, it's a soul binding bag. No, it can't be. How could a spirit binding bag be in the hands of an outsider from the body forging realm? No, it's a fake. Jiang Ning, be careful. The moment the soul binding bag appeared, Lu Hong was so shocked he turned pale. A soul binding bag? Even Jiang Ning, who had complete confidence in the system, couldn't help but feel a hint of worry at that moment. It was recorded in the school textbooks. In the Great War tens of thousands of years ago, the human and demonic races had initially gained the upper hand. But who could have anticipated that among the extraterrestrial races, several powerful artifacts would emerge one after another? The soul binding bag was one of them. Though it appeared to be nothing more than a tattered sack, its power far surpassed even the most exquisite divine artifacts. Its sole purpose is to sever all connections between any artifact and its owner, and to claim them as its own. At the beginning of the Great War, the human and demon races, armed with countless divine artifacts, struck fear into the hearts of the foreign races. However, after the spirit binding bag appeared, many of the two races' magical treasures were seized by the foreign races. As a result, during the battles, the powerful beings of the human and demon clans dared not use their magical artifacts lightly. As a result, their combat power naturally declined significantly, and their advantage was gradually eroded. Of course. Besides the soul binding bags, the foreign races possessed numerous other divine artifacts. Even if the spirit binding bag before them was merely a replica, it was still enough to send a chill down one's spine. The 5 space-piercing swords, once enveloped by the spirit binding bag, instantly lost contact with Jiang Ning. The might of the Weiya, comparable to a heaven-grade spiritual treasure, vanished in an instant. Zhao Kong and the others, seeing this, snorted coldly and fled immediately. Damn it! Let those worthless scoundrels escape. Even if Jiang Ning wanted to pursue them, he had no chance at that moment. Apiro was the greatest danger. Let us deal with Apollo first. Human race, thank you for the treasure. A heaven-grade spiritual artifact. It's mine now. In the sky above. Apiro laughed wildly. Now, it's time to send you all to meet the true god. Jiang Ning suddenly laughed. Apiro, is it? Do you really think that with just a counterfeit, you can take my treasure? Humph. Apollo's expression changed. Just a moment ago, he could still sense the aura of that divine-grade spiritual treasure. But now, those energies had vanished right before his eyes. No, it's impossible. No one's treasure artifact could escape the soul binding bag. It was absolutely impossible. Apiro's face was filled with horror. This was the first time the soul binding bag had ever been breached. Even if it was just a counterfeit, it shouldn't have failed. Alright, now it's my turn, right? The soul binding bag? Excellent, I like it. It's mine. Jiang Ning chuckled. If it were an ordinary magical artifact, there was a real chance that this Apiro could have succeeded. But the Breaker's Sword is a system-produced artifact, and Jiang Ning has absolute control over it. A mere spirit binding bag couldn't possibly stand up to the system's will. Not only that, Apiro's actions had already offended the system. The system not only severed the Shushin bag's constraints on the Breaker of the Void, it even intends to sever the connection between the spirit binding bag and Apollo. As the owner of the spirit binding bag, Apiro felt as though an overpowering will, with an irresistible intent, had erased his control over the spirit binding bag. No, damned humans, this can't be possible. Though I don't know what means you used to take my soul binding bag. But the true gods will never spare you. Pay with your lives for your sins. Apiro's body erupted with brilliant green light. Jiang Ning and Lu Hong remained on guard, preparing to engage Apollo in battle. However, after a blindingly bright green light, Apollo suddenly turned and fled. Damn it, we fell for it. That bastard actually ran away? Jiang Ning and Lu Hong were completely baffled. Jiang Ning couldn't help but chuckle. This damn thing must have thrown a flashbang grenade and fled. It really was. Master Jiang Ning, this is a rare opportunity, don't let him get away. Lu Hong hurriedly reminded him from behind. Jiang Ning nodded and activated the Breaker Sword once more. Under the intense combustion of a large number of high-quality chi-gathering pills, the Breaker of the Void Sword was instantly activated. Whoosh! 5 consecutive piercing sounds echoed, and 5 Breaker Swords transformed into 5 afterimages, chasing after the direction Apollo was fleeing. Let's go, we'll follow. Jiang Ning swung his arm, retrieved the soul binding bag from the sky, and followed the Breaker Swords in pursuit. At that moment, Apiro, relying on his clan's secret techniques, had already fled a considerable distance. He had thought he had escaped to safety. But just as he stopped to catch his breath, Apollo sensed an overwhelming might approaching from behind. Damn it, the damned divine being. How could he still activate a heaven-grade divine artifact? He was just a low-level cultivator at the chi cultivation realm. Apiro had encountered many human cultivators at the chi cultivation realm, and even those who had died at his hands. There were at least hundreds, if not thousands. But he had never seen anyone as extraordinary as Jiang Ning. A heaven-grade spiritual treasure. Even the ancient ancestors of our clan at the nascent soul realm would struggle to activate it once with all their strength. And here he is, a mere chi cultivation realm cultivator, activating it twice in a row? Damn it, a true god. I don't want to die yet. I have no choice but to give it my all. Apiro clenched his teeth, and a worn-out hammer appeared in his hand. The true god's hammer, though only a replica, had cost me an immeasurable price. Forget it, survival comes first. Apiro bit his finger, squeezing out a drop of blue blood from his fingertip, which he then smeared onto the true god's hammer. Boom! Suddenly, a willpower that seemed to come from ancient times awoke. Humans, you forced my hand. However, the scene that made Azura spit blood appeared. Before the true god's hammer had fully awakened, a tattered sack plummeted from the sky. Damn it, the Sushin bag. Chapter 48, A Humiliating Battle. Apiro's expression changed drastically. The power of the divine bag was something he knew all too well. He never expected the opponent to refine the divine binding sack so quickly and make it their own. Damn humans. I will never forgive you. Apiro's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint, then he bit his tongue lightly and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood flowed from his mouth, transforming into a small blue snake that wriggled its body and burrowed into the true god's hammer. Boom! In an instant, an even more terrifying aura erupted from the true god's hammer. Countless cosmic laws resonated throughout the heavens and earth. In the depths of the void, it seemed as though an ancient deity was awakening. But soon, Apiro felt what true despair was. The true god's hammer had already broken free from that mysterious restraint, but a presence far surpassing the will of the Tao itself forcibly bound the true god's hammer in place. Even the last connection between Apollo and the true god's hammer was severed. No, damn it, how could this happen? Apiro's expression turned horrified. The blood he had just spat out was a secret technique of his clan, capable of awakening the dormant will of their ancestral elders. Unbeknownst to him, the will of the ancestral spirits had been blocked by an even more powerful entity before it could awaken. Apiro couldn't comprehend how such an existence could still exist among the human and demon clans. At that moment, only one thought filled Apollo's mind. That was to flee. The humans behind him were simply too monstrous. He was no match for them. If he continued fighting, the few imitation holy artifacts he had on him might all be seized by those despicable humans. Run? Where do you think you're running? But at that moment, Jiang Ning and Lu Hong had already caught up, blocking Apiro from both front and back. Extraterrestrial races? Aren't they supposed to be so powerful? How did they end up in such a sorry state today? Lu Hong's eyes held admiration for Jiang Ning and mockery for Apiro. Earlier, they had been locked in a fierce battle with Apollo for so long, neither side able to gain the upper hand. But they never expected that once Jiang Ning made his move, Apollo would become as helpless as a fish on a cutting board, at their mercy. Oomph. Apiro snorted coldly, his expression solemn but still showing no trace of fear. Humans, you are nothing but puppets wielding divine weapons. If you have the guts, come fight me to the death. They not only possess powerful artifacts, but their own combat strength is also far beyond that of ordinary human race members. Unless they are special beings among the demon race. Only by relying on the advantage of their bloodline can they stand a chance against thee. Come on then, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Lu Hong snorted coldly, about to act, but was stopped by Jiang Ning. You're just a healer, how can you fight against an extraterrestrial race? Aren't you just asking for trouble? Jiang Ning sneered. When dealing with foreign races, why bother with so many rules? Just kill them and claim the reward. Jiang Ning had no intention of following any rules with the foreign races. If you have an advantage and don't use it, aren't you just being a fool? Watch and see. I'll handle this battle. Jiang Ning was eager to act. The foreign races were far stronger than human cultivators, making them an excellent testing ground. Jiang Ning didn't hesitate, initiating his attack with a zero-frame strike. 5 top-grade spirit-gathering pills burned fiercely, and 5 swords pierced the sky. An overwhelming pressure that left everyone gasping for breath once again engulfed the entire arena. Damn it! Under this overwhelming pressure, Apollo was powerless to resist, his body trembling uncontrollably, and even standing upright had become a luxury. Apollo's heart was filled with despair. Facing such a dire situation, there were only 2 possible solutions. He still had some replicas of sacred artifacts on his person. By harnessing the power of the holy artifact when it was revived, he could temporarily break the restrictions and buy himself time to escape. However, Jiang Ning had already mastered the soul binding bag. No matter what counterfeit holy artifact he produced, it would be a one-way trip. But Apollo had no time to think about that. Although the counterfeit sacred artifacts are valuable, given his status within the clan, he could still obtain more. Losing his life meant losing everything. With this thought in mind, Apollo gritted his teeth and pulled out another counterfeit sacred artifact. It was an item resembling a cloak. As soon as he took it out, the bloodline power within his body began to surge wildly. In an instant, the cloak erupted with a crimson glow. The light shot straight into the sky, obscuring half the heavens. Within the bloodlight, a strange beast resembling both a bat and a moth, with wide, blood-red eyes, glared down at Jiang Ning and Lu Hong. This is the Blood God Cloak? Though still a replica, it now possessed a fragment of the Blood God Cloak's will. Lu Hong let out a startled cry, his eyes filled with disbelief. Including the soul binding bag, Apollo had already produced 3 replicas of sacred artifacts. Even a clan's holy son could only obtain 2 replicas at most. In that case, Apiro's background might be quite significant. So great that he surpasses even a clan's holy son. Lord Jiang Ning, under no circumstances let him escape. This man is likely a member of the imperial family. A member of the imperial family? Jiang Ning sucked in a sharp breath. The social structure of the is somewhat similar to that of the demon clan. Outer world races and demonic tribes are merely general terms. Beneath them, they are further divided into countless races based on their clans. Similar to the Fox clan and Dragon clan within the demon race. Among the foreign races, there are also many races, and these races are further divided into ordinary clans, elite clans, royal clans, and the elusive imperial clans, which are as rare as dragons. According to Jiang Ning's knowledge, even in that great battle, only one member of the imperial clan from the outer realms appeared. It was that imperial clan member who brought countless treasures to the races beyond the domain. Changed the course of the war. Who would have thought that we would now encounter what appears to be an imperial family member from beyond the borders? Too bad, it's too late. Upon realizing his identity had been exposed, Apollo sneered coldly. At that moment, the blood god cloak had fully awakened. Though it was merely a replica. But thanks to his royal bloodline, he could temporarily summon the will of his ancestor. Although this sliver of will couldn't turn the tide of battle. But as long as he could secure a sliver of hope, that would suffice. Break through! Apiro roared, and his blood god cloak erupted once more with brilliant bloodlight. The restrictions set by the piercing sword were temporarily broken. Apiro seized the opportunity and fled without hesitation. Damn it, I was too careless. Watching Apollo flee into the distance, Jiang Ning's expression hardened. I never expected that this cloak, which looked somewhat stylish, could break through the restrictions of the broken sky sword. Even if it's a counterfeit. Its rank must be pretty high. Bind spirit bag, capture him. Jiang Ning hesitated not a moment, summoning the soul binding bag. The blood god cloak struggled futilely before its connection to Apollo was completely severed. At that moment, Apiro, who had already escaped a considerable distance, felt the restrictions within the blood god cloak being erased and spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. Damn humans! I will never coexist with you. Though he gritted his teeth in anger, Apollo dared not linger for a moment, instead accelerating even further. But soon, Apollo's expression changed drastically once more. Damn it, how did they catch up to me? Chapter 49, let's see who's richer. Apiro's eyes bulged with rage. At his speed, those 2 humans shouldn't be able to catch up. But in Apollo's perception, not only had the 2 humans caught up, but their speed was so fast that it left him speechless. Impossible. How could humans possibly move that fast? Today is truly a day to see ghosts. Apiro was so furious he wanted to curse, but he could only keep running. Behind him, Jiang Ning sat on a spirit boat, his face filled with astonishment. I never expected you to bring a spirit boat. Spirit boats are quite common in the outside world. But in the secret realm space, they are a rare commodity. After all, activating a spirit boat requires a large amount of chi-gathering pills, which can be replenished at any time in the outside world. In the secret realm space, chi-gathering pills are a rare commodity. After all, few people would bring a large quantity of chi-gathering pills into such a place. It's not that I didn't know you had brought over 1,000 chi-gathering pills, but I thought maybe the spirit boat might come in handy. Jiang Ning sighed. The spirit boat is indeed useful. But activating it once requires over 100 chi-gathering pills. Chasing after Apollo for just a moment has already burned nearly 200 chi-gathering pills. Even Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. But whenever he thought about being able to upgrade his gear at any time with Apiro, Jiang Ning felt that all the expenses were worth it. Jiang Ning, hold on tight, I'm speeding up. Lu Hong's eyes burned with intensity. Even in the outside world, he wouldn't dare to fully activate the spirit boat. After all, the consumption was too great. Most cultivators, even if they possessed a spirit boat, used it solely as a means of self-preservation. After all, when fully activated, a spirit boat can reach the speed of sound. Ordinary cultivators either flew on swords or relied on mounts when traveling. Or they ride technologically produced hovering cars. However, no matter which method they choose, none can match the speed of a spirit boat. After all, the spirit boat is a true magical artifact. Boom! Jiang Ning pulled out another chi-gathering pill and threw it into the Lingzhou, causing its speed to increase once more. Before long, the two of them spotted Apollo fleeing at full speed. Apiro, meet your end. As they closed in, Jiang Ning immediately summoned his sky-splitting sword. As the high-grade chi-gathering pills burned fiercely, the overwhelming pressure of the heaven-grade magical treasure once again swept toward Apollo. Puff! Caught off guard, Apollo stumbled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Once he stabilized his stance, he realized he was once again surrounded from all sides. Humans, do not push things to the extreme. If you kill me, my clan will not spare you. When had Apollo ever felt so humiliated? With the bloodline of the royal family and an endless supply of replicated sacred artifacts, even human cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage wouldn't dare to fight him. He had never encountered such a humiliating situation before. We can't fight them, and we can't outrun them. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Jiang Ning smiled faintly. In his mind, Apollo had become a rare NPC that could be scared into dropping valuable gear. Before squeezing every last drop of value out of him, he wouldn't dare kill him. But Jiang Ning wouldn't let Apollo notice. This guy only drops gear when he feels death approaching. This prince can kill whoever he wants. When has he ever been afraid? Just a moment. A wicked idea flashed through Jiang Ning's mind. Apiro must be killed. After all, he's a member of the royal family of an alien race. If left to grow in power, he would become another formidable enemy for the human race. But since he was royal, killing him would inevitably cause trouble. Perhaps I should pretend to be a prince of the demon race. Even if the foreign race seeks revenge, they would have to target the demon race instead. Although the demon clan was once an ally of the human race. But Jiang Ning has always believed that a worthless race must have treacherous intentions. Now that the demon clan is in decline, aren't they just sitting back to watch the humans fight and reap the benefits? A prince? Are you a demon? Apiro furrowed his brows but quickly burst into laughter. Humans are truly hypocritical, daring to impersonate demons. Do you really think I'm blind? Jiang Ning had already anticipated Apiro's suspicion. He possessed dual spiritual roots. He had discovered this during the previous test. The Black Dragon spiritual root not only possessed a powerful destructive aura but also contained a trace of demonic energy. That demonic energy was exceptionally pure. Calling it royal-blooded demonic energy would not be an exaggeration. Otherwise, why did the demon beasts in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains tremble in fear upon seeing him? Upon this thought, Jiang Ning summoned the Black Dragon spirit root without hesitation. The once fair-featured Jiang Ning instantly transformed into a darkened version of himself. His handsome cheeks were now adorned with mysterious patterns, and the pupils of his eyes had transformed into elliptical vertical pupils. The man behind him, Lu Hong, was so startled that he took a step back. The aura emanating from Jiang Ning made him feel as though he were being pierced by needles. It was as if an ancient demon god had awakened. At the same time, he sensed a faintly familiar aura. The demon clan, Lord Jiang Ning, Lu Hong was certain. The aura emanating from Jiang Ning belonged to the demon clan, and not just any demon clan, but an incredibly noble one. More noble than any royal family he had ever seen. It could only be the imperial family of the demon clan. But Jiang Ning is clearly a human. At that moment, Apiro's expression also changed. He too sensed a familiar aura emanating from Jiang Ning. As an outsider, he was all too familiar with the aura of the demon clan's royal family. In that battle long ago, the foreign races had slaughtered nearly all of the demon clan's royal family, leaving only the elderly and the young. But even so, they dared not exterminate the royal family completely. After all, the few royal family members of the demon race were roughly equal in power to the royal family members of the foreign races. If they were to fight to the death, wouldn't that just be a windfall for the human race? You're actually a member of the demon emperor's royal family. The demon race has 4 royal clans: the Dragon Clan, the White Tiger Clan, the Black Tortoise Clan, and the Vermilion Bird Clan. The 4 clans have always been closely allied and are also known as the Demon Emperor Clan or the 4 Sacred Beasts Clan. Indeed, I am the most noble prince of the Dragon Clan. What have I to fear in killing you? Jiang Ning coldly smiled, seeing that Apiro had fallen for the trap, and immediately launched the Breaker's Sword again without hesitation. Damn it, I can't die here. Apiro roared in anger. A flash of light appeared, and he once again drew out a pair of scissors, a secret treasure. Is that the Void Scissors? A powerful secret treasure capable of destroying all bonds and even tearing apart space. Lu Hong couldn't help but shiver. Although this Void Scissors was still a replica, if Apollo had brought it out earlier, he would have been decapitated long ago. What a marvelous item! Jiang Ning couldn't help but drool at the sight. At that moment, by leveraging the pressure generated during the Void Scissors revival, Apollo escaped once again, and this time, his speed was even faster than before. Clearly, he had utilized some sort of flying artifact. Then I won't hold back. Jiang Ning chuckled and summoned the soul binding bag once more. Chapter 50, He escapes, he pursues, he can't escape even with wings. The Void Arrow was far more powerful than the 2 previous imitation divine artifacts. Jiang Ning spent a full 10 minutes to fully refine it. At this point, Apollo's aura had completely vanished. Lord Jiangning, the tracking technique can no longer detect Apollo's presence. Lu Hong looked at Jiangning with a solemn expression. If he escapes, he will bring the news of your birth back to the foreign races. I fear that a prince of the Demon Emperor clan is enough to spark a war. The Demon clan is currently in decline. Lu Hong fears that Jiangning cannot handle it alone. There are rumors that the human and demon clans have already fallen out, and they likely won't intervene against the foreign races. Jiangning is powerful, but he hasn't fully matured yet. Even with 2 Saint-tier protectors, they would be no match for the foreign races. After Jiangning revealed his Black Dragon spirit root, Lu Hong has already concluded that Jiangning is the prince of the Demon Emperor clan. What is there to fear? What is there to fear? I have said it before, he will not leave here alive today. Jiangning's eyes narrowed slightly. Apiro is indeed a bit troublesome, but he's not completely helpless. A prince of an extraterrestrial race who has come to this world must be after the secret realm in the central region. Right, let's head straight for the central region. I don't believe he can escape. Even if he circles the secret realm, we'll find him. A NPC who can drop top-tier gear at any moment. Jiangning didn't want to miss out on that. If we hand over all these replicas to the system, there might be a pleasant surprise. Therefore, no matter what, Jiangning will squeeze every last drop of value out of Apiro. Yes, Lord Jiangning. After this battle, Lu Hong completely submitted to Jiangning. He had thought that Jiangning only had 2 Saint-grade protectors, but now it was clear that Jiangning's future was truly limitless. Forming an alliance with him early on would benefit both the Baishan sect and myself. With this thought in mind, Lu Hong dared not delay and once again activated the spirit boat. Under the high-grade chi gathering pills, the spirit boat's speed reached an unimaginable level. The secret realm. Central region. Apiro gasped for breath, unsure whether to cry or laugh. He had finally shaken off those 2 annoying fellows. But he had lost 3 counterfeit sacred artifacts. 3 whole pieces. Even as a prince, in such a dire situation, that was more than enough to cause him pain. No, even a prince of the Demon Emperor's clan has emerged. It seems the final showdown is truly upon us. We must relay this news back to the clan so they can prepare in advance. If it were just the human clan, they wouldn't need to worry so much. But if the demon clan is involved, especially the Demon Emperor clan, then we must take this seriously. However, just as Apollo had caught his breath and was about to catch his breath again, his expression changed once more. Damn it, is this never going to end? Again? He sensed the presence of those 2 annoying creatures. They were actually chasing after them. Damn it! Apiro clenched his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He could only spit out another mouthful of blood, which turned into a streak of light and vanished into the distance. Moments later, where Apollo had vanished, a spirit boat sped toward them. That's right, it's Apollo's aura. Jiangning, the tracking technique has detected it. On the spirit boat. Lu Hong exclaimed excitedly, we're not far behind. If we keep chasing for another half hour, we'll definitely catch up. Half an hour? Jiangning sighed deeply, feeling the pain in his heart. In just this short while, the chi-gathering pills on his body were almost depleted. Over 1,000 pills, and only 70 or 80 remained. After setting aside the chi-gathering pills essential for combat, only 50 or so remained that could be wasted. If he couldn't catch up to Apollo, he'd have to give up. Speed up to the maximum. Jiangning quickly pulled out 50 high-quality chi-gathering pills and handed them all to Lu Hong. Lord Jiangning, hold on tight. Lu Hong bellowed, suddenly increasing the output to the spirit boat. Apiro felt the approaching presence behind him growing stronger and stronger, and he felt like dying. He had no choice but to burn his essence blood once more and accelerate his escape. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Apiro transformed into a streak of light, racing forward at breakneck speed, while Jiangning and Lu Hong sat in the spirit boat behind him. They were leisurely eating hot pot and humming a tune. He fled, he chased, and he couldn't escape even if he had wings. 20 minutes later. Apiro still couldn't escape the fate of having his equipment destroyed and was once again blocked by Jiangning and Lu Hong, one in front and one behind. Breaking the air. Just as Jiangning was about to summon the Breaking the Void sword again, Apiro said with a blank expression. You just want the holy artifact, don't you? Here, take it. With that, Apollo pulled out a broken blade. Let me go, and this god-slaying blade is yours. God-slaying blade? Lu Hong's eyes lit up. Lord Jiangning, this is a valuable item. Jiangning nodded. He recalled the relevant knowledge from that battle. This god-slaying blade is akin to the demon-slaying flying knife of another world. It strikes down anyone it touches. In that battle, numerous powerful beings from both the human and demon races were slain by this god-slaying blade. Though it is merely a replica, its power was still not to be underestimated. However, Jiangning did not agree, merely chuckling and saying, spare you? Kill you, and these things will still be mine. Apiro clenched his teeth and pulled out another replica holy artifact. This time, the replica sacred artifact resembled a dishcloth wrinkled and covered in grease. But Jiangning and Lu Hong stared in disbelief. The shroud of a divine king? You even have a replica of this thing? No wonder Jiang Ning and Lu Hong were so surprised. The Divine King's Shroud was originally a sacred treasure of the human race, but it fell into the hands of the extraterrestrial races during that battle. Such a sacred treasure of the human race's ancestors should not have been able to be refined by the foreign races. But the existence of a replica can only mean that the Divine King's Shroud has already been refined by the foreign races. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning's heart sank. Over the years, the foreign races living in the Holy Tower world had been unusually quiet. It was as if they had vanished. We had assumed they were afraid of being eradicated by the Holy Tower authorities, but now it seems they may be brewing an even greater conspiracy. Kill you, and this thing will still be mine. Jiang Ning had 30 high-grade chi-gathering pills left, plus Lu Hong's chi-gathering pill and the breaker sword, enough to launch one final attack. If we can't completely eliminate Apollo this time, the balance of power will shift completely. Boom! The sky-splitting sword activated once more. Upon seeing this, Apollo quickly activated the Immortal King's Shroud and the God-slaying blade. The two replicas of the sacred artifacts were activated simultaneously. The will of the ancestors descended, granting Apollo temporary protection. If Apollo were to attack Jiang Ning and Lu Hong at this moment, even if they managed to withstand the attack, they would suffer severe injuries. However, it was clear that Apollo had been thoroughly terrified. The moment he received the ancestors' protection, Apollo disregarded both the God-slaying blade and the Divine King's Shroud. He turned and fled immediately. Poof! Behind him, Jiang Ning and Lu Hong exchanged glances. Just like that, he ran away? Chapter 51, The Wanzhong Auction House. Lord Jiang Ning, should we pursue him? Lu Hong asked urgently. If we let him escape, there will surely be great trouble in the future. Jiang Ning knew this all too well. But now, all the high-grade spirit-gathering pills he was carrying had been used up. With their current combat strength, facing Apollo's endless array of counterfeit sacred artifacts, even if they somehow emerged victorious, they would still be severely injured. This time, the two had come for Jia Quan. If they were injured, wouldn't that give Jia Quan the upper hand? Is there a town nearby? Let's replenish our supplies. Since we're in the secret realm, Apollo can't escape. Lu Hong heard this and immediately pulled out a map to check. Jiang Ning, there's only 100 kilometers left to Wanshan City. Wanshan City is the central city of the secret realm. All cultivators who come here to explore the secret realm will stop here to restock supplies or rest. We should go check it out. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. The most important thing now was to replenish the chi-gathering pills. At the same time, Jiang Ning had another idea. Having obtained so many replicas of sacred artifacts, Jiang Ning wanted to test whether the system could turn them into something valuable. If these replicas could be transformed into complete versions, that would be a huge windfall. Master Jiang Ning, please take your seat. We're departing immediately. Lu Hong activated the spirit boat once more and sped toward the direction of Wanshan City. Moments later, outside Wanshan City, Jiang Ning and Lu Hong disembarked from the spirit boat. Lord Jiangning, Wanshan City is different from other cities. The rules here are much stricter. All magical battles are prohibited within the city, and no magical artifacts such as spirit boats may be used. Jiang Ning nodded. Wanshan City is the largest city in the entire secret realm, and the commander stationed here has even reached the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Though the rules are strict, there's no need to worry about safety. The two arrived at the city gates, presented their identity tokens, and entered the city. Wanshan City truly lived up to its reputation as the largest city in the entire secret realm and was virtually indistinguishable from cities in the outside world. Lu Hong, I'll go find a hotel to stay at. Oh, and make sure to find a place with good privacy. I need to go into seclusion. Also, help me get in touch with someone who sells high-quality chi-gathering pills. Jiang Ning was busy turning trash into treasure and didn't bother with formalities with Lu Hong. After giving his instructions to Lu Hong, he found a relatively secluded hotel. Jiang Ning had already checked it out. The hotel's security was quite robust, and the general's mansion was just a short distance away. It was also relatively close to the garrison troops in the city, so there was no need to worry about safety. Upon entering the room, Jiang Ning eagerly took out the loot from this battle. The NPC Apollo had dropped 5 counterfeit sacred artifacts. All of them were once legendary weapons of great renown. Jiang Ning was momentarily at a loss as to which one to try first. The soul binding bag could be tried to turn trash into treasure, but it couldn't be passed on. However, he needed money to replenish his chi-gathering pills. Cultivating immortality is all about cultivating money. Without money, how can one cultivate immortality? Just mentioning money made Jiang Ning's head spin. All his savings were gone, and now he was left with nothing. But soon, Jiang Ning came up with a plan. With all those counterfeit divine artifacts, why not use the system to turn them into something valuable? They'd surely fetch a good price if sold. As for which one to exchange first, Jiang Ning already had a decision in mind. It's him. Looking at the True God's hammer that appeared in his hands, Jiang Ning took a deep breath. The power of the other replicated divine artifacts was too overwhelming, but the True God's hammer was slightly less powerful. Even if he sold it to pay off his debts, he wouldn't feel too bad about it. After summoning the system, Jiang Ning heard the mechanical prompt sound in his mind. Ding, the system has detected an item that can be transformed into something valuable. Would the host like to proceed with the transformation? Confirm. Jiang Ning selected confirm without hesitation. Ding, the current item is a counterfeit but of high quality. The conversion will take 36 hours. The current exchange rate is 1:3. Please wait patiently. 36 hours? Jiang Ning sucked in a breath. That was indeed a long time, and the exchange rate had also decreased relatively. However, this would be a good opportunity to replenish his qi-gathering pills. After closing the system, Lu Hong knocked on the door. Lord Jiang Ning, I've gathered the information. There is a Wanzhong auction house in Wanshan City, the largest auction house in the city. If you're looking for qi-gathering pills, that might be the best place to go. The Wanzhong auction house? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows in deep thought. This Wanzhong auction house also exists outside the city. It is said to be the property of a certain Yuanling ancestor, so there's no need to worry about its reputation. However, are there really that many qi-gathering pills? Let's go check it out. Under Lu Hong's guidance, Jiang Ning arrived at the Wanzhong auction house. Although prices here are several times higher than outside, the place is packed with people. There was no choice. In the secret realm, resources are scarce, and there are only a handful of trustworthy auction houses. If you don't buy, someone else will, so there's no shortage of customers. After all, one's life is more important than money. Greetings, distinguished guest. I am the receptionist at the Wanzhong auction house. Is there anything I can assist you with? As the two entered the auction house, a young woman dressed in a blue cheongsam, with a graceful figure and elegant demeanor, approached them. I have a business opportunity. Would your auction house be interested? Upon hearing of the business opportunity, the woman in the cheongsam replied politely, please wait a moment, I'll go fetch the manager. Within the secret realm, cultivators often bring rare treasures for trade. These receptionists had long since grown accustomed to such scenes. If they provided good service, they could earn a commission, so they didn't look down on the two just because they were young. Soon, an elderly man dressed in white traditional attire, with white hair and a beard, approached the two and asked respectfully, may I ask what rare treasures the two distinguished guests have to sell? If it's inconvenient to show it, may I invite you to the private room? Jiang Ning nodded. Upon entering the private room, the manager said with an expectant expression, I presume the item you wish to sell is no ordinary item. May I take a look and appraise it for you? Jiang Ning smiled slightly and apologized, the item is too valuable to show you at the moment. However, I can tell you what it is. You can decide whether you're interested before deciding. Upon hearing this, the old man exclaimed in surprise, then glanced up and down at Jiang Ning and Lu Hong. You two young friends, tell me about it. The treasures in this secret realm are nothing my Wanzhong auction house can't handle. That's good. But I wonder if the auction house can handle a replica of a sacred artifact? A replica of a sacred artifact? The old man exclaimed in shock, his face turning red. Young friend, are you joking? Replicated sacred artifacts are the peerless treasures of the extraterrestrial races. How could our human race obtain them? Even if we were to hunt down an extraterrestrial race, they would destroy the replicated sacred artifacts they carry even if they knew they were about to die. The human race could never obtain them. Even the old man, who had seen much in his life, couldn't help but shake his head and insist it was impossible. Chapter 52, Choose 1. Having lived in the secret realm for so many years, the old man had encountered many extraterrestrial races. He had also seen many cultivators hunting down foreign races. But he had never seen anyone who could actually seize a foreign race's replica sacred artifact. You two young friends, are you here to amuse an old man? The old man grew slightly angry and glared at the two of them. Jiang Ning smiled and produced a replica holy artifact, the void scissors. You can take a look and see if it's a replica sacred artifact. However, what I intend to use is not this one, but a replica of the true god's hammer. This. The moment he saw the void scissors, the old man's eyes widened in shock. His face was filled with an expression of disbelief. He could clearly sense that this seemingly tattered pair of scissors was indeed emanating the aura of an alien race. It's truly a replica of a sacred artifact. The void scissors, could it be the very void scissors that can break all restrictions? The old man trembled with excitement. The fame of the void scissors from that ancient battle was too great. Many of the restrictions imposed by the sacred sites of the human and demon races had been shattered by those void scissors. Had the restrictions not been broken, the human and demon clans would not have been completely helpless. Even a replica possesses formidable power. Young friend, you mentioned the true god's hammer? The old man was so astonished that he could not speak. It is said that the true god's hammer breaks through restrictions with its sheer power. Even the hardest materials in the world cannot withstand its blows. Indeed, I do have a replica of the true god's hammer. How about it, can you handle it? Jiang Ning smiled at the old man. A replica of a sacred artifact from an extraterrestrial race is something that can rival a celestial-grade spiritual treasure. Even if you were to sell everything you own, you might not be able to afford it at a regular auction house. I can't speak for other places, but at our Wanzom auction house, we can definitely afford it. The old man said with a proud expression. However, young friend, you must think carefully. This replica sacred artifact is a rare treasure. Are you certain you wish to part with it? Of course I'm certain. If there were only one, Jiang Ning would be reluctant to use it to pay off his debts. But with the system, Jiang Ning can have as many as he wants. Even if every person in the entire Holy Tower world had one, he could still manage it. This. The old man swallowed hard, his eyes burning with intensity as he asked, then, young friend, when do you plan to make your move? My Wanzom auction house needs to prepare in advance. Jiang Ning thought for a moment. The function to turn waste into treasure would take 36 hours. That would be the day after tomorrow. 3 days from now. Jiang Ning smiled and said, in 3 days, I'll bring the True God's hammer with me. Alright, then 3 days from now. Our Wanzom auction house just happens to have an auction that day. Alright, it's settled then. By the way, I don't need money. What's most important is to exchange it for an equivalent amount of high-grade chi gathering pills. High-grade chi gathering pills? The old man was taken aback once more. This was the first time he had ever encountered someone who didn't want money, only pills. But the old man didn't say anything. After all, completing this deal would bring profits to the Wanzom auction house. Exchanging it for pills would net them even more profit. Alright, as you wish, young friend. The Wanzom auction house will prepare an adequate supply of pills. After leaving the Wanzom auction house, Lu Hong asked curiously. Lord Jiang Ning, are you truly planning to use the True God's hammer? The power of the True God's hammer is something Lu Hong has witnessed firsthand. Such a divine weapon, and Jiang Ning actually intends to part with it? That's none of your concern. Oh, right. Jiang Ning turned to Lu Hong. Among these replicas of sacred artifacts, pick one you like, and it's yours. Pick one? Counterfeit sacred artifacts? Lu Hong felt a sudden dryness in his throat. What's this obscure term? Even if they're replicas of sacred artifacts, can you just pick one? But seeing Jiang Ning's serious expression, Lu Hong spoke in a hoarse voice, I want the void scissors. Is that okay? Lord Jiang Ning. I think the True God's hammer would suit you better. Jiang Ning looked at Lu Hong seriously, you're just a healer, the void scissors won't be of much use to you. After all, what you lack is powerful offensive capabilities. Lu Hong excels at support but lacks offensive capabilities. Jiang Ning thought about it and still felt that the True God's hammer was more suitable for Lu Hong. But the True God's hammer, aren't you going to use it? That's none of your concern. Jiang Ning gave a mysterious smile. There are exactly 3 True God's hammers, one for himself, one for Lu Hong, and one to be used in battle. Perfect. Where should we go next, Lord Jiang Ning? What's next? Jiang Ning smiled faintly and said, let's go back to sleep. Sleep? Lu Hong looked utterly bewildered. At the same time, the Wanzom auction house also sent out a message to the outside world. A replica of the divine artifact, the True God's hammer, had appeared in the secret realm of the Holy Tower number 8. Furthermore, 3 days later, the True God's hammer would make its appearance at the auction. The highest bidder would claim it. However, the consignor would only accept an equivalent amount of chi gathering pills. Upon hearing the news, both the outside world and the secret realm were thrown into uproar. Changha Sect, Council Hall. The elder of the outer clan, Yan Dehuai, was glaring angrily at his 2 granddaughters. Look at the mess you've made. Do you want me, an old man, to bury my own grandchildren? Thinking about how his 2 precious granddaughters had secretly gone to the 8th secret realm, Yan Dehuai couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, both girls returned safely. Grandpa, we're fine, aren't we? Nangong Qian, wearing a floral dress, smiled and leaned over. Don't worry, Grandpa. We'll never run off again. Beside her, Nangong Ro, dressed in a purple dress, nodded vigorously and said, yes, Grandpa, my sister and I won't run off again. Oh, and don't forget to repay the pills we owe to Jiang Ning. Mentioning this, Yan Dehuai was so angry his nose was crooked. As the enforcement elder of the Changha sect, his granddaughter could be considered of noble birth. Yet she had been swindled out of millions by an unknown young man. If this were to get out, how could he possibly maintain his standing in the Changha sect? The entire first layer of the world would likely mock him until the day he dies. I'll settle the score with you later. I just received word that a replica of a sacred artifact has emerged in the 8th secret realm. Once I obtain the replica, I will track down that young upstart and settle the score. My granddaughter, Yan Dehuai, dared to deceive him. I will make him know why the flowers are so red. At the same time, the center of the first layer of the world. The passage leading to the second layer suddenly burst into a dazzling light. From the light, a group of cultivators dressed in uniform emerged slowly. We have heard that a counterfeit divine artifact has appeared in the 8th secret realm. Our sole purpose this time is to obtain the True God's hammer. Anyone who dares to obstruct us will die. Yes. Not just the second layer of the world. Even some sects from the third layer are currently being driven by JD, rushing toward the first layer. Jiang Ning still muttered about the counterfeit divine artifact and its allure to the human race. Chapter 53, You're the one called Jiang Ning? At the same time. Secret Realm 8, a mysterious region. Waterfalls cascaded down like silk threads, resembling the Milky Way in the heavens. Beneath the waterfall, a purple-clad youth stood with his eyes tightly closed, allowing the immense force of the water to strike his body, yet he remained unmoved. Moments later. The youth slowly opens his eyes and gazes intently to the side. Didn't I tell you? Don't disturb me while I'm in seclusion. From the nearby grass, a middle-aged man in white robes emerged, bowing respectfully and reporting, Holy Sun, according to reliable sources, a counterfeit holy artifact has appeared within the walls of Wanshan City. Counterfeit sacred artifacts? The young man's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly replied, How could counterfeit sacred artifacts appear in the human realm? Holy Sun, it is said that 2 cultivators obtained them by chance and, for profit, handed them over to the Wanzhong auction house for auction, with the highest bidder winning. Upon hearing this, a mocking smile flashed across the young man's lips. What fools! How dare they trade a counterfeit sacred artifact for money? Utterly foolish. What does the master say? The middle-aged man in white hurriedly said, The sect leader has issued an order, you must obtain the replica sacred artifact at all costs. Only then will you have an absolute advantage in the future struggle for the throne. The succession battle? The young man muttered under his breath, took a deep breath, and said, My master once said that the destiny of our Tian Dao sect lies within the 8th secret realm of this world. Could it be referring to this counterfeit sacred artifact? He shook his head immediately. Even if it is a replica of the sacred artifact, it won't be of much help to our sect. Could it be another opportunity? Thinking this, the young man shook his head again. Never mind, I'll go take a look. Perhaps there are other opportunities. As he spoke, the young man transformed into a purple lightning bolt and shot toward the sky. Within the city of Wanshan, Jiang Ning was also startled by the commotion caused by the Wanzhong auction house. It had only been 2 days. Wanshan City was already teeming with people. Most of them had come from beyond the secret realm, all for the sake of bidding on this replica sacred artifact. It was said that some smaller sects had even sold off their assets at bargain prices to raise funds, all for the sake of obtaining the replica sacred artifact to enhance the strength of their sect's prodigies. Do you think Jia Quan, having heard the news, will come? In the hotel, Jiang Ning turned to look at Lu Hong beside him. Lu Hong furrowed his brows in thought for a moment before saying, It is possible he might come. If he dares to come, we'll make sure he doesn't leave alive. Jiang Ning hummed in agreement. The primary objective of entering the secret realm this time is to eliminate Jia Quan. Rather than searching everywhere, it's better to wait for him to come to us. That's fine. It'll save us the trouble of searching for him and getting tired. Lu Hong chuckled. He never expected that the struggle for the title of Holy Sun would become so dramatic because of Jiang Ning's involvement. Jia Quan and the deputy sect master behind him had been plotting this for so long. Yet Jiang Ning has turned everything upside down. Right. Jiang Ning suddenly remembered something. Had there been any news about Apiro? After restocking supplies, Jiang Ning instructed Lu Hong to keep an eye out for news about the extraterrestrial races. An NPC who can randomly drop equipment he wasn't about to let that slip away. There's definitely more than just these 5 counterfeit holy artifacts on Apollo. All that's pure gold. Jiang Ning wanted to loot more gear. Sorry, Lord Jiang Ning, Apollo has vanished without a trace. I've sent numerous people to search, but there is not even a single clue. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. After all, Apollo is a prince of an extraterrestrial race, with a prestigious status. If anyone could find his trail, the foreign races would have been wiped out long ago. Never mind, just keep an eye out. Apiro isn't stupid. Having suffered such a great loss, he wouldn't dare to show himself easily. If we want to get some more gear, it seems we'll have to rely on luck. Alright, get ready properly. The auction is only 2 days away. Don't mess it up. Yes. After Lu Hong left, Jiang Ning still felt uneasy. It felt as though something major was about to happen. A cultivator's sixth sense was highly accurate, but Jiang Ning lacked the ability to foresee the future. He simply felt uneasy. At that moment, in Wanshan City, in a secret room, Apiro stood dejectedly before a middle-aged man. Uncle, this is the first time this prince has ever suffered such a great loss. If this grudge is not avenged, how can this prince face the ancestral patriarch who is about to emerge? The middle-aged man smiled slightly, stroked Apollo's head, and comforted him. The human race is the embodiment of the spirit of heaven and earth. In every era, there are geniuses who can rival our ancestors. Losing a battle is no big deal. You are the supreme prince of our clan. If you let yourself be intimidated by a mere human, how will you ever rule the 9 heavens and 10 earths in the future? Apiro sighed helplessly. Uncle San, that human boy is too much for me. All my divine abilities are countered by him, and I have no way to fight back. The middle-aged man hummed in acknowledgement. This matter is indeed peculiar. Yesterday, news came from the Wanzhong auction house that the young man intends to auction the true god's hammer. Oomph, how arrogant. He dares to auction off even our clan's replica sacred artifact. Upon hearing that the replica holy artifact stolen by Jiang Ning was to be auctioned off, Apiro was so enraged he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Uncle San, I'd kill him right now if I could. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Our clan is currently in a state of retreat, trapped within this holy tower world and cut off from the outside world. Once the ancient ancestor emerges, he will surely lead our clan back to its former glory. We must endure for now. Apiro clenched his fists tightly and growled angrily, damn it, once the ancestral elder emerges, I will make that human brat wish he was never born. Uncle San, are you going to the auction tomorrow? The middle-aged man nodded. Of course he would go. As the commander of a city, failing to attend such a major event would inevitably arouse suspicion. The middle-aged man smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. If given the chance, Uncle San will kill that human brat tomorrow and rid you of your demon. No one could have imagined. The commander of Wanshan City was actually a member of an extraterrestrial race and even a royal family member. Jiang Ning naturally had no way of knowing. At that moment, while Jiang Ning was quietly calculating how much he could profit this time, Lu Hong walked in with a worried expression. Something's wrong, Lord Jiang Ning. The enforcement elder of the Changha sect, Yan Dahuai, has arrived and is demanding to see you by name. Yan Dahuai? Jiang Ning paused for a moment, recalling the two adorable twin sisters. Is he here to return the elixir? Go meet him. As for the Changha sect, Jiang Ning wasn't particularly afraid of them. Even if the enforcer came, he would only be at the Foundation establishment realm. He posed no threat to him. If we repay the debt politely, we might even make a friend. If they refuse to pay, then don't blame him for turning his back on you. Soon, Jiang Ning met Yan Dahuai. What he didn't expect was that this enforcement elder of the Changha sect was actually a dwarf. He wasn't even as tall as Jiang Ning's thigh. He was standing arrogantly on the front desk of the hotel. Upon seeing Jiang Ning and Lu Hong, Yan Dahuai extended a finger and pointed at Jiang Ning, saying, "You're the one called Jiang Ning, aren't you?" Chapter 54, Go deceive, go steal, go rob. Jiang Ning was completely stunned. He never expected that Yan Dahuai, the enforcement elder of the Changha sect, would be like this. But precisely because of this, Jiang Ning dared not show the slightest bit of contempt. This junior is Jiang Ning. Has the senior come to return the pills? At the mention of the word pills, Yan Dahuai's expression grew even more grim. You insolent brat, you dare mention this again? My two precious granddaughters, who knew nothing of the world, were deceived by you into accumulating a massive debt. Today, I have come to demand an explanation. Speak. How do you intend to die? As soon as he spoke, the hall was instantly filled with onlookers. As the ruler of a region in the outer world, the Longha sect's reputation speaks for itself. As for the enforcement elder, Dahai, he was a seasoned veteran with a long-standing reputation. Everyone sighed inwardly. Why did this young man have to provoke him? He went and deceived Yan Dahuai's two granddaughters. They were the cherished treasures of the Changha sect. Upon hearing Yan Dahuai's intentions, Jiang Ning realized he was planning to renege on the deal, and his expression immediately turned cold. What? A senior enforcer of the Changha sect dares to renege on a debt? He spoke. Jiang Ning produced the IOUs written by Nangong Qian and Nangong Ro. The words were written clearly in black and white on white paper, with a heavenly oath as witness. This debt is not something you can just renege on. Seeing Jiang Ning produce the IOU, Yan Dahuai acted swiftly, darting forward to snatch it from Jiang Ning's hands. But Jiang Ning had already been prepared. The moment Yan Dahuai's figure vanished, Jiang Ning had already stored the IOU in his system space. Damn it! I thought Yan Dahuai, unable to seize it, would resort to using his status to intimidate me. But to his surprise, Yan Dahuai, the esteemed enforcement elder of the Changha sect, collapsed to the ground like a common thug, slapping the ground with both hands. At the same time, his legs were kicking wildly. And he kept shouting. This damn fool! This inhuman brat! Bullying an old man over 100 years old? Is there no justice in this world? Is there no law to uphold? Jiang Ning and Lu Hong were completely taken aback by this sudden scene. No! Yan Dahuai, as an enforcement elder of the sect, how dare you act so unreasonable? Debt must be repaid, it's only fair. Don't even think about reneging on your debt. Lu Hong, standing nearby, also hurriedly scolded. Elder Yan, I am Lu Hong, the holy son of the White Mountain sect. This IOU is clearly written in black and white. If you dare to renege on your debt, the White Mountain sect will not stand for it. Yan Dahuai finally noticed Lu Hong's presence. His expression immediately darkened. The Changha sect and the Baishan sect are neighboring sects, and their high-ranking members are still somewhat familiar with one another. If the White Mountain sect were to get involved in this matter, it would indeed be troublesome. Lu, you're a holy son, how dare you associate with such a rogue and scoundrel? I'm an old man, he doesn't respect me, but he goes so far as to deceive, steal, and rob my pension. How am I supposed to live now? The two sisters owe millions of dollars worth of elixirs. If they really have to repay everything, Yan Dahuai might even have to sell his coffin money to cover it. Alright, then. Jiang Ning looked at Yan Dehuai lying on the ground. I'll give you an 80% discount, totaling 8 million, which can be paid in installments. Installments? Yan Dahuai's lips, which had just begun to curl upward, drooped again. You're trying to take my livelihood away from me. No way, I'll only compensate you at the original price. I'll compensate you with 100 top-grade chi gathering pills. Back then, the two sisters borrowed 100 top-grade chi gathering pills from Jiang Ning to escape the wasteland. But Jiang Ning demanded a high price. What should have cost 10,000 per pill, Jiang Ning sold for 100,000 each. In Yan Dahuai's view, this was nothing short of robbery. It was also because they couldn't act in Wanshan City, otherwise, he wouldn't have played such a dishonest game with Jiang Ning. He would have already taken action to kill this arrogant young upstart who didn't know his place. Compensation at the original price? Jiang Ning laughed in anger. Yan Dahuai, I spare you because you're my senior, so I'm giving you a 20% discount. Don't push your luck. Now, either compensate me with 1,000 top-grade chi gathering pills, or wait until we exit the secret realm, and I will personally go to your Chang'e sect to demand them. Ha! Yan Dahuai seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Personally go to my Chang'e sect to demand it? What a bold claim. Even Lu Hong wouldn't dare to speak so boldly. Who do you think you are? Jiang Ning didn't respond, just gave a cold smile. Young man, so you're saying there's no room for negotiation on this matter, right? Yan Dahuai, seeing that his demands were being ignored, changed his strategy and prepared to threaten Jiang Ning. If you have any backbone, come with me outside the city to settle this. If you win, I won't just give you 1,000 chi gathering pills. Even if you want 10,000, I'll give them to you. We can't fight inside the city, but outside the city is a different story. Yan Dahuai was truly enraged. Go if you must. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Jiang Ning smiled slightly. Yan Dahuai's words were exactly what he wanted to hear. Once we're outside, Yan Dahuai will still be at our mercy. Once he captures Yan Dahuai, he can demand more pills from the Chang'e sect. Let's go then. Whoever doesn't go is a coward. As the two were about to head toward the city gates, a group of soldiers in battle armor burst into the inn. These were the city guards of Wanshan City, under the jurisdiction of the commander's mansion. Without the city lord's orders, these soldiers wouldn't have dared to move. Who is Jiang Ning? The leader of the soldiers surveyed the inn with an arrogant expression and coldly said, "The commander requests your presence." The commander? Jiang Ning and Lu Hong both furrowed their brows. This garrison commander is usually as elusive as a dragon, yet today he has come looking for us? Jiang Ning's uneasy premonition grew stronger. This commander must have ulterior motives for summoning us. This gentleman is Jiang Ning. Yan Dahuai pointed at Jiang Ning and said, "This young man is no decent person. He swindled an old man out of his coffin money. Please, commander, help this old man seek justice." However, the soldiers merely gave Yan Dahuai a cold glance before speaking again in a harsh tone. "You're Jiang Ning, aren't you? Come with us." Jiang Ning took a deep breath. At this moment, he was in Wanshan City, and escaping was impossible. He had no choice but to follow them. Even if it meant entering a den of tigers and dragons, he had to go through with it. After all, supplies had been fully restocked, enough for a major battle at the airport. Even if the commander in charge was a peak-level cultivator, so what? Jiang Ning had never feared anyone in his life. Lu Hong, wait here for me. Yes. Lu Hong also noticed that these soldiers meant trouble and said worriedly, "Lord Jiang Ning, be careful." However, since they are the Holy Tower's troops, they probably won't do anything out of the ordinary. Jiang Ning hummed in acknowledgement and looked at the lead soldier. "Sir, please lead the way." Thus, Jiang Ning followed the city guards to the commander's residence. Chapter 55, No Room for Negotiation? Moments later. The commander's residence. Jiang Ning was led into a dimly lit secret room. The renowned commander sat cross-legged on a cushion. The laws of the Tao swirled around him, and the overwhelming pressure unique to the peak of the Foundation establishment realm filled the entire room. Jiang Ning felt a sense of oppression, and the unease in his heart grew stronger. But he steeled himself and approached the commander, bowing respectfully. The commander raised his eyes slightly, silently appraising Jiang Ning, and said, "You are Jiang Ning? This junior is indeed Jiang Ning. Not bad, not bad. You're quite impressive." Though clearly words of praise, they sounded oddly out of place to Jiang Ning's ears. He couldn't help but feel that the commander was being two-faced. "May I ask what the commander has ordered?" Jiang Ning bowed slightly. "If there is anything I can do to assist you, I will not hesitate to do so." Polite words must be exchanged. We must give the garrison commander some face. After all, Wanshan City is his territory. Even if Jiang Ning is as formidable as he is, once the city's defensive array is activated, we'll be left with no choice but to await our fate. "There is one matter I must trouble you with." The garrison commander raised his lips slightly, emitting a dry, raspy voice that sounded like two pieces of wood rubbing against each other. Jiang Ning felt uneasy but forced himself to endure it. "I hear you've obtained a replica of a sacred artifact?" As soon as the garrison commander spoke, Jiang Ning abruptly looked up at him. Although the news that a replica holy artifact was to be auctioned had already been disseminated through the Wanzhong auction house. But the identity of the seller had been promised by the Wanshan auction house to be kept strictly confidential. There was no need to make such a fuss. As the commander of Wanshan City, if he didn't even know this much, how could he protect the city's cultivators? Jiang Ning realized. The commander of this city is replaced once every 100 years. With 100 years to establish their own intelligence network within the city, it is a simple matter for the commander. Since the commander already knows, I won't keep it from you either. Indeed, this junior has obtained a replica of a divine artifact, the True God's Hammer. Jiang Ning didn't notice that the moment he heard the words divine hammer, the commander's eyelid twitched slightly. No, you didn't just obtain one. The commander warned with a hint of meaning in his words. Indeed, there are two. The garrison commander chuckled, you're still not telling the whole truth. You should. As he spoke, the garrison commander fixed his gaze on Jiang Ning and said slowly, you obtained 5 counterfeit sacred artifacts. Boom! Jiang Ning was struck as if by lightning, staring at the garrison commander in horror. The matter of obtaining 5 counterfeit sacred artifacts. Only he and Lu Hong knew about it. If one were to count, there was also the Apollo from the outer realm. Apart from these few, no one else could possibly know how many replicated sacred artifacts they had obtained. Commander, obtaining 1 counterfeit holy artifact is already rare too as pure luck. How could a junior like me have 5? Though his heart was in turmoil, Jiang Ning still feigned calmness and denied it. Is that so? I only heard about it, there's no need to be so tense. The garrison commander smiled slightly and did not press the matter further, instead changing the subject. Are you from the White Mountain sect? At that moment, Jiang Ning had already grown wary of the garrison commander. When the garrison commander asked about his origins, Jiang Ning pulled out the carefully prepared story he had prepared in advance. Indeed, my master is none other than the patriarch of the White Mountain sect, White Mountain. Bai Shan? The garrison commander nodded. An old friend, but I didn't know that old fellow had taken such an outstanding disciple. I have only recently joined the sect. Jiang Ning replied. Is that so? The commander raised his eyes to look at Jiang Ning. Since he was the disciple of a friend, he might as well speak frankly. This replica of the sacred artifact cannot be auctioned. Jiang Ning's heart sank. So, the truth is out, isn't it? What does the commander mean by that? The garrison commander narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. I mean, this replica of the sacred artifact cannot be auctioned off, and it must be handed over to my garrison commander's mansion. I suspect that the replica sacred artifact is problematic and may be connected to the schemes of the foreign races. Of course, as compensation, I will personally provide you with a certain amount of compensation. Jiang Ning smiled. Finally, he understood the garrison commander's true intentions. It was all about the replica sacred artifact after all. And they're demanding it so forcefully. Compensation? Jiang Ning chuckled. Commander, please forgive my rudeness. How much compensation can you offer me? 10 million? Or 100 million? The value of a replica holy artifact is far beyond that. All the sects are willing to sell everything they have to obtain this first replicated sacred artifact in human history. It will definitely fetch an astronomical price. Jiang Ning didn't believe it. A mere foundation establishment cultivator couldn't possibly compare to the depths of these major sects. Young friend, do not be so attached to material things. Wealth is but an external possession. Outside possessions? When one is at their most speechless, they truly laugh out loud. That was Jiang Ning at that moment. So, according to the garrison commander's intentions, you want to get a counterfeit sacred artifact for free without spending a single coin? Not at all. The garrison commander shook his head. I am not the kind of person who forces others to buy or sell. We will certainly provide you with a satisfactory compensation. I hear you're seeking high-grade chi-gathering pills. I have 10 high-grade chi-gathering pills here, let them be your compensation. 10 high-grade chi-gathering pills? As compensation? You want to replicate a sacred artifact? Jiang Ning was so angry he couldn't help but laugh. Commander, if that is the case, I fear I cannot comply. 10 top-grade chi-gathering pills are worth at most 10,000. What's the difference between this and getting something for nothing? So there's no room for negotiation? The commander's tone grew stern. Think carefully. This is my territory. What I desire, I have never failed to obtain. Jiang Ning also lost his temper. A city commander acting so arrogant and tyrannical. He didn't believe the garrison commander would dare to lay a finger on him within the city walls. After all, there's still the official authority of the holy tower above him. No matter how powerful the commander is, he's just a lackey working for the authorities. Commander, there's no room for negotiation. Jiang Ning spoke without fear. If the commander has no further business, this junior will take his leave. With that, Jiang Ning turned and left the city lord's mansion without looking back. After Jiang Ning had left for a moment, a figure materialized in the dimly lit secret room. If Jiang Ning were here, he would recognize him immediately. It was none other than Apiro, the one who could destroy equipment. Third uncle, why are you being so polite to that brat? He is our clan's archenemy. Why didn't you kill him on the spot? The garrison commander glanced at Apollo, shook his head, and said, we are currently hiding among the human race. If we act recklessly, there is a risk of exposure. The Holy Tower authorities aren't that incompetent. If we're exposed, my life isn't worth anything, and I'd rather die. But you are the future hope of our clan, there must be no accidents. Apiro clenched his fists in frustration and said, are we just going to let him take our clan's replica holy artifact to auction? The commander coldly smiled and said, rest assured, whoever obtains the replica holy artifact will not be able to leave this secret realm. And that human boy as well. Once the auction ends tomorrow, it will be the day he meets his end. Chapter 56, Visitors from the Heavenly Tao Sect. Back at the inn. Yen Dahuai had already left. Lu Hong asked with concern, Lord Jiangning, what did the garrison commander want to see you about? Jiangning did not hide anything and told Lu Hong everything that had happened at the garrison commander's residence. After listening, Lu Hong's expression darkened to the extreme, and he clenched his teeth and said, this garrison commander is pushing his luck too far. Does he not fear us reporting this to the Holy Tower authorities? Jiangning sighed dejectedly, do you think he dared to act this way and would let us leave Wanshan City? You mean? Lu Hong looked solemn. Will he act within the city walls? Jiangning nodded. He's the garrison commander, in charge of the city's troops. If he fabricates a charge against us, he can act with impunity. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Lord Jiangning, what should we do? Should we break out and fight our way out? Break out? Easier said than done. But it's as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Not to mention that the commander defending the city is already at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, but even the thousands of cultivators inside the city are not something they can handle. Are we to simply let ourselves be slaughtered? Lu Hong clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with resentment. He still had ambitions to fulfill, yet he never imagined he would meet his end here in Wanshan City. As for surrendering to the commander? Neither of them had even considered it. If it comes to it, we'll fight to the end. If there was no other way, they would have to fight tomorrow. Jiangning sighed. The battle tomorrow is uncertain, but Jiangning felt no fear. There was no other choice. Lu Hong said, if battle truly breaks out tomorrow, I will hold them off. Jiangning, you must escape first. I am the holy son of the White Mountain sect, an officially recognized heir. Even as a garrison commander, they dare not harm me. Jiangning nodded. If tomorrow truly comes to the worst, there is no other option. Jiangning wasn't one to hesitate. And as Lu Hong had said, he was indeed the holy son of the White Mountain sect. Without any evidence, the enemy dared not touch him. But I am different. Even with the White Mountain connection, he was an outsider who had appeared out of nowhere. To frame someone and shift the blame is easy. Just as the two were discussing their strategy, a soft voice drifted over. Gentlemen, there is no need to worry so much. I have some information. If the two of you are willing to befriend me, I will help you resolve your concerns. Jiangning and Lu Hong's expressions changed. At that moment, the two were in a hotel room. The soundproofing in this room was excellent, and it had been thoroughly checked over the past few days. There were no listening devices. How did the person outside know what they were discussing? After exchanging glances, Jiangning said, since honored guests have come calling, how could we refuse to welcome them? Lu Hong, open the door. It's Lord Jiangning. After opening the hotel room door, Jiangning discovered that standing outside was a young man dressed in purple. The youth had disheveled hair, a gentle and graceful demeanor, and his eyes flickered with purple lightning, exuding an indescribable air of nobility. Who are you, fellow cultivator? Jiangning bowed respectfully and asked. For some reason, the moment he saw the young man, Jiangning felt an immediate sense of goodwill toward him. He felt as though this person was an old friend he hadn't seen in years. However, there was no trace of a purple-clad youth in his memories. I am Tian Sheng, the holy son of the Tian Dao sect. Tian Dao sect? Upon hearing those three words, Lu Hong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Even Jiangning couldn't help but feel uneasy. The Tian Dao sect was a very unique existence. This sect is not skilled in combat, but rather in the art of divination. Fortune and misfortune, natural disasters and human calamities all are recorded in the Heavenly Dao sect's Jiankuan Bagua disc. Therefore, the cultivators of this sect are always honored guests wherever they go. Furthermore, however, in the lower realms, one rarely sees the disciples of the Tian Dao sect. Even an ordinary disciple would not deign to come to the lower realms. It is said that to see a disciple of the Tian Dao sect, one must at least travel to the fourth layer of the world, or even higher realms. What did the Tianqing Holy Son mean by his earlier words? After inviting Tianqing into the room, Jiangning asked with confusion. Fellow Daoist, since I have come here, it is because I have calculated the heavenly secrets. I have determined that you have a calamity awaiting you. However, resolving this calamity is also easy. Upon hearing this, Jiangning bowed respectfully and said, please enlighten me, fellow Daoist. Tianqing merely smiled faintly. Friend, think carefully. Today, I will help you once, and you will owe me a debt of karma. In the future, you must help me once. Disciples of the Tian Dao sect, due to their extraordinary abilities, are destined to face a calamity in their lifetime. If they can overcome it, they will become great beings of this age. If they fail, they will perish along with their cultivation. The Tian Dao sect is the most peculiar existence in the entire Holy Tower world. Other sects rely on mid-tier cultivators to sustain their operations. The Tian Dao sect, however, relies on its younger generation. As for the elders, either they have died or they have already survived the great calamity, becoming great beings of this age, having renounced worldly desires and now await ascension. I accept. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. Countless karmic debts must eventually be repaid. Just as the karma he had incurred while dealing with Apiro is now beginning to be repaid. This is the way of heaven. Good. Tianqing clapped his hands in joy. Jiang Ning, my friend, to resolve this great calamity, there is only one way. That is to fight. Only through battle can we break through all calamities. But that means we have to fight, right? Lu Hong rolled his eyes in silence. Jiang Ning, however, listened intently. Since you put it that way, there must be some difference between the two, right? Of course. Tianchang nodded slightly. If it's truly as you said earlier, then you'll be facing the entire army of cultivators from Wanshan City. Even if Jiang Ning is as extraordinary as you claim, he wouldn't stand a chance against such a large force, would he? Moreover, the city is protected by a defensive array controlled by the garrison commander. Jiang Ning nodded, gesturing for Tianqing to continue. The battle I speak of requires only the elimination of the garrison commander. Even the entire city's cultivators, along with the city defending array, will all be at Jiang Ning's disposal. Jiang Ning perked up, sat up straight, and looked at Tianqing seriously. Please enlighten me, Tianqing. Tianqing cleared his throat, smiled slightly, and said, that garrison commander is actually an outsider from beyond the domain. What? Jiang Ning suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with disbelief. You mean the commander is from an outer realm? That's correct. My debt tracking shows that the commander is not from our 9 heavens and 10 earths, but rather from the royal family of the outer realms. I see. At that moment, Jiang Ning finally understood. Why did that commander insist on taking his replica sacred artifact? Why would someone like Apollo, a member of the royal family, appear in the secret realm of the first layer of the world? It's all about love. This city of Wanshan has become the lair of the foreign races. Tianqing Daoist, are you serious? This is a matter of great importance. Jiang Ning dares not believe it lightly. If you don't trust me, do you not trust the Tian Dao sect? Our Tian Dao sect is bound by the laws of heaven and cannot tell a lie. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. If that is truly the case, then tomorrow, even if the garrison commander does not cause trouble for him, he would seek trouble with the garrison commander himself. The royal family from beyond the borders? So what? In Jiang Ning's eyes, they're nothing more than NPCs who drop loot. Chapter 57, the grand event begins. The next day, the system notified Jiang Ning that the exchange time had arrived, and he obtained 3 replica divine artifacts, the True God's Hammer. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Ning eagerly extracted the True God's Hammer from the system space. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 3 replicas of the divine artifact, the True God's Hammer. Note, due to the special attributes of the True God's Hammer, the system has upgraded its original functions. Jiang Ning was overjoyed. System-produced items are always top-notch. Not only had the True God's Hammer's abilities been enhanced, but all traces of the foreign race's aura had been completely erased. Even ordinary humans can now use it. Without delay, Jiang Ning took out the soul binding bag and activated the transform waste into treasure function once more. Just like the True God's Hammer, the exchange ratio for the spirit binding bag remains 1:3, and the time frame is the same. This means that after 36 hours, Jiang Ning will obtain 3 spirit binding bags. Time's up. Jiang Ning found Lu Hong in the neighboring room. The time agreed upon with the Wanzhong auction house had arrived. After a quick cleanup, the two left the hotel. Perhaps due to the emergence of the replica sacred artifact, today's Wanshan city was even more bustling than usual. Everywhere one looked, there were cultivators from various sects dressed in colorful robes, as well as some disheveled wandering cultivators. Such a grand gathering would naturally not be missed by the wandering cultivators. At the entrance to the Wanzhong auction house, Jiang Ning spotted the Tianqing Holy Sun. At that moment, the Tianqing Holy Sun was standing alongside the garrison commander, the two of them seemingly deep in conversation. Seeing this, Lu Hong furrowed his brows and reminded Jiang Ning, Lord Jiang Ning, which side is Tianqing on? How could he be so familiar with that garrison commander? Could we have fallen into their trap? Jiang Ning shook his head. Tianqing is the holy son of the Tian Dao sect. It's only natural that the garrison commander would want to curry favor with him. The Tian Dao sect holds an exalted status. Even its ordinary disciples are honored guests at the major sects. Let alone Tianqing, the holy son. Now that you mention it, you have a point. Lu Hong took a deep breath. Today, it seems we're in for a fierce battle. What's there to fear? Jiang Ning smiled faintly. We'll meet force with force and water with earth. If he doesn't make the first move, so be it. But if he dares to act, I won't hesitate to kill a garrison commander. As for Jiang Ning, Lu Hong had absolute confidence and thus said no more. At that moment, the garrison commander, who was in conversation with Tianqing, also noticed the two of them. Jiang Ning, if you've come to your senses, you can come find me anytime. But once the auction begins, my words will no longer hold any weight. Jiang Ning smiled faintly. Commander, you should worry more about yourself. My affairs are none of your concern. After learning the true identity of the garrison commander, Jiang Ning's attitude grew much firmer. A foreigner, daring to cause trouble here. You must not even know how to write the word death. What a sharp-tongued brat. I hope you don't regret this later. The garrison commander snorted coldly and entered the Wanzhong auction house with his entourage. The Tianqing Holy Sun smiled faintly at Jiang Ning before following suit. Let's go, the show is about to begin. Jiang Ning chuckled and entered the auction house with Lu Hong. The Wanzhong auction house truly lived up to its reputation as the largest auction house in Wanshan City, though it looked no different from other auction houses on the outside. But upon entering, Jiang Ning realized that this venue was truly a hidden gem. It was actually a cave treasure. Lu Hong, who was following behind, exclaimed in awe, "Look at the scale, the grade must be pretty high." Jiang Ning also couldn't help but marvel at the sight. A Dongtian artifact is even more valuable than ordinary artifacts. In this holy tower world, spatial resources are limited, but the population continues to grow exponentially. Therefore, major sects have turned to researching cave heaven treasures to save on the costs of acquiring real estate. Dongtian treasures form their own spatial realms, and the higher their grade, the larger the space they contain. When it comes to the most powerful cave heaven treasure in the world, there is only one: the Holy Tower. After finding the private room arranged by the Wanzhong auction house, Jiang Ning took out the auction list for this session. This time, he wasn't just there to sell counterfeit sacred artifacts, he was also there to stock up on supplies. After 2 days of research, 2 items had caught Jiang Ning's eye. One was an incomplete cultivation technique. Though incomplete, it was said to have a prestigious origin, even traceable back to the ancient war between humans and demons. Such a powerful martial arts manual, if complete, would never be put up for auction. It would have been safeguarded as a precious treasure by the major sects long ago. The other item. It was a fragmented manual on the art of swordsmanship. It is said that this sword art manual originated from a legendary sword master from ancient times. Though it is a manual, several of its previous owners have all gained profound insights into the essence of swordsmanship from it. Later, for reasons unknown, some unscrupulous individual deemed it too powerful. They forcibly divided the manual into several parts and scattered them across the world. The one up for auction today is one of those fragments. Of course, the value of these 2 items cannot be compared to that of a replica sacred artifact. After all, this is the first replica of a sacred artifact in human history. Lord Jiang Ning, are you really planning to bid on these 2 items? But an incomplete cultivation technique and an incomplete cultivation insight are of little use. That cultivation technique is said to be only at the body forging realm, not even reaching the foundation establishment realm. Lu Hong spoke with some concern. He feared that Jiang Ning might be swayed by the impressive sounding name of the cultivation technique and bid for them recklessly. Once one begins cultivating a technique, it cannot be changed. He feared Jiang Ning would be stuck at the body tempering realm for life. No problem, I have my own plans. Jiang Ning smiled and waved his hand. For others, an incomplete cultivation technique is useless. But for Jiang Ning, this was a priceless treasure. With the system in place, he could complete the cultivation technique. If even the system couldn't complete it, he wasn't foolish enough to insist on cultivating it. Alright, Lord Jiang Ning. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Lu Hong gave up as well. Jiang Ning always had his own pace, so he didn't say much. Moments later, in the center of the auction hall, a beam of light shone brightly, and a circular platform floated upward. Standing on the platform was a female hostess dressed in a cheongsam, with 9 fox tails. The crowd erupted into a stir. My goodness, the Wanzhong auction house really knows how to splurge. They've even invited someone from the 9-tailed fox clan. The 9-tailed fox clan? She's so beautiful. Her appearance and figure are so stunning she puts those so-called holy maidens to shame. Mom, I've made it. I've seen the 9-tailed fox clan. After the human and demon clans split, the demon clan rarely appeared on human territory. In the past, only the high-ranking officials could catch a glimpse of the demon clan's peerless beauty. Ordinary people had no such opportunity. Now, this Wanzhong auction house has actually invited a demon. And it's the 9-tailed fox clan, the most skilled in the art of seduction among the demon race. The atmosphere on the scene was instantly stirred up. Chapter 58, The Heavenly Sword Sovereign. Esteemed fellow cultivators who have traveled thousands of miles to be here, this humble maiden, Ji Rui, extends my heartfelt gratitude for your presence. Ji Rui of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan curtsied gracefully to the crowd in the auction hall. Her graceful figure caused many male cultivators to drool uncontrollably. But that was not all. Ji Rui's voice naturally carried a seductive power. Even Jiang Ning, amidst the crisp calls of the Taoist friend, was momentarily lost in thought. What a fox-like beauty! Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. Fox demons have always had a bad reputation. Before, he didn't understand, thinking he couldn't control himself. Why blame others? Now he finally understood. The Fox clan is naturally endowed with the power of seduction. Sometimes, one really can't blame King Zhou for being too foolish. Lord Jiangning, this fox demon is no ordinary creature. Lu Hong looked at Ji Rui, who was bathed in a radiant glow, resembling a goddess descending from the heavens, his face filled with caution. I have encountered fox demons before, but even those at the Foundation establishment realm couldn't affect my mind. This Ji Rui is merely at the Qi cultivation realm, yet she can influence my mind. It can only be said that this demon's bloodline is exceptionally pure, truly rare. Except for the demon clan also places great importance on bloodline. Within the demon clan, the purer the bloodline and the closer one is to the clan's ancestors, the higher their status within the clan. This Ji Rui is likely the being with bloodline power closest to that of the nine-tailed celestial fox in this world. How could the Fox clan allow her to come to this human realm? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning also fell into deep thought. Could it be that Ji Rui is also here to replicate the sacred artifact? But isn't the demon clan's territory already completely cut off from the outside world? How could news of replicating the sacred artifact have spread so quickly to the demon clan's ears? Perhaps they are merely here to train in the human realm. Jiang Ning waved his hand. These are not the main issues, there's no need to dwell on them. A nine-tailed fox of the Qi cultivation realm, even if they have ulterior motives, wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. For today, he had prepared over 1,000 high-quality Qi gathering pills. Enough to sustain him through countless fierce battles. Exactly. Why dwell on such trivialities? Lu Hong gave a self-deprecating smile, but the expression on his face remained solemn. At that moment, Ji Rui had finished explaining the rules of the auction house and officially announced the start of the auction. Fellow cultivators, the first item up for auction is something you've all heard about. Earlier, rumors had been circulating that the Tianjian Zun lineage had reappeared in the mortal realm, seeking a successor. The first item up for auction today is a piece of news about the location of the Heavenly Sword Sovereign's inheritance. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bombshell dropped into the crowd, and the newly quiet venue erupted once more. The Heavenly Sword Sovereign? Is this the same Heavenly Sword Sovereign who severed the heavens with a single stroke, isolating the foreign tribes beyond the realms? It is said that in the ancient war, the Heavenly Sword Sovereign single-handedly swept through the foreign realms with his sword, striking fear into the hearts of all the foreign kings. During the final decisive battle, the Heavenly Sword Sovereign fought alone against the 12 kings of the foreign realms, ultimately slaying 10 and severely wounding 2. However, he himself sustained a fatal wound that could not be healed, leading to his eventual demise. Indeed, it is said that before his demise, the Heavenly Sword Sovereign, unwilling to let his teachings be lost, created a place of inheritance. However, all these years have passed, and no one has ever found the place of inheritance. I had always believed it to be nothing more than a fleeting legend, but it turns out it is true. A stir arose. All the cultivators turned their burning gazes toward Ji Rui. Ji Xianzi, is the news true? Is there really a place of inheritance left by the Heavenly Sword Sovereign? Yes, I've heard about it before, but even the official authorities of the Holy Tower haven't been able to find it after all these years. Ji Rui covered her face with a smile, as if 100 flowers were blooming. You all should know that the Heavenly Sword Sovereign was a legendary figure in the sword arts, capable of slaying 10 kings from another realm in his prime. His inheritance site is not something that can be easily found by anyone, only those with a special connection could discover it. The cultivators below heard this and said, destined individuals? If that's the case, then what's the point of auctioning this information? Isn't this just a scam to take our money? I don't have the confidence to be the chosen one of the Heavenly Sword Sovereign. Most people still retain some rationality. Though the Celestial Sword Sovereign's inheritance is tempting, it belongs solely to those he has chosen as his destined ones. Even if one obtained the exact address, without being the chosen one, standing before the inheritance would be meaningless. That would be a waste of money. My fellow cultivators are unaware of this. Ji Rui remained calm and explained crisply, according to the calculations of the Tian Dao sect, the Tianjian Zun's inheritance was supposed to emerge 10,000 years from now. However, due to some unknown reasons, the Heavenly Dao has become chaotic, the heavenly mechanisms have been obscured, and the inheritance site of the Heavenly Sword Sovereign has been affected, causing it to emerge prematurely. Furthermore, due to its premature emergence, the guardian of the inheritance site has not awakened. Therefore, it is no longer something that can be obtained by those with the right destiny. What? Everyone was once again stunned. No longer for those with the right destiny? But everyone has a chance? If that's the case, then it's worth fighting for. Even Jiang Ning, upon hearing the news, was utterly stunned. He naturally knew that the news of the Heavenly Sword Sovereign's inheritance was to be auctioned off. But at first, Jiang Ning had no such intentions. After all, he didn't believe he was the chosen one, and he wasn't arrogant enough to think so. Therefore, Jiang Ning had no plans to participate in the auction for the Tianjian Zun inheritance. Now, hearing Ji Rui speak in such a manner, Jiang Ning also became interested. Not just Jiang Ning. Everyone present, without exception, was interested in the Tianjian Zun inheritance. After all, obtaining the Tianjian Zun's inheritance means soaring to new heights. Even if one couldn't become a peerless great being like the Heavenly Sword Sovereign who shook the ancient and modern worlds, one would still stand at the pinnacle of the human race. The starting bid for the Heavenly Sword Sovereign's inheritance was 1 million sacred scrolls. A single piece of information. A starting price of 1 million sacred scrolls is already incredibly outrageous. But what's even more astonishing is, in the blink of an eye, the price had already been bid up to 10 million. 10 million. Jiang Ning sighed twice, feeling a bit regretful. Although he also wanted it, he simply couldn't bring himself to spend that much money on a piece of information. Master Jiang Ning, the first item has already reached such a high price. The ones that follow will likely be even higher. Jiang Ning shook his head. This is just an exception. Even if it's worth more, it's still just a piece of unverified news. The Wanzhong auction house probably doesn't care about the authenticity of the information, which is why they put it first. However, with the alluring power of Ji Rui, the price is anyone's guess. Jiang Ning had already seen through everything. This Wanzhong auction house isn't worth much either. He knows it's just a rumor. If it went through the proper channels, it probably wouldn't even fetch 10,000 sacred scrolls. But after Ji Rui meddled with it, the value skyrocketed 100-fold. No wonder I was so blind. Lu Hong wiped the sweat from his forehead. If it weren't for being poor, I'd have auctioned it off myself. It seems that this alluring power is truly beyond belief. Chapter 59, the auction item is secured. In the end, the information about the inheritance site of the Heavenly Sword Sovereign was acquired by an elder of the sword sect from the third layer of the world for 13 million. $13 million. Just a piece of information, and it's ridiculously expensive. In the private room, Lu Hong exclaimed in astonishment. With Ji Rui present, the replica sacred artifact this time is sure to fetch a high price. Jiang Ning looked forward to the final auction of the replica sacred artifact. Although the Wanzhong auction house will take a cut, that amount is insignificant compared to the value of the replica sacred artifact. At that moment, the first item has been delivered and paid for. Ji Rui on stage smiled brightly again and said, "Now, it's time for my second item." As Ji Rui finished speaking, on the large screen behind her, information about the second item appeared. The sword techniques of a legendary ancient master. Jiang Ning sat upright. The item he had been seeking had arrived. Gentlemen, though these sword art insights are incomplete, if one were to gather them all, it might just give rise to another peerless sword master of unparalleled brilliance in this age. Miss Ji, you say that. Everyone knows that trying to piece together this manual is nothing but a pipe dream. Who doesn't know that the most crucial part of this sword art manual is in the hands of the foreign tribes? To gather them is nothing short of a fairy tale. Back in the day, some heartless individual deemed this sword art manual too powerful. So, out of boredom, they divided the manual into several parts and scattered them across the world. Time has passed. It is said that the foreign races also obtained some of these fragments. Therefore, if someone wants to collect them all, they would have to seize them from the foreign races. The difficulty of that is self-evident. Facing the skepticism from the audience, Ji Rui couldn't help but feel a touch of embarrassment. But upon thinking of the consignor of this item, Ji Rui couldn't help but feel helpless. This item came from the Tian Dao sect. According to the venerable elder of the Tian Dao sect, this sword technique manual would find its destined owner at this auction. Ji Rui thought the old man was just talking nonsense. However, the Tian Dao sect's predictions had always been accurate. However, even after the second item was introduced, no one had bid yet. Is it going to go unsold? Ji Rui sighed dejectedly, just as she was about to announce the auction's failure, when a voice suddenly rang out. Gentlemen, this manual was created by the Earth Sword Sovereign. It is said that the three great sword sovereigns of heaven, earth, and man are somehow connected. If none of you wish to purchase it, then my sword sect will gladly accept it. Miss Ji, our sword sect is willing to bid 1 million sacred scrolls for this manual. Seeing someone bid, Ji Rui smiled faintly. The sword sect has offered 1 million sacred scrolls. Is there any other cultivator willing to bid higher? Although Ji Rui also knew this item was completely unwanted, but out of respect for tradition, she still made the inquiry. She had no illusions about it. But a voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Ning made an offer. I'll offer 2 million sacred scrolls. 2 million? In the private box where the Tianjian sect was located, the Tianjian sect's holy son, Su Chunyu, was taken aback. Someone actually wanted this thing? This holy son merely did not wish for the Earth Sword Sovereign's insights to go unsold, hence the bid. Not only Su Chunyu was stunned. At the auction, all the cultivators were stunned. Among the three great sword emperors of heaven, earth, and man, the earth sword emperor was the weakest. It is said that in that battle, the earth sword sovereign was surrounded and killed by an alien race shortly after the battle began. The human sword sovereign fought fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights before finally dying from exhaustion. As for the heavenly sword sovereign, he was truly an unparalleled being of immense power. What a wastrel! Spending 2 million sacred scrolls on such a thing. If they're happy, it's none of our business. 200,000 sacred scrolls, that's a lifetime's worth for someone. On the stage, Ji Rui was also slightly taken aback. 2 million sacred scrolls far exceed the value of this incomplete manual. Who would have thought someone would offer such a high price? We can't let this opportunity slip away. Fellow cultivators, is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? After waiting for a moment, no one bid again. Ji Rui began the countdown. 2 million once. 2 million, second bid. 2 million, going once more. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in box 3 for winning lot number 2. Just as Ji Rui was introducing the third item up for auction, staff from the Wanzhong auction house, holding the damaged artifact, had already arrived at Jiang Ning's box. Sir, as the owner of the replica sacred artifact, you may deduct the amount directly from the auction proceeds. You may also pay 2 million sacred scrolls directly. Jiang Ning didn't have 2 million sacred scrolls, so he naturally had to deduct it from the auction proceeds. Deduct it from the auction proceeds. Alright, sir. After the staff left, Jiang Ning happily embraced the sword manual of the Earth Sword Sovereign and began reading it. Soon, Jiang Ning realized why no one had bid on this item at all. It was incomplete, with only a middle section, and incomprehensible as a book written in a foreign language. Mr. Jiang Ning, this kind of insight must be read from the beginning to gain any understanding. Looking at just a part of it won't do much good. Jiang Ning nodded, but unfortunately, the system's functionality was still in use, so he couldn't use the feature to fill in the missing parts. We'll just have to wait until tomorrow. Next comes the auction, though there are some good items. However, the final prices won't be very high. Most of the people coming to this auction are here for the replicas of sacred artifacts. If the replicas of sacred artifacts aren't up for auction, they usually won't make a move. Soon, the second item Jiang Ning was after also arrived. It was a damaged, unnamed martial arts manual with unique properties, perfectly suited for Jiang Ning's Golden Dragon spiritual root cultivation. There weren't many bidders, and in the end, Jiang Ning secured it for 150,000 sacred scrolls. Everyone. After another item was auctioned off, Ji Rui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Next up was the highlight of the auction. I'm sure most of you are here for this. Since that is the case, I shall not dwell on further details. The next item up for auction is the first replica sacred artifact from the human and demon clans. The starting bid is 1 million sacred scrolls. The starting bid is 1 million holy scrolls. 1,100,000. Bids began to come in quickly. Replica sacred artifacts are the term used by the extraterrestrial races within the human and demon clans. Such high-grade divine weapons should be called half-step celestial tier artifacts. A treasure that has reached the earth tier level is already a treasured artifact of some major sects. Forget about half-step heavenly rank. It's enough to make these sects fight to the death over it. As expected, someone just bid 11 million, and within seconds, the price had already been raised to 15 million sacred scrolls. This isn't even the limit. Because some of the major sects with a name to their name haven't even entered the fray yet. The commander's mansion bid 3 million. The general's mansion shouted out 30 million, immediately pushing the price of the replica sacred artifact to a new high. Chapter 60, Fierce Competition. No one could have imagined it. The commander of Wanshan City had actually participated in the auction. And his first bid was a staggering 30 million. That was a full 30 million sacred scrolls. Many small sects from the first and second layers of the world couldn't even match that value with all their assets. No wonder he's the garrison commander one move and were forced to retreat. 3 million. Our entire sect's assets don't even amount to 3 million sacred scrolls. It seems that replicating sacred artifacts is beyond our reach. The price has risen to such heights. Some smaller sects can only withdraw reluctantly. Even the major sects that had been sitting back and watching the battle unfold have officially entered the fray. Gentlemen, my sword sect may not have much, but we have plenty of money. Since the commander has offered 30 million, my sword sect will add 5 million. Sword cultivators are always the most expensive. Cultivating a life-bound sword requires an enormous amount of resources. Therefore, the sword sect has established numerous businesses to sustain its operations. It is said that over half of the businesses in the 3 realms are affiliated with the sword sect. The sword sect is wealthy and powerful. The Alchemists Association isn't short on money either. 40 million. The Alchemist Association, though not a sect, is the largest organization of alchemists. We certainly aren't short on funds either. This is just the price for replicating a sacred artifact from 2 major sects, and it has already skyrocketed to 40 million. Everyone, this item is of great use to our Tian Dao sect, so our Tian Dao sect will also get involved. In the Tian Dao sect's private box, a certain elder of the Tian Dao sect offered 5 million. The Tianqing Holy Son, standing nearby, opened his mouth to remind his master. But the words stayed on his lips. The Tian Dao sect has offered 50 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? On the stage, Ji Rui's eyes were as seductive as silk, and the smile on her lips could no longer be contained. At an auction like this, the higher the price, the greater her commission. Seeing that no one else bid for a moment, Ji Rui couldn't help but stir things up again. Gentlemen, this is a replica of a sacred artifact. In the words of our human and demon clans, it is a half-step heavenly realm treasure. It's more than enough to serve as a clan treasure. Moreover, the foreign races have not yet been completely eradicated. If one day they invade our holy tower world again, this replica sacred artifact might just have unexpected effects. The reason the foreign races are so difficult to deal with is because they are far too mysterious. If we can study their forged sacred artifacts to understand the foreign races' alchemy techniques, or perhaps derive other insights, then, when the foreign races invade again in the future, our own sect might just have a strategy to ensure our survival. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. Everyone present was well aware of what Ji Rui had said. However, the price of 50 million sacred scrolls was far beyond their financial limits. Just as everyone was hesitating, the garrison commander's mansion made another bid. Gentlemen, resisting the foreign tribes is the duty of the general's mansion. Please do not compete with us. The garrison commander's mansion is offering 6 million. The commander raised the price by another 10 million. At that moment, in the private box, Jiang Ning looked at Lu Hong. Call for 80 million. Lu Hong, upon hearing this, looked completely bewildered and said, Lord Jiang Ning, even if I sold the entire Baishan sect, it wouldn't be worth that much. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. Have you forgotten what kind of status that commander has? What status? Lu Hong was startled. You mean the garrison commander would go to any lengths to bid on this replica holy artifact? Jiang Ning nodded. The true identity of the garrison commander, being a member of the imperial family from beyond the borders, would never allow a replica of the sacred artifact to fall into the hands of the human race. I understand, Lord Jiang Ning. Your plan is truly diabolical. After figuring out the crux of the matter, Lu Hong also shouted out a price that left the entire crowd in awe. 8 million. Ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished guest in box 3 has bid 80 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 8 million. Even some major sects began to back down at this point. There's no need to risk the entire sect for a replica of a sacred artifact. Everyone, I've said it before, replicating the sacred artifact is something our sword sect must obtain at all costs. No matter who bids higher, our sword sect will match it to the end. 100 million. The elder of the sword sect directly raised the price to 100 million. Upon hearing this, the entire hall erupted once more. 100 million? No wonder the sword sect is so powerful and wealthy, only they could afford such a price. That's right, it seems this replica sacred artifact will belong to the sword sect after all. Ji Rui's eyes sparkled as she said, the sword sect has offered 100 million. Is there no higher bid? If no one else bids higher, this replica sacred artifact will belong to the sword sect. 110 million. At that moment, the garrison commander bid again. Commander, you've been stationed at Wanshan City for over 100 years. Your assets can't be that substantial, can they? This 100 million is likely your limit, isn't it? But for my sword sect, it's just a drop in the bucket. 130 million. The sword sect elder raised the bid again. This sword sect elder is mistaken. Over the years, in battles against the foreign races, my garrison has accumulated quite a bit of resources. If we keep haggling like this, we might end up benefiting some unscrupulous individuals. Though the commander spoke thus, he still raised the price to 150 million. 150 million. Jiang Ning, I've never seen so much money in my entire life. Lu Hong was completely stunned. 150 million in the first layer world, that could buy half a district. The entire fortune of the Baishan sect, when combined, amounts to only a few million. However, this is just one layer of the world. The lower the world's rank, the scarcer the resources, and even sects don't have much to spare. This 150 million. In the third layer of the world, or even higher layers, that wouldn't be anything special. 150 million. The garrison commander's mansion is offering 150 million. Is there a higher bid? Ji Rui batted her eyelashes seductively, lifting the auction hammer lightly. 150 million once. 150 million twice. 100 million. Before the third bid could be made, a voice came from the Tian Dao sect's private box. The Tian Dao sect is bidding 200 million. The words 200 million were spoken. Whether it was the general's mansion or the sword sect, all eyes turned toward the Tian Dao sect's private box. Tian Dao sect, what are you meddling in this for? Indeed, the Tian Dao sect isn't known for combat. What use is a replica of a sacred artifact to you? Do you really expect you lot to charge to the front? Inside the Tian Dao sect's treasure chest. The elder smiled faintly and said, "Gentlemen, the affairs of the Tian Dao sect are none of your concern. Anyway, this counterfeit sacred artifact is ours, no matter what. Damn it, that cursed Tian Dao sect." Within the treasure chest of the garrison commander. The garrison commander clenched his teeth and slammed his fist on the table. "If our clan invades, I will be the first to destroy the Tian Dao sect." Though furious, but the commander still trembled as he uttered the latest price. 300 million. If you can offer a higher price, I will voluntarily relinquish it. Chapter 61, a sky-high price is agreed. The price of 300 million was announced. Even the Heavenly Dao sect and the Sword sect, two sects with immense resources, fell silent instantly. This price had already begun to touch their bottom line. At that moment, in the Tian Dao sect's private box, the elder of the Tian Dao sect was about to bid again, but was quickly stopped by Tian Qing Xingzi. "Elder, don't bid anymore." Elder Luo Tian turned to look at Tian Qing with a puzzled expression. "Tian Qing, this item is of great use to our Tian Dao sect. Our sect has never been skilled in combat techniques. If we obtain this item, it would be the perfect addition for me. The principle is indeed that. But Tian Qing has already coordinated with Jiangning. If this item truly falls into the hands of the garrison commander, it might end up in their possession after all." But Tian Qing couldn't bring himself to say it aloud. After all, the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Who knows if there are beings among the foreign races who are equally skilled at discerning the secrets of heaven? If this were to disrupt Jiang Ning's plans, it would be a loss greater than any gain. "Elder, when has Tian Qing ever done something he wasn't certain about? Wait until the auction ends, and you'll see." Elder Luo Tian, seeing this, could only sigh and say, "Very well, then I shall follow your lead." Tian Qing holds an exalted status within the Tao of Heaven. Not only because he is the Holy Son, but also because Tian Qing possesses a talent that no one can match. Generally, whatever Tian Qing decides, the Heavenly Dao sect simply follows suit, and it will be done without any issues. At this thought, Luo Tian chuckled and said aloud, "Since the commander is so fond of replicating sacred artifacts, the Tian Dao sect will not take what belongs to others." The commander merely snorted coldly. What could have been obtained for 1 billion now costs 3 times as much. Since the disciples of the Tian Dao sect have all given up, the Sword sect will not compete and instead grant the commander his wish. The Sword sect does not have a strong need for the replica sacred artifact, but they have the financial resources to spare. They want to compete for anything good. After all, they are not short on money. Seeing that the two major sects had already given up, Ji Rui knew the price had reached its limit and was about to bring down the gavel. A voice rang out again from the third VIP box. 400 million. At those words, in the VIP box where the commander was seated, the commander was so enraged that he slammed his fist on the table. The table, made of extremely hard refining materials, shattered into pieces instantly. "Who is in VIP box 3? Who is in VIP box 3? Information from the VIP boxes is strictly confidential unless disclosed by the VIP themselves. Otherwise, even he, as the garrison commander, could not obtain it. The price of 400 million has already exceeded the commander's financial capacity. Over the years, as the channel for communication with external races, he has been extremely cautious and has only managed to prepare 500 million in resources. He was waiting for the ancient ancestor to emerge so they could rise up in rebellion. If all of it were to be auctioned off as replicas of the true god's hammer, everything would have to start over from scratch. No, the replicated divine artifact must not fall into the hands of the human race. If necessary, we will kill Jiang Ning. The commander's intent to kill was already nearly uncontrollable. But the most important thing is to obtain the replica sacred artifact. Just as Ji Rui had mentioned earlier, the replica sacred artifact contains certain secrets of the extraterrestrial races. If the demon and human races were to obtain it, it could spell disaster for the foreign races. 500 million. The commander bid 500 million again. In the third class box, Jiang Ning exhaled in relief. He was also taking a gamble, betting that the commander didn't know the person in the third class box was him. Sure enough, the commander had fallen for it. "That's enough. We've made a fortune for nothing. I'm satisfied." Originally estimated to be worth just over 100 million, the counterfeit holy artifact had now been inflated to 500 million. That's 500 million. That could buy a genuine heavenly tier magical artifact. On stage, Ji Rui was already laughing so hard she could barely stand. With a transaction price of 500 million, her share would amount to over 10 million. 500 million in one go. After 3 more counts, Ji Rui struck the auction hammer in her hand. Congratulations to the commander for securing the final item, a replica of the sacred artifact. Cheers erupted throughout the venue. 500 million. How many years has it been since such an astronomical price was bid at an auction? In the lower 3 realms, this is already the highest single item auction price ever recorded, truly outrageous. That's right, after all, it's a replica of a sacred artifact, the first of its kind in human history. I wonder who the ruthless individual is who managed to obtain a replica of a sacred artifact from the outer realms. A replica of a sacred artifact is too powerful. Thankfully, it was obtained by the garrison commander. If it had fallen into the hands of our rival sect, our sect might as well disband immediately. Some people were relieved that the rival sect didn't get their hands on this replica sacred artifact. After all, back then, the combat power of the counterfeit sacred artifact was truly beyond belief. Especially the true god's hammer. With a single strike, it is unknown how many human ancestors were struck down. Though it was a replica, its effects were no less impressive. Handing over the 500 million they had barely managed to scrape together, the garrison commander felt as though his heart were being torn apart. But upon thinking that once Jiang Ning leaves the city, the 500 million will return to his hands, the garrison commander felt a sense of relief. Jiang Ning, let you gloat for now. Those 500 million will eventually return to this general's hands. At that moment, with the final item auctioned off, the auction officially came to an end. In the Tian Dao sect's private box, Elder Luo Tian looked at Tian Cheng. Tian Qing, my nephew, can you speak now? Otherwise, how will I report back to the sect master tomorrow? Tian Qing shook his head again. Elder, now is not the time. Let's wait a little longer. You should go back in a few days. By then, we might still need your help. Oh? Luo Tian sighed. Very well, then I shall wait a little longer. Meanwhile, in the commander's private room, a Pyros figure slowly materialized from the darkness. Third uncle, it's my fault for letting the old ancestor down. The garrison commander waved his hand weakly. Never mind. This is also a good thing. A good thing? Apiro was puzzled. The commander gave a cold laugh. You know, the human race is a very peculiar species. Whenever a great calamity approaches, the human race gives birth to some wise men, or perhaps even leaders of the human race. This Jiang Ning is so opposed to you, perhaps he is one of the future sages of the human race. If we know this in advance, can't we eliminate them before they even begin? Then, when our race emerges, we'll have one less opponent. Apiro heard this and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Uncle San, you're the one for this. Such a mindset of finding joy in adversity is something Apollo could never achieve. Alright, give the orders. Have everyone prepare. Once Jiang Ning leaves the city, that will be our chance to act. Yes. Apiro once again transformed into a shadowy figure and vanished into the darkness. After the gathering dispersed, Jiang Ning didn't linger for a moment. Holding the bank card given to him by the Wanshan auction house, he made his way back to the hotel. Chapter 62, it's still up to you. Mr. Jiang Ning, why are you in such a hurry to leave? At the hotel, Lu Hong asked in confusion, are we leaving the city tonight? Jiang Ning shook his head. The secret realm is different from the outside world. The secret realm at night is filled with all manner of dangers. Even if we have to leave the city, we can only wait until dawn to depart. The reason we return so urgently is that Jiang Ning is preparing to practice that nameless martial art. Lu Hong, let's wait a few more days before leaving the city. By the way, did you see that Jia Quan at the auction? Mentioning Jia Quan, Lu Hong furrowed his brows slightly. Strangely enough, he hadn't seen Jia Quan at this auction either. Given his personality, he wouldn't have missed such an important event in the provincial capital. Jiang Ning stroked his chin. It seems he has already reached the most critical stage. We must act quickly. Keep an eye on the movements at the general's mansion in the coming days. I plan to practice the nameless technique. See if I can reach the forging body realm within a few days. The nameless technique only has cultivation methods available once one reaches the forging body realm, and currently, the system functions are being occupied. Jiang Ning could only begin his cultivation first. As for whether the system can restore the complete technique, Jiang Ning isn't worried. From what he has learned in recent days, Jiang Ning has come to realize that the system's existence may surpass the laws of this world. Even if it's impossible, he still has his second spiritual root to rely on. Understood, Lord Jiang Ning. I will keep a close eye on the garrison commander and report any news immediately. Alright. After Lu Hong left, Jiang Ning took out the nameless cultivation technique and began practicing according to the methods recorded within. This was Jiang Ning's first time encountering a cultivation technique. Though it was somewhat obscure and difficult to grasp, he quickly became familiar with it. His stagnant cultivation began to grow slowly. Thus, after a day, Jiang Ning's cultivation officially reached the 9th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. He was now just a hair's breadth away from the peak of the 10th layer of Qi cultivation. It wasn't enough, he had to keep going. While Jiang Ning was immersed in his cultivation, the garrison commander could no longer sit idly by. What on earth is Jiang Ning doing? Why hasn't he left the city yet? Jiang Ning hadn't left the inn for 2 days. If it weren't for reliable information, the garrison commander would have thought Jiang Ning had slipped away secretly. Third uncle, if we wait any longer, those sect members will all leave. It will be too late then. The garrison commander's expression grew serious. It seems that if Jiang Ning doesn't leave the city soon, we'll have to take action within the city walls. But the garrison commander took a deep breath. If it comes to that, the risk of our clan being exposed is too great. The garrison commander was very cautious. He had managed to hide among the human race for so many years, all thanks to his steady temperament. But for some reason, since meeting Jiang Ning, his temper has become somewhat uncontrollable. Even if he forced himself to calm down, he couldn't do it. Enough. Jiang Ning must die. Give the order, act tonight. Yes. Soon. Night fell. Although Wanshan City was a city within a secret realm, the gap between it and the outside world was not significant. Even at night, it was still bustling with people. However, the neighborhood where the garrison commander's mansion was located was unusually quiet. Boom! At that moment, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Immediately afterward, a unique aura belonging to an extraterrestrial race erupted from the commander's mansion. Immediately afterward, another terrifying aura erupted in its wake. Two breaths seemed to clash. Soon, the aura belonging to the foreign race seemed to be no match for the other and fled rapidly toward the city gates. Meanwhile, from within the commander's residence, a furious shout erupted. Damn Jiang Ning! How dare you collude with the foreign race to harm me? He must be executed. As soon as the words left his mouth, the cultivators who had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news were left speechless. Jiang Ning? Foreign races? How could these two familiar terms be connected? Oh my, you didn't know? Jiang Ning colluded with the foreign race, plotting to assassinate the garrison commander, but was foiled by the garrison commander. The foreign race has already fled the city. Someone in the crowd said. What? Jiang Ning colluded with the foreign races? How is that possible? Didn't he kill the foreign races and obtain their replica sacred artifact? Haha, you all believe that? Foreign races are so rare to see, let alone one with a replica holy artifact. Have any of you ever heard of such an existence in all these years? Besides, Jiang Ning is only at the Qi cultivation realm. Who could he possibly kill? That's right, Jiang Ning is only at the Qi cultivation realm. How could he possibly handle an extraterrestrial race? The combat power of extraterrestrial races is even more extraordinary than that of demonic tribes. Even an unparalleled genius couldn't kill an extraterrestrial race at the Qi cultivation realm. I told you, there's no way Jiang Ning could have obtained a replica of a sacred artifact. So he's a traitor who sided with the human race. Ah, what a traitor Jiang Ning is. Why not stay a human and instead choose to serve the foreign races like a dog? Kill Jiang Ning and avenge the commander. Among the crowd, Apira witnessed everything and finally let a smile appear on his face. The human race, that's just how they are. So easy to turn on each other. Jiang Ning, this time, I'll see how you escape. Within the commander's residence, the garrison commander wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and addressed the city guards who had rushed to the scene. Jiang Ning, a disciple of the White Mountain sect, has colluded with foreign races and intends to overthrow Wanshan City. I have obtained irrefutable evidence. Once I activate the city defense array, you shall follow me to capture this traitor. Yes. The activation of the city defense array is divided into two parts. One part is controlled by the city guards. The other part is in the hands of the garrison commander. This is a precautionary measure in case one side betrays the other. Now the commander also has an excuse to activate the city defense array. In his view, this is what the human race refers to as closing the door to beat the dog. In the inn, Jiang Ning was startled awake from his meditation. The aura of an extraterrestrial race? What's going on? Could it be that his garrison commander has betrayed him? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. Something's wrong, Lord Jiang Ning. At that moment, Lu Hong rushed in with a look of urgency on his face. Earlier, the garrison commander was ambushed by the foreign race. The commander claimed that you colluded with the foreign race, using counterfeit sacred artifacts to lure them into the city, with the intention of overthrowing Wanshan City. Now, the commander has activated the city defense array and is leading his men to arrest you. Oh? Jiang Ning smiled faintly. Isn't this exactly what Tianqing said? It seems it's time to let those foreign races see what human wisdom is all about. In that case, go inform Tianqing. Tell him, the fish has taken the bait. Lu Hong nodded in agreement. The hotel where Tianqing and Elder Luo Tian were staying. Luo Tian said thoughtfully, Tianqing, you already knew that the commander was actually an alien race? Tianqing chuckled. Luo Changlai, if we help Jiang Ning kill that garrison commander, wouldn't the True God's hammer still belong to us? Elder Luo Tian laughed heartily upon hearing this. It's still you, Tianqing. Chapter 63, Swearing to Kill This Traitor. The commander's mansion. The garrison commander had already gathered most of the city's defenders. The martial arts platform. The commander wore a blood-red armor and the soldiers below looked enthusiastic. For these garrison troops stationed in this secret city, the only way to earn military merits is to fight against the foreign races. In recent years, especially since the garrison commander took command of Wanshan City, foreign races have rarely appeared. Many speculated that the commander had a natural advantage over the foreign races. Now that they finally have information about the foreign races, these soldiers would never let such an opportunity slip away. Even if there is only one, they could divide it among themselves. This is real military merit. Gentlemen. The garrison commander raised the sword tightly gripped in his right hand, snorted coldly, and said, "The foreign tribes have an irreconcilable enmity with us. Today, we have learned that members of the foreign royal family have disguised themselves as humans and infiltrated our Wanshan city. This is an insult to the human race and an insult to us all. Tonight, you shall follow me and swear to kill these traitors." The soldiers, upon hearing this, raised their arms and shouted, "We are willing to follow the commander and swear to kill these traitors. Kill! Kill!" In an instant, the entire training ground was filled with the shouts of the soldiers. The sound even echoed throughout the skies above the entire city of Wanshan. Countless cultivators within the city, whether in seclusion or strolling about, were all startled by the commotion. Countless people rushed to the streets to see what was happening. What's going on? Could it be an invasion by an extraterrestrial race? It seems so. I heard it's a cultivator named Jiang Ning, who is actually an imposter from the foreign race's royal family. What? The royal family of an alien race dares to venture deep into our human territory? This is an insult to us all. Damn it, these foreign races are getting more and more brazen as they grow older. Everyone, let's follow the commander to eliminate this traitor. I know where Jiang Ning is staying. Follow me. With someone leading the way, more and more cultivators joined in. They headed toward the hotel where Jiang Ning was staying. Inside the inn, Jiang Ning stood by the window, peering through the glass at the cultivators rushing toward the inn, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Lord Jiangning, we have already informed the Tianqing Holy Sun." At that moment, Lu Hong entered the room, his expression solemn as he looked out at the growing army of cultivators. However, Tianqing Shengzi said we must hold out for half an hour. Once half an hour is up, it will be our turn to take the stage. Half an hour? Jiang Ning took a deep breath. This was an agreement made with Tianqing. The Tian Dao sect possessed a secret technique that could reveal the true forms of extraterrestrial races. However, the preparation time for this technique is too long. Even if Tianqing casts it in advance, Jiang Ning and the others must still hold out for half an hour. No problem. Jiang Ning smiled calmly. Facing such a large army of cultivators, if it had been a few days ago, he might have found it troublesome. But now, who is Jiang Ning? How dare he, a foreign race, dare to impersonate a human and appear in my Wanshan city? Jiang Ning, come out and face your death. Die, Jiang Ning. The cultivators inside the city did not attack Jiang Ning and his companion upon arriving at the inn. After all, the formidable reputation of the foreign race is deeply ingrained in people's hearts. No one wants to be the first to act. With the garrison commander still on his way, they dared not act rashly. Even if there were so many cultivators present, they could kill any foreign race on the spot. They wouldn't dare. After all, if they were to claim the garrison commander's military merits, they would risk being targeted by him, and their lives would become unbearable. Ha ha! Facing the crowd of cultivators inside the city, Jiang Ning gave a wry smile, then shattered the hotel window and leaped down, landing on the square in front of the hotel. Crash! In an instant, countless cultivators surged forward like a tidal wave, surrounding Jiang Ning tightly. I do not wish to shed more blood. If you leave now, I will forgive you for what has happened. This was all to expose the true identity of the garrison commander and the foreign race. It has nothing to do with these ordinary cultivators. Jiang Ning is not a bloodthirsty person. As long as they leave peacefully, he will not harm them. However, the cultivators within the city were unaware of this and mistakenly believed that Jiang Ning was acting arrogantly and recklessly. What a bold claim! Jiang Ning, as an outsider, should have stayed hidden. Instead, you dared to appear so brazenly in our human city. You must be tired of living. Once the garrison commander arrives, I'll see how arrogant you can be. Fellow cultivators, seal off the surrounding space and do not let Jiang Ning escape. Once the garrison commander arrives, we will also have the merit of eliminating the bandits. Well said. We must not let Jiang Ning escape. Soon, several cultivators joined forces to set up a barrier, sealing off the surrounding space. To completely deprive Jiang Ning of any means of escape, these cultivators set up 5 layers of restrictions. Even if Jiang Ning were to use a counterfeit divine artifact to forcefully break through these spatial barriers, there would still be the protective array of Wanshan City. These cultivators are merely seeking to claim a share of the spoils. They didn't believe that these measures alone could trap Jiang Ning. While they had never witnessed the techniques of the extraterrestrial races, they had at least heard of them. Now, as long as the garrison commander arrives, even if Jiang Ning breaks through the restrictions, they will still have their share of the credit. Oomph. Jiang Ning sneered coldly. Do you really think that you, a bunch of insignificant pests, can trap me? Although Jiang Ning was confident he could break these restrictions in a short time. But for now, Jiang Ning had no intention of breaking them. Once the garrison commander arrives, these restrictions will instead become a means to bind him. Jiang Ning, what are you so arrogant about? Once the garrison commander arrives, you're as good as dead. You're about to die, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. Jiang Ning, if I were you, I would kneel on the ground right now and beg the garrison commander to spare my body. Jiang Ning shook his head with a smile. Spare me a whole body? Today, we don't even know who will emerge victorious yet. No sooner had the words left his mouth. A rough voice echoed from the distance. Oh? You don't know who will emerge victorious yet? Jiang Ning, I shall see for myself how you dare to break through the heavenly net I have set for you today. Upon hearing these words, the crowd automatically parted to form a path in the middle. From behind, the commander in blood-red armor, accompanied by the garrison troops of Wanshan City, walked forward slowly. Dare you, Jiang Ning, a foreign race, dare to impersonate a human cultivator and deceive us? Your crimes deserve death. Jiang Ning sneered disdainfully. You call me an outsider? Where's the evidence? Words must be backed by evidence. If you have the guts, bring out the evidence. Otherwise, watch out, I'll report you for defamation to the authorities. Upon hearing this, the commander laughed in disbelief. A sharp tongue won't save you. I have already said it, today, you will die. Behind him, over 100 city guards brandished their weapons and shouted in unison, Kill! 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 Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. He had intended to use his sharp tongue to buy some time. But now it seemed that plan had failed. Then, there was only one option left. Chapter 64, Battle. This was the most dangerous and most challenging battle Jiang Ning had faced since arriving in this world. But Jiang Ning shows no fear. You little thief, come and take my life. The commander snorted coldly, his chi surging around him, emanating a pressure characteristic of a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, filling the entire battlefield. Some cultivators with lower cultivation levels were shaken back by the pressure. The once crowded square now had a large empty space in the center. Even Jiang Ning found it difficult to breathe. A cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage was far beyond what he could handle at this point. Alright, let's see how much you're really worth, you peak foundation establishment cultivator. Seeing that the battle was inevitable, Jiang Ning decided to strike first. However, Jiang Ning raised his hand slightly, and 500 swords reappeared behind him. Then, he held one in each hand, with 3 more floating behind him. Today, I'll use you to test the new techniques I've just mastered. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. During his seclusion these past few days, he hadn't been idle. Instead, he had been studying the teachings of the Earth Sword Master. Furthermore, Jiang Ning had also derived a new sword technique from it. This was a sword technique unique to Jiang Ning. It was incredibly powerful, but the only requirement was an enormous amount of pills to burn. Spring Wind Sword Technique. Jiang Ning's spiritual energy surged within him, causing the air around him to stir and create a gentle breeze. At first, the wind felt like a gentle spring breeze, warming the body and causing one to lower their guard unconsciously. Many cultivators present felt the same way. Some even felt like lying down to sleep. This sensation reminded them of a warm spring day, lying on the grass, basking in the sun, and feeling the gentle breeze. But soon, they sensed something was amiss. In the warm spring breeze, countless sword energies were hidden, penetrating every pore and shattering everything in their path. Even those who reacted in time and raised their defenses. But their defenses, under the seemingly soft and gentle sword energy, were as fragile as paper. What kind of sword technique is this, so powerful? No wonder they are the royal family of an alien race, they possess such a formidable technique. Didn't Jiang Ning just say that this was the secret technique he had recently mastered? I heard from the people at the Wanzhong auction house that Jiang Ning had purchased the cultivation notes of the Earth Sword Sovereign. Could it be that he derived this sword technique from the Earth Sword Sovereign's notes? Damn it, such a powerful technique has been learned by the foreign race. This is truly unforgivable. Even cultivators farther away from Jiang Ning are like this. How much more so for the guards closest to him? However, the garrison commander, with his foundation establishment peak cultivation, sensed something amiss the moment the spring breeze began to blow. As their internal defenses rose, the garrison commander was filled with horror. This Jiang Ning truly lives up to his reputation as one of the future sages of the human race. He managed to comprehend such a powerful sword technique using nothing but a broken manual. This won't do. This young man must die today. The commander also moved. He drew his precious sword, and as the blood-red sword light flickered, a crimson sword chi erupted from the blade. As soon as the sword chi emerged, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn toward it, aimed toward the sword chi. What was originally only a few meters long grew into a towering sword chi tens of meters long in the blink of an eye. The surrounding cultivators instantly fled, dared not face the commander's earth-shattering strike. If one were to compare, Jiang Ning's sword energy was like a gentle spring rain, soothing and refreshing. Then the defending general's sword chi was a devastating gale. In the face of the gale, Jiang Ning's gentle breeze clearly paled in comparison. Boom! It sounded like a thunderclap. Jiang Ning's spring breeze sword technique was instantly shattered by the defending general's sword energy. Jiang Ning was also knocked back, stumbling backward. Damn it, the difference in cultivation levels is just too great. After several days of secluded cultivation, Jiang Ning's cultivation realm had not reached the forging body realm as he had hoped, but had instead stagnated at the peak of the refining realm. If he had reached the forging body realm, he might have had a chance in this battle. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Jiang Ning's battle intent grew even stronger. Good, very good. To be able to withstand a single strike from this master and survive your talent, a pity. The more extraordinary Jiang Ning's performance became, the stronger the killing intent in the commander's heart grew. The next move, let's see how you'll defend against it. Thunderous roar, 3,000 calamities, kill. As soon as the words left his mouth, countless bolts of lightning gathered on the defending general's body, resembling a world-ending calamity. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. This second move, the defending general had actually summoned the power of thunder. But during the first move, wasn't the commander's attribute metallic? Could it be that the commander is also a dual elemental cultivator? Impossible. But soon, Jiang Ning discovered the source of the problem. The thunder on the commander's body seemed to originate from the blood-red armor he was wearing. Lord Jiang Ning, be careful. This armor is the thunder armor developed by the Holy Tower. Even an ordinary person wearing it, with enough pills, could unleash the combat power of a Foundation Establishment initial stage cultivator. If worn by a Foundation Establishment cultivator, its power would rival that of a Golden Core cultivator. Upon hearing Lu Hong's warning, Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. There are such treasures? Even an ordinary person can achieve combat power comparable to the Foundation Establishment stage by wearing it? This item, I must have it. No one can stop me. I said it. This time, Jiang Ning took the initiative to attack. In the system space, over 100 high-grade chi-gathering pills burned fiercely. Behind him, 3 swords piercing the air lit up, emitting an aura reminiscent of the awakening of gods and demons. You dog! Let me show you my strongest move. 10,000 gods and demons, a million celestial generals, heed my command. Use my body as a vessel to channel our collective power. Heavenly God's Curse. In addition to obtaining the insights of the Earth Sword Sovereign, Jiang Ning also acquired a nameless manual. This Heavenly God's Curse was the technique obtained after cultivating this unnamed martial art. This was Jiang Ning's first time using it. It was still somewhat awkward, and its power hadn't been fully unleashed. However, the 10,000 demon god illusions and a million celestial general illusions behind him truly terrified everyone present. What the hell is that noise? I thought a celestial being had descended from heaven. Damn it, a cultivator at the chi cultivation realm could actually cause such a commotion. If this young man is allowed to grow stronger, our human race will undoubtedly face an unparalleled enemy in the future. The garrison commander was also deeply unsettled. Among the 10,000 demon god illusions and a million celestial general illusions behind Jiang Ning, he sensed a fear deep within his bloodline. Damn it! Damn it! Therefore, go to your death. The commander swung his thunderbolt, transforming it into a long whip, and struck toward Jiang Ning. Boom! Jiang Ning's hand formed a mystical seal, which at that moment. You want to kill me? You're not ready yet. The one who should die is you. Jiang Ning unleashed the Heavenly God Seal. What had been a mystical mark the size of a fist grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had grown as tall as a skyscraper, crashing down toward the defending general. Chapter 65, a risky move. Jiang Ning hadn't expected this either. The power of this nameless technique was so immense. Similarly, the consumption of the Heavenly God Seal left Jiang Ning exhausted. The spiritual energy within his body was instantly drained the moment the Heavenly God sealed. Not only that, the high-grade spirit-gathering pills in the system space were also burning wildly. A single strike had already consumed a third of the stockpile. However, the deterrent effect of the Heavenly God Seal was surprisingly effective. Damn it, I actually felt a hint of death's breath. Under the Heavenly God Seal, which towered like a skyscraper, the defending general's eyes bulged with fury. How many years had passed? Since he became the commander of Wanshan City, he had never felt the threat of death. Looking into Jiang Ning's eyes, the killing intent was completely uncontrollable. Roar! You forced my hand, boy! The commander roared, and lightning flashed within his body. The armor on his body shattered instantly, then transformed into beams of divine light that merged into his body. In an instant, the commander's body swelled to several zhang in height, resembling a giant with one hand supporting the sky and the other crushing the ground. The giant form of the commander raised both hands with overwhelming force, intending to block Jiang Ning's divine seal with his sheer body. Boom! The powerful shockwave had already forced the surrounding cultivators to retreat. The square was deserted, and the cultivators who had been watching the spectacle fled in terror. Is this the attack of a chi cultivation realm cultivator? Damn it, I'm at least at the body tempering realm, yet under Jiang Ning's techniques, I can't muster even a shred of resistance. Is this the true power of the foreign races? Why has our human race never produced such a peerless genius? What do you think, Commander? Can you withstand Jiang Ning's move? Can a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment realm withstand a single move from a cultivator at the chi cultivation realm? If someone asked such a question in ordinary times, it would probably make people laugh until their teeth fell out. In the path of cultivation, the distance between one realm is like a whole new world. The gap between chi cultivation and foundation establishment is a full 2 heavens. Yet this ironclad rule has been shattered today. The general transformed into a thunderous giant managed to barely withstand the divine seal, but his body was constantly retreating. The gullies dragged out by his legs and the dust they kicked up shrouded the entire square. Spectators watched intently, trying to discern the situation within. The hearts of countless people seemed to stop beating in that moment. Was the outcome about to be decided? Behind them, Lu Hong's eyes narrowed slightly. He never expected Jiang Ning to be so fierce. With only the cultivation level of Qi refining realm, he had forced a peak foundation establishment realm cultivator into such a dire situation. This was truly legendary. Boom! The sound of a massive object hitting the ground echoed, and the dust gradually dispersed. Everyone hurriedly looked over. In the center of the field, the giant form of the defending general was now kneeling on one knee. The divine seal, which had resembled a towering building, had already turned into flickering points of light and dissipated into the heavens and earth. As for Jiang Ning, it seemed to have been reduced to debris. Has the commander-in-chief won? Among the crowd, a cultivator couldn't help but cheer. That's great. The commander has won. These foreign races are too powerful. If they were to grow stronger, who among our human race could stand against them? Jiang Ning is only at the Qi cultivation realm, while the commander is at the peak of the foundation establishment realm. Even though he won, he's still in such a sorry state. Is our human race really so weak? Some were shocked, some cheered, and others were filled with worry. This battle has left an indelible impression on everyone. Even if he loses, Jiang Ning's strength will leave the deepest impression in the hearts of these cultivators. No, it's not over yet. A cultivator in the crowd shouted, "Look, Jiang Ning isn't dead yet." What? Jiang Ning isn't dead? How is that possible? That was the commander's full force strike. Jiang Ning is just a lowly Qi cultivation realm practitioner. How could he possibly survive? Everyone turned their gaze back to the center of the square. They saw Jiang Ning propping himself up with one hand on the ground, half crouching at the edge of the square, gasping for breath. This battle had taken a huge toll on him. Fortunately, the heavenly god seal had not let him down. The garrison commander was already severely injured. If the battle continued, the defending general would have no choice but to reveal his true identity. If that happens, there's no need to hold on for another half hour waiting for Tianqing Xingzi's reinforcements. Damn it, it's only been 10 minutes, and I'm almost out of supplies. To withstand the lightning giant transformed by the garrison commander, the high-grade spirit-gathering pills in the system space have been burning wildly. Now, Jiang Ning's supplies are down to less than 10%. It can only sustain him for a few more moments. However, there are still over 10 minutes left until the half-hour deadline agreed upon with Tianqing Xingzi. You've really surprised me, kid. The general struggled to his feet, clutching his chest, his eyes burning with intensity as he stared at Jiang Ning. To push this old man to this extent, you are the first. But that's as far as you'll go. No matter how extraordinary your talents may be, the gap in our realms is like an insurmountable chasm. You cannot cross it, not in this lifetime. An ant will always remain an ant. The general's body was once again enveloped in flashes of lightning, and a sword forged from lightning gathered in his hand. To die by my hand is your fortune. As the guard commander drew nearer, Jiang Ning's mind raced frantically, searching for a countermeasure. Could it be that I must resort to using other replicated sacred artifacts? No, that won't work. This commander is from the outer realms and must know more about replicated sacred artifacts than I do. Could I use that move again? At this moment, Jiang Ning had played all his cards, but in the end, his cultivation level was still too low. If he could reach the forging body realm, perhaps he could still fight this commander. Right. Jiang Ning had a sudden flash of insight. Body forging. The reason it's called body forging is to strengthen the body and lay the foundation for the future foundation establishment realm. To enter the forging body realm, one must either rely on cultivation techniques or... Jiang Ning came up with a plan. Break to rebuild. By using the hands of a guardian to forge his own physique, he could achieve a higher level of physical strength through extreme destruction. In this way, one can enter the body forging realm. In fact, it could even surpass the strength gained through self-cultivation. This was a risky move. If the timing is off, one will truly be killed by the defending general. But as they say, fortune favors the bold. Jiang Ning decided to take the risk. If it comes down to it, he'll burn all the pills in the system warehouse and go head-to-head with the defending general. With a plan in place, Jiang Ning's eyes once again brimmed with battle intent. What's so special about the foundation establishment realm? If you want to kill this young master, come at me. If you don't kill me today, then I'll be the one to kill you. Jiang Ning clenched his teeth and chose to take the initiative. He channeled all the remaining spiritual energy in his body into his legs. He leaped into the air and charged toward the commander at an incredible speed. Chapter 66, Forging the Body. Has Jiang Ning lost his mind? He's on his last legs, yet he dares to attack first? This is the end of the road. He's ready to make his last stand. It's no wonder he's the commander. When dealing with these foreign races, one can't afford to show mercy. Jiang Ning's actions drew the attention of the surrounding cultivators, who began to discuss the situation. In their eyes, Jiang Ning has been driven to the brink of despair. A renowned foreign royal family being driven to such a state, they found it utterly satisfying. It was time for these foreign races to taste what true despair felt like. Someone said coldly. At that moment, Jiang Ning had already charged to the front of the defending general. To conserve spiritual energy and elixirs, Jiang Ning had no intention of using any techniques this time. The most intense battles often rely on the most primitive techniques. Upon reaching the commander's vicinity, Jiang Ning raised his fist and struck toward the commander's head. Arrogant! The commander sneered in contempt, raised his hand to block Jiang Ning's punch, and then struck back with a powerful blow toward Jiang Ning's head. He had thought this move was certain to hit. But Jiang Ning's body suddenly shifted into an odd position with an eerie movement. The commander's punch landed squarely on Jiang Ning's chest. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Jiang Ning's body flew backward leaving a massive crater in the once solid marble floor. Cough! Struggling to climb out of the pit, Jiang Ning coughed up another mouthful of blood, his spirit greatly weakened. Is that all you've got? I thought you were so tough. If you've got the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Hearing this, the guard commander furrowed his brows. Jiang Ning's words had completely enraged him. Boy, I admit it, you've truly surprised me. If you don't die today, I'll have to live in fear from now on. The commander had lost his patience. Spiritual energy surged beneath his feet, transforming into a streak of light that shot toward the sky. Once he reached a certain height, he extended a foot and then plummeted back down. This battle must come to an end. You, a mere ant at the chi cultivation realm, have driven me to this point. You should be proud of yourself. A massive pressure descended. Jiang Ning felt as though his body had been trapped in a muddy swamp, unable to move. This is the moment. Whether I can break through and rise again depends on this moment. Jiang Ning murmured softly, then pulled out a handful of pills and swallowed them frantically. In an instant, the once dry meridians were once again filled with spiritual energy. Jiang Ning's eyes burned with intensity as he looked up at the guard general plummeting toward him. The unknown technique within his body was now operating at its peak speed. Damn it, kill me. Come on. Then go to hell. Boom. The commander fell. In the vast square, with the two of them at the center, the ground quickly cracked open. Dust and debris flew everywhere, and marble fragments scattered in all directions. The onlookers retreated even further, as the aftereffects alone were enough to make their hearts race. They couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful the two in the center of the battlefield must be. Are they dead? They must be dead. The commander has been completely enraged. How could Jiang Ning possibly survive? But I get the feeling that Jiang Ning isn't that easy to kill. After the dust settled, the square in the center seemed to have fallen silent. The surrounding cultivators dared not approach, only daring to discuss from a distance. In their eyes, this time, Jiang Ning is definitely doomed. If he doesn't die, then the foreign races are too powerful. If we encounter them again, we'll just have to flee. Fight? Fight? An outlandish race at the chi cultivation realm can't even kill a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment realm. If they encounter them, they'll only end up getting beaten to a pulp. Lord Jiang Ning, please, you mustn't come to harm. The only one worried about Jiang Ning was Lu Hong. Watching the dust cloud grow larger and larger, Lu Hong desperately wanted to charge into the square and fight alongside Jiang Ning. But he knew. Even as the sacred son of the White Mountain sect, he couldn't participate in such an intense battle. Going there would only slow Jiang Ning down. Cough. After a long while. Finally, there was movement amidst the smoke and dust. It sounded like the weak cough of a person. Who is it? Is it Jiang Ning, or has the commander stood his ground until the end? Judging by the sound, it must be the commander. It must be the commander. Jiang Ning is only at the chi cultivation realm. Chi cultivation realm. These three words deeply pierced the hearts of the surrounding cultivators. A mere chi cultivation realm insect has driven a foundation establishment realm garrison commander to this state. A fairy tale. Oomph, oomph. Amidst the dust and smoke, a laugh of relief echoed out. This time, everyone heard it clearly. It was the garrison commander's voice. Wonderful. The commander has won. Finally, has that Jiang Ning finally died? Damn it, Jiang Ning is finally dead. For some reason, whenever the name Jiang Ning was mentioned, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. If Jiang Ning hadn't died, He would have certainly gained fame throughout the cultivation world with this battle. Alas, he was defeated. A dead man doesn't need fame. After a moment, the dust finally settled, revealing the scene on the square. Before a massive crater. The commander had already returned to his original form, kneeling on the ground with his chest soaked in blood, which continued to drip downward. In the pit, Jiang Ning kept his eyes tightly closed, seemingly lifeless. How could Jiang Ning have allowed the commander to suffer such severe injuries? This is unthinkable. A mere Qi cultivation realm practitioner could be so powerful? Fortunately, Jiang Ning is dead. If he had survived, he would have certainly killed us all, leaving no one in the human race daring to claim supremacy. Jiang Ning is too strong. If given enough time to grow, even all the sages of the human race combined might not be a match for Jiang Ning. Wow. However, just as everyone thought the situation was settled, a sound of rocks rolling came from the pit. In an instant, everyone's hearts couldn't help but skip a beat. Could it be? Could Jiang Ning still be alive? Even the garrison commander's face turned ashen. Who knows how difficult it is to kill Jiang Ning? He had already played all his trump cards. If he still couldn't kill him, he would have no choice but to reveal his true identity. Cough. After a moment of silence, a coughing sound suddenly came from the pit. Then, everyone felt a familiar aura slowly reviving. What is this? Such a familiar scent. Is this the aura of breaking through a realm? Has Jiang Ning broken through to the forging body realm? What the hell? Isn't he an outsider? How can his aura of breaking through the realm be the same as ours, the humans? The edge of the massive crater. The commander's expression suddenly changed, and he leaped backward, retreating rapidly toward the rear. Boom! As the defending general retreated, a scaled-down version of the divine seal descended with force. It's done! You bastard, I've made it! Body forging realm, is this the body forging realm? What a powerful feeling! Unfortunately, you still managed to escape, you bastard. In the pit, Jiang Ning's aura was long and lingering. Through the tears in his ragged clothes, a shimmering divine body could be faintly seen. Today, body forging is complete. Attacker and defender have switched roles. Chapter 67, Body Forging Battle and Foundation Building. At the first stage of body forging, one must continuously refine their physical constitution until it can fuse with their spiritual root. The stronger a cultivator's spiritual root, the stronger their physical body must be. This is also the first threshold that separates cultivators from one another. Many prodigious cultivators establish their lead over their peers during the body forging realm. Jiang Ning broke through the forging body realm by shattering his body to its limits, condensing a new divine body. His physical strength has long surpassed that of ordinary geniuses. Even someone like Lu Hong, a sex holy son, now lags significantly behind Jiang Ning. Add to that Jiang Ning's mutated spiritual root. Jiang Ning's combat power is now likely on par with ordinary Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. You dare to use me! The garrison commander's anger boiled over. He finally understood what Jiang Ning had done, but it was too late. Even at the Qi cultivation realm, Jiang Ning had already driven him to this desperate state. And now that he has broken through to the forging body realm, this battle will likely be even more brutal. Now he knew it was too late. Jiang Ning's aura surged, and he felt an uncontrollable force within him. Come and take my life. I've said it before, I'll kill you today. Jiang Ning stomped his feet with all his might, causing the massive crater beneath him to sink further, unable to withstand such immense force. Bang! The defending general hurriedly blocked the attack, but Jiang Ning's speed was too fast. Even by using all his spiritual energy, he could only catch a fleeting afterimage as it swept past. By the time he reacted, Jiang Ning's fist was already upon him, and he could only raise both arms to block it hastily. Though he managed to block the blow, the commander's body still couldn't help but fly backward. Damn it! The commander felt as though a ball of fire had ignited in his chest, burning intensely. Looking down, he saw that the breastplate protecting his chest had been shattered by Jiang Ning's blow. This was a magical artifact forged by a Saint Tower weaponsmith, capable of withstanding attacks from the Foundation Establishment realm. This young man's strength has already surpassed the early Foundation Establishment stage and is nearly on par with mine. The garrison commander was utterly shocked. This Jiang Ning had only recently broken through the forging body realm and already possessed such power. If he reaches the peak of the body forging realm, there will be no one below the golden core realm who can match him. Slaughtering geniuses like you is my favorite pastime. Very good, you're quite impressive. Though he still spoke harshly, the commander's eyes no longer held the previous disdain, but were instead filled with gravity. He had already employed every available tactic, yet he still couldn't kill Jiang Ning. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not reveal his true identity. After all, he had been infiltrating for so many years and had even taken control of the human race's Wanshan city. The garrison commander did not want the plan his clan had been plotting for years to be ruined in an instant. Enough talk, die. Jiang Ning did not want to give the garrison commander a moment to breathe and attacked again. The heavenly god seal flew out of his hand, swelling in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it grew to the size of a small mountain and crashed down on the garrison commander. Again! The garrison commander's eyelid twitched. He was deeply wary of Jiang Ning's heavenly god seal. If it had been earlier, he could have transformed into a thunder giant to withstand the attack. But now, he had sustained significant injuries, and his spiritual energy was growing increasingly chaotic. Forming the giant's body again would only worsen his condition. But as the heavenly seal approached, the commander gritted his teeth and transformed into a thunder giant once more. Boom! Two terrifying auras collided, sending the surrounding cultivators flying back dozens of meters. However, Jiang Ning, who was caught between the two streams of energy, remained unmoved, as steady as a mountain. Put! Although the commander had once again blocked the heavenly god seal, the injuries within his body had worsened, and he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. The blood was bright red, mixed with a foul odor, and upon closer inspection, one could discern fragments of internal organs. A mere forging body realm cultivator had driven the commander to this point. It's over, it's over. Our human race is doomed. The commander is about to lose. Why? Why is this happening? Is our human race truly so weak? They are the favored children of the Tao. They are naturally close to the Tao. If they were meant to exist, why were we, the human race, also born? The cultivators mourned. This battle is already lost. A cultivator at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm was actually dragged to death by a cultivator at the Chi cultivation realm. This is a disgrace to the human race. But then again, Jiang Ning's combat prowess had already left a deep impression on the minds of all the cultivators. They are filled with awe. They are filled with despair. They cannot muster even a shred of resistance. Especially those few who had previously vowed to kill Jiang Ning to earn military merits. They were now cowering in the back of the crowd, trembling in fear, no longer the arrogant figures they once were. Cough! The garrison commander struggled to his feet, clutching his chest, his face blank with confusion. He had lost. He had been defeated by a human genius at the Chi cultivation realm. If this had happened in the ancient times, no one would have believed it. The human race was weak and considered prey by all other races, a well-known fact. It seemed that any race could easily slaughter so-called human geniuses. But now, everything has turned upside down. He is a member of the imperial family from beyond the realms, with a status and power that are unmatched. His combat prowess is unmatched, and only the Demon Emperor clan can rival him in strength. Yet now, he has been defeated by a human. The defending general refuses to accept this. If it weren't for fear of revealing my true identity, you would have died today. The commander sighed helplessly. If it weren't for so many ties, he wouldn't have ended up like this. If you can't win, admit it, why make so many excuses? Jiang Ning gave a cold smile, but there was little joy in his heart. He knew the truth. The reason he had one was because the garrison commander had too many reservations. If they had fought outside the city walls, giving it their all, he would never have been a match for the defending general. Time is almost up, isn't it? Jiang Ning took a deep breath. It had been over 20 minutes since the defending general had left. The time agreed upon with the holy son of Tianqing was half an hour. If we can hold on for another 10 minutes or so, everything will be fine. Very well, Jiang Ning, you have thoroughly enraged me. The commander wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up with a savage grin. Do you think my methods are limited to this? The human race doesn't know that I'm not the only one here. As the garrison commander finished speaking, the thousands of defenders of Wanshan City stepped forward in unison, brandishing their magical weapons. We are willing to follow the commander and defend Wanshan City to the death. If you dare to harm the commander, you must step over our bodies first. Traitor, this is human territory. You dare to act so brazenly here. Everyone. The commander's gaze grew increasingly cold. Form a formation. Wanshan City, as the largest city at the center of the secret realm, holds a strategically vital position. Therefore, this defensive array is not merely a defensive formation. It possesses formidable offensive capabilities. Even a Golden Core realm expert who enters the city would never return. An array that had not been activated for over a century was now being reactivated. In an instant, the sounds of magical techniques echoed, and spiritual energy surged, making Wanshan City resemble a primordial beast awakening from slumber, revealing its ferocious claws and fangs. Today, we are united in our resolve to eliminate this villain. Chapter 68, The Great Array Awakens. Today, we are united in our resolve to eliminate this traitor. The cries echoed through the heavens. Even the cultivators who had previously been filled with fear now felt an endless surge of battle intent in their hearts. You damned foreign races, dare to act so brazenly on our human territory? Do you think we have no one to stand against you? Even if you are powerful, so what? Our human race may not have much, but we have countless warriors who are not afraid to die. If I cannot kill you alone, there are countless fellow cultivators behind me. One of us will surely slay you here. In times of crisis, the unity of our human race is something you filthy scum can never comprehend. For a moment, all the cultivators in Wanshan City reached a consensus at that moment. Today, even if we have to fight to the last man, we will slay Jiang Ning here and uphold the glory of the human race. Exactly. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ning not only felt no fear but instead a sense of relief. These were the enlightened individuals of the human race. They had merely been deceived by this garrison commander, who had led them to believe he was the true heir of the foreign royal clan. Once the truth is revealed, these people will become Jiang Ning's greatest allies. Boom! After the spell was cast, the protective array surrounding Wanshan City had been activated. In an instant, the entire city was filled with a grim and ominous atmosphere. In the sky above, swirling sword chi filled the air. On the ground, countless soldiers formed from condensed spiritual energy appeared, some wielding swords and spears, others holding axes and hammers. These were the fallen defenders of Wanshan City. Now awakened by the city's defensive array, they have temporarily revived in a peculiar manner. Who is calling us? Is a great battle about to begin? The city defending array has opened, and our spirits have been reawakened. We shall stand with Wanshan City until the end. The invading enemies, we shall annihilate them today. This sacred tower world is, in essence, a colossal magical artifact. Long ago, that supreme being, after the defeat of the human and demon races, used his supreme divine power to refine the sacred tower and sought to rebuild the 6 realms of reincarnation using his own divine seed. Whether it succeeded or not, no one knows. However, once the human and demonic races entered the holy tower, their souls were recorded by it upon death. Although the city of 10,000 mountains is a secret realm, it is still part of the holy tower's domain. The souls of the fallen warriors who perished in battle have now been revived by connecting to the will of the holy tower through the city's defensive array. The generals protected by the city defending array now resemble divine beings descended from the heavens. Countless streams of spiritual energy pour down, completely healing their severely injured bodies in a short time. Even more astonishingly, the cultivation that had stagnated for over a century now shows a glimmer of progress. I sense the call of the Golden Core. Today, after using the city defending array to defeat you, I will ascend to the Golden Core realm and embark on a journey to higher realms. The garrison commander was overjoyed. He had thought that today's battle would have cost him his honor. But if I can successfully enter the Golden Realm, that would mean reaching a new tier. The path of cultivation begins with laying the foundation. Only upon reaching the Golden Core realm does one truly enter the realm of cultivation. You noble spirits, I, as the commander of Wanshan City, implore you to aid me in slaying this traitor. Thunder flashed, and the commander stood amidst the thunder, resembling a god of destruction. Countless spirits answered the call, transforming into streams of light that merged into the general's body. The general's aura continued to rise at that moment. Soon, just one more breath. Today, I shall ascend to the Golden Realm. The commander's eyes grew increasingly greedy. Alas, the power of the spirits was insufficient to completely break through the guardian's realm. The commander felt that he was just a hair's breadth away. Unable to help himself, the commander turned his gaze toward the soldiers defending the city below. Everyone, if we fail to kill this traitor today, the honor of the human race will be tarnished, and we will become traitors to our own kind. Please assist me in breaking through the golden. Below. The city defenders spoke in unison, filled with a sense of shared purpose. We are willing to lend the commander our strength and sacrifice our cultivation. Sacrifice. A common scene in the ancient war of the human race. The sages fought valiantly on the front lines to resist the invasion of the foreign races. However, the foreign races were simply too powerful. So powerful that even the strongest warriors of both the human and demon races were driven to despair. Thus, the lower-tier cultivators of both races voluntarily sacrificed themselves, offering their cultivation bases to help the ancient sages of both races break through their cultivation barriers. This was a sacrifice that the human race would only make under the banner of unity. Now, however, it has been exploited by the garrison commander to aid his own breakthrough. Stop! Jiang Ning could no longer bear to watch. You must see clearly who the true outsiders are. I, Jiang Ning, am a proud member of the human race. Saying this, Jiang Ning pointed at the garrison commander. This man is the true royal of the foreign realm. Do not be deceived by him and sacrifice your cultivation for nothing. Upon hearing this, the commander's eyes grew cold. Everyone, do not listen to this traitor's nonsense. He is merely trying to sow discord. That's right, everyone, don't listen to Jiang Ning's slander. We have followed the commander for 100 years, don't we know his character? The commander can rest assured. We will not fall for his tricks. We will sacrifice our own cultivation to help the commander break the mirror. Upon hearing these words, the garrison commander couldn't help but laugh. He had thought he would have to spend a great deal of time and effort to convince these soldiers to believe him. But unexpectedly, he didn't have to do anything, not even say a word. These people believe in themselves unconditionally. Ha, the human race is truly foolish. Such a lowly and foolish race deserves to be annihilated. Feeling the power growing within him, the commander grew increasingly excited. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! A black and white array spread out from the city, instantly enveloping the entire Wanshan city. The commander's expression changed, and he roared angrily, Tian Dao sect, do you dare to interfere in this matter? Are you traitors to the human race? Ha, traitors to the human race? A light chuckle echoed. Elder Luo Tian of the Tian Dao sect stepped onto the black and white array and descended from the heavens. By Luo Tian's side, the heavenly Qing Holy Son sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, and his hands seemed to be forming some mysterious gestures. Everyone, do not be deceived by this beast. He is the true member of the foreign race. Jiang Ning is a genius of the human race, a true genius of the human race. Luo Tian looked at Jiang Ning with astonishment. Earlier, he had wanted to intervene and help Jiang Ning several times, but what he hadn't expected was Jiang Ning had turned the tide of battle multiple times. A Qi cultivation realm cultivator had actually driven a foundation establishment peak realm cultivator to such a desperate state. In the end, he even had to rely on the city's defensive array to dare to fight him. Such a prodigy. And he was a genius from the human race, no accidents could be allowed. Seeing that time was running out and continuing the battle would be too much for Jiang Ning, Luo Tian stepped forward with Tian Cheng. Old man, stop spouting nonsense. The garrison commander is certainly not an outsider from another realm. A soldier coldly snorted. If Luo Tian weren't an elder of the Tian Dao sect, these soldiers wouldn't even bother to acknowledge him. Ha, whether it's true or not, we'll see soon enough. Chapter 69, The Showdown. The garrison commander felt an ominous premonition rising in his heart. However, having remained hidden among the human race for so many years without being exposed, the garrison commander's courage had grown even bolder. Who would have thought that the Tian Dao sect had already sided with the foreign races, willing to become their slaves? Spit! Truly a disgrace to our human race. The commander's expression of disgust caused some wavering soldiers to rally once more. You of the Tian Dao sect, stop your nonsense. Do you really intend to oppose the entire human race? Luo Tian, as an elder of the Tian Dao sect, you dare to confuse right and wrong and falsely accuse the commander. Today, if you do not give the soldiers of Wanshan City an explanation, we will have no choice but to go to the Holy Tower to seek justice. Luo Tian, the elder, laughed coldly and said, everyone, do not rush. Wait a moment longer, and everything will be made clear. Seeing Luo Tian so confident, the commander grew increasingly uneasy. However, based on what he knew, no one in the current cultivation world could expose his disguise. Unless it was an otherworldly being of the Yuanling Huatian realm. But such a being would never appear here. Since you, the Tian Dao sect, choose to protect this foreigner, do not blame me for being impolite. Though confident, the garrison commander also understood the principle that delays breed trouble. At this point, the only option was to completely eliminate Jiang Ning and ensure that everything was irrefutable evidence, so that this matter could be put to rest. Kill. This is the critical moment to break through the realm, but the garrison commander doesn't want to wait any longer. Thunder flashes across his body as he launches another attack. This time, the power the commander now possessed far surpassed his previous strength. However, the commander's attack hadn't even reached Jiang Ning before it was blocked by Luo Tian with a wave of his hand. Although the Tian Dao sect is not skilled in the art of warfare, their vast resources and numerous disciples, each equipped with a host of magical artifacts, make them a formidable foe. Even an elder like Luo Tian is no match for them. With the might of these magical artifacts, blocking the commander's attack was no difficult task. Haha, why is the commander in such a hurry? Could it be that the commander is afraid of something? Luo Tian smiled mischievously at the commander. If the commander truly wishes to fight, I would not mind exchanging a few moves with you. Upon hearing this, the commander's brows furrowed into a shape. It's done. Just then, Tian Xing, who had been sitting cross-legged nearby, slowly opened his eyes. His pupils, which had been clearly black and white, had now turned a pale golden color. Moreover, within those golden pupils, a faint array of black and white colors seemed to be emerging. Everyone, this is the moment of truth. Tian Xing stood up and formed a mysterious seal with both hands. Suddenly, a black and white array pattern began to spread rapidly from Tianqing's center, enveloping the entire Wanshan city. At the center of the array, Tianqing's body slowly began to form a golden battle armor. Under the brilliant glow of the armor, Tianqing appeared like a war god descended from the heavens. The cultivators of Wanshan City, bathed in the divine light, felt their injuries slowly healing. Moreover, their previously restless hearts began to calm down, even developing a sense of contentment and detachment from the world. Throughout the entire Wanshan City, only the garrison commander felt the most uneasy. The moment the divine light appeared, the garrison commander lost all composure. The protection of the sages? How could this be? How could the human race have such a legacy left behind? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our clan had annihilated the Tianzong clan completely back then. There was no way such a legacy could have been left behind. That battle of long ago. Among the human factions that caused the greatest headaches for the extraterrestrial races, there was a sect called the Heavenly Sect. This sect was exceptionally peculiar. Though their combat strength was weak, their auxiliary skill of wisdom's protection made the foreign races extremely troubled. Any human cultivator enveloped by the light of the sage's protection could not only swiftly heal internal injuries, they could even unleash combat power far surpassing that of ordinary humans. If that were all, it would merely be a minor inconvenience. However, the sage's protective light is particularly effective against foreign races. Any foreign race that comes into contact with the protective light loses its combat ability within a short period of time. Moreover, even if they hide deeply, they cannot escape detection under the light of protection. Under the current circumstances, once the protective light appears, it is only a matter of time before one is exposed. As expected, when the commander turned around, he saw that all the soldiers around him were basking in the protective light with expressions of enjoyment. Meanwhile, his own body, under the protective light, emitted a series of crackling sounds. Trouble! The commander was utterly shocked. The bloodline of the foreign royal family within him was boiling out of control. However, thanks to his profound cultivation, he managed to suppress it with great effort. What worried the commander was Apollo, who was still inside the city. Apiro was only at the body-forging realm, and his bloodline power was even closer to that of his ancestors. Under the protective glow, Apollo would definitely not be able to withstand it. He could expose himself, even sacrifice himself, and it wouldn't matter. Apiro is the hope of the clan. Stop! Do you dare defy my orders? The commander grew desperate, with thunder flashing across his body, attempting to harness the power of the array to eliminate the negative effects of the protective light. However, the bloodline of the imperial clan from beyond the realms was gradually awakening, and the will of the Holy Tower seemed to sense the anomaly, stripping the commander of the power bestowed upon him. Damn it, why, damn the Tianzong inheritance. The commander felt the power within him being stripped away bit by bit. His cultivation, which had been on the verge of breaking through, was rapidly declining. In just a few breaths, the Guardian's cultivation level plummeted from the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm to the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Look, the commander's aura is growing weaker by the second. A cultivator noticed the unusual behavior of the garrison commander and exclaimed in shock, under the protective light, shouldn't the garrison commander have broken through the realm and entered the Golden Core realm by now? Could it be, as the Heavenly Tao sect claims, that the commander is the true royal family from beyond the domains? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We have followed the commander for over a century. He has annihilated countless foreign race nests. How could he possibly be a foreign race? But the facts are clear. Can the protective light be fake? With a clatter, the numerous soldiers who had been blocking the commander's path instantly stepped back, creating a gap between him and the troops. They looked at the commander with suspicion. This is the truth. The enmity between the human race and the foreign races had long since reached a point of no return. Even if they had once held the commander in the highest regard, once they discovered he was an outsider, it would be a situation of no mercy. Commander, this must be the enemy's plot, right? You're a human, right? A soldier shouted angrily, unwilling to accept it. Upon hearing this, the commander laughed coldly, his previously refined expression turning savage. Now that things have come to this, there is no need for me to pretend anymore. Indeed, I am a member of the royal family from beyond the borders. You ants, even if you've discovered the truth, what can you possibly do? What? All the cultivators and soldiers surrounding the garrison commander were utterly bewildered. Chapter 70, Smashing the Mole. The commander they had always respected. Was he actually a member of the royal family from beyond the borders? This was an unbearable blow. It was like trusting a close relative for years, only to be told that they were the one who had destroyed your clan. Some soldiers' resolve began to show signs of collapse. The commander laid his cards on the table. No more pretense. But his heart was filled with resentment. If it weren't for protecting Apiro, he would never have exposed himself like this. Even if it meant dragging this out, Tianqing would never outlast him. As expected. After the garrison commander revealed his true identity. In Wanshan City, all the cultivators' attention was focused on the commander. Few noticed. In a remote corner of the city, a young man with clear features knelt on the ground in agony. The light of the sage shone upon the youth's body, but the once sacred golden light turned pitch black. The youth's appearance also changed under the black glow. The once fair and delicate cheeks were now covered in short black hairs. His pupils turned a pale blue. These were the distinctive features of the royal family from beyond the borders. If anyone were present, they would certainly notice the young man's transformation. Alas! At present, everyone's attention is focused on the garrison commander. Jiang Ning, I, Apollo, swear that I will never rest until you are defeated. Apiro revealed his true form, kneeling on the ground in agony, lifting his head slightly, and gazing intently at the figure in the distance. Though he could see nothing, Jiang Ning's features still floated in his mind. He vowed to remember every detail of Jiang Ning forever. Third uncle, I, Apiro, swear that when the ancestor awakens, it will be the day Jiang Ning dies. Your vengeance, I will avenge for you. Apiro knew this all too well. With his third uncle's strength, even if Tianqing casts the protective light, he can only hold on for a short while. The gap in their strength is too great. Tianqing's cultivation at the body forging realm simply cannot sustain him for long. By then, the garrison commander will still be able to take control of the situation. Unfortunately, he had stayed in the city all along to watch his third uncle slay Jiangning. Little did he know that he had become his uncle's greatest mistake. The outcome is already decided. All that was on Apollo's mind was one thought. That was to run. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will always be firewood. Just as Apollo was planning how to escape the city. Central region. The garrison commander finally revealed the true form of the foreign race. Black hair spread out from his body, and his pale blue eyes held no emotion. It was them, the foreign race. Damn it, they've deceived us for so long. No, I refuse to believe it. The commander couldn't possibly be one of the foreign race. It must be this traitor who killed the commander and impersonated him. The soldiers' eyes were filled with resentment. The murderous intent in their hearts boiled over. Meanwhile, the cultivators watching from afar felt their scalps tingle uncontrollably. Wait. The commander is from the Domain Outer Clan. That means Jiang Ning is a genius of our human race? Jiang Ning? A human genius? If someone had said that a moment ago, everyone would have dismissed it as wishful thinking. At the Qi cultivation realm, he can already fight evenly with Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. At the body forging realm, he is an unparalleled genius who can suppress Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. It's actually a human race? The human race? Are they finally rising up? After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into a deafening roar. Holy crap, Jiang Ning is actually a human genius. Ancestors, is our human race saved? Oh no, I previously boasted about killing Jiang Ning. Will he hold a grudge? That wasn't our true intention. We were all deceived by that commander. That garrison commander truly deserves to die. Let's kill the garrison commander and vent our anger for Jiang Ning. We have wronged Jiang Ning so grievously, yet he has always fought on the front lines and never spoken harshly to us. Is this the mindset of a genius? Everyone, follow me to kill the garrison commander and vent our anger for Lord Jiangning. The cultivators turned their spears and shifted all the blame onto the garrison commander. Poor commander. Now besieged on all sides, he must also divert his remaining strength to counter the negative influence of the sage's light. Jiangning, don't think you've won. When our ancestors awaken, I will be waiting for you below. Ha! The commander already knows the outcome. Under the protection of the city's defensive array, he has no chance of escape. All he can do is to use every ounce of strength to carve out a bloody path for Apollo. Apollo, the hope of our tribe, it all depends on you. Kill. After revealing his true form, the commander's strength reached its peak. The combat prowess of a cultivator at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm was fully displayed at that moment. You vile creature, dare not be so arrogant. At that moment, Senior Luo Tian of the Tian Dao sect also intervened. If the garrison commander did not reveal his identity, he had no right to intervene. After all, there was no concrete evidence. Moreover, the commander was an official of the Holy Tower. Even the Tian Dao sect, no matter how special it is, wouldn't dare to defy the Holy Tower's orders. Now there is a reason to act. The insignificant Tian Dao sect dares to disrupt our clan's plans. Since you have chosen to involve yourselves in this karma, prepare yourselves for retribution. The garrison commander snorted coldly. As black thunder flickered within his body, he transformed into a black thunderbolt and charged toward Luo Tian. Boom! The clash between the two Foundation Establishment level experts reduced the already shattered square to complete ruins in an instant. The aftereffects of the battle spread out, sending some lower-ranked cultivators flying, spitting blood from their mouths. Elder Luo Tian, I'm here to help you. At that moment, Jiang Ning also moved. However, the previous battle had depleted Jiang Ning's spiritual energy significantly. The chi-gathering pills in his system space were also nearly depleted. Jiang Ning opted for the most direct approach. He pulled out the True God's hammer, gripped it tightly in his hand, and swung it toward the defending general. The True God's hammer? How did you obtain the True God's hammer? The commander's expression changed completely. Wasn't the True God's hammer already auctioned off to him? How could Jiang Ning still have one in his hands? Boom! Without time to think, Jiang Ning swung the True God's hammer and struck toward him. The commander, caught between two attacks, could only dodge frantically. Hee. Seeing the commander dodge the first strike, Jiang Ning didn't rush, just chuckled, then drew out the void arrow. Damn you, Jiang Ning! You really deserve to die. The commander's defenses were breached. This Jiang Ning is truly despicable. Using a counterfeit holy artifact from an alien race to kill him, a member of the alien royal family. A disgraceful humiliation. Though enraged, the garrison commander knew better than anyone else how deadly this combo was. He could only continue to dodge frantically. Dodge? Where do you think you're going? Jiang Ning sneered coldly, then fell silent, relentlessly swinging the true god's hammer like a mole hammer, striking the constantly dodging commander. Put. After dodging several times, the commander finally exposed a weakness. Jiang Ning's true god's hammer followed suit. Chapter 71, Execution. Put. Jiang Ning struck with the true god's hammer, hitting the defending general directly. The protective divine light surrounding the commander's body instantly dimmed, and his entire body flew backward like a faint blue blood sprayed across the sky, appearing unusually vibrant. Boom! Jiang Ning knew the saying, strike while the iron is hot, so he launched another attack. Boom! Jiang Ning continuously swung the true god's hammer, each strike landing with a solid thud. The defending general's condition grew increasingly dire, and the protective divine light surrounding his body faded completely. How ridiculous! I, a divine being, am about to die at the hands of a human. Put! After spitting out another mouthful of blood, the defending general's eyes began to dim. Jiang Ning, please stop. However, just as Jiang Ning thought he could completely kill the commander, Luo Tian suddenly leaped in front of Jiang Ning. Elder Luo Tian, what does this mean? Luo Tian feared Jiang Ning might misunderstand and hurriedly explained, young friend Jiang Ning, this foreign tribe has already infiltrated the major factions of our human race. Some have already risen to positions of power, and those above have long sought to root out these parasites, but they have been powerless to do so. Our sect possesses a secret technique that can probe the memories of all living beings. By the time Luo Tian finished speaking, Jiang Ning had already understood. Elder Luo Tian wants to probe the memory of this garrison commander to uncover other foreign races lurking within the human race? It's not impossible, but Jiang Ning was concerned that the mental power of the extraterrestrial races was exceptionally strong. Although Elder Luo Tian is also a Foundation establishment cultivator, he still lags behind the garrison commander. If something goes wrong and the garrison commander escapes, that would be troublesome. Don't worry, Jiang Ning, I have everything under control. Luo Tian chuckled, and after seeing Jiang Ning nod, he finally formed a seal with both hands. A mystical incantation pattern appeared between Luo Tian's hands, then merged into the garrison commander's skull. You lowly vermin dare not probe into this master's memories. The garrison commander's eyes widened in anger, trying to resist, but Jiang Ning had already sealed the garrison commander's meridians, preventing him from using his spiritual energy. Soon. The commander's face began to contort, and he lay on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. This technique violates the laws of heaven and earth. It is a forbidden art of our sect. However, when dealing with the foreign tribes, we have no such reservations. Luo Tian, the elder, smiled and then closed his eyes, seemingly using the forbidden technique to read the garrison commander's memories. Moments later, Elder Luo Tian opened his eyes in horror. What's the situation, Elder? Jiang Ning hurriedly asked. Young Jiang Ning, the situation has exceeded this old man's expectations. Luo Tian sighed deeply. The specific results, I won't tell you yet. These karmic ties are not something you can meddle with at your current level. The karmic ties behind the commander are immense. Jiang Ning has already been tainted by some of it. If he continues to delve deeper, Jiang Ning will become a major obstacle on his path to cultivation. Jiang Ning, my young friend, I have a favor to ask of you. Luo Tian looked at Jiang Ning with a solemn expression. Elder Luo Tian, please give your orders. Jiang Ning bowed respectfully and said, whatever I can do, I will do my utmost. Luo Tian smiled. It's not a difficult task. Pointing at Tianqing, who was sitting cross-legged, Luo Tian continued. The guardian hasn't completely died yet, so Tianqing's protective light must continue to be maintained. After this method is applied, Tianqing will enter a prolonged period of weakness, possibly lasting 10 days to half a month, or even 1 or 2 months. I must hurry back to report the situation here. Tianqing, I must entrust this to you. Jiang Ning nodded. This time, we managed to turn defeat into victory and escape from a desperate situation. The Tian Dao sect deserves all the credit. Jiang Ning has always been one to repay kindness, so this is no trouble at all. Senior Luo Tian, rest assured. Tianqing the Holy Sun is in my care. Luo Tian looked once more at the commander lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, and said, it's best to eliminate the threat completely. He's already been rendered useless. I won't bother with him. This old man will take his leave first. Jiang Ning, young friend, we shall meet again someday. Elder Luo Tian departed, his feet resting on his magical artifact. Jiang Ning turned to the defending general and coldly snorted, it's time to end this. As he spoke, Jiang Ning formed his fingers into a sword and struck at the commander's head. In an instant, the once mighty commander of Wanshan City was completely defeated and perished. Victory! Lord Jiang Ning has won. That's great. Jiang Ning is amazing. Our human race has hope. Who dares say the future of our human race is dark? With Lord Jiang Ning by our side, he is the brightest star in the vast expanse of our race's history. The onlookers erupted into thunderous cheers. This battle, though brief, lasting only 30 or 40 minutes. But its intensity and the number of twists and turns were enough to be recorded in the annals of human history. At the same time, the name Jiangning was destined to echo throughout the entire first layer of the world in the near future. Even in the second and third layers of the world, legends of Jiangning would be passed down. Defeating a divine being in adversity is nothing extraordinary. But for a human cultivator at the Qi cultivation realm to slay a domain outside royal clan member at the foundation establishment realm in the face of adversity, this news alone is enough to cause a huge stir. Jiangning will undoubtedly become the object of fierce competition among the major sects for this unparalleled genius. His status will rise to a terrifying level. Even the Holy Tower would step in to recruit Jiangning. If we win, have we truly won? Even Lu Hong, who had always been confident in Jiangning, now felt a bit lost. You must understand. The Jiangning of before was merely at the peak of the Qi cultivation realm. The garrison commander had already reached the peak of the foundation establishment realm a century ago. The gap between the two was like an insurmountable chasm. Lu Hong dared not think that Jiangning could win, and even felt that as long as Jiangning could hold on for a quarter of an hour, it would be enough to look down on the younger generation. But now he realized. He had underestimated Jiangning. Yes, Lu Hong, we have won. Jiangning smiled brightly. Though this battle had depleted all his reserves. But the outcome was favorable. Not to mention that he had broken through to the body forging realm, but after the defending general's death, the immense wealth of the defending general's mansion in Wanshan City was all his. Jiangning didn't care about such rules. He had helped the Holy Tower authorities eliminate the cancerous tumor. No matter how much wealth the garrison commander had, it was all his now. Lord Jiangning, I fear that after this battle, that scoundrel Jia Quan will flee. Jiangning paused for a moment, then furrowed his brows and said, if he wants to flee, we won't be able to find him easily. No, Jia Quan must die. That scoundrel nearly caused the original owner's family to be destroyed. If we don't avenge the original owner, our future cultivation path will inevitably be plagued by demons. Both for the greater good and for personal reasons. Jiangning and Jia Quan have a score to settle. I'm not worried about him escaping. Even if he does, where could he possibly go? We've been searching for him for so long, and he hasn't shown up. What I'm worried about is that he's already obtained the treasures from the core area of the secret realm. It might even be more troublesome than the garrison commander. Jiangning didn't know why he had this premonition, but a cultivator's sixth sense never fails. Chapter 72, Emerging from Seclusion. Just as Jiangning was tidying up the battlefield, the core region of the secret realm. Beneath a towering mountain whose peak was lost to the horizon, a waterfall cascaded down, resembling silver threads descending from the heavens. The roar of the water mingled with the chirping of birds and insects in the forest, creating an otherworldly, utopian ambience. But today, the serene tranquility of this idyllic paradise, resembling a painting, was shattered. Boom! A thunderous clap echoes, and dark clouds begin to gather in the previously clear sky. Within the clouds, lightning bolts as thick as fingers swirled, seeming ready to strike at any moment, destroying everything in their path. But at that very moment, a young man with his upper body bare burst forth from the waterfall. His skin was as smooth as jade, shimmering with a faint glow. Though his build appeared slender and frail, his features were sharp and well-defined. It seemed as though the small body contained an endless supply of power. Oof, after so many years of seclusion, I've finally completed my foundation building. The youth let out a cold snort, his voice sharp and piercing. A mere thunder tribulation dares to act so boldly before me. The young man furrowed his delicate brows, raised a slender finger, and declared, I'll show you. I'll disperse this heavenly tribulation. If anyone else were here, they would be utterly speechless. There's a common knowledge in the cultivation world. That is, the heavenly tribulation is only sent down by the Tao when one breaks through the golden core realm. If a cultivator survives, they can condense their golden core, live a carefree life, and gain 1,000 years of lifespan. If they fail, they will perish along with their cultivation. Those who can attract the heavenly Tao's thunder tribulation at the foundation establishment realm are all prodigies of heaven. Any genius with a recorded history eventually becomes a prominent figure in human history. The lightning tribulation of the foundation establishment realm has not been seen for many years. Yet it has now descended here. Holy Son, hurry and survive the thunder tribulation. This old servant has important intelligence. Below the young man, an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard shouted in a solemn voice. All right, I'll be right there. The young man stepped onto his magical artifact and, in an instant, charged into the thundercloud. Boom! Crack! For a moment, flashes of lightning danced across the sky, and the roar of thunder echoed endlessly. But after only a moment, the once menacing storm clouds faded away. Speak! What important information do you have? The young man waved his hand to disperse the last remnants of the storm clouds, then slowly descended from the sky. At that moment, the youth had his hair flowing freely, and a white robe had somehow appeared on his body. He looked quite charming and alluring. The old man turned his head away and sighed softly. It was news about Lu Hong. Lu Hong? The young man furrowed his brows once more, gently running his fingers through his flowing hair. Tell me. The old man then recounted the events involving Lu Hong and Jiang Ning in detail to the young man. After listening, the young man chuckled and said, "Oh? Can someone at the Qi cultivation realm fight to a standstill with the cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment realm? He is indeed a talent, but alas, he cannot be of use to me. However, I think this information is likely exaggerated. Even a genius like me couldn't possibly fight against a foundation establishment cultivator at the Qi cultivation realm." The young man shook his head and smiled coldly. Either the rumors have exaggerated the facts, or the Jiang Ning must possess some extraordinary spiritual treasure. The old man seemed to recall something, clapped his hands, and said, "That's right. In that battle, Jiang Ning used a replica of a sacred artifact from the outer realms." "That's all I know. A replica of a sacred artifact?" The young man paced back and forth, pondering for a moment. "Very well, this item is exactly what I desire. If that Jiang Ning knows his place, I wouldn't mind taking him as a male concubine. If he doesn't know his place, then I'll kill him. Ashan, what do you think?" The old man named Ashan saw the young man's expression and sighed deeply. "Holy son, why bother practicing the secret manual of the sunflower, only to end up like this? Why bother?" The young man snorted coldly. "Think of me, Jia Quan, a peerless genius with a divine spiritual root. That old fool not only refused to pass the throne to me but instead gave the position of holy son to that good-for-nothing Lu Hong. How am I supposed to get over that mental hurdle? Now that I've cultivated the sunflower manual, my power has greatly increased. Even that old fool is no longer my match." That's right. This young man was none other than Jia Quan, whom Jiang Ning and Lu Hong had been searching for so desperately. Think back to before. This Jia Quan is also a dashing young gentleman. Though not the sacred son of the White Mountain sect, he held the status of a direct disciple of the deputy sect master, making him a respected figure in the first layer of the world. However, he had always been overshadowed by Lu Hong. To secure the position of holy son and assist his master in ascending to the seat of sect master, Jia Quan embarked on the trial challenge in the core region of the secret realm. With his innate talent as a saint-grade spiritual root, Jia Quan managed to break through the encirclement with great difficulty. He had expected to obtain some earth-shattering treasure. However, at the end of the trial, he found a martial arts manual he had never heard of before, the Sunflower Manual. The first sentence of the manual left Jia Quan speechless for a long time. To practice this technique, one must first castrate oneself. Jia Quan naturally knew what self-castration meant. At first, Jia Quan thought it was a prank written by some senior practitioner, but after forcing himself to practice it once, he nearly exploded from the internal energy. However, it was precisely because of this that Jia Quan realized just how extraordinary this martial arts manual truly was. Without any hesitation, Jia Quan immediately drew his sword and castrated himself, beginning his practice of the Sunflower Manual. As expected. In less than half a month, Jia Quan not only healed his injuries but also broke through to the Foundation Establishment realm. At the same time, he attracted the legendary Foundation Establishment realm Heavenly Tribulation, which was said to only exist in legends. Today, I have been reborn. Whether you are Jiang Ning or anyone else, if you know what's good for you, submit to me as my male concubine, and I shall grant you a prosperous path to immortality. If anyone dares to defy me, I will kill them without mercy." Jia Quan waved his hand, stirring a fragrant breeze, then turned to look at Ashan. "Ashan, spread the word that I intend to take Jiang Ning's replica sacred artifact. If he refuses to hand it over, I will personally go to retrieve it in 3 days. By then, I won't be so lenient." "Yes, holy son." Wanshan City. Jiang Ning was calculating the assets of the garrison commander's mansion when he suddenly received news that Jia Quan was challenging him. What nonsense! That scoundrel isn't just avoiding me, he's actually daring to provoke me? Jiang Ning was taken aback. With his combat strength, how dare Jia Quan challenge him? Could it be? Has that guy really obtained something extraordinary in the core area of the secret realm? However, Jiang Ning felt no fear. At worst, we'll just fight it out. He hasn't even feared the garrison commander. What's there to fear from a mere Jia Quan? Lord Jiang Ning, something's wrong. A foreign royal has been spotted outside the city, injuring many of our cultivators and escaping. What? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. He came to the general's mansion for another purpose, to find Apollo. Jiang Ning understood the principle of eliminating the root of the problem. He never expected that Apollo had already escaped outside the city. Let's go, chase him. Chapter 73, Nice Thoughts. Currently, the new commander of Wanshan City has not yet taken office. The city's defenders have voluntarily gathered under Jiang Ning's leadership and are following his orders. A squad of 10 city defenders followed Jiang Ning out of the city. Lu Hong also wanted to go, but there were still many matters to attend to within the city, so he had to stay behind to clean up the mess. Outside the city. Under the guidance of the city defenders, Jiang Ning arrived at the location where Apollo was discovered. Lord Jiangning, the foreign tribe we encountered earlier engaged us in battle here. Unfortunately, we let him escape. Jiang Ning waved his hand. That Apollo was a member of the foreign royal family, with bloodlines close to his ancestors. Even he found him quite challenging to deal with. Let alone these city guards who are only at the body tempering realm. Never mind. He can't escape far. After observing the battle, Jiang Ning noted that although a squad of city defenders had been sacrificed, however, Apiro seemed to have been affected by his emotions, his combat strength was significantly weakened, and he had sustained serious injuries. As long as we follow his trail, we'll find him soon enough. You few, return immediately and inform Lu Hong to conduct a thorough investigation of all cultivators who have left the city in the past few days. Do not overlook any suspicious leads. Several city defenders hesitated for a moment before hurriedly saying, Lord Jiang Ning, please allow us to accompany you. Jiang Ning shook his head. If Apollo is truly severely injured, I can handle him alone. If he isn't seriously injured, these soldiers will only slow me down. At that point, he would have to free his hands to protect them, and trying to capture Apollo would be impossible. Alright, then. Then, Lord Jiang Ning, please be careful. After the previous battle, the defending soldiers have come to regard Jiang Ning as the future of the human race. They are willing to sacrifice themselves. But the future of the human race cannot be cut off. Rest assured, I understand. After the defenders had departed, Jiang Ning furrowed his brows and looked in a certain direction. Come out. Stop pretending. You impersonated Apiro, killed my human cultivators, wasn't it to lure me out of the city? What's the matter? Now that I've arrived here, you dare not show yourself? Upon arriving at the scene, Jiang Ning immediately noticed something amiss. Although the other party was desperately trying to conceal it, Jiang Ning saw through it at a glance. Apiro is an alien race, and he carries the unique aura of his kind. The two had fought before, and Jiang Ning was exceptionally familiar with Apollo's aura. This was something others couldn't fake. Ha, Jiang Ning, you've really surprised me. At that moment, from the dense forest in the distance, a soft, eerie voice echoed. Immediately afterward, a young man dressed in white robes darted out swiftly, standing just a few meters away from Jiang Ning, sizing him up from head to toe. A human? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. The aura emanating from the white-robed youth before him was unmistakably that of a human. You should know me. No, he must know the me from before. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows again, frantically searching his memories for someone like this. But after searching for a long time, he found nothing useful. Who are you? On the teenager's body, Jiang Ning sensed a rare aura of danger. This made him take the matter seriously. The young man in white robes covered his mouth and chuckled softly. What's the matter? You and that fellow Lu Hong have been looking for me, haven't you? Ha! Jiang Ning immediately realized, you're Jia Quan? You. Before entering the secret realm, Jiang Ning had already reviewed Jia Quan's information. He knew what kind of person Jia Quan was. That guy was a bit ruthless and cunning. But he wasn't that bad, was he? Could it be that the intelligence from the White Mountain sect was incorrect? But that shouldn't be the case. I never expected that after cultivating so many disciples, you would turn out to be the exception. Jia Quan rose to the rank of holy grade spiritual root by stripping away the spiritual roots of geniuses. Jiang Ning's former heavenly grade spiritual root was stolen by Jia Quan through a scam involving cultivation loans. As for those useless parasites, Jia Quan has never cared about their lives. That was the case with Jiang Ning back then. However, what Jia Quan never anticipated was that even after losing his spiritual root, Jiang Ning could still defy the heavens in such a manner. He couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. If Jia Quan didn't bring up the matter, it would have been fine, but whenever the topic of the cultivation loan scam came up, Jiang Ning couldn't suppress the murderous intent within him. If it weren't for Jia Quan, the original host wouldn't have taken his own life. Perhaps some of the original owner's obsessions still lingered in his memories, so Jiang Ning harbored an intense hatred for Jia Quan. He longed to act immediately and eliminate him. But Jiang Ning knew that since the other party dared to appear before him, he must have some trump card to counter him. I hadn't even bothered to seek you out, yet you've come right to me. You really aren't afraid of death, are you? However, Jiang Ning felt that these words were still necessary to say. One couldn't afford to lose the upper hand. Death? Jia Quan sneered. If it were before, I might have feared you a little. But today, I have reached the foundation establishment stage. You're the one who's doomed. What? Jia Quan has reached the foundation establishment realm? Jiang Ning was startled, but deep down, he felt it was only natural. Otherwise, Jia Quan wouldn't have dared to come here and provoke us. It seems that Jia Quan has indeed obtained something extraordinary in the core region of the secret realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break through to the foundation establishment realm in such a short time. But so what? It's just the foundation establishment realm. I just defeated one a few days ago. Jiang Ning doesn't mind repeating that defying the heavens in adversity scenario. I know what you're thinking. Do you think I would dare to appear before you so casually if I didn't have a foolproof plan to deal with you? Jia Quan gave a sinister smile and clapped his hands. Clatter! In an instant, several figures burst out of the dense forest once more. These figures had a long-lasting aura, and the spiritual energy flowing around their bodies was quite thick. They were 5 experts at the Foundation Establishment realm. Jiang Ning's heart sank. If it were just one Foundation Establishment expert, he could handle it. But if there were 6 Foundation Establishment cultivators, today would be a dire situation. This Jia Quan had indeed come prepared. However, Jiang Ning couldn't figure out where Jia Quan had found so many Foundation Establishment cultivators. Jiang Ning, you are a very talented genius, and I admire you greatly. If you are willing to become my male concubine and allow me to toy with you for a while, I will spare your life today. Otherwise, you will die today. Jia Quan's words made Jiang Ning shiver uncontrollably, feeling a wave of nausea in his heart. Male concubine? What kind of thing is that? I didn't hear Lu Hong mention that Jia Quan had such unique tastes. Could it be related to the opportunities in the central region of the secret realm? And Lu Hong hasn't obtained it yet. Otherwise, I'd have eliminated Lu Hong first. Ha ha. I wonder if you've ever heard this saying. Jiang Ning raised his eyebrows slightly and looked down on Jia Quan with disdain. What saying? You're ugly, yet you have such beautiful thoughts. Chapter 74, Escape. You're asking for death. After practicing the sunflower manual, Jia Quan became increasingly obsessed with his appearance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be dressed like this now. Anyone who dared to criticize his appearance would meet a grim end. Jiang Ning's words had completely enraged him. Jiang Ning, I spared you because I saw potential in you and wanted to take you as my male concubine. Yet you dare to be so ungrateful. Since that's the case, then die. Jia Quan, with a hideous expression, waved his hand, and the 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators stepped forward, glaring menacingly at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, if you must blame anyone, blame yourself for being too arrogant. The future sage of the human race has already been chosen by us. In your next life, remember to learn to be more low-key. Among the 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators, the leader glanced at Jiang Ning and said, I don't want you to die without knowing why. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ning knew exactly what was going on. It must be because of the strength he had exposed after killing the garrison commander a few days ago, which had frightened certain people. They feared he would steal their thunder. Feared that they would become the future sages spoken of by the human race. Guardians of the way? Indeed, what a grand gesture. Jiang Ning sucked in a cold breath. Like the direct disciples of certain major sects, or beings like the Holy Sons, they would have protectors to guide them. The duty of a guardian of the way is to protect the safety of the heir. When necessary, they eliminate major enemies on the heir's cultivation path and solidify their invincible cultivation heart. Jiang Ning never expected that he had caught the attention of such people. After all, even Tian Xing, the holy son of the Tian Dao sect, doesn't qualify to have a guardian. If that's the case, then the other party's background must be even more formidable than that of Tian Xing, the holy son of the Tian Dao sect. This is indeed troublesome. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and quickly mobilized the spiritual energy within his body. At the same time, he kept a wary eye on the others. If the situation turned sour, he would flee without hesitation. What's the point of saving face or maintaining one's reputation? Living is more important. Better to keep the mountain than lose the firewood. Boy, don't even think about running. This place has already been sealed off by us. Not even a golden core cultivator could break through the barrier in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing the leader speak thus, Jiang Ning realized that the space here did indeed show signs of being sealed off. It seemed like a hopeless situation. But Jiang Ning smiled. He laughed with a carefree ease. A bunch of brainless fools trying to kill me? Could you at least do your homework properly beforehand? Array restrictions? Is that all you've got? Think you can trap me? You're dreaming. Jiang Ning's words, in the eyes of the others, were nothing more than the last gasps of a dying man. The cultivation techniques they had practiced were complementary. If they fought alone, they might be defeated one by Jiang Ning. But if the 5 of them acted as one, even a great cultivator at the Golden Core realm would be able to hold their own. Even if Jiang Ning is a genius, could he possess the combat power of a Golden Core cultivator at the body tempering realm? If that were the case, they would turn tail and flee immediately, never to return to this mess. You're just a sharp-tongued fool, Jiang Ning. I'm giving you another chance. Become my male concubine, and I'll spare your life. I always keep my word. Jiang Ning snorted with a laugh, then slowly raised 2 middle fingers. Go to hell. You dead demon, if you're lonely, go find a dog to vent your frustration on. Don't set your sights on this young master. Watch out, or I'll make you a eunuch for life. Ignorant. Arrogant. At that moment, Jia Quan completely abandoned any intention of recruiting Jiang Ning. He only wanted to kill Jiang Ning immediately. Everyone, act now before it's too late. It is only right. As the 6 approached, Jiang Ning gave a sinister smile, said nothing, and drew the void scissors. This was a replica of a sacred artifact obtained from Apollo. Its function was rather useless, with only one purpose, to break spatial restrictions. It was useless in everyday situations, and Jiang Ning had even forgotten about its existence. But in this situation, the void arrow had become a life-saving treasure. No good, another counterfeit holy artifact. No, this damn thing, how could there be another counterfeit holy artifact? He only has the true god's hammer, right? These people had clearly done their homework and knew some of Jiang Ning's trump cards. But Jiang Ning had a good habit, he never revealed all his trump cards. Even Lu Hong doesn't know how many hidden cards Jiang Ning has up his sleeve. This good habit turned out to be the key to turning the tide today. Crack! The space that had already solidified shattered instantly upon the appearance of the void scissors. As soon as the restrictions were lifted, Jiang Ning dared not delay for a moment and quickly pulled out the spirit boat that Lu Hong had given him. Under the intense combustion of the high-grade chi gathering pills, the spirit boat erupted with a deafening sonic boom. A sonic boom cloud then appeared at the rear of the spirit boat. By the time the next rumble echoed, the spirit boat had already turned into a tiny black dot on the horizon. Escaped? That speed must have matched that of a golden core realm expert. Damn it, this kid, how many treasures does he have? How could he use 2 counterfeit divine artifacts? The 5 guardians were left speechless by the scene, and it wasn't until Jiang Ning had completely disappeared into the sky aboard the spirit boat that they snapped out of their stupor. No good, that kid got away. Quick, chase after him. We can't let him return to Wanshan City. Jia Quan also snapped out of it, his face filled with urgency. The spirit boat Jiang Ning was riding was all too familiar to him. It was the cherished treasure of Lu Hong, the Holy Sun, and Jia Quan knew well of its terrifying speed. Chase him. The lead guardian waved his hand, and the group instantly transformed into streaks of light, chasing after Jiang Ning's escape route. On the spirit boat, Jiang Ning grimaced in pain as he continuously added high-grade chi gathering pills to the spirit boat. The spirit boat's speed was pushed to its absolute limit. He never expected to nearly meet his end here today. Recalling the previous scene, Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. If it weren't for the void arrow this time, he might have had to fight a desperate battle. This also served as a wake-up call for Jiang Ning. He was still too weak. If those who had come today were not 5 foundation establishment cultivators, but a single golden core cultivator. Even if I had used all my techniques, I would have met my end there. No, I must hurry back to Wanshan City. Once inside the city walls, I'll be safe. Wanshan City has a protective array and so many cultivators stationed there. They wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Unfortunately, Jiang Ning had barely escaped when he sensed a presence closing in from behind. And the speed was no slower than his own. They're catching up. Jiang Ning sighed and once again threw the high-grade chi gathering pills from the spatial ring into the power array of the spirit boat. Boom! The spirit boat's speed suddenly increased again, and several sonic booms echoed through the air. Phew, they're getting farther away. Feeling the aura growing fainter and fainter, Jiang Ning collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 75, Pursuit and Blockade. However, just as Jiang Ning caught his breath, a sudden sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Before Jiang Ning could react, a gleaming flying sword shot toward him in an instant. With a sharp plop. In the nick of time, Jiang Ning managed to dodge the flying sword's fatal strike by shifting his body sideways. However, the flying sword did not stop, instead piercing into the forest behind Jiang Ning, its sword chi slicing through a large area of trees. That was close. If he hadn't dodged, he would have been decapitated. Jiang Ning, still shaken, patted his chest and looked toward the direction the flying sword had come from, speaking in a firm voice. Who is it? Ha, what a pity. I couldn't kill you after all. A familiar voice echoed. Apiro jumped down from a tree with a look of hatred on his face. It's you! Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. Why is Apollo here? Is it a coincidence, or something else? If it's just a coincidence, then it's fine. But if you came here specifically to wait for me? You don't need to guess I'm here waiting specifically for you. Apiro stuck out his crimson tongue and licked his lips. I won't even tell you this time, no matter where you run, someone will be waiting for you. All I can say is you're unlucky you just happened to escape right into my hands. Apiro's expression turned ferocious, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Jiang Ning, you have ruined our clan's century-long plan and killed my most beloved uncle. I would rather eat your flesh and drink your blood. Upon learning this information, Jiang Ning's heart had sunk to the depths of despair. It seems that the battle a few days ago, where he displayed his extraordinary talent, has completely unsettled some people. Do they see me as a threat? Do they want to crush him before he even has a chance to rise? The human race really knows how to stir up internal strife. However, Jiang Ning showed no sign of fear. Just one word from Apiro? If you want to keep him, you're way out of your league. With just you? You think you can keep me here? Go back and train for a few hundred more years. Apiro shrugged indifferently. Why should I fight you? Someone else will come to kill you. As he spoke, Apollo pulled out a jade pendant with a savage grin. Then, in front of Jiang Ning, he crushed the jade pendant with a light squeeze. Bang! In an instant, a scorching heat surged from the jade pendant. The energy shot into the sky and exploded in the heavens, its afterglow lingering for a long time. Jiang Ning's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to run, but it was already too late. Clatter! The space ahead suddenly solidified, then shattered in an instant, revealing a pitch-black hole. From within the hole, several terrifying auras emanated outward. Jiang Ning, today is the day you meet your end. I have said it before, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you cannot escape my grasp. Jia Quan's voice echoed from within the black hole. Then, a massive flying sword shot out from the black hole. On the sword stood several figures, the very same guardians who had previously surrounded Jiang Ning, along with Jia Quan. Damn it, you really went to great lengths to kill me. The moment the black hole appeared, Jiang Ning knew that today, he had no choice but to fight. A treasure capable of shattering space and performing short-range teleportation. Only legendary celestial-grade spiritual treasures with spatial attributes are said to possess such abilities. Since the enemy had even resorted to a heaven-grade spiritual treasure, they certainly wouldn't let him escape easily. At the same time, Jiang Ning also realized that these guardians must have a powerful background. Sect that possesses a heaven-grade spiritual treasure is already rare, let alone one with spatial attributes. Let's fight. Jiang Ning's expression grew solemn as 5 broken swords hovered behind him, their sword chi piercing the sky. Fortunately, Jiang Ning had replenished his chi-gathering pills before leaving the city. After looting the general's mansion, Jiang Ning's wealth had reached an astonishing level. With these pills as support, Jiang Ning was confident he could win this battle. What of Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivators? What of a heaven-grade spiritual treasure? Let's fight. Boom! Jiang Ning didn't want to give the enemy any chance and launched an attack first. He unleashed the Spring Wind Sword technique. Everyone felt a warm breeze brush past them. By the time they reacted, their bodies were already covered in sword wounds. What a masterful use of the Spring Wind Sword technique! Jia Quan was filled with admiration. To have independently mastered such a sword technique was proof of Jiang Ning's extraordinary talent. But alas, such a genius was about to meet his end at his hands today. Everyone, as agreed, I will strike Jiang Ning first. Jia Quan and these guardians, along with others surrounding Jiang Ning, had already formed a temporary alliance. Their sole purpose was to kill Jiang Ning. Of course. These guardians will not act unless absolutely necessary. After all, their identities are sensitive, and if anyone were to investigate further, it could easily implicate the successors behind them. If Jia Quan couldn't eliminate Jiang Ning, they would only intervene then. In any case, today, Jiang Ning must die. Jiang Ning, let me show you what true talent truly means. The sunflower manual I have cultivated is an ancient forbidden art, but in just half a month, I have already mastered the first 3 layers. To kill you is more than enough. What nonsense is this? Jiang Ning thought he had heard wrong, and after repeating it to himself, he almost burst out laughing. The sunflower manual? The treasure you obtained from the core region is the sunflower manual? This is from a novel on Earth, isn't it? How did it end up in this world? And it was obtained by Jia Quan? To practice this technique, one must first castrate oneself. So, Jia Quan, does that make you a eunuch now? Jiang Ning looked at Jia Quan with a mocking expression. Before ascending to immortality, no matter how high one's cultivation level, one is still just a mortal being. As mortal beings, they possess 7 emotions and 6 desires. This Jia Quan actually cut off his own life force, severing all 7 emotions and 6 desires. One must admit, he is a ruthless man. But what's the point of living like that? Shut up! The words eunuch deeply wounded Jia Quan's heart. Although his cultivation had advanced rapidly after practicing the sunflower manual, but he had lost the most important thing a man could possess. Jia Quan still wanted to make a name for himself in the cultivation world and valued his reputation. Jiang Ning had so bluntly exposed his flaw. What's the difference between that and writing on his neck and defecating? Die! Jia Quan curled his fingers into a delicate gesture, and several silver embroidery needles appeared in his palm. With a light toss, the needles transformed into a silver streak of light, piercing toward Jiang Ning. Heavenly God Seal. Jiang Ning also unleashed a Heavenly God Seal without hesitation. Boom! The embroidery needles struck the Heavenly God Seal but could not penetrate even an inch. However, the Heavenly God Seal was also blocked mid-air, unable to descend. He does have some skills. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. This all-out attack of the Heavenly God Seal was so powerful that even the defending general dared not confront it head-on. Who would have thought that this seemingly insignificant embroidery needle could withstand it? Put! At that moment, Jia Quan's palm once again revealed a golden embroidery needle. This needle is a secret treasure with the sunflower manual, named Godslayer, capable of slaying even deities. Jiang Ning, let's see how you handle this. Chapter 76, The Battle Begins. Whoosh! The spiritual energy within Jia Quan surged toward the god-slaying needle. After absorbing a massive amount of spiritual energy, the needle gradually transformed from its original golden hue into a deep crimson color. At the same time, a foul, blood-like mist began to seep out from the god-slaying needle, spreading outward. In just a few breaths, the blood-scented aura had completely enveloped the surrounding area. Jiang Ning's expression grew increasingly solemn. These blood-tinged energies made him uneasy, and scenes began to flicker before his eyes. There were giants with hands supporting the sky and feet planted on the ground, resembling beings from the age of creation, their skulls pierced by the divine needles. There were also peerless demons that devoured the heavens and earth, their bodies wrapped around the sun, moon, and stars, being chased by the god-slaying force across the 9 heavens and 10 earths with no place to flee. In the end, they could only emit a sorrowful cry as the god-slaying needles pierced their bodies, draining them of their essence and blood until they died. Such scenes were too numerous to count, and Jiang Ning could not tell whether they were illusions or a reenactment of the god-slaying needles' past experiences. However, the pressure brought by these scenes left Jiang Ning feeling uneasy. The soul binding bag. Jiang Ning no longer bothered to hide, directly pulling out the soul binding bag, intending to sever the connection between the Godslayer and Jia Quan. But what shocked Jiang Ning was, this time, the soul binding bag had no effect. What's going on? The soul binding bag couldn't possibly be ineffective. Back then, in that battle, whether it was the secret treasures of the human race or the demon race, many were seized by the soul binding bag. I've never heard of a treasure that could render the spirit binding bag powerless. If there is such a thing, then the human and demon clans wouldn't have suffered such a devastating defeat in that battle. The divine bag? Do you think I don't know you have these things? Jia Quan sneered coldly. Jiang Ning suddenly understood. Earlier, he had thought that Jia Quan was so arrogant as to dare to act so boldly in his presence. But now that even Apiro had become the other side's man, everything made sense. Apiro would naturally reveal all his cards to the other side. Jia Quan must have a countermeasure in place to dare act so boldly. This enemy is a tough nut to crack. Unprecedentedly tricky. With the God Slayer already at close range, Jiang Ning is also preparing to make his final move. There's nothing left to hide. Hiding any longer would only lead to certain death. System. Jiang Ning hurriedly activated the system. Over the past few days, while looting the general's mansion, Jiang Ning had obtained many valuable items, but he hadn't used the system to transform them into something useful. The skill to turn trash into treasure had already cooled down. Ding! The moment he activated the system, a mechanical sound echoed in Jiang Ning's mind. Current detection of recyclable items. Name, Godslayer. Grade, none. Condition, damaged. Note, this is a spiritual treasure from another realm and should not exist in this world. If the host chooses to recycle it, the exchange ratio will be reduced to 1-to-1. Do you wish to recycle? Reclaim. In a matter of life and death, Jiang Ning didn't care about the exchange ratio. This technique had been used before against Apollo's spirit binding bag. At that time, Jiang Ning had gained inspiration. Could the system's turn waste into treasure function also be used in combat? Unfortunately, he had never had the chance to test it. This time, he was desperate and took a life-threatening risk. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. No! Jia Quan, who had been confident that he could finally defeat Jiang Ning, suddenly turned pale. He sensed that the connection between himself and the god-slaying needle was being severed by some mysterious rule. The god-slaying needle seemed to be breaking free from his control. Come back! Jia Quan hurriedly activated his spells, trying to retrieve the god-slaying needle. But the system had already activated its retrieval function. There was no way a mere foundation establishment cultivator like Jia Quan could possibly outmatch it. You must understand. Even a return to Void Immortal level powerhouse couldn't outmatch the system, and had even been directly erased by it. Put. After only a few breaths, Jia Quan completely lost control of the god-slaying needle. Stumbling and coughing up a mouthful of blood, Jia Quan plummeted from the sky, his breath weak and labored, clearly suffering severe mental trauma. Damn it, what's going on? The god-slaying needle, how could it lose contact with me? Jia Quan couldn't figure it out. Behind him, Apiro frowned deeply and said, earlier, my spirit binding bag was also taken from me in the same way. I thought it was because his mental power was stronger than mine, causing me to slip up. Now it seems that Jiang Ning must possess a treasure even more powerful than the spirit binding bag. Jia Quan stood there in a daze for a moment, then roared angrily, you bastard, why didn't you say so earlier? My god-slaying needle. You better compensate me for my god-slaying needle. Apiro sighed helplessly, you didn't ask for such specific details, did you? As the two were about to start arguing, the leader of the Guardians waved his hand and said, enough. We are all on the same side, there's no need to cause chaos among ourselves. Once we've killed Jiang Ning, won't the magical artifact return to us? Though that may be true. But the leader of the Guardians had already set his sights on the god-slaying needle. Such a divine artifact, if handed over to the heir they were protecting, the strength of that heir would undoubtedly rise to new heights. As for whether Jia Quan is willing? After killing Jiang Ning, they'll just kill Jia Quan as well. After all, that had always been their plan. Their status is special, there can be no uncertainty about their existence. Regardless of whether today's plan succeeds or fails, Jia Quan and the others must die. Jia Quan isn't stupid, he knows this well. But now he can only rely on a few people. Then we trouble the seniors. Once we retrieve the god-slaying needle, Jia, will surely reward you generously. Jia Quan bowed slightly and said. Several guardians exchanged glances before turning their attention to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, you are quite talented. With your talent, if given enough time, you could become a great figure in this world. If you are willing to follow our young master, we can spare your life. Deep down, the guardians did not wish for Jiang Ning to die. After all, such a powerful genius, if he were to follow them and protect their heir. Then, when the great era arrives, the heir would have another ace up their sleeve. Of course. To prevent Jiang Ning from reneging or causing trouble, they must also impose an eternal oath of loyalty upon him. Put. Jiang Ning snorted coldly. You want me to follow you? Put a pillow under your head when you sleep tonight, maybe you'll dream about it. You brat, then go to your death. Old brothers, this brat has a treasure that can forcibly sever the connection to a magical artifact. We must not use our magical artifacts, instead, use our Taoist techniques to annihilate him. Understood. The 5 quickly formed seals and cast their spells. One after another, powerful and oppressive Taoist spells surged toward Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning could only feel. At that moment, he felt like a small boat in the eye of a storm, on the brink of destruction at any moment. Chapter 77, Soul-Devouring Beetles. The 5 guardians were all at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. The Taoist techniques they displayed far surpassed those of the former garrison commander. Jiang Ning gathered all his focus. He knew that if he didn't give it his all, he would surely die today. Boom! As the chi-gathering pills in the system space burned fiercely, Jiang Ning's injuries began to heal rapidly. Even his aura, under the influence of the chi-gathering pill, had grown slightly. He had broken through again, reaching the mid-stage of the forging body realm. The forging body realm was inherently a process of tempering the body, and Jiang Ning's physique had been thoroughly honed through consecutive battles. Now that he had sufficient spiritual energy, breaking through the realm was merely a matter of time. Heavenly God Seal. Jiang Ning concentrated all the spiritual energy within his body and unleashed the Heavenly God Seal with all his might. A brilliant golden light, adorned with mystical runes, descended from the heavens, colliding with the Taoist techniques of the 5 guardians. With a thunderous crash. In an instant, the Heavenly God Seal shattered, and while the attacks of the 5 guardians continued, they had been depleted by more than half, their brilliance dimming. It worked! Jiang Ning exhaled in relief and once again concentrated all his spiritual energy, unleashing another Heavenly God Seal. Boom! This time, the Heavenly God Seal and the 5 guardians' Taoist techniques dissipated together into the heavens and earth. What powerful Taoist techniques! The lead guardian of the way stared at Jiang Ning in astonishment, utterly baffled. Where had Jiang Ning learned such Taoist arts? If he could seize it and present it to the young master, it would be a great achievement. The family behind the young master might even grant me an opportunity. An opportunity to directly advance to the Golden Core realm. Boy, this was just a casual attack from us. You've already given it your all, Haven Tu? This time, let us see how you'll defend yourself. The lead guardian snorted coldly. As the spiritual energy within him flowed, a slender, plant-like shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Though it was only a shadow, it stood as tall as a pillar supporting the heavens. The branches and leaves of the plant were adorned with round, smooth objects that resembled fruits. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that those fruits were actually clusters of mysterious runes condensed together. For brothers, please lend me a hand. The lead guardian spoke coldly, and immediately, the other 4 guardians swiftly performed their spells, channeling their spiritual energy into the body of the leader. With a loud crash, a thunderous clap echoed through the air. On the mysterious plant, flowers as real as substance began to bloom, vibrant and colorful. Jiang Ning could faintly smell the fragrance of flowers. Under the influence of the fragrance, the spiritual energy within his body began to stir uncontrollably. Even his own soul seemed to be affected. What on earth is this? Jiang Ning was startled and quickly channeled his spiritual energy to block his senses. However, the trembling of his soul did not subside, instead, it grew more intense. Put. Immediately afterward, in Jiang Ning's bewildered gaze, the fruits on the plant's illusory form began to explode one after another. One after another, insects as thick as fingers, with fangs and entirely black bodies, emerged from the exploding fruits. Soul-devouring insects? Jiang Ning felt a chill run down his spine. He had learned about these insects in his cultural studies class at the Cultivation Academy. It was a peculiar creature that had only existed in ancient times. They feed on the spiritual energy and souls of human cultivators. It was said that fully grown soul-devouring beetles had even devoured immortals on the verge of ascension. Such a monstrous creature naturally drew the joint attention of the entire cultivation world. Back then, led by the Holy Tower, the major sects united and paid a heavy price to eradicate the soul-devouring insects. Unbelievably, this creature, which should have been extinct, has reappeared in the world. Damn it, who are you? The moment the soul-devouring insects appeared, Jiang Ning already had his suspicions. In this era, only one faction in the entire 9 layers of the world could have cultivated such a swarm of soul-devouring beetles. That force is the Holy Tower. If these guardians truly come from the Holy Tower, then we're in big trouble. Do you not fear that the Holy Tower will find out? I advise you to leave now, and I will let the past go. With such a heaven-defying creature as the soul-devouring insects appearing, Jiang Ning doesn't know what else the enemy might have up their sleeves if the battle continues. Moreover, even if we win this battle, as long as we don't kill the heir, the trouble will never end. Of course, Jiang Ning also knows that the enemy won't just let him go like this. All he could do was to buy time. As long as Lu Hong arrives with reinforcements, these people might refrain from acting further due to their status. But could Lu Hong arrive in time? Jiang Ning didn't know he could only take a gamble. Boy, it's too late to say that now. Once the soul-devouring insects are summoned, they won't stop until they've devoured everything they see. It was clear that summoning the soul-devouring beetles had also had a significant effect on these guardians. The 5 who had once been so imposing now looked rather dejected. Especially the leader among them, who had actually fallen back a minor cultivation realm. His cultivation level, which was previously at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm, has now dropped to the mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. As soon as the soul-devouring beetles appeared, their eyes flickered with a crimson glow, searching for targets. Soon, they locked onto Jiang Ning, who was closest to them. Hum. The sound of countless insects flapping their wings was so loud that Jiang Ning's soul nearly shattered. Looking at the swarm of soul-devouring insects, Jiang Ning felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it, I have no choice but to fight to the death. Jiang Ning formed his fingers into a sword as his spiritual energy surged wildly within him. At the same time, he burned the chi-gathering pills in the surrounding space as if they were worthless. With an endless supply of energy, Jiang Ning charged toward the soul-devouring insects. The swarm of insects, seeing their prey coming to them, froze for a moment before launching their attack. Jiang Ning was horrified to discover that the sword chi he had unleashed had clearly struck the soul-devouring insects. In fact, they had already been sliced in half. However, the surviving soul-devouring beetles were devouring the corpses of their fallen comrades. It then split into even more soul-devouring insects. In just a few moments, the number of soul-devouring insects not only failed to decrease but actually grew even more numerous. How could such a defiant creature exist in this world? Jiang Ning was on the verge of losing his mind. He also noticed the soul-devouring insects surrounding him were constantly devouring the spiritual energy around them. If this stalemate continued, the spiritual energy in the surrounding area would inevitably be devoured by these beasts. Even with the chi-gathering pill to sustain him, it would eventually run out. At that point, he would have no choice but to become food for these beasts. Is there really no way out? Chapter 78, Breaking Through the Blood Path. Just as Jiang Ning was deep in thought, some soul-devouring insects had already closed in, opening their bloodthirsty jaws and baring their sharp fangs, lunging toward Jiang Ning. Beasts! Jiang Ning once again slashed at the soul-devouring insects with a sword chi. Although the sword chi sliced the soul-devouring insect in half, the two halves quickly split apart, reforming into new soul-devouring insects. These creatures seemed to be endless. Before Jiang Ning could react further, 2 more soul-devouring insects attacked. Clang! Jiang Ning couldn't unleash another sword chi in time, so he swung his breaker of the void sword and struck the soul-devouring insect with the blade. Put! However, to Jiang Ning's surprise, after the breaker of the void severed the bodies of the 2 soul-devouring insects, the 2 soul-devouring insects did not split apart again but fell to the ground, seemingly truly dead. If he didn't use his spiritual energy, could these soul-devouring insects no longer split apart? A flash of insight crossed Jiang Ning's mind. Soul-devouring insects not only devour the souls of cultivators but can also devour all spiritual energy. Therefore, attacks involving spiritual energy or soul-based attacks are ineffective against these creatures. Then the only option is to use the simplest physical elimination method. Now that we know their weakness, it's my turn to act. Jiang Ning gripped a broken sword in each hand and charged toward the swarm of soul-devouring insects without retreating. The sound of continuous slashes echoed, and dozens of soul-devouring insects fell to the ground, their lives extinguished. Hey, it's working! Jiang Ning's expression grew excited. He had thought it was a certain death, but now a turning point had emerged. How could he let this opportunity slip away? If you want my life, come back in your next life. Jiang Ning grew more daring as the battle raged on. The once sky-darkening swarm of soul-devouring insects had been reduced by more than half. The remaining soul-devouring insects seemed to sense the danger and dared not advance. The 2 sides were locked in a brief standoff. Not far away. The lead guardian, seeing this, sneered coldly and said, "Humph, boy, soul-devouring insects are ancient, a species that once dominated an era. Do you really think that with just your broken sword, you can eliminate the soul-devouring insects?" As he finished speaking, the guardian of the way formed hand seals. The soul-devouring beetles, which had been hovering in the sky, dared not advance a single step, but now their eyes turned red, they lost their senses, and they began to shake their wings madly, flying toward Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning swung his twin swords once more, preparing for another fierce battle. However, to Jiang Ning's surprise, the remaining soul-devouring beetles did not launch an attack. Instead, they swarmed toward the corpses of the insects that had been slain earlier. Upon approaching, these soul-devouring insects opened their blood-red maws and devoured their fallen comrades. Suddenly, a chilling scene unfolded before Jiang Ning's eyes. The soul-devouring insects that had devoured their companions' corpses split apart once more. Each soul-devouring insect split into 3 brand new individuals. In just a few breaths, the once dwindling number of soul-devouring insects once again swelled to obscure the sky. These were ancient creatures that had once devoured an entire era. Even the immortals of that era could only retreat in the face of their overwhelming numbers. The words of the Guardian sent a chill down Jiang Ning's spine. This wasn't nonsense. There were concrete records of it. At first, people believed it was merely an ordinary insect plague. It wasn't until the soul-devouring insects grew in number to threaten even cultivators at the Golden Core realm that the Holy Tower authorities took notice. But by then, no one knew the origin of these vicious insects. The Holy Tower authorities only dispatched 2 Golden Core cultivators to eliminate the ferocious insects. The outcome was predictable. The 2 Golden Core cultivators became fodder for the insects, causing their numbers to skyrocket. By the time the authorities realized what was happening, even those at the Return to Void Immortal realm were powerless against the soul-devouring insects. It is said that back then, to deal with the soul-devouring insects, the Holy Tower authorities even summoned the last reclusive immortal who had been in seclusion. But what shocked everyone in the end was, facing the soul-devouring insects, even that immortal became fodder. However, for unknown reasons, the soul-devouring insects, which had once dominated an era, disappeared as suddenly as they had appeared. However, the soul-devouring beetle's extraordinary feats were recorded for posterity. Jiang Ning admitted that he had indeed underestimated these creatures. After all, they were ancient. How could they be so easily eradicated? Damn it, how did these people obtain the soul-devouring insects? From the time the soul-devouring insects appeared until they vanished, many powerful beings attempted to subdue these extraordinary creatures. But no one had ever succeeded. Boy, enjoy it while you can. Children, indulge yourselves. This is the future sage of the human race, enough for you to grow. The Guardian of the Path formed hand seals. This time, the swarm of soul-devouring beetles, which obscured the sky, launched their attacks simultaneously. Trouble. The spiritual energy around us is being constantly devoured, even the spiritual energy within my body is. Facing the swarm, Jiang Ning felt a deep sense of helplessness. I'll give it my all. Jiang Ning clenched his teeth. Even an ant struggles to survive, how much more so for him? At this moment, he refused to accept his fate. If he must die, he would fight until the very last moment. Kill. Jiang Ning swung his broken sword through the air, and as the blade moved, a cold gleam flashed by. With each flash of cold light, several soul-devouring insects fell from the sky. But as soon as the bodies hit the ground, other soul-devouring insects rushed forward, devouring their fallen comrades and splitting apart once more. These beasts seemed to multiply endlessly. Jiang Ning could see no end to them, but he could only continue to slay them relentlessly. He didn't know how much time had passed. The swarm of soul-devouring insects had grown so numerous that they completely blocked out the sunlight in the sky. Jiang Ning felt surrounded by darkness, the buzzing sound of countless soul-devouring insects flapping their wings deafening him and exhausting his mind. The spiritual energy around him had been completely drained by the soul-devouring insects, causing them to split into even more individuals. If it weren't for the chi-gathering pills in the space, Jiang Ning would have already collapsed from exhaustion. Glancing at the dwindling supply of chi-gathering pills in the space, Jiang Ning couldn't help but smile wryly. He had finally managed to restock his supplies, only to find that just a few days had passed. They were already running out again. This cultivation path is way too damn expensive. This can't continue like this. If he couldn't find a breakthrough, once the chi-gathering pills were depleted, he'd be finished. While Jiang Ning's mind raced, he kept observing these soul-devouring insects, trying to find a way out. Wait, what's that? Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed as he noticed something unusual. There were a few corpses of soul-devouring insects on the ground, though not many. But they were indeed the insects that had been slain moments ago. But weren't the previously slain insects supposed to be devoured by their companions? Could it be that the number of soul-devouring insects has a limit? A flash of insight crossed Jiang Ning's mind. That's it. These soul-devouring insects, such monstrous creatures that even immortals must avoid. How could they possibly be controlled by a group of ordinary humans? These guardians have not fully mastered the soul-devouring insects, or rather, the number they can control is limited. Once the limit is exceeded, the soul-devouring beetles will turn on their masters. To verify his hypothesis, Jiang Ning once again initiated an attack on his own. Chapter 79, The Method to Break the Stalemate. Jiang Ning swung his twin swords, the sound of metal slicing through flesh echoing continuously. The corpses of the soul-devouring insects fell to the ground, but there was no sign of the previous behavior of devouring their own kind or splitting into new individuals. It wasn't until a certain critical point that Jiang Ning caught a glimpse through the gaps in the swarm. After the guardian had formed the seal again, the swarm began to devour the corpses of its own kind. That's it. That's how it works. The soul-devouring beetles controlled by the Guardian were limited in number. The reason the soul-devouring insects could even make immortals bleed was not because of their individual strength, but their numerical advantage. Once the swarm reaches a certain size, even immortals will be drained to death. If the soul-devouring insects controlled by these guardians had no limits, what of the celestial prodigies, the 100 clans, or the foreign tribes? All of them would be no match. Even these few individuals could slaughter their way through the entire holy tower, using battle to sustain themselves endlessly. Trouble. That kid seems to have discovered the secret of the soul-devouring insects. A guardian frowned and spoke solemnly. No problem. Even if he knows, so what? He can't escape. The leader of the guardians smiled confidently. These insects are the young master's prized possessions. Though we lack the mother insects, with these offspring, even cultivators at the Golden Core realm cannot harm us. Just as Jiang Ning had suspected. These guardians' cultivation levels aren't very high. Though they can control these soul-devouring insects, their numbers are limited. Once they exceed the critical threshold, the soul-devouring insects will turn on their masters. However, in their eyes, this number of soul-devouring insects was more than enough to deal with Jiang Ning, a mere body-tempering realm cultivator. Even if he is a genius, so what? What of the future sages of the human race? How many geniuses have died at their hands? The guardian stood by, watching the spectacle unfold, unaware that Jiang Ning had already guided the soul-devouring insects toward the dense forest in the distance. Just moments ago, Jiang Ning had discovered the weakness of these soul-devouring insects from the details of the battle. They seemed to fear a certain plant in the forest. The soul-devouring insects elsewhere were ferocious beyond belief. Even when cut in half, they would still charge at Jiang Ning with bared fangs. However, those near the forest were not as ferocious. They all seemed to be cautiously avoiding some kind of plant over there. Therefore, Jiang Ning decided to shift the battlefield. If that plant could truly suppress the soul-devouring insects, then today's situation would be resolved. That brat thinks hiding in the forest will stop the soul-devouring insects? The guardian scoffed. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Once Jiang Ning fully entered the dense forest, the soul-devouring beetles, which had been charging relentlessly, suddenly stopped and began circling in place, dared not advance even an inch. What's going on? The guardian's eyes narrowed. These beasts, why aren't they following orders? Damn it! The guardian formed hand seals and cast another spell, attempting to control the soul-devouring insects and order them to attack. However, the swarm of insects dared only to circle around the outskirts of the dense forest, refusing to venture deeper. Even those few that were forced to charge forward lost their sense of direction once they entered the forest, colliding wildly in all directions. Some even collapsed suddenly, their legs stiffening as they fell lifeless to the ground. Big brother, these insects are extremely resistant to approaching that dense forest. What is there? The guardians were thrown into disarray. The soul-devouring insects were their last resort. If even they couldn't defeat Jiang Ning, then, once Jiang Ning regains his composure, it will be their turn to die. Damn it, the formation has failed. Though we can still control these beasts, they're resisting moving forward. It seems to be a fear deep within their souls, forcing them to stop. The five looked toward the dense forest. But aside from some unfamiliar plants, there was nothing unusual there. They also didn't sense any unusual energy. This won't do. We can't let that kid escape. Otherwise, we're all as good as dead. The mission has failed. The young master will certainly not spare them. Though they were guardians, the power behind the young master was too vast. So vast that they dare not even entertain the slightest thought of resistance. Let's try again. If that doesn't work, we'll have to resort to that last option. The guardians frantically channeled their spiritual energy, and the array formed by the five of them expanded another circle. The once restless swarm of insects gradually grew quiet. Their blood-red eyes once again turned toward Jiang Ning deep within the dense forest. We've got it under control. The lead guardian let out a sigh of relief, but before he could finish his smile, it was forced back into his face. Put! One of the guardians spat out a mouthful of blood, and his vital energy instantly waned. This is bad. These beasts' resistance is too strong. My divine soul has been severely injured, and I can't hold on much longer. Big brother, use that move. The leader of the guardians hesitated. But if we use that move, whether we survive today is uncertain. Brother, at this point, even if we don't die here, if we fail, we'll be fed to the mother worms as fodder when we return to the young master. Let's take a chance. The leader of the guardians fell silent for a moment before finally making up his mind. Fourth brother, your soul is injured. Even if you recover, your cultivation will stagnate in the future. Let's start with you. Rest assured, if we win this battle, the day the young master ascends to immortality will be the day you return. At this point, the leader of the guardians spoke with a touch of melancholy. If we fail, the five of us brothers will reunite in the next life. The fourth, whose soul had been injured, clenched his teeth. Though unwilling, he spoke as he had before. The mission has failed. Upon returning, all five of them would die. If things had gone well, as long as one of us remained alive in this world. Then, on the day the young master ascends to immortality, that will be the day they are reborn. In that case, there was nothing to fear. Eldest brother, I'll go first. The fourth brother took a deep breath, and as his wrist flickered, a red dagger appeared in his hand. Then, the fourth brother, with a resolute expression, thrust the dagger into his own dantian. Click! A shattering sound rang out. The golden within the fourth elder's body, which had already into a shadowy form, was shattered by the dagger, then transformed into a blood-red glow and was completely absorbed by the dagger. In an instant, the dagger erupted with a brilliant blood-red glow. Within the light, the fourth elder's life force was being steadily devoured. Brothers, I entrust him to you. The fourth brother weakly pulled the dagger from his dantian, intending to hand it to the eldest brother. But, before his hand could reach halfway, all the life force within his body had already vanished. Old Four, with a look of reluctance and a hint of hope, completely turned into a desiccated corpse and plummeted from the sky. No! Old Four! Fourth brother! Fourth brother! The remaining few guardians, though they had long known this outcome. But at this moment, their hearts still gave a violent jolt. Jiang Ning, I swear on my life that today I will tear you to pieces and scatter your remains to avenge my fourth brother's spirit in heaven. Chapter 80, Blood Cloud. After absorbing the fourth brother's life force, the blood blade erupted with a brilliant crimson glow. The bloodlight obscured the sky, even blocking out the sunlight from the heavens, preventing it from reaching the earth. Meanwhile, the soul-devouring insect swarm underwent another mutation within the bloodlight. However, this time they did not split into new individuals but instead became smaller in size. However, Jiang Ning could clearly sense that although the soul-devouring insects had grown smaller, their combat power seemed to have increased. This is bad, it seems to be some kind of sacrificial ritual. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, his expression growing even more solemn. The sacrifice ritual involves sacrificing the lives of cultivators to enhance a certain spell or to summon a specific creature. The sacrifice techniques used by the few guardians were clearly of the first type. After being nourished by the bloodlight, the soul-devouring insects seemed to grow even more ferocious. Though they had previously feared the plants in the dense forest, some bold soul-devouring insects, driven by the bloodlight, now charged recklessly into the forest, approaching Jiang Ning. Damn it, these beasts seem to have lost their fear. After Jiang Ning swung his sword to kill several soul-devouring insects, he noticed that the insects' corpses had transformed into streams of bloodlight, merging into the blood-red glow outside. The blood-red glow grew even stronger, and the remaining soul-devouring insects became even more frenzied. Swarms of soul-devouring insects charged in recklessly, their buzzing sounds shaking Jiang Ning's soul. But the current situation left Jiang Ning no time to stabilize his soul, he could only continue swinging his sword to kill. Although the individual soul-devouring insects had grown stronger, their numbers had not increased significantly. Now these beasts could no longer split apart. After swinging his sword to slay the attacking insects, Jiang Ning noticed that the pressure had eased considerably. Something was wrong, very wrong. This is highly unusual. The Guardian of the Way had made such a great sacrifice, it couldn't possibly be to help him reduce the pressure. Therefore, there must be some conspiracy he doesn't know about. Could it be related to that thing? Jiang Ning looked toward the dense forest beyond, where the previous blood-red glow had now transformed into a sea of blood. Like clouds, they floated outside the dense forest, countless soul-devouring insects nourished by the blood clouds, growing more ferocious, baring their fangs and flying toward Jiang Ning. The insects that Jiang Ning had previously slain had all turned into blood and merged into the blood cloud. The already sky-obscuring blood cloud seemed to grow even larger. Within it, a terrifying aura seemed to be slowly awakening. This is bad. Those bastards think I'm their free labor? Jiang Ning could also guess the intentions of the few guardians. They were likely attempting to summon even more terrifying creatures. And this creature might require the fresh blood of soul-devouring insects as a catalyst. Having slain so many, he had inadvertently done the work for others. But if he remained indifferent, he would eventually be devoured by these beasts. This situation seemed hopeless. At least, Jiang Ning has no solution at the moment. The next wave of soul-devouring insects attacked again. Jiang Ning swung his twin swords numbly, continuously slashing at the swarm. The insects' corpses fell to the ground, quickly turning into blood-red light and merging into the blood-red cloud. The blood cloud, nourished by the blood, grows even larger, and the remaining insects become increasingly ferocious. There was no choice but to keep going deeper. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. Since the soul-devouring insects feared the plants in the dense forest, there was no choice but to keep going deeper. As for what lay deep within the dense forest, Jiang Ning had no idea. This was a secret realm. Anything could happen. Want to leave? The lead guardian snorted coldly. If we let you escape like this, how could we face the spirit of our fourth brother in heaven? The four formed seals once more. The blood-red clouds that had been floating outside the dense forest seemed to receive some guidance and began drifting toward the forest. The soul-devouring insect swarm closely followed behind. However, as the blood cloud approached the depths of the forest, a purple lightning bolt suddenly shot out from within the forest. The lightning bolt struck the blood cloud directly, and the once sky-obscuring cloud was nearly shattered by the purple lightning. With a loud bang, the blood cloud was connected to the divine souls of the 4 guardians. Now that the blood cloud was injured, the divine souls of the 4 guardians were also injured. 2 of them could no longer maintain their footing on their magical artifacts and plummeted straight down from the sky. Fortunately, the remaining 2 guardians reacted quickly and caught them. Otherwise, they might have become the first guardian to be killed by falling. Damn it, what is in that dense forest? Purple divine lightning? Could it be? The lead guardian seemed to have thought of something, his expression darkening instantly. Brother, could it be the remnants of the purple Shao divine palace? Another guardian frowned, a hint of fear in his brows. You wretch from the purple Shao divine palace. We've searched for so long, and yet you're hiding here. The leader of the guardians took a deep breath and said coldly, if it truly is a remnant of the purple Shao divine palace, then this matter is no longer something we can meddle in. This dense forest has only 3 exits. You 3 stay here and guard them while I report to the young master. Yes. After giving his orders, the lead guardian of the way mastered his magical artifact and flew away from there, heading toward the exit of the secret realm. On the other side, looking at the blood-red cloud that had nearly been shattered by the purple divine lightning, Jiang Ning couldn't help but shiver. Damn it, what on earth is lurking in this dense forest? Even that thing almost got shattered? He had witnessed the power of the blood cloud before, but he never imagined that even such an otherworldly entity could have a natural enemy. Never mind, I need to replenish my spiritual energy first. Seeing that the blood cloud and soul-devouring insects weren't pursuing him, Jiang Ning sat cross-legged on the spot, preparing to restore some of his spiritual energy to cope with the situation ahead. But as soon as Jiang Ning sat down, a faint, indistinct sound drifted from the depths of the dense forest. They're all dead. Senior brother, junior brother, senior sister, and the master, they're all dead. The voice was very faint, and Jiang Ning listened carefully for a long time before he could make out some words. The divine palace has been destroyed. Where should I go now? Please, don't kill us anymore. Please. The voice sounded again. This time, Jiang Ning heard it clearly. The divine palace? What divine palace? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows slightly, searching his memory for any information about the divine palace. Unfortunately, the world the original host had lived in was too primitive, and the powers they had known were nowhere near powerful enough to be called the divine palace. Save me, I don't want to die, please, save me. Senior brother, I'm so scared. It's so dark here. I'm so scared, senior brother. Where are you? The voice came again. This time, the tone was more desperate, sending a chill down Jiang Ning's spine. As a model young person of the new century, he had never believed in such things, but this world was simply too bizarre. Who knows? Maybe there really are some evil spirits around. Chapter 81, It's so dark here. Although he was already a cultivator at the body-tempering realm, the mere thought of those filthy creatures made Jiang Ning's heart race uncontrollably. No, whether those things exist or not, I need to deal with the immediate problem first. Through the narrow gaps in the dense forest, Jiang Ning noticed that one of the guardians outside was missing. There was no need to guess, he must have gone to send a message. If he didn't escape in time, once the reinforcements arrived, things would get ugly. He pulled out a few chi-gathering pills from his spatial ring and swallowed them, then activated his cultivation technique to restore the spiritual energy within his body. It's so dark, so dark. Eruo is so scared. Senior brother, senior brother. Senior sister, Eruo won't be naughty anymore. Please don't abandon Eruo, okay? Master, the divine palace has been destroyed. Everyone is dead, everyone is dead. Where are you? A piercing scream rang out once more. This time, the voice seemed to echo right beside Jiang Ning's ear, sending a chill down his spine. What the hell is this thing? Startled out of his meditation, Jiang Ning turned to look behind him. The outskirts of the dense forest still allowed some sunlight to penetrate, but in the deeper areas, the lush branches completely blocked the sunlight. The dry branches and leaves on the ground were still damp with rain, reflecting faint rays of sunlight, giving the scene an eerie, foreboding atmosphere. Sigh. Jiang Ning couldn't help but suck in a cold breath, the strange feeling in his heart growing stronger. Who's there? Where are you? Jiang Ning steeled his nerves and took a few steps deeper into the forest. His feet crunched on the dry branches and leaves, producing a crisp sound. Save me, please, save me, I don't want to die, Eruo doesn't want to die. Eruo won't be mischievous anymore. They're demons, demons. The divine palace is their doom. The voice sounded again, and to Jiang Ning's astonishment, this time it seemed to come from both near and far. Unconsciously, Jiang Ning thought of the floating spirits from a movie he had seen in his previous life. Damn it, I'm a cultivator at the body-tempering realm. Am I afraid of you, a ghost? Jiang Ning circulated the spiritual energy within his body, his courage growing. Even a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment realm could be slain by him if there was a ghost, he would simply kill it. In this secret realm, there couldn't possibly be any power surpassing the Golden Core realm. There's nothing to fear then. Anyway, there's no way to break out now. Trouble must be dealt with one by one. Boom. The intense vital energy of a forging body realm cultivator sent nearby withered branches and leaves flying. Jiang Ning was finally shocked to discover. Beneath the withered branches and leaves lay a series of mysterious runes. These runes spread from the depths of the dense forest to the outer regions, as if they had been carved there recently. There was no choice but to venture deeper and investigate further. Such runes appearing here must not be ordinary. Whether we can escape or not may depend on what lies within. Jiang Ning advanced cautiously, using his vital energy to clear away the withered branches and leaves on the ground. Sure enough, the deeper he went, the more mysterious runes appeared on the ground. And that voice was growing closer. Master, Arua won't cause any trouble anymore. Please come back. Arua is so scared here. It's so dark. The divine palace is gone. Aruo has no home. Home. The voice grew from piercingly sharp to confused, then from confused to low and hoarse. In the end, it broke into sobs. Boom! Jiang Ning had reached the end of the dense forest, where there was a cave as tall as a person. The entrance was covered by a huge talisman. The mysterious voice was coming from inside. When Jiang Ning tried to approach, he was forced back by a purple divine thunderbolt. So the purple divine lightning originated from here? Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. Though he didn't recognize the symbols, he could clearly sense their power. These runes were no ordinary symbols. He had a strong premonition that if he forced his way closer, he might be struck to pieces by the divine lightning. How could there be a seal here? What could be sealed inside? Jiang Ning fell into deep thought. Unfortunately, neither the original host's memories nor the knowledge from the academy contained any records of this. Who are you? Are you out there? Can you hear me? Just then, the voice sounded again, and Jiang Ning confirmed it was indeed coming from inside the cave. Who are you? Jiang Ning frowned and asked, wanting to communicate with the creature in the cave to find out the origin of the seal. Who am I? The creature inside the cave seemed confused at first, but soon spoke with determination. I am a Rual. I come from the Purple Shao Divine Palace. Purple Shao Divine Palace? Jiang Ning sucked in a sharp breath. The Purple Shao Divine Palace? That legendary superpower that was destroyed by the Holy Tower for treason. The Purple Shao Divine Palace that could even control the weather in the 9 layers of the world? How could that be? The Purple Shao Divine Palace was destroyed nearly a century ago, wasn't it? It said that no one escaped the siege. How could any living being still exist in the world? The reason we know about this is because the battle between the Purple Shao Divine Palace and the Holy Tower 100 years ago was too brutal. It is said that in the Holy Tower's 9 layers of the world, only the first layer did not participate in the battle, while the remaining 8 layers all joined the fray. Even the sealed demon clan participated in the battle. That battle. It is said that several great beings at the Great Perfection Realm fell in battle. Fortunately, the Holy Tower ultimately emerged victorious and annihilated the Purple Shao Divine Palace. Jiang Ning hadn't considered this possibility before, as a century had passed, and even if any remnants had escaped, they would have been eradicated by the Holy Tower long ago. You claim to come from the Purple Shao Divine Palace. What proof do you have? I don't know. I truly come from the Purple Shao Divine Palace. My master was the Palace Lord of the Purple Shao Divine Palace, and The memories of the creatures in the cave seemed to be incomplete. After mentioning some things, they fell silent once more. I can't remember. I've forgotten so much. Can you let me out? Actually, Jiang Ning had already believed the words of the creatures in the cave. That purple divine thunderbolt alone was enough to prove the identity of the creatures in the cave. However, Jiang Ning looked at the cave entrance shrouded in runes. Can you tell me the truth about that battle back then? It's not that Jiang Ning is being nosy. It's just that the battle back then was truly extraordinary. The Purple Shao Divine Palace was originally a superpower that did not meddle in worldly affairs. The palace housed several great perfection stage ancestors, enough to rival the Holy Tower. Moreover, the rules within the Purple Shao Divine Palace are strict, and its disciples never engage in murder, robbery, or the oppression of the weak. Within the entire Holy Tower, the Purple Shao Divine Palace has always enjoyed a good reputation. Otherwise, during that battle years ago, so many factions would not have come to the aid of the Purple Shao Divine Palace. Jiang Ning couldn't figure it out. How could the Purple Shao Divine Palace be involved in such a treasonous matter? There was no need for that at all. The Holy Tower can never be replaced. It's a truth even a 3-year-old child knows. Therefore, Jiang Ning had always felt that there was something fishy about this matter. That battle? The beings in the cave fell into deep thought. I really forgot. But I seem to recall that the master once said that whoever can break the seal will have the right to know the truth of that battle. Chapter 82, The One Who Bears Destiny. Only by breaking the seal can one know? Jiang Ning pondered. This was a gamble. If what the creatures in the cave said was true, lifting the seal would reveal the truth of that great battle from years past. He didn't mind giving it a try. But if it was just a lie from the creatures in the cave, and lifting the seal released some unimaginable evil, the entire first layer of the world would be dragged down with it. Aru wouldn't lie. The creatures in the cave spoke again. The master had said that only those destined to do so could break the seal. If you are that person, then Aruwa will follow you wherever you go. These are the final words of the master. Mentioning the master, Aruwa's emotions became unstable once more, and her voice grew more piercing. Master, Wu-Wu, senior brother, Aruwa is so scared. It's so dark here. They're all dead. Why? The divine palace has always been at peace with the world. Why stir up war? Hate, I hate it so much, master. The piercing cries caused Jiang Ning to involuntarily take 2 steps back. Please, break the seal. I want to see master and my senior disciples again. Jiang Ning fell into hesitation. Now he was caught between a rock and a hard place. Retreating meant facing pursuing enemies, while advancing meant facing the creatures in this cave. It seemed that no matter which path he chose, it would be a gamble. Huff! Jiang Ning gathered his wits, channeling his spiritual energy to its peak. 5 swords sliced through the air, forming a whirlwind of sword energy behind him. After making all necessary preparations, Jiang Ning finally approached the seal. What should I do? He decided to trust the creatures within the cave. Compared to the guardians and the forces behind them, these creatures didn't seem so terrifying after all. He channeled his spiritual energy, placing his palm on the seal. If you are truly the one destined by fate, you will naturally know the truth of that battle. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and tried to follow through. As Jiang Ning's palm neared the seal, a deafening roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. A dizzying sensation swept over him, and the laws of the universe began to shift. Jiang Ning was horrified to discover that the scenery around him seemed to be constantly retreating. What was this? Before Jiang Ning could react, he found himself standing atop a grand hall. Within the hall stood numerous shadowy beings, emanating an oppressive aura that made it difficult to breathe, resembling deities that could not be looked upon directly. The vital energy of several of these beings surged toward the heavens. Even though Jiang Ning had never seen such powerful beings before, a word sprang to his mind. The Great Perfection Realm. That was the realm where one was just a step away from ascending to immortality. Behind these beings, a stone stele shimmering with purple thunder, towering into the clouds, bore the 4 characters Purple Shao Divine Palace carved into its surface. Is this the Purple Shao Divine Palace? Jiang Ning was stunned. The Purple Shao Divine Palace had been destroyed 100 years ago. Had he somehow returned to a corner of the past? Jiang Ning knew that some beings of unimaginable power could use their great abilities to connect cause and effect. They could send people from the future or the past into the river of time, allowing them to glimpse a corner of the future or the past. Of course, the cost was immense. He never expected to encounter such a situation himself. It seems that the words of the beings in the cave were not false. Jiang Ning made up his mind. The beings in the cave truly originated from the Purple Shao Divine Palace, and most of what they had said earlier was likely true. As Jiang Ning pondered, the creature on the high platform seemed to understand. It opened its mouth and emitted a celestial sound, and the Tao principles flowed along with it. Jiang Ning focused intently and managed to grasp some of the meaning. That creature was actually cursing the Tao of heaven. How dare it speak so disrespectfully of the heavenly Tao? Doesn't it fear the thunderous retribution? The Tao has a spirit, especially the Tao of the Holy Tower world, which is essentially the spirit of a divine artifact. It could even be considered an independent entity. Indeed. As soon as the creature finished speaking, dark clouds of calamity spread across the sky, and countless black lightning bolts flickered within, resembling the end of the world. This is merely a minor heavenly tribulation. Do not dare to act so brazenly in my Purple Shao Divine Palace. The creature spoke again, and purple thunderbolts flickered from its body, condensing into a cloud of calamity. When it comes to manipulating lightning, the Purple Shao Divine Palace is your ancestor. The creature cursed furiously, riding the purple calamity clouds toward the heavens. Boom! Crack! Black and purple thunderbolts flickered, intertwined, and then annihilated each other, seemingly unable to overcome one another. Jiang Ning sucked in a sharp breath. These are the heavenly calamity clouds. This creature could match the heavenly tribulation clouds blow for blow. It must no longer be an ordinary Great Perfection Realm cultivator. In fact, one foot had already stepped onto the path to immortality. However, suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. From within the calamity cloud, a vague human figure emerged. With a casual wave of its hand, the purple lightning dissipated instantly. The beings on the purple thunderclouds were flung back, their bodies shattered and their vital energy weakened. How could there be living beings on the heavenly calamity clouds? Jiang Ning stared wide-eyed. It was indeed a human figure. How dare you harm someone from my divine palace? Another being descended from the high platform, striking the calamity cloud with a fist. Under the force of the punch, the surrounding space shattered, as if the power of reincarnation was overflowing. Jiang Ning held his breath. Such a battle between two great beings was indeed rare. If he could gain any insight from this, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Boom! The figure atop the calamity clouds also swung a fist, unleashing countless black thunderbolts that transformed into roaring thunder dragons. How powerful! Jiang Ning's eyelids twitched violently. Even though he was in the river of time and space and had not personally participated in this battle, he was still overwhelmed by the might of the two great beings, unable to breathe. Is this the battle that led to the downfall of the Purple Shao Divine Palace? If so, what is the truth behind it all? Jiang Ning had only witnessed a few powerful beings battling the calamity clouds and was unaware of the deeper implications. Could it be related to the figure within the calamity clouds? Jiang Ning dared not speculate recklessly. The Tao of Heaven is sentient. If one were to speculate carelessly and disturb the Tao of Heaven, it would be a disaster for him in his current state. Jiang Ning wanted to see the outcome of this battle, but the scene before his eyes changed once again. The river of time and space had been disrupted, and Jiang Ning once again stepped forward, finding himself in a different scene. It was still the Purple Shao Divine Palace. But this time, there was no apocalyptic calamity that destroyed everything, only a serene and peaceful scene, resembling a heavenly paradise on earth. The same platform suspended in the air, holding a powerful being, remained. Jiang Ning could see their faces clearly and felt a sense of horror. There were 4 beings on the platform, 2 of whom were human cultivators. The other 2. One was shrouded in purple thunder, and Jiang Ning could not see its full form, but he could sense the surging primordial energy. Could this be a primordial being? Jiang Ning was filled with awe. Innate beings are creatures born from the primordial void, extremely powerful, and possess the cultivation level of the golden core realm from birth. However, this race is extremely rare. In the past, they had once allied with the human and demon races to fight against the extraterrestrial races. However, after the human and demon clans retreated to the Holy Tower world, this clan of primordial beings also vanished into the void, leaving no trace. Who would have thought that there were still traces of primordial beings in the Holy Tower world? Jiang Ning's shock was far from over. When he saw the last being, Jiang Ning couldn't help but jump up. Chapter 83. Hello, my name is Arrow. That last being was also shrouded in purple lightning, but its form was not concealed. A Qilin? Could it be a Qilin? Jiang Ning's breathing grew rapid. It was a purple Shao Qilin, the ruler of thunder, lying on a high platform, snoring loudly. With every breath, it swallowed and expelled purple thunderbolts. This was a great demon. The Qilin is a branch of the demon emperor clan. It is said that the ancestors of the Qilin were beings of the same rank as the ancient sages of the human race. Jiang Ning never expected this. In this era when the demon clan was not prominent, he could still catch a glimpse of a Qilin. Is this the true depth of the Purple Shao Divine Palace? No wonder they dare to claim to be on par with the Holy Tower. Jiang Ning suddenly understood. Setting aside the Qilin and those innate divine beings, even those 2 human cultivators felt to Jiang Ning that they were just a step away from ascending to immortality. Even if the Holy Tower has reclusive immortals who never show themselves, they wouldn't dare act rashly, would they? Wait, what's that? Just as Jiang Ning was marveling, he was startled to discover that on the back of the Purple Shao Qilin, there seemed to be a small, wriggling flesh-colored lump. What is that thing? Jiang Ning focused intently, and upon seeing clearly, was once again stunned to the point of numbness. It was a young Qilin, joyfully playing on the back of the Purple Shao Qilin. It leaped high into the air before landing on a cloud of auspicious mist. Whoosh! Could it be the Black Jade Qilin? The Black Jade Qilin, the ruler of the Qilin lineage, with blood so pure it approached that of its ancestors. Ha! Master, there's a little figure over there. As if sensing something, the little Qilin stopped playing and extended a tiny paw, pointing in Jiang Ning's direction. Jiang Ning's hair stood on end. He clearly felt the gaze of the Purple Shao Qilin and that innate spirit turning toward him. Silly child, there's clearly no one there. The Purple Shao Qilin spoke in a deep, resonant voice, extending a paw to stroke the young Qilin's head. Master, there really is a little person there. The little Qilin rode the auspicious clouds and jumped down from the high platform. He seemed to come from the future and did not belong to our realm. Upon hearing this, Zishao Qilin's eyes widened and his expression grew serious. Are you serious? Master, it's true. At that moment, the primordial being beside him also spoke up. This child can sense certain things intuitively. It seems the time has come. Fellow Taoist, we haven't escaped after all. The other 2 human cultivators also looked over, as if they wanted to say something. But just then, the scene before Jiang Ning's eyes changed once again. Everything around him was moving at an incredible speed. Someone had once again disrupted the flow of time and space, transporting him to a corner of the future. This time, it seemed to be after the battle. The Purple Shao Divine Palace no longer bore the traces of its former grandeur, with ruins and rubble scattered everywhere. On the palace square, bodies lay scattered in every direction. These were all disciples of the palace, now dead in battle. Jiang Ning frowned as he walked through the bodies, making his way to the high platform he had seen twice before. There, a sword-wielding cultivator, covered in blood, looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with resentment and an overwhelming desire to fight. Jiang Ning recognized him. This was one of the two great human cultivators who had been just a step away from ascending to immortality, but had now fallen in battle. Yet his battle intent remained undiminished. Following the direction the human cultivator was looking, a fierce battle was still raging there. The thunderbolts enveloping the body of the innate being had been dispersed, revealing its true form. It was a stone. The one and only primordial thunderstone in the entire universe. However, at this moment, this unique being in the heavens and earth was being held in the hand of a blurry human figure, emitting agonizing cries. For some unknown reason, Jiang Ning felt an inexplicable pang of pain in his heart, wanting to cry out in frustration. He instinctively searched for the figures of the purple Shao Qilin and the black Jade Qilin. But what broke Jiang Ning's heart had already happened. The adorable Mou Qilin was lying on the ground, covered in blood. Its eyes betrayed a fear that was heartbreaking to behold. And the purple Shao Qilin lay nearby, its eyes brimming with tears as it looked at the young Qilin. Fellow cultivator, our path is cut off. We can't escape. The holy tower is no longer the holy tower of old. No one knew whether the purple Shao Qilin was speaking to itself or addressing Jiang Ning. If possible, please help us restore this broken path in the future. This child holds the key to the secrets of the Demon Emperor's clan. In the future, I will trouble you to take care of him. The words fell. The purple Shao Qilin struggled to his feet with his last ounce of strength. The truth of the world rests on your shoulders. In an instant, thunder flashed. A small Qilin's illusory form emerged from within the purple Shao Qilin's body. The little Qilin blinked its large eyes, curiously examining Jiang Ning. Master, this is the person I saw that day. Hello, my name is Arual. What's your name? Arual? Jiang Ning was struck as if by lightning, unable to stop himself from taking several steps back. He remembered. The creature in the cave was named Arual. Could it be? The creature in the cave is this little Qilin before us? But why is it in the cave? Or was it sealed there? There were too many unknowns for Jiang Ning to comprehend. As if to answer Jiang Ning's questions, the scene before him changed once more. This time, Jiang Ning found himself in a dungeon where the illusory form of the little Qilin was imprisoned within some sort of magical artifact. Countless tentacles pierced into the little Qilin's body, constantly absorbing its life force. The little Qilin's expression was filled with pain, and its body grew increasingly dim. Jiang Ning couldn't bear to watch, but he was powerless to act. It's you! The dying little Qilin once again sensed Jiang Ning's presence. Last time, you didn't tell me your name. Hello, my name is Aruo. What's yours? Seeing the little Qilin's breath growing weaker, Jiang Ning felt a deep sorrow welling up inside him. My name is Jiang Ning, Jiang from the river, and Ning from tranquility. Jiang Ning? The little Qilin perked up a bit and muttered Jiang Ning's name. Aru is so miserable, Aru is so scared. Jiang Ning, can you please help me? Aru misses my master and senior disciples. Jiang Ning clenched his teeth. He was powerless. He was just a bystander, unable to change any predetermined outcome. Moreover, since the future Aruo had appeared in the secret realm, there must be more changes to come, right? Just as Jiang Ning was deep in thought, a loud rumbling sound suddenly echoed from outside the dungeon. Immediately afterward, the ceiling of the dungeon was torn open by a tremendous force. Jiang Ning saw a fox shimmering with 7 colored lights standing proudly in the sky, its crimson eyes filled with murderous intent. Is that the 9-tailed divine fox? Another great demon. Jiang Ning knew that things weren't that simple. How dare you defy the pact signed by the ancestors of our two clans? Don't blame me for showing no mercy. What followed was nothing more than a one-sided slaughter by the 9-tailed divine fox. Jiang Ning watched it all unfold with numb indifference. He could do nothing to change it. When Jiang Ning came to his senses again, he had already returned to the time before the seal was broken. Chapter 84, The Gate to the Outside World. At that moment, the mysterious runes from before the seal had also changed, transforming into tentacles that spread into the cave. The tentacles emitted a faint golden glow, constantly writhing. I remember now, you're Jiang Ning, the Jiang from river and the Ning from peaceful. Aruo's voice echoed again from within the cave, this time sounding much more lucid. It's me. Jiang Ning tried to see clearly inside the cave, but it seemed like a void, with no light able to exist there. They've set up a barrier, isolating the inside from the outside world. Unless the seal is broken, no one can enter. Aru sighed. Can you help me? Jiang Ning took a deep breath, recalling the last scene he had seen. Weren't you saved by a powerful being from the 9-tailed fox clan? Why are you here? The 9-tailed fox clan belongs to the Demon Emperor clan, so Jiang Ning assumed that the 9-tailed fox that had caused chaos at the Holy Tower had come to save Aruo. But Aruo merely smiled coldly. The 9-tailed fox? Just like that shameless Holy Tower, they're all here for my primordial power. What do you mean? Jiang Ning pressed further. He had witnessed the battle, but he didn't know the cause. My master said I am a rare black jade Qilin of the Qilin clan, with bloodlines nearly identical to our ancestors. Aruo said. Jiang Ning nodded. He had heard this from the purple Shao Qilin in the river of time and space. The Holy Tower is experiencing some issues. The gate leading to the outside world may soon open. Aru spoke again, dropping a bombshell that even Jiang Ning was momentarily at a loss. The Holy Tower is a sealed magical artifact world, a utopia crafted by an supreme being. It was the last refuge for the human and demon races after their defeat. Now, the gate leading to the outside world is about to open? Could it be that a great era is about to dawn? How did you find out? Jiang Ning pressed further. The news was too shocking, and he needed more information to confirm it. My master said so. Arua fell silent for a moment, as if recalling that distant past. Back then, a high-ranking member of the Holy Tower approached my master, seeking to use some of his primordial energy to reinforce the seal of the Holy Tower, but my master refused. Jiang Ning was even more confused. Why refuse? If that door were to open, it would be an irreversible disaster for all living beings within the Holy Tower. The tribes from beyond the domain would likely have already conquered the 9 heavens and 10 earths outside. That was a world with resources thousands of times richer than the Holy Tower. With such resources as their foundation, the power of the foreign tribes is no longer something the human and demon races can compare to. Why did the master refuse? Aru repeated the words, then fell into deep thought. My head hurts so much. I can't remember anything. Where am I? It's so dark here. Senior brother, save me. Arua will never be mischievous again. Arua once again fell into confusion, her voice filled with terror and despair. Jiang Ning sighed. The communication was cut off at a critical moment. Should we break the seal? Jiang Ning hesitated for a moment before deciding to wait and see. After a while, Arua finally regained consciousness, sighed, and continued the previous conversation. My primordial energy has been almost completely drained, and I often find myself lost in confusion now. I remember what my master once said. What did he say? Jiang Ning hurriedly asked, as this might be the most crucial information. Sooner or later, we will have to fight. Rather than continuing to waste our energy here, we should take advantage of the opening of that door and fight our way out, clearing the way for both the human and demon clans. To carve out a bright future for the human and demon clans? Jiang Ning murmured the words again, as if he could see the towering purple Qilin once more, standing tall and proud under the heavenly tribulation, looking down on everything with disdain. But the Holy Tower believes that now is not the time for the final showdown, so they want to reinforce the seal? Jiang Ning asked, voicing his suspicion. Yes, but also no. Arua shook her head. Back then, I often followed my master, sleeping on his back, and these were all things I overheard by accident. I know no more than that. Later, the Holy Tower discovered my existence and felt that my primordial power was more suitable for reinforcing the seal, which is why that battle took place. Jiang Ning suddenly understood. The fall of the Purple Shao Divine Palace was indeed not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The Holy Tower is the official governing body. Naturally, they needed some pretext to wage war. Then, what about the 9-tailed Divine Fox? Jiang Ning asked again, as most of his doubts had been resolved. She came from the demon clan and seemed to be a great demon who had lived for countless ages. A demon who had lived for countless ages? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. How do you know that? She seemed very familiar with the ancient battle. She was regretting something, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep and missed that battle. Jiang Ning shook his head. Impossible. How many years have passed since that ancient battle? It's impossible for such an existence to still be alive in this world. Moreover, Jiang Ning had also seen that great demon in the river of time and space. At most, it was at the Great Perfection realm. There's no way it could have survived for so many years. I don't know either. The voice of Arrow in the cave sounded confused, but I could sense that she had truly survived countless ages. Perhaps some reason caused her to fall to her current state. Jiang Ning pondered for a moment before sighing dejectedly. It's not impossible. Some great beings, after suffering injuries to their primordial essence, may fall in cultivation. If this is true, it means that within this Holy Tower world, there still exists a great demon from the ancient past. She could return to her former realm at any moment and destroy an entire world with a single flick of her fingers? This is serious. This is no longer something Jiang Ning can meddle in. I don't know either. Arua said, with the Holy Tower incomplete, it is impossible for any beings above the immortal realm to be born. That makes sense. That's why she was draining my primordial energy to break the seal early. She seems to be in a hurry. Jiang Ning sighed. The Holy Tower authorities want to reinforce the seal, yet the demon clan now seeks to break it prematurely. If that's the case, then a battle between the two sides is inevitable. Perhaps the demon clan has been planning this for a long time, otherwise, they wouldn't have remained hidden for so many years. Perhaps they are biding their time, gathering more strength to confront the 9 heavens and 10 earths outside, whose situation they know nothing about. Jiang Ning had a gut feeling that the day might not be far off. In such a time of great upheaval, danger lurks everywhere, but opportunities also abound. If we can seize the opportunity, we might soar to new heights. I have already gained a general understanding of the situation. Now, I will break the seal. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and decided to break the seal. Arua had been drained of nearly a century of life force and was likely already weak beyond belief. Jiang Ning wanted to know if the system's ability to turn waste into treasure would work on Arua, a legendary being. If it does, it would mean gaining an additional ally capable of determining combat strength. If it didn't, there wouldn't be much loss. Chapter 85, Wood Carving. Click. Jiang Ning simply placed his palm on the seal, and it rippled like light and shadow. With another crack, it shattered, revealing a pitch-black opening. As the seal was broken, sunlight poured in, illuminating the hole. Jiang Ning finally got a clear look at Arua's appearance. It was indeed the black jade Shilin he had seen before, but it had long since lost its physical form, now existing only as a spirit, and seemed to have grown significantly. Thank you, Jiang Ning. My primordial energy is nearly depleted. May I borrow your body to nourish myself? Rest assured, it will not harm you. This was exactly what Jiang Ning had been waiting to hear. However, he didn't rush to agree. Instead, he summoned the system. As expected. The moment the system appeared, a mechanical sound echoed in Jiang Ning's mind. Ding, the system has detected a suitable living being. Black Jade Shilin. The host will unlock the Spirit Beast function. Spirit Beast function, similar to turning trash into treasure, the host can use items related to the Spirit Beast to exchange for the corresponding Spirit Beast. The exchange ratio will vary depending on the situation. Jade Shilin, one of the bloodlines closest to the Demon Emperor's ancestors among the Shilin clan of the Demon Emperor's lineage, unmatched in combat power, dominating an era. The current individual is an incomplete Black Jade Shilin. The exchange ratio is 1-to-1. Do you wish to exchange? If you choose to exchange, the host will obtain one complete Black Jade Shilin Spirit Beast. Full version? Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. A purple Shao Shilin can already challenge the heavenly Tao of the Holy Tower. If it's the complete version of the Black Jade Shilin, once it grows up, even immortals might be powerless against it. Wait a moment. Jiang Ning looked at Arua. Using my body to nurture it is acceptable, but you must not resist. Aru nodded. I trust you. Alright. After obtaining Arua's consent, Jiang Ning addressed the system again. Exchange. Ding, the system is now collecting the Spirit Beast's individual essence. Please wait, host. In an instant, Arua felt a warm glow envelop his body, making him feel drowsy. Aru instinctively wanted to resist. But he recalled his encounters with Jiang Ning and his master's final words. Arua relented and ceased his resistance. Ding, collection successful. System detecting. Detected original wound on the current Spirit Beast. System attempting to repair. Repair estimated to take 48 hours. Once repair is complete, the host will obtain a Black Jade Shilin. 4 days? Jiang Ning took a deep breath. It wouldn't take too long. At that moment, Arua, who had entered Jiang Ning's body, was left in a state of shock. My original Dao wound is actually being healed? What kind of person is Jiang Ning? Could it be that he is truly the one destined to bear the weight of fate, as my master once mentioned? After the initial shock, Arua fell into deep thought. Moments later, she spoke. Jiang Ning, those people outside are from the Holy Tower. Their techniques are strange. They don't seem like something human cultivators could master. I should have intervened to help you, but while repairing your original Dao wound, I would have been unable to control my sleep. Then I shall bestow upon you a drop of my master's essence blood. If you can refine it, you will master the Purple Shao Divine Thunder technique and surely turn danger into safety. As he finished speaking, Jiang Ning saw a faint glow emanating from Arua's forehead. Then, a drop of essence blood emanating with astonishing vital energy appeared and merged into Jiang Ning's body. The essence blood of the Purple Shao Qilin? Jiang Ning was overjoyed. Although the Purple Shao Qilin couldn't compare to the Black Jade Qilin, it was still an unparalleled existence just one step away from ascending to immortality. If he could refine even a tenth of this essence blood, what would those outside be able to do? Jiang Ning crossed his legs and sat down, circulating the cultivation techniques within his body. 2 spiritual roots of gold and black emerged from his body, transforming into 2 divine dragon illusions, one gold and one black, that continuously swirled around Jiang Ning. Roar! Crack! Countless tiny purple thunderbolts erupted from Jiang Ning's body, only to vanish instantly. At that moment, Jiang Ning seemed to be the ruler of thunder and lightning. What immense power! Jiang Ning murmured softly. The essence blood of the Black Jade Qilin, though it had absorbed less than 1%. However, Jiang Ning felt that his physical form had undergone a complete transformation. The body forging realm requires the cultivation of physical strength to prepare for the future foundation establishment stage. The physique serves as a vessel for cultivators, eventually housing the golden core and the nascent soul. Therefore, the better the physique is forged during the body tempering realm, the smoother the cultivator's path will be in the future. Some geniuses deliberately slow down their advancement during the body forging realm to refine their physical constitution to its peak. Jiang Ning had originally planned to do the same. However, the essence blood of the Purple Shao Qilin forged Jiang Ning's physique to an unprecedented level. Jiang Ning had never felt this powerful before. He was confident that if he were to encounter the commander of Wanshan City, he could kill him with his physical strength alone. What surprised Jiang Ning even more was that single drop of the purple Shao Qilan's essence blood had only been absorbed by Jiang Ning to 1% of its full potential. If he were to absorb it all, what kind of situation would that be? However, given Jiang Ning's current cultivation level and strength, absorbing 1% was already his limit. It was time to settle the score. Jiang Ning stood up, his body flickering with electric arcs, resembling a thunder god descending from the heavens. At the same time, outside the dense forest, several guardians finally arrived with reinforcements. It was a wooden statue placed on an altar and carried on a litter. The bearers were all cultivators at the Foundation Establishment realm. Although the carving was blurred, the aura emanating from its body filled the guardians with fear. "Greetings, Lord Kalu." The guardians hurriedly greeted him with respect. The wooden statue slowly opened its eyes and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Is there really a remnant of the Purple Shao Divine Palace inside?" One of the guardians hurriedly replied, "Lord, they are indeed remnants of the Purple Shao Divine Palace. Only they could wield such powerful thunder." The wooden carving slowly drifted down from the altar and hovered outside the dense forest. "Indeed, it is the aura of the Purple Shao Divine Thunder. I can sense it." The wooden carving's eyes burst forth with a beam of light, enveloping the entire dense forest. "Back then, the nine-tailed divine fox rescued the traitor, nearly destroying our sacred tower's 1,000-year plan. Today is the day of reckoning. That great demon went to the 9th Central Realm a few days ago. He must not be here. I will capture the remnants and return shortly." After speaking, the wooden carving flew into the dense forest. However, before it had gone far into the forest, a figure darted toward it. Bang! Jiang Ning was sprinting toward the edge of the forest when suddenly a wooden statue blocked his path. Jiang Ning instinctively swung a punch, intending to shatter the wooden carving. But to Jiang Ning's surprise, the wooden statue actually caught the punch with its hand and even wore a mocking expression on its face. "Is that all? A mere insect, and you've been bothering it for so long. Useless thing." Chapter 86, The Incense Burning Path. Jiang Ning was startled. With his current strength, even a cultivator at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm couldn't block this punch. But this strange wooden carving not only blocked it but also caused the sound of bones cracking in his fingers, breaking several of them. Sigh. Jiang Ning sucked in a cold breath and instinctively retreated rapidly. After creating some distance from the wooden carving, Jiang Ning frowned and examined it closely. "Kalo?" Jiang Ning was startled. He had seen this wooden sculpture in his school textbooks. It was one of the 4 guardians of the Holy Tower, said to possess the combat power of the Great Vehicle Realm. However, the wooden sculpture before him was clearly not the true form of Kalu. Otherwise, he would have been killed instantly during their brief encounter. The textbook also mentioned some other things. The Holy Tower world was isolated from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, with the path to immortality severed. Even if someone were to embark on the path to immortality and achieve enlightenment against all odds, they would not be considered a true immortal. Therefore, to restore the path to immortality, a powerful figure from the Holy Tower proposed the method of achieving divinity through incense offerings. This involves creating statues of certain high-ranking members of the Holy Tower, building temples for them, and offering incense and prayers from the mortal realm to absorb the devotees' wishes. This practice is known as the incense and prayer path. Once the devout wishes reach a certain level, they might even be able to embark on the path to immortality. If this method succeeds, the celestial realm would no longer be an unattainable realm, and mass production of immortals would become a reality. This being, Jalo, is one of the beneficiaries of the incense and offering path. His true form already possesses combat power rivaling that of the Great Perfection realm. One more step forward, and he would become the first immortal of the incense cult. Alas, this step seems to have never come to pass. You dare to recognize my true form? Surrender immediately. I refuse to lower myself to fight a junior. This is trouble. Jiang Ning never expected that the reinforcements from the other side were the Garuda of the incense path. Though not the true form, even a single avatar is more than enough to pose a serious threat. Even if I use all my trump cards, I might not be able to defeat him. What should I do? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows in deep thought. At this moment, it seemed like there was truly no solution. A mere pseudo-god wasn't worth worrying about. Inside his body, Arua also saw the predicament Jiang Ning was facing and spoke up to remind him. Master's Qilin blood suppresses all evil in the world and is the bane of these incense-burning cultists. You can use the remaining Qilin blood to summon your master's lingering soul drifting in the world to aid you. What? Use the remaining Qilin blood? Thinking of the benefits of the Qilin's blood, Jiang Ning felt reluctant. But when he thought about the possibility of losing his own life, Jiang Ning had no choice but to comply. Following Arua's instructions, Jiang Ning released all the Qilin blood within his body. Meanwhile, Arua within his body was also performing a secret technique of the Qilin clan, attempting to summon the lingering soul of the Zishao Qilin drifting between heaven and earth. No! Stop him! Jialu sensed something was wrong and hurriedly shouted a warning, but it was too late. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the heavens, and specks of starlight began to gather before Jiang Ning. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic Qilin apparition, shrouded in purple thunder, appeared before Jiang Ning. It's the master! Inside, Aru exclaimed in delight, never expecting that after 100 years, the remnant soul of his master still lingered in the world. Jiang Ning was also overjoyed. He never thought he would see that majestic purple Shao Qilin again. Who is calling my remnant soul? The purple Shao Qilin still bore the same arrogant expression, though it was only a remnant soul, it did not lose any of its former glory. Master, it's Aruo. At that moment, Aruo also emerged from Jiang Ning's body. Although the system was repairing Aruo's injuries, as a spirit beast, she could still move freely. Aruo! A hint of tenderness flashed in the purple Shao Qilin's eyes before it turned to look at Jiang Ning beside him. Not bad. Such talent, if placed in that era, would certainly be considered among the top tier of prodigies. The purple Shao Qilin has survived countless ages and witnessed numerous great eras. The geniuses it has witnessed are too numerous to count. Jiang Ning never expected that, with his current abilities, he could only be considered part of the first tier? Rather than surpassing the extraordinary geniuses who had already transcended the first tier? But upon reflection, it made sense. He still had plenty of room for improvement. For instance, the cultivation techniques for his second spiritual root and his physical constitution both have room for improvement. I don't have much time left in this world, so I won't dwell on the past. Dealing with these insects before me is the priority. The purple Shao Qilin looked at the wooden carving not far ahead and revealed a mocking expression. The path of incense and offerings? Jellu, I never thought you would end up on this path. Upon seeing the purple Shao Qilin, Jellu knew that today's matter would not be easily resolved. He could only sigh dejectedly and say, Zhixiao, since you are already dead, why linger in this world? Back then, we were able to defeat you in battle. Today, we can do the same. Ha! Zhixiao Qilin laughed derisively upon hearing this. If your true form were here, I might hesitate, but alas, you are but a mere fragment. My true form could destroy you with a single wave of my hand. If it weren't for my desire to investigate the current state of the world, I would have already acted. The words had been spoken. The purple Shao Qilin wasted no time, opening its mouth to spew a purple lightning bolt toward the wooden carving of Jello. Boom! The first strike. The wooden carving cracked, but did not shatter. Ha! The purple Shao Qilin paused for a moment, then spoke in a deep voice, I didn't expect you to have nearly mastered this path. Not bad. Jello spoke with a touch of arrogance, we will clear this path and reopen a new path of cultivation for the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Becoming an immortal is no longer a distant dream. Zhixiao Qilin's eyes grew unusually solemn. He turned to look at Jiang Ning. Young man, no matter how arduous your path to cultivation may be, remember this, under no circumstances must you step foot on the path of incense and offerings. Do not ruin your future. While becoming an immortal may be tempting, it is nothing more than a dead end. Jiang Ning heard this and immediately understood, but he was also deeply shocked. Elder, are you saying that the incense and fire path can truly lead to immortality? Zhixiao Qilin nodded. That guy Kaluna is just one step away. Perhaps, among those old fellows, someone has already succeeded. Zhixiao Qilin sighed and looked up at the sky. The holy tower had already given birth to an immortal-level existence. This was not a good sign. Great chaos is approaching. Young man, you must protect Aruo. He is the hope of our clan. Jiang Ning's lips twitched. Although Aruo was still a young black jade Qilin, his strength was likely far beyond Jiang Ning's. Nevertheless, Jiang Ning agreed. Alright, since that's the case, I'll handle this trouble for you. As he spoke, the purple Shao Qilin raised one of its Qilin arms, which instantly grew several times larger, and smashed it fiercely toward the wooden carving. With a thunderous crash, the wooden carving extended its hands to resist, but was directly smashed into the ground by the purple Shao Qilin. Dust flew everywhere. Chapter 87, The Arrival of Kalu. Have they won? Jiang Ning looked toward the battlefield, which was now shrouded in dust, making it impossible to discern anything. No, the pseudo-immortal isn't dead. Inside his body, Aruo exclaimed in shock, how is that possible? Even if the master is only a remnant soul, this technique isn't something a single clone of the fake immortal could withstand. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning looked toward the battlefield once more. At that moment, the dust was blown away by a gust of wind, finally revealing the scene beneath. A massive crater, dozens of meters in diameter and deep, suddenly appeared at the center of the battlefield. Inside the crater, the wooden carving, though shattered, had managed to withstand the attack of the purple Shao Qilin. 100 years have passed, and you haven't made a single step forward. Alas, I am no longer the same as before. The purple Shao Qilin's expression grew solemn. It was merely a remnant of a soul, capable of exerting only limited combat power. Moreover, given the current situation, even at its peak, it might not be able to defeat the true form of Jello. Back in the day, even if the 4 great guardians joined forces, they would only end up being crushed under its feet. Ah! The purple Shao Qilin sighed. I have nothing left to cherish in this world. Since that is the case, I shall take someone with me. As the words fell, a dazzling white light erupted from within the purple Shao Qilan. Countless white light particles drifted down from the heavens and earth, merging into the purple Shao Qilan's body. At that moment, the purple Shao Qilan's body felt solid. It seemed as though a true Qilan stood proudly in the world. Master! Within Jiang Ning's body, Arua cried out in shock, Master, don't! Master! Zixiao seemed to ignore her, continuing to absorb the white light particles between heaven and earth. What's going on? Jiang Ning asked in confusion. The heaven and earth annihilation technique, sacrificing one's own reincarnation to restore peak combat power for a quarter of an hour. This is one of the innate divine abilities of the Qilan lineage. It is only used as a last resort. What? Such an otherworldly ability? This purple Shao Qilan has been in this state for 100 years, now only a single thread of its soul remains. Yet it can restore its peak combat power for a mere 15 minutes using this technique? Do not underestimate the value of those 15 minutes. For such a top-tier powerhouse, a single breath is enough to engage in countless battles. A quarter of an hour. It could even destroy an entire realm. You're mad. Within the massive crater, the voice of the wooden carving of Kalaka carried a hint of emotion. He was afraid. For the sake of a junior, giving up the opportunity to reincarnate, is it worth it? Stop immediately. Who knows, perhaps in 10,000 years, you may still be reborn into this world. Kala was truly afraid. Once the purple Shao Qilan regains its peak combat power, his true form will also be affected. The holy tower was now empty, and none of the guardians were present in this world. Facing the purple Shao Qilan alone, especially in a desperate battle, he had no confidence at all. Damn it! I told you to stop. Alas! The purple Shao Qilan completely ignored Jello and continued to absorb the white light points between heaven and earth. At the same time, the ninth layer of the holy tower, in a mysterious region. In a temple filled with incense and the sound of Buddhist chants, the statue of Kulpa suddenly exploded, revealing the figure hidden within. It was a middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, standing tall and imposing. It was none other than the true form of Kalu, who had already taken his first step on the path to immortality. However, at this moment, Kalu's face was filled with fear. Damn it, since you're willing to fight to the death, I'll see it through to the end. Kalu snorted coldly, waved his hand to create a spatial fissure, and then took a step forward. Boom! In the secret realm battlefield, the once clear sky suddenly erupted into a storm of thunder and rain. Howling winds tore through the battlefield, uprooting trees in their path. Countless illusory figures appeared in the sky, each a vivid scene. Some beings were kneeling before a statue in reverent worship, while others were wailing in a sea of blood, resembling a scene from hell. In every single one of these scenes, a towering figure appeared without exception. Kalo? Jiang Ning sucked in a sharp breath. This was the divine sign of an immortal descending. Could it be that the true form of Kalo had descended? As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Ning saw a crack tear open in the distant sky. A majestic figure then stepped out of the crack. For a moment, the heavens and earth were bathed in golden light, and sacred chants filled the air. Kalo stood atop a cloud of auspicious mist, his expression serene and benevolent. At that moment, all living beings within the secret realm turned their gaze toward that direction. Many cultivators could not help but prostrate themselves in worship. It's a immortal. How could an immortal descend to the mortal realm? The pressure is so overwhelming I can't help but want to kneel. There are no immortals in this world, so how could an immortal have descended? That figure seems to be the guardian of the holy tower, Kalu. What? The guardian of the golden phoenix has already attained the realm of immortality? But why has he descended here? Could there be some hidden matter? Although Wanshan City is some distance from the battlefield, but the cultivators here are still being crushed by the pressure of the Garuda guardian, unable to stand up, and have all knelt on the ground. Among the crowd, Lu Han's expression grew solemn. The arrival of Jialo, an existence nearly at the level of an immortal, is definitely no simple matter. Thinking of Jiang Ning, who had yet to return, a sense of unease rose in Lu Han's heart. Master Jiang Ning, please don't let it be because of you. Even with 2 Saint-tier experts escorting him, Jiang Ning would have no chance against a being like Jialo, who was nearly an immortal. This was one of the pinnacles of the Holy Tower's combat power. At the center of the battlefield, Jiang Ning, protected by the purple Shao Qilan, did not feel the pressure from Kalu. At this moment, Jialo had already descended, gazing at the purple Shao Qilan from across the void. The space between them could no longer withstand the pressure from both sides, shattering into pieces before healing again, forming countless spatial fissures. Zixiao, it's been 100 years. Back then, you let that remnant escape. Today, that won't happen again. The purple Shao Qilan sneered disdainfully. You are but ants. You were nothing but trash that I crushed under my feet back then, and now you dare to enter the realm of pseudo-immortals through the power of incense and offerings. Even if I am only a remnant of my former self, I will still crush you. Mentioning the past, Jialu's face flashed with anger. Back then, during the battle that destroyed the purple Shao Divine Palace, they were full of ambition. They were the peerless geniuses selected from the ninth layer of the world by the Holy Tower, far surpassing their peers. In their daily battles against peers of the same realm, they could crush them with a single hand. But then they encountered the abnormal purple Xiaoqilan. Even the four great guardians attacked together, only to be pinned to the ground and beaten mercilessly by the opponent. Even at the same cultivation level, the four of them were beaten to a pulp, their cultivation bases nearly shattered. That was a chapter of history best left forgotten. Now, all four of them have ascended to immortality, enjoying the worship of countless beings. They naturally forbid anyone from mentioning that shameful past. You're asking for death. Kala's anger burned fiercely. Golden light and mysterious runes surged from his body, beamed into a golden lotus flower in the sky. Zixiao, I have already ascended to immortality. Today, I shall show you what it means for immortals and mortals to be of different realms. Chapter 88, The Battle of Ascension. You dare to call yourself an immortal? Zixiao Qilin remained unconcerned. Even if a true immortal were to descend, what of it? The Qilin lineage has always possessed the ability to defy the heavens and slay immortals. Now you come with the intent to die together. Don't even mention a fake immortal who attained immortality through incense offerings. Even a true immortal would be slaughtered. Then let's see who's the real deal. Jialo moved, clasping his hands in a seal, as golden light flickered above his head. A white gas erupted from his mouth. The gas transformed into a divine sword, which Garuda grasped in his hand. Divine technique, soul-severing strike. Zixiao Qilin was nothing more than a fragment of a soul, and Jialo targeted him with a specific spell. Roar! Thunder flashed across the body of the purple Xiaoqilan, and purple divine lightning descended from the heavens, striking directly at Galo's true form. Yet the purple Xiaoqilan did not dodge or evade the attack. Crack! The divine thunder struck down, but was blocked by the golden light shielding the Garuda, causing no harm. However, the golden light shielding Garuda had already begun to crack. When the soul-slicing strike struck the purple Xiaoqilan, its body grew slightly dimmer. But soon, white light points once again surged between heaven and earth, merging into the purple Xiaoqilan's body. The dim figure solidified once more, and Garuda's attack had no effect. What are those white light points? Jiang Ning, who was watching the battle from afar, asked in confusion. The primal energy of the heavens and earth. Inside his body, Aru sighed and said, one of the innate secret techniques of the Qilin lineage is the ability to borrow the primal energy of the heavens and earth. Although the Holy Tower is a world of magical artifacts, the peerless great being who forged it had some connection to our clan's ancient ancestor. The heavenly Tao's primal essence within the Holy Tower contains the primal essence of our clan. Jiang Ning suddenly understood and learned another secret. Can Senior Zixiao win? The outcome of their battle determined whether he could survive and leave today. Zixiao Qilin is after all just a fragment of a soul, summoned by a single drop of Qilin essence blood from his body. Even if he temporarily reaches his peak state using a secret technique, there is still a time limit. If he couldn't win, he'd have to make plans early. Master will surely win. Arua, however, was filled with confidence. Even as a fragment of a soul, his master could still reign supreme in this realm. Jiang Ning finally felt a little reassured and continued to focus intently on the battlefield. At that moment, the purple Xiaoqilan and the Kalo had already exchanged several blows. The golden light shielding Garuda was now as thin as a cicada's wing. Another hit would shatter it completely. But the purple Xiaoqilan wasn't faring much better. The primal energy of the heavens and earth seemed to be restrained by some force, growing increasingly scarce. The body of the purple Xiaoqilan grew increasingly dim, on the verge of dissipating at any moment. Zixiao, you forced my hand. Jialu watched the protective golden light about to shatter, his eyes so dark they could have dripped water. This protective golden light waste from countless units of faith energy he had spent. It was also the key to his path to immortality. If it were destroyed, he would never survive the heavenly tribulation when he ascended to immortality. Moreover, his cultivation realm would be affected. Without the protective golden light, he wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the purple Xiao divine thunder for more than a few hits. By this point, Jialo once again felt the fear he had experienced when he was controlled by the purple Xiaoqilan. He was puzzled. He was one of the most outstanding geniuses of his generation among the human race. At 2 years old, he began cultivating his chi at 4, he forged his body at 6, he established his foundation at 10, he formed his, and at 100, he condensed his essence. In 300 years, he had already reached the realm of a return to void earth immortal. In 500 years, he had reached the great perfection realm, just one step away from ascending to immortality. Such talent was enough to outshine his contemporaries and stand out among billions, making him one of the 4 guardian deities of the Holy Tower. Until he encountered the purple Xiaoqilan. All his pride was shattered completely. With the purple Xiaoqilan as his inner demon, his cultivation stagnated for years. In desperation, Jialo turned to the path of incense and offerings. He sought to use the collective wishes of mortals to forcefully ascend to immortality, a protective golden aura to evade the heavenly tribulation of ascension. He was almost successful. He even took the lead on the path of incense offerings. He regained his confidence, believing himself to be a true genius, a genius capable of dominating an entire era. But why, at the very moment when he was most confident and proud, did he once again encounter the purple Xiaoqilan? And it was merely a fragment of that creature's soul. The tragedy of the past was repeating itself. Even with 1 foot already in the realm of immortality, he was still being ground into the ground by that old, stubborn Qilan. Why? 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 Jialo refused to accept it, his heart growing increasingly. If I do not slay you today, when the calamity of ascension arrives in the future, it will be I who is slain. Even if I destroy all my cultivation and extinguish my earthly incense offerings, I will slay you. The secret technique of incense and faith, the sacrifice of belief. Jialu leaped into the sky, with the steps to immortality forming beneath his feet and a golden lotus flower above his head scattering the power of faith. These faith energies transformed into dazzling runes that appeared between heaven and earth. These runes are of various colors, and within the colorful divine light, countless faces of living beings emerge. Some are lost, some are serene. Now, to slay the purple Xiaoqilan, Jialo intends to sacrifice some of his followers and forcefully ascend the steps to immortality. If he wins this battle, his inner demon will be vanquished. Even if he does not follow the path of incense and offerings, with his innate talent, he will ascend to immortality. If he cannot slay the heart demon, then what is there to talk about cultivation? My followers, children of the immortals, the time has come for you to act. Kalo came to a halt, stopping just a few steps away from the ascension platform. Thunderclouds were already gathering in the sky, and he could not take another step forward. That was the trial of ascension. If he passed it, he could step onto the ascension platform and become an immortal of the mortal world. Otherwise, death and the end of the path. How dare you attempt to break through the realm at this critical moment? The purple Xiaoqilan's eyes grew solemn. One must admit, those who become guardians of the holy tower are all peerless geniuses who once dominated an era. Alas, such a prodigy chose the wrong side and provoked the wrong person. Do you think that now, during this tribulation, I cannot do anything to you? The purple Xiaoqilan snorted coldly. I was born from the thunder and lightning. A mere heavenly tribulation is but a trivial matter. As he spoke, purple Xiaoqilan's body was once again enveloped by purple divine thunderbolts. Compared to before, the color of these divine thunderbolts was even deeper. This is bad. It's the Master's primordial divine thunder. Arual was utterly shocked. Master, stop at once. If the primordial divine lightning is destroyed, you will lose all hope of revival. Master. Alas. Xiaoqilan has made up his mind. Boom. The primordial divine thunder ripped apart the sky, spreading out from before the purple Xiaoqilan and enveloping both the Caleb and the ascension steps. The purple Xiaoqilan's body grew increasingly dim, with parts of its form already transforming into light and beginning to dissipate. No. From within the purple thunderbolts that formed a cage, came the desperate roar of the Garuda. The primordial divine thunder was too much for the ascension steps to withstand, shattering them completely. The Garuda had completely lost the possibility of ascending to immortality, and the golden light formed by his faith power also shattered with a loud explosion. Chapter 89, The Heavenly Fire Sage. No! Galu's furious roar echoed throughout the heavens. But no matter how much Galu regretted it or how unwilling he was, it was already too late. After sacrificing his followers, the power of faith could no longer be replenished. The divine steps formed by the faith power had completely collapsed. Galu felt his cultivation gradually dissipating. Half a step to ascension. Great perfection realm, fusion realm, return to void. Step by step. Jello could only watch helplessly, his heart filled with despair. Boy, do you see clearly now? This is the fate of the incense and fire path. From now on, do not follow in this man's footsteps. In the sky, the figure of the purple Xiaoqilan had already faded to near transparency. The primordial divine thunder had been unleashed. The purple Xiaoqilan had completely lost any hope of revival. Even if a great roaring golden immortal descended from heaven, there would be nothing they could do. However, at this moment, the purple Xiaoqilan turned to Jiang Ning and spoke patiently. My time has come. From now on, it is up to you. This world is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Remember, be cautious in all matters and do not act impulsively. With those words, the purple Xiaoqilan transformed into specks of starlight and dissipated into the heavens and earth. Master! Master, don't abandon Aruo. I beg you. Within Jiang Ning's body, Aruo cried out helplessly, but there was no response. Aruo tried to break free from Jiang Ning's body, but at that moment, the system's repair function had reached a critical stage. Aruo felt her eyelids growing heavier and heavier. Master! Before falling into a deep sleep, Aruo looked once more at the fading light on the horizon, tears glistening in her eyes. Phew, it's over. Jiang Ning sighed in relief. A peerless powerhouse who had nearly reached the realm of immortality had fallen. However, the matters that followed would prove troublesome. The holy tower would never let this go. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Jiang Ning's eyes. There were still several guardian of the way outside. If he didn't eliminate them now, once they reported back to the Holy Tower, neither he nor his mother would escape the tower's relentless pursuit. But what left Jiang Ning helpless was that by the time he emerged from the dense forest, the few guardians had already vanished without a trace. They sure got out of there fast. Jiang Ning turned to look at Jialo. This once peerless powerhouse who had reached the half-step to immortality now had his cultivation base plummeted to the body-forging realm. Though he had not perished, Jiang Ning could sense that Jialo had suffered severe Dao injuries. Even if he didn't act, Jialo wouldn't survive much longer. "You lowly insect, do you dare to kill this master?" Seeing Jiang Ning looking at him, a complex expression flashed across Jialo's eyes. He did not want to die. As long as he didn't die, he could reconstitute his incense and return to his former glory. But to beg for mercy from a lowly crawling insect, as a being who had nearly reached the realm of immortality? He couldn't bring himself to do it. Click. It was over. Jiang Ning fully understood the principle of eliminating the root, summoning the piercing void sword, raising his hand, and striking down, sending a spray of blood into the air. After dispatching everything, Jiang Ning turned his gaze to the hand of Jialo. There was a storage ring there. Someone of such power must be quite wealthy, right? Jiang Ning was drooling with desire, just as he was about to take the storage ring from Jialo, when another unexpected turn of events occurred. "You dare!" A voice resonating with the essence of the Tao echoed, sending Jiang Ning flying several meters back and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. How powerful! To be injured to this extent just by the sound alone. Originally, his injuries had been healed by the nourishing essence of the Qilan's blood. But at that moment, under the impact of the sound of the Tao, Jiang Ning's body was nearly shattered. Boom! Immediately afterward, the very thing Jiang Ning had feared most came to pass. A crack tore open in the sky not far away, and countless black flames descended from the fissure, seeming to coalesce into a colossal entity. Who dares to kill the guardian of the Holy Tower? The sound of the Tao filled the air once more, and Jiang Ning's body instantly cracked open, blood gushing out uncontrollably. "It's the Heavenly Fire Sage. This is bad," Jiang Ning whispered in shock. The Heavenly Fire Sovereign was one of the 4 guardian deities of the Holy Tower, and was of the same rank as Jialo. Though both are half-step immortal realm experts, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign's combat power surpasses even that of Kalu. It is said that the celestial fire summoned by the celestial fire venerable can incinerate everything in the world. Unbelievable. Just as Kalu had fallen, the Heavenly Fire venerable had arrived. Now that the purple Shao Qilan is gone, how will he stop him? Jiang Ning's eyes flashed with intense resentment. If he had such a realm, and if given another 100 years, he believed he would definitely be able to crush Jialu and the Heavenly Fire Sage, such powerful beings, under his feet. Could it be that he really had to die here today? Jiang Ning did not want to die. He urgently channeled the spiritual energy within his body, attempting to heal his injuries. But the aura of a half-step immortal realm powerhouse caused the spiritual energy within Jiang Ning's body to come to a standstill, unable to circulate. How dare this mere heavenly fire act so boldly? However, just as Jiang Ning was on the brink of despair, a stern voice rang out. Jiang Ning instantly felt the pressure around him dissipate, and his spiritual energy began to flow once more. But Jiang Ning had no time to rejoice. He hurriedly looked toward the sky. There! A 9-colored auspicious cloud rushed toward them. And atop the 9-colored auspicious cloud stood a woman of striking beauty. Jiang Ning had seen this woman before, in the previous timeline. The 9-tailed divine fox? You dare to show yourself? The Heavenly Fire Sage, a middle-aged man, furrowed his thick brows slightly before glaring menacingly at the woman who had transformed from the 9-tailed divine fox. Demon, in that battle long ago, you killed my sacred tower disciples. Today, I will slay you and avenge those who died. 100 years have passed, and you are still no match for me. Today, I will slay you. The 9-tailed divine fox refused to back down. 9 fox tails extended from the auspicious clouds, resembling the Milky Way descending from the heavens, and charged toward the Heavenly Fire Sage. Boy, hurry up and flee. This is merely a fragment of my true form. It cannot hold him for long. Jiang Ning was already staring in awe, until he heard the voice of the 9-tailed divine fox. Jiang Ning snapped back to reality. Why are you helping me? Jiang Ning frowned and asked, as he had always been unsure of the 9-tailed divine fox's allegiance. Back then, the 9-tailed divine fox caused chaos in the Holy Tower dungeon and rescued Eruo. But it imprisoned Eruo here. You will find out later. Hurry up and leave. The 9-tailed divine fox scolded again. Thank you. Jiang Ning turned and left without looking back, racing toward the direction of Wanshan City. At that moment, the entire secret realm was in complete chaos. The guardian of the Kulpa had descended, surpassing the understanding of many. Now, another peerless powerhouse from the Holy Tower had arrived, the Heavenly Fire Venerable. That alone would have been enough. Now even the legendary 9-tailed divine fox has appeared. Is this the beginning of a major upheaval? The aftereffects of the battle between these two peerless beings alone are enough to destroy these cultivators countless times over. Therefore, many people began rushing toward the exit. Amidst the crowd, only one person was sprinting toward the depths of the secret realm. If Jiang Ning were here again, he would definitely recognize that figure. It was Lu Hong. Chapter 90, The Path to the Holy Tower. Master Jiang Ning, you mustn't come to any harm. Lu Hong murmured softly. After spending these days together, Lu Hong had come to regard Jiang Ning as a dear friend. Even if Jiang Ning were to clash with the Holy Tower, he would stand by Jiang Ning without hesitation. But the deeper they ventured into the secret realm, the heavier Lu Hong's heart grew. The once lush forest had been reduced to a barren wasteland, revealing the scorched earth left behind by lightning strikes. This was the land caught in the aftermath of the fierce battle between the purple Shao Qilin and the Kalu. Lu Hong dared not imagine what the central battlefield must look like. Lord Jiang Ning. Fortunately, Lu Hong still spotted Jiang Ning's figure, though he looked disheveled, at least he was still alive. Lord Jiang Ning, are you alright? Lu Hong hurried forward to support the swaying Jiang Ning, channeling his spiritual energy to heal him. I'm fine. Seeing Lu Hong, Jiang Ning also sighed in relief, but now was not the time for catching up. The nine-tailed divine fox was merely a clone and couldn't hold out for long. Once the heavenly fire sage arrives, even Lu Hong will be caught up in it. Hurry, leave this place the sooner, the better. Alright. Though there were many questions he wanted to ask, Lu Hong summoned the spirit boat, determined the direction, and swiftly steered it toward the exit of the secret realm. On the spirit boat, with Lu Hong's assistance, Jiang Ning's injuries had improved significantly, but his body was still covered in cracks, though the bleeding had stopped. Lord Jiang Ning, what exactly happened? Lu Hong spoke solemnly, weren't we supposed to be chasing after a Piro? How did this involve the two Holy Tower Guardians? Jiang Ning took a deep breath and then recounted the events to Lu Hong. Of course. Jiang Ning also withheld some details. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lu Hong. It was because the less Lu Hong knew, the safer he would be. Is that so? After learning the details of the matter, Lu Hong furrowed his brows. Lord Jiang Ning, although this matter did not originate from you, the fall of a Holy Tower Guardian may still implicate you. Lu Hong's eyebrows were knotted into a tight knot. This matter is very troublesome. Although, as Jiang Ning said, it was the demon clan who set the trap to lure the guardian of the Holy Tower into it. But Jiang Ning is still involved in this matter. If it were the old Holy Tower, things might have been different, they could have reasoned with us. But 100 years ago, the higher-ups of the Holy Tower were replaced, and their actions have become increasingly domineering. It might not be so easy to reason with them now. What? You mean the higher-ups of the Holy Tower have been replaced? What do you mean? Jiang Ning stared at Lu Hong in disbelief. This was a secret he had never known before. The Holy Tower has always been divided into two factions. One faction advocates leaving the Holy Tower, this magical world, and returning to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The other faction believed that now was not the right time, as the human and demon races still needed time to recover and rebuild. As Lu Hong explained, Jiang Ning gradually came to understand this secret matter. In simple terms, the Holy Tower was a large corporation, with many smaller groups under its umbrella. The leaders of these smaller groups form the shareholders' assembly of the larger group. The leader of the Holy Tower is elected as the chairman by the shareholders' meeting. The former chairman was the one who advocated returning to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, the conservative faction gained the majority, leading to the chairman's removal from office. The conservatives took control, and the upper echelons of the Holy Tower underwent a major overhaul. So that's how it was. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. Some things now made sense. Why did the Purple Shao Divine Palace suddenly fall without warning? It seems they changed their strategic direction. This is going to be trouble. Jiang Ning sighed. With the death of the guardian of the Kulpa, the heavenly fire sage had also seen his true form. They certainly wouldn't let him off easily. Lord Jiang Ning, flee. Lu Hong said solemnly, go to a place where the Holy Tower cannot intervene. A place where the Holy Tower cannot intervene? Jiang Ning looked puzzled. In this world of magical artifacts, is there any place where the Holy Tower cannot intervene? Could it be the demon clan's territory? The demon clan's domain is called the Endless Seas, said to belong to no layer of the world. It was prepared by the great being who forged the Holy Tower as the final refuge for the demon clan. Alas! The demon clan has already sealed off the passage to the Endless Sea. Even if Jiang Ning wanted to go, he wouldn't know where the entrance is. Could it be the 5th layer of the world, which was annihilated by the blood infant ancestor? But it is said that the place is still a sea of blood, filled with wandering souls and malevolent spirits. The 5-layered world has long been used as a testing ground for other worlds, with numerous Holy Tower cultivators stationed there. It's the Holy Tower Path. Lu Hong said. The Holy Tower Path? Jiang Ning realized that the condition for system upgrades was to pass through the Holy Tower Path and reach higher realms. The higher the world he reached, the higher the system's level would rise. The path to the Holy Tower is also known as the Path of Death, filled with countless uncertainties. Lu Hong said again. The Holy Tower is a tower-shaped magical artifact. The path of the Holy Tower, to put it simply, is a staircase connecting each layer of the world. Back then, the Great Being severed the connections between the worlds to prevent the human and demon races from being annihilated, and forged them into independent spaces. Later, the rulers of the Holy Tower reconnected these passages between the worlds. However, those who came after lacked the extraordinary power of their predecessors, so these connections remain extremely unstable, filled with spatial turbulence. At first, this connected world was devoid of life, but some cultivators from lower realms sought to enter higher realms and thus embarked on this path of connection. Later, more and more people took this path, transforming the once desolate passage into a thriving realm. Some found this place better than the outside world and decided to stay, giving rise to the first generation of natives of this passageway. Some criminals, wanted by the Holy Tower and desperate to escape their pursuers, also fled here. Later, some geniuses also took notice of this passageway and chose to walk this path to hone their skills. Thus, this passageway became known as the Holy Tower Path. The official authorities of the Holy Tower once considered incorporating the Holy Tower Path into their jurisdiction. However, the fugitives and indigenous people living there refused to comply. After several major battles, the Holy Tower officials were always forced to retreat in disarray. After all, the sacred tower path cannot accommodate high-ranking monks. It is said that as soon as a monk of the Return to Void realm or above enters the sacred tower path, the path would collapse under the pressure. In that case, the Holy Tower Path might be a good place after all. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up slightly. However, thinking of his mother outside, Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel worried. If I leave, what will happen to my mother? Jiang Ning worried that if he couldn't find himself, his mother would be implicated. If he took his mother with him, the path to the Holy Tower was fraught with danger, and his own death wouldn't matter. But if something happened to his mother, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Lu Hong, can I trust you? At that thought, Jiang Ning looked at Lu Hong. Chapter 91, Harvest. Lu Hong was taken aback. He hadn't expected Jiang Ning to ask such a question. However, Lu Hong had already guessed some of it and did not blame Jiang Ning. Instead, he patted his chest and assured him, Lord Jiang Ning, if you deem me worthy, then I, Lu Hong, will be your friend for life. I, Lu Hong, can swear an oath to the heavens. Once the heavenly pact is sworn, Lu Hong shall never break it. If I break it, I will be erased by the heavenly way. That's unnecessary. Jiang Ning waved his hand. Once I embark on the path to the Holy Tower, my mother is in your care. Jiang Ning knew that Lu Hong was far from as simple as he appeared on the surface. He even knew about the leadership shakeup at the Holy Tower, so he must have other identities. That's why he thought to have Lu Hong take care of his mother, Wang Lan. Lord Jiang Ning, since you said it so plainly, I, Lu Hong, will certainly take good care of your aunt. As he spoke, Lu Hong instinctively glanced around and said, Lord Jiang Ning, to be honest, the White Mountain sect is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Jiang Ning looked at Lu Hong with a puzzled expression, waiting for him to continue. 1,000 years ago, I discovered an independent space within the White Mountain sect, as large as the entire White Mountain region. Jiang Ning stared at Lu Hong in disbelief. An independent space? As large as the White Mountain region? You must know that the White Mountain region can accommodate over 100 million people. In my previous life, that would be equivalent to the area of a province. Indeed, an independent space never recorded by the Holy Tower authorities. Since then, the elders of the Baishan sect have entered that space to cultivate, and by now, they have developed that independent space to be just as vast as Baishan district. In fact, it's even better than Baishan district. Our sect even has several cultivators at the Yuanling realm. However, it is still too small in the end, unsuitable for you. Otherwise, I would have let you hide there. Jiang Ning nodded. Indeed. A place as large as Baishan district can't have much potential for development. However, it's not suitable for him, but it's suitable for his mother. Is it reliable? Jiang Ning asked in a low voice. After all, this matter is too mysterious. From the discovery of that independent space to now, 1,000 years have passed. How could no one know about it? This secret is known only to the successive patriarchs of the Baishan sect. To be honest, the reason Jia Quan holds such a grudge against me is because I took his position as the Holy Son. The position of Holy Son was originally Jia Quan's, but the ancestral patriarch believed that with my extraordinary talent, staying in an isolated small space had no future, so he sent me out into the world to gain experience. And here I am, having just emerged, and I've already taken the position of the sacred son from Jia Quan. Jiang Ning suddenly understood. No wonder Lu Hong knows so many secrets. If what he said is true, that independent space has several Yuanling stage cultivators, and he comes from that isolated space, then it's indeed possible that he knows all this. Alright, if that's the case, then I can rest easy. With his mother's arrangements in place, Jiang Ning had no further concerns. Lord Jiang Ning, there is still some distance to the exit of the secret realm. You should rest and recover first. I will stay outside to keep watch. Jiang Ning nodded. Since we're heading to the sacred tower path, going in this condition is out of the question. That place is even more dangerous than the secret realm. After Lu Hong left, Jiang Ning sat cross-legged, but instead of circulating his spiritual energy to heal, he took out a ring. It was the storage ring of the Garuda. Earlier, during the battle between the nine-tailed divine fox and the heavenly fire sage, although Jiang Ning had suffered severe injuries, he managed to take the storage ring from Kalu before leaving. He couldn't let those injuries go to waste. Since Jialo is dead, the storage ring is now ownerless. After claiming ownership, Jiang Ning eagerly opened the ring. Wow, this is it. I've struck gold. Upon seeing the contents of the ring, Jiang Ning couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The ring's space was vast. Jiang Ning roughly estimated it to be several square kilometers. And within those few square kilometers, the space was filled to the brim with all manner of resources. What surprised Jiang Ning the most was the mountain-like pile of spirit stones. It was spirit stones. Spirit stones were the most essential items for cultivators, brimming with spiritual energy. The higher the grade of the spirit stone, the more spiritual energy it contains. Cultivators can replenish the spiritual energy in their bodies simply by holding a spirit stone and absorbing it. However, in the Holy Tower world, spirit stones have long been monopolized by the Holy Tower authorities, and their trade and circulation are strictly prohibited. In their place, there are victory tickets, which have no practical value whatsoever. The difference between the two is like that between gold and paper money. Upon arriving in this world, Jiang Ning saw a spirit stone for the first time. Externally, they resemble ordinary stones, but their essence is brimming with spiritual energy. According to the book, spirit stones are divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. The ones in this storage ring, piled up like a small mountain, are all upper-grade spirit stones? He had struck it rich. Jiang Ning's first thought was that he had struck it rich. Cultivating immortality is all about resources. With so many resources at his disposal, Jiang Ning felt even more confident about his path to the Holy Tower. Apart from these spirit stones, what excited Jiang Ning the most were the cultivation techniques stored in the Kalu storage ring. Now that he had cultivation techniques for his first spiritual root, he still lacked techniques for his second spiritual root. Jiang Ning wants to see if there are any cultivation techniques suitable for a cultivator with a second spiritual root. Unfortunately, after roughly scanning them with his divine sense, he did not find any suitable ones. These cultivation techniques could fetch a decent price if auctioned off in the outside world. Jiang Ning's battles consume too many resources, especially the chi gathering pills. Selling these cultivation techniques could sustain his battles for many more times. Apart from these cultivation techniques, what Jiang Ning valued most were the pills collected by Jialo. Unfortunately, Jiang Ning only found some low-grade pills, and they were all useless. But thinking about it, it makes sense. This storage ring was probably just something Jialo carried with him. Kalu's true treasures are likely hidden away in his secluded retreat. What a pity! Jiang Ning felt a bit regretful. Why didn't Jialo bring all his valuables with him when he left? Perhaps these cultivation techniques are also something Jialo doesn't deem worthy. Those mountains of spirit stones are probably just Kalu's daily expenses. After all, being half a step away from the immortal realm, having such a fortune isn't surprising. As for the remaining treasures, Jiang Ning didn't even glance at them. There was no way anything in there could be better than his broken void sword. Not to mention that he now possesses so many replicas of divine artifacts. Ordinary magical treasures were simply beneath Jiang Ning's notice. That's enough. Let's tend to my injuries first. Jiang Ning sighed. This time, he would indulge himself and take out a high-grade spirit stone. After practicing the cultivation technique, the spiritual energy contained within the high-grade spirit stones flowed endlessly into Jiang Ning's body. The wounds on Jiang Ning's body began to heal gradually. At the same time, at the center of the battlefield, after sensing that Jiang Ning had already departed, the nine-tailed divine fox curled its lips into a smile, and its form suddenly dissipated into the sky. Chapter 92: The Path to the Holy Tower. Damn it, it was just a clone? The heavenly fire sage was momentarily startled, then his expression darkened completely. After exchanging so many moves with the nine-tailed divine fox, both sides had fought evenly. He had always believed the opponent was the true form. But it was just a clone. If he had known that, he wouldn't have bothered with the nine-tailed divine fox. He would have killed that young cultivator who had stolen the Kala storage ring on the spot. But now it was too late for regrets. The death of a guardian, especially one as powerful as the Garuda who had reached the half-step to immortality, was a matter of utmost urgency for the Holy Tower. No, this matter must be reported to the Holy Lord immediately. If that thing is still with the Garuda, we're in big trouble. With this thought, the figure of the heavenly fire venerable gradually faded away. Moments later, in a mysterious space within the Holy Tower, the air was filled with grey mist, and 9 towering thrones stood amidst the fog. Each throne seemed to be occupied by a mysterious, shadowy figure. After returning, the heavenly fire sage took his seat on one of the thrones and waved his hand to disperse the swirling grey mist. Heavenly fire, what is the matter? Soon, the shadowy figures atop the remaining thrones gradually solidified. Jialo is dead. The heavenly fire sage spoke without a trace of emotion. In the battle against the purple Xiaoqilan, Galu was no match for it. After exhausting all his faith energy, the divine ladder shattered and he was slain by an ant. What? Galu has actually fallen? Everyone turned their gaze to the empty throne. The throne had already cracked, though it had not yet collapsed. It was only a matter of time. It seems that Jello has indeed been completely annihilated. On the throne, a figure spoke in a low voice. Before the Holy Lord departed, he forged the 9 great thrones and commanded us to use the throne artifacts to maintain the operation of the Holy Tower. This throne is also connected to our lives. If it falls, the throne will shatter. How could Gallo have died at the hands of an ant? This is truly a disgrace to us all. At the threshold of immortality, to fall so abruptly? Purple Xiaoqilan? That beast, wasn't it destroyed 100 years ago? How could it appear now? The heavenly fire sage shook his head. He too was unaware of the underlying cause. Although he had used his great divine power to divine the heavenly secrets, the cause and effect of this matter were obscured by the heavenly secrets, and he could not discern them. The matter of the Garuda can wait. What concerns me is whether that thing is still there. Mentioning that thing, the heavenly fire sage looked at everyone. That is why I summoned you all here. I wish to open the cave of the Garuda. If we cannot find that thing, it will mean. The heavenly fire did not continue, but he knew that his companions should understand the gravity of the situation. If that thing was carried by the Garuda and taken by that ant after its death, by the time the Holy Lord returns, the plan will be impossible to carry out and we will all die. Then we must unite and force open the cave of that wretch, the Kalu. The cave of a half-step immortal realm powerhouse. If forced open, even the treasures stored inside could be destroyed by the cave's protective mechanisms. Only a few of us can work together, using energy surpassing the half-step immortal realm, to open it intact. The situation is urgent. Even if Kaluna were to return in the future, he would have no grounds to blame us. A figure on the throne spoke, revealing a bombshell. Could Kaluna really be resurrected again? Soon. The figures of the few vanished from the throne. At the same time, on the other side, on the spirit boat, Jiang Ning stared at the glowing jade token in his hand, his brows furrowed. At this moment, they had already exited the secret realm, and Jiang Ning's injuries had fully healed. In his spare time, Jiang Ning took out the storage ring of Jello once again for further study. This examination truly revealed something unusual. It was the jade pendant in his hand. Jiang Ning's intuition told him that this jade pendant was no ordinary object. In fact, Jiang Ning even used the system's turn waste into treasure function to try to trace the jade pendant's origins. However, the system responded that its current level was too low to identify the item. This was the first time the system had encountered something it couldn't identify. You must understand. Even the ancient sages' techniques could be identified by the system. Yet this seemingly ordinary jade pendant couldn't be identified? After examining it closely for a moment, Jiang Ning noticed that the jade pendant, aside from occasionally emitting a faint glow, had no other notable features. There seemed to be very small characters on the jade pendant. Jiang Ning noticed that the front of the jade pendant featured an unfamiliar symbol. On the back of the jade pendant were some characters. However, despite his extensive knowledge, Jiang Ning could not recognize what these characters were. Could they be the script of the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. After years of development, the human and demon races had already developed new scripts. The once universally used script of the 9 heavens and 10 earths had been lost, and few remembered it. Recalling some information he had previously learned, Jiang Ning suspected that this jade pendant might be related to that gate leading to the outside world. If given the chance, he would separate these characters and have them identified. Jiang Ning had already made up his mind. Few people in the outside world are likely to recognize these characters. But within the sacred tower path, there might be someone who knows. Lord Jiang Ning, the entrance to the holy tower path has been reached. The voice of Lu Hong came from outside. Jiang Ning put away the jade pendant and stepped out of the spirit boat. At that moment, the spirit boat had arrived at the central region of the first layer of the world. There stood a towering structure that pierced the heavens, stretching endlessly into the sky. This was the path to the holy tower. The current structure was a passageway built by a former holy tower master, leading to the path to the holy tower. There were no restrictions on entering the path to the holy tower. One may simply enter at will. However, exiting is far more complicated. The garrison station outside the passage not only verifies identity information but also assesses one's cultivation level and more. Good luck on your journey, Lord Jiangning. Entrance to the passageway. Lu Hong looked at Jiang Ning with a look of reluctance, hoping that when they meet again, you will have become a legend of this age. Jiang Ning smiled faintly. Becoming a legend of the age is easy to say, but as difficult as ascending to heaven. Farewell for now. Jiang Ning waved his hand and then turned without looking back, stepping into the passageway. Moments later, Jiang Ning felt a dizzying sensation sweep over him. When he regained his bearings, everything before him had changed. The bustling streets had vanished, and the flying artifacts that had once been everywhere were gone. What now lay before him was the outline of a small town. The town was not as bustling as the outside world, it resembled the so-called ancient cities of his previous life. Jiangning was currently standing on a hillside, from where he could overlook the entire small town. The town was small, with few streets, but the streets were bustling with people. However, everyone was dressed in simple, traditional attire, with only the occasional person wearing modern clothing from the outside world. Is this the Sacred Tower Road? Jiangning furrowed his brows slightly. This was indeed an independent space, with a timeline different from the outside world. Jiangning took a deep breath. Everything before him was so peaceful and serene, with no signs of danger in sight. Chapter 93, Qingshan City. Jiangning lingered for a moment before descending the slope and heading toward the city gates. The soldiers guarding the city gates were all dressed in uniform blue armor. Upon seeing Jiangning approach, dressed in attire from the outside world, they immediately grew vigilant. Who are you? A soldier stepped forward to block Jiangning, while the others drew their weapons, ready to attack at the slightest provocation. My fellow cultivators, there is no need to be tense. I too have caused trouble elsewhere and was forced to flee. I am merely passing through this sacred tower path. Jiangning explained. This was what Lu Hong had told him. Anyone with a grudge against the holy tower will face fewer troubles on this path. After all, most of the people here are desperate fugitives or those driven to desperation by the holy tower. Several soldiers eyed Jiangning skeptically before snorting coldly, "You're merely at the body-tempering realm. How much trouble could you have caused out there?" Jiangning chuckled, like piercing the sky. The soldiers naturally didn't believe him, but they lowered their guard slightly. Whether you're here in the small holy realm for whatever reason, once you're inside the city, behave yourself. If you dare cause trouble, this place isn't like the outside world, there are laws to enforce order. A soldier warned. The little holy realm is what the people here call the holy tower path. They referred to the 9 heavens and 10 earths as the holy realm and the holy tower world as the void realm. Of course I know. Jiangning nodded, then pulled out a few chi-gathering pills. These are the entrance fees, please accept them, gentlemen. In the little holy realm, each city is governed by different rulers. These rulers establish armies and impose a certain entrance fee on every cultivator entering the city. This was something Lu Hong had already informed Jiangning of. As soon as they saw the chi-gathering pills, the soldiers' eyes lit up. Here, resources were not as abundant as in the outside world, where one could obtain anything one desired. In the small holy realm, pills are scarce items, and some are even more valuable than spirit stones. The chi-gathering pills Jiangning produced were just enough for each soldier to receive one. Don't underestimate the value of a single pill. It was worth a third of their monthly salary. Ha, since you're so generous, we won't hesitate to accept. The soldiers smiled as they accepted the pills, and one of them kindly reminded him. Brother, you've just arrived from the outside world, you must have plenty of pills on you. But here, pills are extremely precious, and your cultivation level isn't high. I hope you understand the principle of not flaunting your wealth. Jiangning nodded, feeling a bit more favorably toward the soldiers. They could have said nothing, or even fabricated a charge against him to arrest him and seize his treasures for themselves. But they chose to warn him instead, showing that these people weren't inherently evil. Thank you all. I'll head into the city now. Jiangning bowed slightly in gratitude and prepared to enter the city. One of the soldiers seemed to remember something and reminded him again, by the way, sir, with your current cultivation level, you won't be in much danger in Qingshan City. But if you go elsewhere, it's another story. If you just want to live in peace, go to the alchemy shop under the city lord's mansion, exchange your pills for some spirit stones, and buy a house within the city. Having a house will grant you the status of a Qingshan City official, protected by the city lord's mansion. If you're more into taking risks for wealth and glory, I suggest you apply to be a bodyguard for the Wang family's merchant caravan. The Wang family is one of the 5 major clans of Shu State, so they need not be mentioned. It's just a bit more dangerous on a daily basis. This information was crucial to Jiangning. After bowing in gratitude once more, he entered Qingshan City. From afar, Qingshan City didn't seem very large, not even as big as a small town from his previous life. However, upon entering, Jiangning realized that Qingshan City was far from small. Besides the main road leading straight to the city center, there were countless side streets. On either side of these side streets stood various residential areas and shops. How bustling! Jiangning rubbed his chin, about to go explore Qingshan City, when a young man dressed like a waiter from a TV drama stopped him. Sir, you must have just arrived from outside, right? Would you like to come to our shop and take a look? We have some houses available, and they're not expensive, just 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The exchange rate between spirit stones is 1:100. 1 mid-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones. 1 high-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 medium-grade spirit stones. And exchanging 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones would require a full 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. If Jiangning hadn't done his homework before coming here, he might have believed it. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones? That could buy a 2-story courtyard house in Jin City. Are you trying to fleece me like a rich family? Within this independent small sacred realm, there are 9 states in total. Shu State is one of them and is also where Jiang Ning currently resides. Jindu City is the largest and most prosperous city in Shu State. Even buying a house there wouldn't cost that many spirit stones. Oh. Upon hearing Jiang Ning speak so bluntly, the shop assistant knew he couldn't be easily deceived. He gave an awkward smile and said, "Alright, I'll give you a fair price, 100 mid-grade spirit stones." Jiang Ning shook his head. Though the price was reasonable, he had no intention of staying in Qingshan City for long. "If you think that's still too much, maybe I can lower it a bit?" Jiang Ning shook his head again. "Well, since you're new to the small holy realm, you must need a place to stay, right? Why not stay at my family's inn? The environment is nice, and the price is fair, just one low-grade spirit stone per night." Jiang Ning hesitated for a moment. Indeed, it's just as the innkeeper said. He had just arrived in the small holy realm and needed a place to stay, which would also make it easier for him to gather information about the outside world. One low-grade spirit stone per night isn't too much, a very reasonable price. Spirit stones? Jiang Ning had plenty of them. The spirit stones piled up like mountains by Kaluna were mostly high-grade spirit stones, with only a few low-grade or medium-grade ones. Jiang Ning had calculated it. In that single spirit stone mountain alone, the high-grade spirit stones alone amount to 100 million. While there aren't many medium-grade or low-grade spirit stones, when combined, they still amount to several million. Jiang Ning is not short of money at present. "Alright, let's go." Jiang Ning agreed and casually pulled out a middle-grade spirit stone to hand to the waiter. "I don't know how long I'll stay, so the extra is your tip." Upon seeing the mid-grade spirit stone, the waiter's eyes lit up with greed, and his attitude grew even more respectful. "Sir, please follow me." Even his way of addressing Jiang Ning had changed. Under the innkeeper's guidance, Jiang Ning arrived at an inn nearby. "Sir, this is our roofing inn. We have everything you need for eating, drinking, and entertainment. If there's anything else you need, just let me know." Jiang Ning glanced at the dilapidated inn, with dust covering the tables, and shook his head helplessly. "I guess I'm still too young." Chapter 94, I've seen this before. Is this what you call a good environment? Jiang Ning looked at the waiter in disbelief. The waiter covered his chest with a deathly expression. "Sir, according to the rules of the underworld, once the spirit stones are in my pocket, they can't be returned. If it comes to that, my wife and I can clean up for you. We'll make sure you're satisfied, okay?" Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh. This waiter was lecturing him on the rules of the underworld? Did he even know what the underworld was? He looked inside the inn. Jiang Ning finally noticed there were two other people in the inn. A middle-aged woman and a little girl of 7 or 8. The woman was dressed simply, but her demeanor was striking. She clearly wasn't from an ordinary family. The little girl, on the other hand, looked like a delicate porcelain doll, utterly adorable. Jiang Ning couldn't help but think of his younger sister from another world. After he had traveled through time, the burden of the family must have fallen on his younger brother and sister, right? Never mind. Jiang Ning waved his hand dismissively, his mood low. "Since you've given it to me, I won't take it back. Help me pack it up." As he spoke, Jiang Ning pulled out another mid-grade spirit stone. "Use the best quality items for everything. I won't shortchange you." The young servant's eyes lit up as he snatched the spirit stone and clutched it tightly in his hand. The middle-aged woman also looked at Jiang Ning with gratitude. The little girl hid behind the woman, curiously examining Jiang Ning. She seemed to want to say something but was too shy to approach. "Guest, please have some tea. We'll go pack everything right away." The noblewoman brought over a pot of tea. The waiter quickly wiped the table and chairs with a towel, gesturing for Jiang Ning to wait a moment. After sitting down, Jiang Ning took another look around the inn and noticed that the tables, chairs, and benches were all quite old. Spider webs still clung to the corners of the walls, suggesting the place had been abandoned for some time. Jiang Ning picked up the teacup and took a sip, then was immediately surprised. Though he knew little about tea, as a cultivator, his sense of smell and taste were several times more sensitive than those of ordinary people. With just one sip, he could tell that this tea was no ordinary brew. It was likely something this small and couldn't tea afford. Glancing at the middle-aged woman who seemed clumsy in everything she did, Jiang Ning already had his suspicions. This place must have just opened recently, right? After setting down his teacup, Jiang Ning smiled warmly at the waiter and the woman. Both of their movements paused noticeably. The woman's expression grew panicked, and she hurriedly lowered her head to wipe the table. The waiter's expression changed, and he hurriedly explained, "Sir, this shop has been in business for over 20 years. It's just that the shopkeeper recently went to Jindu City and was delayed for a few days. That's why things have gotten so messy." Jiang Ning didn't call them out on it but instead looked at the woman, who was still looking panicked. "Is this your shopkeeper?" The waiter pretended not to notice, blocking Jiang Ning's view, and smiled apologetically. Yes, sir. This is my wife. The shopkeeper had an accident and is no longer with us. You understand, don't you?" "Ha ha." Jiang Ning hummed in acknowledgement, took another sip of tea, and exclaimed, "This tea must be quite expensive, right?" "Tea?" The waiter paused for a moment before hurriedly saying, "Ha, it was a gift from the shopkeeper when he was alive." If you like it, we'll give you some more for free. Jiang Ning waved his hand. Never mind. Just tidy up the room. I want to rest. Yes, sir. Jiang Ning naturally knew that the waiter and the woman weren't as simple as they appeared on the surface. But he had already probed them with his divine sense. Both were ordinary people, not cultivators, and posed no threat to him. Perhaps they were hiding their true identities for other reasons. Could it be a runaway noblewoman and her servant? Jiang Ning speculated with a touch of mischief. Led by the innkeeper, Jiang Ning arrived at the inner courtyard of the inn. The flowers and plants in the inner courtyard had withered significantly, and the ground was covered with fallen leaves, crunching underfoot. Despite the dilapidated state, Jiang Ning noticed that there wasn't a single fallen leaf in front of the eastern wing of the inner courtyard. In fact, the area in front of the room was filled with blooming hibiscus flowers, making it quite a sight to behold. This must be where the woman and the little girl were staying. Sir, which room do you prefer? I'll prepare it for you right away. The young servant looked at Jiang Ning with a forced smile. This one will do. Jiang Ning didn't have any particular preferences, so he chose one at random and pushed the door open. Creak! The old wooden door creaked open slowly, and a faint musty smell wafted out. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. It seems these inns have indeed been abandoned for quite some time. The wooden furniture in the guest rooms has become damp and moldy. Ha, sir, if you don't mind waiting outside for a moment, I'll have someone replace these pieces of furniture right away. The innkeeper said sheepishly, there's a recliner. Jiang Ning nodded and had no choice but to agree. After sitting down on the recliner, Jiang Ning felt a sense of déjà vu. In his previous life, when he was still a child, Jiang Ning loved sitting on the lounge chair in the courtyard, watching the leaves fall from the trees. It made him feel at ease and content. But after he fell ill, he could no longer sit in the courtyard. The waiter moved quickly. Perhaps because he had money, within half an hour, people were continuously carrying in brand new furniture. Master, do you like these pieces of furniture? Jiang Ning took a quick look. Though the furniture wasn't particularly good, it wasn't bad either. All right. After receiving Jiang Ning's approval, the waiter ordered the furniture to be carried into the room. Jiang Ning continued to lie on the recliner. Changing the furniture and cleaning the room would take some time, so he wasn't in a hurry. After sitting for a moment, Jiang Ning suddenly noticed that the mysterious jade pendant in his system space was emitting a faint red glow. Jiang Ning took out the jade pendant in confusion. Although it had been emitting light before, it hadn't been very strong. Now, however, it was constantly emitting a red glow. However, as soon as Jiang Ning took it out, the red light vanished again, and the jade pendant became completely dull. What was going on? Jiang Ning was puzzled. Why had the jade pendant suddenly changed? Could it be that this small sacred realm contained something related to the jade pendant? Jiang Ning grew curious and held the jade pendant in his hand, examining it closely. Uncle, I've seen this before. Just then, a crisp voice sounded from beside him. Jiang Ning paused for a moment, turned his head, and realized it was the little girl who had been following the woman. She had somehow come so close without him noticing. He hadn't sensed the slightest movement. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows and used his spiritual sense to scan the little girl, but he didn't get any useful information. The little girl was just an ordinary person, and her body was even weaker than that of a normal child. You say you've seen this thing before? Where did you see it? Jiang Ning smiled at the little girl. For some reason, seeing her reminded him of his sister from another world. Outside the city. The little girl pointed toward the city gate, saying she could see this thing every night. Chapter 95, Zhou Xiaoyu. Outside the city? Every night? Jiang Ning looked at the little girl with suspicion. Are you sure that's true? The little girl nodded. Xiaoyu wouldn't lie, uncle. I really see it every day, but Mom and Ping Ge don't believe me. Jiang Ning rubbed his chin. The mother the little girl was talking about must be that woman. As for Ping Ge, could it be that waiter? But why call him little second brother and refer to himself as uncle? You're called Xiaoyu? Jiang Ning looked at the little girl and said, and call me brother, not uncle. Brother, my name is Zhou Xiaoyu. Looking at Zhou Xiaoyu, who looked like a porcelain doll, Jiang Ning grew even more fond of her and couldn't resist pinching her chubby cheeks. Little fish, tell your brother, is this really what you see every day? Xiaoyu leaned closer to the jade pendant, blinking her big, sparkling eyes, swallowed, and said, yes, this is it, brother. Little fish sees it every night, and there's even a little person dancing on it. A little person? Dancing? Jiang Ning fell into deep thought. Could this jade pendant be related to some kind of inheritance? The little figure dancing that Xiaoyu mentioned, could it be some kind of ancestral martial art technique? But why can only little fish see it? Could it be that the jade pendant is selective? Could it be that he couldn't see through the jade pendant because it hadn't chosen him? Jiang Ning felt that the more he thought about it, the more complicated it became. He couldn't come up with an answer, so he looked at Zhou Xiaoyu again. Little fish, can you demonstrate for your older brother how the little figure dances? Sure. Zhou Xiaoyu nodded happily. He had told his mother and older brother many times before that he could see a little person dancing outside the city every night. But they didn't believe him. Now that someone finally believed him, Xiaoyu felt like he had found a kindred spirit. Immediately, Xiaoyu began to mimic the little figure's movements, starting what he called a dance. In an instant, Jiang Ning felt the spiritual energy around him swiftly converging toward Zhou Xiaoyu. Even the spiritual energy within his own body seemed to be beyond his control. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoyu's body was shimmering with a faint pink glow, exuding an aura of sacred antiquity. It's really happening, Jiang Ning realized. It seems that this jade pendant is indeed connected to some kind of inheritance, and even surpasses the inheritance of the ancient sages of the human race. Could it be connected to the peerless sage who forged the holy tower? But deep down, Jiang Ning felt that the secrets contained within the jade pendant might far exceed his understanding. The secret realm. Even the system couldn't detect the secrets of the jade pendant. Stop, Xiaoyu. Just as Jiang Ning snapped back to reality, he was startled to discover that Zhou Xiaoyu's body had begun to fade. It felt like she was ascending to heaven, terrifying Jiang Ning into ordering Xiaoyu to stop immediately. Sure enough, after Zhou Xiaoyu stopped, his body returned to normal. Jiang Ning quickly extended a hand, splitting off a strand of spiritual energy to examine Zhou Xiaoyu's body. The more he probed, the more his brows furrowed. This innocent little girl's meridians were completely severed. At the location of her dantian, there was even a seal that was constantly devouring Zhou Xiaoyu's healthy body. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the seal consumed her, leaving her with no chance of survival. What a vicious seal! Jiang Ning's brows were tightly furrowed. Zhou Xiaoyu had natural talent for cultivation and could even awaken a decent spiritual root. But it was precisely because of the seal that Zhou Xiaoyu could barely survive. Jiang Ning couldn't fathom who could have placed such a vicious seal on a young girl. Xiaoyu! Just then, the woman's voice rang out, and Zhou Xiaoyu hurriedly hopped over to the woman's side. Mom, this brother believes Xiaoyu can see the jade pendant and the little figure. The woman's face turned pale as she looked at Jiang Ning apologetically. I'm sorry, sir. The child is just talking nonsense. Jiang Ning frowned at the woman and said, you should know what's inside Xiaoyu, right? The woman's expression changed again, and she turned her head away, looked Jiang Ning in the eye. Guest, what are you talking about? Little Fish's body is perfectly healthy, there's nothing wrong with him. As she spoke, the woman tried to lead Zhou Xiaoyu away. Jiang Ning opened his mouth but did not stop her. Better safe than sorry, he didn't want to get involved in this matter. Although Zhou Xiaoyu was cute, they had only just met. After all, he was just a passerby. Why bother with so many trivial matters? Just then, the waiter came over and said the guest room was ready. Jiang Ning nodded and walked into the room. After replacing the furniture and giving the room a thorough cleaning, the musty smell was indeed gone. Though it wasn't exactly luxurious, it was still quite cozy. After closing the door, Jiang Ning sat cross-legged on the bed, then pulled out a high-quality spirit stone and began his cultivation practice. When Jiang Ning opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the room. Jiang Ning got out of bed, opened the door, and saw the servant just arriving with a basin of hot water. Sir, here's the hot water for your wash. It was quite similar to what he had seen on TV. Although monks don't need to wash, the spiritual energy can cleanse these impurities. However, Jiang Ning still regarded himself as an ordinary person and gave himself a quick wash before heading out to the courtyard. Today, he planned to explore Qingshan City. Brother! At that moment, Zhou Xiaoyu came running over excitedly. Brother, last night, I saw that little person again. He asked me to save him. Brother, can you help Xiaoyu? Before Jiang Ning could answer, the woman came over and pulled Zhou Xiaoyu back. Sorry, sir, the child hasn't woken up yet. We disturbed you. Mom, I really can see that little person. Seeing that his mother still had no intention of letting go, Zhou Xiaoyu looked toward Jiang Ning again. Brother, the little person said he needs your help. Are you Jiang Ning? Ha? Jiang Ning's expression changed. He had never told Zhou Xiaoyu his name, not even the waiter knew it. Could it really be the little figure from the jade pendant who said that? Wait a moment. Jiang Ning hurriedly stopped the woman from taking Xiaoyu away, then knelt down in front of Xiaoyu and said, How do you know my name? The little figure said it. He also said he could sense his companions were with you, and if you wanted to know the secret of the jade pendant, you had to save him. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows and studied Zhou Xiaoyu closely. However, no matter how Jiang Ning looked at him, he couldn't detect any signs of lying on Zhou Xiaoyu's part. Unable to help himself, Jiang Ning stood up and looked toward the city gates. What could possibly be outside the city walls? What secret did the jade pendant hold? Should he really get involved in this? Chapter 96, The One Family Caravan. After experiencing the incident with Kaluna, Jiang Ning gained a clearer understanding of the vast gap between himself and the top-tier powerhouses. A single sneeze from them could easily kill him. It was best to stay out of the affairs of such top-tier powerhouses. Jiang Ning smiled and ruffled Zhou Xiaoyu's hair, saying, Xiaoyu, if that little guy says anything else, be sure to tell your older brother. Okay. Zhou Xiaoyu nodded seriously. I definitely will. Jiang Ning hummed in acknowledgement, then turned to the woman. If you're willing to talk about your affairs, I could perhaps get involved. But if you're not, I won't force you. Little fish doesn't have many years left. Out of consideration for Zhou Xiaoyu, Jiang Ning still gave the woman an opportunity. But the woman remained silent, her head bowed. Jiang Ning smiled, waved his hand, and said, I'll step out for a moment. Take your time to think it over. He wasn't the type to meddle in others' affairs if they didn't want him to. Let them talk if they want to. By now, the street was already bustling with people. There were street vendors doing business, passing cultivators, and some merchant caravans from various families. The competition in the small holy realm was even more brutal than in the outside world. Resources here are already scarce, and most of the cultivation resources are controlled by the major clans and powerful factions. Ordinary people who wish to cultivate must choose to join these families or factions. Many more were destined to remain ordinary mortals. Therefore, cultivators in this world are always one rank above ordinary people. Even the lowest ranked Qi cultivation realm cultivators can easily trample ordinary people underfoot. Walking down the street, Jiang Ning noticed that there were far fewer cultivators than ordinary people here. Out of 10 people, there might be only one cultivator. How cruel. In the outside world, even ordinary people are protected by the laws of the Holy Tower and won't be slaughtered at the whim of cultivators. But it's different in the small holy realm. Along the way, Jiang Ning had already seen 1 or 2 ordinary people being casually slaughtered by cultivators. And these cultivators would only have to pay a fine at most. Before he knew it, Jiang Ning had already arrived at the very center of Qingshan City. Besides the city lord's mansion, there was also a huge square. At that moment, the area below the stage in the square was already crowded with people, most of whom were cultivators, with a few ordinary mortals there to watch the spectacle. The stage was adorned with fluttering banners, each bearing a large character for Wang. Could this be the so-called Wang family caravan? Jiang Ning grew curious. Yesterday, when he entered the city, he had heard the soldiers at the gate mention that the Wang family merchant caravan was recruiting people. If he could be selected, he might just be able to rise to the top overnight. Although Jiang Ning didn't know how powerful the Wang family was, if they were making such claims, it must not be something trivial. At that moment, on the stage stood an old man with wrinkled skin, but his posture was remarkably straight. The surging aura emanating from his body clearly indicated that he was a powerful cultivator at the Golden Core realm. The density of such powerful individuals in the small holy realm was something the outside world couldn't compare to. Even the soldiers guarding the city yesterday were all at the Foundation Establishment realm. If they were in the outer layers of the world, they could easily become the patriarchs of a sect. Everyone, our Wang family merchant caravan currently has 2 remaining spots. Anyone who can withstand 2 breaths under my old man's hands will be able to join our Wang family merchant caravan. All those who join our Wang family merchant caravan will be granted the status of third-class citizens in Jin City. Upon hearing this, the scene erupted into chaos. Heavens! To obtain the status of a third-class citizen of Jin City? This is truly a leap to the heavens. You must know that even cultivators at the Golden Core realm may not be able to obtain the status of a third-class citizen in Jin City. Third-class citizenship means the right to pass down the status through generations. What else could that be but a leap to the heavens? Unfortunately, the requirements are too high. We must withstand the full force attacks of Golden Core cultivators for 2 breaths. If we weren't all Golden Core cultivators, this would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens for Foundation Establishment cultivators. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Jiang Ning learned some more information. It's different from Qingshan City. As the largest city in Suzhou, Jindu City does not grant citizenship to just anyone. Only those who obtain citizenship can receive the protection of the city lord's mansion. Without the protection of the city lord's mansion, one is no different from an ordinary person within the city. If killed by an enemy, one is simply killed. However, the requirements for Jindu City were simply too stringent. Even cultivators at the Golden Core realm may not be able to obtain third-class citizenship. Calculating it this way, doesn't that mean only those at the Huatian realm can obtain first-class citizenship? But upon reflection, it makes sense. The small holy realm is so small, and the distribution of powerful beings is relatively close. Jiang Ning has no interest in joining the so-called Wang family caravan. He just wanted to come and gather some information. Hey, brother, it's you. Just then, a figure approached, none other than one of the city guards from yesterday. Are you also here to apply for a position as a guard for the Wang family's merchant caravan? Today they're recruiting the captain of the guards, and the requirements are quite high. We probably don't meet the criteria, so we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Jiang Ning smiled and bowed, saying, I'm just here to watch the commotion. I haven't decided yet if I'll join or not. The soldier nodded. Today is my day off, and I was planning to give it a try, but it turns out they're recruiting the captain today. As he spoke, the soldier looked at Jiang Ning. By the way, may I ask your name? My name is Li Mu. Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning bowed his hands. By the way, Jiang Ning, where will you be staying after entering the city? Roughing Inn. Roughing Inn? Li Mu heard this and frowned, then looked at Jiang Ning strangely. It's my fault for not warning you. The Ruffin Inn is a place you must not go. Jiang Ning murmured in confusion and asked, why do you say that? Li Mu sighed and said, this is a long story. Come on, I'll treat you to a drink and we'll talk about it slowly. Alright. Following Li Mu to an inn, he ordered some wine and some appetizers. After taking a sip, he said, this matter is rather complicated. Let's talk about it slowly. In Jindu City, besides the 5 major clans like the Wang family, there are also some weaker clans. The Zhou family is one of them. The young master of the Zhou family was a prodigiously talented individual, but he was a fool for love. He refused to marry the eldest daughter of a prominent family for an alliance, and instead fell for an ordinary woman. As he spoke, Li Mu took another sip of wine. After the commoner woman gave birth to a daughter for the young master of the Zhou family, she thought she could rise in status through her daughter. However, the little girl turned out to be a useless who couldn't cultivate. The young master of the Zhou family, determined to change his daughter's fate, ventured deep into the valley of the fallen gods in search of elixirs and potions, but he never returned. As Li Mu recounted the story, Jiang Ning gradually learned more about the Zhou family. He also roughly guessed what the seal inside Zhou Xiaoyu's body was all about. He never expected there to be such a backstory. So, the second young master of the Zhou family wanted to eradicate his older brother's bloodline, which is why anyone who helped Zhou Xiaoyu was threatened? Li Mu nodded. So, my friend, you should move to a different place immediately. Jiang Ning shook his head. He really had no intention of moving. Chapter 97, The Great Tomb. Oh, it's up to you. Seeing that Jiang Ning wouldn't be persuaded, Li Mu didn't insist anymore and said, if anyone from the Zhou family comes looking for trouble and it's hard to handle, just let us know. Although my Qingshan city can't match the Zhou family, here, they can't control everything. Jiang Ning was deeply moved. He could tell that Li Mu was speaking from the bottom of his heart. They had only met twice, yet he could already tell that this was someone worth befriending. Rest assured, brother Li Mu. If anything happens, I won't hesitate to act. Jiang Ning smiled broadly. At worst, he could give Li Mu and the others some benefits later. After all, he couldn't let them go out of their way for nothing. By the way, there is one more thing that might interest you. Li Mu suddenly thought of something and said, have you heard about the matter outside the city? The matter outside the city? Jiang Ning paused for a moment, recalling Zhou Xiaoyu's mention of the jade pendant and the little person outside the city. Could it be that matter? Could others also see these things? Jiang Ning feigned ignorance and asked, what's happening outside the city? Could there be bandits rampaging around? Li Mu smiled and waved his hand. What are you talking about? Although Qingshan city isn't very large, the city lord's laws are strict, and we have the city guards. Who dares to commit such acts of plundering outside the city? Then, brother Li Mu, what are you referring to? Jiang Ning asked in confusion. Seeing this, Li Mu shifted his chair closer to Jiang Ning and whispered mysteriously. It is said that a great tomb is about to be opened, and within it lies the secret to immortality. Not only Shuzhou, but even the neighboring states have heard of this, and many powerful individuals are sending people here. The tomb is about to be opened? Jiang Ning was taken aback. Could the jade pendant be related to the tomb? Or perhaps, could the jade pendant be connected to the secret of immortality? But if that's the case, then this matter will be troublesome. If it involves the secret of immortality, those great cultivators from the small holy realm, and even those old monsters who have reached the half-step immortal realm, might all appear, right? As a mere body-tempering realm novice, if I were to meddle in this, I might not even know how I'd die. Li Dage, this isn't something we should get involved in, is it? Seeing Li Mu's eager expression, Jiang Ning couldn't help but speak up, also hoping to gather some information on the side. Oh no! Li Mu shrugged. If it were an ordinary ancient tomb, we wouldn't stand a chance. Those are things the ancient ancestors fight over. But this time is different. It said that the tomb's owner was a immortal in life, and to prevent his legacy from being lost, he specifically set up restrictions. Only cultivators below the Yuanling realm can enter the tomb to participate in the struggle. As he spoke, Li Mu leaned in closer. It is said that a Huanshan-level powerhouse from a certain clan in Jin City didn't believe it and insisted on forcing his way into the tomb, only to be instantly killed on the spot. Therefore, all major factions and clans will only send cultivators below the Yuanling realm to participate in the battle. Calculating the time, the first batch of cultivators should arrive tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's heart stirred. Only those below the Yuanling realm can enter the Grand Tomb? Doesn't that mean he also has a chance to compete? Jiang Ning didn't dare to claim he was particularly strong, but ordinary golden core cultivators were no match for him. Perhaps it would be worth a try. Moreover, the jade pendant in the Great Tomb is clearly more than just the secret to becoming an immortal. If it were merely the secret to immortality, the system wouldn't have been able to detect any information. This can only mean that the karmic connection tied to the jade pendant surpasses even the realm of immortality. At the same time, Jiang Ning also thought about some of the things Zhou Xiaoyu had mentioned. The little figure within the jade pendant knew his information and hoped he could save him. Perhaps it is related to the opening of the Great Tomb. What do you think, Jiang Ning? Interested in getting involved? I've already discussed it with Old Qi and the others. Once the ancient tomb is opened, we'll go check it out too. Even if we can't get that treasure that can make one immortal, we might get something else. If you come, we can travel together and look out for each other, right? Jiang Ning pondered for a moment, then nodded. Alright, Li Gu, come find me at the Like the Wind Inn when the time comes. Alright, it's settled then. Li Mu laughed heartily, raised his cup, and drank it all in one gulp. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Ning wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. Although Jiang Ning's cultivation was only at the foundation establishment realm, Li Mu felt a sense of pressure emanating from him. Li Mu had joined the city guard because of his exceptional talent, making him stronger than most foundation establishment cultivators. Yet Jiang Ning, who was only at the body tempering realm, could give him such a sense of oppression. There could only be two possibilities. One was that Jiang Ning possessed a treasure capable of transcending realms. The other was that Jiang Ning was an unparalleled genius capable of defying the heavens in adversity. Regardless of which one it is, such a person must be befriended. If they could enter the Great Tomb together, there might be unexpected benefits. As for why Jiang Ning agreed, his reasoning was simple. He felt that Li Mu and the others were decent people. He was determined to venture into the Great Tomb no matter what. If he refused now, wouldn't it be unwise to risk offending them if they were to meet in the tomb in the future? Besides, he had just arrived in Qingshan City and was unfamiliar with many things. Traveling with Li Mu and the others would help him avoid a lot of trouble. The most important point was that it would lower the guard of other cultivators. Ha, Jiang Ning brother, it's settled then. I'll come notify you when the time comes. I have some matters to attend to at home today, so I'll be heading back first. Li Mu stood up, bowed slightly to Jiang Ning, and glanced longingly at the unfinished wine on the table. Jiang Ning smiled and said, Li Gu, take this bottle of wine with you. I don't really like it anyway. As he spoke, Jiang Ning called over the waiter and instructed him to bring a few more jars of wine and some appetizers. Brother Li, take all of this with you. It's a token of my younger brother's goodwill. Once I'm buried in that big tomb, I'll still need your help. Li Mu hesitated at first, unsure whether to accept. But upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, he smiled and accepted it. Ha, Jiang Ning, I'll take you as my younger brother. Once we enter the tomb, just follow me. If there is any danger, your older brother will definitely go first. Jiang Ning also stood up, bowed to Li Mu, and said, Then I'll trouble you, brother Li. Farewell, Jiang Ning brother. Alright. After Li Mu left, Jiang Ning sat back down and instructed the waiter to bring another round of food and drink. However, this time Jiang Ning had no appetite for food or drink. Instead, he was deep in thought about the ancient tomb. There were various secret realms in the outside world, but within this small sacred realm, there were no such places. What existed were only various great tombs. Some of these grand tombs were brought here by the great beings who created the Holy Tower when it was first forged, migrating them from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Others were established by the descendants of the great beings who had sacrificed themselves during the war between the Holy Tower and the small sacred realm. The older the tomb, the more valuable items it contained. Jiang Ning believed that this particular massive tomb was likely one that had been relocated from the 9 heavens and 10 earths by that great being. In fact, the age of this tomb and the 9 heavens and 10 earths is exceptionally ancient. It seems that this journey to the great tomb is destined to be anything but peaceful. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning felt that it would be better to make some preparations, so he got up and left the tavern. Chapter 98, What are the conditions? Although Jiang Ning was now wealthy, he didn't have many pills that could sustain him in battle. To fight across realms, one must consume a large quantity of pills. However, thinking about how rare and expensive the pills in the little holy realm were, with prices skyrocketing, Jiang Ning felt a headache coming on. Never mind, I'll go check out the merchant's shop. I should at least prepare something, just in case there is a fierce battle. Those who can enter the Great Tomb are likely all Golden Core Realm cultivators. The lowest level is Foundation Establishment Realm. One-on-one, he wouldn't fear anyone, but if it's one against many, he'll have to rely on his equipment advantage. His current gear was a real money pit. After leaving the tavern, Jiang Ning walked along the street for a few minutes before arriving at the entrance of a merchant's shop. In a small city like Qingshan City, merchant guilds are typically controlled by external factions. Few local merchant guilds can thrive, much like the chain stores found in larger cities. Wang Family Trading House? Upon seeing the shop's signboard, Jiang Ning paused in surprise, not expecting the Wang family's influence to be so vast. Everywhere he looked, he encountered items related to the Wang family. Upon entering the merchant house, Jiang Ning noticed there were only a few scattered customers inside, selecting magical artifacts and elixirs. The shop assistants were sitting behind the counter, dozing off. What surprised Jiang Ning was that, despite the Wang family's large merchant house, all the clerks here were ordinary people. There was not a single trace of spiritual energy fluctuations within them. Welcome to the Wang family merchant house, honored guest. May I ask if you are here to sell treasures or purchase items? Upon seeing Jiang Ning dressed like an outsider, an attendant immediately approached him with enthusiasm. Do you have any high-quality qi gathering pills? Jiang Ning asked. We do, of course. How much do you require? If it's not too much, our in-store inventory should be sufficient to meet your needs. If you need a large quantity, we'll have to source it from nearby cities, which may take a day or two. The shop assistant was very courteous, not only leading Jiang Ning to the VIP room to sit down but also serving tea and snacks. Jiang Ning didn't beat around the bush and pulled out a pile of high-quality spirit stones. How many high-quality qi gathering pills do you think these can buy? The shop assistant didn't seem surprised by the spirit stones and instead took out a wooden box. The box had a recessed slot that fit the spirit stones perfectly. After placing one of the spirit stones inside, the box suddenly burst into a brilliant light. The waiter finally revealed a look of astonishment. It's an upper-grade spirit stone? This, esteemed guest, your business is too large for me to handle. I must consult the shopkeeper. A single high-grade spirit stone is worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. And the pile of spirit stones Jiang Ning had pulled out numbered at least several dozen. That's over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. As a mere clerk, he didn't have the authority to decide on such a large transaction. Soon, a middle-aged man with a wealthy appearance was led by the waiter into the VIP room. Upon seeing the pile of high-grade spirit stones on the table, the middle-aged man's face broke into a smile as wide as a chrysanthemum. Esteemed guest, I am Zhu Fugui, the head of the Zhou Family Trading Company in Qingshan City. As I understand from my subordinates, you wish to purchase high-quality qi gathering pills? Jiang Ning hummed in acknowledgement, giving Zhu Fugui a once-over. It must be said. The Wang family is indeed a powerful and influential clan. Even the head of Qingcheng City is a Golden Core realm expert. If this is the Wang family's headquarters, how powerful must they be? Is the guest intending to exchange all these high-grade spirit stones for top-quality qi gathering pills? Zhu Fugui spoke with a respectful tone. According to the current market price, one high-grade qi gathering pill costs 10 low-grade spirit stones. One high-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 1,000 superior qi gathering pills. Only 1,000? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. Even with dozens of high-grade spirit stones, one could only exchange for tens of thousands of high-grade qi gathering pills. If we encounter consecutive fierce battles, this won't be enough either. At that thought, Jiang Ning pulled out another pile of high-grade spirit stones. This is a bit too little. Exchange all of these for me. This. Zhu Fugui was dumbfounded. High-grade spirit stones are such precious items. When did they become as common as cabbages by the roadside? Just a casual grab yields dozens of them? Are you that well off? Honored guest, are you certain you wish to exchange all these high-grade spirit stones for superior qi gathering pills? Zhu Fugui confirmed again. After all, the quantity is too large. The annual income of the Qingshan City branch doesn't even amount to this much. If he could secure this deal, his status within the Wang family would rise sharply. He might even be transferred back to headquarters. Of course. Jiang Ning nodded and said, set a timeline. The sooner, the better. 5 days? No, 3 days, just 3 days. In 3 days, the distinguished guest may come to collect it. 3 days? Jiang Ning nodded. This time frame is still acceptable. Alright, how much is the deposit? Jiang Ning nodded and asked. No deposit needed, sir. Zhu Fugui explained with a smile, no one dares to joke around with the Wang family merchants guild. Jiang Ning understood. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, the Wang family was one of the 5 great clans of Jindu City, and in the entire Shu state, they were a colossal force. Offending the Wang family would mean fleeing to another province. But the Wang family wouldn't let anyone slip away right under their noses, would they? So, the deposit really doesn't matter anymore. Alright then. Jiang Ning waved his hand and collected the pile of spirit stones on the table. In 3 days, once the goods arrive, come to the Like the Wind Inn to notify me cash on delivery. Rufang Inn? Zhu Fugui paused again and reminded him, are you sure it's the Rufan Inn at the city gate? Honored guest, perhaps you should choose another location? Jiang Ning looked at Zhu Fugui with a playful expression and said, what? Is the Wang family afraid of the Zhou family? The Zhou family? Zhu Fugui sneered disdainfully. The Zhou family? They're nothing. We just don't want to disturb your mood, honored guest. Saying this, Zhu Fugui patted his plump chest and said, honored guest, rest assured. If anyone from the Zhou family dares to cause trouble for you, the Wang family will never stand idly by. You are our honored guest, a valued customer of the Wang family. After speaking, Zhu Fugui pulled out a red card. Honored guest, this is the highest tier membership card of the Wang family. It was originally meant to be given to you once this deal was finalized. But I believe that, given your status as a distinguished guest, even if you don't do business with the Wang family, this card is still worth having. I, Zhu Fugui, am most willing to be friends with someone like you. It must be said that Zhu Fugui is a shrewd businessman. Jiang Ning had originally planned to check the prices of other chambers of commerce. But since Zhu Fuguei was so straightforward, he felt it would be inappropriate to compare prices. Since Mr. Zhu is so generous, I'll be generous too. Saying this, Jiang Ning directly pulled out the high-grade spirit stones he had prepared earlier. Here's the payment, I'll settle it now. Zhu Fugui's eyes lit up. What a generous and open-hearted guest. By the way, may I ask how the honored guest prefers to be addressed? Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning said. Jiang Ning, you are a friend I have decided to befriend. If you ever go to Jindu City in the future, just let me know, and I will definitely show you the hospitality of a host. Jiang Ning also bowed his hands and said, then it's settled. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Bring the items over in 3 days. Farewell, friend. Chapter 99, Trouble Knocks on the Door. Jiang Ning had a feeling. The people of this small sacred realm aren't as difficult to deal with as he had imagined. Whether it was Li Mu or the current Zhu Fuguei, they both gave off an air of warmth and kindness. However, Jiang Ning also knew that this was just an exception. The little holy realm was even more brutal than the outside world. After leaving the Wang family merchants guild, it was already the 3rd hour of the afternoon. Jiang Ning felt a pang of hunger in his stomach, and his heart couldn't help but rejoice. Although he had already embarked on the path of cultivation at the body-tempering realm, in the eyes of many, he was still not considered a true cultivator. Only after reaching the foundation establishment realm, when one has completely transformed their body and soul, can one truly be considered to have embarked on the path of cultivation. The forging body realm requires constant refinement of the physical body. There are 2 steps to this process. The first is to use spiritual energy to purify the body of impurities, bringing it to its purest state. The second step involves consuming food containing vital energy. Refining the physique depletes the cultivator's vital energy, so external food is needed to replenish it. During the forging body realm, whenever a cultivator is about to break through to the next realm and advance their cultivation by 1 level, they will experience a strong sense of hunger. This serves as a reminder that it is time to replenish one's vital energy and prepare to break through the realm. After the battle with the commander of Wanshan City, Jiang Ning broke through and rebuilt himself, achieving the forging body realm in the midst of utter destruction, though he was only at the first layer of forging body. Later, he faced 2 half-step immortal realm experts, Jello and the Heavenly Fire Sage. After his body was shattered and then healed again, he inadvertently completed another forging the body stage. Now, all the hidden injuries within his body have been completely healed, and his cultivation realm should naturally advance by 1 layer. Only the 2nd layer of the body forging realm. Jiang Ning couldn't help but sigh. If it were an ordinary cultivator, after experiencing such events, as long as they survived, their cultivation realm would rise as quickly as a rocket. Yet he had only advanced by 1 level. However, Jiang Ning was already quite satisfied. Although his cultivation had only increased by 1 level, Jiang Ning had a premonition that his combat power had improved by far more than just a little. Although he could already sense the breakthrough within him, Jiang Ning did not rush to break through. The qi and blood energy required for this breakthrough would undoubtedly be immense. He needed to make some preparations. If the qi and blood energy required for the breakthrough were insufficient, it could leave lasting complications. In short, one thing was clear. He needed to eat more nourishing food. With that thought, Jiang Ning made his way back to the Rongfeng Inn. At that moment, the young innkeeper was sitting idly on the steps at the entrance, lost in thought. Zhou Xiaoyu was playing with a branch nearby. Jiang Ning looked inside the inn but did not see the woman. Hey, go buy me some food that can replenish my qi and blood. Jiang Ning pulled out a high-grade spirit stone, the more the better. The rest would be for transportation and processing fees. If it's not enough, come find me for more. Upon seeing the high-grade spirit stone, the shop assistant swallowed hard, unable to help but marvel once again, what kind of family is this? Using high-grade spirit stones to buy food to replenish vital energy, and still worried it won't be enough? How much qi and blood energy do you need to replenish? Sir, just wait here. I'll go arrange it right away. After the waiter hurriedly left, Jiang Ning turned to look at Zhou Xiaoyu, who was playing with a branch nearby. Feeling someone watching him, Zhou Xiaoyu blinked his big eyes and looked over. Brother. Zhou Xiaoyu called out sweetly, running over to Jiang Ning and snuggling into his arms. Ha, little fish, are you hungry? Jiang Ning asked with a smile. Since the Zhou family was targeting these 3, their lives must not be easy. At her age, she's in the midst of growing, and she needs plenty of food. Hungry. Zhou Xiaoyu pouted her lips, lowered her head, and timidly said, but Mom said we shouldn't say we're hungry. If we do, we'll just get hungrier as we get older. Jiang Ning felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Zhou Xiaoyu was too much like his sister from that world. Back then, when he was first diagnosed with a terminal illness, he had locked himself in his room and refused to eat or drink. His sister had brought him a bowl of rice porridge and stood by the bedside, from morning until night. Jiang Ning always remembered the little girl's expression and the words she had spoken. The little girl cried as she said, brother, please eat some rice. You'll get hungry if you don't eat. You're sick, and I'll take care of you. Please eat some, okay? Thinking of his sister, Jiang Ning felt a pang of sadness and couldn't help but stroke Zhou Xiaoyu's head. Xiaoyu, eat a little sugar bean to settle your stomach first. We'll eat something together later. As he spoke, Jiang Ning pulled out a grain-suppressing pill. He had prepared it long ago and occasionally took one himself. However, Jiang Ning didn't give the entire pill to the little girl. Instead, he broke it into 4 pieces. The little girl looked at Jiang Ning timidly. Brother, can Xiaoyu really eat it? Of course. Seeing Zhou Xiaoyu take the fragment of the fasting pill with such care, Jiang Ning felt a mix of emotions. After watching Zhou Xiaoyu swallow it, Jiang Ning finally said, "Come here, Xiaoyu. Give your hand to your older brother. Let me take a look." Zhou Xiaoyu obediently did as he was told. Jiang Ning then split off a thread of spiritual energy and probed the seal within Zhou Xiaoyu's body. Although only a day had passed, the seal seemed to have grown even stronger. If this continues, it'll take years, and this little girl might not even last a few months. Damn it, I have to handle this. Jiang Ning clenched his teeth, manipulating the spiritual energy to try to break the seal. But he dared not force it, as it would cause irreversible harm to the little girl's identity. That would be counterproductive. But if he was too gentle, the seal wouldn't break either. The one who placed this seal was truly malicious. Xiaoyu was clearly a cultivation prodigy, yet she was subjected to such unfair treatment. Such is the nature of clan rivalries. Xiaoyu's father has gone missing, so the second branch naturally wants to eliminate Zhou Xiaoyu, the obstacle in their way. Now that the Zhou family is under the control of the second young master's branch, the little girl's life is growing increasingly difficult. After trying for a while, Jiang Ning gave up helplessly. This seal isn't so easy to break, unless a great cultivator at the nascent soul realm intervenes. His cultivation was still far from sufficient. Yuanling realm? It seems that the one who placed the seal on the little fish was a Yuanling realm expert. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. There are 2 methods to break this seal. One method involves a cultivator at the Yuanling realm intervening to gradually wear down the seal without harming the small fish, rendering it ineffective. The other method is for Zhou Xiaoyu to break the seal herself. This requires the young girl to embark on the path of cultivation and obtain an extraordinary opportunity. However, the seal also blocks her spiritual veins in Dantian, preventing her from cultivating. Perhaps that method might work. Jiang Ning stood up and looked toward the city gates. The mysterious jade pendant outside the city wall seemed to have an inexplicable connection with the young girl. If the young girl were to obtain that jade pendant, perhaps the seal would be broken. It seems that, no matter what, we must make a trip to the Great Tomb. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, his gaze growing even more resolute. Chapter 100, Restoring Vital Energy. Soon, the waiter led a group of workers carrying a large amount of food into the room. "Sir, what do you think of these items? All of these are foods that can replenish vital energy and blood, but I'm not sure if the quantity is sufficient for your needs." Jiang Ning looked at the food. Most of them were common demon beasts rich in blood and chi energy, along with some rare heavenly treasures. The quantity seemed ample, but he wondered if it would be sufficient to meet his needs for breaking the mirror. "Go ahead and prepare them first. If it's not enough, we'll replenish it in time." With Jiang Ning's permission, the waiter waved his hand and led the workers into the inn's backyard. With so much food, it was impossible for the waiter to handle it all alone. The workers who had followed along also took on the role of chefs. While waiting, Jiang Ning continued to watch Zhou Xiaoyu play with a branch. Soon, the waiter rushed out from the backyard carrying the first dish and said, "Sir, the first course is ready. Where would you like to eat?" Jiang Ning glanced at the inn's main hall, where the tables and chairs had already been wiped clean. "Let's eat in the hall then." "All right, sir. Please start eating first. The other dishes will be here shortly." "All right." Jiang Ning nodded, then turned to look at Zhou Xiaoyu, who was standing at the door, staring at him eagerly. "Xiaoyu, come over here. There's so much food one person can't eat it all." Jiang Ning waved his hand, flashing a warm smile. The little girl couldn't help but swallow her saliva, smiling and revealing a row of white teeth, then ran over happily. "Brother, can Xiaoyu eat too?" The little girl cuddled up beside Jiang Ning, lifting her head, her big, sparkling eyes blinking as she looked at him. "Of course." Jiang Ning smiled, picked up a piece of demon beast meat, and fed it to the little girl's mouth. "Try some." The little girl took a bite, the heat making her puff out her cheeks, but her already bright eyes grew even brighter. "It's so delicious, big brother. Little fish hasn't eaten anything this tasty in ages." "Is that so? Can little fish eat something this delicious every day from now on?" As he spoke, Jiang Ning picked up the little girl and sat her on a stool, then handed her a pair of chopsticks. "Eat up, don't be shy. Eat as much as you can." The little girl didn't care about anything else. She had already turned into a glutton, no longer using chopsticks. She grabbed a piece of demon beast meat with her hands and devoured it greedily. Jiang Ning smiled slightly before picking up a piece of demon beast meat and putting it into his mouth. What a flavor! Although Jiang Ning had eaten demon beast meat before, it had always been simply processed, and the taste was barely edible. Now, after trying this processed demon beast meat, Jiang Ning felt that the delicacies of his former life on Earth were utterly inferior. However, taste wasn't the most important thing. As the demon beast meat entered his mouth, waves of vital energy surged out from the meat, rushing from Jiang Ning's mouth into his body and limbs. Though this vital energy was but a drop in the bucket compared to what Jiang Ning needed. But the good news is that it accumulates over time. As long as he consumes enough demon beast meat, he will eventually reach the required level of vital energy to break through to the next realm. Soon, the waiter brought the second dish. This was a dish of demon beast meat stir-fried with a rare and precious herb. This rare herb is called jade glass grass, resembling the Chinese cabbage from his previous life, though its color was more vibrant and alluring. Jiang Ning took just one bite, and the qi and blood energy within his body surged to 3 times that of ordinary demon beast meat. No wonder it's a heavenly treasure, it possesses such abundant vital energy. Unfortunately, it was still a bit lacking. The third dish was a soup made from dragon's blood grass, which looked like a basin of fresh blood but emitted an oddly enticing aroma, stimulating one's appetite. Jiang Ning picked up a spoon and took a small taste. Before he could savor the stunning flavor, a surge of intense heat engulfed his body. It is said that this dragon blood grass originated from the blood of a true dragon that was spilled onto a certain type of vegetation during that great battle. After being nurtured by the dragon's blood, the ordinary vegetation transformed into the dragon's blood grass we see today. A rather absurd legend. Not to mention whether a single plant could withstand the power of dragon blood. Even if it were truly nurtured by dragon blood, how could it be just an ordinary heavenly treasure? Legends are just legends. However, the vital energy contained within the dragon blood grass is indeed no ordinary force. Jiang Ning drank just a sip of the soup and felt that the vital energy required to break through his current realm had already reached 1/10 of what was needed. Of course, this 10th is the combined effect of all the ingredients together. For an ordinary cultivator, just a few sips of dragon blood grass soup might be enough to break through. However, the qi and blood energy required for Jiang Ning to break through his cultivation realm was simply too immense. The 4th, 5th, and 6th courses. More dishes were served. If Zhou Xiaoyu beside him had transformed into a small glutton, then Jiang Ning was the great glutton. The 2 gluttonous beasts devoured everything in sight, leaving no trace behind. Even Jiang Ning didn't expect the little girl's appetite to be so astonishing. However, upon reflecting on the reason behind it, Jiang Ning quickly came to terms with it. The little girl possessed an extraordinary talent in the path of cultivation, and might even be a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Although her dantian and spiritual veins were sealed, her physical constitution could continue to grow. Over the years, she had been malnourished, leaving her body weak and plagued by illness. Now that her body is being replenished with vital energy, it's like a drop being relieved by rain. That tiny body instinctively absorbs more qi and blood energy to make up for the deficiencies of the past years. Soon, the 2, one large and one small, devoured the energy at a speed faster than a waiter serving a meal. But they show no signs of stopping. Burp! After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Xiaoyu let out a satisfied belch, her little face flushed pink as she looked at Jiang Ning. Brother, Xiaoyu is so full. I'm so sleepy. Before Jiang Ning could respond, the little girl simply sat on the chair and fell asleep. Jiang Ning was slightly startled. He clearly noticed that the little girl's body had grown a full size. The qi and blood energy that had been swallowed hadn't disappeared either, but were continuously transforming the little girl's body. Is this the feeling of achieving physical enlightenment? Jiang Ning was stunned. In the path of cultivating immortality, the primary focus is on cultivating the soul and divine consciousness. Few cultivators delve into physical cultivation. Cultivators only refine their physical bodies during the body forging realm, but they don't invest too much effort into it, just enough to withstand the foundational cultivation energy. Perhaps this young girl, Xiaoyu, has chosen a different path? In his previous life, Jiang Ning had read many novels and knew that there were some exceptionally talented geniuses who would blaze their own trails. Could Xiaoyu be one of those once-in-a-lifetime geniuses? But Jiang Ning quickly dismissed the idea. Xiaoyu's situation was entirely unconscious. After all, his spiritual veins were sealed, and his vital energy could only nourish his body, not the meridians within. Unless Xiaoyu actively cultivated her body and continued to invest effort afterward, she might just touch upon some thresholds. Wait a moment? It seems. Remembered something, Jiang Ning sucked in a breath. Perhaps I could give it a try? Chapter 101, A Glimpse of the Path. Jiang Ning felt a surge of heat in his heart. Perhaps he could try to refine his physique to its ultimate state? After all, his combat strength couldn't be measured by conventional standards, so there was no need to rush to break through the next realm. Perhaps he could blaze a new path in cultivation? Even if he failed, he still had room to experiment, didn't he? With this thought, Jiang Ning forced himself to suppress the urge to break through the realm within him, instead guiding his qi and blood energy to continue refining his body. No, this is too unbearable. Jiang Ning felt an ever-growing sensation of expansion within his body. It seemed as though his body had already been refined to its absolute limit. Unless he broke through the barrier, he couldn't continue refining. This was like a bottle filled with water. If you wanted to add more water, you had to either enlarge the bottle or make it taller. Jiang Ning was the container, and the qi and blood energy was the water inside it. To allow his body to hold more vital energy, he must break through the realm, increasing his capacity. As for why breaking through the realm leads to greater capacity, Jiang Ning did not understand. Perhaps that is simply the rule of this world. Damn it, aren't rules meant to be broken? I feel like my limit hasn't been reached yet. Jiang Ning forced himself to suppress the urge to break through the realm and once again devoured the vital energy. But soon, the backlash appeared. Perhaps the amount of qi and blood energy his body could contain had reached its limit, and Jiang Ning was still continuously replenishing it. The qi and blood energy had turned into blood, overflowing from Jiang Ning's mouth and nose. Jiang Ning showed no signs of stopping, instead increasing the speed of his replenishment. But when the rate of loss becomes slower than the rate of replenishment, the container will shatter. At this point, although Jiang Ning's body has not yet shattered, the blood vessels on his body have swollen to the thickness of fingers. If he continued to replenish, Jiang Ning might explode and die. No! This can't continue. Jiang Ning immediately stopped. He did not want to act impulsively and risk exploding and dying. However, Jiang Ning could clearly feel that his body could still be forged. As long as he could break the rules and surpass this limit, he could continue to forge himself. As for how to break the rules, Jiang Ning wanted to try some experiments. What about trying to sever the connection to spiritual energy? Jiang Ning took a deep breath and suddenly struck his dantian with a spell, forcibly sealing the connection between his dantian and spiritual veins. Then, Jiang Ning circulated his cultivation technique, expelling all the spiritual energy from his body. At that moment, there was not a single trace of spiritual energy left in Jiang Ning's meridians. Even Jiang Ning himself didn't expect that such a simple attempt would yield such an unexpected result. After the spiritual energy dissipated, the excess vital energy seemed to find an outlet and began surging toward Jiang Ning's 8 extraordinary meridians. It hurt so much. Instantly, Jiang Ning felt as though thousands of insects were tearing at his body. The pain pierced his soul, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Damn it! Though he cursed under his breath, Jiang Ning refused to give up. He realized, although the meridians within his body were being constantly stretched, the benefits were also evident. The once fragile meridians, under the relentless wash of qi and blood energy, had actually hardened. Even the flesh surrounding the meridians was affected, undergoing further refinement. It's working! It's really working! Jiang Ning was overjoyed. Wait, if the meridians can absorb the power of qi and blood, what about the spiritual root? Can the spiritual root also absorb the energy of qi and blood? Jiang Ning wanted to guide the qi and blood energy toward the location of the spiritual root. However, he had already sealed his dantian, and as soon as the qi and blood energy reached the dantian, it was blocked. No, if I were to remove the seal now, the spiritual energy would flow back, combined with the vital energy, and my meridians would explode instantly. Jiang Ning wasn't foolish, he knew the consequences of such an action. He decided to redirect the qi and blood energy back into the surrounding meridians. He didn't know how long it had been. The qi and blood energy in his meridians had been completely depleted, and Jiang Ning finally felt a little better. He quickly unlocked the seal at his dantian. In an instant, the spiritual energy surged back, like a flood breaking through a dam, rushing toward Jiang Ning's 4 major meridians and 8 collateral channels. Sigh. The pain he had imagined did not appear. Instead, Jiang Ning felt a warm, soothing sensation. Moreover, Jiang Ning was shocked to discover, after being cleansed by the energy of qi and blood, his meridians had become golden, as if coated with a layer of gold. Even the spiritual energy within Jiang Ning's body had undergone a transformation. Had he broken through a realm? Jiang Ning also discovered that as the spiritual energy flowed back, he had broken through the realm, reaching the second layer of the body forging realm. Just when Jiang Ning thought this path was dead end, he made an unexpected discovery. After breaking through the realm, the impurities within his body were expelled. Jiang Ning felt that the meridians throughout his body seemed ready to be refined once more. Wait a moment! A flash of insight struck Jiang Ning. Meridians are not only capable of containing spiritual energy but also the power of qi and blood. The body can now store the power of qi and blood. If the spiritual energy in his body were to deplete, could he then utilize the vital energy within his body to fight? In that case, even in the end of the law era, where not a single thread of spiritual energy exists, as long as one can replenish their vital energy, one could still cultivate? Jiang Ning vaguely felt as though he had grasped something. But that feeling was vague and fleeting. This path seemed viable, but it required serendipity to grasp the most critical step. To forge a completely new path is no easy feat. Jiang Ning had no experience to draw upon, so he could only proceed by trial and error, step by step. However, after all this turmoil, I feel much stronger. Even against a half-step golden core realm expert, I should be able to hold my ground with my physical strength alone. Jiang Ning was overjoyed. Master, you're finally awake. At that moment, the anxious voice of the waiter came from the side, and Jiang Ning realized that the sky outside had already grown completely dark. How long has it been? Jiang Ning paused for a moment and asked. Master, it is now midnight. 4 full hours have passed. 4 hours? That long? Have you been waiting here all this time? Jiang Ning looked at the young waiter. Breaking through the realm wasn't particularly dangerous, but choosing a different path might lead to unforeseen risks. He didn't expect the waiter to be here, and Jiang Ning felt a pang of emotion. Yes, sir. The waiter glanced at Jiang Ning, then suddenly knelt down with a thud. Master, please save the lady. The lady has been out and hasn't returned yet. I fear. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows and said, the city is so peaceful nothing unexpected should happen. Why are you acting this way? The innkeeper bit his lip, hesitated for a moment, then said, Master, I won't hide anything from you. Here's what happened. The waiter then revealed their identities, which were similar to what Jiang Ning had heard, though more perilous. Upon learning that the young lady had a seal inside her body, the lady decided to go find the Zhou family to demand an explanation. But she hasn't returned yet. Please, sir, save the lady. Chapter 102, Confronting the Zhou family. You mean, your mistress didn't know all along that Xiaoyu had a seal inside her body? Jiang Ning looked utterly stunned. Earlier, when he mentioned it to the woman, she had been evasive, so Jiang Ning had assumed she knew. The lady didn't know earlier, and she didn't want to involve you in this. After all, the Zhou family is simply too powerful. Is that so? Jiang Ning nodded, having roughly understood the situation. That woman was just an ordinary person and had no knowledge of the seal within Zhou Xiaoyu's body. She merely thought that the little girl had been weak and sickly since childhood and had never been able to cultivate. Now that she knew that the little girl couldn't cultivate and was even weak and sickly, was all because of the seal within her. Naturally, she wanted to demand an explanation from the Zhou family. She went to Jindu City? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows and said, if she's gone to Jindu City, that's trouble. After all, it is already midnight, and the city gates have long been closed. Getting out won't be that easy. The Zhou family has a branch in Qingshan City. The second young madam recently arrived at the branch. The lady must have gone to find the second young madam. The second young madam? Jiang Ning pondered for a moment and understood the woman's intentions. If Zhou Xiaoyu has no hope of cultivation, then the second young master's lineage would become the beneficiaries. There's no need to guess, it must be the second young master's branch who placed this seal. Master, I know you must be a powerful cultivator. Please, if you can save the mistress, I will be your servant for life. The young servant banged his head on the ground, tears streaming down his face. It was the young master who gave me this life. Now that the young master is missing, this life is the young mistress's. If you agree, this life will be yours from now on. Jiang Ning smiled wryly. You're just a mortal. What use is your life to me? Though he said this, Jiang Ning still stood up. What about Xiaoyu? The young lady has already been carried into the room to rest. For little fish's sake, I'll help you out this time. Xiao Er was overjoyed and tried to kneel down to kowtow to Jiang Ning, but Jiang Ning pulled him up by the arm. Enough of that. Hurry up and lead the way. If we're late, your young mistress's body might already be cold. Xiao Er finally wiped away his tears and hurriedly bowed and led the way. As they stepped out of the inn, Jiang Ning suddenly stopped. By the way, is there anyone trustworthy around here? Xiao Er paused, unsure of Jiang Ning's meaning, but nodded anyway and said, yes. Give this to him and tell him to go to the Wang Family Merchants Guild and find Zhu Fugue. Tell him I have something urgent for him to handle and to come to the Zhou family branch immediately. The innkeeper didn't know what the red card was, but when he heard Wang family and Zhu Fugue, he understood. Sir, I'll go right away. Soon, the young servant returned and said, Master, it's all taken care of. Jiang Ning nodded and led the way. Although Jiang Ning was confident, he was unaware of the strength of the Zhou family's branch. Additionally, with the matter of the Grand Tomb about to be opened, Jiang Ning suspected that the Zhou family branch might have more than one golden core cultivator, and even a nascent soul cultivator was a possibility. It would be safer to bring Zhu Fugue along. After all, he was the head of the Wang family in Qingshan City. Even if there were Yuanling realm cultivators, they wouldn't dare to harm him. Soon, under the guidance of the waiter, Jiang Ning arrived at the Zhou family branch. It was a large estate in the eastern part of the city, covering half a city block. Who are you? As Jiang Ning and the waiter approached, the guards at the gate frowned and shouted, this is Zhou family territory. Those who know their place should get out of here immediately. Xiao Er, being an ordinary person, couldn't withstand the aura of a cultivator and was so scared that he hid behind Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning merely sneered in disdain. Just two body-forging realm guards, what's there to be so arrogant about? Bang! With a casual wave of his hand, the two forged body realm cultivators were sent flying backward, crashing through the door behind them. Who? How dare you? Dare to come to the Zhou family and cause trouble? Are you looking for death? As the door burst open, several powerful auras surged forth from all directions, each belonging to a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Soon, a large number of cultivators emerged from all directions. Among them, several leaders were all Foundation Establishment realm experts. The rest were all at the body tempering realm. With this level of strength, if they were to venture into the first layer of the world, they might even be able to sweep through all areas except the central region. But within this small sacred realm, they could only serve as gatekeepers and guards. Is that you, Zhou Ping? A leading foundation establishment cultivator spotted the young servant behind Jiang Ning and coldly barked, "What? Do you think bringing a forging body cultivator is enough to cause trouble at the Zhou family?" Jiang Ning only learned the young servant's name at that moment. I just want to save the young mistress. Please, let her go. We've already left the Zhou family. Why won't you show mercy?" The young servant didn't know where he found the courage to stand in front of Jiang Ning. The affairs of the Zhou family are none of your concern, you lowly servant. Looking for death. As he spoke, the cultivator raised his palm and struck toward Xiao Zhou Ping. Die? Did you ask me first? Zhou Ping has been loyal to his master and has already gained Jiang Ning's approval. Now that even a foundation establishment cultivator dares to act so arrogantly, Jiang Ning naturally wouldn't stand for it. After pulling Zhou Ping behind him, Jiang Ning raised his palm and struck out. Boom! Two streams of spiritual energy collided, producing a deafening explosion. The foundation establishment cultivator sneered coldly. "You ignorant ants, daring to challenge me with your mere body-tempering realm cultivation? You think you can withstand my attack?" But before he could finish speaking, the foundation establishment cultivator suddenly felt as though his throat had been clamped shut, emitting a hoarse chuckle. The spiritual energy he had unleashed was effortlessly shattered by Jiang Ning's single palm strike. Moreover, the remaining spiritual energy continued to surge toward him. He tried to move, but felt as though a mountain weighing 10,000 Jun was pressing down on him, leaving him completely immobilized. Damn it, he's only at the body-tempering realm, yet he's so powerful? As the last question flashed through Jiang Ning's mind, his spiritual energy had already closed in. Put. The foundation establishment cultivator stared in disbelief at his own, which had been pierced through. Himself. Had he really been killed in an instant by a forging body realm cultivator? Alas. No matter how much disbelief he felt, it was already too late. Plop. The sound of the body hitting the ground echoed, leaving all the Zhou family cultivators in a state of shock. No. The captain was killed by him. The captain was at the mid-foundation establishment realm, yet he was killed by a mere forging body realm scoundrel? This. The cultivators were dumbfounded. The household guards and captains of the Dao Foundation establishment realm felt a chill run down their spines. This is too bizarre. Just one move. He actually killed a fellow cultivator at the mid-foundation establishment realm with a single strike. Damn it, this must be a coincidence. Let's all attack together. I don't believe this kid is really that powerful. Chapter 103, The Great Battle Against the Golden Core Realm. Upon hearing this, all the Zhou family warriors mobilized their spiritual energy, preparing to take down Jiang Ning in one fell swoop. Just a bunch of trash. Jiang Ning sneered. After reaching the second layer of the body forging realm, especially after his chi and blood had refined his meridians, Jiang Ning's peak combat strength was something even he himself did not fully understand. Boom! With a single move, the foundation establishment cultivators who had surrounded him were all struck flying backward, spitting blood. This was with Jiang Ning using only half of his strength. Otherwise, these foundation establishment cultivators would have been instantly killed by a single move from Jiang Ning. Damn it, how can this person be so strong? After these two exchanges, the Zhou family's cultivators had already seen Jiang Ning's true strength and dared not speak so boldly anymore. This fellow cultivator, this is a matter of the Zhou family. Please spare our family some face. Just then, a deep voice echoed from the back of the courtyard. Immediately afterward, a pressure unique to a Golden Core Realm expert descended, targeting Jiang Ning directly. Jiang Ning merely snorted coldly, and the pressure receded like a retreating tide. Fellow cultivator, as a genius like you, I feel pity for you and do not wish to commit more killings. If you know what's good for you, withdraw now. A figure emerged from the depths of the estate, stepping through the heavens, radiating brilliant golden light. It was a Golden Core Realm cultivator. The disciples of the Zhou family, upon seeing this, hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, fourth elder." The fourth elder nodded slightly, still looking down on Jiang Ning. "Young man, the matters of the Zhou family are not something you can meddle in. What if I choose to meddle?" Jiang Ning gave a cold smile, refusing to give the other party any face. Although the other party had said that as long as he left, it would be fine. But Jiang Ning could sense that several divine senses were already probing him from the shadows. The moment he turned to leave, these people would attack without hesitation. These four elders were likely here to test him. After all, although he was only at the body-tempering realm, he possessed such combat prowess, which likely meant he came from some powerful clan they dared not provoke. In the small holy realm, geniuses aren't that easy to come by. This requires an enormous supply of resources. Behind every genius is a super powerful clan, at the very least on par with their Zhou family. Oh? The fourth elder raised his eyebrows slightly, smiling faintly as he looked at Jiang Ning. If you came here alone, aren't you underestimating the Zhou family? Though our Zhou family isn't a prominent clan, we're not some pushover to be pushed around. The fourth elder was still testing him. He didn't believe Jiang Ning would risk so much for someone he'd only met a few times. A genius isn't a fool, and a fool can't become a genius. There's no need to test me. No one is following me, and besides, I come from the outside world. I'm not from any prominent family. From the outside world? The four elders paused for a moment, then scrutinized Jiang Ning's attire once more. At first, the fourth elder had assumed Jiang Ning simply preferred the fashion style of the outside world. But now it seemed highly unlikely. Immediately, the four elders' expressions changed. If you truly come from the outside world, then there's no choice, you must stay here today. As the words fell, the four elders' chi surged, and the oppressive aura of a golden core cultivator spread out. I give you two choices. 1. Submit to the Zhou family and become a follower of our young master, accompanying him in battle and slaying enemies. 2. Die. After learning that Jiang Ning had no background, the fourth elder completely lost his composure. Sorry, I'll take the third option. Jiang Ning shook his head. Today, the Zhou family of Qingshan City will be annihilated. The fourth elder couldn't help but snort derisively. Destroy the Zhou family's branch? You little brat, you have some nerve. I am not one of those worthless foundation establishment cultivators. If you're so confident, let me see where your confidence comes from. With that, the fourth elder disregarded the vast difference in cultivation levels and charged toward Jiang Ning first. A massive surge of spiritual energy transformed into a blue tiger, roaring as it charged toward Jiang Ning. It looked as though it intended to tear Jiang Ning to pieces. If that's all you've got, you're still too green to kill me. Jiang Ning sneered coldly, not using any spiritual energy, but instead casually punched out a fist. Boom! The seemingly weak fist struck the spirit energy-formed blue lion. The green lion actually displayed a human-like expression of pain before exploding into nothingness. How could this be? This scene left the four elders speechless. Although he was only at the initial stage of the second layer of the Golden Core realm, even a casual move should not have been something a body-tempering realm cultivator could block. Even if this youngster had managed to defy the odds and defeat a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, he shouldn't have been able to block my attack. Fighting across two major realms? Even the renowned geniuses of Jindu City couldn't do that. Damn it, he's a tough nut to crack. The fourth elder looked toward the depths of the estate. Everyone, don't just stand there watching. If this kid doesn't die, the Zhou family will be destroyed within a few years. With Jiang Ning's demonic talent, it's better not to offend him. If we do, we must eliminate him. If we can't kill him, it won't be long before they're the ones who die. Understood. I have never seen such a genius. What a pity he cannot be of use to the Zhou family. He must die. Soon, three figures emerged from the depths of the estate, floating through the air, and surrounded Jiang Ning from four directions. Boy, I admit you're strong, but facing the four of us, I'll see how you resist. For cultivators at the Golden Core realm, if they let Jiang Ning escape, they might as well just give up their cultivation and start over. This is indeed a hassle. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. Of the four, aside from the fourth elder, who was at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, the other three had two who had reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. One was at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. If he were to face any one of them alone, Jiang Ning still had a fighting chance. But if all four attacked together, he would not stand a chance. Nevertheless, Jiang Ning remained unfazed, his battle intent burning brightly. The forging body realm requires constant cultivation of the body, and the best way to cultivate the body is through relentless combat. Only battles against opponents of a higher realm can unlock the body's latent potential. Boom! This time, Jiang Ning channeled all the spiritual energy within his body. To sustain the battle, Jiang Ning also opened the system space, and the high-grade chi-gathering pills he had prepared began to burn at that moment. Let's fight! Jiang Ning did not retreat but advanced, launching the attack first. Pick the softest target to attack, so the fourth elder became Jiang Ning's target. Humph, do you really think I'm an easy target? The fourth elder coldly snorted, and a golden scythe appeared in his hand, slashing toward Jiang Ning. Crack! A sound like tearing through space echoed, and the blade's aura rushed toward Jiang Ning. Soul-binding bag. Jiang Ning sneered. What he feared least was his opponents using magical artifacts in battle. He had a secret treasure specifically designed to counter magical artifacts. As the soul-binding bag appeared, the expressions of the four elders suddenly changed. Chapter 104, Breaking the Shackles. Although the fourth elder did not recognize what kind of magical artifact it was, but he could clearly sense that the connection between himself and the cleaver was being severed. This is bad. This thing is strange. In a panic, the fourth elder quickly stored the magical artifact in his dantian, finally severing the force that was stripping him of his power. What a pity! Jiang Ning said coldly in a low voice. The difference in cultivation levels was still too great. If it had been a magical artifact summoned by a foundation establishment cultivator, he could have claimed it without any resistance. However, a Golden Core cultivator already possesses their own Golden Core, and their magical artifacts have undergone a certain transformation, making them much harder to erase. Everyone, be careful. This kid's magical artifact is a bit strange. The fourth elder warned, let's all attack together to avoid any complications. If this kid doesn't die today, we won't have peace of mind. Kill. The other 3 golden core cultivators also noticed that something was amiss. We had only thought that Jiang Ning was exceptionally talented. But now there's such a magical artifact. Jiang Ning must come from a powerful background. As for his claim of coming from the outside world, it was likely just a cover story. But now that they had already attacked Jiang Ning, it was too late to regret it. Since we've offended him, it's best to kill him. Who knows if these scions of Grey clans are harboring any grudges? Boom. Whoosh. Hum. This time, no one was using magical artifacts. Instead, they were unleashing their divine abilities, preparing to join forces and kill Jiang Ning. The attacks from the 4 Golden Core Realm experts momentarily illuminated the dark sky as bright as day. Qingshan City wasn't very large. The commotion here had already drawn the attention of cultivators within the city. At that moment, seeing 4 Golden Core Realm experts attacking simultaneously, the cultivators in the city were immediately filled with horror. What the hell is going on? 4 Golden Core Realm experts are actually risking offending the City Lord's mansion by fighting within the city? Look at that location. The City Lord's mansion isn't even worth mentioning. That's the Zhou family's territory. Even if they act within the city, what can the City Lord's mansion do about it? Qingshan City is just a small town. The City Lord is merely a late-stage Golden Core Realm cultivator. Compared to the Zhou family, such a colossal powerhouse, he's simply no match. After identifying the direction, the other cultivators suddenly understood, then fell into confusion again. Could the Zhou family's 4 Golden Core Realm experts have encountered a nascent Soul Realm powerhouse? Or perhaps they've encountered opponents of the same rank and number. Could it be that the Zhou family has declared war on another clan? The cultivators within the city speculated wildly. After all, the Zhou family was a colossal force to them. Golden Core Realm cultivators aren't exactly commonplace. They're already considered powerful figures in their own right, especially within the walls of Qingshan City. On the other side, on a street not far from the Zhou family estate, Xu Fugui, who was leading the Wang family cultivators toward the estate, suddenly stopped upon seeing the Zhou family's Golden Core Realm cultivators floating in the sky. Sir, what's wrong? A Zhou family cultivator beside him asked in confusion. Aren't we going to rescue Jiang Ning? It's too late, we might not make it in time. Xu Fugui waved his hand and said, no rush. Then, Xu Fugui looked up at the sky. There, 4 figures were suspended in the air, with a large amount of spiritual energy gathering around them. For Golden Core cultivators, even if we go now, it'll be too late. If Jiang Ning can withstand this attack, then our arrival would be a timely rescue. But if he can't hold on, our arrival would be too late. Xu Fugui naturally had his own thoughts. If Jiang Ning can withstand it, then Jiang Ning would become an honored guest of the entire Wang family, not just his own honored guest. A forged body realm cultivator withstanding the attacks of 4 Golden Core Realm experts? That must be an otherworldly talent. If you could befriend him, you would be the Wang family's lucky charm. Though he is not a direct descendant of the Wang family, his wife is. Moreover, she is one of the core members of the Wang family, so he has the authority to make such a decision. Sir, should we wait a little longer? A cultivator beside him asked. Xu Fugui nodded. At that moment, the combined attack of the 4 Golden Core Realm experts had already landed. Put. The sheer pressure alone was enough to make Jiang Ning tremble uncontrollably. That's it. Jiang Ning suppressed his instinctive fear, activated his cultivation technique, but did not summon his spiritual energy. Instead, he circulated the power of his blood and qi within his meridians. Put. As the attack struck, Jiang Ning's body cracked inch by inch, and blood gushed out uncontrollably. But the benefits were also evident. As the body shattered, the vital energy within the meridians began to surge outward in all directions. The originally cracked body, nourished by the vital energy, began to slowly heal. As the attacks of the 4 Golden Core cultivators grew ever closer, the speed of this cycle also accelerated. Boom! In an instant, Jiang Ning felt a sound of shackles breaking within his body. The originally cracked body was healing at an unimaginable speed. Had he broken through his limits? Previously, Jiang Ning had always sought to break through the limits of his physical body and continue to refine it, but no matter how much vital energy he replenished, it was all in vain. He never expected that it would happen now. However, there was always a price to pay. Jiang Ning's cultivation level had dropped from the second layer of body forging to the first layer. However, his combat power has become even stronger. This was a qualitative leap forward. I've become stronger. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Ning dispersed the attacks of the 4 Golden Core Realm experts from the Zhou family and looked up at the sky. Thanks to you all. The 4 Golden Core Realm experts were so astonished they couldn't close their mouths. They had coordinated their efforts this time, but hadn't used their full strength. But even a typical late-stage Golden Core Realm expert might not be able to withstand their attacks. This freak, Jiang Ning, actually withstood it. And to make matters worse, he has actually gotten even stronger. Where could they go to make sense of this? They weren't the only ones left speechless. There's also Zhu Fuguei outside the estate. When he saw that Jiang Ning had not only withstood the combined attack of 4 Golden Core Realm experts but had actually grown stronger. Zhu Fuguei knew it. This Jiang Ning is someone you must befriend at all costs. Hurry, go inside. Zhu Fuguei dared not wait any longer. Jiang Ning must have already sensed their arrival. If they continued to wait outside, it would be unacceptable. The Zhou family dares to lay a hand on my Wang family's honored guest? Do you want to provoke a war between our two families? At this moment, Zhu Fuguei was no longer the timid, cowardly fat man he once was, but a late-stage Golden Core Realm cultivator, 1 foot already stepping into the nascent Soul Realm. With a thunderous crash, a powerful aura descended, sweeping toward the 4 Golden Core Realm experts of the Zhou family. Zhu Fuguei descended from the heavens, his cold gaze fixed on Jiang Ning. Sorry, little brother, I didn't have time to block that attack for you. Jiang Ning shook his head. He had already noticed that Zhu Fuguei had arrived, but as Zhu Fuguei had said, it was too late. However, it didn't matter. Not only was he unharmed, but he had also gained an advantage. Chapter 105, the matter is settled. In the sky. The 4 Golden Core cultivators from the Zhou family, upon seeing Zhu Fuguei, immediately sensed trouble. The 4th elder clenched his teeth and launched another attack, targeting Jiang Ning and Zhu Fuguei. Stop! 4th brother! No! You fool! The other 3 Golden Core cultivators tried to stop him, but it was already too late. How dare you? Dare to attack me in front of me? The Zhou family wants to be annihilated? Zhu Fuguei snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. If they had come here earlier, it was merely to vent their anger on behalf of Jiang Ning, the honored guest. Then now, it was to defend the Wang family's honor. As one of the 5 major families of Jindu City, the Wang family has always held a lofty position. Not even the Zhou family. Even families more powerful than the Zhou family would have to crawl at the Wang family's feet to survive. Even a collateral branch of the Wang family is revered like a deity by other families. Now, the 4 elders of the Zhou family have dared to lay a hand on him. Isn't that a direct challenge to the authority of the Wang family? To put it mildly, it means they don't regard the Wang family with any respect. On a larger scale, it's a declaration of war against the Wang family. Boom! Zhu Fuguei acted, raising his hand to release a burst of spiritual energy, instantly dispelling the 4 elders' attacks. At that moment, the 4th elder finally came to his senses, realizing what he had done, his face turning deathly pale. Zhu, I didn't mean to, I. The 4th elder hurriedly descended, kneeling on both knees before Zhu Fuguei. Sir, I was momentarily confused. The other 3 Golden Core Realm experts also descended from the sky, their faces filled with fear, and said, Lord Zhu, we have sinned. Please do not involve the Zhou family. This was the authority of the Wang family. Zhu Fuguei was also at the Golden Core Realm, but his background granted him a status rivaling that of the nascent Soul Realm. Oomph! Zhu Fuguei sneered coldly, ignoring the others, and turned his gaze to Jiang Ning behind him. This Zhu Fuguei was indeed a two-faced individual. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, he immediately put on a fawning smile and said, Lord Jiang Ning, how should we handle these people? You decide. Jiang Ning nodded slightly and said, hand them over. Yes, we'll have them brought out immediately. With Zhu Fuguei present, the others dared not act recklessly and quickly ordered their men to bring the woman forward. When she was brought out, the woman looked dazed at first. But upon seeing Zhou Ping, she burst into tears with joy. Madam, are you all right? Behind her, Zhou Ping rushed over excitedly and knelt before the lady. It's all my fault for failing to protect you, madam. This time, it was all thanks to Jiang Ning's timely intervention. Otherwise, I would have had no choice but to die to prove my loyalty. The lady wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Jiang Ning with gratitude. This humble woman is Li Lin. Thank you, sir, for your heroic intervention. This kindness I will repay in the next life, even if it means becoming your servant. Jiang Ning finally realized that the woman was named Li Lin. Though she was merely immortal, she showed no fear among the crowd of cultivators. No wonder the young master of the Zhou family was so infatuated with her, even disregarding his family's opposition. Madam, you're overthinking it. I actually quite like that little girl, Xiaoyu. I only intervened once out of consideration for little fish. Mentioning Xiaoyu, Li Lin's expression grew somber once more. Sir, may I ask you for one more favor? Seeing Li Lin's cautious expression, Jiang Ning sighed. He knew exactly what she was asking for. But this matter was beyond Jiang Ning's control. I'm sorry, madam, but I currently have no way to break the seal within Xiaoyu. Temporarily? Hearing this, Li Lin felt a glimmer of hope. Does that mean there might be a way in the future? Jiang Ning hummed in agreement and said, perhaps, but I cannot guarantee it. He dared not speak too confidently. If they could obtain the jade pendant during the trip to the Grand Tomb, perhaps the seal within the young girl's body could be broken. But if he can't get it, then there's nothing he can do. As long as there's hope, that's enough. As long as there's hope, that's enough. Li Lin looked thrilled. Now that her husband is missing, her daughter is the only thing she has left to cling to. If anything were to happen to her daughter, she didn't know how she would go on living. If the elder could remove the seal from Xiaoyu's body, then I would tell the elder a secret about the fallen god valley. Jiang Ning's heart stirred. This was the second time he had heard the words Yunshan Valley. The first time was when Li Mu mentioned that the eldest son of the Zhou family had gone missing in the Yunshan Valley. I'll try my best. Jiang Ning sighed and then looked at Zhu Fugui. Old Zhu, thank you so much this time. Without Zhu Fugui, even if he could withstand the attacks of 4 Golden Core Realm experts, he would definitely be worn down to death. After all, the gap between them was too great. Brother, there's no need to be so polite. You're a friend I've decided to keep for life. The Wang family will always be your most loyal friends. Zhu Fugui patted his chest and then looked at the 4 people kneeling on the ground. What are you going to do with these 4? In my opinion, why not just kill them? Jiang Ning shook his head. Killing them is easy, but that would completely enrage the Zhou family. The Zhou family dares not touch Wang Fugui, and perhaps out of respect for the Wang family, they wouldn't dare harm Jiang Ning either. But what about Li Lin and Zhou Xiaoyu? If I leave, the Zhou family's revenge will definitely come. It wouldn't be worth the cost. Although Jiang Ning desperately wants them dead, especially the 4th elder. But not now. At least, he needs to wait until he becomes stronger. He didn't want to owe too many people favors. These are all karmic debts that must be repaid in the future. Let them go. Jiang Ning sighed and said, but they must promise me that they will never bother Mrs. Li again. Zhu Fugui looked at the 4 of them, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, and said, did you hear what my brother Jiang Ning said? If any of you dare to disobey, the Wang family will not hesitate to wipe you out. Zhu Fugui's words were also meant to intimidate them. Although he was a direct relative of the Wang family, he didn't have the authority to decide whether 2 families would go to war. These were just empty threats. If the other party heeded his words, it would be showing respect to the Wang family. If they refuse, it would mean they do not regard the Wang family with any respect. In that case, it would be easier to make an issue out of it later. We understand, we understand. We will no longer cause trouble for the lady. We have made a mistake and will never dare to do so again. Having narrowly escaped disaster, the 4 Golden Core Realm experts all sighed in relief. For the time being, they dared not cause trouble for Li Lin again. Unless someone of higher status from the Zhou family makes the decision. You know what's good for you. Zhu Fugui snorted coldly, then turned to look at Jiang Ning with a different expression. Brother, now that this matter is settled, I should be on my way. I still have to worry about your affairs. Jiang Ning bowed his hands. Brother, I'll remember your kindness. Ha, you're too polite, little brother. The 2 chatted and laughed as they left Zhou's estate. Chapter 106, Fame spreads across Qingshan City. At the same time, with the conclusion of the battle at Zhou's manor, the name Jiang Ning echoed throughout the entire Qingshan City overnight. What? A cultivator at the body-tempering realm actually withstood the attacks of 4 Golden Core Realm experts? How is that possible? Even the top geniuses from Jin City are only at that level, aren't they? Who is this Jiang Ning? He must be an unparalleled genius with such combat prowess. Jiang Ning, could he be from the Jiang family of Yuzhou? Yuzhou? That's impossible. Shuzhou and Yuzhou are separated by 10,000 miles. How could he be from Yuzhou? Besides, the Jiang family of Yuzhou is an ancient noble clan of sacred land status. Even if one of their disciples were to emerge, they would be accompanied by a large entourage, and at the very least, a great immortal of the Huatian realm would have to clear the way. I heard that Jiang Ning is just an outsider. From the outside world? Wow, geniuses from the outside world are this extraordinary? It seems like another ruthless individual aiming to break through to the small holy realm. For a time, the cultivators within the city buzzed with discussions about Jiang Ning. However, Li Mu, who was familiar with Jiang Ning, and the soldiers who had been at the city gates that day, were completely baffled. Damn it, Li Mu, you said you found us a teammate at the body-tempering realm, and I even looked down on him. Who knew this Jiang Ning was so fierce? Li Mu was also a bit bewildered. He had only thought Jiang Ning was a decent person. If Jiang Ning also wanted to take a shot at the Great Tomb, he wouldn't mind looking out for him a bit. But now it seems this damn guy is clinging to someone else's leg. Give me a moment, give me a moment. Li Mu shook his head. Is this really the Jiang Ning we know? This is way too surreal. No, I have to go find him and apologize for underestimating him earlier. Li Mu was about to stand up, but was stopped by his companions. Jiang Ning has just been through that battle. He needs to rest properly. Going now would be disturbing him, wouldn't it? In my opinion, we should go together tomorrow, bringing a generous gift. After all, we owe Jiang Ning a great debt for this trip to the ancient tomb. The group even changed the way they addressed Jiang Ning. This was a world where the strong were revered. Only those with great strength will earn others' respect. Alright, let's go tomorrow then. Li Mu nodded, then hesitated and said, but I don't know what gift to bring. The mansion of the city lord of Qingshan City. That elusive city lord, who was as rare as a dragon seen only in legend, had sensed Jiang Ning's extraordinary abilities the moment the battle erupted. Now that Jiang Ning had become associated with the Wang family, the city lord ordered preparations for a gift to be made immediately, intending to pay a visit early the next morning. In fact, it wasn't just Qingshan City, even some factions in other cities had learned of Jiang Ning's existence at the first opportunity. After all, there were many branches of other families within the city. The emergence of such a prodigious talent naturally prompted the heads of these branches to report the matter to their main families without delay. Jindu City. The Wang family. A graceful and elegant lady, upon hearing her subordinate's report, her eyes lit up instantly. You mean Fu Gui has befriended a super genius? At the body forging realm, he can withstand the combined attack of 4 golden core realm experts? That's wonderful. Earlier, Fu Gui mentioned that he had taken on a daring task, and once completed, he could return to the main family. It must be this Jiang Ning young friend's assignment. If Fu Gui could bring Jiang Ning back, I would have confidence in this tournament. This elegant woman is none other than Zhu Fugui's wife, his spiritual partner, and a direct descendant of the Wang family. The Lu family, one of the 5 major families of Jindu City. In a secret room, a young man in seclusion received a message from the outside world. His eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured to himself. With just the forging body realm, he dared to withstand the combined attack of 4 golden core realm experts? That is indeed interesting, but relying on that alone, he is not worthy of standing alongside us. What do those few mean? Such an entertaining target, shall we go and have some fun with them? After speaking, the young man pulled out a talisman from somewhere and placed it before him. As spiritual energy flowed into it, the talisman began to glow. Moments later, several voices echoed from the talisman. Lu Meng, why did you summon us? Isn't the arena battle supposed to start in a while? What's the rush? Do you already want me to kill you? Speak. What is it? The young Lu Meng snorted coldly and said, even though you've been in seclusion, you should still keep an eye on what's happening outside. We just received intelligence that a peerless genius has appeared in Qingshan City. At the body tempering realm, he was able to withstand the combined attack of 4 golden core realm experts. At these words, the room fell silent. After an unknown amount of time, the first voice finally emerged from the talismans. I've already checked, it's true. How interesting. Those fools dare to compare us to Jiang Ning? They truly have no sense of self-worth. It's probably just a rumor. If he truly possesses such talent, he would be more than qualified to serve as our war servant. Lu Meng chuckled. Gentlemen, I'll take Jiang Ning. Being a war servant isn't a bad option. There was another moment of silence. Then a voice finally came from the talisman again. According to the rules, it is indeed your turn. That last war servant. What a pity. I'll make it clear from the start, if anyone dares to compete with me for the war servant this time, I, Lu Meng, will fight them to the death. After speaking, Lu Meng severed the connection with the talisman and walked out of the secret room. Someone, take me to Qingshan City. Yes, young master. In Qingshan City. Jiang Ning was unaware that someone had already set their sights on him. At that moment, he had already returned to the Rufin Inn with Li Lin and Zhou Ping. Right. What exactly is that Yunshan Valley? Jiang Ning, who had just arrived in the small holy realm, knew nothing about the specific details of the so-called Yunshan Valley. Perhaps it was similar to some secret realms in the outside world. It is said that a god once fell there, leaving behind secrets surpassing the immortal realm. Over the centuries, countless cultivators have ventured into its depths. Some returned safely, becoming powerful figures in their own right. Others have been lost there, their lives and cultivation destroyed. Li Lin explained, my husband had already visited the Fallen God Valley once before his death and uncovered some of its secrets. That's why those people feared him so much and lured him back a second time. Alas. Li Lin shook her head, unwilling to say more. Jiang Ning didn't ask any more questions, knowing the key information was enough. The Divine Fall Valley wasn't somewhere he could go now. It was getting late, he should start cultivating sooner. Tomorrow, perhaps the weather will change. The Great Tomb is about to open. The vanguard forces of the major clans and factions should also arrive in the city tomorrow. Qingshan City is already small. When so many people gather, trouble is bound to follow. Today, thank you, Lord Jiangning. Li Lin bowed respectfully before being escorted back to the rear courtyard by Zhou Ping. Jiang Ning looked up at the vast sky, a glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. He was curious to see what exactly was inside that large tomb. Chapter 107, Trouble. The next day, Jiang Ning was awakened by the commotion outside the door. He had no idea what was happening, but Zhou Xiaoyu, the little girl, was crying outside, making him feel annoyed. Jiang Ning frowned, pushed open the door, and stepped out to find several cultivators standing in the inn's main hall. The lowest-ranked cultivators among them were at the Foundation Establishment realm. At that moment, Zhou Ping lay on the ground, covered in injuries, while Li Lin's clothes were torn open. Zhou Xiaoyu's forehead had also been injured. Stop! Jiang Ning scolded with a frown. There was no need to guess what had happened here. It's nothing more than these cultivators finding Li Lin attractive and being tempted by her beauty, especially since she's immortal. Oomph! A cultivator at the Foundation Establishment realm glanced up and down at Jiang Ning and sneered, a mere ant at the body-tempering realm dares to play the hero and rescue a beauty? These days, anyone thinks they're invincible. In their eyes, Jiang Ning was nothing more than a forging body realm ant. Even the weakest among them could crush Jiang Ning with a single finger. Although there was only a single major realm of cultivation difference, it was an insurmountable chasm. Not everyone can fight across realms. What's it to me if I do? Jiang Ning took a step forward, his spiritual energy surging within him, already intending to act. Why don't we see who can take him down first? The winner gets to enjoy the woman first? Ha, fine, I'll go first. A cultivator at the Foundation Establishment realm stepped forward and casually sent a burst of spiritual energy toward Jiang Ning. Put. However, the scene he had imagined Jiang Ning being struck down by a single palm did not materialize. Instead, taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Ning had already closed in on the cultivator. He then casually struck out with a palm, not only deflecting the cultivator's attack but also killing the Foundation Establishment cultivator with a single strike. This stunned. The remaining cultivators were all stunned. What's going on? Old 8 was actually killed with a single palm strike? Brothers, Old 8 is dead. Let's all charge and kill this brat. But the lead cultivator at the Foundation Establishment realm stopped everyone. Stop. Big brother, Old 8 is dead. Big brother, we must avenge Old 8. The leader sighed and coldly said, an existence that could kill Old 8 with a single palm strike, do you really think we can take him on together? Upon hearing this, everyone finally came to their senses, their cold sweat pouring down their bodies. A being capable of casually killing someone at the Foundation Establishment realm, even if they all attacked together, they wouldn't stand a chance. Sir, we were the ones who offended you earlier. The leader, however, was able to bend and bow, immediately kneeling before Jiang Ning to apologize. However, Jiang Ning showed no intention of forgiving them. These days, there are more and more cultivators in the city. If we don't kill a few to establish our authority, who knows what trouble might come our way? Do you know you're wrong? No, you're just afraid of dying. Jiang Ning coldly snapped at Yang, not waiting for the others to respond before launching the attack first. This is bad. Everyone, attack together and fight him to the death. Damn it, we're all going to die anyway. Even if I die, I'll take this brat with me. Brothers, let's go together and avenge Old 8. The battle erupted instantly. Their slogans were loud, but they were nothing but empty words. Within just a few breaths, 7 more bodies lay on the ground. At that moment, outside the Wind Inn, a crowd of cultivators had already gathered to watch the commotion. Most of them were outsiders, but there were also some from within the city. Last night's battle. Although they had heard of Jiang Ning's name, they had never seen him before, so they did not recognize him. However, Jiang Ning's casual dismissal of 8 Foundation Establishment experts had already alerted some of them. Everyone. I, Jiang Ning, am not a bloodthirsty person. If you have come to stay at the inn, I welcome you warmly, but I hope you will behave yourselves. If not, these people will be your fate. Upon hearing this, the scene erupted into chaos. Holy crap, is that really Jiang Ning? My goodness, I never expected Jiang Ning to be so young. Is this what a genius looks like? He's so handsome. Previously, the residents of the city had only speculated, but now that Jiang Ning had revealed his identity, it caused an immediate sensation. The foreign cultivators, however, looked completely bewildered and asked, "What's going on? You all seem to know how amazing he is? Friend, why not tell us what's going on?" When these outsiders heard that Jiang Ning had single-handedly withstood the combined attack of 4 golden core cultivators, their expressions changed instantly. This was no longer something that could be described as simply defying heaven. He ignored the onlookers. Jiang Ning looked toward the hall. Upon seeing the wounds on Zhou Ping's body, Jiang Ning furrowed his brows slightly. These people had really gone all out. If he had come out any later, Zhou Ping would have been beyond saving. He waved his hand, releasing a stream of spiritual energy to slowly heal Zhou Ping and Zhou Xiaoyu's injuries. Then he turned to Li Lin. "Go change your clothes. We won't be opening today." "All right. Thank you, Lord Jiang Ning." At that moment, Zhou Xiaoyu stopped crying and looked up at Jiang Ning with admiration. "Brother, you're so amazing. Can you teach Xiaoyu how to train? Xiaoyu also wants to become as amazing as you. Then Xiaoyu can protect mother in Pingdu, and also protect brother in the future." Jiang Ning knelt down and gently ruffled the little girl's hair with affection. "Does Xiaoyu really want to practice cultivation? But this path is very difficult, you know." The little girl bit her lip, seeming to think carefully for a moment. Then she nodded vigorously and said, "Of course. Little fish wants to practice. Will you teach me, big brother?" Jiang Ning smiled but didn't immediately agree. Everything must wait until we emerge from the Great Tomb. However, a thought flashed through Jiang Ning's mind. This idea was risky, but it might have an unexpected effect. That was to take the little girl to the large tomb. After all, the little girl had some connection to the jade pendant, and it might be related to the large tomb. If he took the little girl along, it might save a lot of trouble. But such a plan was far too risky. The ancient tomb is filled with dangers, and even he can't guarantee they'll come out unscathed. What if something happens to the little girl? Jiang Ning was torn. Brother, don't you want to teach Xiaoyu to cultivate? Xiaoyu really wants to practice. Please, I beg you. Zhou Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes, her tearful gaze fixed on Jiang Ning. At that moment, Li Lin, who had changed into her clothes, also walked out and said, Master Jiang Ning, I know there's a large tomb outside the city. Little fish might have some connection to the inheritance there. Please take her there. This child might be destined to walk this path in heaven. It would also fulfill her father's wish. Jiang Ning paused for a moment. Since Li Lin had spoken so decisively, he could only agree. Chapter 108, Information about the large tomb. Upon exiting the Rufin Inn, Jiang Ning noticed that compared to yesterday, Qingshan City had indeed become much more crowded with cultivators. These cultivators were all heading toward the Great Tomb. Since the Great Tomb was currently closed, some had chosen to enter the city to restock supplies. As a result, the shops in Qingshan City were also crowded with people. Just as Jiang Ning had walked a short distance, he saw Li Mu leading a group of people rushing toward him. Jiang Ning, let's go. I'll treat you to a drink. Li Mu didn't say a word, grabbing Jiang Ning and heading toward a nearby tavern. He didn't even wait for Jiang Ning to refuse before ordering drinks. The few people who had followed Li Mu were standing nearby, watching Jiang Ning longingly. Jiang Ning knew exactly why they had come, but he didn't mind. When he first arrived in Qingshan City, Jiang Ning had a favorable impression of these men. Since they would soon be traveling together to the Great Tomb, it was necessary to get to know each other better. May I ask how you all prefer to be addressed? Jiang Ning took the initiative to greet them. This is Jiang Ning. Li Mu laughed heartily and said, Jiang Ning, you were truly impressive last night. Now, not only in Qingshan City, but even in the bustling city of Jindu, many have heard of your reputation. The other cultivators quickly chimed in. That's right. Jiang Ning has become famous overnight and is now on par with the geniuses of Jindu City. His future prospects are truly limitless. Jiang Ning, we were a bit disrespectful a few days ago. Please forgive us. Jiang Ning waved his hand dismissively. If you all acknowledge me, Jiang, just call me brother. What's with all the formalities? It's too formal. The others were naturally taken aback. Who would have thought that someone as talented as Jiang Ning would be so down to earth? Jiang Ning brother, I am Wu Qinghai, at the mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. One of the middle-aged men with a bushy beard bowed and said. Brother Jiang Ning, I am Lu Dakin, known as Scarface Lu, also at the mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Another man with a fierce scar on his face also bowed and introduced himself. My name is Mo Hai, also at the mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Brother Jiang Ning, you are now my idol. The last cultivator was slightly younger, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he looked at Jiang Ning. Including Li Mu, the four of them belonged to a small squad of the city guard. These past few days were their days off, and the four had agreed to go check out the large tomb. If they could stumble upon an opportunity, perhaps they could embark on a different path in life. Greetings, brothers. Jiang Ning bowed slightly, then picked up the wine cup on the table and drank it in one gulp. The others quickly followed suit. After finishing, Jiang Ning looked at the others. How much do you all know about that large tomb? Since we're going to the tomb, we naturally need to know more about it. Jiang Ning only knew that the Great Tomb was no ordinary place, and that it even contained power surpassing that of the celestial realms. As for the rest of the information, Jiang Ning was unaware of it. Regarding this Great Tomb, Li Mu tapped the table with his fingers, furrowing his brows as he recalled, a year ago, the tomb showed signs of activity, attracting a large number of cultivators. However, the tomb never opened in the end. This time, the disturbance might finally be a sign that it's about to open. The young cultivator Mo Hai added from the side, a year ago, two Yuanling realm experts clashed outside the city. The aftereffects destroyed the surrounding trees and leveled the mountains, and the tomb emerged from nowhere. One of the Yuanling realm cultivators was chosen by the tomb and obtained one of its inheritances, breaking through all the way to the Fanshu realm. The news spread, and countless cultivators came seeking their fortune, but the ancient tomb remained sealed. The cultivator who broke through to the Return to Void realm prophesied that if the ancient tomb stirred again after a year, that would be the true time of its opening. Jiang Ning slowly processed the information. From the scattered remarks of the others, he also gleaned some useful information. The Great Tomb is divided into the living tomb and the dead tomb. The living tomb refers to tombs intentionally erected by great beings to leave behind their legacy. These tombs can only be entered by those who have been recognized, and there is little danger within. The dead tombs, however, were the final resting places for the powerful beings. The dead tombs are filled with various ominous and eerie phenomena. If the dead tombs are too ancient, the bodies of the powerful beings may be corrupted by the tomb's malevolent energies, transforming into new life forms known as vengeful spirits. These vengeful spirits will manipulate the timing of the grand tomb's opening to disguise the death tomb as a life tomb, luring external cultivators inside. When cultivators fight to the death over the treasures within the tomb, the new life forms either act as the third party to catch the cicadas. Or they may take this opportunity to escape the tomb and wreak havoc in the outside world. It is said that 100 years ago, a dead tomb was opened, and the vengeful spirits within possessed the body of a great being at the Yuanling realm. The Yuanling stage cultivator's personality changed drastically, and within a few days, he drained the essence blood of his fellow disciples, breaking through to the Huatian realm. By the time the outside world discovered it, the vengeful spirit had already ascended to the Great Perfection realm, becoming a dominant ruler of the region. At the time, major worlds mobilized numerous Great Perfection realm elders to eliminate the vengeful spirit. Yet, the vengeful spirit managed to escape. So, you're not certain whether the large tomb outside the city is a living tomb or a dead tomb? After hearing this, Jiang Ning furrowed his brows and asked. Yes, but according to the speculations of the major clans, that large tomb is most likely a living tomb. After all, someone had once obtained a legacy from within it. Jiang Ning paused for a moment. Could it be that the person was possessed by the vengeful spirit? That's unlikely. Scarface Lu shook his head and said, if it were a vengeful spirit possessing someone, it would need to absorb their essence blood to enhance its cultivation level. But when that great being broke through his realm, he was surrounded by auspicious clouds, with no signs of evil or strange energies. Jiang Ning's brows furrowed even deeper. That tomb is definitely no ordinary place. After all, as far as he knew, there was power beyond the realm of immortals within that tomb, the Jade Pendant. The little figure inside the Jade Pendant can even communicate with Zhou Xiaoyu from the outside world. Could that little figure be a vengeful spirit? But why would a vengeful spirit target Zhou Xiaoyu? That little girl Dantian has been sealed, making her completely worthless as a host. Jiang Ning couldn't figure it out, but he still needed to make plans early. Is there anything that can suppress a vengeful spirit? Jiang Ning asked, for if a vengeful spirit truly existed, it would be better to prepare in advance. After all, he had to bring Zhou Xiaoyu along. When it comes to suppressing vengeful spirits, there's nothing better than the Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo. Wu Qinghai thought for a moment and said, Purple Thunder God Bamboo? Jiang Ning murmured, repeating the name. He hadn't heard of this thing outside the small holy realm, so it must be a unique product of that realm. It seems we'll have to go to the Wang Family Merchants Guild to inquire further. By the way, regarding the matter of entering the Great Tomb, I have something I'd like to discuss with everyone. Jiang Ning said, I want to bring someone along. Chapter 109, The City Lordess Invitation. Bring along someone? Everyone was taken aback for a moment, but soon grew excited. After all, to be chosen by Jiang Ning and invited into the Great Tomb, this person must not be ordinary. Even if they weren't as prodigiously talented as Jiang Ning, they couldn't be too bad. Who is Jiang Ning's brother? Since Jiang Ning has spoken, we have no objections. Exactly, we all rely on Jiang Ning, so we have no objections. You decide. Jiang Ning smiled, knowing they had misunderstood, and hurried to explain, I'm no genius. Perhaps it's more accurate to say that he's not a genius yet, he's just an ordinary person. An ordinary person? The others were taken aback and looked at each other in confusion. The Great Tomb is such a dangerous place. Even a living tomb isn't 100% safe, let alone a dead one. Even if a cultivator at the Golden Core realm were to go there, it would be a life or death situation. Few would survive. Let alone an ordinary mortal. Lord Jiangning, are you joking with me? Yes, a commoner? How could one possibly go to a large tomb? That's so dangerous. Even Li Mu hesitated for a moment before saying, Jiang Ning, are you joking with us? This journey to the Great Tomb, none of us dare say we'll survive. If we bring a mortal along, bringing along an ordinary person, we wouldn't even know how we'd die. Jiang Ning smiled and said, I know this is a difficult situation. But if you trust me, why not give it a try? Moreover, I won't hide it from you, the person I'm bringing in might be connected to the ancient tomb. Upon hearing this, the four exchanged glances once more. A mortal connected to the Great Tomb? How is that possible? We've never heard of any mortal being connected to the Great Tomb. But the four of them felt that Jiang Ning wouldn't lie to them. Everyone. At that moment, Li Mu stood up, bowed his hands, and said, This expedition to the Great Tomb is our chance to turn our fortunes around. We never intended to survive this venture. Even if we went in alone, it would be a suicide mission. If we bring Jiang Ning along, our chances of survival would be much higher. Even if we bring a mere mortal, it would still be better than going in alone. Scar-faced Lu heard this and slammed the table, saying, That's right. If the four of us go in, who knows who will come out alive? But if Jiang Ning is with us, at least one of us will survive. Rather than all of us dying together, let us fight for a glimmer of hope, even if it's just a sliver. Wu Qinghai and Mo Hai nodded in agreement. Jiang Ning brothers, we agree. We'll watch out for you. You just go and fight for your own chance. Jiang Ning smiled and shook his head, saying, You've misunderstood. I am not asking you to look after anyone. If an opportunity arises that is meant for you, go for it. In fact, I can even lend a hand. However, there are many uncertainties within. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, I hope you will bring her out safely. I will take responsibility for covering your retreat. That's all there is to it. Whether it's that girl Zhou Xiaoyu or the four Li Mu, they are all a liability to Jiang Ning. Without them, Jiang Ning can fight without holding back. Is that what you mean? The others were stunned. They had thought Jiang Ning wanted them to help watch over that mortal. In that case, they wouldn't be able to compete for their own opportunities and could only hope that Jiang Ning would share some with them. But they never expected this. Jiang Ning actually wanted them to take that mortal away at the critical moment. He was even willing to cover their retreat. This isn't Jiang Ning hiring them as babysitters. Rather, they had found Jiang Ning as their bodyguard. What else was there to refuse? The four of them immediately stood up and bowed to Jiang Ning, saying, "Brother's great kindness, we have no way to repay you. If we can survive this, we will follow Jiang Ning's lead." Jiang Ning waved his hand and said, "No need for that. Actually, the person I need to bring along, you should already know. It's that little girl from the Zhou family." The young girl from the Zhou family? The four were stunned once more. "Brother Jiang Ning, are you planning to go into the Great Tomb to secure an opportunity for that young girl? To enter the path of cultivation?" "Yes and no." Jiang Ning said, "That little girl has a seal inside her body, a very unique seal. Perhaps there is some opportunity in the Great Tomb to break it. Once the seal is broken, that little girl's future achievements will not be inferior to mine." "What? Not inferior to Jiang Ning?" The four of them sucked in a cold breath. Once they came to their senses, they became excited. If it's truly as Jiang Ning said, then as long as she can survive and come out, they would have befriended a genius with a bright future ahead. This would be the greatest benefit for them. Even if they found nothing in the tomb, they would at least have something to look forward to in the future. Jiang Ning brothers, such an opportunity Li Mu and the others are at a loss for words. The opportunity Jiang Ning had given them was too great. And yet, up to this point, they haven't sacrificed anything. They merely offered a kind warning to Jiang Ning at the city gates. "Alright, everyone, go back and prepare thoroughly. This trip to the Grand Tomb will certainly not be as simple as we imagined." "Yes." After agreeing on the departure time 2 days later, the group left the tavern. As Jiang Ning stepped onto the street, his expression suddenly grew solemn. He sensed several auras surrounding him, locked onto his presence. Though these auras held no hostility, the feeling of being watched was highly unpleasant. "Fellow cultivators, there's no need to hide. Come out." After walking to a secluded alley, Jiang Ning stopped and spoke coldly. "Ah, I knew it. We couldn't possibly hide from Jiang Ning. Please do not be angry, Lord Jiang Ning. We have no ill intentions." Moments later, several figures emerged from the alley, all dressed in the uniform of the city guard. City guards? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. Li Mu and the others were also city guard soldiers. But they were clearly no match for the men before them. Among them, the weakest were at the late Foundation establishment realm. The rest were all powerful warriors who had already taken their first steps into the Golden Core realm. "Lord Jiangning, the city lord requests your presence." One of the city guards said respectfully, "Please follow us." Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. "The city lord wants to see me?" Perhaps influenced by the previous incident involving the garrison commander, Jiang Ning instinctively felt some resentment toward the so-called city lord. But this was, after all, their territory, so Jiang Ning could only nod and say, "Lead the way." "Yes, Lord Jiang Ning, please follow us." Soon, under the guidance of several city guards, Jiang Ning arrived at the city lord's mansion located in the central area of Qingshan City. "Lord Jiangning, the city lord is inside receiving distinguished guests. Please come in." Upon arriving at the main hall of the city lord's mansion, the lead city guard said, "Alright, I understand." Jiang Ning's brows furrowed even more. He could sense two auras inside, one of which filled him with intense dislike. Chapter 110, Serve as my war servant and I'll spare your life. What's going on? This is the first time I've ever felt such aversion towards someone's aura. Even the auras of Apiro and the garrison commander back then didn't make him feel this way. However, regardless of the circumstances, since he had come this far, he had no choice but to proceed. After obtaining permission from the city guard stationed at the door, Jiang Ning stepped into the hall. At that moment, there were two figures in the hall. One was a middle-aged man with a goatee, his eyes narrowed slightly, giving him a somewhat lecherous appearance. "Not him." Jiang Ning shook his head. The man in the middle must be the city lord of Qingshan City. The repulsive aura he sensed did not come from the city lord. It must be the other one. Jiang Ning spotted another figure. It was a young man of similar age, and the repulsive aura that had filled Jiang Ning came from this young man. This must be Jiang Ning's fellow cultivator. The two also saw Jiang Ning. The city lord immediately smiled and came forward to greet him, while the young man remained seated, sizing up Jiang Ning. "Greetings, city lord." Jiang Ning bowed slightly and said. Jiang Ning knew little about this city lord, only that he came from a prominent family. "Ah, you're too kind, Taoist friend. I come from the Wang family of Jindu. If you don't mind, you can call me older brother." The Wang family? Jiang Ning was taken aback. He never expected that the city lord of Qingshan City was actually from the Wang family. But upon further thought, it made sense. The Wang family is one of the 5 great clans of Jindu City, and they control several smaller cities, so it's not surprising. Old Wang. Jiang Ning greeted him politely. Perhaps because of Zhu Fugue, Jiang Ning harbored a favorable impression of the Wang family. Or perhaps for that reason, the city lord also treated Jiang Ning with great warmth. By the way, Jiang Ning, let me introduce you. After Jiang Ning sat down, the city lord smiled and looked at the young man. This young man, Wu Qing, is from the Lu family and serves as the bodyguard of Lu Meng, the young master of the Lu clan. Today, I had planned to visit you, but Hu Qing said he had something to discuss with you, so he invited you here for a chat. The Lu family? One of the 5 great worlds of Jindu City? War servant? Jiang Ning heard the term war servant for the first time, but after giving it some thought, he could figure out what it meant. It was nothing more than the bodyguard hired by the young master of the Lu family to eliminate his peers who were not of the same caliber. Greetings, Hu Qing. Jiang Ning bowed slightly. Although Hu Qing was a war servant, his cultivation level was a genuine golden core realm. As for the young master of the Lu family mentioned by the city lord, Jiang Ning had heard of him as well. He was one of the top geniuses in Shuzhou. What business does Hu Qing have with me? Although Hu Qing's aura made Jiang Ning feel uneasy, he still asked politely. Hu Qing gave Jiang Ning a cold smile and said, "Today, I have come on behalf of my master. My master has instructed me to convey a message to Jiang Ning." What message? Jiang Ning asked with a furrowed brow. He had no prior dealings with that Lu family's eldest son. What could he possibly want to say? Moreover, couldn't the other party come and say it themselves? Sending a battle servant over is a bit too arrogant, isn't it? My master said. As he spoke, Hu Qing stood up and a powerful aura erupted from his body, targeting Jiang Ning. Serve as my war servant, or die. The sudden turn of events caught Jiang Ning off guard, and he was forced to take several steps back before coming to a halt, overwhelmed by Hu Qing's aura. Make me his war servant? Coming to his senses, Jiang Ning also grew angry. What kind of nonsense is this? How dare he speak so boldly? A battle servant is just a fancy term for a henchman. To put it bluntly, isn't that just a slave? Who gave you the nerve to make Jiang Ning your war servant? Is it Liang Jingru? Hu Qing, seeing that Jiang Ning had only taken a few steps back under his aura before steadying himself, couldn't help but be surprised. Not bad. With your strength, you're qualified to be a war servant for my master. Hu Qing looked at Jiang Ning with a haughty expression. Let's go. The master is at the large tomb outside the city. Follow me to meet the master. Jiang Ning laughed in anger. He hadn't even agreed, and now he was supposed to be the battle servant of some so-called Lu family's young master? Lu family's young master? Put. What does he think he is? Does he even deserve to be served by this young master? If he comes to serve me tea, wash my feet, or give me a massage, I'd have to think about it first. Jiang Ning sneered, if you want to be someone else's dog, that's your own business. I'd rather be human, thanks. Hu Qing flew into a rage. He coldly said, since you're so ungrateful, then go to hell. After saying that, he actually attacked Jiang Ning. You're no match for me. Jiang Ning's eyelid twitched. Those who could become battle servants were not ordinary people, they were geniuses selected from thousands. Moreover, their cultivation level was a whole tier higher than Jiang Ning's. The aura emitted by their attacks caused the spiritual energy within Jiang Ning's body to stall for a moment. But even so, Jiang Ning remained unfazed. A battle servant? He would rather die than do that. If it comes to another battle, so be it. Boom! Seeing the enemy's attack coming, Jiang Ning also struck back without mercy. 2 streams of spiritual energy collided, sending massive shockwaves that shattered all the furniture in the hall. Put! Hu Qing stumbled back in shock, then spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Ning, however, stood his ground, unmoved, clearly the superior fighter. Good, very good, excellent. Hu Qing glared at Jiang Ning with a dark expression. Daring to defy your masters will like this, you're as good as dead. With those words, Hu Qing's figure vanished instantly, but his voice lingered in the air. Jiang Ning, if you have the ability, meet me at the Great Tomb in 2 days. My master will make you understand what true genius truly is. Don't even think about running away. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, my master will find you. You're crazy. Jiang Ning couldn't help but curse under his breath, forcing down the restless spiritual energy surging within him. This exchange hadn't given him much of an advantage. Thinking about it, that Lu family's young master must be even more powerful. Otherwise, someone like him wouldn't have been taken as a war servant. Jiang Ning, are you okay? The city lord asked with concern. I had no idea that Hu Qing had come with such intentions. Otherwise, I would never have invited you here. The city lord hailed from the Wang family and did not fear the so-called Lu family. The Wang and Lu families are both among the 5 great clans of Jindu City, with roughly equal strength. It's fine. Jiang Ning waved his hand, indicating it wasn't worth worrying about. Jiang Ning, my younger brother, if you encounter any trouble at the Great Tomb in 2 days, you may ally with my young master. My young master will be like a tiger with wings. Truly the city lord. Your words are flawless. He didn't say that if Jiang Ning encountered trouble, he should go find the Wang family's young master. That would only lower Jiang Ning's status. What he said was about forming an alliance, like adding wings to a tiger. This elevates Jiang Ning into the ranks of the top geniuses in Shuzhou. Although Jiang Ning doesn't care about such superficial things, hearing such words is still pleasant. Thank you for the reminder, Lord City Master. I will consider it. Chapter 111, Purple Thunder Bamboo. Originally, Jiang Ning hadn't planned to interact with Shuzhou's top geniuses so soon. But since this has happened, he had no choice but to abandon his original plan. If the city lord has no other business, I'll take my leave first. I still need to make preparations for the day after tomorrow. Jiang Ning bowed and said. Wait a moment, younger brother. The city lord chuckled and waved his hand. Soon, 2 city guards entered carrying a box. Younger brother, I heard you were looking for Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo. That's a rare item, the entire Qingshan city only has it here. After gesturing for the guards to set the box down, the city lord said, here are some magical artifacts crafted from Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo. They should meet your needs. Jiang Ning's heart sank with joy. The Purple Thunder Divine Pillars are the best thing for dealing with the vengeful spirits in the Great Tomb. However, to deal with vengeful spirits, they must first be refined. However, Purple Thunder God Bamboo is already extremely rare. Whether one can find it is one thing. Even if found, whether it can be refined is another matter entirely. Jiang Ning hadn't harbored much hope, but he had decided to inquire at the Wang Family Merchants Guild. To his surprise, it was already available at the city lord's mansion. Brother, take a look and see if it suits your fancy. Jiang Ning nodded and opened the box. Inside lay several magical artifacts lying quietly. Although their grades were not very high, all of them were only at the Xian grade level. However, as magical artifacts with special attributes, they were already quite impressive. Thank you, Lord City Master. Jiang Ning hurriedly bowed in gratitude. However, at that moment, Jiang Ning's heart stirred, and he hurriedly asked, City Lord, do you have any broken Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo forged magical artifacts? The higher the grade, the better. Broken ones? The City Lord was slightly taken aback. Then he slapped his forehead. There really were some. During the battle against that vengeful spirit years ago, a Earth-grade peak-tier magical artifact was shattered, and I happened to obtain one of its fragments. However, that thing isn't very useful on its own. Unless we collect all the fragments and reforge it. A peak Earth-rank magical artifact. Whether in the outside world or in the small holy realm, it was already considered a top-tier magical artifact. Jiang Ning was drooling with excitement. If he used the system's turn trash into treasure feature to exchange that fragment, wouldn't he be able to obtain a heaven-grade magical artifact? That's a heaven-tier artifact. Even when we surrounded and attacked the Great Perfection Realm vengeful spirits, we didn't even use a heavenly realm magical artifact. With such a thing, even the Great Tomb, no matter how deadly, wouldn't be so terrifying. Lord City Master, if you're willing to part with it, I can pay in spirit stones. Saying this, Jiang Ning directly pulled out a pile of high-grade spirit stones. Brother, do you think this is enough? The city lord hurriedly waved his hands and said, Younger brother, there's no need for that. If you need it, I'll give it to you. The city lord smiled and explained, that thing was just a whim of mine back then. I wanted to collect it, thinking maybe one day I could gather all the fragments and reforge it. All these years, I haven't seen any other fragments, so giving them to you is no problem. As he spoke, the city lord flipped his palm, and a shimmering purple lightning-like object, resembling a sword blade, appeared in his hand. Jiang Ning, take it. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up with surprise. It was indeed a magical artifact forged from the Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo. However, Jiang Ning didn't rush to summon the system. Instead, he bowed to the city lord again and said, Thank you, city lord. Ha, I told you there's no need to be so formal. With your talent, you will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. The Wang family seeks to expand, develop, and even dominate Shuzhou. We must cultivate relationships with such promising young talents. As a direct descendant of the Wang family, the city lord spoke with great candor. He made no attempt to hide the Wang family's desire to monopolize Shuzhou. But even if they tried to hide it, it wouldn't matter. The 5 great clans, which one doesn't think the same way? But Jiang Ning actually finds such straightforwardness refreshing. If the Wang family ever needs anything in the future, just let me know. He doesn't object to exchanges of interests. What he objects to is scheming. The Wang family's style of doing things feels very suitable to Jiang Ning. Alright, if there's ever anything in the future, we won't forget about Jiang Ning, my younger brother. The city lord laughed heartily. Perhaps neither the city lord nor Zhu Fugue had anticipated it. What had begun as a small act of kindness would eventually bring immense blessings in the future. The Wang family, once one of the 5 great families of the former Jin city, had risen to become one of the most prestigious families in the small holy realm. Even when they fought alongside a legendary figure in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the Wang family remained by his side, writing one myth after another. Of course. All of this is yet to come. Currently, the Wang family's strategy toward the outside world is to befriend all geniuses. Even if they cannot be befriended, they must not be offended. This is why, whether it's Zhu Fuguei or the city lord, they are all so courteous to Jiang Ning. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Jiang Ning hurried back to the Rufan Inn. In the room. After setting up a barrier, Jiang Ning summoned the system and took out the fragments of the Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo artifact. Ding! Current detection, recyclable item fragment of the Sword of Illusion. Pervasive Sword, a peak-tier Earth-class artifact forged primarily from Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo, possessing absolute suppression against all vengeful spirit creatures. Would the host like to recycle and turn waste into treasure? Note, current system level is 1, recycling ratio is 1:10. Note, the detected exchange item level is too high. The ratio will be adjusted to 1:1. Notice, the space the host is currently in is identified as one of the fragments of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The exchange time will be significantly reduced. Do you wish to exchange? Jiang Ning was taken aback. Fragment of the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Is the Little Holy Realm one of the fragments of the 9 heavens and 10 earths? During that battle long ago, many places in the 9 heavens and 10 earths were shattered. Could it be that one of those fragments was refined by that great being into the holy tower? Jiang Ning felt like he had caught a glimpse of something, but the feeling was fleeting and vanished without a trace. Never mind, let's exchange it first. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ning selected the exchange option. The current item being recycled is a peak-tier Earth-grade magical artifact. The turn waste into treasure function is now activating. Please wait 72 hours. Only 72 hours? Jiang Ning sighed in relief. 72 hours, just 3 days. Perhaps by the time he reached the Great Tomb, he could exchange it soon. Jiang Ning didn't believe his luck was that bad that he'd encounter a vengeful spirit the moment he entered the Great Tomb. After closing the system, Jiang Ning crossed his legs and began meditating once more. He was set to depart in 2 days, so he needed to adjust his state as quickly as possible. If he could advance to the second level of the body forging realm before then, his combat strength would increase once again. That would reduce the danger by a few fold. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ning calmed his mind and began another round of cultivation. Time passed slowly. 1 day later. Jiang Ning paused his cultivation. Today was the day he had agreed with Zhu Fuguei to deliver the goods. Chapter 112, The Taste of Wind, Blood, and Rain. After waking up from meditation, Jiang Ning could already hear Zhu Fuguei's voice outside. Old brother Fuguei. Jiang Ning opened the door, smiled slightly, and addressed Zhu Fuguei, who had been stopped by Zhou Ping in the courtyard. Hey, little brother. It's been a few days, but your aura is even more profound and enduring. Zhu Fuguei looked at Jiang Ning in astonishment. In just 2 days, Jiang Ning's aura had become even more terrifying. You're joking, old brother. Compared to you, I still have a long way to go. Jiang Ning replied modestly. Hearing this, Zhu Fuguei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Listen to that. Is that even human speech? He's at least a golden core realm cultivator at the peak of his cultivation. Jiang Ning was only at the body tempering realm. The aura of a forging body realm cultivator is almost on par with that of a golden core realm cultivator at the peak of his cultivation. He's been cultivating for so many years, was it all for nothing? However, Zhu Fuguei was still very happy inside. After all, the more successful Jiang Ning became, the better his judgment was, proving that he hadn't misjudged him. Oh, right. Brother, here's the high-grade chi gathering pills you asked for. Count them. Zhu Fuguei tossed over a storage ring and said, based on your payment, that's a total of 200,000 premium chi gathering pills. However, considering your brother's relationship with the Wang family, the upper echelons of the Wang family have decided to gift you an additional 100,000 premium chi gathering pills. What? Jiang Ning had thought that the Wang family would give him some extra high-grade chi gathering pills to cultivate their relationship with him. But he never expected that this gift would amount to 10,000 pills. He had only purchased 20,000 in total. This is too much, wealthy elder brother. This isn't appropriate. What's wrong with that? The Wang family simply enjoys cultivating relationships with young talents. This is also an investment. If the Wang family ever faces difficulties in the future, if you think of us, that would be the greatest reward. Zhu Fuguei laughed heartily. Originally, there were only 4 major clans in Jindu City. Although the Wang family was also a large clan, it couldn't be considered one of the major clans. However, after adopting the strategy of spreading wealth and befriending geniuses, the Wang family's assets not only failed to decrease but instead grew at an explosive rate. In just 100 years, they had risen from a large family to one of the 5 great families. In terms of overall strength, they were no inferior to the other 4 great families. Since then, every generation of the Wang family's patriarchs has strictly adhered to the policy of cultivating connections. At this rate, the Wang family's control over the entire Shu state may be just a matter of time. In that case, I shall accept it. Jiang Ning isn't afraid of the other party setting a clear price, he's afraid that all the benefits are free. After all, the free things are the most expensive. Now that Wang Fuguei has spoken so plainly, Jiang Ning can accept it with a clear conscience. Ha, that's right, isn't it? Zhu Fuguei nodded and then looked at Jiang Ning. Brother, shall we discuss further? Jiang Ning nodded and said, "Come to my room, older brother." "Alright." After bringing Zhu Fuguei into the room, Jiang Ning asked, "Brother, if you have anything to say, just say it here." Zhu Fuguei thought for a moment and said, "Brother, you want to take the Zhou family's daughter to that big tomb, don't you?" Jiang Ning didn't deny it and didn't ask how Zhu Fuguei had found out. The entire Qingshan city belongs to them. If even this were unknown, that would be rather odd. That's exactly what I had in mind. I won't hide it from you, but that little girl's talent isn't inferior to mine. However, there's a seal inside her that's suppressing her dantian, preventing her from cultivating. Jiang Ning selectively revealed some details to Zhu Fuguei. Upon hearing this, Zhu Fuguei was momentarily taken aback. "Are you saying that the little girl Xiaoyu can communicate with the vengeful spirits in the Great Tomb?" "No, that's impossible. Before the Great Tomb was opened, even if the vengeful spirits were powerful, they couldn't communicate with the outside world." Zhu Fuguei shook his head, feeling that this information was utterly mind-blowing. "I don't know much about vengeful spirits, but I can assure you that Xiaoyu has some connection to the large tomb." Zhu Fuguei's expression grew solemn. Jiang Ning had told him all this, which meant he truly trusted him. He must live up to that trust. "Brother, rest assured. No one else will ever find out about this. Taking that girl Xiaoyu to the Great Tomb may not necessarily be dangerous, it could also be an opportunity. However, the risk is still too high. Why not do this instead?" Zhu Fuguei looked at Jiang Ning. "The eldest son of the Wang family is my wife's nephew and is quite close to her. I will send a message to him to form an alliance with you. If you encounter any danger, the two of you can handle it together. The eldest son of the Wang family is a genius on par with that Lu family's eldest son. If we can form an alliance with such a powerful ally, that would be ideal." Jiang Ning did not refuse. After all, this journey to the ancient tomb was bound to be filled with uncertainties. "That's excellent. Then I'll trouble you, old friend." Zhu Fuguei waved his hand dismissively. "It's only the least I can do. My young master is different from other geniuses of the same level. He is not arrogant but instead polite and courteous. You'll see for yourself when you meet him." Jiang Ning nodded slightly. Though he didn't know much about the Wang family, after interacting with them, Jiang Ning could sense that the Wang family was a clan with strict family rules. "Brother, I'll go back and write the letter right away. You prepare well. The ancient tomb will be open tomorrow." "Alright, thanks for your trouble, older brother." After sending off Zhu Fuguei, Jiang Ning placed all the high-grade qi gathering pills from his storage ring into the system space. The system space had a counting function, which saved Jiang Ning the trouble of counting them one by one. However, this batch of high-grade qi gathering pills was not as Zhu Fuguei had claimed 30,000. There were a full 33,000. That was a full 130,000 more than he had originally planned. The Wang family's kindness was truly profound. Jiang Ning sighed. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Now that he had accepted the Wang family's kindness, he would have to repay their favor when they needed him in the future. Of course. All of this is contingent on Jiang Ning being able to fulfill his obligations. If he cannot, Jiang Ning will not risk his life for it. In the time that followed, Jiang Ning did not meditate again but instead went out onto the streets. There was only one day left until the Great Tomb was opened, and more cultivators from Qingshan City were gathering. The atmosphere was oppressive everywhere, making it feel suffocating. Jiang Ning noticed that many of the cultivators in the city were injured. Upon inquiry, he learned that these injuries were caused by clashes with cultivators from outside the city. The areas near the Great Tomb outside the city had already been occupied by the 5 great clans and other major families. Smaller factions and cultivators without any backing could only linger on the outskirts. At times, they would even engage in fierce battles over a spot slightly closer to the Great Tomb. Jiang Ning's expression grew solemn. Even before the Great Tomb had been opened, the scent of bloodshed was already in the air. Chapter 113, The Great Tomb Opens. The next day, as dawn broke. While Jiang Ning was still meditating, he was suddenly awakened by a sense of foreboding. This feeling made Jiang Ning furrow his brows. It was too intense, like the sky was about to collapse, causing great unease. Could it be that the Great Tomb was about to open? Jiang Ning stepped out of the room and looked toward the outskirts of the city, where beams of light were bursting forth. At that moment, it wasn't just Jiang Ning. All the cultivators within and outside Qingshan City were looking in the same direction. There, beams of light shone brilliantly, and countless laws swirled, creating a scene reminiscent of a divine treasure descending from the heavens. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the air, followed by a violent tremor that shook the ground. Even Jiang Ning, a cultivator, found it difficult to stand steady. The Great Tomb had opened. Jiang Ning held his breath. This was his first time witnessing the opening of the Great Tomb, and his heart was filled with curiosity and confusion. After the violent tremors, a massive mound emerged on the horizon. Though it resembled a small mound of earth, its outer layers were shrouded in swirling patterns, and faint glimpses of past scenes flickered within. Countless patterns swirled around the mound, eventually coalescing into a colorful spatial gate. In an instant, Jiang Ning saw countless cultivators rise from the ground and rush into the spatial gate. Jiangning, the ancient tomb has been opened. Let's set off as well. At that moment, voices of Li Mu and several others could be heard outside the courtyard. Jiangning hummed in response, then looked toward the east wing. Li Lin was holding Zhou Xiaoyu's hand, looking worried and reluctant. Mr. Jiangning, Xiaoyu, I entrust her to you. Phew. Jiangning took a deep breath, nodded, and stepped forward to take the little girl's hand, leading her out of the inn. Jiangning, the big tomb is located 20 miles outside the city. Let's head there now, we'll arrive just in time. Li Mu said with a smile. Although we're entering a bit late, some opportunities inside might have already been taken, but there are still benefits to be gained. At least, the dangerous areas have already been explored by others. Jiangning nodded. Like the Great Tomb in the Little Holy Realm or the secret realms in the outside world. The more powerful the cultivators, the earlier they entered. After all, such cultivators are confident in themselves, they aren't afraid of danger, but rather value opportunities. Ordinary cultivators like Li Mu, however, usually choose to enter later. If there are dangers inside, the vanguard would have already dealt with most of them. However, the opportunities also become scarcer. As for those who enter last, they are simply there to pick up the scraps. By then, there are no major dangers left, but there are also almost no opportunities remaining. Li Mu and his group had experience entering other large tombs, which is why they chose to enter later. Since that's the case, we should set off now. Jiang Ning said. Yes. The group walked out onto the street, which was already bustling with people. Many cultivators had already begun heading toward the location of the large tomb. The daring vanguard, after all, was only a small group. Most cultivators chose to enter in the second wave. Flying through the air was prohibited within the city walls, so the cultivators had to exit the city before retrieving their magical artifacts to take to the skies. About 15 minutes later, Jiang Ning and the others finally arrived outside the city. The moment they reached the city outskirts, Li Mu pulled out a flying artifact resembling a door panel. Everyone, board my artifact. It will be faster. Once they reach the Foundation Establishment realm, cultivators can control magical artifacts to fly. Those who have not reached the Foundation Establishment realm can only use specialized flying magical artifacts like spirit boats. Like Lu Hong's spirit boat, it only requires sufficient spiritual energy to fly. However, cultivators at the Foundation Establishment realm generally prefer to pilot magical artifacts. After all, spirit boats are too expensive. After the group stood on the artifact resembling a door panel, Li Mu quietly recited the incantation. In an instant, the door panel rose off the ground. Zhou Xiaoyu, the young girl, was clearly experiencing this for the first time, her tense little hands tightly gripping Jiang Ning's hand. Big brother, I'm scared. Hearing the little girl's fear, Jiang Ning knelt down, picked her up, and comforted her. Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. Big brother will protect you. Perhaps it was Jiang Ning's words that had an effect, or perhaps it was the sense of security she felt in his arms, but the little girl no longer felt afraid. Instead, she began to look around curiously. 20 miles might seem like a distance to ordinary people. But for cultivators, especially those who could control magical artifacts to fly, it was merely a moment. Soon, Li Mu landed the door panel on a hilltop. This place was not far from the entrance to the Great Tomb, but it was already crowded with people. Some later arrivals had no place to land and could only curse under their breath as they continued onward. Ordinary cultivators like us can only wait here. If Jiang Ning were willing to help, we could go to a better spot up front. Wu Qinghai smiled and said, the closer you get to the entrance, the more people there are competing, and the stronger they become. Jiang Ning nodded. He had read many cultivation novels in his previous life, where places like secret realms or sacred lands opening up required good spots to be claimed by force. Then let's go and secure a better spot. Since arriving here, the sense of unease in Jiang Ning's heart had not only failed to dissipate but had grown even more intense. He wanted to get closer to the large tomb to uncover the truth. Even if he couldn't figure it out, he could at least observe it up close. Follow me. Standing on the hill, Jiang Ning spotted a spot that was relatively close to the large tomb, just below the entrance. However, at that moment, the spot was occupied by a group of cultivators dressed in white robes. Jiang Ning had observed that there were 3 Golden Core Realm cultivators among them, with the rest being Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. This was no small force. However, as Jiang Ning led his group forward a short distance, they were blocked by cultivators blocking the path. Get out of the way. A Forging Body Realm cultivator and 4 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators want a good spot? Get lost. I'm not in the mood to kill anyone right now. A young man who appeared rather scholarly suddenly burst out with coarse language, impatiently waving his hand to push Jiang Ning and the others back. Oomph. Jiang Ning merely smiled, then raised his hand and released a burst of spiritual energy. Put. The refined young man at the late Foundation Establishment realm was instantly sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood, which even contained fragments of internal organs. What the hell? A late Foundation Establishment realm cultivator was instantly killed by a body-tempering realm cultivator? What's wrong with this world? Or did I go mad during my seclusion? Could it be another prodigious talent? Impossible. There can't be that many prodigious talents. Some cultivators who had been waiting here all looked at Jiang Ning with horror. However, among them were some cultivators from Qingshan City who, upon recognizing Jiang Ning, looked even more horrified. Holy crap, this tough guy is here too. Ha, this is going to be interesting. A lone cultivator at the Forging Body Realm is going up against 4 Golden Core Realm experts. Chapter 114, Instantly Killing a Golden Core Realm Cultivator? In this world, strength is everything. And one's cultivation realm also symbolizes their strength to a certain extent. Even if you're a worthless trash with a combat power of 5 in the Golden Core Realm, before you even make a move, even a late-stage Golden Core Realm powerhouse with maxed out combat power would have to give you some face. After all, once you reach the same realm, the realm itself no longer means much. However, if you are an unparalleled genius in the Foundation Establishment realm with combat power at its peak, even a Golden Core Realm trash with a combat power of 5 wouldn't give you a second glance before you've even moved. After all, even the weakest Golden Core cultivator still holds the status of Golden Core, which grants them overwhelming superiority over Foundation Establishment cultivators. Geniuses who can fight across 2 realms are extremely rare and hard to come by. But now Jiang Ning has taken action. A cultivator at the initial stage of the body tempering realm has instantly killed a cultivator at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. This alone speaks volumes. This young man's strength cannot be judged solely by his cultivation realm. With a loud clatter, in an instant, a large space opened up around Jiang Ning and his companions, and no one dared to block his path. Even some Golden Core Realm cultivators ahead noticed the commotion. However, they did not take it seriously. After all, in their eyes, whether one was at the Foundation Establishment realm or the body tempering realm, they were no more than ants. Once Jiang Ning and his group had moved far away, the scene erupted once more. Holy crap, who is that guy? Do you guys know him? Quick, tell me which reclusive genius is this? How could someone at the body tempering realm defeat someone at the Foundation Establishment realm so easily? This must be a genius secretly cultivated by one of the 5 great clans. Otherwise, how could an ordinary cultivator be so extraordinary? Some cultivators within the city saw this as their chance to show off, immediately stepping forward to vividly describe Jiang Ning's battle with 4 Golden Core Realm experts within the city. Of course, as the story spread from person to person, it became increasingly exaggerated. It hadn't even spread to many people yet, and already Jiang Ning was single-handedly overpowering the Zhou family's 4 Golden Core Realm experts. Holy crap, a forged body realm cultivator overpowering a Golden Core Realm expert? This must be a genius on par with the heirs of the 5 great clans, right? Who says it's not possible? The heirs of the 5 great clans are geniuses who can even rank among the top in the small holy realm. The 5 great clans are the 5 largest aristocratic families in Shu State. Their heirs are naturally the most talented and powerful among their own kin. The small holy realm has 9 major states. Even if each state has 5 top-tier geniuses, there would only be over 40 in the entire small holy realm. How many people are there in the little holy realm? Though it can't compare to the total population of the 9 outer layers of the world, it's still far more than a single layer of the world. Such rare and extraordinary geniuses have now appeared before them. How could they not be excited? Regardless of how the cultivators discussed it, Jiang Ning had already led a few people to the farthest point accessible to Foundation Establishment cultivators. Any further ahead, there are factions guarded by Golden Core Realm cultivators. Many people were watching this area, eager to see if Jiang Ning would continue forward. If he continued forward, he would inevitably clash with Gold Core Realm cultivators. Although Jiang Ning's exploits have been spoken of in legendary terms, they are still just hearsay, and not everyone has witnessed them firsthand. Most people remain skeptical. Upon reaching the boundary line, Jiang Ning and his group came to a halt. Indeed, someone was blocking the way ahead. And it was a Golden Core Realm cultivator at the initial stage. Young man, defeating someone at the Foundation Establishment realm does not mean you are invincible in the world. The area ahead is not somewhere you can set foot. Retreat immediately, and I will spare your life. Jiang Ning, this is Hai Qingzi. At that moment, Scarface Lu leaned close to Jiang Ning and whispered. This Hai Qingzi is a lone cultivator and does not belong to any family or faction. To have cultivated to the Golden Core Realm and the Small Holy Realm as a lone cultivator is proof that this Hai Qingzi is no ordinary person. Moreover, it is said that he has no other hobbies besides enjoying the brutal slaughter of talented individuals without any background. In his own words, this satisfies his psychological needs. After understanding the situation, Jiang Ning did not retreat but instead advanced, looking at Hai Qingzi with a calm expression. I've entered. What can you do about it? How? Hai Qingzi's face turned ashen. Not knowing Jiang Ning's identity, he dared not strike him down. However, as a Golden Core Realm expert, his authority had been challenged. Even if he were to teach Jiang Ning a lesson, Jiang Ning's elders would have no grounds to complain. At that moment, Hai Qingzi's expression darkened, and he coldly said, since that's the case, even if I were to teach you a lesson, your elders wouldn't have any grounds to complain. Jiang Ning sneered disdainfully. Don't test me. I don't belong to any clan, and I have no backing. What? Do you want to kill me right now? Go ahead and attack me. After hearing about Hai Qingzi's deeds, Jiang Ning despised this man to the core. A coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong, his heart must be utterly corrupt. Jiang Ning didn't mind teaching Hai Qingzi a lesson. At the same time, Jiang Ning also had his own considerations. His group's objective, due to their cultivation level, would be treated differently wherever they went. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they could only demonstrate their strength to deter those with ill intentions. Hai Qingzi was undoubtedly the easiest target to deal with. After all, he was just a lone cultivator with no companions by his side. Jiang Ning could act without fear of being surrounded. You're asking for death. Hai Qingzi was successfully provoked, unaware that he had underestimated Jiang Ning, who also saw him as an easy target. Boom! Without a word, Hai Qingzi immediately summoned his magical artifact and launched an attack at Jiang Ning. Is that all you've got? Jiang Ning scoffed. Even without using his magical artifact, he could easily overpower a cultivator at the mid-golden core realm like the fourth elder of the Zhou clan. Let alone a mere early-stage golden core cultivator. Get out of the way, stop bothering me. Jiang Ning merely waved his hand lightly, releasing a stream of spiritual energy intertwined with vital energy. Hai Qingzi's attack was instantly shattered. Moreover, Hai Qingzi flew backward just like the elegant young man before him, coughing up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. By the time he crashed to the ground, he was exhaling more than he was inhaling. Damn it! This is incredible. Even a golden core cultivator was taken out with a single move? At that moment, whether they were nearby or far away, all the cultivators looked over in horror. A golden core realm cultivator. How could he be taken out in a single move by a junior at the body tempering realm? This must be a genius on par with the heirs of the 5 great clans. This time, even the group of golden core cultivators up ahead looked over with solemn expressions. If Jiang Ning had previously killed a Foundation Establishment cultivator in an instant, it might have caught their attention slightly. But now, Jiang Ning has already made them feel threatened. Although the Foundation Establishment realm and the Golden Core realm are only one major realm apart. But it was an insurmountable chasm. Now that someone had bridged that chasm and stood on the same level as them. Chapter 115, we could collaborate. This young man is a genius of the level of a heir from one of the 5 great clans? Do you know which clan he comes from? Near the entrance to the ancient tomb, an elderly Golden Core realm cultivator asked curiously, his eyes flickering with an enigmatic light. Sir, according to reports from spies within the city, this person does not belong to any of the great clans and seems to have just arrived from the outside world. From the outside world? The old man furrowed his brows. Geniuses from the outside world are often more troublesome than those from the great clans. The outside world is countless times more powerful than the small holy realm. Geniuses from the outside world might even be disciples of some great sect they dare not provoke. Or, they might even be secret disciples cultivated by the holy tower. If they were to die in the small holy realm, the powerful beings from the outside world would certainly find an excuse to invade. At that point, the small holy realm would be doomed. Such incidents have indeed occurred before. After all, the outside world refers to the small holy realm as the path to the holy tower, and every genius from the outside world dreams of coming here to walk this path. The old man remembered clearly. 100 years ago, a genius from the outside world, who possessed a secret treasure, was targeted by a sect from Chuzhou in the small holy realm, who killed him to seize the treasure. This, however, brought about a major disaster. A sect from the outside world used the loss of the treasure as an excuse and dispatched several great perfection realm experts. Even a half-step immortal realm expert was dispatched, determined to avenge their disciple. That battle. Chuzhou was utterly destroyed, and several sects in Chuzhou were wiped out. The once independent Chu state has now become the backyard of that major sect. As for why the other 8 major states did not come to Chuzhou's aid against the invaders? Don't be ridiculous. The small holy realm has always been a fragmented mess, lacking powerful families or factions capable of uniting the 9 states. Even if there were, they wouldn't dare to help Chuzhou. After all, you were the ones who started the bloodshed and plunder. If we help them, it would be like declaring war on the outside world. At that point, it wouldn't just be one state engulfed in war. It could even endanger the stability of the entire small holy realm. The reason the outside world has never taken the small holy realm is twofold. First, the cost of doing so is too high, and it's not worth it. The other reason is that they can't find a valid reason to start a war. The small holy realm does have some powerful beings who are just a step away from ascending to the immortal realm. However, while these powerful beings do not interfere in worldly affairs, they would not stand idly by if the outside world invaded the small holy realm without a valid reason. If there is a reasonable excuse, even if those powerful beings join the battle, the holy tower would not stand idly by. In summary, one side is seeking a reason to start a war, while the other is desperately trying not to give them a pretext. Naturally, they would not aid Chuzhou. Therefore, geniuses from the outside world are even harder to provoke than those from the aristocratic families. This is an unwritten rule of the small holy realm. Forget it, let's avoid trouble. Our chief family is now in decline and on the verge of falling out of the top 5 clans. Such a genius is someone to be befriended, not an enemy. The old man sighed and closed his eyes to rest once more. On the other side, the Wang family, another of the 5 great clans. Upon hearing the spy's report about Jiang Ning's background, the elder leading the Wang family's delegation immediately revealed a look of surprise. Is this the genius the wealthy and virtuous nephew spoke of? He is truly extraordinary. Quickly, go and invite the young friend over here to stand alongside our Wang family. Yes. After dealing with Haiqingzi, Jiang Ning was about to continue onward with Li Mu and the others when they were suddenly blocked by someone. Jiang Ning assumed it was another meddlesome individual causing trouble. However, the person bowed respectfully and said, Lord Jiang Ning, I am a member of the Wang family. The 7th elder invites you to join us for a gathering. The Wang family? Upon hearing that it was someone from the Wang family, Jiang Ning sighed in relief. He had always had a favorable impression of the Wang family. Thank you for your trouble, friend. Jiang Ning bowed in response. Mr. Jiang Ning, please follow me. All right. Just as Jiang Ning followed the Wang family cultivators away, a sigh could be heard from the Qi family's direction. What a pity. The Wang family beat us to it. The old man sighed. Although the Qi family was also one of the 5 great clans, it had grown increasingly decadent in recent years. The family's heirs, whether in terms of talent or combat strength, lagged behind the other 4 great clans. Though they were all among the 5 celestial geniuses, there was still a slight gap. If this continues, the Qi family may very well fall out of the ranks of the 5 great clans. Elder, perhaps we could let the 3rd young miss give it a try? The 3rd young miss? The old man paused for a moment, then a smile spread across his face. How could I have forgotten her? When the great tomb is opened for the 2nd time, you shall go in and inform the 3rd miss. Yes. The Wang family's estate. Jiang Ning saw the 7th elder of the Wang family and was immediately startled. This 7th elder of the Wang family was actually a powerful cultivator who had already taken a half step into the Yuanling realm. Young Jiang Ning, I am the 7th elder of the Wang family's outer clan, Wang Jinin. Xu Fugue is my niece's husband. An elder of the outer clan? Jiang Ning was taken aback. He had never heard such a title before. In prominent clans and families, there are inner and outer branches. Fearing Jiang Ning might not understand, Wang Jinin began to explain. Jiang Ning finally understood. A prominent clan naturally has a large population. Among them, the direct descendants of the family head are referred to as the inner clan. The inner clan members are few in number but enjoy 80% of the clan's cultivation resources. The rest, including distant relatives and collateral branches, are classified as the outer clan. These 7 elders were the 7th ranked elders of the outer clan. From what the 7th elder said, Jiang Ning learned a shocking piece of information. That is, the top 5 elders of the Wang clan's outer clan are all at the Yuanling realm. Among the elders of the inner clan, several had even reached the Huatian realm. As for those of even higher realms, the 7th elder did not mention them, but Jiang Ning could guess a thing or two. Most likely, there is an ancient ancestor stationed there. Wang Xian, I call you that, do you mind? The 7th elder chuckled. Jiang Ning shook his head. He naturally didn't mind. This ancient tomb can only accommodate a limited number of powerful individuals at a time. After the first entry, the tomb will temporarily close for a period, and we are waiting for the 2nd opening. Jiang Ning nodded. This point had already been explained by Li Mu and the others on the way here. That is why securing an advantageous position is so important. No matter how many times the tomb opens, they will be the first to enter. If they are in the rear, they can only enter the tomb after those in front have finished. Our young master has already entered the tomb. Jiang Ning, my dear nephew, when do you plan to go in? Jiang Ning thought for a moment and said, 7th elder, we will also prepare to enter during the 2nd opening. If you happen to encounter my young master inside the tomb, please look after him. Jiang Ning smiled. Does the eldest son of the Wang family need his protection? However, the 7th elder's words left Jiang Ning with no resistance whatsoever, and instead, he felt a growing fondness for that young master of the Wang family. After all, the Wang family is so well-mannered, the young master of the Wang family must not be too bad either. If they were to meet in the Grand Tomb, they could collaborate. Chapter 116, the 2nd opening of the Great Tomb. The timing of the Great Tomb's opening was extremely unpredictable, and Jiang Ning had assumed they would have to wait some time outside. But to his surprise, when the group arrived at the entrance to the secret realm, Zhou Xiaoyu, the little girl, tugged at Jiang Ning's sleeve. Jiang Ning, there's a little person over there. The little girl pointed in a certain direction. He was wearing a very strange jade pendant around his neck. Jiang Ning felt a chill run down his spine. Because he also looked in that direction but saw nothing. Xiaoyu, did you really see a little person there? Jiang Ning knelt down, hugged Zhou Xiaoyu in his arms, and asked softly, besides the little person, what else did you see? Xiaoyu shook her head and said, just one little person. He was waving at me. After saying that, the little girl also stretched out her hand and waved. Jiang Ning quickly stopped the little girl's action and said, Xiaoyu, can you talk to that little person? Should I try? Zhou Xiaoyu tilted her head, remained silent for a moment, then said, "Brother, the little person asked us if we want to open the Heavenly Palace Gate early." "What is the Heavenly Palace Gate?" Zhang Ning looked completely bewildered. At this point, he was certain that Xiaoyu, this little girl, had some connection to the Great Tomb. The little one said, "It's the Great Tomb we've been talking about." The Great Tomb is the Heavenly Palace? What's going on? What kind of existence is this Great Tomb that it can be called the Heavenly Palace? Zhang Ning's mind was filled with wild thoughts, but what truly unsettled him was that the villain had actually asked them if they wanted to go in early. In other words, the little person in Xiaoyu's eyes, even if not a vengeful spirit from the large tomb, was still an entity capable of controlling the tomb. "Xiaoyu, ask him what he means," Zhang Ning whispered. The little girl nodded and then tilted her head again, looking toward the large tomb. Soon, the little girl turned to Zhang Ning and said, "Zhang Ning brother, the little person said that the reserve energy for the second opening of the Heavenly Palace is insufficient. If we wait, it might take 10 days or half a month. But he can control the Heavenly Palace and infuse it with energy to open it early." However, he didn't want to do that, as it would injure him. But the little girl said that if Zhang Ning came, even if he fell into a deep sleep, Zhang Ning would wake him up. Ha! Zhang Ning's heart trembled. What does this little girl mean? Even if he falls into a deep sleep, I will wake him up? Could it be related to the jade pendant? Zhang Ning didn't dwell on it further, for he knew deep down that his only connection to this ancient tomb was the jade pendant. Ask him how many of the first group who entered are still alive. Zhang Ning asked again. He feared the tomb was a trap, and only a few of the first group of cultivators might have survived. All right. Soon, the little girl began communicating with the small figure inside the tomb again. Zhang Ning crouched on the ground, whispering to the little girl, and their actions were noticed by many people. However, few paid much attention, assuming Zhang Ning was simply amusing a child. However, the seventh elder, with his late golden core realm cultivation, overheard some of their conversation. It seemed like they were discussing the ancient tomb? Discussing the large tomb with a child? Zhang Ning, my esteemed nephew, have you discovered anything? Zhang Ning nodded. Xiaoyu said, the ancient tomb might be about to open. What? This little girl? The seventh elder was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Zhou Xiaoyu in horror. Nephew, are you saying that this little girl is a natural psychic? A spirit sensing body? Someone who can naturally perceive the slightest changes in the universe, is close to the Tao, and is not only an excellent candidate for cultivation but also the best choice for treasure hunting. This constitution is inherently destined to be connected to treasures. Zhang Ning paused for a moment, did not explain, and simply nodded. The seven elders stared at Zhou Xiaoyu with fiery eyes, as if they had seen a rare treasure. Dear nephew, does this girl have a master? The more he looked at the young girl, the more satisfied the seventh elder became, already considering taking her as a disciple. Seventh elder, Xiaoyu is from the Zhou family. Zhou Xiaoyu? The child of the Zhou family's prodigy? The seventh elder blurted out, then furrowed his brows and said, isn't that child naturally unable to cultivate? Zhou Xiaoyu's father is the eldest son of the Zhou family, not only the most prestigious in status but also far surpassing his peers in talent. In fact, many in Jin City are rumoring that the eldest son of the Zhou family's talent is no inferior to the heirs of the five great clans. If given enough time, the Zhou family might even replace the Qi family and become one of the new five great clans. Such a figure had given birth to a worthless child who couldn't cultivate. This caused quite a stir in Jindu City. It wasn't that he was a waste, but rather that the young girl had been subjected to a restriction spell, with her dantian sealed shut, preventing her from cultivating. Restrictions? The seventh elder furrowed his brows and knelt down, then extended his hand to cast a spell, beginning to probe Zhou Xiaoyu's dantian. Something's wrong. I don't detect any restrictions at all. The seventh elder looked at Zhang Ning in astonishment. My dear nephew, where did you hear these rumors? How could there be no restrictions? Zhang Ning explained, I personally investigated before. There's a life-threatening restriction inside the little girl's body. Saying this, Zhang Ning, refusing to believe it, grabbed the little girl's hand and began to probe again. Indeed, there was a restriction. Could it be that you, seventh elder? The seven elders also realized the severity of the situation, and his brows furrowed even more. Brother, your investigation must be correct. The fact that this situation has arisen indicates that the restriction within this young girl's body is highly unusual. Zhang Ning nodded in agreement. Previously, he had suspected that the restriction within the young girl's body might have been set by the second branch of the Zhou family. But now it seemed clear that the second branch didn't possess such power. Who exactly set the restrictions on that little girl? Dear nephew, I would like to consult the clan elders about this matter. Perhaps someone within the clan knows more. Zhang Ning nodded and bowed, saying, thank you, seventh elder. No need to be so formal. I too wish to take this girl as my disciple. My young nephew, rest here for a moment. I will go and find a way to send a message. If the great tomb is opened, you may go there on your own. After the seventh elder left, Zhang Ning looked at Zhou Xiaoyu again. Xiaoyu, what did that little man say? The little guy said that most of them are still alive, only a few unlucky ones are gone. The little one also said that no matter what happens to others, we won't be in too much danger. Jiang Ning hummed in response. Xiao Yu asked again, brother, the little guy asked me if we should open the heavenly palace now. Open it. Alright. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, a deafening roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Immediately afterward, dazzling beams of light erupted across the heavens and earth. At the entrance to the great tomb, spiritual energy continued to gush forth, intertwined with a hint of the Tao's essence. What's going on? It hasn't even been half an hour, how could the ancient tomb have opened again? The scene erupted into chaos. Chapter 117, Blood River. According to the established rules for the tomb's reopening, it must first accumulate sufficient energy before it can open a second time. The process of gathering energy can take anywhere from 1 or 2 days to 6 or 7 days. Such a rapid second opening has never been encountered before. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Everyone, be cautious. The seventh elder had never encountered such a situation before. After giving a brief instruction to the crowd behind him, he waved his hand. This scene unfolded in the camps of all the major clans. Whoosh! In an instant, countless cultivators charged forward, rushing toward the entrance of the great tomb. Though they all knew the saying, where there's smoke, there's fire, there was another saying that went, fortune favors the bold. Jiang Ning and the others exchanged glances, nodded to each other, and also chose to enter the great tomb. Boom! Jiang Ning felt nothing out of the ordinary, only a slight tremor in his body before finding himself in a spacious room. Is everyone okay? Jiang Ning asked with concern. He had been holding Zhou Xiaoyu's hand the whole time, so he didn't need to worry about her. However, Li Mu and the others had entered the passageway behind him. Jiang Ning, we're fine. Is this the big tomb? How could it be a room? No good. Wu Qinghai isn't with us. Right, without Wu Qinghai, he must have gotten separated during the random teleportation. The Grand Tomb is like a secret realm. Once you enter, you're randomly teleported. Li Mu and the others were lucky and were teleported to the same location as Jiang Ning. However, Wu Qinghai wasn't so lucky and was teleported to a different location with Jiang Ning and the others. However, the others weren't too concerned. After all, even if there were any dangers in the large tomb, the first group of cultivators who entered had already dealt with them. Everyone, don't spread out too far. Let's go out and take a look first. What kind of place is this? Now Jiang Ning was the leader of the group, so everyone naturally agreed with his suggestion. Xiao Yu, are you scared? Jiang Ning glanced down at the little girl beside him. After entering the large tomb, the little girl's face showed not a single trace of fear. Jiang Ning even felt that the little girl's expression was quite relaxed. As if she had returned to her own home? Hearing Jiang Ning's question, the little girl smiled and lifted her head, saying with a smile, Jiang Ning brother, little fish isn't afraid. Little fish felt that this place was so familiar. It's just like little fish's home. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. Time and again, events had proven that Zhou Xiaoyu, this little girl, had some connection to this secret realm. Alright, little fish, don't run off, okay? Make sure to hold on to your brother. Alright. Holding Zhou Xiaoyu's hand, Jiang Ning led Li Mu and the others, preparing to leave the room. The room was empty and spacious, with only a large vermilion red door ahead. Jiang Ning tried pushing it and it opened easily. Creak. With a heavy sound, Jiang Ning and the others finally saw the scene outside. A blood-red moon hung high in the sky, casting a desolate glow over the land. The world was barren and desolate, save for a withered willow tree standing alone in the distance, its branches swaying in the wind, casting eerie shadows. What is this place? Why is it so eerie? Li Mu wrapped his cloak tighter around himself, sucked in a cold breath, and muttered under his breath. Scarface Lu shivered and muttered under his breath, damn it, have we fallen into hell? Bull. Even if we die, I'm going to heaven. Mo Hai spat on the ground, and everyone turned to look at Jiang Ning, waiting for him to make a decision. At that moment, Jiang Ning felt his grip loosen. Zhou Xiaoyu, that girl, had managed to break free from his grasp and was walking toward the exit. Xiaoyu, come back. Jiang Ning called out softly. The situation was unclear, and going out recklessly could lead to danger. Zhou Xiaoyu was just an ordinary person. If she encounters danger, it will be too late to save her. Jiang Ning, this place feels so familiar. The little girl seemed not to hear Jiang Ning's words, continuing to walk toward the withered willow tree ahead. Jiang Ning hurried after her, shielding Zhou Xiaoyu on either side. Li Mu and the others saw this and hurried after them as well. Brother, why? Xiaoyu really wants to cry. The little girl approached the willow tree, extended her delicate little hands, and gently stroked the withered branches. Strangely enough, the willow tree, which seemed to have been withered for countless years, began to tremble slightly under the little girl's touch. Brother, it seems like it's crying. Zhou Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Ning with tears in her eyes. She could feel that he seemed to be waiting for someone, waiting for a very long time, until the heavens and earth fell silent, until the laws of the universe were destroyed, until he was left alone in this world. Jiang Ning was startled. He knelt down and gently wiped the tears from the little girl's cheeks. These words were so profound that even Li Mu and the other Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't utter them. Yet it was spoken by this ordinary little girl. Even Li Mu and the others realized the extraordinary nature of the little girl. Jiang Ning, what do you think? Could this little girl be the reincarnation of a great being? Some ancient great beings, after their lives and paths had come to an end, would leave behind a strand of their soul in the world. Just like the purple Shao Qilin before, although it had been dead for 100 years, a remnant soul still lingered in the world. If they encounter the right opportunity, these lingering souls may reincarnate. If no such opportunity arises, the lingering souls would eventually fade away in solitude over time. Jiang Ning didn't respond, just silently watching Zhou Xiaoyu. The young girl walked toward the front of the willow tree, muttering something under her breath. Jiang Ning and the others hurried to follow. After an unknown amount of time and distance, the sound of rushing water suddenly reached Jiang Ning and the others' ears. Damn it, are we finally getting out of this place? I feel like I'm going to lose my mind. Why is this huge tomb so strange? Li Mu and the others complained impatiently. All along the way, there had been nothing but endless desolation. But now, we can hear the sound of a river rushing. That means there's a river ahead, which means there might be vegetation or life. Are we finally going to escape this despair-inducing environment? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. With his keen sense of smell, he detected a faint whiff of blood. And as they continued forward, the smell grew stronger. Even Li Mu and the others could smell it. Something was wrong. This was clearly off. The air was filled with an overwhelmingly strong smell of blood. And the smell of blood seemed very fresh. Jiang Ning spoke solemnly, "Everyone, be careful." After speaking, Jiang Ning took a few steps forward, shielding the small fish he had distributed behind him. "Look over there. There's a river of blood." Chapter 118, The Vain Ship on the River of Despair. After walking for a moment, Li Mu suddenly pointed in a direction and shouted in alarm, his face filled with terror. Jiang Ning looked in the direction Li Mu had pointed. There was a winding river of blood stretching endlessly into the distance, resembling a coiled dragon sealed by the earth. Damn it, this is too eerie. Scarface Lu spat on the ground, wrapped his clothes tighter around his body, and said in a trembling voice, "This blood river is too eerie. Maybe we should turn back?" "I agree." Mo Hai shivered and looked behind him. "Don't look back." But when he did, Mo Hai was nearly scared to death. "Where's the path we came from?" "It's gone." Jiang Ning and the others finally noticed. The path they had walked on earlier had completely vanished. In its place was endless darkness stretching behind them. In the darkness, it seemed as though there were pairs of blood-red eyes staring intently at them. Damn it! Li Mu clenched his teeth. This is forcing us to move forward. There's no other choice. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows and asked cautiously. "Xiaoyu, do you know what's going on?" Zhou Xiaoyu shook her head. "Brother, Xiaoyu doesn't know either. That little man told us to cross the river. He said if we don't cross, we might die here." That little man again. What exactly is that little man? They've all come to the big tomb, yet why won't that little man show himself? Let's go check it out. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and led Li Mu and the others toward the blood river. Upon reaching the riverbank, Jiang Ning examined the water carefully before sighing in relief and saying, "It's not a real blood river." It seemed that there was a red crystal inside, and it was precisely this red crystal that made the river appear as if it were flowing with blood. Li Mu and the others quickly examined it as well and reached the same conclusion as Jiang Ning. Indeed. Everyone sighed in relief. If it were truly a river of blood, what kind of creature could have such blood flowing through its veins? A creature capable of producing such a vast amount of blood must be truly terrifying. However, the water in the river seemed to be stagnant. Scar-faced Lu tore off his own clothes and then ripped a strip of cloth from it. This garment is a sacred artifact, as light as a feather. It might be worth a try. Saying this, Scar-faced Lu threw the cloth strip into the river. Splash! With a splash, the cloth strip was instantly swallowed by the waves and disappeared from sight. The others exchanged glances. Look, there seems to be someone on the other side of the river. Jiang Ning, who had better eyesight, was thinking of a plan when he noticed several figures approaching from the other side of the river. The figures paused on the opposite bank for a moment, seemingly discussing something. Then, one of them cautiously made his way down the riverbank, attempting to cross the river. Splash! Once again, only a wave appeared, and the person vanished instantly. The companions on the bank, seeing this, seemed to want to jump into the river to rescue him, but as soon as they touched the water, they were instantly swallowed by the river. They couldn't cross the river, and their spiritual energy was useless. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. Upon reaching the riverbank, the spiritual energy within his body seemed to be affected by some kind of restriction, rendering it unusable. Otherwise, they would have already flown across using their magical artifacts. What should we do, Lord Jiangning? There's no way back, and we can't cross this river. Jiang Ning hadn't thought of a solution yet, but the little girl beside him pointed to a spot and said, "Brother, look. There's a small boat over there." A boat? Jiang Ning and the others followed the sound and looked over. In the center of the river, a thick fog had suddenly appeared. Amidst the fog, a sinister and eerie towering ship was slowly making its way toward them. Judging by the color of the ship's hull, it seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. Yet now it had been reactivated and was heading straight for them. Oh my god, could it be a ghost ship? Limu exclaimed, shrinking his neck and taking a few steps backward, hiding behind Jiang Ning. This isn't right. Jiang Ning's brows furrowed once more. He didn't sense any strange aura or the presence of any vengeful spirits. Then how did this boat end up here? Diao Balu and the others were terrified, but they mustered their courage and looked toward the small boat. There seemed to be words on the boat. Jiang Ning could make out some of the characters. On the Naiha Bridge, how tragic. On the path of wasted lives, do not waste your life. Eerie. Indescribably eerie. That dilapidated boat, with such an eerie phrase carved into its hull. That's way too creepy. I'm a bit scared. Could we really be encountering something unclean? Li Mu and the others felt their hair standing on end. The eerie boat seemed to be getting closer and closer. Even Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. But at that moment, Zhou Xiaoyu, the little girl, was once again tearfully staring at the ship, murmuring some words under her breath. This time, Jiang Ning heard some of the words clearly. You didn't escape either? Did you come back because you couldn't let go? Did you all die in battle? Xiaoyu, what are you saying? Jiang Ning asked in a low voice. But the little girl lifted her head and looked at Jiang Ning with a puzzled expression. Jiang Ning, I didn't say anything. Did you hear wrong? Did you really hear wrong? But he was certain he had heard it was Little Fish's voice. Could there be someone else? Boom! Before Jiang Ning could think further, the boat had already approached the shore and extended a plank to the shore. It seemed to be inviting Jiang Ning and the others to board the boat. Let's go! Jiang Ning took a deep breath. There was no way out now, they had to keep going. Even if there was a great terror on the ship, they had no choice but to board it. Thud! After the few of them boarded the ship, the sound of footsteps echoed through the cabin, as if someone was approaching from outside. Who's there? If you've got the guts, stop playing tricks and come out here. If you don't come out, I won't hold back. Li Mu and the others immediately summoned their magical artifacts, preparing for battle at any moment. However, the footsteps soon began moving in the opposite direction. Their threats seemed to have some effect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group panted heavily, their faces flashing with relief at having narrowly escaped danger. This is damn scary. I'm starting to regret this. I missed out on a chance, and now these strange things keep coming one after another. This must be a death trap. Li Mu and the others collapsed on the deck, venting their frustration. Jiang Ning, however, looked toward Jiang Ning. The darkness behind them had already spread to the riverbank. If they had been a moment slower, they would have been swallowed by the darkness by now. Boom! As the darkness tried to spread onto the ship, the junk suddenly trembled and set sail once more, heading deeper into the thick fog. Chapter 119, The Coffin. The few people did not know where the boat was heading, but at least they would not be swallowed by the darkness. The pairs of blood-red eyes in the darkness were truly too terrifying. Deep down, they all felt that the unknown creatures lurking in the darkness were even more terrifying than the strange phenomena on the ship. Brother, I'm so tired. For some reason, ever since boarding the ship, the little girl had been in a poor state of mind. Now she was so drowsy that she was almost asleep in Jiang Ning's arms. Take a nap. Jiang Ning said as he patted the little girl's back. Okay, but you can't leave me behind, okay? Alright, I won't leave you. The little girl finally drifted off to sleep with a smile on her face. Jiang Ning retrieved a blanket from the system space, placed Zhou Xiaoyu on it, and then sat cross-legged beside her. Jiang Ning brothers, what should we do next? Li Mu also sat down beside him, looking completely bewildered, and asked, where is this ship heading? We've never encountered this situation before. Jiang Ning shook his head, he had never encountered such a bizarre situation before either. Let's just go with the flow. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. Though there was no immediate danger, staying on this ship indefinitely wasn't ideal. There were clearly other creatures present in the ship's hold. Although it hadn't emerged yet, who could say when that unknown creature might appear? Alright, let us do this. Jiang Ning looked at Li Mu and the others. Hi, Li Mu, the two of you stay here. I'll go explore with Knife Scar Lu. Li Mu was Jiang Ning's most trusted person, and Knife Scar Lu was the strongest among them. Taking Scar-faced Lu to explore this mysterious ship, if they encounter danger, they can at least watch out for each other. Leaving Li Mu behind to watch over Zhou Xiaoyu also gave Jiang Ning some peace of mind. Alright, Jiang Ning, you and old Lu go ahead. Hi and I will wait here. Alright. Jiang Ning nodded and said, if you encounter any danger, just shout out loud. Alright. Let's go. Jiang Ning looked at Lu with the scar. Scarface Lu nodded and stood up, following Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, where should we go first? Shall we check out the ship's hold? With Jiang Ning around, Lu the Scarred felt a bit braver and suggested checking out the ship's hold. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows, he didn't want to provoke the creatures in the ship's hold. But on this large ship, aside from the deck, there was only the hold left. Let's go. Jiang Ning didn't want to wait for any unstable factors to emerge in the hold. If possible, it was better to get a clearer picture first. As the two stepped into the dimly lit hold, a pungent, musty odor mixed with the stench of decay hit their noses. That smell! Even as cultivators, the two of them found it hard to endure. This smell wasn't just a sensory irritation, it pierced straight to the soul. However, they soon grew accustomed to the odor and continued deeper into the hold. The ship's hold seemed to have been abandoned for years, with dust piled up everywhere. There were also some tables, chairs, and benches in the hold, but they had all been carbonized, and the wind from their passing could destroy these items. Clang! At that moment, the sound of Da echoed again from the depths of the ship's hold. It sounded as though some creature was deliberately stepping on the floor. Jiang Ning brothers? Scarface Lu swallowed hard and instinctively took a step back. Maybe we should just go out. We've already come this far. Jiang Ning whispered, if we don't figure out what's inside, I won't feel at ease. To prepare for the upcoming danger, Jiang Ning summoned 5 breaking void swords, and the spirit-gathering pills in the system space were ready to be ignited at any moment. Unfortunately, the weapon forged from the purple thunder divine bamboo was still in the exchange process. Otherwise, Jiang Ning would have felt much more confident. That thing could suppress all evil spirits. The two continued deeper into the ship's hold. After walking for a short while, the footsteps grew fainter and fainter. The creature emitting the sound seemed to be retreating. It seemed to be stuck in a fixed location. Jiang Ning came to this conclusion. Otherwise, if the two of them were this deep inside, the creature would have already emerged and torn them to pieces. Lord Jiang Ning, look at that! It looks like a coffin. Diaba Lu suddenly pointed in a direction and said in horror. Jiang Ning followed Lu the scarred's gaze and saw that there was indeed a coffin there. The lid of the coffin was open, leaning against the wall. On both sides of the coffin were deep scratch marks, which appeared to have been made recently. Jiang Ning, could that creature have come from that coffin? Scar-faced Lu whispered, judging by the appearance of the coffin, it must have been there for quite some time. Coffins from different eras are influenced by the culture of their time, so they all look different. The coffin before them, Lu with the scar had seen in some ancient texts, and it must be at least 10,000 years old. 10,000 years. Even if it were made from the finest materials, it should have exhausted its spiritual energy and turned into carbonized furniture like those tables and chairs. Yet this coffin, aside from being old, shows no signs of decay. Something is wrong. Jiang Ning whispered harshly, let's go, quickly. In an instant, Jiang Ning's hair stood on end. He felt that in the darkness at the bottom of the ship, a pair of eyes were watching them. By the time Jiang Ning shouted those words, it was already too late. Whoosh! 2 rusty chains shot out from the depths of the ship's hold, aiming to bind Jiang Ning and his companion and drag them into the darkness. But Jiang Ning had already prepared himself. The chi-gathering pill in his system space ignited instantly, summoning the breaking void sword, which emitted a thunderous roar and severed the chains. Quick, get out of here! Jiang Ning felt a chill run down his spine. This was a cultivator's sixth sense. Such a situation rarely went wrong. It could only mean that whatever was inside had already prepared to attack the two of them. Damn it! Scarface Lu was already trembling all over. He muttered a curse under his breath and channeled his spiritual energy, preparing to escape with Jiang Ning. But it was too late. Boom! The exit, which had once glowed faintly, vanished in an instant. The door leading from the ship's hold to the outside world seemed to have been sealed shut by something. Or perhaps they had fallen into an illusion. What demonic creature is this? Jiang Ning snorted coldly and commanded his sword to slice toward the depths of the ship's hold. Clang! A clanging sound of metal colliding echoed, and Jiang Ning felt as though his sword had struck something. He quickly activated his spell and withdrew the sword. Green liquid, could it be blood? The returning sword was stained with some green liquid. It resembled the blood of some kind of creature. The breaker of the void, which had reached the peak of the earth realm, was now emitting white smoke under the corrosive effect of the green liquid. Then, to Jiang Ning's stunned expression, one of the 5 breaking void swords suddenly snapped into 2 pieces. Chapter 120, The Undead. Broken? Jiang Ning's breathing grew. After all, the breaker of the void swords were Earth-tier peak-level magical artifacts. When combined, the 5 shattering void swords were no weaker than a heaven-rank spiritual treasure. Yet such divine weapons were now being corroded into scrap metal by this green liquid. Damned beast! Jiang Ning snorted coldly, showing no fear, and instead activated the remaining 4 breaking void swords, slashing toward the depths of the ship's hold. Several more sounds echoed through the air. This time, there was no clanging sound of metal striking metal, but rather a sound like cutting into flesh and blood. Jiang Ning withdrew the breaker sword once more. Of the remaining 4 breaker swords, 2 also exhibited the same issue as before. They were being corroded by some mysterious green liquid and quickly turned into scrap metal. Since the magical weapons are useless, you'll have to taste this instead. With that, Jiang Ning summoned the True God's Hammer. This was a replica of a sacred artifact obtained from Apollo. Back in Wanshan City, Jiang Ning had exchanged 2 of them using the system. Boom! The True God's Hammer was thrown into the air, unleashing bolts of lightning. Using the light of the thunderbolts, Jiang Ning finally saw the scene deep within the ship's hold. There were numerous cages. Some of the cages were empty, while others held creatures that appeared to be dead. The corpses were already rotting, with strange plants growing on them. Among these plants, some had been severed, oozing green liquid. Jiang Ning realized. The green liquid that had stained the broken void sword earlier was actually the sap from these plants. In the remaining cages, only one or two still contained unknown creatures. They were shrouded in a shadow, and Jiang Ning could not make out their forms, only seeing a pair of eyes flickering with a cold gleam. The undead. They were the undead. Diabalu also witnessed the scene and shouted in horror, retreating backward with a look of terror on his face. What are these undead beings? Jiang Ning had never heard of the dead souls before and could only ask scar-faced Lu for an explanation. The undead are vengeful spirits kept in captivity by humans. They are a very peculiar creature. Their power is immense, and they cannot be killed by ordinary magical artifacts. Is that so? Some of those cages have already been destroyed, which means they've already escaped. Scar-faced Lu's expression grew somber. Jiang Ning, this time, we're in for a rough time. That's not necessarily the case. Jiang Ning also realized the horror of the undead, but he wasn't ready to give up hope. System, how much time is left before the exchange is complete? Jiang Ning summoned the system in his mind and asked. As long as the weapon forged from the purple thunder bamboo is exchanged, he wouldn't fear even countless undead. System detecting host querying exchange time. Notice, the remaining exchange time is 12 minutes. Please wait patiently. 12 minutes? That's soon. Jiang Ning sighed in relief. As long as he could stall for 12 minutes, once the purple thunder god bamboo artifact was exchanged, he would no longer fear these strange and terrifying beings. Roar! Just then, from the darkened area on the right, a loud roar echoed. The sound was unusually sharp and piercing, sending chills down one's spine. No! It's those creatures that escaped from their cages. Jiang Ning exclaimed, quickly summoning the true god's hammer to eliminate the escaped creatures. However, the thunderbolts unleashed by the true god's hammer struck the creatures' bodies, yet they felt nothing. This is bad. This was the first time Jiang Ning had ever felt so powerless. All his attacks had no effect on these creatures. Meanwhile, the creatures, driven by jealousy, charged toward Jiang Ning and Scarface Lu. Roar! The deafening roar sent Jiang Ning reeling. Could it be that he was really going to die here today? You fool, how did you provoke such a thing as a death spirit? Just then, Jiang Ning heard Arua's voice inside him. Arua! After the battle with Jialu, Aruo had fallen into a deep sleep and had not been heard from since. Who would have thought that at this critical moment, she would awaken? These things are not something you can handle. Fortunately, I've accumulated some energy during my slumber. Let me handle this. On the other side, Mo Hai and Li Mu were sitting cross-legged on the deck meditating when they suddenly heard a loud roar coming from the ship's hold. Something's wrong. They're in trouble. Li Mu was startled and snapped out of his meditation. Mo Hai, who was beside him, also looked toward the cabin. The creatures inside seemed to have been provoked. Should we go help? Li Mu glanced at Zhou Xiaoyu, who was still sound asleep beside him, and shook his head. They hadn't called for help, which meant everything was still under control. We must trust Jiang Ning's abilities. However, just as Li Mu finished speaking, he heard Jiang Ning's cries for help coming from inside the cabin. Something's wrong. Jiang Ning is in danger. Li Mu jumped to his feet and looked toward the cabin. Stay here, I'll go check it out. This time, Mo Hai stopped him. No, something's wrong. Jiang Ning is no ordinary man. If even he can't handle the danger, going there would only make us a burden. He wouldn't have called for help if he could handle it. Li Mu thought about it and realized he was right. If Jiang Ning can't handle it, going there would only slow them down. Jiang Ning wouldn't ask them for help. Perhaps there's something trying to lure us away so they can target the weaker ones. Mo Hai reminded them. Zhou Xiaoyu, that little girl, is involved in matters related to the secret realm, and now everyone already knows about it. You're right, keep meditating. Li Mu took a deep breath and sat cross-legged once more, resuming his meditation. However, not long after, the two saw Jiang Ning walking over, covered in blood. Jiang Ning, are you okay? Li Mu was startled and hurriedly stood up to help Jiang Ning, but was once again stopped by Mo Hai. Are you sure he's really Jiang Ning's brother? Ha? Li Mu nodded in confusion, glanced up and down at Jiang Ning, and said, there's nothing different about him. He's definitely Jiang Ning. Something's wrong, definitely wrong. Mo Hai remained vigilant, looking at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, where's old Lu? Old Lu. Old Lu was seriously injured. You guys, hurry up and save him. We encountered an unknown creature in the ship's hold. I couldn't overpower it. Old Lu stayed behind to cover us and was surrounded by those monsters. Upon hearing this, Li Mu and Mo Hai exchanged glances, then rushed forward to help Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, you rest first. We'll go save old Lu right away. Alright, go quickly. We're brothers, we can't leave anyone behind. However, what Jiang Ning didn't expect was that Li Mu and Mo Hai suddenly struck their own chests with a palm strike. Chapter 121, The Strange Occurrence. Jiang Ning stared at Li Mu and Mo Hai in disbelief, saying blankly, Li Mu, Mo Hai, have you lost your minds? I'm Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning? Li Mu sneered, why impersonate someone else? Why choose to impersonate Jiang Ning's brother? Jiang Ning froze for a moment, his expression darkening as he demanded, how did you find out? That's none of your business. Mo Hai chuckled, and his magical artifact appeared in his hand. Since you dare not confront us directly, it means your strength is no match for the two of us. No matter what you are, prepare to die. Li Mu and Mo Hai launched their attacks simultaneously. However, Jiang Ning merely sneered in contempt before transforming into a repulsive mist and dissipating. When he reappeared, he was already behind the two of them. Humans are truly foolish. I merely found it too troublesome to bother. Did you truly believe that, in my current state, I couldn't even handle 2 Foundation establishment level ants? As he spoke, Jiang Ning extended both hands and grabbed Li Mu and Mo Hai by the neck. The change happened too quickly, both of them hadn't even had time to react before they felt a cold hand clamping down on their necks. 10,000 years. Such fresh blood. I haven't tasted this in ages. Jiang Ning stuck out his tongue, licked his lips, and then, astonishingly, 2 more arms sprouted from his armpits, reaching toward the Dantian chakras of Li Mu and Mo Hai. Jiang Ning, save us. Li Mu and Mo Hai shouted for help. Ha, too late. No one can save you now. Jiang Ning chuckled, slowly extending both hands into their Dantian. Inside the ship's cabin. After easily dispatching several mysterious creatures that had escaped from their cages, Arua was about to fall back into sleep when she heard Li Mu and the others' cries for help. Something's wrong. They're in danger. Jiang Ning's heart sank. If Li Mu and the others were in danger, what about the little fish? What's happening to it? A strange aura. Arua's expression grew solemn as she transformed into a wisp of green smoke and entered Jiang Ning's body. 100 years ago, the master was injured by the strange force. Otherwise, the people from the Holy Tower would never have been able to destroy the Purple Shao Divine Palace. Eerie, terrifying. Eerie? Jiang Ning took a deep breath. In the novels he had read in his previous life, many plots mentioned the so-called mysterious forces. The origins of the mysterious were also strange and varied. But no matter what kind of eeriness it was, they all shared one common trait. That is, they were all the greatest terrors of this world. Ordinary cultivators would die upon contact, and even the most powerful beings would retreat 3 steps upon encountering the bizarre. How could there be something mysterious here? Arua asked in confusion. Could it be the beings that were lost in the fragments of the 9 heavens and 10 earths during that battle long ago? The small holy realm has many places composed of fragments from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This also means that anything that once existed in the 9 heavens and 10 earths can appear in the little holy realm. If the strange phenomena outside truly originate from that battle, then, after so many years have passed, how terrifying has its power become? Perhaps only immortals could survive such an extended period of time. No, it cannot be immortals. The Tao of Heaven is incomplete, and it is extremely rare for an immortal realm to emerge in the world again, unless one follows the path of incense offerings. But how could an anomaly possibly follow the path of incense offerings? The entity within Jiang Ning was also filled with confusion. Regardless of whether it is a remnant from that era, we must escape. Jiang Ning spoke firmly. Zhou Xiaoyu was still outside, and although Li Mu and the others had only known each other for a short time, Jiang Ning had already regarded them as friends. Don't you have a weapon forged from purple thunder god bamboo? That thing should work against the strange phenomena too. Reminded by Arua, Jiang Ning suddenly remembered that the system's exchange time had already arrived. The sword forged from the purple thunder god bamboo had already transformed into its complete form. Poof! Jiang Ning hurriedly opened the system space and drew the divine sword into his hand. Although the divine sword felt light as a feather, the energy contained within its blade was utterly terrifying. Jiang Ning had a feeling that even if 5 broken sky swords consumed an hour's worth of energy, it wouldn't match the energy this divine sword consumed in a single use. Another money-guzzling beast. Jiang Ning sighed. Even though his current wealth had reached an astonishing level. But if he were to use this divine sword, he wouldn't be able to fight many times. Let's go out. Stealing his resolve, Jiang Ning led Knife Scar Lu out of the ship's cabin at full speed. Soon, a faint glow appeared, and the two finally emerged from the ship's hold. Upon seeing the scene on the deck, Jiang Ning paused for a moment. There stood another Jiang Ning, identical to himself, extending both hands to tightly restrain Li Mu and Mo Hai. Their faces were extremely pale, and their cultivation levels had plummeted to the forging body realm. If this continued, the two of them would have no choice but to die. Stop. Jiang Ning said coldly, no matter what you are, if you don't want to die, let them go. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Ning actually obeyed and released Li Mu and Mo Hai. Ha, I'm not some creature. I am you, and you are me, Jiang Ning. The strange figure transformed into Jiang Ning's appearance, smiling at him. If it weren't for the lack of blood in his face, he would have been indistinguishable from Jiang Ning. Stop pretending to be something you're not. Jiang Ning didn't hesitate. He signaled Li Mu and the others to carry the sleeping Zhou Xiaoyu to safety behind him, then began to burn the high-grade qi-gathering pills from the system space. Hum. The divine sword trembled slightly, transforming into a beam of light that shot toward the eerie figure. Ha, do you think you're the only one with that? To the astonished expressions of Jiang Ning and the others, the eerie figure summoned a divine sword identical to Jiang Ning's. The divine sword slashed out a black beam, aiming to strike Jiang Ning. Boom! The two attacks collided, producing a deafening roar before canceling each other out. Damn it, how does he have such a divine sword too? Jiang Ning clenched his teeth. Everything that was happening was far beyond his expectations. We might have fallen into a strange array. This must be the mirror array. Jiang Ning had studied mirror arrays during his school days. Some sects that specialize in array formations also master this technique. Though not particularly advanced, its destructive power is exceptionally terrifying. This array can mimic the techniques and magical artifacts of the attacker. Once trapped inside, it's extremely difficult to escape, unless one can defeat their own mirror image. This means I have to fight myself. Is this to help me find my weaknesses? Jiang Ning suddenly understood. It seems that the mysterious entity lurking behind the scenes, manipulating everything, isn't particularly powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have resorted to the mirror array. Since that's the case, let me see how much you can mimic me. Jiang Ning gave a cold smile and then sheathed his divine sword. Chapter 122, The Battle Against Oneself. Since the opponent could summon artifacts identical to his own, there was no need to use the divine sword anymore. After all, this thing consumes too much energy. The opponent doesn't need to expend anything, while he has to burn high-grade qi-gathering pills. Judging by the speed at which the divine sword consumed energy, his supplies wouldn't last much longer. Seeing Jiang Ning put away his magical artifact, the mirror image of Jiang Ning also sheathed the divine sword. Step back. Jiang Ning spoke in a stern voice, signaling Mo Hai and the others to step back. Once Mo Hai and the others had retreated to a safe distance, Jiang Ning's body trembled, and streams of spiritual energy surged forth. You've had your fill of imitating me. Jiang Ning raised his fist, choosing the most primitive form of combat, each punch landing with a thud. Jiang Ning, transformed into a bizarre form, naturally swung his fist as well. Bang, bang, bang. In just a short moment, the two had already exchanged dozens of blows, yet neither had gained the upper hand. If that's all you've got, then I truly underestimated you. Oomph. Jiang Ning merely smiled coldly, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands. At the same time, he carefully observed his own bizarrely transformed form. The strange, distorted version of himself paused for a moment before forming the exact same hand seals. Moreover, it even performed the Heavenly God Seal before Jiang Ning. The Heavenly God Seal. The Heavenly God Seal. If Jiang Ning's Heavenly God Seal was filled with sacred golden light, then the strange Heavenly God Seal was filled with black, destructive energy. Boom! The two seals collided, erupting in a dazzling burst of light before fading away. That's it. I truly underestimated you. You are now of no use to me. Jiang Ning, in his bizarre form, sneered contemptuously before unleashing another divine mark. Alright, you may now die. Die? The only one who will die is you. Jiang Ning roared loudly and drew his divine sword once more. However, this time Jiang Ning did not ignite the superior qi-gathering pill. Instead, he channeled the spiritual energy within his body and lightly slashed with his sword. Spring Wind Sword Technique. Jiang Ning hadn't used this technique in some time. Yet there was no trace of rustiness. Its power was even stronger than before. The eerie manifestation of Jiang Ning froze for a moment, only to realize helplessly that the mirror array couldn't replicate this move of Jiang Ning's. This is much more interesting. The eerie manifestation of Jiang Ning chuckled, unable to mimic the Spring Wind Sword technique, but he still swung his sword. Put. This time, the Spring Wind Sword technique gained the upper hand, and the strange sword chi was completely dissipated. However, half of Jiang Ning's Spring Wind Sword technique still remained, striking the strange form of himself. Put. The eerie transformation staggered back 2 steps but suffered little harm, its eyes instead gleaming with excitement. It's just the Spring Wind Sword technique, isn't it? I've mastered it too. Saying this, the bizarre form of Jiang Ning also summoned a divine sword and began to mimic Jiang Ning's sword techniques. Spring Wind Sword Technique. Jiang Ning's expression suddenly changed. This strange being actually used the Spring Wind Sword technique. Moreover, its power was not significantly different from his own Spring Wind Sword technique. This was a sword technique he had mastered on his own. It does not exist within the laws of the universe. What kind of copy is this strange entity using? Foolish. Jiang Ning, the embodiment of the strange phenomenon, Mott, I have said it before, I am you, and you are me. What you can do, I can do as well. As the dark version of the Spring Wind Sword technique was about to strike, a ruah within Jiang Ning burst forth instantly, then unleashed a bolt of thunder, shattering the sword technique. A ruah, do you think I don't have any left? The eerie form of Jiang Ning coldly smiled, and then a black qilin emerged from his body. Just an impostor. Dare to bare your teeth at this holy being. A ruah was furious, raising a claw and swiping at the black qilin. The black Qilin also raised a claw. However, compared to Aruo, the black Qilin's movements were at least half a beat slower. Bang! Aruo's single swipe shattered the fake black Qilin. Jiang Ning, did you notice? After dispatching the black Qilin, Aruo turned to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning nodded. He had noticed. The rarer an item is in this world, the more flaws there are in the array, even if it can be imitated. Just like the spring wind sword technique before. After he had performed it once, the strange entity could only imitate it after witnessing it. Take Aruo, for example. As the only Qilin in existence in the heavens and earth, although the opponent could imitate him, whether it was the essence or the movements, they couldn't compare to the real Qilin. Even if they discover it, so what? What can you do to me? Jiang Ning, in his bizarre form, spoke with a savage grin. He was brimming with confidence in himself. Over the years, countless cultivators have dared to enter this place. Even the most powerful geniuses, within the mirror array, could only be defeated. They couldn't defeat themselves. Or rather, they weren't talented enough. Nothing could surpass the understanding of this heavenly Tao. Only something that surpasses the understanding of the heavenly way can break the mirror array. Of course. Not all mirror arrays are so extraordinary, otherwise, the sects that rely on arrays for survival would have already dominated the world. The strength of an array depends on the materials used and the cultivator's cultivation level. Then I can only say you underestimate me. Facing the bizarre mockery, Jiang Ning merely smiled wryly. Then, amidst the puzzled expressions of those around him, he withdrew all his spiritual energy. Do you think you can break the mirror array with your mortal body? The mysterious, puzzled voice murmured. Others have tried this method before, but they all met a tragic end. No, that's not right. Something's off about this kid. When Jiang Ning channeled the energy within his body, emitting a thunderous roar, the eerie expression finally changed. Damn it, this is a path of cultivation that doesn't exist in this world. You forged a different path. The eerie figure let out a sharp, shocked cry. Unfortunately, it was already too late. After all, the mirror array was merely an array formation. It could borrow spiritual energy but couldn't harness the power of qi and blood. After Jiang Ning withdrew all his spiritual energy back into his dantian, the Jiang Ning in the mirror also withdrew all his spiritual energy, becoming indistinguishable from an ordinary person. However, Jiang Ning mobilized his vital energy, once again gaining the ability to move mountains and overturn seas. Break! Jiang Ning roared, raised his fist, and charged toward his own distorted form at an unimaginable speed. Crack! In an instant, a sound like shattering glass echoed through the air. The situation was urgent, and the surroundings were changing rapidly. The mist that had been swirling around the ship began to dissipate. This is it. When Jiang Ning and the others finally got a clear view of their surroundings, they froze in place. Although they were still on the ship had already docked. Along the shore stood a row of thatched huts, and beyond them lay an endless expanse of grassland. Chapter 123, Docking. Where on earth were they? Li Mu and the others felt a chill run down their spines. They had just dealt with the strange occurrence and hadn't even had time to rest before finding themselves in a completely unfamiliar place. Although there was a grassland ahead, it looked unusually gloomy and eerie. Jiang Ning brothers, should we get off the boat? I think we should stay on the boat. Jiang Ning brothers, what do you think? Li Mu and the others turned their gaze toward Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning also fell into deep thought. If we go to the grasslands below, we'll clearly face new dangers. But if we stay on the ship, there was no guarantee of safety either. Inside the ship's hold, there were still so many unknown creatures locked in those cages. And there was that open coffin. Jiang Ning isn't sure if it's an eerie coffin or something else. Moreover, they couldn't stay here forever. They had to leave eventually. After analyzing their current situation, Jiang Ning had made up his mind. Let us go down. To that grassland? Jiang Ning said softly. Li Mu and the others heard this, though still fearful, could only nod in agreement. Jiang Ning, now that the two of us have fallen to the body-tempering realm, it will be extremely difficult for us to return to the Foundation Establishment realm. The path ahead can only rely on you and old Lu. Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, finally remembered that Li Mu and Mo Hai had already fallen to the forging body realm. How can we restore your cultivation levels? Jiang Ning frowned and asked. Li Mu and the others are not entirely useless, at least they can help protect the little girl Xiao Yu. Since boarding the ship, the little girl had been in a deep sleep and showed no signs of waking up. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, actually, after years of dedicated cultivation, our cultivation levels have already reached the late Foundation Establishment realm. With sufficient resources, restoring our former cultivation levels would not be difficult. Even advancing further wouldn't be too difficult. Once one reaches the Foundation Establishment realm, cultivators can no longer rely solely on sufficient spiritual energy or a sufficiently powerful physical body to advance. At the Foundation Establishment realm, one must comprehend the laws of the heavens and earth and elevate the realm of these laws. Once the realm of the laws is elevated, the spiritual energy within the body must also be elevated to the same realm to be considered a true advancement. Li Mu and the others have been stuck at the mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment realm for many years, but their realm of understanding the laws has actually already reached the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. However, due to their humble origins and lack of sufficient resources, they were unable to push the spiritual energy within their bodies to the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Therefore, their overall cultivation level remains at the mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Is having sufficient resources enough? Jiang Ning thought for a moment and said, I can provide it for you. But not here, let's go down first and discuss it. Alright. Just as the group was preparing to disembark, Arua, the entity within Jiang Ning, also spoke. Jiang Ning, the energy I've accumulated is almost depleted. I've absorbed some more power from the dead souls, and now I need to digest it. I'm about to fall back into a deep sleep. Arua is going to fall back into slumber again? Jiang Ning's heart sank. Arua was his strongest trump card. Without her, he would be in big trouble if they encountered any danger. But clearly, Arua's current condition wasn't good either. Alright, I understand. Just rest and recover properly. Aru fell silent once more. At that moment, Li Mu and the others carried Zhou Xiaoyu and jumped off the boat, landing on the shore. Jiang Ning hurriedly followed behind. Jiang Ning, there's a row of thatched huts over there. Should we go take a look? Li Mu pointed to the row of thatched huts ahead. Not yet. Jiang Ning shook his head. If we encounter any more danger, given their current condition, it might be difficult to handle. You guys should recover your strength first. As he spoke, Jiang Ning extended his hand and gently waved it toward the open ground. With a loud clatter. In an instant, a pile of spirit stones, each as tall as a person and 2 or 3 meters wide, appeared before the group. Are these all high-grade spirit stones? Li Mu and the others were completely speechless. High-grade spirit stones? They had only seen them a few times in their entire cultivation journey. Now, here was a mountain of spirit stones piled up before them. It was like a dream. These spirit stones should be enough for you to reach the Foundation Establishment realm, and even reaching the Golden Core realm isn't impossible. Li Mu and the others swallowed hard. If these spirit stones were all for them, they would dare to try breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Jiang Ning, isn't this a bit too valuable? Although Li Mu and the others also wanted to break through their cultivation, Jiang Ning's spiritual stones were simply too valuable. They felt too embarrassed to accept them. No problem. The stronger you are, the greater our chances of surviving and getting out alive. Jiang Ning smiled and said, no need to be so formal with me. Li Mu and the others couldn't help but let their eyes shine brightly. Jiang Ning, then we won't hesitate. Please protect us. Alright. Jiang Ning nodded. Li Mu and the others excitedly crossed their legs and sat on the ground, then picked up the spirit stones and began absorbing the spiritual energy within them. Although Jiang Ning was also meditating, his spiritual awareness was fully expanded, vigilantly observing his surroundings. If any danger arose, he would detect it immediately. The ancient tomb was unlike a secret realm, with no distinction between day and night. Here, no matter how long time passed, the sky remained the same. Jiang Ning had no idea how much time had passed when Li Mu was the first to open his eyes, his aura surging powerfully. It worked! Not only has my cultivation recovered, but I've reached the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, and even set 1 foot into the Golden Core realm. Half a step into the Golden Core realm. This was a realm Li Mu had never dared to imagine before. With their monthly salary of just a few low-grade spirit stones, it would take them an unimaginable amount of time to save enough spirit stones to reach this realm. Yet here I am, having actually achieved it. I've made it too. Is this the power of the half-step golden realm? I feel so powerful. Mo Hai also opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with excitement. By the way, where's old Lu? Lu with the scar hadn't had his cultivation absorbed earlier, so he was already at the mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Combined with old Lu's strength, he was already the strongest among the group. Now, not only has he successfully reached the half-step Golden Core realm, but he is even pushing toward the Golden Core realm. Old Lu is actually condensing his Golden Core. Li Mu and Mo Hai looked envious, but they sincerely hoped that old Lu would succeed in forming his Golden Core. Whoosh! At that moment, old Lu was drenched in sweat, and the spiritual energy within his body seemed to have reached a critical point. In his dantian, a golden inner was constantly flickering. However, the inner still appeared to be nothing more than a faint shadow. It's almost done. Jiang Ning's expression changed. Some cultivators needed to condense their 5 or 6 times, or even 10 or more times, to succeed. Those who succeed in a single attempt are not necessarily geniuses, but they are still far stronger than ordinary Golden Core cultivators. I wonder how many patterns of golden old Lu has. How many patterns on his golden? Jiang Ning was slightly taken aback. Is there such a thing as several patterns in the golden stage? Chapter 124, Followers. Brother Jiang Ning doesn't know about the concept of several patterns for the golden? Li Mu and the others were startled for a moment, then remembered that Jiang Ning came from the outside world, and said with a sudden realization. Brother Jiang Ning, you come from the outside world, so you naturally don't know that the golden actually has different levels. What do you mean by that? Jiang Ning asked in confusion. Does that mean the cultivation methods in the outside world are different from those in the small holy realm? Of course they're different. Mo Hai nodded. Rather than saying that cultivation in the small holy realm and the outside world are different, it would be more accurate to say that the cultivation methods in the outside world have changed. Li Mu also said. That's right. Due to its prolonged isolation, the cultivation system of the little holy realm hasn't undergone significant changes. However, the cultivation system in the outside world has evolved alongside the development of the world, leading to some changes. The cultivation system of the small holy realm still retains the ancient cultivation system, where the strength of cultivators is determined by the number of patterns on their golden cores. The most ordinary cultivators at the foundation establishment realm have golden cores with only one mark. Slightly more powerful cultivators can condense a golden core with 2 or 3 patterns. Ordinary geniuses can condense a golden core with 5 or even 6 patterns. As for peerless geniuses, according to records, the most powerful one ever recorded condensed a golden core with 8.5 patterns. 8.5 lines? Jiang Ning was slightly taken aback. How could there be half a pattern? Mo Hai explained, once a golden exceeds 6 patterns, it will attract an even more powerful golden thunder tribulation. This tribulation is nearly on par with the tribulation faced by cultivators at the nascent soul realm. Therefore, a 6 golden realm cultivator in the small holy realm is equivalent to a late-stage golden realm cultivator in the outside world. For every additional beyond 6, the power of the heavenly tribulation increases by 1-fold. It is said that the tribulation when advancing from 8 to 9 is comparable to that of a Hoa than realm cultivator. If one fails to survive the tribulation, there is only one outcome, death and the extinction of one's cultivation. That peerless genius who sought to advance to the 9 golden core realm failed to survive the tribulation, but unexpectedly retained half a of his golden core. Is that even possible? Jiang Ning was stunned. Surviving the tribulation failure was already remarkable, yet he managed to retain half a pattern of the golden. No wonder he was a powerhouse capable of condensing an 8-marked golden. That's right. That great being later became the first person in the small holy realm, but no one knows what happened to him afterward. There are no records in the books about that powerful being's exploits. Jiang Ning had some speculations in his mind. The number of golden one cultivator can possess depends on their innate talent when advancing to the golden realm and their understanding of the laws of the universe. This is also a dividing line. Geniuses only grow stronger. Ordinary cultivators will only maintain their current state. The patterns on the golden core are something that cannot be compensated for later in life. Even the most extraordinary treasures in the world cannot make up for it. Therefore, once a cultivator reaches the golden core realm with a certain number of patterns, that number remains fixed for life. An 8-pattern golden core might be on par with a nascent soul cultivator in the outside world, right? Jiang Ning said enviously. You must understand. Even an 8-pattern golden is still at the initial stage of the golden realm, yet it can be compared to the nascent soul realm. If they reach the late stage of the golden core realm, wouldn't they be able to slaughter Yuanling cultivators like chickens and dogs? If it were the even more powerful 9-pattern golden. Jiang Ning dared not imagine how powerful a 9 golden core would be. So, how many patterns does old Lu have? Li Mu and the others looked at old Lu with concern. At that moment, a golden slowly emerged above old Lu's head. Though the golden pill was originally a formless entity, it occasionally solidified into a tangible form. This was the process of a cultivator condensing a golden pill. This process was not dangerous as long as one's cultivation level was high enough and resources were abundant. However, the moment the is formed, the heavenly Tao will send down a thunderous punishment. This is the true test that cultivators at the golden realm must face. Only after surviving the thunder punishment does one qualify to become a golden cultivator. If one fails, they will perish in the thunder tribulation. The tribulation clouds. Li Mu exclaimed, pointing at the top of Lu the Scarred's head. Jiang Ning looked over. Above Lu the Scarred's head, a cluster of thunder clouds was forming, flickering with lightning. The calamity clouds grew denser and denser, an utterly terrifying sight. This was definitely not a single thunderstorm. Li Mu exclaimed excitedly, it might be a 2-mark or even a 3-mark. 3. This surpasses 70% of all cultivators. But this also means that Lu the Scarred must face an extraordinarily terrifying heavenly tribulation. If he can endure it, he will surely soar to new heights. Old Lu, you must hold on. Li Mu and Mo Hai said anxiously. Boom! However, just as the tribulation clouds were about to take shape, the grassland extended outward, shooting out a thick white lightning bolt. The white lightning struck the calamity cloud, shattering it into pieces before it could fully form. Clatter! As the disaster cloud shattered, the golden floating above Lu's scarred head slowly revealed 3 patterns, which then sank into Lu's. What's going on? The thunder from the depths of the grasslands actually shattered the heavenly tribulation? The sudden turn of events was too unexpected. Before anyone could react, scar-faced Lu had already become a true golden core cultivator. And a 3-mark cultivator at that. Jiang Ning brothers, something is amiss here. Scar-faced Lu had just awakened from meditation and exclaimed excitedly, this place seems to allow our cultivation to reach a higher level. I wasn't even qualified to condense a 3-mark golden core. 2 marks were already my limit. But there's a mysterious law here that has forcibly elevated the patterns of my golden core by an entire tier. Upon hearing this, not only Jiang Ning, even Li Mu and the others were stunned speechless. Could this place actually enhance the golden core markings? This is simply unbelievable. Their eyes were filled with horror, mixed with a touch of envy. They felt that if they missed this opportunity, even if they managed to condense their golden Dan in the future, they would never reach old Lu's level. However, they had no more heavenly treasures or items containing spiritual energy on their persons. Asking Jiang Ning for more would be too humiliating for them. Jiang Ning had already helped them restore their cultivation and even reach the late foundation establishment realm, which they were already deeply grateful for. Why don't you give it a try? Jiang Ning looked at Li Mu and Mo Hai. I don't have much else, but I have plenty of spirit stones. With that, Jiang Ning waved his hand, and another pile of high-quality spirit stones appeared before him. These should be enough for you to advance to the golden core realm. Since this place is so special, let us make good use of this opportunity. Li Mu and Mo Hai were both stunned by Jiang Ning's generosity. These high-quality spirit stones were more than they could ever earn in a lifetime, even if they didn't eat or drink for years. They dared not accept them, but they also felt that if they missed this opportunity, they would likely never reach the golden core realm in their lifetime. Jiang Ning, no, Jiang Ning, you are our master. The 3 of us swear to follow you to the death. Li Mu knelt down on one knee first, and Mo Hai followed suit. Lord Jiang Ning, I, Mo Hai, swear to follow you to the death. Lastly, it was Scar-faced Lu. This old Lu is also with you. Chapter 125, Promotion. Jiang Ning didn't expect the 3 of them to be so decisive. He had no intention of agreeing. Jiang Ning gave them resources in the hope of having a better chance of surviving. Not to win anyone over. But Jiang Ning reconsidered. Going into the small holy realm alone, unfamiliar with the place, if he knew nothing, who knew what trouble he might encounter? If someone could accompany him, it would at least save some trouble. Moreover, he couldn't possibly stay in the small holy realm forever. Once the time was right, he would have to go out into the outside world. And once he went out into the outside world, he would inevitably clash with the Holy Tower. That's the Holy Tower. A colossal entity capable of annihilating the Purple Shao Divine Palace. Even if he were as powerful as he is, he couldn't fight alone against so many. If he could establish his own within the small holy realm. Upon this thought, Jiang Ning accepted the 3's allegiance without hesitation. Since you followed me, I won't let you come out on the losing end. Once we're out of here, I'll bestow each of you with a magical artifact. Thank you, Lord Jiang Ning. The 3 hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Though they had no idea what magical artifacts Jiang Ning intended to bestow upon them, given his wealth and generosity, the magical artifact given by Jiang Ning would definitely not be of low quality. Alright, the 2 of you should first break through to the golden core realm. Jiang Ning sat down in a lotus position. Old Lu, you will protect them during their cultivation. Yes, Lord Jiang Ning. Li Mu and Mo Hai quickly sat cross-legged and began attempting to spiritual energy to break through the golden core realm. Meanwhile, Scar-faced Lu had already consolidated his cultivation and was guarding them. As for Jiang Ning, since this place was so special, he decided to give it a try and see if he could improve his cultivation. After gathering all the spiritual energy within his body into his dantian, Jiang Ning channeled the qi and blood energy within his body, spreading it throughout his entire body. Bang! As the vital energy surged forth, Jiang Ning's heart began to beat even more powerfully. Jiang Ning's complexion seemed to change. His originally slender physique now had some muscles, making his lines more defined. That's it. That's the feeling. Previously, when the qi and blood energy reached this point, the meridians within Jiang Ning's body would be unable to withstand the impact and develop cracks. But now, the meridians within Jiang Ning's body not only failed to crack but became even more resilient, as if they could now absorb even more vital energy. This place is indeed an excellent location for cultivation. Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement, and an idea also flashed through his mind. Since this place is so special, could he also come here when it comes time to condense the golden? A 9-pattern golden is nothing. I am not without the ability to attempt it. At that moment, a series of rumbling sounds began to emanate from Jiang Ning's body. This was the sound of his qi and blood surging. The capacity of his meridians was nearing its limit. Jiang Ning realized. The meridians within his body could now withstand twice the amount of qi and blood they once could. However, once the force exceeded twice the previous limit, the meridians would be unable to withstand the pressure and begin to show signs of collapse. It hasn't reached the absolute limit yet. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and continued to channel the qi and blood energy, aiming to break through to the second layer of the body tempering realm. Just as Jiang Ning's meridians were about to collapse, he sensed a mysterious force emanating from the depths of the grasslands. Under the influence of that mysterious force, the collapsing meridians began to heal once more. Moreover, the realm that had remained unbroken for so long finally broke through at that moment. The second layer of the forging body realm was achieved. Jiang Ning couldn't contain his excitement. This was no ordinary advancement in cultivation. You must understand. Jiang Ning was walking a unique path, one that was entirely his own. This small advancement in cultivation level proves that the path Jiang Ning has chosen is viable and not a dead end. The path is open. Jiang Ning once again channeled his qi and blood energy, attempting to break through to an even higher realm. Unfortunately, this time Jiang Ning's meridians reached their limit once more, but that mysterious force did not descend again. Does everyone only get one chance? Or does each realm only allow one attempt? Jiang Ning felt lost without any point of comparison. He had no idea what was happening. Afterward, Jiang Ning ended his meditation, stood up, and turned his gaze toward Li Mu and Mo Hai. At that moment, the two were also in the final stage of condensing their golden, which spun rapidly above their heads, with 3 faint patterns beginning to emerge. Another 3-patterned golden? Jiang Ning asked in a solemn voice. If Li Mu and the others could also condense 3-patterned golden, their combat power would have increased by an unimaginable multiple compared to before. Given Li Mu and the others' current combat strength, any one of the 3 of them could easily defeat the 4th elder of the Zhou family. Boom! A storm cloud once again gathered in the sky, but it was just like before. As soon as the calamity clouds had formed, they were shattered by thunderbolts from the depths of the grasslands. It's done! Lord Jiang Ning, we've done it! A 3-pattern golden. It's actually a 3-pattern golden. Mo Hai danced with excitement. Just moments ago, their cultivation levels had plummeted to the body-tempering realm. They had already lost all hope and were preparing to find a place to retire and live out their remaining years. Now, not only had they become golden core cultivators, but they were even 3 marked golden core cultivators. They had surpassed 80% of all golden core cultivators. I'm a 4. I'm actually a 4. Unlike Mo Hai and Lu the Scarred, Li Mu's golden core actually has 4 patterns. Heavens, Li Mu, you bastard, you must have been lucky as hell to condense 4 patterns. Mo Hai looked at the 4-patterned golden core floating above Li Mu's head with envy. Scar-faced Lu swallowed hard, his eyes filled with envy and excitement. The few of them were brothers who had gone through life and death together. When their brothers prospered, they were naturally happy and genuinely blessed them. This was an unexpected delight even Jiang Ning hadn't anticipated. Among the 3, his trust in Li Mu was the deepest. Now that Li Mu has become the strongest among the 3, Jiang Ning is naturally delighted. Alright, since everyone has successfully formed there, let us continue onward. Jiang Ning glanced at the depths of the grasslands, his eyes flickering with intense curiosity. However, she had no intention of venturing into the grasslands to explore. Her subconscious told her that there were great dangers lurking within. With their current strength, entering there would be a sure path to death. For now, they should head to the row of thatched huts and see if there were any clues. If there were none, Jiang Ning planned to follow the riverbank forward. Perhaps they could find a way out of this peculiar grassland. Old Lu, you stay with Xiaoyu in the middle. Li Mu, you go last, and I'll lead the way. Let's go check out those thatched huts first. Jiang Ning stated his plan, and the others naturally had no objections. Yes, Jiang Ning. And so, Jiang Ning and the others hurried toward the row of thatched huts. Little did they know. In the depths of the grasslands, a pair of enormous eyes were silently watching the group. Chapter 126, The Plateau of Enlightenment. Here, it seemed as though someone had once lived. Upon reaching the row of thatched huts, Li Mu made a new discovery. A pile of pots, pans, and utensils lay before a thatched hut, though they were covered in dust. However, it was clear that they had been used before. Beside the pots and pans lay half-burned charcoal. Had ordinary people once lived here? Mo Hai exclaimed in astonishment, how could there be ordinary people in a large tomb? The grand tomb is the final resting place of the deceased. The stronger the tomb's owner was in life, the more chaotic the Taoist arts within their body become after death. Forget about ordinary people. Even cultivators couldn't survive in such an environment for long. Could it be that this place was forcibly imprisoned by the tomb's owner? Some powerful beings, sensing the approach of death, would construct their own tombs. Those with extraordinary abilities might even confine certain places within the grand tomb to enrich its environment. After all, in the eyes of these powerful beings, after their deaths, the tomb is their only final resting place. They also know that in the future, the tombs will open due to the natural course of the heavens. The better the tomb, the more curious future generations will be about their identity. This is also a way to exist in the world. No, this is definitely not a place where one is confined. What kind of place could possess such unique properties? Jiang Ning shook his head. This place can help cultivators attain enlightenment. It is definitely not an ordinary place. But how could there be any traces of ordinary human life here? Could it be from later times? Could it be that they were once cultivators who, for some reason, became trapped here and, for other reasons, lost all their cultivation, leaving behind traces of mortal life? Li Mu offered this speculation. Jiang Ning found this quite plausible. This place is highly unusual and may harbor dangers we have yet to discover, which could have caused these cultivators to lose their powers and force them to live here like ordinary mortals. Mohai scratched his head in confusion and asked, but if there's danger, how did they manage to live here as ordinary people? Could it be that the danger is caused by some kind of law-based force? Wait a moment. Jiang Ning waved his hand. He sensed that things were definitely not that simple. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and walked toward the pile of pots and pans. He had a hunch that these seemingly ordinary items might not be as simple as they appeared. They might even be magical artifacts. Perhaps he could use the system to verify it. System. After approaching the pile of pots, pans, and utensils, Jiang Ning summoned the system. Ding, current item cannot be detected. Notice, the current system level is too low to detect items beyond the 9 heavens and 10 earth style level. Please upgrade the system level promptly. The system's cold voice echoed in Jiang Ning's mind. As expected, Jiang Ning took a deep breath. These items, which seemed to be used in ordinary human life, were not as simple as they appeared. They had even surpassed the realm of divine artifacts, reaching an existence beyond Jiang Ning's imagination. Take one each of these items. They might prove invaluable in the future. Jiang Ning looked at Li Mu and the others, a premonition stirring in his heart. These seemingly insignificant items might have unexpected uses in the future. Yes, Lord Jiangning. Li Mu and the others had no idea what was special about these items. But since Jiang Ning had spoken so decisively, they naturally understood that these items might indeed be extraordinary. I want this oil lamp. Li Mu had set his sights on an oil lamp. The oil lamp was somewhat worn, with the wick still intact, but there was not a single drop of lamp oil in the lampshade. Then I'll take this one. Mohai had set his sights on a pair of chopsticks forged from a special material. Covered in the marks of time, it remained untouched. Mohai even used the power of his 3, but couldn't destroy it. Indeed, it was a treasure. Mohai was overjoyed. I'll take this one. Scar-faced Lu set his sights on a broken kitchen knife, which was only a scar and half the blade. But holding it in his hand, Scar-faced Lu felt as though he had obtained a priceless treasure. He felt that even without using any of his cultivation, he could fight a golden core cultivator of the 3rd rank or below with just this broken kitchen knife. Jiang Ning, the rest is all yours. The 3 of them looked at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning looked at the remaining items. A cutting board, a broken bowl, and an iron pot with a large hole in it. Alright, I'll take them. Jiang Ning stored the remaining items in his system space and then looked at the other thatched huts. Perhaps there are more items in the other rooms. The other's eyes lit up, and Mohai hurried toward the next hut. There really was something, but this item was a bit suspicious. Jiang Ning and the others walked over. All they saw was a skeleton lying inside the thatched hut. The skeleton seemed to be gilded, radiating a golden glow. It looked like the skeleton of a woman. Li Mu frowned and said, "There's actually divine power contained within this. Could this person have been an immortal in their lifetime? A immortal had actually fallen here." The others felt a chill run down their spines. Even an immortal fell here, indicating that the danger here surpasses their imagination. We should leave this place. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and was about to leave. But the skeleton suddenly burst forth with a dazzling golden light. Then, under the horrified gazes of Jiang Ning and the others, the skeleton transformed into a golden beam and charged toward Zhou Xiaoyu on Mohai's back. The light faded, and the skeleton had actually merged into the little girl's body. What on earth is happening? Mohai was startled and quickly put Zhou Xiaoyu down. Jiang Ning also hurried over, releasing a stream of spiritual energy to examine Zhou Xiaoyu's body. To his surprise, the seal at Zhou Xiaoyu's dantian had grown slightly weaker. Could it be that this skeleton is somehow connected to the little girl? Jiang Ning speculated. The little girl had always been connected to the ancient tomb, but Jiang Ning had never figured it out before. It wasn't until the skeleton merged into Zhou Xiaoyu's body that Jiang Ning began to form some suspicions. Could it be that Zhou Xiaoyu's previous life was that of a powerful immortal? Only to fall into the great tomb and now return to reclaim what belongs to her. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu. Jiang Ning tried calling out to Zhou Xiaoyu a few times, but the little girl remained unresponsive, still in a deep sleep. However, the little girl hadn't been harmed. Jiang Ning called out a few more times before giving up. Let's go check the next room. Jiang Ning planned to explore all the thatched huts in this row. Perhaps there were other discoveries to be made. Perhaps it might even help him figure out the little girl's identity. When Jiang Ning and the others approached the 3rd thatched hut, they discovered a stone stele standing inside. On the stone tablet were 4 large characters. The Plateau of Enlightenment. Chapter 127, even the stone tablet has to be dug up? The Enlightenment Plateau? What kind of place is this? Li Mu and the others looked utterly bewildered. They had searched through all the ancient texts of the small holy realm and had never heard of this place before. Could it be from the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Scarface Lu furrowed his brows in deep thought. I have heard of a special place that once existed in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was said to be the birthplace of the ancient sages of the human race, but that was merely a legend. A place that once only existed in legends now appeared before their eyes, leaving the group feeling utterly magical. This stone stele. Jiang Ning focused his gaze on the stone tablet. He sensed an inexplicable aura of the Tao emanating from it. As one approached the stele, whether in spirit or in body, it seemed as though one was being enveloped by its mystical energy. Could it be that the force that caused our sudden enlightenment earlier originated from this stone tablet? Jiang Ning hummed to himself. If that were the case, he was beginning to feel tempted. If he could take the stone stele with him, then in the future, forget about reaching the golden core realm, he might even be able to mass-produce cultivators at the nascent soul realm. Moreover, he could also walk further down a different path. At this thought, Jiang ninged a shovel with his spiritual energy and approached the stone tablet. Master Jiang Ning, what are you doing? Li Mu and the others were all stunned. Judging by Jiang Ning's demeanor, it seemed as though he intended to dig up the stone tablet. Take this thing away. What are you standing there for? Come help. The others were stunned but still went forward to help. On the other side, deep in the grasslands, a massive palace. A middle-aged man leaned back on a massive throne. Below him stood several figures, whose aura caused the surrounding air to tremble. Above the hall, a light screen displayed the scene of Jiang Ning excavating the divine stele. That brat! On the throne, the middle-aged man swirled the wine cup in his hand. He wouldn't even spare the divine stele. Below the stage, a figure stepped forward and spoke in a solemn voice. King, should we stop him? The middle-aged man shook his head. Why stop him? These things will eventually return to their rightful owner. The figure fell silent for a moment before continuing, but if the divine stele is taken away, what lies beneath it is the sealed object. Mentioning the sealed object, the middle-aged man also furrowed his brows and sat up straight. Is that thing still alive? How many years has it been? The king is immortal and can only be sealed by the divine stele. Once the stele is removed, he will break free from the seal. At that point, both the outside world and the small holy realm will face utter destruction. The middle-aged man stretched lazily, leaned back against the throne once more, and swirled his wine cup as he fell into deep thought. The crowd below remained silent, the atmosphere growing eerily still. They all understood. The decision the man on the throne would make next would determine the future of the entire Holy Tower world. What about those people in the Holy Tower? Moments later, the middle-aged man lifted his head and looked down at the crowd below. King! Another figure stepped forward. The Lord of the Holy Tower was leading the remaining 3 guardians, attempting to reinforce the seal on the door. Our people are closely monitoring everything they do. Reinforcing the seal? The middle-aged man snorted derisively. A bunch of fake immortals from the incense-burning sect dare to try to stop the inevitable. All right. The middle-aged man snapped his fingers. The crowd below immediately stirred, bowing their hands and leaning forward, waiting for orders. The divine stele is gone, and it was never ours to begin with. If he wants to take it, let him take it. As for the things sealed inside, it's time to settle the score. We owed his family a favor back then. Returning the divine stele now is at least some repayment of that debt. Find an opportunity to send that young man away. A great battle is about to begin, do not harm him. The crowd below was about to nod in agreement when they saw Jiang Ning in the sky screen. After storing the stone tablet in his storage space, he immediately rushed toward the next room. That brat! The middle-aged man couldn't help but twitch his lips at the sight. Taking the ancient artifact of the sages is one thing, but now he's even eyeing other items. Wang! Someone immediately stepped forward and bowed, saying, I'll take this brat away right now. If we let him continue causing trouble, the karmic consequences for us will be too severe. Karma? The middle-aged man scoffed. Do you think the karma we've incurred is any less? Enough! These things were meant to be his. Take them if you must. Saying this, the middle-aged man tapped the table before the throne. What has that 9-tailed fox been up to lately? King! A figure stepped forward and bowed, saying, the 9-tailed fox's avatar fell in the secret realm after battling the heavenly fire sage. Currently, Lady 9-tails is in seclusion to recover. Let us not disturb her. Recovering in seclusion? The middle-aged man rolled his eyes in disbelief. It's just a clone. What harm could it possibly do to her? This girl is simply unwilling to involve herself in the karmic ties bound to Jiang Ning. But all of this was arranged by that great being, how could we possibly refuse? With that, the middle-aged man waved his hand. Transmit the demon emperor's edict. We shall obey the imperial decree. The crowd of powerful beings below immediately bowed in unison. 1 year from now, lift the restriction on the demon clan's contact with the outside world. Furthermore, the royal court shall announce the severance of all ties with the Holy Tower. If the ruler of the Holy Tower objects, then let war begin. We have remained low-key for so long, it is time for the world to know the true strength of the demon clan. The assembled powerful beings bowed and replied, we shall strictly obey the demon emperor's edict. If Jiang Ning were here, he would be utterly astonished. The one seated on the throne was none other than the demon emperor. The demon emperor of legend, who was said to be on the same level as the ancient sages of the human race. Unfortunately, Jiang Ning was unaware of this. At that moment, the group had already arrived at the next thatched cottage. The thatched hut was filled with spiritual energy and the power of the Tao. In the center of the room stood a potted plant, and within it, a red flower bloomed vibrantly. The flower of the afterlife? It's actually the lotus of the underworld. Jiang Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. He had seen the flower of the afterlife in his schoolbooks. This flower has existed since the time of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It takes 30,000 years to sprout and another 30,000 years to bloom. To have grown into this form, it must have undergone at least 10,000 years of growth. As for the effects of the lotus flower of the afterlife, they are truly extraordinary. Even if a cultivator's soul is shattered, as long as the lotus of the afterlife is present, they can their shattered soul. It can be said that possessing the lotus of the afterlife is equivalent to having a second chance at life. Jiang Ning, this thing is very helpful to me, I must obtain it. As Jiang Ning was deeply tempted, a voice from within his body suddenly spoke. As long as I have the lotus of the afterlife, my injuries will heal completely within a few years. Is that so? Jiang Ning's expression flickered. The lotus of the afterlife didn't have much effect on him, but Errol was different. With someone as powerful as Errol by his side, who would he fear? Chapter 128, The Anomaly. Jiang Ning hesitated not a moment, rushing forward to seal the lotus of the afterlife into his system space. Boom! However, just as he had stored the lotus of the afterlife, the thatched cottage began to shake violently. Immediately afterward, a terrifying aura engulfed the group in an instant. What the hell is this? Li Mu let out a startled cry. Even as a 4th-rank Golden Core Realm expert, he spat out a mouthful of blood under the terrifying aura. This aura is definitely no weaker than that of a Huatian realm cultivator. Scarface Lu's face turned ashen, and his body trembled uncontrollably under the pressure of the aura. Mo Hai's condition was similar to Lu's. This aura. Even Jiang Ning, at this moment, trembled uncontrollably in his legs, unable to resist the urge to prostrate himself in worship. This aura is definitely not just at the spirit transformation realm. Although Jiang Ning was only at the body forging realm, the powerful beings he had encountered were one more extraordinary than the next. He dared to assert that even a blood infant ancestor at the return to void immortal realm wouldn't possess such terrifying pressure. The only person who had ever elicited such a reaction from him was the Holy Tower Guardian who followed the path of incense offerings, the Heavenly Fire Venerable. This aura definitely possessed the strength of someone who had taken a half-step toward the immortal realm. Jiang Ning gasped for breath and said in a solemn voice, "The Great Terror has finally arrived?" Jiang Ning had already suspected as much. There was an unknown Great Terror lurking within this grassland. Now it had been confirmed. No, this aura is very weak. Inside his body, Arua sensed the aura through Jiang Ning's body and whispered. In such a weakened state, it has already reached the half-step to the immortal realm. The master of that aura must have already reached the immortal realm. An immortal realm powerhouse? Jiang Ning sucked in a cold breath. This place actually has a great power from the immortal realm? Damn it! Jiang Ning clenched his teeth, forcing himself to stay composed, while his mind raced frantically for a way to respond. But he soon grew disheartened. Facing such an overwhelmingly powerful being. Even if he used all his trump cards, there was only one outcome, certain death. Roar! Boom! A bestial roar echoed through the air, causing the thatched hut to collapse instantly, with straw flying everywhere. Jiang Ning and the others finally got a clear view of the scene outside. It was a gigantic worm-like creature, so massive it completely obscured half the sky. What kind of demonic beast is that? Jiang Ning's heart trembled violently. For some reason, he felt an eerie familiarity with the giant worm, but he couldn't recall ever seeing any information about it before. Lord Jiang Ning, what should we do? Li Mu exclaimed in panic. Could it be that we are doomed to die here today? Roar! Just then, from the depths of the grassland, another beastly roar echoed once more. Moments later, Jiang Ning witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. A creature with the head of a human and the body of a snake, as large as a giant insect, rushed out of the depths of the grassland. Roar! The giant insect, upon seeing the monster with a human head and a serpent's body, let out a furious roar and turned to flee. Beast, flee! The humanoid serpent creature snorted coldly, then its body erupted with a dazzling array of colors. I am the descendant of Manhwa. You void beasts have plagued the 9 heavens and 10 earths for years. Today is the day of reckoning. Descendant of Manhwa? It's actually the descendant of Manhwa? Jiang Ning was stunned. As a person who had traveled back in time from the 21st century, he had no idea what being a descendant of Manhwa meant. But that was a myth from another world. How did it end up in this world? Before Jiang Ning could think further, the descendant of Manhwa condensed the 7-colored light behind her into a 7-colored light sword and swung it toward the giant insect. Boom! The sword's energy sliced through the giant insect's body, leaving a deep, terrifying wound. Green blood poured down like rain. The blood hit the ground, making a sizzling sound, and began to corrode the grassland. Roar! The giant insect felt intense pain, and its massive body twisted violently in the sky. In just a few breaths, a violent hurricane swept across the heavens. Jiang Ning and the others stood in the whirlwind as if they were drifting leaves, teetering on the brink of collapse. How could such a fierce battle erupt here? Jiang Ning exclaimed in shock. Isn't this inside the Great Tomb? How could such an existence be here? Or could it be that we're not in the Great Tomb at all, but have been teleported to another place? What a pity. No one could answer Jiang Ning's question. In the sky above, two terrifying figures continued to battle. Under the overwhelming aura of the two terrifying beings, Jiang Ning and the others began to show signs of their bodies shattering. This can't be real. Inside his body, Arua said, this is just a distorted reflection of the plane. A distorted reflection of another plane? Jiang Ning was confused. The Holy Tower world contains many unknown spaces, created by a great being long ago as a barrier to prevent the invasion of the outer races into the Holy Tower world. Currently, two peerless beings are engaged in a fierce battle within those spaces. We may no longer be within the Great Tomb but have been transported by its rules to an independent space outside the Holy Tower world. What we are seeing is actually the battle taking place in another space, refracted here for some reason. Jiang Ning realized this, but was even more terrified. The battle projections of these two beings are unbearable for them. If we were to approach that battlefield, we would likely be torn apart into pieces. How can we escape? Jiang Ning asked again. Perhaps only Aruo, who had seen much in the world, could find a way out for them. Wait and see. Arua sighed. A battle of this caliber would inevitably disrupt the space, causing it to warp. Perhaps that would be our chance to escape. This is also a form of cultivation for you. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. Indeed, it was as Arua had said. Although his body was constantly shattering, the spiritual energy and vital energy within him were continuously repairing Jiang Ning's shattered body. The two had reached a delicate balance. This was no less than a golden opportunity for cultivation. In just this moment, Jiang Ning felt that his physical constitution had been strengthened. If this continues for a while longer, there might even be a chance to break through to the third layer of the body forging realm. Everyone, hold on. Jiang Ning said. Li Mu and the others also noticed the benefits of this situation and began to sit cross-legged. As for Zhou Xiaoyu, the little girl, after absorbing the divine bone, has remained in a deep slumber. The two auras seemed to have no effect on her. The faint golden light emanating from her body was protecting her. Still the same palace. The figure on the throne is watching Jiang Ning and the others' every move. When he saw Jiang Ning sitting cross-legged to meditate, the middle-aged man rolled his eyes in disbelief. You two really are alike. For cultivation, you're even willing to risk your lives. However, you youngster is indeed clever, knowing how to use such methods to strengthen your physique. As he finished speaking, the middle-aged man stood up and his legs transformed into serpentine bodies. You worthless creature. I only sent out a mere clone. Do you really think that as a descendant of Manhwa, I am so weak? If it weren't for wanting that young man to gain some more benefits, I would have killed you long ago. Chapter 129, Return to the Great Tomb. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Ning felt a tremor throughout his body. His cultivation at the second level of body forging had smoothly broken through to the third level. He had advanced. Jiang Ning's face lit up with joy. Given his previous pace of physical cultivation, he had no idea how much time and resources it would have taken to reach the third layer of body forging. But after spending just a few hours in this enlightenment plateau, he had already reached the third layer of body forging. Jiang Ning licked his lips and turned his gaze toward Li Mu and the others. At that moment, Li Mu and the others had already reached the terrifying mid-golden core realm. Such rapid progress, could they be about to break through to the Yuanling realm here? Of course not. Jiang Ning knew that was impossible. The three of them had reached the mid-stage of the golden core realm so quickly. First, under the influence of that stone steel, their mastery of the laws had already reached the mid-stage of the golden core realm. Additionally, with Jiang Ning feeding them so many high-grade spirit stones, under the pressure of the two auras, they were completely refined by the three of them. From here on, if the three of them want to cultivate to the late stage of the golden core realm, it will likely take some time. Speaking of which, the stone tablet. If we bring out the stone tablet now and continue cultivating, might we break through again? Thinking of this, Jiang Ning hesitated not a moment and summoned the stone tablet, placing it aside. What's this kid doing with the stone tablet again? Could he be trying to break through again? On the throne, the descendant of Manhwa couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. That beast must also sense the aura of the stone tablet. When it goes berserk, it will be my physical body that pays the price. But if my true form is revealed, it will ruin the plan for the Great One. No, I must send this brat away. Sometimes, being too greedy isn't a good thing either. The descendant of Manhwa was at a loss for words. He had originally planned to let Jiang Ning gradually reach the peak of the forging body realm under this pressure. But after Jiang Ning brought out the stone tablet again, things changed. That giant insect would inevitably sense the aura of the divine steel. As the object that had sealed the giant insect for so long, the insect must harbor deep hatred. When it goes berserk and charges toward Jiang Ning and the others, his avatar might not be able to stop it. If Jiang Ning knew all this, he would probably want to slap himself twice. Such a precious opportunity, ruined because of his own greed. The descendant of Nuo waved her hand and leaned back against the throne once more. On the other side, Jiang Ning and the others were meditating when they suddenly felt a massive pulling force. Huang Mang was startled awake from his meditation, and Jiang Ning realized with horror that a multicolored spatial wormhole had appeared before them. The wormhole was constantly pulling them toward it, and no matter how they resisted, it had no effect. This is bad. Jiang Ning let out a low cry and quickly stored the stone tablet back into the system space. In an instant, the others were once again engulfed by the spatial wormhole. On a sheer cliff, a figure darted away at breakneck speed. Behind the figure, several other figures were hot on its heels. Wu Qinghai, if you don't want to die, hand over that thing. Otherwise, this place will be your final resting place today. That's right. The fleeing figure ahead was none other than Wu Qinghai, who had entered the ancient tomb with Jiang Ning and the others. However, after entering the grand tomb, Wu Qinghai and his group became separated from Jiang Ning. To find Jiang Ning and the others, Wu Qinghai decided to cross the tomb horizontally. However, just as he reached the outskirts of the central area, Wu Qinghai stumbled upon a stroke of luck. After secluding himself for some time, Wu Qinghai's cultivation had smoothly reached the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm, just one step away from the Dan Condensation realm. Despite his progress, Wu Qinghai did not give up on finding his companions and continued to venture deeper into the central region of the tomb. However, he once again encountered a major opportunity. If he could seize this opportunity, he was confident he could break through to the Golden Core realm. Unfortunately, there were many cultivators competing for this opportunity. However, Wu Qinghai managed to secure the opportunity through his own wit and ingenuity. However, the prize was being pursued by fellow cultivators of the same realm to this day. Moreover, his pursuers had somehow managed to find a cultivator at the Golden Core realm. As the pursuing forces closed in from behind, a cliff suddenly appeared ahead, with a raging sea of blood below. Wu Qinghai had no choice but to stop helplessly. There was no escape. The blood sea was off limits. Any cultivator who dared to step into it would be mysteriously drained of their essence blood and become part of the blood sea. Wu Qinghai witnessed a peak Golden Core cultivator being drained of all his essence blood by the blood sea, ultimately becoming part of it. Damn it, must he really give up this opportunity that was within his grasp? Wu Qinghai turned his back to the blood sea and faced the pursuing enemies, his heart filled with resentment. At that moment, an idea formed in his mind. Even if he dies, he cannot let the enemy obtain this opportunity. As for handing over the opportunity, he had considered it. But the enemy would never spare him. The first thing they would do after obtaining the opportunity would undoubtedly be to kill him. If any of you dare to take another step forward, I'll jump down immediately, and none of us will get the opportunity. Among the pursuing troops, the Golden Core cultivator's expression changed, fearing that Wu Qinghai might resort to a desperate move that would kill both of them. He hurriedly said, "Friend, let us talk this over. It wasn't easy for you to reach the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. I can make the decision. As long as you hand over the opportunity, I will let you go." Humph. Wu Qinghai sneered. "Do you really think I'm an idiot? Let me go? Once you get what you want, you'll probably kill me first." The expression of the Golden Core realm expert changed slightly. That was indeed his intention. After all, this opportunity was too significant. It wasn't just Wu Qinghai. Even these Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, he had no intention of sparing. But the prerequisite was that he must obtain the opportunity. "I can swear it on the Heavenly Tao." The Golden Core realm expert spoke again. "This time, you must believe me." "Heavenly Tao oath? Put." Wu Qinghai spat out a mouthful. "Do you really think I don't know? This great tomb belongs to an existence beyond the immortal realm. The Heavenly Tao cannot descend here. The so-called Heavenly Tao oath is nothing but a joke." The Golden Realm expert's expression changed once more. He had only just learned of this information. He had thought he could deceive them. But he never expected Wu Qinghai to be so clever. As the tomb remained open for longer, those who had entered it began to realize its extraordinary nature. Originally, they had assumed that the tomb at most contained the secret to immortality. But now they discovered that this tomb has surpassed the path of immortality. This information is currently known only to a small circle of people. Now that Wu Qinghai has spoken of it, the group of Foundation Establishment cultivators who had been chasing after him all had their expressions change. Especially when they saw that the Golden Core cultivator did not refute it, everyone was even more terrified. Chapter 130, The Confused Wu Qinghai. Seeing that these Foundation Establishment cultivators seemed to have other intentions, the Golden Core cultivator snorted coldly and scolded. "You all, I am the guardian of the Lu family. If you are willing to cooperate with me, once my young master obtains this opportunity, we will not treat you unfairly. If any of you also wish to compete for this opportunity, I would be happy to clear the way for my young master. The Lu family? A guardian? The other cultivators were stunned. The Lu family is one of the 5 great clans of Shu State. Those who have attained the rank of guardian of the Lu family are all powerful cultivators at the 2-marked Golden Core realm. They were definitely not someone they could provoke. Moreover, behind this Lu family guardian stood the entire Lu family, as well as that terrifying young master of the Lu family. To offend such a colossal entity for the sake of an opportunity is clearly not worth it. Even if they were to obtain such an opportunity, they lack the strength to protect it. It would be better to cling to the Lu family's coattails, perhaps they could even gain some benefits from them. Ha, Lu the Guardian is joking. A foundation establishment cultivator forced a smile. We have no interest in this opportunity. We simply cannot stand Wu Qinghai. That's right, Guardian Lu. We only have a grudge against Wu Qinghai. He even stole the opportunity that rightfully belonged to the Lu family's young master. That makes him our sworn enemy. Seeing that everyone was so cooperative, Lu the Guardian laughed and said, since that's the case, you shall serve as my bodyguards. Once I capture this villain, I will report your merits to the young master. Though he said this, but in Lu Huifa's heart, he had already decided to kill all the cultivators present. The reason he did not act immediately was because he feared they might ally with Wu Qinghai, which would create additional complications. Lu the Guardian feared complications, so he planned to settle the score later. Lu Huifa, tell me, if I jump off this cliff, what will you do? Wu Qinghai was not afraid. Instead, he stepped back a little. You tell me, will your young master blame you for failing to handle this properly? Lu the bodyguard's eyelids twitched. If he really lost this opportunity, given his young master's temperament, he would likely kill him outright. He wouldn't listen to any excuses. Friend, don't make a mistake. There must be something we can negotiate. I have already said that as long as you hand over that item, I will let you leave safely. As he spoke, Lu the Guardian secretly set up an array formation. The techniques of a Golden Core cultivator are beyond the comprehension of a foundation establishment cultivator. Wu Qinghai did not notice Lu's secret actions, but was instead thinking about how to resolve the current predicament. By the time Wu Qinghai sensed something was amiss, it was already too late. In an instant, an array formation rose from the ground, enveloping Wu Qinghai within it. You coward! Wu Qinghai was horrified, but it was already too late. The formation sealed off his escape route, and now even if he wanted to take the opportunity to jump into the blood sea, he couldn't. At that moment, Lu the Guardian revealed his true colors. I gave you a chance earlier. Since you didn't cherish it, then go to your death. Lu the Elder snorted coldly, then curled his fingers into a claw and lunged toward Wu Qinghai. Boom! However, at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. The sky above the two of them suddenly erupted with thunder, and a crack tore open the heavens. From the crack, several figures flickered, then descended like gods. Who? Lu the Guardian was startled and quickly stepped back. The aura emanating from those figures in the sky was too terrifying. Even he, a second-rank Golden Core cultivator, could feel the pressure. However, when Wu Qinghai saw the figures in the sky, he fell into a state of confusion. Old Li? Old Lu? Old Mo? Jiang Ning brothers? You guys? Wu Qinghai was completely baffled. During the time they were separated, he had gained some opportunities, which he thought were quite good. Even if he couldn't match those few good brothers, he figured the difference wouldn't be too great. But what he didn't expect was that his 3 close friends seemed to have changed, making him feel like they were strangers. Qinghai, are you okay? Li Mu asked with concern. No, I'm fine. Wu Qinghai shook his head, wanting to ask something, but Li Mu waved his hand. If you have something to say, let's talk about it later. Let's deal with this ant first. After saying that, Li Mu looked at Lu Hufa with a gleam in his eyes. Haha, you dare to bully my brother? Are you looking for death? At that moment, the crack in the sky had already healed. The terrifying aura had vanished, and Lu the Guardian had calmed down, clearly assessing the cultivation levels of Li Mu and the others. 3 mid-Golden Core realm cultivators and 1 body-tempering realm cultivator. He, a second-rank Golden Core cultivator and a late-stage Golden Core cultivator. He had been frightened into such a state by these mere ants. Lu the Guardian felt humiliated just thinking about it. Looking for death? I think you're the one asking for it. Lu the Guardian snorted coldly. You ants dare to disrupt the Lu family's plans? Then die. Lu the Guardian channeled the spiritual energy within his body, and a surge of energy from the late Golden Core realm erupted from his body. He believed, with just his aura, these few clowns would back down. But to his surprise, the opponents remained unfazed, and even began arguing among themselves. Old Lu, let me handle this old man. Li Mu, his face flushed red, looked at Lu with the scar and said, I want to try too. I want to see how strong I really am. That's out of the question. Scar-faced Lu shook his head. I also want to know how strong I am now. Let me go. You're definitely stronger than us. If you take him out with one move, what's left for us to do? No way, I have to go. Li Mu argued, what do you think, Jiang Ning? Jiang Ning smiled silently, then nodded his head. Li Mu and Lu the Scarred only then noticed that Imo, that kid, wasn't where he was supposed to be. He had charged toward the man guarding Lu. Imo, you bastard. You little bastard, you don't follow the rules of martial arts. You're playing dirty, aren't you? Imo ignored the two and instead channeled his inner energy, launching an attack toward Lu the bodyguard. Boom! As a 3-realm expert. Although he was one minor realm below Lu the Guardian, his true combat power far surpassed Lu's by an unknown margin. Put! The attack was closing in. Lu the Guardian was horrified to discover that his techniques had been effortlessly shattered by Imo. Before he could react, the attack returned, striking Lu Huifa's chest. Lu Huifa watched helplessly as a large hole was blasted through his chest. Though not fatal, it made Lu Huifa realize something. Although the opponent was only at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, the patterns of his Golden Core were far superior to his own, possibly reaching the level of a 3-pattern Golden Core. This could already be considered the level of a general genius. Seeing that his attack had failed to kill Lu Hufa, Imo sighed in frustration. What a pity! Li Mu and Scar-faced Lu looked down on him and said, even killing an ant requires 2 moves. Old Imo, you're really weak. Wu Qinghai, who had witnessed everything, stood below, feeling utterly disoriented. Chapter 131, Divine Stone. Wu Qinghai was completely dumbfounded. Imo was originally the weakest among the 4 of them. But unexpectedly, with just a single move, he had defeated a late-stage Golden Core realm expert, leaving him unable to take care of himself. Li Mu and Lao Lu, on the other hand, looked down on him with disdain, referring to the powerful cultivator who had driven him to the brink of defeat as an ant. How powerful must they be? Wu Qinghai dared not imagine. How much time had passed? His 3 close friends had undergone such drastic changes. And he. Wu Qinghai felt a bit down, but he was genuinely happy for his friends. Enough already, let's get this over with. Jiang Ning looked at Imo and said. Yes, Lord Jiang Ning. Imo responded and prepared to attack again. This time, Lu the Guardian panicked and hurriedly said, stop. You can't kill me. I am the bodyguard of the Lu family. If you kill me, my young master will not spare you. The Lu family? Everyone turned to look at Jiang Ning. The Lu family was not someone they could afford to provoke at this moment. Without Jiang Ning's orders, they dared not act rashly. Jiang Ning, however, furrowed his brows slightly. Lu the Guardian thought Jiang Ning was afraid, so he straightened his bent waist. If you don't want to be held accountable by our young master, I advise you to hand over that item willingly. Otherwise, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, the young master will avenge me. Oomph. Jiang Ning snorted derisively. He remembered. That Lu family wasn't that the same Lu family that had previously tried to recruit him as a war servant? Isn't this a case of enemies meeting by chance? Ha ha. Jiang Ning smiled. Kill them. Yes. Imo didn't hesitate, ending Lu the Guardian's wicked life with a single move. As for the remaining Foundation establishment cultivators, Jiang Ning merely gave them a casual glance. He was not a bloodthirsty man. They were nothing but ants not worth the effort. Get out of here. Jiang Ning spoke indifferently, by the way, tell that so-called Lu family young master that it was I, Jiang Ning, who killed him. If he has any grievances, he is welcome to come find me. The group of Foundation establishment cultivators had already been terrified out of their wits. Hearing Jiang Ning speak so casually, they naturally sighed in relief and dispersed in a hurry. The few of them finally descended and approached Wu Qinghai. Old Lu, Old Li, Old Imo, you. Wu Qinghai looked at his 3 companions with a complex expression. You're all in good shape too. Ha! Li Mu laughed out loud. It's not our fault. We were teleported to an independent space where we obtained some opportunities. Then, Li Mu and the others took turns explaining the events that had transpired. After hearing this, Wu Qinghai took a deep breath. Though he felt a touch of envy, he also knew that his friends had earned their current achievements through countless dangers and hardships. Wait a moment. Wu Qinghai suddenly remembered something, flipped his wrist, and pulled out a stone. Lord Jiangning, this is the opportunity that the Lu family and the other cultivators were trying to seize. Though I have no idea what this thing is, it must certainly not be an ordinary object. A stone? Jiang Ning took it with a look of confusion and examined it closely. However, Jiang Ning did not notice anything unusual about it. Facing such a situation, Jiang Ning remained calm and summoned the system. Ding, detected an exchangeable item, Spirit Stone. Celestial Stone, a type of item similar to Spirit Stones, serving as the universal currency of the Celestial Realm. The exchange rate between Immortal Stones and Spirit Stones is as follows: 1 low-grade Immortal Stone is equivalent to 10,000 top-grade Spirit Stones. The exchange rate for top-grade Spirit Stones is 1 top-grade Spirit Stone equals 100 high-grade Spirit Stones. Current exchange rate, 110. After the host selects to exchange, they will receive 10 low-grade Xian Stones. After reading the information in his mind, Jiang Ning was stunned. This tiny stone was worth 1 million high-grade Spirit Stones. If he exchanged it for 10 stones using the system, that would be 10 million high-grade spirit stones. A full 10 million. That was several times more than the total wealth Jiang Ning possessed at present. This item is extremely important to me. Jiang Ning looked at Wu Qinghai, but this is your opportunity. If you're willing to give it up, I'll make you as powerful as them. Wu Qinghai pondered for a moment and asked, Lord Jiang Ning, may I ask what this is? It's a low-grade spirit stone. Just like a low-grade spirit stone. Wu Qinghai was stunned for a moment, then realized, no wonder the Lu family's eldest son values the stone so much. Since it's a low-grade divine stone. If we could extract the divine energy within it, perhaps one day when we reach the half-step immortal realm, we could use the thread of divine energy to ascend to immortality. Even if we can't sustain it for long, possessing this thread of divine essence now would make us several times stronger than cultivators of the same realm. Jiang Ning nodded. Indeed, that is true. Lord Jiang Ning. Wu Qinghai looked at Jiang Ning once more. Take this divine stone. It's of no use to me anyway. This item is of great use to Jiang Ning, so he did not refuse. Instead, he said, I would never let you come out on the losing end. With that, Jiang Ning waved his hand lightly, and a pile of high-grade spirit stones appeared before Wu Qinghai. Then, Jiang Ning took out a broken cutting board. Take this as well. Wu Qinghai had already heard that Jiang Ning and the others had obtained some magical artifacts from the Imperial Court and the Immortal Sects. Though shattered and stripped of its divine essence, it was still far more powerful than ordinary magical treasures. This. Jiang Ning, I'll take it. Wu Qinghai didn't refuse, it was like a transaction. The spirit stones weren't very useful to him, but the items Jiang Ning had given him were far more valuable. You should first refine these spirit stones and break through to the Golden Core realm. Who knows when we might have to face a major battle. Since we VE killed the Lu family Asgardian. The Lu family 1T just let it go. The eldest son of the Lu family might come knocking on our door at any moment. Yes, Lord Jiang Ning. Wu Qinghai sat cross-legged, holding a high-grade spirit stone in his hand, beginning to refine and absorb the power within the stone. Li Mu and the other two stood in separate positions, each guarding Wu Qinghai. After obtaining the spirit stone, Jiang Ning chose to exchange it. This time, the duration was longer than ever before. It would take a full 15 days. However, Jiang Ning could accept this time frame. After shutting down the system again, Jiang Ning took out the divine steel. Since Wu Qinghai was aiming to break through to the Golden Core realm, with the divine steel's assistance, he might even be able to create another 3 Golden Core realm expert. After completing all this, Jiang Ning sat down in the lotus position. Inside his body, a Ruo was still absorbing the power of the lotus flower and had once again fallen into a deep sleep. Zhou Xiaoyu, that girl, seemed to be refining the divine bone, with most of the seals within her body disappearing. However, it was unclear when she would awaken. As for his own cultivation level, he had reached the 3rd layer of the forging body realm. He was now just one step away from the mid-stage of the forging body realm. Jiang Ning wasn't in a hurry and decided to consolidate his cultivation first. Boom! It was unclear how much time had passed. Gathering in the sky were streaks of calamity clouds. Jiang Ning opened his eyes. Wu Qinghai had reached the Golden Core realm. It was time for him to endure the lightning tribulation. Chapter 132, The 3-Pattern Golden Core Lightning Tribulation. Boom! The calamity clouds gathered in the sky, and Li Mu and the others looked solemn. Their previous lightning tribulations had all been endured on the Taoist plateau, where they were neutralized by the mysterious forces within. Therefore, they had not experienced the lightning tribulation and had no experience to pass on to Wu Qinghai. Wu Qinghai also fully understood this principle, and his expression was more solemn than ever before. Boom! The heavenly calamity clouds grew even thicker. Wu Qinghai clenched his teeth and stood up. Fellow brothers, I shall go forth to face the tribulation. If I fail, please take care of my wife, children, and elderly relatives. Li Mu and the others nodded solemnly and said, You must return. Wu Qinghai turned to Jiang Ning and said, Lord Jiang Ning, if I do not return, I will repay your kindness in the next life. Jiang Ning spoke solemnly, If you can't withstand it, try that chopping board. It might have a different effect. A cutting board? Wu Qinghai nodded and then charged into the storm clouds. At that moment, the first lightning strike also landed precisely. Such a small lightning tribulation, nothing to worry about. Wu Qinghai's body was enveloped in purple light, as his cultivation technique had reached its peak. Boom! Thick bolts of lightning, as thick as water barrels, struck down from the tribulation clouds, hitting Wu Qinghai's body. However, this was merely the first lightning tribulation, and it caused little harm to Wu Qinghai. The second strike followed closely behind. Wu Qinghai endured it once more, but his aura had begun to wane. The number of lightning tribulations in the Golden Core realm depends on the number of patterns on the cultivator's Golden Core. A single pattern Golden Core requires 3 lightning tribulations. 3 patterns have 9 trials. 9 patterns entail 27 trials. Moreover, the power of the Thunder tribulations is not simply a straightforward addition. Instead, it increases exponentially. For example, if the initial value is 1, the second lightning tribulation is 2. The third strike is 4. The fourth is 8. The fifth strike is 16, and so on, doubling each time. Boom! The third lightning strike descended, and Wu Qinghai sustained some minor injuries, but nothing serious. Until the fourth lightning strike descended. Wu Qinghai's body began to show signs of cracking, but after he frantically circulated his spiritual energy, his body slowly began to heal. The fifth and sixth strikes. Wu Qinghai, despite his severe injuries, managed to endure them. However, the heavenly tribulation gave Wu Qinghai no time to catch his breath, as the seventh lightning strike was about to strike. At that moment, in the Great Tomb, all cultivators near Jiangning and the others looked up at the sky in astonishment. During this time, although many were undergoing the lightning tribulation of the Golden Core realm within the Great Tomb, the most powerful among them had only endured 6 lightning tribulations. When Wu Qinghai was undergoing his tribulation, although many people noticed, they did not pay much attention to it. They assumed he was just another 2 Golden Realm expert. Even if he was stronger than an ordinary 1-mark Golden Realm expert, it wasn't worth paying too much attention to. However, when the 7th lightning tribulation began to descend, everyone realized something was wrong. Holy crap, a 3-mark Golden Core lightning tribulation? Which genius has broken through to the Golden Core realm? Though not on the same level as the heirs of the major clans, a 3 is still an exceptionally talented genius. A 3 golden is the first of its kind in the Great Tomb. The only question is whether this person can survive it. At least it's 3, which means they have to endure 9 lightning tribulations. If they pass the third of the 9, they'll become 4, but unfortunately, 4 are extremely rare. Some mysterious place. A young man shrouded in golden divine light also noticed the thunder tribulation in the distance. At first, the young man paid no heed. But when the 7th lightning tribulation, the young man finally took notice. A 3-patterned golden? It's passable in front of me. The young man stepped out of the golden light and looked toward the dense forest in the distance, speaking coldly, "Wu Qing." With a loud crash. In an instant, a tall, imposing voice echoed before the young man. "Young master." Hu Qing bowed respectfully. If Jiang Ning were here, he would certainly recognize that this Hu Qing was the Lu family's warrior who had once declared in the Qingshan City Lord's mansion that he would take Jiang Ning as his warrior servant. The young man who had emerged from the golden light was none other than Lu Meng, the young master of the Lu family. "I was very dissatisfied with what happened last time. I'll give you another chance. Bring this man here and make him my war servant. If you fail again, you need not return." Lu Meng said coldly. "As you command, young master." Hu Qing responded. "If he fails this time, he will have to be dealt with." He dared not even think of fleeing. All the battle servants had sworn an oath to the heavenly way, vowing to follow their master for the rest of their lives. If they betrayed their master, they would suffer the backlash of the oath they had sworn to the heavenly way. On the other side, at that moment, the 7th lightning tribulation had already descended. Wu Qinghai gave it his all, but ultimately could not withstand the 7th lightning tribulation. Amidst the lightning bolts, Wu Qinghai's body shattered inch by inch, and just as he was about to die, he remembered the cutting board Jiang Ning had mentioned. An extraordinary scene unfolded. Within the lightning, the cutting board emitted a faint black glow, enveloping Wu Qinghai within it. Wu Qinghai's body began to rapidly repair itself within the black glow. Although the thunderstorm continued to rage, it did not cause any further harm to Wu Qinghai. This thing, it's truly useful." Wu Qinghai was overjoyed. He had thought he was doomed, but unexpectedly, a turning point had arrived. "If that's the case, then let's go." Wu Qinghai, filled with battle intent, charged once more toward the thunderclouds. The heavenly tribulation seemed to sense that someone was challenging it, and angrily unleashed the 8th bolt of lightning. This lightning strike was far more powerful than all the previous ones. However, within the divine light emitted by the chopping board, Wu Qinghai suffered no harm. The 8th lightning strike lasted the longest. Soon, the 8th lightning strike came to an end. Immediately afterward, the final strike followed. However, this final strike did not come down immediately but instead gathered its power. Although protected by the cutting board, a look of solemnity appeared on Wu Qinghai's face. The energy of the 9th lightning tribulation was clearly greater than the combined total of the previous 8. Boom! After a full half-minute, the 9th lightning tribulation tore through the tribulation clouds and crashed down with a thunderous roar. Bang! This time, the thunder tribulation was once again blocked by the colorful board's divine light. Wu Qinghai sighed in relief. It's over. The lightning tribulation had truly passed. From then on, he became a powerful cultivator at the 3-marked Golden Core realm. His strength had undergone a complete transformation, and he was no longer the weak foundation establishment cultivator who could be easily trampled by anyone. He had made it. Li Mu and the others were also quite delighted. Especially Li Mu, who still felt a lingering sense of fear. If the 3-marked thunder tribulation was already so difficult to handle, what about his 4-marked thunder tribulation? That was a full 12 lightning tribulations. Fortunately, he was lucky. When he attained enlightenment at the highland, the thunder tribulation was dispersed by a mysterious force. Now all four of us have reached the golden core realm. The four gathered together, their smiles unable to be contained. But just then, distant auras began to approach. Chapter 133, Recruitment. Li Mu and the other three immediately stood up, their expressions vigilant as they looked around. The energy waves were growing closer, with even the weakest one already reaching the golden core realm, and several others at the late stage of the golden core realm. It must be the commotion caused by Wu Qinghai's thunder tribulation, attracting nearby cultivators. Who is undergoing the tribulation here? A light snort echoed as a figure shrouded in purple chi rushed forward, coming to a halt before the group. Upon recognizing Wu Qinghai's appearance, the figure glanced at him in surprise before bowing and saying, "Esteemed cultivator, I am Blue Yun, the third elder of the Blue Clan. May I ask which clan you hail from?" Compared to a genius like Zhang Ning, Wu Qinghai and the others were slightly older. However, when compared to other cultivators, having broken through to the golden core realm at such a young age and even achieving the rare 3 golden core clearly demonstrated how extraordinary Wu Qinghai and his companions' talent was. Therefore, Elder Lan Yun harbored intentions to recruit them. But the prerequisite was that Wu Qinghai did not come from any prominent family. "I am merely a lone cultivator." He was still polite enough to bow his hands and respond courteously. "A lone cultivator?" A gleam of excitement flashed in Blue Cloud's eyes, further solidifying his resolve to recruit him. "Would you be willing to join us?" But before Lan Yun could finish speaking, a mocking voice rang out from behind him. "Ha, old Blue, your Blue family isn't even a third-rate clan, yet you dare to try to recruit such a genius? You truly have no idea what you're talking about." As the words fell, a seemingly ordinary figure swiftly approached the crowd. "He Xingho." Lan Yun's brows furrowed. The arrival was the sworn enemy of the Lan family, a member of the He family, a third-rate clan. "Fellow cultivator." He Xingho ignored Lan Yun and turned his gaze toward Wu Qinghai. "I am He Xingho, the fourth elder of the He family. Our He family is a third-rate family in Jindu City, far superior to the Lan family in every way. If you are willing to join the He family, I can assure you that you will never be treated unfairly." The He family also extended an olive branch. How much resources could a small family like the He family possibly have to support a genius at the 3 golden realm? A similar scene unfolded once more. A contemptuous voice echoed from behind the crowd. Immediately afterward, an elderly man dressed in white robes arrived on a spirit boat, slowly approaching the crowd. "Fellow Daoist, I am the guardian of the Qin family, a second-rate clan from Jindu City. If you are willing to join our Qin family, this spirit boat and hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones are all yours." A 3 cultivator is already a rare genius. If nurtured properly, they could determine the rise or fall of a clan. Therefore, even a second-rate family in Jindu City has set its sights on befriending you. Everyone. Wu Qinghai bowed his hands. The representatives of the 3 major families were all quite courteous, so Wu Qinghai also responded with politeness. "I apologize, but I have no intention of joining any family." Upon hearing this, the members of the 3 major families all shook their heads regretfully. "No problem. If you ever change your mind, feel free to come find me. The Blue family will always have a place for you." Lan Yun quickly composed himself, bowed slightly, and said with a smile, "The He family is the same. The Qin family is no different." The remaining 2 also made their intentions clear. As long as Wu Qinghai was willing to join them, he would have access to all the resources of their families. However, at that moment, several more piercing sounds echoed from the distance. Was it Hu Qing, the elder of the Lu family? And Qi Tian, the elder of the Qi family? What are these 2 doing here? Could they also be here for this genius with the 3? While geniuses of the 3 marked golden level are indeed rare. However, for the Qi family and the Lu family, who are among the top aristocratic families in Shuzhou, they are not particularly valuable talents. To become a top-tier clan, their foundations are naturally strong. Besides nurturing their own geniuses, many wandering geniuses choose to align themselves with them. After all, it's always cooler under a big tree. A 3-marked golden level genius is merely considered to have just met the basic standards in the eyes of top-tier clans. "I have seen Lord Hu Qing. We have seen Elder Qi Tian." Lan Yun and the others hurriedly bowed in respect. Although they were all at the Golden Realm, Hu Qing and Qi Tian came from top-tier clans and possessed extraordinary innate talent, so they truly deserved the title of Lord. Hu Qing maintained his arrogant demeanor, hummed in acknowledgement, nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze to Wu Qinghai below. "Boy, your talent has caught the eye of my young master. If you are willing to become my young master's war servant, you will be protected by the Lu family. If you refuse, then you may as well die." The same attitude remained unchanged. When he first faced Zhang Ning, Hu Qing was the same. Now, when facing Wu Qinghai, he remains the same. It seems that in his eyes, aside from the young master of the Lu family, no one else is worthy of his attention. The Lu family sure is arrogant." Before Wu Qinghai could speak, Elder Qi Tian laughed derisively and said, "The Lu family's actions are a bit too domineering, aren't they? Such a genius, serving as your young master's war servant. Can your young master even handle that? Hu Qing glared at Chi Tian with a cold expression, his voice devoid of emotion. People of the Chi family, I advise you to mind your own business. To become the war servant of our young master is a dream come true for countless people. What? Has your Chi family also set your sights on this person? Humph, you're just a fallen noble family. Anyone who follows you won't even know how they'll die in the future. In response to Hu Qing's mockery, Chi Tian merely smiled indifferently and turned to look at Wu Qinghai. Friend, do not fear. If you do not wish to be someone else's slave, feel free to refuse. My Chi family will protect you. You old fool, you're asking for death. Hu Qing flew into a rage, his aura surging, ready to attack at the slightest provocation. You impolite youngster, don't think that just because you have the young master of the Lu family backing you, I dare not touch you. As fellow 4-marked golden cultivators, I am not afraid of you. 4. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was taken aback. He never expected Hu Qing to be a 4-marked golden cultivator. No wonder he's so arrogant. If that's the case, then the strength of the young master of the Lu family must be even more terrifying. You old fool, are you trying to provoke a war between the Qi and Lu families? This person is the one my young master has demanded. If you obstruct him, my young master will not hesitate to declare war on your Qi family. Humph, you think those words will scare others? Don't even think about scaring this old man. Chi Tian isn't a weakling. Both families are among the top clans in Shuzhou. Once war breaks out, there will be too many consequences to handle. Who knows? The entire Shu state might plunge into chaos. Isn't that just letting the other 3 great clans reap the benefits? Humph. Seeing that he couldn't intimidate Chi Tian, Wu Qing turned his gaze back to Wu Qinghai. Young man, I advise you to think carefully. The Qi family is a toothless tiger, they can't protect you completely. If the Qi family can't protect you, what if I join forces with you? At that moment, Jiang Ning stepped forward. Chapter 134, The Siege. You? Before Jiang Ning spoke, no one had noticed Jiang Ning and Li Mu's presence. Everyone's attention was focused on Wu Qinghai, the genius with 3 golden marks on his chest. It wasn't until now that Hu Qing noticed Jiang Ning. Ha, I didn't expect you, a mere ant, to be here. Well, if neither of you are willing to follow my young master, then you can both die together. Hu Qing's murderous intent had reached its peak. Jiang Ning had already refused him once at the city lord's mansion. If it weren't for the city lord of Qingshan City, Hu Qing would have already taken action to eliminate Jiang Ning. They had been in the Great Tomb for some time, and Hu Qing had been searching for Jiang Ning's whereabouts, but had yet to find him. He had assumed Jiang Ning was too afraid to enter the Great Tomb. Little did he know that he would encounter him here now. This was a convenient opportunity to settle the matter. With just you think you can kill me? Jiang Ning smiled, then waved his hand. Go, teach this worthless person a lesson. Otherwise, he'd really think everyone else was just a paper tiger. Li Mu and the others were already itching to act. Hu Qing was too arrogant, always talking about death. They had long since grown tired of him. But without Jiang Ning's orders, they dared not act. Now that Jiang Ning had spoken, their battle intent surged instantly. In an instant, 3 golden pills flew off from Li Mu and the others Dantian, then hovered above their heads. Upon seeing the patterns on their golden pills, everyone present paled. 3 patterns, 4 patterns. Goodness gracious, what's going on here? 3 pattern golden? When did they become as common as cabbages by the roadside? 3 pattern golden. There are 3 of them. Damn it, and there's even a 4 pattern golden. A 4 pattern golden core. That's already on par with Hu Qing's level of strength. Yet it appeared on someone completely unknown. Chi Tian, upon seeing this scene, fell into deep thought. He observed everything more closely than anyone else. Whether it was the 3 marked golden Dan cultivators or the 4 marked golden Dan cultivator, they all seemed to be following the orders of the young man before them. Could it be that this young man is the heir of a top-tier family from another state? Were these powerful individuals sent by his family as bodyguards? Or could it be that, despite being only at the segmented body realm, he possessed the strength to suppress a 4 powerhouse? That would make him a genius on par with the heirs of the 5 great clans. At that moment, Hu Qing's expression had grown as dark as night. If the opponent had only 1 3 cultivator, or even 2, he would still have confidence in a fight. But there were 3 of them. And one of them was even a 4th-ranked golden core cultivator. Fight? Fighting was out of the question. Hu Qing had already begun to consider retreating. Whether it was a 3-mark golden or a 4-mark golden, at most they could severely injure him, but they couldn't do anything to him. But don't forget, there's still Jiang Ning. He was a peerless prodigy who was no less talented than their own young master. If he wants to leave, stop him. Seeing that Hu Qing was actually retreating, Li Mu immediately shouted. Clang! Boom! In an instant, Li Mu, along with his 3 companions, surrounded Hu Qing, leaving him with no escape. You insignificant ants! If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. Otherwise, when my young master arrives, none of you will survive. Put! Li Mu spat contemptuously and sneered, "What a worthless young master. If he dares to come, my master Jiang Ning will make sure he never returns alive. Brothers, no more talk. This is our first battle since we joined the ranks. We must show Jiang Ning Lord our worth." All four of them were as energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline, their battle spirit burning brightly. Attack! At Li Mu's command, Wu Qinghai launched the first attack. Having just broken through to the Golden Core realm, he needed a battle to solidify his new cultivation level. Sky-splitting blade strike. Wu Qinghai's magical weapon was a sword. He swung it wildly, unleashing a series of ferocious sword chi that carried a destructive aura, slashing toward Hu Qing. Secret technique, defend. Hu Qing snorted coldly, his hands swiftly forming seals. A faint white light emerged from his body, blocking Wu Qinghai's sword chi. "That's it. You're far from it." Hu Qing mocked without a hint of emotion. An ant will always remain an ant. Even if it possesses the power of a deity, it will still be an ant. Wu Qinghai had only recently broken through to the Golden Core realm and was still unfamiliar with the combat techniques of that level, so he failed to inflict any damage on Hu Qing. "Is that so? Then look at me." By Wu Qinghai's side, scar-faced Lu pulled out a kitchen knife that was only half its original length, then casually swung it out. Clang! At first, Hu Qing paid no attention. But when the sound of his protective artifact shattering reached his ears, Hu Qing realized something was terribly wrong. Put! Lu the Scarred's strike not only destroyed Hu Qing's protective artifact but also left a long, deep gash on his chest. Blood gushed uncontrollably from the wound. What was this thing? How could it be so sharp? Hu Qing's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but glance at the broken kitchen knife in scar-faced Lu's hand, already harboring thoughts of seizing it. However, before Hu Qing could think further, Mo Hai's attack arrived. Boom! Mo Hai's techniques weren't flashy. Instead, he favored a straightforward, no-nonsense style. Hu Qing was injured, his breath already weakening. As he struggled to fend off Mo Hai's attacks, Li Mu also joined the fray. As fellow four-marked Golden Dan cultivators, Li Mu put unprecedented pressure on Hu Qing. "Damn it! You worthless ants will pay for your arrogance and ignorance. Damn it!" Wu Qinghai spat on the ground and joined the attack. Scarface Lu stood aside, but he was biding his time, preparing to deliver the fatal blow to Hu Qing. Put! The attack lasted only half a moment. Scarface Lu seized an opportunity, swung his kitchen knife, and struck at Hu Qing's forehead. Hu Qing's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly summoned a defensive magical artifact to block the blow. However, Mo Qinghai pulled out a cutting board and smashed it hard against Hu Qing's chest. Put! Hu Qing couldn't withstand it. His body flew backward through the air, spewing a mouthful of blood, his breath growing weak to the point of collapse. "My young master will not spare you." Humiliation. Blatant humiliation. As the war servant of the Lu family's young master, when had Hu Qing ever been treated this way? Even the members of the other four great clans treated him with respect. Only geniuses of the same caliber as the heirs of the great families would dare to look down on him. With no way out, Hu Qing pulled out a talisman, then channeled his spiritual energy to burn it. No good. Seeing this, Qi Tian furrowed his brows. He was summoning Lu Meng, the young master of the Lu family. Summoning the young master of the Lu family? Jiang Ning's expression grew solemn, but a flash of excitement flickered in his eyes. Perfect. Let him see just how capable this so-called heir of a prominent family truly is. Chapter 135, Lu Meng. At the same time, a mysterious place. Lu Meng emerged from the golden light. Compared to before, Lu Meng had undergone some changes. His eyes had turned a faint golden color, and his pupils had even split into two. It was the legendary double pupils. Congratulations, young master, you have achieved the double pupil physique. Outside the golden light, a group of Lu family warriors knelt on one knee, shouting respectfully. Hu Qing is in trouble. Lu Meng spoke coldly, with golden light flickering in his pupils. Young master, you are at the critical moment of breaking through the foundation establishment realm. Do not let external matters disturb you. An elderly man stepped forward too. Hu Qing is a four-marked Golden Realm expert. He should not be in any immediate danger. Lu Meng glanced at the old man dismissively and said coldly, if something happens to Hu Qing, it's a disgrace to the Lu family. The old man immediately knelt down in fear and hurriedly said, young master, this servant has erred. I will lead men to rescue Hu Qing at once. Lu Meng waved his hand dismissively. Hu Qing is a four Golden Realm expert. If he's in danger, going there will be pointless. I will go personally. Fortunately, the distance isn't too far. As he finished speaking, when the old man raised his head again, Lu Meng's figure had already vanished from the spot, leaving only a distant silhouette. Such a scene left the old man stunned for a long time. To shrink the earth to an inch, the young master has actually mastered it. After burning the talismans, Hu Qing didn't flee but turned around and trembled alongside the others. At that moment, Hu Qing had begun to burn his own golden core to gain a brief burst of power. Burning one's golden core was something few golden core cultivators dared to do. After all, once the golden is completely burned, the cultivator will never be able to condense it again in their lifetime. Hu Qing was fighting with everything he had. Of course. He was well aware that, facing the joint attack of Li Mu and the others, plus the ever-watchful Jiang Ning, he had no chance of victory. He was doing all this merely to delay Li Mu and the others, waiting for his young master to arrive, at which point he would have accomplished his mission. Young friend, you must leave immediately. If Lu Meng arrives, we will be trapped. At that moment, Shi Tian approached Jiang Ning and tried to persuade him. That Lu Meng is a man who never forgets a grudge. You have injured his men, which is like striking the face of the Lu family. He will certainly spare no effort to capture you. Jiang Ning smiled slightly and said, no problem. I'm actually curious to see just how capable this Lu Meng is. Jiang Ning was naturally unafraid. He merely needed to gather some information about Lu Meng. Elder, may I ask what realm Lu Meng has reached now? Shi Tian pondered for a moment and said, the heirs of the 5 great clans are all at the peak of the foundation establishment realm. However, the combat prowess of such geniuses cannot be judged by conventional cultivation levels. Their understanding of the laws of the universe has long surpassed that of ordinary Golden Core realm experts. If it weren't for the need to condense more Dan during the future Dan process, they would have already broken through to the Golden Core realm. Jiang Ning nodded in understanding. He had the same plan. Once he reached the peak of the foundation establishment realm, he would identify and address any shortcomings in his previous cultivation. Only then could he condense more Dan patterns. After all, the number of determines how far one can go in the future. Jiang Ning would not let any opportunity to grow stronger slip away. If it were just the foundation establishment realm, then he could give it a try. Jiang Ning was filled with confidence. As long as the opponent hasn't reached the Golden Core realm, and their attack methods haven't undergone a qualitative change, there's nothing to fear. However, to Qi Tian, these words sounded rather arrogant. Young friend, you are indeed a genius, and even one who is no weaker than the heirs of the 5 great clans. But you are still a latecomer, and the gap in your cultivation is too great. Qi Tian shook his head. If Jiang Ning could defeat Lu Meng with his forging body realm cultivation, that would be terrifying. After all, Lu Meng is at the peak of the foundation establishment realm. His cultivation realm is not just one major realm higher than Jiang Ning's. If Jiang Ning can still win, it would only prove that Jiang Ning's talent surpasses even the heirs of the 5 great clans. Thank you for your kindness, but my mind is made up. Please don't try to persuade me anymore. Seeing Jiang Ning so adamant, Qi Tian sighed helplessly and stepped aside. Then, Qi Tian summoned a cultivator from the Qi family and ordered, hurry, go inform the young master and the young master of the Wang family. Tell them there is an unparalleled genius here. Yes. Qi Tian's plan was simple. If Jiang Ning couldn't hold his own, he could step in and buy some time. Once his own young master and the young master of the Wang family arrived, given Jiang Ning's talent, he would naturally gain their attention. At that point, he could go head-to-head with Lu Meng. After making all these arrangements, Qi Tian took a deep breath and watched the battlefield. How dare you lay a hand on someone from the Lu family? You're asking for death. Moments later, a figure approached rapidly. It was none other than Lu Meng, the young master of the Lu family. Upon arriving close by, he saw Hu Qing, who was being surrounded and on the brink of death. Lu Meng's eyes flashed with anger. Then, Lu Meng simply waved his hand lightly. Li Mu and the others flew backward like kites with their strings cut, their breaths growing weak in an instant. Young master! Hu Qing, upon seeing Lu Meng arrive, sighed in relief and said in a solemn voice, young master, that man is Jiang Ning. He then briefly recounted what had happened here. After listening, Lu Meng glanced at Jiang Ning and Li Mu, then coldly remarked, very good. You dare to disregard even the Lu family. Though you may be geniuses, what I enjoy most is conquering so-called geniuses. Enough. You may all withdraw. Ignoring Lu Meng, Jiang Ning waved his hand, summoning Li Mu and the others back, then stood before them, sizing up Lu Meng. Jiang Ning had to admit, this Lu Meng does indeed seem the real deal. He actually possesses double pupils. Are you Jiang Ning? Lu Meng said coldly. That's right. Jiang Ning nodded. Everyone says you're a genius on par with me. I have a heart for talent, so I'll give you another chance. Kneel down and become my servant, or else you will die. Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh. He finally understood why Hu Qing kept talking about death. So that's how it is being a dog is something you learn from your master. Kill me? Go ahead and try. Let's see who ends up killing whom. Lu Meng's eyelid twitched. Since he entered the industry, no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Good, very good. You've chosen your own path to death. Lu Meng raised a finger slightly, pointing at Jiang Ning, and murmured softly, great wasteland heaven-shattering finger. In an instant, a golden finger appeared in the sky, as if crushing an ant, and pressed down toward Jiang Ning and the others. Heavenly God Seal. Jiang Ning did not hesitate for a moment and immediately activated the Heavenly God Seal. Instantly, a massive mystical seal appeared, crashing toward Lu Meng's great wasteland heaven-shattering finger. Chapter 136, The Battle of the Top Geniuses. Boom! The heavenly god seal collided with the great wasteland heaven-shattering finger, mutually annihilating each other. The residual wave sent the surrounding cultivators flying back several dozen meters. What a formidable technique! Seeing that his attack not only failed to harm Jiang Ning but also dissipated along with Jiang Ning's attack, even the arrogant Lu Meng couldn't help but utter a word of praise. Over the years, few of his peers could withstand a single move of his. Oomph! Jiang Ning didn't bother to acknowledge the fool and launched another heavenly god seal. Great wasteland heaven-shattering finger. Lu Meng didn't waste any words either and also unleashed the great wasteland heaven-shattering finger. At the same time, the commotion here also drew more cultivators to come and watch the battle. At first, everyone assumed the two cultivators at the peak of the Golden Core realm were engaged in battle. But upon arriving at the scene, they were left speechless. Holy cow, isn't that Lu Meng, the heir of the Lu family? Indeed, Lu Meng is one of the 5 heavenly geniuses of Shu Shou. How could someone be able to fight him to a standstill? Who is this person? How terrifying. Has Lu Meng finally met his match? No, that's not right. This person's cultivation level is one major realm lower than Lu Meng's. Whoa! When the other cultivators realized that Jiang Ning's cultivation level was actually one major realm lower than Lu Meng's, they were utterly shocked. You must understand. Although Lu Meng is only at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm, his true combat strength is such that even a 3 Golden Core realm expert at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm cannot match him. And this mysterious young man before them? Despite being only at the body tempering realm, he could match Lu Meng blow for blow. If the two were at the same cultivation level, then this mysterious youth could kill Lu Meng as easily as killing chickens or dogs. Who is this prodigy? Could he be from a prominent family in another province? No, he's Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning? Could he be the genius who single-handedly withstood the combined attack of 4 Golden Core cultivators in Qingshan City? While many are aware of Jiang Ning's exploits in Qingshan City, however, aside from those who witnessed it firsthand, most others remain skeptical. After all, the few Golden Core cultivators from the Zhou family were all the lowest-tier Golden Core cultivators. But Jiang Ning is only at the body-tempering realm. The gap between the two is far more than just a chasm. Most cultivators believe it's nothing more than a rumor. But now it is clear that this is not a rumor. In fact, the rumors have actually downplayed Jiang Ning's strength. To be on par with Lu Meng, let alone holding his own against several one-rune Golden Dan cultivators, slaughtering those few would be no problem at all. In the arena, as more and more cultivators gathered to watch, Lu Meng's expression grew dark and grim. Jiang Ning's talent had already surpassed his understanding. Shuzhou, though farther from Zhengzhou and the central region states. However, Shuzhou's overall strength still ranks among the top few in the 9 states. Therefore, the geniuses of Shuzhou could also rank among the top 100 in the entire small holy realm. He, Lu Meng, is at least the 8th ranked figure on the tiger list. Yet he is powerless against a mere ant at the body forging realm. If this were to get out, forget about the Lu family's reputation. Even his own reputation would be in jeopardy. Ant, you've completely enraged me. Lu Meng coldly snorted, creating some distance between himself and Jiang Ning, then clasped his hands in a seal. You worthless insect, do you know why, in the small holy realm, the brightest stars are always the geniuses from prominent families? And not some random cultivators. Even if a lone cultivator defies heaven, if they refuse to submit to the noble families, they have no choice but to die. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows slightly. This Lu Meng is really annoying. All he talks about is the noble families and ants. Acting as if his Lu family is the #1 family in the world. Seeing that Jiang Ning didn't respond, Lu Meng sneered, ants will always be ants. You don't even know how to answer such a simple question. Alright, I'll tell you why today. As she finished speaking, Lu Meng's hands moved faster and faster as he formed seals. Moments later, a spatial fissure appeared before Lu Meng. Immediately afterward, a terrifying aura awoke from within the fissure. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows, unable to figure out what Lu Meng was up to. Moments later, a trident shimmering with a faint blue glow flew out of the fissure and landed in Lu Meng's hands. This was the gap between a genius from a prestigious family and a wandering cultivator. The chasm between us is a gap you will never be able to bridge in your lifetime. The moment the trident appeared, all the cultivators around them paled in shock. Just as Lu Meng had said. This is why clan geniuses are so high and mighty. In the small holy realm, the aristocratic families monopolize the vast majority of resources. And these resources are prioritized for the most outstanding geniuses within their own families. Among these resources, magical artifacts and elixirs are particularly crucial. Heaven-tier magical artifacts, the trident of the sea god. Behind Jiang Ning, Shi Tian exclaimed, Jiang Ning, be careful. This is the Lu family's heavenly rank magical artifact. Its power is extraordinary. Unlike the ones outside, which can only be heard but not seen. In the small holy realm, heavenly ranked magical artifacts are rare but not unheard of. It is unclear which family started this tradition, but a heavenly ranked artifact from a prominent clan is always passed down to their most outstanding genius. Firstly, it is hoped that the family's prodigy will have more means to survive in times of danger. Secondly, these geniuses are destined to inherit the position of clan leader, and the clan leader is the one who truly controls the celestial tier magical artifacts. Therefore, they must familiarize themselves with the characteristics and combat methods of these celestial tier artifacts in advance. When the family head changes, it is also the most turbulent time for a prominent family. Therefore, these designated heirs also bear the responsibility of smoothly taking over the family during that special period. Heavenly tier artifacts? Jiang Ning licked his lips enviously. To this day, he still did not possess a single true heavenly rank artifact. The divine sword forged from purple thunder divine bamboo, though it reached heavenly rank after being exchanged through the system. However, that was only effective against malevolent spirits and vengeful souls' special life forms. Its true combat power was only at the peak of the earth rank level. As for those few replicas of sacred artifacts, Jiang Ning had no idea what tier of magical artifact they belonged to. While their power may reach that of heavenly rank magical artifacts, their functions are highly limited. Furthermore, counterfeit sacred artifacts do not give rise to any artifact spirits. That's correct. The best way to determine if a magical artifact is of the heavenly rank is to see if it has produced a spirit. The one in Lu Meng's hand had clearly already produced a spirit essence, a blue dragon that appeared alongside the trident, its illusory form floating behind Lu Meng. Ha ha! Jiang Ning laughed. This Lu Meng is truly a good person. He knows I don't have a heavenly rank artifact, so he's deliberately come to deliver it. You insignificant insect, prepare to die. The wrath of the sea god. Lu Meng swung the trident in his hands. The spirit within the trident let out a deafening roar, then its body surged toward Jiang Ning. Chapter 137, Lu Meng panics. Is this the power of a heavenly ranked magical artifact? Indeed, it is truly enviable. Jiang Ning remained unfazed. He wanted to test the so-called heavenly rank artifact and see what made it different. With that thought, Jiang Ning summoned the last 2 broken void swords he had left. There had originally been 5 of these broken void swords. However, during the battle with the mysterious entity on that ship, 3 of them had been shattered. Now only these 5 remained. The broken sky swords were extremely special. A single sword is merely a earth-tier magical artifact. However, when all 5 are gathered together, they can unleash the power of a heaven-rank magical artifact. The moment the 2 sky-splitting swords appeared, Jiang Ning hurled them away like throwing knives. Crack! However, earth-tier magical artifacts are ultimately just earth-tier magical artifacts. Just a single exchange. The 2 broken swords reluctantly shattered into pieces. However, the attack from the trident of the sea god only reduced the damage slightly. The remaining attacks surged forward like a tidal wave. Hey, that's not too shabby. Jiang Ning was clearly tempted and immediately pulled out the spirit binding bag. The moment the spirit binding bag appeared, its unique aura caused the spirit of the trident to feel a hint of fear. The attacks that hadn't yet arrived dissipated midway. What's going on? Lu Meng's expression suddenly changed. He could clearly feel that the trident in his hands was trembling in fear. The trident had already recognized him as its master. Therefore, Lu Meng clearly sensed that the fear emanating from the spirit of the weapon was an instinctive response from its very soul. It seemed as though the bag in Jiang Ning's hand seemed to naturally suppress the spirit of the trident. What exactly was that thing? The small holy realm had no records of the outside world, so the specific details of that battle had long been lost, and they did not recognize the legendary binding spirit bag. You started this without following the rules of martial arts, so don't blame me. Jiang Ning chuckled, feeling delighted inside. Once the spirit binding bag appeared, half of the trident was already his. Jiang Ning couldn't wait to activate the Shushin bag. As it emitted a faint golden light, the trident in Lu Meng's hand instantly flew out of its sheath. However, this wasn't caused by the spirit binding bag. The effect of the soul binding bag would take at least a moment to take full effect. The trident had escaped purely out of instinct. Jiang Ning was stunned. Lu Meng was also stunned. The crowd of cultivators witnessing this scene were completely dumbfounded. What the heck is going on? A heavenly ranked magical artifact actually fled on its own? The artifact spirit seemed to be terrified of the bag in Jiang Ning's hand. What on earth was that thing? Damn it, I've never seen a heavenly ranked magical artifact run away on its own in my entire life. That's a heavenly rank artifact. In this world, it's the epitome of invincibility. The reason why the great clans and noble families can control so many resources is because they possess heavenly ranked artifacts. It's an unparalleled divine weapon that, with enough spiritual energy to fuel it, can withstand the might of a half-step immortal realm cultivator. And yet, it was just being controlled by its spirit and smashed like that? Unprecedented. The first time in the entire little holy realm. Come back. Lu Meng hurriedly used a secret technique to communicate with the trident, but received no response. All he could sense was the trident's overwhelming fear. Damn it! Lu Meng glared at Jiang Ning, though he was unwilling to admit defeat for failing to kill him on the spot. But compared to Jiang Ning, what he cared about more was the trident. Once the trident was gone, he would fall behind the other prodigies. His family wouldn't spare him either. After all, a heavenly ranked artifact was the very foundation of a prominent clan's existence. Jiang Ning, you're lucky today. If we meet again in the future, I will definitely kill you. After leaving a harsh threat, Lu Meng turned and left to chase after the escaping trident. Jiang Ning sighed and rubbed his nose, idea flashing through his mind. That was to strike while the iron was hot. Jiang Ning wasn't sure whether the soul binding bag had any effect on a heavenly ranked artifact. The trident had fled, and it was entirely possible that the spirit binding bag was a counterfeit, containing a trace of the genuine article's essence. What the trident feared. That trace of the genuine article's essence. You think you can just leave? Did you ask me first? Seeing that Lu Meng had already fled far away, Jiang Ning snorted coldly and hurried after him. Crazy. Mad. The cultivators who witnessed the scene felt as though the entire world had gone mad. Jiang Ning, a cultivator at the body tempering realm, was actually chasing after Lu Meng, a genius at the peak of the foundation establishment realm. Damn it! Do you want to die? Seeing that Jiang Ning not only didn't back down but was actually chasing after him, Lu Meng was so angry his nose was crooked. That trident was infuriating enough. In just a moment, he had already fled dozens of miles away. Even if he used his ability to shrink the earth, he wouldn't be able to catch up in a short time. Boom! Great Wasteland Heaven-Shattering Finger. Lu Meng was helpless and could only unleash another Great Wasteland Heaven-Shattering Finger, attempting to block Jiang Ning's pursuing footsteps. But Jiang Ning was prepared. The moment Lu Meng's Great Wasteland Heaven-Shattering Finger appeared, Jiang Ning's Heavenly God Seal collided with it. Boom! The two attacks once again cancelled each other out. Damn it, this Great Wasteland Heaven-Shattering Finger is truly a formidable technique. Jiang Ning saw a familiar figure on Lu Meng. It was Apollo, the one who could destroy equipment. If we could take down Lu Meng, not only could we loot her equipment, but even her technique might be lootable. You little thief, leave your divine ability behind. Jiang Ning's heart burned with desire, and he suddenly sped up again. Meanwhile, Lu Meng continued to chase after the trident without looking back. In just a moment, the two had left the battlefield where they had previously fought. At that moment, some cultivators who had been rushing to the scene arrived just in time to witness a scene they would never forget. Holy crap, did I see that right? Isn't that Lu Meng, the young master of the Lu family? Heaven, it really is him. He's being chased again? What kind of formidable opponent could possibly be chasing after the Lu family's young master? Damn it, am I seeing things? The young master Lu Meng is being chased by a cultivator at the body tempering realm? Crazy. Too crazy. On this day, any cultivator who witnessed the scene could only conclude that the world had gone mad. Lu Meng, such a prodigy of heaven, is now being chased and killed by someone? Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. The news of Lu Meng being chased by Jiang Ning spread like wildfire. Soon, it spread throughout the entire Great Tomb. Countless cultivators who heard the news felt their worldview shattered. No one could have imagined it. In the past, it was always Lu Meng, the genius, chasing after others. Now, she was the one being chased. The few others who were once considered the five great geniuses alongside Lu Meng were also momentarily stunned upon hearing the news. Though none of them would admit defeat to the others, none could do anything about it. Now even Lu Meng is being hunted down by Jiang Ning. If it were them, they would undoubtedly meet the same fate. They couldn't help but think so. All of them took a deep breath, their faces filled with horror. Who exactly is this Jiang Ning? Chapter 138, at most one. It seems that Shuzhou will no longer be home to the five geniuses. Perhaps in 100 years, the of the Shu state clans will also change because of this. The geniuses of the clans voiced their concerns. If Jiangning is allowed to continue developing, then 100 years from now, if Jiangning were to reach the Yuanling realm or even the Huasheng realm, the entire landscape of Shuzhou will be completely rewritten. The five great clans will become a thing of the past. In the future, Shuzhou will have only one clan, the Jiang clan. This cannot be allowed to happen. We cannot live in peace if this person is not eliminated. A genius from one of the five great clans murmured, "Gentlemen, though we are reluctant to help that scoundrel Lu Meng. But if Jiang Ning doesn't die, we'll have no choice but to be on the same side." "I think you're right." Another genius said, "Jiang Ning is our common enemy. The threat Jiang Ning poses has surpassed that of any genius from the five great clans. He is unique." "Wang Hao, Shi Xian, what do you two think?" The gathering place of the geniuses from the five great clans. A genius looked at the young master of the Wang family and the young master of the Qi family. The Wang family follows a policy of forming alliances. Any young person with talent, as long as they do not have the backing of a major clan, is considered a friend of the Wang family. As for the Qi family is now in decline. although Qi Xian is also hailed as one of the 5 peerless geniuses of Shuzhou. However, compared to the other 4 geniuses, there is a noticeable gap. This gap is small. But once they advance to the Golden Core realm, this gap will only grow wider. Me? Wang Hao chuckled, you've already decided among yourselves, why ask me? Qi Xian also smiled but remained silent. Oomph. Another genius from the Chao family, Chao An, snorted coldly, if old Zhang and I find out you're meddling, don't blame me for being ruthless. The old Zhang Chaoang referred to as Zhang Tang, the young master of the Zhang family, one of the 5 great clans. The 5 great clans of Shuzhou, ranked by strength, were the Zhang clan, the Wang clan, the Lu clan, the Chao clan, and the Qi clan. Following these 5 great families were the so-called first-rate families. Oomph, let them cool off, they dare not. Zhang Tang spoke without emotion, though the Zhang family isn't a domineering clan, if anyone dares to infringe upon our interests, we won't hesitate to declare war at any time. Just like Lu Meng. Zhang Tang is also someone who constantly threatens war. However, the Zhang family that Zhang Tang represents does indeed have the strength to back it up. Among the 5 great clans, the Zhang family's strength is capable of taking on any other clan alone. But if 2 families were to unite, that would be a different story. Therefore, to solidify their position as the first-ranked family, the Zhang family has been cultivating good relations with the Chao family while marginalizing the Wang family. Meanwhile, the Wang family, seeking further advancement, has been actively courting the Qi family. As for the Lu family, the Lu family's strength is just in the middle, so no one wants to ally with them, but no one wants to offend them either. The 5 great families maintained this delicate balance in such a subtle manner. However, the emergence of Jiangning now poses a threat to this delicate balance. If any of the clans were to obtain Jiangning, that clan would eventually dominate Shuzhou. Therefore, Jiangning must die. At least, that is the thinking of Zhang Tang and Chaoang. However, Wang Hao and Qi Xian have their own plans. They have received messages from their families indicating that Jiangning maintains relatively good relations with their clans. If they could further strengthen their ties, even if Jiangning did not choose to align with them in the future, should their families face difficulties, Jiangning would certainly not stand idly by. Alright, since we've made up our minds, let's go together. Zhang Tang's eyes flickered with an enigmatic glow. On the other side, at the base of a waterfall, Lu Meng finally caught up with the escaping trident. At the pleading of the Qilin, Lu Meng reluctantly stored the trident in her dantian. Seeing this, Zhang Ning sighed regretfully. It seems there's no chance of obtaining the heavenly ranked artifact. However, Zhang Ning quickly changed his mind. If he killed Lu Meng, wouldn't he still be able to obtain it? Zhang Ning, shall we settle our affairs here and now? Lu Meng, gasping for breath, looked at Zhang Ning. He had no idea what kind of torment he had endured along the way. The physical torment was secondary. It was the mental torment that nearly drove him mad. All the way here, many cultivators had seen him being chased by Zhang Ning until he fled in disarray. Given Lu Meng's understanding of those ants, these ants probably don't even know how to slander him behind his back. What Lu Meng values most in his life is nothing but his reputation. His head could be severed, his blood could flow, but his reputation must not be tarnished. But even if he used every trick in his arsenal, he was powerless against Zhang Ning. Lu Meng was completely despairing. At this moment, he no longer cared about his reputation at all, he only wanted to drive Zhang Ning away. Because he had discovered something far more troubling than losing his reputation. That was, he felt like he was going to die. Yes. After so many encounters, even if he didn't want to admit it, there was one thing he had to acknowledge. He couldn't do anything about Zhang Ning. But Zhang Ning seems like he could take him down. His reputation is ruined, but he can comfort himself by thinking that one day he'll regain his honor in front of all the cultivators of Shuzhou. Restore his reputation. But if he were to die, what's the point of restoring it? Those ants will probably mock him endlessly. Just thinking about it made Lu Meng go crazy. Forget it? Zhang Ning looked at Lu Meng with a smirk, chuckling, no wonder you're the young master of the Lu family. You just say forget it and it's forgotten. Alright then. Hearing Zhang Ning say alright, Lu Meng's heart filled with joy, and she silently vowed to herself that one day she would definitely get her revenge. But then she heard Zhang Ning say, hand over the trident and I'll spare your life. The trident. Lu Meng's expression darkened instantly. Reputation can be ruined, life can be lost, but the trident cannot be surrendered. This was the Lu family's treasured heirloom. If it were lost, the future generations of the Lu family would surely mock me endlessly. Even if I were to die, I wouldn't have the face to meet the ancestors of the Lu family. What would outsiders say? He could still use the Lu family's influence to intimidate others. When the Lu family speaks, he can only listen. After all, having lost the clan's treasured artifact, even if the family doesn't punish him, what face does he have to argue back? Zhang Ning, you're only at the body tempering realm. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Lu Meng was about to act. But he heard Zhang Ning change the subject and say, if you won't give me the trident, then at least give me one of the other 2 techniques, shrink the earth to an inch or the great wasteland heaven shattering finger. Otherwise, you'll die here, and once you're dead, the trident will still be mine. Lu Meng froze. At that moment, he actually felt a twinge of temptation. Whether it was the Great Wasteland Heaven Shattering Finger or the Shrink the Earth to an Inch technique, both were divine abilities he had discovered in other ancient tombs. Even if he gave them to Jiang Ning, he could claim that Jiang Ning had also stumbled upon the same opportunity. At least, it would be better than the worst possible outcome. No, that won't do. Although Lu Meng was tempted, he couldn't bear to give both divine abilities away. At most one anymore is impossible. Chapter 139, the deal is done. Jiang Ning also knew this. Getting the trident was unlikely. As for killing Lu Meng and stealing the trident, he couldn't do that yet. After all, his cultivation level is indeed too low, only at the second layer of the body forging realm. His current combat strength is entirely due to burning high-grade chi-gathering pills from the system space. Once the chi-gathering pills are depleted, there is still a significant gap between him and Lu Meng. At least he needs to reach the Foundation Establishment realm before he can kill Lu Meng without relying on any external forces. Jiang Ning demanded the trident immediately because he intended to use it as leverage to request divine abilities later on. No way. Either give me both divine abilities, or you die. Jiang Ning didn't mind giving Lu Meng, this country bumpkin, a taste of his power, and directly pulled out the True God's hammer and the void scissors. In an instant, Lu Meng felt the space in front of him grow thick and viscous, making it extremely difficult to move. He panicked instantly. It was a spatial artifact. This damn Jiang Ning actually has a spatial artifact. In the small holy realm, spatial artifacts were the rarest of items. And there was that hammer-like object in Jiang Ning's hand. Though it didn't seem particularly special, the trident spirit in his dantian grew even more fearful, constantly urging Lu Meng to flee. You, speak your mind. Why resort to violence? Lu Meng's face turned ashen, and he wanted to tear Jiang Ning to pieces, but he had no choice but to smile and beg for mercy. This feeling was almost suffocating him. Then speak properly. Are you giving it or not? Fine, I'll give it to you. Lu Meng had no choice but to grit her teeth and say it. However, for him to hand over his divine abilities so willingly was like a fool dreaming. Lu Meng quickly came up with a plan. These two techniques were also obtained by chance, and there are no records of them. I can only write them down for you by memory. Jiang Ning nodded. Those details weren't important. Then write them down. I'll give you the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. If you can't write it down, I'll kill you. Lu Meng opened his mouth. A stick of incense? That's impossible. At least 2 hours. Then go die. Wait, a stick of incense is a stick of incense. Lu Meng clenched her teeth. First remove the spatial restrictions. After Jiang Ning put away the void scissors, Lu Meng took a deep breath in relief. Though reluctant, she had no choice but to begin silently reciting the incantations for the two divine techniques. Seeing that Jiang Ning showed no suspicion, Lu Meng sneered inwardly. This was exactly the outcome he had sought. If it were too easy for Jiang Ning to obtain, he would inevitably grow suspicious. At that point, Jiang Ning would inevitably question the validity of the divine ability techniques. Yes. Lu Meng's plan was simple. To disrupt the cultivation technique. It's just the most crucial part of the latter half of the technique. Once Jiang Ning begins his cultivation, he will inevitably go off the rails and fall into madness. There will be no need for him to intervene. Jiang Ning will meet his end on his own. Thinking about Jiang Ning's fate after practicing, Lu Meng couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Jiang Ning looked at Lu Meng as if she were an idiot, wondering what this fool was laughing at. Nothing, I wasn't laughing. Lu Meng composed herself, quickly suppressing her laughter, and continued writing silently. Before the incense stick had burned out, Lu Meng said, "Alright, take a look." Jiang Ning took the manual and glanced at it before nodding. He wasn't worried that Lu Meng had written nonsense. He had the system. As long as there were basic operational techniques, he could use the system to reconstruct them. The deal between you and me, I don't want a third person to know about it. Lu Meng said with a proud expression. Jiang Ning ignored the fool and instead activated the system in his mind. Current detection, recyclable item Dao level divine ability. Daoist level divine ability, Daoist level power, surpassing even divine abilities of the immortal realm, created by ancient divine beings, in harmony with the Tao of heaven and earth, possessing the ability to destroy the heavens and annihilate the earth. Notice, the current Dao level divine ability has defects. Would the host like to exchange it for the defective version? Defective version? Jiang Ning was slightly taken aback. It seems that Lu Meng has indeed made some adjustments to the cultivation technique. However, Lu Meng probably doesn't know that the Great Wasteland Heaven Shattering Finger and this Shrink the Earth to an Inch divine ability are Dao level divine abilities, far surpassing the level of divine artifacts. In fact, what Lu Meng has been cultivating are likely all incomplete versions. No way. His own heavenly god seal couldn't possibly withstand the Great Wasteland Heaven Shattering Finger. Would the host like to recycle it and turn waste into treasure? At that moment, the system asked again. Yes. Jiang Ning decisively chose yes. Notice, current system level is level 1 and the recycling ratio is 110. Notice, the exchange ratio will be adjusted due to the excessive power of the Dao level deity. New exchange ratio 1 to 1. Recycle the current incomplete Dao level divine ability to obtain a complete version of the Dao level divine ability. Cooling time 7 days. It actually takes 7 days. Jiang Ning sucked in a sharp breath. This is the longest cooldown time the system has ever had. This also proves the great Dao divine ability is indeed powerful enough to defy the heavens. Exchange. Jiang Ning didn't hesitate and selected the exchange directly. Alright, you may go now. Jiang Ning looked at Lu Meng with a smile. An immature plan had already begun to take shape in Jiang Ning's mind. You little rascal, you're up to no good, aren't you? Aren't you giving me a flawed technique? Once I master the complete version of the divine technique, this kid will definitely suspect that the divine technique he modified has become even stronger. Then he'll definitely have to start over. In that case, falling into madness is only a matter of time. Can we finally leave? Lu Meng sighed in relief. He had lived for over 20 years and had never felt so frustrated before. He couldn't fight back and he couldn't escape. He could only surrender his supernatural abilities to save his life. In Lu Meng's heart, Jiang Ning had already been placed at the top of his list of people to kill. Farewell. Lu Meng bowed slightly, about to leave, but suddenly stopped. You few, when did you arrive? Jiang Ning's brows also furrowed instantly. He only now realized that others had arrived here. There were 4 auras that were no weaker than Lu Meng's. 2 of them were even significantly stronger than Lu Meng. Ha, if I say we just arrived, would you believe me? Lu Xiao. Zhang Tong chuckled, his figure slowly coalescing into shape. Behind Zhang Tang, Wang Hao, Qi Shen, and Qiao Ang's figures also gradually materialized. The 5 top geniuses of Shuzhou were gathered here at this very moment. Did you all see that? Lu Meng's eyes grew cold. If these few people had seen such a humiliating scene, he would have wanted to die. What did you see? Zhang Tang, though he had seen everything, pretended not to notice and asked, Lu Xiao, what are you talking about? Lu Meng understood Zhang Tang's meaning perfectly. He gave a wry smile and said nothing more. Since everyone else said they hadn't seen anything, then they hadn't seen anything. They were giving him face, so he couldn't possibly refuse. Chapter 140, Half-Demon. Lu Xiao, Jiang Ning dares to defy your orders. You are a magnanimous man and choose not to hold it against him, but I can't stand it anymore. Chaoang snorted coldly and stepped forward. Among the 5 great clans' heirs, Chaoang was the one known for his smooth talk and skill in flattery. The Chao family is no match for the Lu family. Now that Zhang Tong has intentions to court Lu Meng, Chaoang, whether for his own sake or to impress Zhang Tong, must flatter him. Clearly, Lu Meng is quite pleased. Look how smoothly he speaks. It's not that I can't defeat Jiang Ning, it's just that I don't bother to compete with someone like Jiang Ning, who has no status or background. Listen to that, how flattering. Lu Meng felt her mood instantly improve, and even Chaoang seemed more likable to her. Before this, apart from Wang Hao and Zhang Tong, he had never given a second thought to the other 2 heirs of the 5 great clans. Chaoang is right. Rarely, even Zhang Tang agreed. Lu Meng noticed the unusual atmosphere and immediately sensed something was off. But upon further reflection, he realized the reason behind it. Of course, it was because Jiang Ning was too extraordinary, making the heirs of the 5 great clans feel threatened. Perhaps they were now planning to unite and deal with Jiang Ning first. As Lu Meng pondered the pros and cons of the situation, Chaoang channeled his spiritual energy and coldly looked at Jiang Ning, saying, You of the Jiang clan, Shuzhou belongs to the 5 great clans. If you have any grievances, blame yourself for coming to the wrong place. Let me test you and see how much you're really worth. As soon as he finished speaking, Chaoang launched his attack first. Boom! A series of thunderous roars echoed from within Chaoang's body. Under Jiang Ning's stunned gaze, the once slender Chaoang had grown significantly larger. Even his nose had transformed into something resembling an elephant's trunk. What the hell is this? Has he turned into a monster? Jiang Ning had never encountered such a situation before and was completely baffled. The Chao family has demonic bloodlines, so they can be considered half-demons. I never expected that after Chaoang's beast transformation, his strength would already be on par with ours. At that moment, Wang Hao seemed to be talking to himself, yet it also sounded like he was telling Jiang Ning. Half-demon? Jiang Ning realized. I have heard some rumors about half-demons. It is said that half-demons have half-human blood and half-demon blood in their bodies. In ordinary times, these half-demons appear in the human world in human form and are indistinguishable from ordinary humans. However, when battle arises, these half-demons undergo a transformation into beast form. After transforming, their strength also increases accordingly. Jiang Ning had never encountered a half-demon before and immediately became curious. Interesting. Let me see how strong you are. Jiang Ning snorted coldly and activated the heavenly god seal. A massive, mysterious seal descended from the sky, crashing down toward Chaoan like a dark cloud. Trivial trick. Chaoan snorted coldly, only to see something resembling an elephant's trunk directly smashing toward the heavenly god seal. Bang! With just a single glance, the mark of the heavenly seal was shattered. And clearly, Chaoan wasn't faring well either. His nose turned bright red in an instant, and a trickle of blood began to drip from his nostrils. How powerful! Chaoan exclaimed in shock, already beginning to regret his actions. Even Lu Meng wasn't a match for Jiang Ning. He had insisted on being the first to show his loyalty. Now look at him. Lu Meng was the first to make a fool of himself, and now he was the second. As he regretted his decision, Chaoan was also utterly shocked. Before meeting Jiang Ning, the few of them had all thought the rumors were exaggerated. They didn't know Jiang Ning, but they knew Lu Meng. Even if Lu Meng couldn't handle Jiang Ning, he shouldn't have been chased so badly by him, right? But after he had clashed with Jiang Ning, he was horrified to discover it was a good thing that Lu Meng had faced Jiang Ning. If it had been him, Chaoan, he would have been dead at Jiang Ning's hands long ago. But at this moment, Chaoan knew he was no match for him, but he didn't back down. Alright, come again. Watch my double beast transformation. Chaoan snorted coldly, and a faint white light erupted from his body. Then, Chaoang's arms had transformed into elephant legs. Second beast transformation. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. He had thought Chaoan could only slip up once, but he didn't expect a second time. It seems his strength has also increased somewhat. But he didn't know by how much. Second transformation. At that moment, Wang Hao spoke to himself beside him. Half-demons have 6 opportunities to transform into beasts. The first is the head, the second is the hands, the third is the legs, the fourth is the torso. The fifth is the heart, and the sixth is the soul. With each transformation, the half-demon's power grows stronger. However, if they undergo 6 consecutive transformations, the half-demon will completely lose its rationality and become a mindless demon. At first, Jiang Ning was still startled to hear that a half-demon could transform 6 times. But upon hearing that the 6th transformation would result in losing one's mind and becoming a demon, Jiang Ning instantly lost all envy. That's just becoming an animal, isn't it? But this was also easy to understand. Half-demons are not true demonic beings. Even with half-demon blood, their bodies can't control the demon clan's violent blood power. Enhancing their bodies once or twice is no problem, and it can even strengthen their bodies. Even if they enhance themselves 3 or 4 times, it's not a big deal, they just need to rest for a few months. But if they enhance themselves to the 5th time, and their inner selves begin to transform into beasts, they're no different from bloodthirsty monsters. At this point, the half-demon has largely lost its rationality. Only their soul remains human. However, once even the last remnants of the soul undergo beastification, although the half-demon's power would undergo a qualitative leap. But from that point on, they lose the last remnants of their humanity and are completely demonized. They would become a mindless, bloodthirsty monster. After clarifying these relationships, Jiang Ning felt a stir of desire once more. If he could undergo beastification, his combat power would far surpass his current level. But Jiang Ning did not want to become a half-demon, he wanted to remain human. But Jiang Ning didn't want to miss any opportunity to grow stronger. Perhaps he could ask Aruo? Jiang Ning had an idea. Aruo was still just a child among the demon clan. But among the human race, Aruo's strength and age were enough to earn him the title of ancestor. Given his broad knowledge and experience, he might just have a solution. Though he had thought so much. But time had only passed in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Chaoan, who had undergone his second beast transformation, had also transformed into a half-human, half-elephant monster and launched a deadly charge toward Jiang Ning. Oomph, are you challenging me with brute strength? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Jiang Ning's battle intent surged, instantly withdrawing the spiritual energy within his body and channeling the vital energy within his limbs, filling his entire body. Boom! At that moment, Jiang Ning's chi and blood roared within him, even overwhelming Chaoan. Chapter 141, A Physique Stronger Than a Half-Demon. Jiang Ning's transformation left everyone speechless. What's going on? Where did all the spiritual energy inside Jiang Ning go? Although the spiritual energy had vanished, there was something within him that resembled the bloodline power of the demon clan? Could it be that Jiang Ning is also a half-demon? But his body hasn't transformed into a beast. Chaoan was utterly bewildered. As a member of a half-demon family, he knew more about half-demons than anyone else. No matter how powerful a demon's bloodline may be, once it mixes with human blood, it is impossible to produce a pure bloodline. And as long as one is a half-demon, to harness the power of their bloodline, they would inevitably undergo beastification. The most obvious sign of beast transformation is that the body transforms into that of a demon beast. However, Jiang Ning shows no signs of beast transformation whatsoever. This defies the natural order of the heavens. How could such a thing exist? How did you do it? Chaoan asked instinctively. If we could master this technique, the Chao family might not be unable to become the overlords of Shuzhou. You must understand. Among the 5 great clans, the Chao family ranks second solely because, after undergoing beast transformation too many times, half-demons eventually become full-fledged demon beasts. After all, each time a half-demon undergoes beast transformation, their soul shifts further toward demon beast transformation. Many of the Chao family's ancestors met this fate, becoming monstrous beings neither human nor demon. In the end, they could only be sealed away by the clan or killed by their closest relatives. If not for this, the Chao family would have already claimed the title of the first family of Shu state. Do you want to know? Jiang Ning smiled wryly at Chaoong. Can you tell me? Seeing Chaoong in this state, Jiang Ning rolled his eyes in silence. He realized. These so-called young masters of prominent families were no different from fools. Take Lu Meng, for example. He was always ready to start a fight. His abilities weren't impressive, but his temper was terrible. Now there's another one, Chao Meng. When you ask him if he wants to know, he actually has the nerve to ask if you can tell him? Do you think that's okay? Or should I call you Grandpa? Perhaps I can tell you. Jiang Ning had intended to tease Chaoong, but before he could finish speaking, Chaoong suddenly called out grandfather twice. Jiang Ning was stunned. Zheng Tang and the others were also stunned. Grandpa, can you tell me now? Jiang Ning laughed. When people are at their most speechless, they really do laugh. This Chaoong is really too eccentric. Jiang Ning even began to wonder if all the geniuses in this small sacred realm were this lacking in common sense. After all, in the little holy realm, these geniuses are all protected by powerful clans and have no idea how treacherous human nature can be. Unlike the outside world, even if you're a disciple of the holy tower, you could still be killed by others. The outside world is a treacherous place. Therefore, geniuses in the outside world tend to be more intelligent. What if I hadn't told you? Chaoong was so direct that Jiang Ning felt a bit embarrassed. However, tell Chaoong the method? He doesn't have any method. You're playing me? Chaoong finally snapped out of it, his face flushing red as he glared at Jiang Ning. You're mocking me? So what if I did? Jiang Ning shrugged. If you've got the guts, come and kill me. Chaoong finally understood. Jiang Ning had never even considered handing over the method for transforming into a beast. If that's the case, then I'll have to take it by force. Once we capture you, we can still obtain the beast transformation method. Chaoong moved. A massive figure charged forward. Jiang Ning growled softly, his legs sinking slightly, then spread his arms wide like a sumo wrestler. Boom! Chaoong's second stage beast form body collided with him, but was stopped by Jiang Ning's outstretched hands. Oomph! Chaoong grunted, attempting to gather strength again, only to find that Jiang Ning stood as solid as a mountain, unable to budge an inch. Damn it, how could he be so strong? Chaoong felt utterly exhausted. In terms of physical strength, as a half-demon, he had never been defeated by any outsider. But he never expected that today, facing Jiang Ning, he felt like a mouse facing a cat. This Jiang Ning is truly powerful. Seeing this, Lu Meng couldn't help but pat her chest in relief. Thankfully, he had backed down early. Otherwise, Jiang Ning might have already killed him. As for Zhang Tang, upon seeing Jiang Ning's physical strength, which was even more formidable than that of Chaoong after his second beast transformation, the murderous intent in his eyes grew even more intense. If this boy doesn't die, we'll never have peace. Though he was arrogant. But Zhang Tang knew deep down that even if he were to face Jiang Ning in battle, he would not be Jiang Ning's match. Therefore, Zhang Tang transmitted his thoughts to Lu Meng, Wang Hao, Qi Xian, and the others. Yes, we must kill him. Lu Meng naturally agreed wholeheartedly. As long as they could kill Jiang Ning and erase that shameful chapter of his past, he would be willing to do anything. Wang Hao and Qi Xian exchanged glances. They weren't interested in harming Jiang Ning, they simply wanted to befriend him. Having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. Especially someone like Jiang Ning, a once-in-a-lifetime genius. What's wrong? You two don't want to? Zhang Tang furrowed his brows. If you don't want to, don't get involved. Zhang Tang was confident. If Wang Hao and Qi Xian don't get involved, with the three of them, they could definitely secure Jiang Ning. But if Qi Xian and Wang Hao also get involved, then the outcome would be uncertain. That's not up to you. Wang Hao chuckled, one-on-one, I don't care about you two, but if the three of you want to team up, we'll have no choice but to join in as well. This was the first time Wang Hao had ever been so assertive. Even Qi Xian stood firmly behind Wang Hao at that moment. What brother Hao says goes. Zhang Tang's killing intent boiled over. The two of you are trying to oppose our three major clans? Are you trying to stir up chaos in Shuzhou? Zhang Tang immediately pinned the blame on them. But this didn't scare Wang Hao and Qi Xian in the least. If you want to fight, then fight. Why all the nonsense? Qi Xian snorted coldly. Earlier, they had agreed to follow Zhang Tang here to surround Jiang Ning. Was to see if Jiang Ning's talent was worth risking of falling out with the three great clans. If Jiang Ning wasn't worth it, they wouldn't have gotten involved. But if Jiang Ning was worth it, they would indeed get involved, but the one they would help would be Jiang Ning. Alright, that's fine. Zhang Tang was furious. As the heir of the first family, who dares to oppose his opinion? Even if there had been disagreements among the 5 of them before, they had always followed his lead. But now, just because of Jiang Ning, who had no roots, Wang Hao and Qi Xin dared to defy him. At that moment, on the battlefield, the battle between Jiang Ning and Chao Wang has also taken an unexpected turn. Jiang Ning suddenly spun around with lightning speed and appeared behind Chao Wang in an instant. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning drew the Thunder God's hammer and struck Chao Wang's back of the head. You thief, dare you! Zhang Tong roared angrily. He never expected that just a moment's distraction would lead to such a sudden turn of events. Chapter 142, Dominance. If Jiang Ning had landed that strike, Chao Wang would have been severely injured, if not killed. This was an outcome Zhang Tang could not accept. It wasn't that he was worried about Chao Wang. But if Chao Wang were injured, Wang Hao and Qi Xian would side with Jiang Ning, putting them at a disadvantage. Stop! Zhang Tang snorted coldly, his body suddenly turning golden, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared between Jiang Ning and Chao Wang. Boom! At that moment, Jiang Ning's attack had just landed, but it didn't hit Chao Wang instead, it struck Zhang Tang's body. Instantly, the sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the area. Under the Thunder God's hammer, Zhang Tang had not suffered a single scratch. Even the attack from the Thunder God's hammer left only a faint mark on Zhang Tang's body. SSSH. Seeing this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Zhang Tang's physical body was actually stronger than Chao Wang's after he had transformed into a beast. Was this due to a rare physique or the effects of his cultivation techniques? Jiang Ning had never seen such a physique before, nor had he ever heard of it. Jiang Ning, be careful. This is the primordial dominion body. Zhang Tang's primordial dominion physique has likely already reached the initial stage of mastery. Ancient dominion physique? This is actually the primordial dominance physique? Jiang Ning sucked in a sharp breath. He had read about it in ancient texts. During the primordial era, the human and demon races still lived in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was a grand and turbulent era, with prodigies emerging one after another. What was known as the heavenly Dao body, the demon body, and the sacred body all emerged during that era. However, during that time, 2 types of physiques truly stood out. The first was the primordial holy body. Those who attained perfection could even challenge immortals. The second was the dominion body. The overlord body was renowned for its domineering methods. While its physical prowess could not match that of the primordial holy body. However, the overlord physique has corresponding cultivation techniques. When combined with these cultivation techniques, it surpasses some primordial holy bodies to a certain extent. At that time, there were 2 peerless prodigies in the world, overwhelming all their peers in physical prowess. One was the primordial holy body, and the other was the dominion body. The 2 fought from the Qi cultivation realm all the way to the Ascension realm, with neither able to defeat the other. That era was also known as the Dual Heroes era, and it marked the final glorious age of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was the overlord physique. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. In the Holy Tower world, there had been no news of the dominating body for ages. Who would have thought that the dominion body actually existed in the small holy realm? Then, what about the primordial holy body? This physique, the only one capable of matching the dominance body, could it also be in the small holy realm? Zhang Tang's appearance couldn't help but make Jiang Ning perk up. No, if Zhang Tang is truly the overlord's body, how could he be ranked alongside the other geniuses of Shuzhou? Given the overwhelming power of the dominion body. Forget about Shuzhou. Even the entire little holy realm shouldn't have a genius who can match Zhang Tang. After all, that's the peerless physique that dominated an era in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. You've noticed too, haven't you? Although Zhang Tang possesses the overlord's body, he doesn't have any cultivation techniques. Not everyone in the Zhang family can awaken the dominating body. Without the nurturing of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the dominating body isn't so easy to cultivate. Jiang Ning suddenly understood. The dominating physique does indeed rely heavily on cultivation techniques. Without them, it's merely stronger than other physiques. Then Lu Meng, with his double pupil physique, is still no match for Zhang Tang. If that's the case, what's there to worry about? Jiang Ning chuckled and looked at Zhang Tang, who was blocking the way. Let me see if your domineering physique is harder or my True God's hammer is harder. Boom! Jiang Ning swung the True God's hammer once more, unleashing a thunderous roar as he charged toward Zhang Tang. Even without any martial arts techniques, this young master is the strongest in the world. Zhang Tang snorted coldly, and the golden light on his body grew even more brilliant. Boom! The True God's hammer struck Zhang Tang's chest. However, Zhang Tang merely took a couple of steps back, his face slightly flushed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Tang grabbed the True God's hammer. This is a valuable item, but from now on, it's mine. Zhang Tang actually dared to forcibly seize the True God's hammer. But Jiang Ning wouldn't let him get away with it. Since the Bao Ti is renowned for its overwhelming physical prowess, let me see who the true powerhouse really is. Jiang Ning raised his hand and stored the true god's hammer into his system space. Then, the surging energy within his body erupted, filling the air with thunderous roars. Watch this punch! Jiang Ning made no unnecessary movements, simply raising his fist and striking forward. Clang! Zhang Teng extended his palm, attempting to catch Jiang Ning's fist. Although he managed to catch it, Zhang Teng felt a sharp pain in his arm as his bones cracked. Ugh! He actually managed to injure the invincible body. Zhang Teng was utterly shocked. Chao Wang behind him looked as though he had a constipation. Wang Hao and the others were so astonished that their mouths dropped open. This is the invincible body. When it comes to physical prowess alone, forget about Xu Zhou. Not even anyone in the entire Shaoshang realm could match the invincible body. This was an unbeatable legend. But now, the legend had been defeated. Zhang Teng was injured, one arm hanging limply by his side, his face darkening to the extreme. Damn it, you must be the ancient holy body! Zhang Teng exclaimed in disbelief. Only a pure ancient holy body could inflict damage on the dominating body. You're wrong. I'm no special physique, I'm just an ordinary person. Jiang Ning sneered. He was indeed just an ordinary person, with no physical enhancements whatsoever. With such power, he is completely fearless, forging ahead on a new path of physical cultivation. No, it's impossible. If he weren't a primordial saint body, how could he have injured me? Zhang Teng shook his head, refusing to believe that Jiang Ning had no physical enhancements. If you don't believe me, come on, keep going. Let me see just how powerful you really are. Jiang Ning snorted coldly and raised his fist once more, striking toward Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng took a deep breath and a faint golden glow flickered across his body. His previously drooping arms suddenly returned to their normal state. Such rapid healing was truly unnatural. As Jiang Ning charged forward, Zhang Teng raised another hand. However, this time, Zhang Teng's hand was shimmering with a faint golden glow. Boom! As their fists collided, the scattered energy actually knocked Chao Wang and Qi Xian several steps back. Wang Hao and Lu Meng were unaffected, but their expressions grew unusually solemn. Too strong. Jiang Ning is too strong. A mere body-tempering realm cultivator could actually hold his own against Zhang Teng, a peak foundation establishment realm cultivator. You're strong. The first strike had no effect, and Zhang Teng quickly retreated a few steps. But the little holy realm isn't about fighting and killing. Even if you're as powerful as you claim, how long do you think you can last against our combined attacks? Zhang Teng gave a cold laugh and then clapped his hands. Chao Wang and Lu Meng instantly appeared beside Zhang Teng. Jiang Ning, today is your day of death. Chapter 143, The Siege. Jiang Ning, today you die or I die. Lu Meng glared at Jiang Ning with clenched teeth. At first, Jiang Ning had brought him nothing but shame. But later, Jiang Ning brought him nothing but fear. At first, Lu Meng wanted to kill Jiang Ning solely for his own reputation. But now, Lu Mengxiang killed Jiang Ning to save his own life. If Jiang Ning continues to grow so extraordinarily, forget about him. The entire Lu family would not escape unscathed. Surround and attack? Zhang Teng, do you think we don't exist? At that moment, Wang Hao arrived at Jiang Ning's side with Qi Xian, choosing to stand with Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, I am Wang Hao, the heir of the Wang family. I have heard my uncle speak of you. Uncle? Jiang Ning was taken aback. That's Zhu Fugue. Wang Hao explained. My aunt is Zhu Fugue's Taoist companion. Jiang Ning nodded in understanding. It seems Zhu Fugue has made the right connections. This guy holds a high position in the Wang family. He's actually Wang Hao's uncle. That makes him one of the core members of the Wang family, doesn't it? Jiang Ning, I am Qi Xian. I have heard of your reputation. At that moment, Qi Xian also bowed his hands and said, Greetings, Qi Xian. Jiang Ning also bowed his hands and returned the greeting. The Qi family had once tried to recruit him at the entrance to the large tomb, but although he had refused, the Qi family had still been polite and eager to befriend him. Jiang Ning still had a favorable impression of such a family. It wasn't that he liked them fawning over him. Rather, as a young man of the 21st century, Jiang Ning despised those who abused their power to bully others. Jiang Ning, we are willing to stand by you through thick and thin. Both of them made their intentions clear. But Jiang Ning shook his head. These three little pests are no match for me. There is no need for the two of you to intervene. Moreover, this is also my path of cultivation. Of course, if I truly cannot withstand them, I hope the two of you will lend a hand. Jiang Ning wanted to break through his cultivation realm quickly. The only way was to keep fighting, to gain rebirth through the ultimate shattering. But this doesn't mean Jiang Ning is stubborn and doesn't want others to help him. If he truly cannot win, he will definitely seek assistance from Wang Hao and the others. He just wants to break through the realm, not to die. Alright. Wang Hao and Qi Xian exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. They understood Jiang Ning's thoughts. Back when they were at the body forging realm, they were just like teddy bears, picking fights with everyone. They just wanted to achieve breakthroughs through combat. May you achieve victory in your first battle. The two bowed slightly and returned to their previous positions. Ha, arrogance isn't a good thing. Zhang Tang also overheard the three's conversation. At first, he feared that Wang Hao and the others might intervene on Jiang Ning's behalf. But to his surprise, Jiang Ning had outright refused. This was an opportunity for him as well. As long as Wang Hao and Qi Xian didn't interfere. He didn't believe it. They were the three great prodigies, they couldn't take down a single Jiang Ning. If you want to fight, just fight. What's with all the nonsense? Jiang Ning grew impatient and waved his hand dismissively, then unexpectedly launched the first attack against the three of them. Jiang Ning swung his fist toward Chaoang, who had undergone a second beast transformation. Oomph, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Chaoang coldly snorted and chose to undergo his third beast transformation. This time, Chaoang's legs also began to show signs of beast transformation. Ah, you fool. However, just as Chaoang was preparing for battle, Jiang Ning gave a mocking laugh, and after an odd movement, he suddenly changed direction and charged toward Lu Meng. Lu Meng had assumed that Jiang Ning's first target was Chaoang. Therefore, he didn't mobilize his spiritual energy very quickly. When Jiang Ning changed direction and charged toward him, Lu Meng was completely caught off guard. Damn it, you bastard, you don't follow the rules of combat. Lu Meng cursed loudly, hurriedly mobilizing his spiritual energy, but it was already too late. Put. Jiang Ning delivered a powerful punch, striking Lu Meng's chest. Lu Meng felt a wave of pain surge through his chest, followed by a gush of blood. Damn it, that hurts. Lu Meng rubbed his chest. Though the blow wasn't fatal, but it had left him with a serious injury. This isn't the time to play tricks. However, Zhang Tang took advantage of this opportunity to sneak behind Jiang Ning and raised his fist, aiming for Jiang Ning's back. Chaoang, who had undergone 3 transformations, had also arrived at Jiang Ning's side. He extended his elephant trunk like a rope and bound Jiang Ning's legs. Lu Meng also seized the opportunity and struck down with a great wasteland heaven-shattering finger. A 3-pronged attack. Jiang Ning, unable to fight 6 opponents with just 2 hands, could only choose to defend selectively. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Jiang Ning snorted coldly, turned around, and clashed palms with Zhang Tang. He then quickly unleashed a heavenly god seal, deflecting Lu Meng's attack. But at that moment, Chaoang's elephant leg also kicked toward him. Jiang Ning tried to deflect it, but it was too late. Put. After 3 transformations, Chaoang's body had been further strengthened. Jiang Ning was pushed directly, his body flying backward, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Jiang Ning was unharmed, though his breathing was slightly disordered. What incredible physical strength! He didn't even sustain a single scratch. Even Zhang Tang couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Ning's physical strength. What kind of physique is this? How could it be so abnormal? If Jiang Ning said he wasn't any kind of special constitution, Zhang Tang wouldn't believe him. In his understanding, ordinary people simply couldn't possess such an incredibly strong physique. Huh, come on, did you guys not eat breakfast? You can't even hurt me. At that moment, Jiang Ning wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and launched another attack. This time, Jiang Ning didn't hold back, he charged straight toward Chaoang. Bang! Chaoang blocked with his sword, but he was no match for Jiang Ning. In a one-on-one fight, none of the 3 could stand a chance against Jiang Ning. Baron Fist. Zhang Tang also moved, swinging his faintly golden fists toward Jiang Ning. At that moment, Lu Meng was not idle either, unleashing the great wasteland heaven-shattering finger technique as if it required no spiritual energy, striking one after another. Heavenly God Seal. Jiang Ning could only scramble to defend himself. Boom! The battle between the 3 of them surrounding Jiang Ning officially erupted. At that moment, the commotion here attracted many onlookers. When they saw that the 3 prodigies of Shuzhou were all attacking Jiang Ning and that Jiang Ning was holding his own, they were so shocked that they gaped in disbelief. Goodness gracious! Is Jiang Ning really that powerful? Facing the joint attack of the 3 prodigies, he's not even slightly outmatched? Heavens, how did Jiang Ning manage to become so terrifyingly strong? Why aren't Wang Hao and Qi Xian stepping in? I'd like to see if Jiang Ning can handle the 5 prodigies of Shuzhou with such ease. You're so naive. The Wang and Qi families aren't the kind to bully others just because they're powerful. You're right. At that moment, the battle on the field once again shifted. Chapter 144, The Ruthless One. Facing the joint attack of the 3 prodigies, Jiang Ning would definitely lose if he relied on conventional tactics. Therefore, Jiang Ning opted for the most ruthless strategy. That was to focus on attacking only one person. He largely ignored the attacks from the other 2, relying on his formidable physical strength to withstand them. And the unlucky one he chose was Lu Meng. Damn it, why are you always targeting me? Lu Meng was completely baffled. No matter how Zhang Tang and Chaoang attacked Jiang Ning, he only chose to fight back selectively, completely disregarding his own injuries and focusing solely on his target. Under such intense attacks, Lu Meng was clearly struggling to hold on. Damn it! Help me! Under Jiang Ning's relentless assault, Lu Meng had sustained significant injuries and could only desperately call out to her two companions for help. Zhang Tang and Xiao Wang were also growing anxious. They had never encountered such an opponent before, who completely ignored the attacks of others and focused solely on one person. However, no one had ever been worthy of the three of them, the three celestial geniuses, joining forces to surround and attack. Lu Meng, step back. I'll handle him. Zhang Tang snorted coldly, forcing himself between Jiang Ning and Lu Meng, then delivered a powerful punch at Jiang Ning. But Jiang Ning paid no heed, turning his back to Zhang Tang and continuing to relentlessly attack Lu Meng. This man is mad. He's truly mad. I don't want to fight anymore, I really don't want to fight anymore. Jiang Ning took Zhang Tang's boss punch. Though it didn't prove life-threatening, he still spat out a mouthful of blood. From Lu Meng's perspective, Jiang Ning was now a blood-soaked demon, grinning at her with bared teeth. That smile made Lu Meng feel sick to her stomach. At that moment, Lu Meng regretted it deeply. She regretted provoking Jiang Ning, this demon, and regretted getting involved in this mess. Now it's too late. Jiang Ning gave a savage grin, clasped his hands in a seal, and then struck down with the heavenly god seal with all his might. Bang! Lu Meng was so terrified she had forgotten to resist. The heavenly god seal struck her directly on the head. Put! Instantly, Lu Meng's skull caved in. However, for a cultivator at the Foundation establishment realm, as long as the Dantian was not destroyed, there was no immediate danger to life. Such an injury would only render Lu Meng unable to fight. Boom! Lu Meng's spiritual energy was in disarray, and she could no longer maintain herself. She fell from the sky, watching helplessly as Jiang Ning revealed his demonic smile once more before charging toward Xiaowang. Just in time. Zhang Tang's eyelids twitched slightly, and he felt a surge of anger. Jiang Ning's second opponent had chosen Xiaowang instead of him. Though this did mean Jiang Ning regarded him as his most important opponent. But Xiaowang was still his subordinate. If Xiaowang were to be defeated by Jiang Ning right under his nose, not only would the Chao family blame him, even his own Zhang family might hold him accountable. Though it wouldn't threaten his status as the heir. But his reputation would certainly suffer. Whenever anyone mentioned Jiang Ning in the future, his name would inevitably come up as well. However, he and Xiaowang were destined to be the green leaves to Jiang Ning's red flower. Don't even think about it. Zhang Tang was truly enraged, and his Baron's body technique was fully unleashed. The roaring sound of surging qi and blood caused Jiang Ning to pause in astonishment. I have to say, this Zhang Tang is the most troublesome opponent Jiang Ning has faced since his debut. The dominance physique is, after all, an unparalleled physique that dominated an era. Just as Jiang Ning was about to attack Xiaowang, he quickly retreated after Zhang Tang fully activated his dominance body, creating some distance between himself and the two. Once the dominance body was fully activated, Jiang Ning felt the threat. If the previous Zhang Tang could only injure Jiang Ning, then now, he could truly take Jiang Ning's life. Meanwhile, Xiaowang, who had gained a moment's respite, did not hesitate for a second and chose to undergo his fourth beast transformation. Roar! A loud trumpet-like roar echoed through the air, and Xiaowang, who had previously retained some human-like features, completely transformed into a giant elephant demon beast. However, this was only the fourth beast transformation, and Xiaowang's mind and soul still belonged to humanity. This is trouble. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. The situation had become complicated. He was horrified to discover. After his fourth beast transformation, Xiaowang's physical strength was now on par with Zhang Tang's previous form. If he were facing just one, Jiang Ning still had a chance of winning. But if both of them attacked together, Jiang Ning knew that relying solely on himself, he might very well lose. Unless he could break through his limits again. And it would have to be consecutive breakthroughs. Jiang Ning clenched his teeth. Fortune favors the bold. He decided to give it one more try. In the system space, the spirit stones Jiang Ning had stored began to burn rapidly, releasing a massive surge of spiritual energy. However, Jiang Ning did not absorb it. Instead, he used the spiritual energy to repair his injuries. At that moment, he was relying entirely on his own vital energy to fight, and spiritual energy seemed less important now. After burning a large amount of spirit stones, all the injuries on Jiang Ning's body were completely healed. At this moment, Jiang Ning felt that his cultivation had only increased by a tiny bit. It must be noted that the forging body realm is a major realm where one continuously hones their physical body. It involves constantly pushing beyond one's limits. For ordinary forging body realm cultivators, after such battles, they might not reach the peak of the forging body realm, but they would be very close. However, Jiang Ning's cultivation had only increased by a tiny bit. This alone is enough to prove that Jiang Ning's physical prowess far surpasses anything currently known within the existing systems. At that moment, the qi and blood energy within Jiang Ning's body surged like an engine running at full throttle. If you want to fight, then fight to the death. Jiang Ning snorted coldly and charged straight toward Zhang Tang. Zhang Tang's dominant physique had fully unfolded, and he could no longer afford to take this lightly. Meanwhile, Xiaowang had already reached his fourth beast transformation. However, Xiaowang's danger had actually decreased. The enhancement of Chao Ang's vital energy came at a cost. He had sacrificed some of his own attack power. Elephant-like demon beasts are renowned for their defense, and after fully transforming into a beast, Chao Ang had become an elephant-shaped demon beast. Roar! Seeing Jiang Ning actually attack Zheng Tong, Chao Ang roared in anger, swinging his thick elephant trunk toward Jiang Ning. Noise! Jiang Ning snorted coldly, his body shifting into an odd posture. He then planted his foot on Chao Ang's trunk, using it as a springboard to charge toward Zheng Tang at an even faster speed. Trivial trick! Zheng Tang snorted coldly, delivering a single strike with his Bawang fist to slow Jiang Ning's advance. Then, Zheng Tang swiftly clasped his hands together and a mysterious symbol emerged from behind his body. His body then completely turned golden. This reminded Jiang Ning of the invincible body of Chang Fei from a TV drama in his previous life. At that moment, Zheng Tang's state was strikingly similar to the invincible body of the Golden Monk, with every movement emitting the clanging sound of metal colliding. Chapter 145: The Weakness of the Dominant Body. At that moment, Jiang Ning had dodged the Overlord's fist and approached Zheng Tang. He concentrated most of the qi and blood energy within his body into his fist and then struck Zheng Tang with a powerful punch. Clang! As expected, Zheng Tang neither dodged nor blocked, allowing Jiang Ning's fist to strike his body. Jiang Ning felt as though his punch had struck a piece of steel. The hardness of this steel was even harder than his fist filled with qi and blood energy. Crack! The thing Jiang Ning feared most had happened. He had not inflicted any injury on Zheng Tang, but his own hand was fractured. Realizing something was wrong, Jiang Ning quickly backed away, creating some distance between himself and Zheng Tang. From dozens of meters away, Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. No wonder he's a dominator, he's truly formidable. Even when fully unleashed, his attacks had no effect at all. But Jiang Ning knew. This Bao Ti must have a weakness. Otherwise, with that invincible body, Zheng Tang could easily crush all the geniuses of Shuzhou. He wouldn't be standing alongside the others. The invincible body has no cultivation technique to sustain it, and its duration is limited. With Zheng Tang's talent, he can maintain it for no more than a quarter of an hour. To defeat the dominance body, one must either wear him down until his dominance body wears off or launch an attack that surpasses 2 major cultivation realms to destroy it. At that moment, Wang Hao reminded him from the side. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. Sure enough, the invincible state does have a weakness, but can you even call that a weakness? Without a cultivation technique, the fully activated dominance body can only be maintained for a quarter of an hour. Though a quarter of an hour isn't long, as long as you drag it out, you win. But this is the fully activated invincible body. It is immune to any attacks or spells. Unless an attack far exceeding Zheng Tang's current is used to forcibly destroy the invincible state. Wang Hao also mentioned it. At least 2 major realms above. That's the Yuanling realm. What good does knowing that do? Zheng Tang did not stop Wang Hao from passing this crucial intelligence to Jiang Ning. These are common knowledge. So what if the Overlord's body can only last for a quarter of an hour? For that 1 minute, he is impervious to blades and magics. No matter how you attack him, he won't be harmed in the slightest. He could easily adopt the same fighting style as Jiang Ning did earlier. If there were no others present, Jiang Ning might have been able to withstand it. But now Chao Ang is lurking nearby, and Jiang Ning can't escape. He has no choice but to face it head-on. Let's give it a try. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. Though the situation was tricky, he didn't back down. Compared to these top-tier geniuses, what he lacks is simply time. Having traveled to this world, it has only been a month or 2 at most. The original host was a complete failure, and all the cultivation and combat power he possesses now were cultivated after Jiang Ning crossed over. If given another year or so, he would be considered one of the top geniuses in Shuzhou. Even if all the geniuses in the entire small holy realm were combined, he would still be confident that he wouldn't be outdone. This time, Zheng Tang launched the attack first, swinging his golden fists toward Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning dodged with a swift movement, but Chao Ang's elephant trunk also struck at that moment, wrapping around Jiang Ning's legs. Damn! Jiang Ning was horrified to discover that Chao Ang's attack left him with no room to dodge, and he was trapped by the elephant's trunk. Boom! Put! It happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Jiang Ning realized something was wrong, Zheng Tang's fist was already close at hand. Zheng Tang clearly intended to kill Jiang Ning, aiming his fist directly at Jiang Ning's dantian. If Jiang Ning had taken that punch, his dantian would have been destroyed, and no matter how talented he was, he would have become a. However, Jiang Ning was a seasoned veteran who had been through countless battles. He quickly shifted his body slightly and narrowly dodged Zheng Tang's attack. However, this left Jiang Ning's waist severely injured. A blood-soaked hole was blasted open on the right side of his dantian. In an instant, a torrent of blood gushed out. Jiang Ning felt a sharp pain in his waist. He had narrowly escaped having his waist broken in Myanmar, only to have it broken again in this foreign realm. However, for cultivators, none of this matters. As long as the dantian remains intact and there is sufficient lifespan, one can slowly recover with enough spiritual energy. Very well, you've thoroughly enraged me. Jiang Ning grunted and did not choose to heal his injuries but continued fighting. He intended to break through to the next realm in the midst of utter destruction. He's injured. He's already at the end of his strength. Seeing that Jiang Ning had not used his spiritual energy to heal his wounds after being injured, Zheng Tang raised his eyelids slightly and reached this conclusion. After all, once a cultivator is injured, their instinctive reaction is to use spiritual energy to heal their wounds. Failing to do so can only mean that Jiang Ning no longer has enough spiritual energy left in his body. The advantage is ours. Let's attack together and take him down. Zhang Tang said to Chaoang. Jiang Ning, prepare to die. Chaoang nodded. His beast transformation was about to begin. If they didn't dispose of Jiang Ning quickly, the beast transformation would cause irreversible damage to his body. If it accumulates too much, he'll eventually turn into a bloodthirsty demon beast. Therefore, Chaoang didn't wait for Zhang Tang to act. He launched his attack on Jiang Ning first. To end it quickly, Chaoang unleashed his signature move, the War Chariot Charge. A massive elephant, several meters tall, charged toward Jiang Ning. What a clown, daring to cause trouble here. Jiang Ning snorted coldly, gathering his chi and blood energy once more into his hands. He then slightly bent his knees, adopting a posture as if cradling the moon in his arms. You. Zheng Tang was stunned. Chaoang didn't wait for him and attacked Jiang Ning alone. But upon realizing that Jiang Ning was already at the end of his strength, Zhang Tang didn't take it too seriously. Boom! At that moment, Chaoang charged forward like a speeding truck, colliding directly with Jiang Ning. But he was forcefully stopped by Jiang Ning. Then, with a slight effort of his hands, Jiang Ning lifted the massive Chaoang into the air. No! Seeing this, Zheng Tang's eyelids twitched. He knew. He had made a mistake. It wasn't that Jiang Ning was at the end of his strength and lacked the spiritual energy to heal his injuries. It was that such minor injuries didn't even register as pain for Jiang Ning. Damn it! Stop! Seeing Jiang Ning lift Chaoang up and then toss him like a dead pig, directly smashing him onto the ground where Lu Meng lay, Zheng Tang flew into a rage. But it was too late. Bang! Put! Lu Meng, who had already healed some of his injuries, looked on in horror as the massive Chaoang crashed toward him. By the time he reacted and tried to dodge, it was already too late. Damn it! Jiang Ning, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off the hook. Put! The massive elephant-like body crashed down, shattering Lu Meng's bones into pieces. Chapter 146, Symbiotic Dual Bodies. Ah! Lu Meng's previous injuries had not yet healed, and now she had sustained new injuries, her breath growing increasingly weak. At the same time, Lu Meng felt an indescribable sense of injustice. She was already the first among the three celestial geniuses to lose her ability to move, and now she had suffered this undeserved misfortune. Cough! At that moment, Chaoang. Thanks to Lu Meng taking the brunt of the attack, he had suffered less damage, but his bones were still shattered. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, Chaoang had no time to check Lu Meng's injuries beneath him. Instead, he immediately reversed his beast transformation. Firstly, the time for his beast transformation had expired. Second, although Jiang Ning's blow hadn't put his life in danger. However, his spiritual energy was no longer sufficient to sustain the beast transformation. Tangu, the rest is up to you. Chaoang looked at Zheng Tang helplessly. Beast transformation was indeed powerful, but its limitations were too severe, allowing only a burst of combat power lasting less than half a minute. Zheng Tang nodded solemnly. Though his expression remained calm, his mind was in turmoil. After all, the three of them were already among the top geniuses in Shuzhou. Though Shuzhou was barren and far from prosperous. Even so, their talents would place them among the top-tier geniuses in any other state. Yet, when the three of them fought together, in less than half a minute, two of them had already lost their combat ability under Jiang Ning's hands. This was hard for the arrogant Zheng Tang to accept. Those who shared Zheng Tang's thoughts included the local cultivators of Shuzhou. Those who witnessed the battle firsthand were filled with confusion and awe. Why was Jiang Ning so powerful? Even the three great prodigies couldn't do anything to him? It is said that Jiang Ning came from the outside world, where he caused trouble, and thus fled to the small holy realm. Such a genius, yet he receives no recognition in the outside world. Does this mean that geniuses like Jiang Ning are merely average in the outside world? After discussing among themselves, the local cultivators of Shuzhou reached this conclusion, and their hearts grew even more filled with dread. Jiang Ning is already so extraordinary. How extraordinary must those top geniuses from the outside world be? Could it be that it won't be long before the outside world has the power to annihilate the small holy realm? In the current little holy realm, many of the top-tier noble families, as well as some reclusive major sects and powerful factions, actually originated from the outside world. The founders of these families or factions caused trouble in the outside world, were hunted down by the holy tower, and had no choice but to flee to the little holy realm. If the outside world truly has the power to annihilate the little holy realm, these families and factions would be the most concerned. The original inhabitants of the small holy realm actually longed for the outside world, but unfortunately, while it is easy to enter the small holy realm, it is much harder to leave. The small holy realm is like a prison. A prison not under the jurisdiction of the official forces of the holy tower. Jiang Ning, do you really think this is all the power this young master possesses? Zhang Tang took a deep breath and smiled sarcastically. I was planning to wait until the 9 provinces grand competition to reveal my true strength and shock the cultivators of the little holy realm. But I never expected to have to make an exception here. As Zhang Tang's body gradually returned to its normal color, under the horrified gazes of Wang Hao and Qi Xian, his body began to take on a translucent quality. Streams of primordial energies swirled around him. It was as if a prodigal son had returned home to reunite with his beloved parents. The lofty Tao essence actually seemed to be showing signs of flattery. At that moment, even Jiang Ning couldn't stay calm. Eh? Jiang Ning, Wang Hao, and Qi Xian all spoke in unison. The innate Tao body. A supreme physical constitution. Legend has it that the peerless sage who forged the holy tower was a. In the cultivation world, there is even a legend that whoever possesses thee will become the second master of the holy tower. This is not like the false title of Master of the Holy Tower. Rather, it is the ability to refine the Holy Tower for one's own use, the true master in the strictest sense. Therefore, although thee is on the same level as the holy body and the dominant body in terms of physical constitution. But because of that legend, the innate Tao body surpasses all other physical constitutions, becoming the most unique one. However, over the years, no one has ever awakened thee. Now, it has appeared on Zhang Tang's body. How could you possess thee? Wang Hao asked in disbelief. The more extraordinary the physique, the rarer it is. A physique like the innate Tao physique absolutely cannot coexist with the dominance physique in the same person. Moreover, Zhang Tang's dominance body comes from family inheritance, not a gift from heaven or self-awakening. Has the Zhen family discovered thee? Wang Hao's voice trembled slightly. The only possible explanation for this situation is that is, the Zhang family found A in the small holy realm, then stripped it from its original host and grafted it onto Zhang Tang's body. So what? Anyway, the innate Tao body is now mine. With the innate Tao body and the domineering body, Zhang Tang's combat power is truly terrifying. Even if Jiang Ning activates all his cheat codes, he might not be a match. No, that's not right. To refine a physical constitution, it's absolutely impossible to do it in such a short time. You've only refined a part of it. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with determination. If Zhang Tang hasn't fully refined and absorbed thee, there's still a chance it could be taken away. Seeing the greed flash in Wang Hao's eyes, Zhang Tang immediately warned him, Wang Hao, you are the 100 slays physique, it's impossible for you to fuse with another physique. Give up that notion. Wang Hao sighed upon hearing this. Indeed, that was true. He was 100 slaying body, an extremely domineering physique. Anyone with the 100 slays physique, whether it be their cultivation techniques, supernatural abilities, or magical artifacts, must be related to the 100 slays physique. Otherwise, the consequences are severe. At best, one loses all cultivation. In severe cases, they will die, their cultivation will be destroyed, and their soul will be shattered. Jiang Ning, you heard that too. This innate Tao physique can be stripped away. If there is an opportunity, you must obtain this physique at all costs. Jiang Ning had been listening to their conversation the entire time. Therefore, upon learning that the innate Tao body could actually be stripped away, Jiang Ning began to harbor ambitions. If he could obtain the innate Tao body, might there be an unexpected surprise? As for that legend, Jiang Ning didn't believe it. If one could control the entire Holy Tower world merely by relying on a physical constitution, then the great being who forged the Holy Tower would be too trivial. Jiang Ning decided to first obtain the Tianxian Dao body before proceeding. But Jiang Ning also knew that this would be extremely difficult. With the combined with the synergistic effects of these two top-tier physical constitutions, Zhang Tang's combat power had reached a terrifying level. Chapter 147, Seizing the Heavenly Ranked Artifact. Jiang Ning, under my trump card, I'll see what else you've got. Zhang Tong regained his arrogant demeanor, his eyes filled with cold intent. Jiang Ning had forced him to reveal his deepest hidden trump card. This battle must be won at all costs. If we fail to do so, the entire 9 provinces will be filled with tales of Zhang Tang's humiliation. Boom! Zhang Tong moved, his body half golden and half transparent, appearing highly unsettling. Jiang Ning's expression grew solemn. He silently withdrew the qi and blood energy within his body, then once again activated the spiritual stones in the system space to burn, swiftly replenishing his spiritual energy. At the same time, Jiang Ning took a deep breath. He still had his deepest, most hidden trump card yet to be played. Since that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. Today, it's either you die or I die. Soon, Jiang Ning's spiritual energy was fully replenished. With a low growl from Jiang Ning, the once youthful-looking Jiang Ning now had a completely different appearance. The whites of his eyes vanished completely, replaced entirely by black pupils. Jiang Ning's short hair grew rapidly, reaching the ground, and began to move on its own without any wind. Besides these changes, Jiang Ning's nails had turned into zombie-like nails, black and long. Even his lips had turned a deep, pitch-black color. He had turned black, just like he had been corrupted. In the novels of her previous life, this would mean she had fallen into the path of evil. But in this world, there was no distinction between good and evil, nor was there any so-called demonic path. Jiang Ning had merely activated the Black Dragon Spirit Root he had never used before. After the second awakening of his spiritual root, Jiang Ning now possessed two spiritual roots. One is the Golden Dragon Spiritual Root. One is the Black Dragon Spirit Root. The Black Dragon Spirit Root had never found a suitable cultivation technique, so Jiang Ning had always used the Golden Dragon Spirit Root in battle. This was the first time Jiang Ning had ever used the Black Dragon Spirit Root, and to his surprise, he felt as though he had been transformed into a demon. This power is still insufficient. Jiang Ning muttered to himself, then an idea flashed through his mind. If he were to activate both the Golden Dragon Spirit Root and the Black Dragon Spirit Root simultaneously, would that be equivalent to possessing two distinct physical constitutions? Jiang Ning has always been one to act on his impulses, so he immediately summoned the Golden Dragon Spirit Root within him once more. Roar! A clear dragon's roar echoed, and a golden dragon's illusory form burst forth from Jiang Ning's dantian. The divine dragon's shadow swiftly merged into Jiang Ning's body. At that moment, Jiang Ning's body underwent another transformation. One half was a pale golden color, radiating a divine glow. The other half was surging with dark energy, resembling a demon from hell. However, Jiang Ning felt that this was still insufficient. He once again channeled the qi and blood energy within his body, causing the spiritual energy and qi and blood energy to coexist within his meridians. At that moment, behind Jiang Ning, a blood-red illusory figure suddenly appeared. This shadow seemed to have wings, two horns on its head, and a pair of golden vertical pupils, striking fear into anyone who looked at it. 3 lives in one. At this moment, Jiang Ning seemed to be possessed by 3 different deities. Even his own mindset had changed unconsciously. At that moment, he felt as though he were the ruler of the heavens and earth, the master of all living beings. Sigh. Upon witnessing this scene, even Zhang Tong, who possessed 2 peerless physical constitutions, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. For some reason, facing Jiang Ning at this moment, he felt a deep-seated fear from the depths of his soul. It was as though he wasn't facing an ordinary cultivator, but a being that transcended all the laws of the Tao and existence beyond all comprehension. He couldn't muster even a single thought of resistance. Damn it, I've fallen into his trap. Zhang Tang bit his tongue lightly, sucked on the blood on his tongue a few times, and his expression finally returned to normal. Zhang Tang felt a pang of regret. After all, Jiang Ning was an outsider. No matter how outstanding his talent, he couldn't stay in Chuzhou forever. Once Jiang Ning left, the title of Chuzhou's top genius would still be his. But now, he had already offended Jiang Ning. Moreover, he has even allied himself with Chao Wang and Lu Meng, yet they still haven't been able to take down Jiang Ning. Now that Jiang Ning has been thoroughly enraged, it's too late for regrets. There is no choice but to settle this today. If you want to fight, then I will fight to the end. Zhang Tang clenched his teeth, flipped his wrist, and a sword gleaming with cold light appeared in his hand. Another celestial-grade magical artifact. And it was the most powerful sword-type artifact among all heavenly rank artifacts. At a glance, Jiang Ning set his sights on this heavenly rank artifact. A sword was exactly what he needed. Young Master Zhang, under no circumstances should you use the artifact. This kid is up to something, he might even lose the artifact. At that moment, Lu Meng, lying on the ground, hurriedly spoke up to warn him. But it was already too late. Jiang Ning had already taken out the soul binding bag. Taking advantage of Zhang Tang's momentary distraction, Jiang Ning activated the soul binding bag. No! Zhang Tang felt the connection between himself and the magical artifact severed in an instant. The cold light sword, a family heirloom of the Zhang clan, flew uncontrollably toward Jiang Ning. No matter how he shouted at the spirit of the artifact, it remained unresponsive. This is a fine item. Holding the cold light sword in his hand, Jiang Ning carefully felt the sensation brought by the heavenly rank artifact. Although Jiang Ning could sense the spirit within the sword blade constantly resisting. However, under the suppression of the soul binding bag, the spirit of the artifact was being gradually eroded. A new spirit was beginning to within the spirit binding bag. However, Jiang Ning noticed that the spirit binding bag had developed some cracks. If these cracks worsened further, the spirit binding bag might shatter completely. However, Jiang Ning quickly realized the reason behind this. After all, the soul binding bag was merely a replica. If it could unrestrictedly seize others' heavenly ranked artifacts, that would be too powerful. This replica, even if it could absorb heaven rank artifacts, would still have limitations. At this current level, it could only absorb 2 more heavenly grade artifacts before the counterfeit divine bag would shatter completely. However, Jiang Ning was already quite satisfied. Counting the divine sword forged from the purple thunder divine bamboo, he already has 2 heavenly ranked artifacts. No, damn it, I'll fight you to the death. At that moment, after Jiang Ning put away the soul binding bag, Zhang Tang felt the last thread of connection with the cold light sword was completely severed. Losing the cold light sword was one thing. The most critical issue was that the Zhang family's clan treasure had been lost, and he would inevitably face repercussions from the clan. Boom! Zhang Tang's eyes turned red with fury, determined to risk his life to retrieve the cold light sword. However, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air, followed by the entire tomb trembling violently. Everyone was horrified to see. At the very center of the tomb space, a massive statue, over 1,000 meters tall, suddenly rose from the ground. Surrounding the massive statue were countless other statues, each standing over 10 meters tall. All these statues were facing the same direction, where a pyramid was slowly emerging. Chapter 148, The Legend of the Divine Servants. All the cultivators were stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Within the great tomb, there were so many statues, and a pyramid they had never seen before. Moreover, the outer perimeter of the pyramid was swirling with countless Taoist principles. This was an energy that was infinitely close to the primordial Tao laws. Even the ripples spreading out were enough to give many cultivators the sensation of breaking through their current realm. What is this? Those statues seemed familiar. Could it be? At this moment, even Zhang Tang stopped what he was doing, staring at the statues and the direction of the pyramid with a look of horror on his face. Could it be the divine servants? Wang Hao and the others also stared blankly in that direction, blurting out the words divine servants without thinking. What are divine servants? At the scene, only Jiang Ning was completely confused and had no idea what the so-called divine servants were. Legend has it that during the early days of the founding of the Holy Tower world, the great figure who established the Holy Tower had a personal guard known as the Divine Servant. Wang Hao looked at the massive statue and said. However, during the war against the Void Demon God, the Divine Servant sacrificed himself for the gods of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, perishing alongside the Void Demon God. To commemorate the Divine Servant and the Supreme Being, the beings of the 9 heavens and 10 earths built a sacred palace. Legend has it that within the Holy Palace lies a substance transcending the path of immortality. Any cultivator who can absorb this substance can transcend the realm of immortality. After hearing Wang Hao's account, Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. Divine Servant? Why has there never been any mention of this in the outside world? If such a history truly existed, the Holy Tower should have widely publicized it. After all, the Divine Servants sacrificed themselves to save the lives of all beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. By firmly grasping this point, the authority of the Holy Tower would become even more solid. But Jiang Ning reconsidered. Perhaps the authority of the Holy Tower no longer needs to be deliberately maintained? At this thought, Jiang Ning looked toward the statue in the pyramid known as the Holy Palace. However, just then, Li Mu and the others, along with Zhou Xiaoyu, also arrived here. Since Jiang Ning had chased after Lu Mang, the group had followed Jiang Ning's footsteps all the way. As they were about to catch up with Jiang Ning, the previous scene unfolded. Although they had also heard the legend of the Divine Servant, they were not certain. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoyu, who had been carried on their backs, awoke at that moment, crying and demanding to see Jiang Ning. The group finally approached Jiang Ning. Lord Jiang Ning, Xiaoyu has woken up. Li Mu said, and the little fish on his back jumped down at that moment, her eyes filled with tears as she approached Jiang Ning. Brother Jiang Ning, I said, he was imprisoned inside there. Please save him. I don't know why, but I'm so sad and I really want to cry, Jiang Ning brother. Jiang Ning was startled for a moment, then knelt down and gently stroked the little girl's head. He had already heard the little girl mention the matter before. Having been in the large tomb for so long, the little girl had also slept for so long, and Jiang Ning hadn't had time to inquire about her. He never expected that now that the Holy Palace had appeared, the little girl had not only woken up but also said that the mysterious little person was trapped inside the Holy Palace. Jiang Ning already knew this. The secrets of this grand tomb transcended the realm of immortality. He just didn't expect it to transcend so much. It even involves the legendary figure who founded the Holy Tower. Xiaoyu, what else did that little figure say? Zhou Xiaoyu wiped the tears from his face and said hoarsely, the little man also said not to believe them, not to believe anyone's words. Once you enter there, even if it's him, don't believe him. It's all a scam spanning countless eras. Jiang Ning's expression grew serious. What does that mean? Don't trust anyone? Who should we believe? A scam? What kind of scam? What do these words really mean? Jiang Ning couldn't figure it out and once again stroked the little girl's head. He hadn't wanted to get involved in this mess, but the little girl's secret was likely connected to the Holy Palace. Jiang Ning had to go. After all, the purpose of this trip to the ancient tomb was to uncover the secret of the seal within the little girl's body. Xiaoyu, do you want to go in? Jiang Ning looked at the little girl. Yes, Jiang Ning, I can feel that there is something inside that is very important to me. Alright. Jiang Ning stroked the little girl's head once more before turning to Li Mu and the others. The Holy Palace, you guys aren't going, right? It's too dangerous inside. I might not be able to protect you all. Li Mu and the others knew that the Holy Palace was no place for them, mere low-level grunts, to get involved in. If they went, it would only distract Jiang Ning and backfire. But letting them leave like this also made them feel guilty. Li Mu and the others exchanged glances, pondered for a moment, then bowed to Jiang Ning and said, Lord Jiang Ning, we owe our current status entirely to your kindness. Though we cannot accompany you into the Holy Palace to fight, we are willing to wait for your return at the Great Tomb. If we cannot wait for you, we will not leave either. These words clearly stated their intentions. If Jiang Ning couldn't come out, they were willing to accompany him in death. Jiang Ning knew that persuasion was futile, so he simply accepted their decision. Once he emerged, he would grant them some blessings. At that moment, Wang Hao also approached Jiang Ning and said, Jiang Ning, would you be willing to travel with us? The danger of the Holy Palace far exceeds that of the Great Tomb. For ordinary cultivators, the Great Tomb was already fraught with danger. But for a genius like Wang Hao, the Great Tomb is like a fish in water, except for a few places. But the Holy Palace is different. Though no one has ever entered it. But the mere fact that it is the burial site of a divine attendant is enough to indicate how dangerous it is inside. It might even be a one-way trip. Therefore, having a powerful ally at this time adds an extra layer of safety. Of course. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. As for Wang Hao and Qi Xian, Jiang Ning also had a favorable impression of them and felt they were worth befriending. However, Zhang Tong, standing nearby, turned pale with anger. Although he also had allies. But Lu Meng had already completely lost her combat ability. Xiao Wang was slightly better off, but he couldn't transform into his beast form in the short term, and his combat strength had been severely weakened. Now that the clan's treasured artifact had been seized by Jiang Ning, his own combat strength had also plummeted. Entering the Holy Palace, the probability of encountering danger and losing their lives was much higher than that of Wang Hao and the others. Damn it, Jiang Ning, don't let me encounter you in the Holy Palace. Zhang Tang spat out a threat before striding away. Xiao Wang grabbed Lu Meng, who was lying on the ground half dead, and hurriedly followed after him. Zhang Tang was unwilling to give up, but his top priority now was to enter the Holy Palace. Anyway, Jiang Ning was also heading to the Holy Palace, so any new or old grudges could be settled then. As for the decline in combat strength, Zhang Tang already had a solution. As far as he knew, with the opening of the Great Tomb, many prodigies from the neighboring Yuzhou had also arrived. If they were to ally with them, they might not be unable to stand up to Jiang Ning and his group. Chapter 149, The Holy Palace Opens. Hundreds of meters away from the statue of the Divine Servant. At first, this area was still crowded with nearby cultivators. Statues in the sacred palace appeared near these cultivators, who could have been the first to enter the sacred palace. However, a group of young individuals suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and with a single move, they instantly defeated the most powerful cultivator among them, who was at the peak of the Golden Core realm. The cultivators immediately scattered in all directions. The area closest to the sacred palace and the statues was also occupied by these young people. Later, although some came to vie for the positions, they were all easily disposed of by the young people with a single move. From that day onward, no one dared to approach this area. But just then, a streak of light streaked toward them from the distance, landing before the group of young people. The surrounding cultivators immediately looked over with curiosity. They had assumed it was just another reckless individual, but when the streak of light dissipated, they were stunned to discover that it was Zhang Tong, Xiao Wang, and Lu Meng, the three top geniuses of Shuzhou. Holy crap, these three? How did they end up in such a mess? Lu Meng seems to have suffered severe injuries? Who could have forced these three prodigies into such a state? The situation of the three also caught the attention of the group of young people. Hey, isn't that the young master of the Zhang family? How did you end up in such a mess? A woman dressed in a red robe with heavy makeup, looking at Zhang Tang with a teasing expression. Could it be that he's caused trouble for some girl and her parents have come looking for him? Behind the seductive woman stood three young men, all watching Zhang Tang with a look of anticipation. Oomph. Zhang Tang snorted coldly, glaring at the seductive woman and said, Sun Fian, you, a person from Yuzhou, dare to act so brazenly on my territory in Shuzhou? Don't you fear that I'll make sure you never return alive? Sun Fian smiled seductively. If it were before, with the five of you here, I might have hesitated a bit. As she spoke, Sun Fian cast a disdainful glance at Lu Meng, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, and Xiao Wang, who was barely breathing and looked utterly defeated. Now, are you sure? Zhang Tang was momentarily speechless. Indeed. If the five of them had been here together before, they might have been able to match Sun Fian and the three geniuses from Yuzhou behind her. But now there were only three of them. They're no match for them. Ah! Zhang Tang sighed helplessly, then looked at Sun Fian. Sun Fian, the Holy Palace, we should join forces. Join forces? Sun Fian looked at Zhang Tang in surprise. If Zhang Tang was the top genius of Shuzhou, then Sun Fian was the top genius of Yuzhou. They had crossed paths multiple times and fought each other on numerous occasions, but neither could gain the upper hand. Sun Fian knew this old rival well. With his proud and arrogant nature, how could he lower himself to say those two words? Unless there is some danger within the Holy Palace that requires them to join forces. But that's impossible. The Holy Palace has never been revealed before. No one knows what lies within. Do you know something? Sun Fian furrowed her brows as she looked at Zhang Tang. After all, this was Shuzhou's territory. Perhaps Zhang Tang really does know something. That's not it. Zhang Tang shook his head. Before the Holy Palace appeared, he didn't know that there was a Holy Palace inside the Great Tomb. It was because of one person. Zhang Tang clenched his teeth and said, an outsider, an ignorant ant who doesn't know his place. An ant? Sun Fian smiled. Seeing Zhang Tang's expression, Sun Fian guessed what had happened. Zhang Tang, you wouldn't have been beaten up by that outsider, would you? Do you want your older sister to help you vent your anger? How many of them were there? How could they injure all three of you so badly? Where's Wang Hao? He must be dead, right? Sun Fian was getting excited. Shuzhou and Yuzhou are neighboring regions, and the families within them have been in constant conflict over interests. If a genius of Wang Hao's caliber were to be killed, it would be a rare opportunity for them in Yuzhou. Don't mention him anymore. Zhang Tang said coldly. To be honest, the other side only had one person. That traitor Wang Hao has already allied himself with those ants and is no longer the prodigy of Shuzhou. What? Only one person? Sun Fian was stunned. As an old rival, she naturally knew just how terrifying Zhang Tang's strength truly was. Although they had fought several times, neither could gain the upper hand. But she also knew that Zhang Tang hadn't shown his full strength. Such an opponent who even she found terrifying. Now he's been taken down by someone else along with his own men? Are you kidding me? Why would I lie to you? That outsider truly has that kind of strength. Zhang Tang chose not to hide it. After all, such a thing can't be hidden. It's better to tell the truth and make Sun Fian wary as well. This way, there might still be a chance for an alliance. Otherwise, the Zhang family's cold light sword might be difficult to reclaim. If it's truly as you say. Sun Fian glanced at Zhang Tang. That is the husband I have been searching for all these years. Sun Fian's eyes sparkled with light. As the first prodigy of Yuzhou, ordinary geniuses were not even worth her notice. At a very young age, Sun Fian had sworn that she would only marry a man stronger than herself. Moreover, that man must marry into the Sun family. This condition was undoubtedly overly stringent. After all, those who surpassed her in strength were the heirs of the top aristocratic families from the central provinces. Why would they agree to marry into her family? As for wandering cultivators or geniuses from small families, how could they possibly match her Sun Fian? As for opponents of the same caliber, such as Zhang Tang and Wang Hao, who were geniuses of that level, Sun Fian had considered them. But in the end, she felt they couldn't consistently outshine her and weren't worthy of being her husband. The appearance of Jiang Ning has, however, piqued Sun Fian's interest. You! Zhang Tang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to form an alliance with Sun Fian, not help her find a husband. I was just joking with you. Sun Fian waved her hand and said solemnly, an outsider of such extraordinary talent would never marry into our noble families. Such acts of usurping others' nests have happened before. If that person truly possesses the strength you claim, we might consider joining forces. Having obtained the answer he sought, Zhang Tang sighed in relief. Of course. He didn't tell Sun Fian everything. For example, the matter of the cold light sword being stolen. If Sun Fian found out that the cold light sword was in Jiang Ning's hands, Sun Fian would likely refuse to ally with him and instead act first to eliminate him. After all, compared to Jiang Ning, his status as the heir of the Zhang family seemed more threatening to her. Boom! At that moment, several loud booms echoed through the air. 3 streaks of light raced toward them from the distance, then landed in front of the group. It was Jiang Ning and his companions. Chapter 150, Why not just give in to your sister? Hey! Sun Fian glanced at Jiang Ning among the group. After giving him a quick once-over, she teased, You're Jiang Ning? You do have a good-looking face. How about it? Why not become my sister's male concubine? I'll protect you from now on. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. He didn't know who the woman in front of him was. However, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from the woman. This aura was the same as the one he had encountered at the Wanshan auction house when he had met that fox demon. In other words, the woman before him possessed the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox clan. Her name is Sun Fian. At that moment, Wang Hao stepped forward and reminded him, she comes from Yuzhou and is the heiress of the Sun family, the most prominent clan in Yuzhou. Additionally, Sun Fian is also the top genius of Yuzhou. The top genius of Yuzhou? Having been in the Little Holy Realm for some time, Jiang Ning had gained some understanding of the realm. Shuzhou and Yuzhou are neighboring regions, with overall strength comparable to each other. However, Shuzhou is much larger in area, several times that of Yuzhou. However, when it comes to the strength of individual cultivators, Yuzhou holds the upper hand. Unless absolutely necessary, do not provoke her. She is far more terrifying than Zhang Tang. Is that so? Jiang Ning nodded and took note of Wang Hao's words. At that moment, seeing Jiang Ning ignore her, Sun Fian grew furious. As the first-ranked prodigy of Yuzhou, she was always the center of attention wherever she went. Yet here she was, humiliated by Jiang Ning. This Jiang Ning had merely glanced at her before calmly turning away. This was a situation she had never encountered before. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even someone of Zhang Tang's caliber would be distracted when encountering her. Brother, your sister is talking to you. Why are you ignoring your sister? If you keep this up, your sister will be heartbroken. Sun Fian put on a tearful expression, stepped forward, and gently hooked Jiang Ning's chin with her index finger. Jiang Ning was slightly startled. It wasn't because of Sun Fian's frivolous gesture. It was the fact that Sun Fian had suddenly appeared in front of him, a movement that seemed to contain some kind of cosmic truth. Moreover, the speed was so fast that he couldn't even see it clearly. Jiang Ning was utterly shocked. Indeed, he was truly the top genius of Yuzhou. Even Wang Hao had warned not to provoke Sun Fian lightly, and there was good reason for that. Just that speed alone. If he were to face him in combat, even if he weren't afraid, he'd be at a disadvantage. Oomph. As Sun Fian lifted his chin, Jiang Ning gave a wry smile but didn't dodge. Instead, he stepped forward and wrapped his right arm around Sun Fian's slender waist. Yikes. This time, it was Sun Fian's turn to be stunned. Her face flushed red at an almost visible speed. Although Sun Fian was usually a bit frivolous, this was the first time she had been so close to a stranger. Sun Fian was both ashamed and angry, wanting to step back and escape, but Jiang Ning's hands were like clamps, holding her firmly in place. Damn it, let go. Sun Fian, rarely showing her vulnerable side, blushed and had tears welling up in her eyes. Oomph, sister, weren't you the one who provoked me first? What? Now you don't want to admit it? Jiang Ning said with a teasing smile. This move is called tit for tat. Since Sun Fian has behaved so frivolously, Jiang Ning, as a time traveler from the 21st century, he didn't mind showing these old-fashioned folks what true frivolity looked like. Baby, why aren't you saying anything? Jiang Ning deliberately looked at Sun Fian with a deep expression, imagining the sleazy men from his past life. Baby, you're so cute. Sun Fian was completely bewildered, struggling in Jiang Ning's arms. Jiang Ning saw that it was enough. If he kept this up, he might really anger this first lady of Yuzhou. He decided to let go of Sun Fian. However, before doing so, Jiang Ning gave Sun Fian a firm slap on her firm, rounded buttocks. Smack! A loud sound echoed through the air. Everyone around them looked at Jiang Ning in shock. Spit! You dog! I'll kill you! After breaking free from Jiang Ning's grasp, Sun Fian was so ashamed and angry that she immediately summoned the spiritual energy within her body, intending to fight Jiang Ning to the death. Hey! You can't handle it! Weren't you the one who told me to surrender to you? What, you're backing out now? Jiang Ning remained completely unfazed, smirking at Sun Fian. You! Sun Fian pointed at Jiang Ning, then seemed to think of something, and the anger on his face vanished instantly. Who said I can't play anymore? Ha ha! Sun Fian once again adopted her carefree and unrestrained demeanor, batting her eyelashes seductively. Little brother, you teased your sister, you'll have to take responsibility. Sister is still missing a husband. Once you survive and emerge from the Holy Palace, I'll bring people to propose marriage to you. She finished speaking. Sun Fian gave Jiang Ning a flirtatious glance, showing no trace of the desire to kill him just a moment ago. At that moment, the happiest person was none other than Zhang Tang. Based on his understanding of Sun Fian, her current demeanor clearly indicated that she was genuinely angry. The feud between the two had officially begun. He was still worried that Sun Fian wouldn't want to harm Jiang Ning. After all, offending such a genius was one thing, but killing him would be another matter entirely. If she couldn't be killed, it would only create unnecessary trouble. But now, before he could even resort to underhanded tactics, Jiang Ning had already offended Sun Fian. Serves him right. Once you enter the Holy Palace, that will be your doom, Jiang Ning. Zhang Tang was lost in his thoughts, feeling elated, and momentarily lost track of time. When he snapped back to reality, Sun Fian had already taken the prodigy from Yuzhou and was rushing toward the Holy Palace. Wait for me. Zhang Tang called out from behind and hurriedly summoned his magical artifact to follow. Chaoan clenched his teeth and decided to follow as well. Although he couldn't transform into a beast yet, once the time came and his condition returned to its peak, he could transform as well. But Lu Meng was different. He had suffered severe injuries. He had completely lost his combat ability and would only be a burden if he went in. Don't be fooled by how Zhang Tang and the others are calling him Lu brother right now. But when real danger arises, he will undoubtedly be the first to be thrown out as a human shield. Within the Holy Palace, opportunities may be abundant, but there's no need to risk one's life for them. Therefore, Lu Meng chose not to enter. Jiang Ning, let us go in too. Wang Hao looked at Jiang Ning, seeking his opinion. All right. Jiang Ning nodded, took a deep breath, and then picked up Zhou Xiaoyu, the little girl, and carried her on his back. Then, the group leaped forward with all their strength, rushing toward the entrance of the Holy Palace. Soon, they successfully entered the Holy Palace. Jiang Ning felt a sudden darkness before his eyes. When the light returned, he found himself standing in a vast hall alongside Wang Hao and the others. Chapter 151: The Divine and Demonic Murals. The hall was vast, with its end visible only in the distance. At the same time, the columns and decorative items within the hall were also extremely massive. Standing before these structures, the group felt as small as ants in the presence of humans. Where are we? Shi Xian looked around in confusion. Could this be the interior of the Holy Palace? Why is it like this? Wang Hao and Jiang Ning exchanged glances, and the former said, "It must be. However, this is probably just a part of the Holy Palace. Or perhaps a specific room. There must be some kind of restriction here. Anyone who enters will shrink to a fraction of their original size." Restriction? Shrink several times smaller? The group fell into deep thought. Jiang Ning suddenly spoke up. Could it be that we're not shrinking, but this place is already this huge? This place is already this huge? Wang Hao shook his head. That's unlikely. Such a massive structure, who is it for? If it's for humans, our bodies are only this small. Unless they've cultivated some special supernatural abilities, but even then, they wouldn't be this huge. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows, recalling a book he had seen in the school library. The book described a race that only existed in ancient records. That race lived in the same era as the peerless beings who constructed the sacred tower. They were known as the ancient gods. In appearance and structure, they were indistinguishable from humans, but their bodies were several times, or even 10 times, larger than those of humans. In a strict sense, the ancient gods are actually a branch of humanity that took a different evolutionary path. Unlike humans, who cultivate spiritual energy, ancient gods focus on tempering their physical bodies. Each ancient god bears an ancient god mark on their forehead. Each mark represents a level of cultivation. It is said that ancient gods with 9 marks have transcended the immortal path and become beings above it. Even a newly born ancient god possesses strength comparable to that of the Yuanling realm. However, despite their immense power, this entire race was annihilated in that great war of the past. It might have been the ancient gods, Jiang Ning said. Wang Hao and the others looked at Jiang Ning in confusion. Jiang Ning, what is an ancient god? We've never heard of them before. Or are the ancient gods only known to those from the outside world? Jiang Ning thought for a moment and said, it should be that only people from the outside world know about them. Although the Holy Tower world and the Little Holy Realm are both within the Holy Tower, the two worlds have undergone some changes in culture and other aspects due to certain other reasons. Some things are only recorded in the outside world and not in the Little Holy Realm. Some things are only recorded in the Small Holy Realm and not in the outside world. This ancient god might be one of them. After sharing what they knew with Wang Hao and Qi Xian, the two were left in shock. An ancient god? How amazing! I've never heard of this race before. To be born with the strength of the Yuanling realm, this is truly a race favored by heaven. Let me ask you this. Even including the demon clan and those foreign races, who else is born with the cultivation level of the Yuanling realm? Even the demon emperor's lineage couldn't possibly be so defying of heaven. Yet such a powerful race has vanished into the annals of history. If this place is truly connected to the ancient gods, then could the divine servant be one of the ancient gods? The divine attendant is an ancient god? It's not impossible. After all, whether it's the massive statue outside the gate or the decorations within the sacred palace, everything seems to hint at this possibility. There's no immediate danger here. Let's split up and look around to see if we can find anything. Jiang Ning said this. Wang Hao and Qi Xian nodded, then each chose a direction and began their exploration of the Grand Hall. Jiang Ning also set Zhou Xiaoyu down from his back and said, Xiaoyu, try to see if you can contact that little person here. Xiaoyu nodded seriously, then closed her eyes, seemingly attempting to communicate with the little figure. But after a moment, Xiaoyu shook her head disappointedly. Jiang Ning, I can't find the little person. Can't find him? Why don't you try again? The little girl obediently closed her eyes again. This time, it took a full 15 minutes before the little girl opened her eyes again, excitedly exclaiming, Brother, I found it. The little person said that his current energy is barely enough to maintain communication with me. He can only contact me at specific times. Jiang Ning hurriedly asked, did he say where we are now? How can we find him? This was Jiang Ning's top priority. The little girl nodded obediently, tilting her head upward, as if waiting for Jiang Ning's praise. I asked, and the little person said that the place we are currently in should be one of the 10 halls. The divine servant you mentioned should be the ancient god king as he understands it. These 10 palaces were not originally the palaces of the ancient god king, but rather the palaces of his 10 great generals. The location where we are now should be the giant strength palace of the giant strength general. If we wish to see him, we must first exit the 10 halls and then fight our way out through the 3 side halls. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. I didn't expect there to be 10 great generals under the divine servants. Did he mention how we can get out of here? The young girl tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, he said that after the ancient god king perished, the 10 great generals chose to accompany him in death. Since no succession was left behind. Therefore, only those who find the 10 great generals' inheritance and obtain it can exit the Grand Hall. Jiang Ning nodded, gaining some understanding of the situation here. As expected. Bringing the little girl here was the right decision. Sun Fian and the others would likely spend a great deal of time searching for these clues. By then, even if there is a great opportunity in the Holy Palace, it will be ours first. However, Jiang Ning had thought of the most critical point. That is, one must inherit it before being able to leave. What if no one can inherit it? Wouldn't they be trapped here forever? Jiang Ning wanted to ask more questions, but the little girl once again looked drowsy, making Jiang Ning feel a bit reluctant. It seems that the connection with the little person not only causes the little person to consume accumulated energy, but the little girl also consumes energy. However, the little girl hasn't yet embarked on the path of cultivation, so she's consuming her own mental energy, which is why she always looks like she hasn't woken up properly. At that moment, Wang Hao and Qi Xian, who had been searching the area, returned with solemn expressions, shaking their heads and saying, Jiang Ning, we found nothing. This place seems to be a sealed space we can't seem to get out. Nothing found? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows slightly. If that's the case, Wang Hao and Qi Xian are no longer qualified to inherit the legacy of the giant general. It seems that our only hope now lies with ourselves or perhaps with that little girl, Zhou Xiaoyu. Chapter 152, The Mural. Never mind. Jiang Ning waved his hand and said, let's go look for it with Xiaoyu. Perhaps we'll find something unexpected. Zhou Xiaoyu? Wang Hao and Qi Xian glanced at the young girl in surprise. They had already heard Jiang Ning mention the little girl's background. They also expressed regret over the Zhou family's heir. Had it not been for the Zhou family's prodigy disappearing in the Yunxian Valley, the Zhou family might have already risen to the ranks of the top-tier families. He was a genius from an even older generation, having defeated all the prodigies of his generation in Shuzhou and was hailed as the first under heaven. Unfortunately, after entering the Yunxian Valley for the second time, he never returned. The Zhou family has since fallen into decline. As for what Jiang Ning said about Zhou Xiaoyu possibly finding a way out, Wang Hao and Qi Xian didn't believe it. After all, the little girl is just an ordinary person. Even they, who are prodigies, couldn't find a way out. How could an ordinary person possibly find one? Jiang Ning channeled some spiritual energy and slowly infused it into the little girl's body. Her spirits finally began to improve. Opening her big, sparkling eyes, she looked at Jiang Ning and said, Jiang Ning brother, come with me. Saying this, the little girl ran off in one direction on her own. Jiang Ning and the others hurriedly followed. Soon, the little girl arrived at a wall and stopped. Jiang Ning brother, this is the place. The little girl pointed at the wall and said, the inheritance site of the giant strength general is right here. Here? Wang Hao and Qi Xian exchanged glances, with the latter shaking his head and saying, impossible. We've already checked this place before. How could there be any inheritance here? In their quest to find a way out, the two had already searched the entire hall thoroughly. But they found nothing. That's right, I've searched here too, and there's nothing special here. Wang Hao agreed. Both of them looked at Zhou Xiaoyu curiously. Xiaoyu, are you sure? The little girl nodded firmly, then, under the gaze of Jiang Ning and the others, she reached out her small hand and touched the wall in front of her. The moment the little girl's palm touched the wall, a humming sound suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, the wall in front of them began to change. The originally snow-white wall now bore mysterious patterns. The patterns twisted and reformed on the wall, taking a full 15 minutes before 9 murals finally appeared on the wall. This is... There's actually something here? Wang Hao and Qi Xian were stunned, staring at Zhou Xiaoyu in disbelief. They never expected that the thing they couldn't find had been discovered by the little girl. After summoning the murals, the little girl's spirit seemed to grow weary once more, drifting off to sleep as she leaned against Jiang Ning's side. These paintings have such a unique feel to them. Wang Hao marveled at the murals before him. Jiang Ning, do you know the story behind these legends? Jiang Ning frowned and looked at the murals. The first mural depicted a naked giant holding a massive axe that looked like it was made of stone, poised to swing it forward. In front of the axe, it seemed as though something had been split open, spraying fragments in all directions. Jiang Ning looked utterly bewildered. This mural reminded him of a legendary story from his previous life on Earth. Pango splitting the heavens and earth. But how could this world have a legend about Pango creating the heavens and earth? Jiang Ning looked at Wang Hao. Brother Wang, do you know the origin of this legend? Wang Hao nodded and said, nowadays, perhaps only the cultivators in the small holy realm still remember the legend of Pango creating the heavens and earth. What? Is it really the legend of Pango creating the heavens and earth? Why are the legends of this world the same? Could there be a connection between the two worlds? Jiang Jing quietly watched Wang Hao, waiting for him to explain further. Soon, Wang Hao continued, it is said that before the universe was created, this world was a chaotic void. From the chaos emerged a giant, who used his axe to split the chaos apart. The pure essence rose to form the heavens, while the impure descended to become the earth. Thus, the heavens and earth were created. However, after creating the heavens and the earth, the giant exhausted all his strength and collapsed. His body became mountains and rivers, his blood became rivers, and his essence transformed into 3,000 gods and demons. Different worlds, different stories. Jiang Ning felt a mix of emotions. He then turned his gaze to the second mural. It was a story about the 3,000 gods and demons who were engaged in a fierce battle with the primordial gods and demons of chaos. Jiang Ning had little knowledge of these matters from his previous life, so he couldn't verify whether it was the same as before. However, when he reached the fourth mural, Jiang Ning once again saw familiar content. Among the 3,000 gods and demons born from Pangu, there was a female god with the head of a human and the body of a snake. Feeling that the world was desolate with only gods and demons, she used clay to create the human race and the demon race. Manhwa creating humans? Jiang Ning grew increasingly alarmed as he looked on, unable to suppress a startled exclamation. That's right. Wang Hao looked at Jiang Ning in astonishment. This was indeed the legend of Manhwa creating humanity. Does Jiang Ning know about this? Jiang Ning didn't answer but instead looked at the next mural. Next, Manhwa mending the sky, swear and obtaining fire, and other mythological tales all appeared in the murals. However, there were also some differences from Earth. For example, swear and obtaining fire was not about swear and discovering the fire seed and teaching humans to preserve it. In this world, swear and obtained fire by using his divine power to draw the celestial fire from the sun and bring it to the human realm, thereby granting ordinary humans the ability to use fire. The final two murals depict the story of this great being who created the sacred tower, forging it and battling against extraterrestrial races. After viewing all the murals, Jiang Ning closed his eyes and organized the information he had gathered. It now seemed likely that the so-called foreign races were the descendants of the primordial gods and demons who had been born alongside Pangu in the chaos. No wonder their power is so formidable. After all, they are the descendants of gods and demons, with the blood of gods and demons flowing through their veins. Even after so many years, their bloodline power has grown sparse. But the human race was merely created by Manhwa, so the gap between the two is unimaginable. But what does any of this have to do with the inheritance of the giant strength general? Jiang Ning couldn't figure it out. But just then, Shi Xian suddenly exclaimed in alarm, something's wrong. Look at the little fish. What's happening to her? Xiao Yu? Jiang Ning looked over in astonishment. There, the little girl was emitting a faint glow. Within the glow, the 9 murals seemed to come to life, continuously reenacting the scenes depicted within them. These murals are actually martial arts techniques? Chapter 153, The Air. Everyone was utterly stunned. These murals were actually a complete martial arts technique. Zhou Xiaoyu, enveloped in a glow, unconsciously began cultivating within the light. Just as Jiang Ning thought the seal within the young girl's body was about to be broken, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, a chain burst forth from the young girl's dantian, violently the runes on the murals, as if resisting Zhou Xiaoyu's absorption of the runes and the inheritance. The runes, upon seeing this mysterious chain, scattered in all directions like mice seeing a cat. What on earth was happening? Jiang Ning and the others were even more baffled. The runes on the wall paintings seemed to fear this chain. What exactly was this chain? How had it ended up inside Xiaoyu? Even the well-traveled Wang Hao and Qi Xian were at a loss for words. Just then, under the influence of the chain, the murals once again returned to their ordinary appearance. Zhou Xiaoyu opened his eyes and said, "Brother, the little person says that the divine general's lineage is too low, he doesn't deserve me." Jiang Ning and the others were speechless. This was the inheritance of the giant strength divine general, one of the 10 divine generals under the divine attendant. Though it couldn't compare to the divine attendant. But it was still an existence that had transcended the immortal path. Yet in the little one's mouth, it was deemed too low in rank. The three looked at each other, unable to find words to describe their current emotions. Since the young disciple cannot accept the inheritance, how are we supposed to leave? Qi Xian posed the most critical question. That's right, only by accepting the inheritance can we leave. Now that the little girl can't accept the inheritance, doesn't that mean they'll be trapped here forever? Why don't I give it a try? Jiang Ning said, deciding to give it a try. Then, under the expectant gazes of Wang Hao and Qi Xian, Jiang Ning stepped forward and reached out to touch the wall. However, after waiting for a long time, the wall showed no reaction at all. There's nothing I can do, I can't do it either. Jiang Ning shook his head. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a situation. Unfortunately, the system was still in cooldown mode, otherwise, he could have tried using it to see if there was a solution. Why don't I give it a try? Wang Hao took a deep breath. Such an extraordinary inheritance is bound to have a certain level of self-awareness. If Jiang Ning can't even handle it, then he probably didn't stand much of a chance either. But it's worth a try. Wang Hao quickly stepped forward and placed both hands on the wall. The awkward part was, the wall remained completely unresponsive. Sure enough, even Jiang Ning couldn't get a response from the inheritance, so I probably can't either. Wang Hao shook his head dejectedly. Could it be that they were truly destined to remain trapped here, waiting for others to arrive until a successor emerged? Qi Xian, why don't you give it a try? Jiang Ning turned to Qi Xian. As the heir of the Qi family, Qi Xian's talent was no inferior to anyone else. It was merely because the Qi family had fallen into decline, causing his combat strength to lag slightly behind the other geniuses. But the gap wasn't significant. Me? Qi Xian paused for a moment before shaking his head and saying, if even you can't do it, how could I? Jiang Ning and Wang Hao had both tried, but to no avail. Qi Xian didn't believe he could achieve anything either. What if there is a chance? Wang Hao also looked at Qi Xian. This level of inheritance isn't something that can be determined by talent alone. Besides, your talent isn't any worse than mine. Give it a try, what if? What if it does? Qi Xian took a deep breath. To say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. If he could obtain this inheritance, even if the Qi family couldn't advance further, they could at least maintain their position among the 5 great clans. Let's give it a try. With that thought in mind, Qi Xian stepped forward and placed his hand on the wall. Hum. As a loud rumble echoed, the mysterious patterns that had appeared in the mural earlier reappeared. Rays of white light illuminated the entire hall, and Qi Xian, bathed in the glow, appeared incredibly sacred. Is it done? Jiang Ning and Wang Hao were both taken aback. They never expected Qi Xian to actually gain recognition from the inheritance. However, the two did not feel jealous. Instead, they were genuinely happy for Qi Xian. Jiang Ning, let's protect Qi Xian. Once he's accepted the inheritance, we'll discuss the rest. All right. Jiang Ning nodded. The two sat cross-legged and began to protect Qi Xian. At the same time, on the other side, in another spacious hall, Sun Fian and the others were gathered around an incense burner, their hands forming magical gestures, seemingly in deep contemplation. After a long time, a genius from Yuzhou sighed helplessly, stood up, and said, I was kicked out of the meditation. I didn't pass the test of inheritance. After speaking, the Yuzhou prodigy stepped aside, his face filled with regret. Just a moment later, the other 2 Yuzhou geniuses also awoke from their meditation with expressions of regret, unwillingly withdrawing from their contemplation. Is this really the inheritance? Even Sun Fian was now feeling a bit lost. Since entering this grand hall, they had received instructions from the so-called hall spirit, stating that only by meditating on the incense burner and comprehending the inheritance within it could they proceed to the next stage. However, given their talents, after meditating for so long, they hadn't grasped anything. There's nothing we can do, I can't do it either. At that moment, Xiaoang also stepped back, his face filled with disappointment. Everyone knew. Once one accepted the inheritance from the incense burner, they would inevitably rise to the heavens and trample all other geniuses underfoot. But now, they had lost that opportunity. All they could do was look to the leader in Zhang Tang. If even they couldn't manage it, then this inheritance was probably fake. A genius from Yuzhou muttered under his breath. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Tang and Sun Fian, who were sitting around the incense burner, suddenly snapped out of their trance. What the hell? Are they playing with us? We were so close. I was just about to figure it out. Why did they kick me out? Zhang Tang stood up angrily and kicked the incense burner. During the inheritance trial earlier, he had felt that he was just a hair's breadth away from passing the test. But at the crucial moment, he was forcibly kicked out. Ha, with your way of thinking, the only path left for you is to lose control and go mad. Sun Fian also stood up, his expression relatively calm. Oomph. Zhang Tang merely snorted coldly, refusing to argue. However, it wasn't because he agreed with Sun Fian, it was because he couldn't afford to offend her yet. Since none of you can obtain the inheritance, how are we supposed to get out? Xiaoang asked the most critical question, and everyone's brows furrowed instantly. However, just as they were discussing their plans, a flash of light suddenly appeared in the hall. There stood Lu Meng, whose wounds had healed by more than half, appearing in the hall. As Lu Meng appeared, the incense burner suddenly burst into brilliant light. Chapter 154, The Inheritance Square. Everyone was still stunned by Lu Meng's arrival when they noticed the incense burner reacting, leaving them with mixed feelings. What are you all staring at me for? Lu Meng, feeling uneasy under their stares, couldn't help but ask. Originally, he had been severely injured and had no intention of entering the sacred palace. But for some reason, after the sacred palace opened, a beam of light shot out and healed most of his injuries. Lu Meng thought to himself. He must be the chosen one, and the treasures within the sacred palace must belong to him. This was fate guiding him forward. Therefore, Lu Meng entered the holy palace without hesitation. Little did she know that upon arriving, she encountered Sun Fian and Zhang Tang. You're just in time. Sun Fian's eyes darted around, and he said, come try and see if you can pass the inheritance test. The inheritance? Lu Meng was taken aback for a moment, then his heart filled with joy. Hadn't he come here specifically to receive the inheritance? Approaching the incense burner, Lu Meng took a deep breath and slowly crossed his legs to sit down. Hum. As soon as Lu Meng sat down, the incense burner suddenly erupted with a deafening roar. Then, a painting flew out of the incense burner. What was written on the painting, the others could not see clearly, only Lu Meng could see. Is this the inheritance? Lu Meng was filled with excitement. He was confident that once he accepted this inheritance, he could crush Jiangning under his feet. Seeing that Lu Meng had accepted the inheritance without any trials, Sun Fian and the others were also deeply shocked. It seems the inheritance has chosen Lu Meng. This kid. Zhang Tong's expression was complicated. If he hadn't known that the inheritance couldn't be taken by force, he would have acted already. Just as Lu Meng was accepting the inheritance, in another grand hall, Qi Xian had reached the final moment of accepting his own inheritance. But at that moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared in the hall, followed by a figure descending into the chamber. Jiang Ning and Wang Hao immediately looked up. The newcomer was merely an ordinary golden core realm cultivator. Upon seeing Qi Xian and Wang Hao, the two prodigies of Shuzhou, he immediately became subdued, standing obediently to the side without asking or looking, simply meditating in silence. People from outside were already entering one after another. Wang Hao furrowed his brows. Inside the hall, they couldn't sense the passage of time and had no idea how long it had been outside. It seems that the Holy Palace has been fully activated. Jiang Ning also spoke, and both of them turned their gaze toward Qi Xian, who was still receiving the inheritance. At that moment, Qi Xian's body had already undergone some visible changes. The original Qi Xian. Though not particularly handsome, but he was the type of elegant young gentleman. But now, after inheriting the legacy of the giant force general, Qi Xian's physique had transformed into that of Chaoan, a massive, muscular figure. His entire body brims with explosive strength, and the muscles on his arms seem ready to burst through his skin, resembling struggling dragons. Hum. As a thunderous roar echoed, the light surrounding Qi Xian's body gradually faded away. Qi Xian stood up, his eyes betraying an inexplicable sense of world weariness. His aura was now inwardly restrained, as if he had been reborn. Thank you both for protecting me. Although his appearance had changed, Qi Xian's personality remained the same as ever. No need to thank us. Now that you've accepted the inheritance, you should be able to leave, right? Jiang Ning spoke, glancing toward the center of the hall. In an instant, a circular formation appeared in the hall. This is a teleportation array. Wang Hao exclaimed with delight, finally, we can leave. Let's go. Jiang Ning stood up first, taking Zhou Xiaoyu's hand, and walked toward the teleportation array. Behind them, Wang Hao and Qi Xian hurriedly followed. As he stepped onto the teleportation array, Wang Hao glanced at the golden core cultivator still meditating at the edge of the hall. Let's go together. Seeing Wang Hao speak so decisively, the golden core cultivator finally followed him in a hurry. With a loud clatter. As a beam of light flashed, Jiang Ning felt a sudden dizziness. Immediately afterward, a tearing sensation swept over him. Once these sensations faded, Jiang Ning realized that the group had arrived at a square. Surrounding the square were 10 bronze statues, 9 of which were covered in copper rust. Only one statue, holding a giant axe, was free of rust, appearing as though it were brand new. In the center of the square, there were 3 white jade statues surrounding a statue made of an unknown material. At that moment, all the statues were dim and lifeless, devoid of any luster. These were the giant strength generals. Qi Xian looked at the only statue without rust and said, I have seen his appearance in the. Is this the giant strength general? Jiang Ning and the others also looked over. If that's the case, these 10 statues must refer to the 10 divine generals under the command of the divine servant, right? Jiang Ning said, then looked at the 4 statues in the center of the square. Each divine general corresponds to a grand hall, meaning there are 10 grand halls where one can receive the inheritance. Then, the 3 side halls correspond to those 3 statues. The statue in the center must correspond to the so-called divine attendant himself. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's analysis, Wang Hao agreed, that should be correct. It is said that the divine attendant has 3 great kings under his command. These 3 statues must be those 3 great kings, right? Jiang Ning nodded and continued, in other words, after the inheritance of the 10 divine generals is fully passed down, the inheritance of the 3 great kings will be unlocked. And after the 3 great kings' inheritance, only then will the divine attendant's inheritance begin. It seems that reaching the divine servant's inheritance will still take some time. However, that's not a problem. For now, it seems we haven't encountered any danger yet. Just as Jiang Ning had this thought, the 10 statues, except for the statue of the giant strength divine general, all had a celestial canopy floating above their heads. The scenes within these celestial canopies were those of the inheritance halls. Some scenes showed cultivators receiving the inheritance. In others, the scenes were completely empty. Are those places uninhabited? Wang Hao asked in confusion. If there really is no one there, can they also enter and receive the inheritance? After all, it's just a try, and there's no danger. If we encounter someone who can receive the inheritance, we can just leave. As if in response to Wang Hao's thoughts, within the light screen, a group of unknown creatures suddenly appeared in the grand hall where everyone had lost their inheritance qualifications. As soon as they appeared, they launched an attack on the cultivators in the hall. In just a few breaths, all the cultivators were devoured by the unknown creatures. After killing all the cultivators who were unqualified to inherit the legacy, the hall returned to its previous state, as if no one had ever been there. Even from the sky, the scene was incredibly brutal. Holy crap, if you can't inherit the legacy, you have to die? The few people present were left speechless. Especially the last one to arrive, a cultivator at the Golden Core realm, who looked utterly terrified. Chapter 155. No, why? If it weren't for Wang Hao's kindness in reminding him to leave together, perhaps he would be among the dead cultivators now. Master Wang, you saved my life. I have no way to repay you. The cultivator hurriedly bowed his hands in gratitude and vowed in his heart that if he could survive and leave, he would find a way to join the Wang family and repay the debt of his life. At that moment, at the inheritance square, those who witnessed the scene were all deeply shaken. Thankfully, they had left the hall in time. Otherwise, who knows what terrifying unknown creatures might have emerged from within. At that moment, on the heritage square, another statue lit up once more. Immediately afterward, a light gate opened, and several figures emerged from within. Lu Meng, Zhang Teng, and Xin Fian. Jiang Ning's expression grew solemn. Especially upon seeing Lu Meng in her current state, Jiang Ning's brows furrowed even more deeply. Compared to before, Lu Meng now appeared even weaker, yet also more alluring. Yes. Jiang Ning could no longer find the right words to describe Lu Meng at that moment. He could only reluctantly use the word alluring to summarize her appearance. Lu Meng's eyes were like they were coated in black eyeliner, and her eyelashes looked as though she was wearing false ones. Especially her nails and posture. A grown man walking with a swaying hips, his black, slender nails curled upward in a seductive manner, giving off an indescribable sense of strangeness. But that was secondary. The most striking thing was the aura Lu Meng was emanating, which made people feel drowsy. Such a noticeable change could only mean that Lu Meng had received the inheritance of one of the 10 divine generals. And yet, Sun Fian and Zhang Tang, the top geniuses of Yuzhou and Shuzhou, had not received the inheritance. Jiang Ning, what a coincidence we meet again. Lu Meng glared coldly at them, her pupils glowing in unsettling black. Anyone who met her gaze felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over them. This is bad. The inheritance Lu Meng received is that of the Soul Dream Divine General, the Thousand Dreams Path. Wang Hao frowned and said, "Everyone, don't look into his eyes." Qian Meng Dao? Shi Xian and the others immediately sucked in a cold breath. Fearing Jiang Ning didn't understand, Wang Hao explained, the Thousand Dreams Path uses dreams to attain enlightenment, specializing in killing within dreams, making it impossible to defend against. Furthermore, the Thousand Dreams Path possesses hypnotic abilities. Anyone who makes eye contact with the practitioner will be forcibly dragged into their dreams and tortured until they wish they were dead. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, nodded, and indicated he understood. This Qian Meng Dao is indeed formidable, but it's not something to fear. At that moment, another statue lit up, and several unfamiliar figures emerged from the light portal. Jiang Ning remembered. The celestial canopy above this statue did not display scenes of unknown creatures slaughtering cultivators, which could only mean that the inheritance within had already found a suitable candidate. However, the faces of these individuals were entirely unfamiliar. Neither Jiang Ning nor Wang Hao had ever seen them before. Su Ran? However, Qi Xian furrowed his brows and called out the name of the leader. Qi Xiao. Upon seeing Qi Xian, Su Ren raised his eyebrows slightly. As successors of the 10 divine generals, they could sense each other's presence. At a glance, the two recognized each other as successors of the 10 divine generals. I didn't expect you to have obtained the inheritance either. Qi Xian's expression grew solemn. It seems that your Su family is destined to sever ties with my Qi family this time. Hearing Qi Xian speak thus, everyone finally remembered. The Qi family had a relatively powerful third-rate family under its command, the Su family. Over the years, as the Qi family declined, the Su family gradually developed a desire to break away, but they lacked a leader capable of guiding them out of the Qi family's influence. Now, the emergence of Su Ren has filled this gap. Once they emerge from the Holy Palace, the Su family will undoubtedly launch a rebellion against the Qi family. At this thought, Jiang Ning and the others couldn't help but grow solemn. The relationship between Qi Xian and Su Ren clearly made it impossible for them to stand on the same side. With 3 successors having emerged, 2 of them have already taken opposing sides, which is highly disadvantageous for future actions. Recalling this incident, Lu Meng also excitedly approached Su Ren. Su Ren, my brother, as successors of the 10 divine generals, we belong to the same faction. Whether we're inside this sacred palace or outside, we can provide you with any assistance you need. The meaning was clear. If Su Ren allies with them, once they leave this place, even if the Su family were to rebel, the families behind them would provide support. Su Ren agreed without hesitation, saying, "Of course. We are all descendants of the divine generals, we should naturally be on the same side." The situation on the field shifted once more. Jiang Ning and the others seemed to be at a disadvantage, while Lu Meng and the others stood by, watching intently, as if ready to act at any moment. But just then, the fourth statue lit up once more. Everyone now understood the significance of the statue lighting up. It signaled the arrival of a new heir. Everyone looked on with curiosity, waiting for this heir who could change the current situation to appear. Moments later, the light pillar faded away. However, the person who emerged from the light gate left Jiang Ning and the others speechless. Li Mu, how could it be you? These four were not Li Mu, Mo Hai, Wu Qinghai, and Lu the Scarred. Lord Jiang Ning. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, the four of them wore expressions of joy. We don't know what happened either. We were just staying outside the Holy Palace, but we were suddenly swept in by a mysterious force. We were trapped in a grand hall, where the hall spirit forced us to accept the inheritance of four so-called divine generals before letting us leave. Yes, Lord Jiangning, we're not cut out for this. You have no idea how much suffering we endured and how much injustice we endured. Lord Jiangning, we're suffering so much. The group spoke one after another about their ordeal after Jiang Ning left. Even the usually composed Scarred Lu couldn't help but sigh deeply. Upon hearing their words, everyone present was completely baffled. Even Jiang Ning was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wait, you're saying that the four of you all received the inheritance of a divine general? Was it the palace spirit who forced you to accept it? The one who couldn't handle it the most was Su Ren. Only he and a few companions knew how much they had sacrificed to pass the divine general's trial. They had even nearly been rejected by the divine general's inheritance, nearly losing their lives and their paths. And these four people before them, clearly middle-aged cultivators whose innate talents had been nearly exhausted, were being forced to accept the inheritance? No. What gives them the right? Because they're old and don't bathe? People are so unfair. After the initial confusion, deep fear set in. Even Lu Meng unconsciously took a few steps back. With Li Mu and the other four, Jiang Ning's side now had 5 divine general successors. 5 of them. There are only 10 divine general successors in total. Chapter 156, The 10 Heirs, the Spirit of the Succession. The 10 divine general successors. 6 have already appeared, leaving 4 yet to emerge. Even if the remaining 4 heirs were to side with Lu Meng, it would not pose a significant threat to Jiang Ning and the others. Lu Meng and the others had also come to understand this, and for a moment, they looked at each other in silence. However, just then, a dull rumbling sound broke the oppressive atmosphere. One of the remaining 4 statues suddenly emitted a brilliant light. Immediately afterward, the light gate reappeared, and one figure after another emerged from within. From Yuzhou? Upon seeing the arrivals, Sun Fian's expression grew serious, and he spoke in a stern voice. Yuzhou? Everyone present heard Sun Fian's words and immediately turned their attention to the newly arrived successors. Yuzhou and Shuzhou, though part of the 9 provinces, were located on the outskirts of the small holy realm, separated from the other provinces by a deep abyss. Therefore, it was rare to see cultivators from other states in these 2 regions. Now, a genius from Yuzhou had appeared. How could this not be surprising? You must know. Yuzhou is separated from Shu and Yu by not just thousands of miles, but also by Jingzhou and the Yinshan Valley, a place cursed by heaven. To traverse such a distance is no easy feat. The leading genius from Yuzhou was also taken aback upon seeing Sun Fian, and exclaimed in astonishment, Sun Fian, when did you bring people to the Yunshan Valley? Yunsheng Valley? Sun Fian furrowed his brows. Zhang Shan, what nonsense are you talking about? What Yunshan Valley? This is clearly Shuzhou. Shuzhou? What Shuzhou? This is clearly the Yunshan Valley. The Yuzhou prodigy named Zhang Shan also furrowed his brows tightly. The 2 exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss. Wait. Let me explain our situation first. Zhang Shan surveyed the area and said, Yuzhou has always been adjacent to the Fallen God Valley. A month ago, an unusual phenomenon occurred in the Yinshan Valley, resembling the emergence of a precious treasure. Several nearby states heard the news and rushed to the valley. As Zhang Shan continued his account, everyone finally pieced together the situation. Within the Yunshan Valley, geniuses from several states discovered a palace that had never been seen before. They had assumed the treasure was within the palace. However, it turned out to be connected to the inheritance of the 10 divine generals. To obtain the inheritance, the geniuses from several states fought to the death, with many losing their lives. Later, although they managed to enter the inheritance hall, they despairingly discovered that not everyone could pass the inheritance trial. Those who failed the trials were attacked by unknown creatures and died instantly. As one of the top geniuses of Yuzhou, Jiang Shan naturally passed the inheritance trial and obtained the inheritance of a divine general. He had thought that after inheriting the legacy, greater opportunities would follow, but instead, he encountered the geniuses from Shu and Yu states here. Shortly thereafter, Sun Fian also told Zhang Shan about some of the events that had occurred here. This means that the divine general's inheritance may not be limited to Shu State and the Fallen Gods Valley, but could exist throughout the entire 9 states? If that is the case, then they might encounter geniuses from the other 6 states in the future. The geniuses from places like Suzhou, Yuzhou, and Yuzhou are still manageable, as they are considered remote regions. Even if they are exceptionally talented, they are still on par with one another. But if they encounter super geniuses from states like Suzhou, Yangzhou, or Zhongzhou, that would be a completely different story. These three regions are located in the central area of the small Holy Realm, the most prosperous region. They naturally have the most resources. Those super geniuses born in the three central states are raised from childhood with an abundance of resources. Combined with their innate talent, their combat strength far surpasses that of geniuses from the more remote regions. Sun Fian knew of a genius from the Wei family in Yangzhou who had already entered the Golden Core realm and possessed strength rivaling that of the nascent Soul realm. But here, whether it's herself, Lu Meng, or Jiang Ning, they all still fall within the realm of ordinary humans. No matter how extraordinary they are, they do not possess the strength of the Golden Core realm. No, that's not right. Jiang Ning is an exception. This is an anomaly who, even if the Forging Body realm, possesses combat power far surpassing that of the Golden Core realm. If Jiang Ning were to break through to the Golden Core realm, perhaps he could match the top geniuses of the three central states, whose Golden Core power could rival that of the nascent Soul realm. However, compared to the super geniuses of the central three states, Jiang Ning still falls short. Just as everyone's thoughts grew heavy, the final three statues suddenly lit up. Immediately afterward, three light gates appeared. From each light gate emerged a different number of cultivators. Among them were young prodigies, disheveled middle-aged cultivators, and even elderly men with hunched backs. From their attire, it was clear they hailed from different provinces. Some were from Qingzhou, some from Yangzhou, and others from Jizhou. Based on their attire, the crowd recognized the three disciples of the divine generals. However, the prodigy from Su province whom Sun Fian feared the most did not appear. The heir from Su province was instead a disheveled middle-aged wandering cultivator. Everyone was present. The descendants from the three later states hadn't had time to understand the situation when they saw the statue representing the divine servants suddenly light up in the center of the square. A voice then echoed throughout the entire venue. Those who have come here are all blessed with great fortune, especially those who have received the inheritance of the divine generals. I, an old man, congratulate you all here. Who are you? Who dares to speak so boldly? Come forth. However, the subsequent heirs, upon hearing this voice, immediately went on high alert. It was clear. Their previous experiences had not been pleasant. I am the spirit of the divine servant's lineage, tasked with finding the most suitable successor for the divine servant. The voice continued. Now, I shall impart the rules of succession to all of you. First, you are fortunate to have the opportunity to receive the divine servant's inheritance. However, I must regretfully inform those who have accepted the divine general's inheritance. Your innate talents have been deemed insufficient by the divine servant, yet you have been chosen by the divine general. You will lose your eligibility to receive the divine servant's inheritance. Of course. You also have no qualifications for the inheritance of the three great kings. As soon as the words of the succession spirit were spoken, those who had received the divine general's inheritance were immediately thrown into chaos. Everyone knew. The 10 divine generals were merely warriors under the command of the divine attendants. Besides the divine attendants' inheritance, they didn't even qualify for the three great kings' inheritance. Moreover, the spirit of the inheritance paid no heed to the heir's dissatisfaction and continued. Moreover, obtaining the divine general's inheritance comes at a price. In the future, whoever obtains the divine attendant's lineage will have to unconditionally obey the divine attendant's commands. Upon hearing this, the disciples, who had not yet recovered from their shock, grew even more furious. At that moment, Jiang Ning, however, fell into deep thought. He seemed to have thought of an unlikely possibility. Chapter 157, The Side Hall. However, this was merely Jiang Ning's personal speculation. The specifics would depend on how events unfolded in the future. Jiang Ning did not voice his speculation but instead waited until that moment to make his plans. At that moment, the spirit of succession had already explained all the rules. The rules of the inheritance are now known to all. Since that is the case, let us proceed to the side hall. The side hall is the place where the three great kings under the divine servant pass down their inheritance. Those cultivators who had not received the inheritance from the divine generals had previously looked distressed. But upon learning the rules, they all broke into smiles. Boom! Moments later, a thunderous clap echoed through the air. 3 beams of light appeared in the central area of the square. The voice of the inheritance spirit sounded once more. The gates leading to the side halls are now open to all of you. You may choose freely. Of course, unlike before, you may freely choose among the 3 side halls. Even if one cannot be inherited, you may try the next one. Furthermore, there is no danger this time. Upon hearing this, everyone present, except for the successors of the divine generals, became excited. Let's go! Zhang Teng laughed heartily and said to Chaoang. Originally, Lu Meng, who had inherited the legacy of the Dream Divine General, already felt he had the upper hand. Even Zhang Teng had even begun to doubt himself. whether his natural talent was truly inferior to Lu Meng's. But now it seems unlikely. Rather, his talent surpasses Lu Meng's, and it is likely that the inheritance of the three great kings, or even the inheritance of the divine servants, is waiting for him. There were many cultivators who shared Zhang Tang's thoughts. After seeing Zhang Tang lead Chaoang into a light gate, Sun Fian also chuckled and led the geniuses of Yuzhou into the second light gate. Let's go too. Immediately afterward, Zhang Shan of Yuzhou and the geniuses from the other states also chose different light gates to enter. In just a few breaths, the once bustling inheritance square was left with only Jiang Ning's group and the successors of the 10 divine generals. Jiang Ning, what should we do? Wang Hao looked at Jiang Ning with a worried expression. Now, no matter which light gate we choose, there are already people inside. Although inheritance is entirely determined by one's talent and fortune, and has nothing to do with who arrives first. But if someone else accepts the inheritance before us, the pressure will be overwhelming. Just pick one at random. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and then led Zhou Xiaoyu toward the light gate with the fewest people. Wang Hao, seeing this, hurriedly followed behind. Others entering the side hall either traveled in groups or in pairs. If they encountered someone like Zhang Tang, who harbored hostility toward them, it would be troublesome. As the three entered the light gate, a loud rumble echoed. Moments later, Jiang Ning felt the world spin before his eyes. When his vision stabilized, he found himself deep within a bamboo forest. A bamboo forest? Aren't we supposed to be going to the side hall? How did we end up in a bamboo forest? Wang Hao asked in confusion. We clearly entered the side hall, but how did a bamboo forest appear here? Moreover, at the very center of the bamboo grove, there was a small wooden house with 3 rooms. In front of the wooden house, several cultivators who had previously entered the light gate were sitting cross-legged. Upon seeing more people arrive, the cultivators snapped out of their meditation and glared at Wang Hao, saying, "You ignorant fool. This is indeed the side hall. The reason it looks like this is because we haven't passed the trial set by the Heavenly King yet." Another trial? Wang Hao took a deep breath but soon relaxed. The 3 Heavenly Kings are beings even more powerful than divine generals. At this level of power, what's so difficult about passing down the legacy? After all, this isn't just about ascending to the heavens, it's about true transcendence. Despite being scolded, Wang Hao didn't get angry. Instead, he also made his way to the wooden house, sat cross-legged, and prepared to receive the inheritance. "Little fish, why don't you give it a try too?" The young girl nodded. She had already regained her senses and came to the front of the wooden house, sitting cross-legged like the others. Jiang Ning watched the scene in silence. He had no interest in accepting any inheritance. He believed it would cause him to lose his true self. Moreover, with the system by his side, the significance of inheritance to him was not great. Soon, Zhou Xiaoyu was the first to awaken from his meditation, approaching Jiang Ning with a look of grievance. "Brother," the little guy said not to meddle. "HM?" Jiang Ning was slightly startled, recalling his earlier guess, and hurriedly asked, "What else did the little one say?" Zhou Xiaoyu tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying, "He also asked me who I think would be a better candidate for this inheritance." "What did you say?" Jiang Ning asked anxiously. Of course, it should go to brother Wang Hao. Although the little girl hadn't spent much time with Wang Hao and the others, for some reason, she trusted Wang Hao quite a lot. Sometimes, she even took the initiative to talk to Wang Hao. Wang Hao, on the other hand, patiently answered whatever the little girl asked. "Is that so?" Jiang Ning stroked his chin. Before Jiang Ning could organize his thoughts, he saw the cultivators sitting cross-legged in front of the wooden house, all opening their eyes. What's going on? Someone actually passed the graduate school entrance exam? So fast? Who could it be? No, it's that newcomer. Soon, someone noticed that something was off with Wang Hao. This kid was clearly the last one to arrive and the last one to participate in the assessment. Yet he left them all behind and passed the inheritance test directly. Unbelievable. One of the cultivators, his eyes flashing with anger, drew a sword and lunged at Wang Hao's back. Bang! However, before the sword tip could reach him, a beam of light shot out from the wooden house, piercing the cultivator who had attempted the sneak attack. "Those who obstruct the air shall be killed without mercy." The voice of the inheritance spirit rang out once more. Having learned from the previous incident, the others dared not utter another word. "Quick, let's hurry to the other side halls. We still have a chance." "Right, the inheritance here is already lost. Let's go elsewhere first. Perhaps we are better suited for the inheritance of other heavenly kings." The remaining cultivators quickly left the wooden house, stepped out of the light gate, and headed off to accept other inheritances. "Xiaoyu, let's go take a look too," Jiang Ning said with a flick of his mind, taking Xiaoyu with him to the other side halls. As for Wang Hao's situation, since the inheritance had begun and couldn't be disrupted, there was no need to guard Wang Hao anymore. Returning to the inheritance square, Li Mu and the others immediately gathered around. When they saw that Wang Hao hadn't come out, Qi Xian excitedly said, "Jiang Ning brother, has Wang Hao passed the Heavenly King's trial and is preparing to receive the inheritance?" Jiang Ning nodded and said, "Indeed. Xiao Yu and I plan to check out the other side halls, perhaps we'll find something unexpected. Thus, Jiang Ning led Zhou Xiaoyu toward the second light gate. Chapter 158, How could it be him? If Jiang Ning remembered correctly, Sun Fian and the other geniuses from Yuzhou had entered this second light gate. The prodigy from Yuzhou, Zhang Shan, had also entered the second light gate. Compared to the other two inheritance side halls, the competition pressure in this second inheritance side hall should be the greatest. After entering the light gate with Zhou Xiaoyu, Jiang Ning could clearly see the scene inside. It was a place resembling a grassland, but there was a huge lake in the distance. Sun Fian, Zhang Shan, and the other cultivators were sitting by the lake, holding fishing rods, just like the other cultivators. Could this be the inheritance trial? Jiang Ning was stunned, but quickly furrowed his brows. He noticed that the air was filled with a faint scent of blood, and in the distance, there were several corpses. Before the corpses, a young boy was kneeling and sobbing uncontrollably. It seemed that a fierce battle had taken place here earlier. Jiang Ning murmured softly, noticing that everyone was engrossed in fishing, so he decided to be the first to enter the inheritance side hall to take a look. But as Jiang Ning turned around, he felt a strong gust of wind behind him. Master, please take me as your disciple. I must avenge my family. The one who came forward was the same young boy who had been kneeling before the corpse, sobbing. Take me as your disciple? Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh. He was only at the body tempering realm, while the young man had already reached the foundation establishment realm. In this world, there was no such thing as a foundation establishment cultivator taking a body tempering cultivator as a disciple. Moreover, Jiang Ning looked at the youth. Why do you think that by becoming my disciple, I can avenge you? The young man took a deep breath, knelt down, and said, Because I can see that many of them fear you. Moreover, the disciples of the 10 divine generals all treat you with utmost respect, addressing you as sir. I'm sure your future abilities will surpass even those of the divine generals. Jiang Ning was somewhat surprised. This young man was indeed perceptive. Earlier at the inheritance square, the attitudes of Li Mu and the others toward him had all been noticed by this young man. If that's the case, why do you think I agreed to your request? What do you think I can gain from you? Jiang Ning stared at the youth without expression. I never make deals that aren't worth it. The young man finally looked up, his eyes filled with sincerity, loyalty. Once I've avenged my family, if you order Wu Jie to die, he won't even bat an eyelid. Jiang Ning chuckled. So this young man was named Wu Jie. He did have some courage and insight. Although Jiang Ning had no intention of taking on a disciple, he considered a certain possibility and decided to accept Wu Jie. Or perhaps, to take in one of the future 3 great kings. I'm sorry. Jiang Ning smiled and looked at Wu Jie. I don't take disciples. Seeing Wu Jie's expression darken instantly, Jiang Ning quickly changed the subject. However, you can take her as your master. Saying this, Jiang Ning pulled Zhou Xiaoyu in front of him. Her? Wu Jie was taken aback. The little girl in front of him was clearly just an ordinary person. How could he be asked to acknowledge her as his master? But Wu Jie quickly snapped out of it and hurriedly knelt down, saying, Wu Jie greets his master. Then, Wu Jie stood up straight, stuck out his tongue, and spat a drop of blood onto the ground, pointing his fingers toward the sky and declaring, I, Wu Jie, swear an oath to the heavens here and now, I shall recognize you as my master for the rest of my life. Wu Jie didn't know Zhou Xiaoyu's name yet, so he looked to Jiang Ning for help. Zhou Xiaoyu. Jiang Ning said indifferently. I, Wu Jie, hereby swear allegiance to Zhou Xiaoyu as my master. Should I ever break this oath, I shall surely face the retribution of the heavens. In a moment of confusion, an unknown force enveloped Zhou Xiaoyu and Wu Jie. At this moment, the oath was sealed. Wu Jie will never betray Zhou Xiaoyu for all eternity. Very well. Jiang Ning was highly satisfied. Wu Jie did not hesitate in the slightest despite Zhou Xiaoyu being an ordinary mortal, which clearly demonstrated his immense courage and resolve. Since the other party was so considerate, Jiang Ning didn't mind giving him a little sweetener. With that thought, Jiang Ning looked at Zhou Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, contact the little guy and see if we can arrange for the inheritance of the second heavenly king to be passed on to Wu Jie. Zhou Xiaoyu obediently nodded and closed his eyes, attempting to communicate with the little person. Moments later, Zhou Xiaoyu opened his eyes and said, Brother, the little person said it's possible. The little guy said that the inheritance of the feathered heavenly king is quite compatible with Wu Jie. Jiang Ning nodded and then looked at Wu Jie. Are you willing to accept the inheritance of the feathered heavenly king? What? Wu Jie looked at Jiang Ning in confusion, then smiled helplessly and said, Sir, who wouldn't want to rise to the top overnight? But do I have the qualifications? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning laughed heartily and said, As long as you're willing, nothing is impossible. With that, Jiang Ning nodded at Zhou Xiaoyu, and the little girl, knowing when to back off, closed her eyes again. The inheritance is a two-way journey. The inheritor selects the one to be inherited. Those who are chosen naturally have the right to choose as well, so Jiang Ning naturally had to ask Wu Jie clearly if he wanted to accept the inheritance. At that moment, Wu Jie was still in a daze. When Jiang Ning asked him if he wanted to accept the inheritance, he naturally wanted to. But he didn't qualify. Although the lake where the inheritance was passed down was boundless, the meditation cushions on the shore were limited in number. Otherwise, his relatives wouldn't have clashed with others and perished. He had thought Jiang Ning was just asking casually, but what shocked Wu Jia was that a beam of light suddenly burst forth from the lake behind him and enveloped his body. Wu Jia was completely dumbfounded. After the confusion came endless shock and excitement. At this point, how could he not understand? This Jiang Ning could clearly control these inheritances. He could bestow them upon whomever he pleased. This is clearly a case of hitching a ride on a powerful figure. Ha! What's going on? The inheritance of the feathered heavenly king has appeared? Who is it? Who passed the trial? By the shore. With the appearance of the inheritance, the cultivators on the enlightenment meditation cushions all awoke, looking blankly at the inheritance in the lake. It was a pure white, sacred feather, containing the legacy of the feathered heavenly king. Whoever obtains it will ascend to the heavens in an instant. As long as they did not fall, they would inevitably become supreme beings transcending the immortal path in the future. Yet at that moment, this overwhelming fortune did not choose any of them on the shore, but instead drifted toward those behind them. What's going on? We're all here receiving the inheritance, yet not a single one has chosen us? Damn it, who can tell me what's going on here? Jiang Ning? Could it be that the inheritance of the feathered heavenly king has chosen Jiang Ning? If it's Jiang Ning, they could still accept it. However, the feathers didn't drift toward Jiang Ning, but toward the young man in front of him. Is it him? How is that possible? Damn it! Among the crowd of cultivators, the wandering cultivator from Suzhou had a face as dark as night. He had originally chosen the third light gate, just like Jiang Ning, but after the inheritance was obtained by Wang Hao, he came to the second one. To secure one of the limited spots, he had killed someone. The person he killed was none other than Wu Jia's relative. Chapter 159, The Wandering Cultivator to Obahan. Now, if Wu Jia were to inherit the legacy of the feathered heavenly king, he would undoubtedly pay with his life. But the rules of the inheritance are such that once it begins, no one can stop it. There's only one option left: flee. The wandering cultivator narrowed his eyes, calculating the chances of a successful escape. He and Wu Jia both hailed from Suzhou, but while he was a wandering cultivator, Wu Jia came from a family that wasn't exactly insignificant. Though a distant relative, the prestige of the Wu family was not to be challenged. This place of inheritance cannot be left alone. They must wait until the divine servant's inheritance is settled before they can depart. At that time, so many people would leave together. And since Wu Jia had become the heir of the feathered heavenly king, he would undoubtedly be favored by the Wu family. There was no way he could escape Suzhou. No, it's best to eliminate him here. The wandering cultivator's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he had already made up his mind. If necessary, they would pay any price, find allies, and prevent Wu Jia from leaving the sacred land. With this thought in mind, the wandering cultivator looked at the crowd present. Sun Fian was immediately ruled out. The Sun family had some business dealings with the Wu family, and Sun Fian would never help him harm the future hope of the Wu family. As for Jiang Shan from Yuzhou, the wandering cultivator quickly ruled him out as well. Jiang Shan's family was the Jiang family of Yuzhou. Yuzhou is also known as Jiangzhou, which speaks to the immense power of the Jiang family. Collaborating with such a family would be like trying to skin a tiger. Then, the wandering cultivator turned his attention to the final faction, Jiangning. Although he knew nothing about Jiangning's background, on the Heritage Square, the successors of the 5 divine generals all obeyed him without question. If they could unite, they would certainly be able to keep Wu Jia here. Taking advantage of the fact that Wu Jia was still undergoing the inheritance ceremony, the wandering cultivator stepped forward and approached Jiangning. Esteemed friend, may I ask your name? Jiang Ning glanced at the wandering cultivator indifferently and replied, Jiang Ning. He remembered clearly. This man was a wandering cultivator. To have made it this far as a wandering cultivator speaks volumes about his natural talent. Such a person is best not to be an enemy. Jiang Ning, my name is Tuoba Hun from Suzhou, and I am a lone cultivator. Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Does Jiang Ning have any interest in the inheritance of the divine king? I had thought that Tuoba Hun was just here to strike up a conversation, but he unexpectedly dropped such a bombshell. As Jiang Ning understood. Within this small holy realm, the peerless great being who founded the holy tower is revered by all cultivators as the divine king. In the outside world, he is referred to as the first holy sovereign. Upon hearing the words divine king's inheritance, Jiang Ning perked up instantly, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Tuoba Hun. Do you know what you're talking about? That's the God King. The undisputed first among all under heaven and earth. There are no predecessors to speak of, and there will be no successors to follow. Such a great figure's legacy. How could a mere foundation establishment level cultivator possibly understand? Moreover, Jiang Ning had never heard of any legacy left behind by that great being. That battle back then was indeed brutal. Many human ancestors were unable to leave behind their own legacies, leading to a prolonged period of incultivators at the Holy Tower. Friend, how dare you speak such nonsense about such matters? Tuoba Han spoke solemnly. Of course, if you wish to know the specifics, you must agree to one thing. Jiang Ning nodded softly and then said, go ahead. Help me kill Wu Jia, the one who inherited the legacy of the feathered heavenly king. Kill Wu Jia? Jiang Ning looked at Tuoba Han with a mocking smile. What? Do you have a grudge against him? That's not the case. Tuoba Han said helplessly. Wu Jia was originally a collateral relative of the Wu family of Suzhou. By chance, he ended up at this place of inheritance. As you know, in the third inheritance hall, it was your people who obtained the inheritance. As Tuoba Han explained, Jiang Ning finally understood what had happened. So you killed an entire family just to secure a few spots for the inheritance? Tuoba Han sighed helplessly. That's just how the cultivation world works, isn't it? The strong devour the weak. Earlier, the Wu Jia family was weaker than mine, so I killed them. That was also the result of the heavenly rules in motion. Now that he has grown powerful, he naturally wants to kill me. I sought your help to protect myself. That too is the rule of the Tao. Jiang Ning smiled wryly. This Tuoba Han does have some depth. His so-called great truths are just a pile of empty words. An ordinary cultivator might actually be fooled by him. Then tell me, what do you plan to do? Jiang Ning asked. It's simple. Seeing that Jiang Ning had softened, Tuoba Han thought his chance had come and said, after being nourished by such a massive inheritance of power, Wu Jia must be weakened for a while. Once the time comes, we'll all attack together and not give him a moment to breathe. Remember, we must strike to kill him in one blow. Otherwise, it will be us who die. Jiang Ning hummed in response and continued calmly, just the two of us? Of course not. Aren't there still 5 divine general successors outside? These are the peak warriors of the ancestral land. Jiang Ning looked at Tuoba Han with a mocking smile. So, you only told me this? Of course. Tuoba Han patted his chest. Besides you, I haven't told anyone else. I've agreed to tell you. Now can you tell me about the Divine King's inheritance? Little did he know, as soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, Tuoba Han looked at him with disdain. Are you treating me like an idiot? This is something I'll only tell you after the matter is settled. Jiang Ning shrugged his shoulders. Well, I'm sorry, but I don't trust you. You even killed his entire family. Tuoba Han was speechless for a moment. His heart was filled with regret. If only he had known, he should have killed Wu Jia along with the rest of them. If there hadn't been only one spot left for the inheritance, he would have likely killed Wu Jia in his quest for the spot. Then there wouldn't be so many problems now. Alas, there is no such thing as a regret pill in this world. If it doesn't work out, go find someone else. Let me make this clear, in this place of inheritance, there is no one I, Jiang Ning, can't protect. Jiang Ning's words were already very clear. If you don't cooperate with me, you won't be able to touch Wu Jia either. Friend, you. Tuoba Han was momentarily speechless, feeling as though he had fallen into a trap. But now, it was too late to back out. Jiang Ning's influence in the ancestral lands is unmatched. With the 5 divine generals and the possessor of the heavenly king's inheritance, who could possibly stand against them? This is clearly boarding a sinking ship. Alright. Tuoba Han was caught between a rock and a hard place, so he gritted his teeth and said, I can tell you half of the information first. The other half, I'll tell you after we've killed Wu Jia. Jiang Ning shrugged his shoulders uncertainly. He had plenty of ways to make Tuoba Han spill everything. Chaotic Star Sea, 8-headed island. Jiang Ning, this is half the information. Chaotic Star Sea? Baki Island? Jiang Ning muttered to himself. He had never heard of these 2 places. I understand. Jiang Ning chuckled, then leaned close to Zhou Xiaoyu's ear and whispered something. The little girl widened her eyes and gave Jiang Ning a mischievous smile. Brother, I know now. What did you tell him? Tuoba Han felt a sense of foreboding rise within him. Nothing, just tell her to call someone. We can't go alone, can we? Tuoba Han nodded, half believing, half doubting. Chapter 160, Hurry Up and Act. Soon. Li Mu and the others arrived at the second inheritance hall. To Jiang Ning's surprise, Wang Hao also arrived shortly after. Brother Wang, have you completed your inheritance? At that moment, Wang Hao appeared unchanged on the surface, but his demeanor was otherworldly and transcendent. His sharp eyes were filled with the weariness of the years. Brother Jiang Ning, thanks to you. Wang Hao smiled brightly, then knelt down on one knee and addressed Zhou Xiaoyu. Sir, I cannot repay your kindness. From this day forward, I will serve you faithfully. Zhou Xiaoyu, however, looked to Jiang Ning for help. Enough, get up. Jiang Ning said with a smile, we don't need to say such things between us. By the way, Jiang Ning, what are you all doing here? Wang Hao asked in confusion. After completing the inheritance, he hurried back to the inheritance square but didn't see Jiang Ning and the others. He had no choice but to come to the second inheritance hall to look for them. It's like this. Jiang Ning then explained the situation to Wang Hao. After listening, Wang Hao looked at Tuoba Han in astonishment. You killed his entire family, and now you want to eliminate all traces? Tuoba Han shrugged indifferently. What else could I do? Wait for him to kill me? I don't want to die. Alright. Jiang Ning waved his hand and said to Tuobahan, "Go stand by over there. Let me know when Wu Jie is almost done. We have some things to discuss." "What's so urgent that it has to be discussed now?" Tuobahan puckered his lips but chose to trust him, walking toward where Wu Jie was receiving the inheritance and waiting. At that moment, Jiang Ning, however, called Wang Hao, Shi Xian, and Li Mu over to the side. "Jiang Ning, are you really planning to help that so-called mob? Helping him won't bring any benefits, and you'll end up offending a heavenly king's heir. It's not worth it." Jiang Ning chuckled and said, "Of course I won't help him." As he spoke, Jiang Ning looked at Li Mu and the others. "Do any of you know anything about soul-searching techniques?" "Soul-searching technique?" Li Mu and the others were taken aback. The soul-searching technique is a cruel secret art that is extremely brutal to the target. If mishandled, it could turn someone into an idiot. Therefore, this secret technique is strictly prohibited by law. Anyone who dares to use it will be hunted down by all cultivators across the land. Even those who know it would never admit to it, and if they were to use it, they would do so in secret. "Lord Jiang Ning, we do know this soul-searching technique, but," Li Mu said with concern, "performing it under the watchful eyes of so many people would likely result in being hunted down by all the cultivators of the small holy realm." Jiang Ning was well aware of this. However, when it comes to something as crucial as the Divine King's inheritance, this is the only reliable method. Jiang Ning did not hide anything and revealed the matter of the Divine King's inheritance. "What? The Divine King's inheritance? The Chaos Star Sea? The Eight-Headed Island?" Upon hearing this, the others immediately widened their eyes in shock. "How is that possible? Isn't Eight-Tailed Island the final resting place of the demon clan's eight-tailed great snake? How is it connected to the Divine King's inheritance?" Wang Hao shook his head, his expression solemn. "I feel that guy isn't telling the truth. If there really is a Divine King's inheritance, it absolutely couldn't be on the Eight-Tailed Island." Jiang Ning asked in confusion, "Why are you so certain?" Shi Xian explained, "Eight-Tailed Island is the final resting place of the eight-tailed great serpent. The seas around it are filled with unimaginable thunderous power. The island is also shrouded in demonic energy, and no cultivator can stay there for even a moment. Those who have tried before were overwhelmed by the demonic energy and turned into half-human, half-demon monsters. The Divine King's inheritance could never be in such a place." Jiang Ning nodded. "If it were the Divine King's inheritance, it would definitely not be there. Who is the Divine King? Even if he had perished, he would never have allowed a demonic creature to defile his resting place in such a manner. Therefore, either Tuobahan is lying completely, and there is no such thing as the Divine King's inheritance, or Tuobahan has only told half the truth. There is indeed the Divine King's inheritance, and it is indeed in the Chaos Star Sea, but it is definitely not on the Eight-Headed Dragon Island. But the Chaos Star Sea is so vast, if we keep searching, when will we ever find it?" Upon hearing this news, Jiang Ning grew even more convinced that he must strike Tuobahan with a soul-searching technique. "What do you think?" Jiang Ning looked at everyone, seeking their opinions. "If it's truly related to the Divine King's inheritance, what does it matter if we defy the heavens?" "That's right, I think we should do it too. Lord Jiang Ning, leave this to us. We'll make sure this brat confesses everything." Jiang Ning nodded. "All right, we'll act on my signal." After making their arrangements, they returned to their original positions. At that moment, there were only a few people left at the scene. Most had entered the first light gate, preparing to compete for the final inheritance. Only a few had chosen to give up. Having failed to obtain 2 inheritances in a row, they had come to terms with their limitations. At that moment, Wu Jie had reached the final step of receiving the inheritance. As the inheritance feathers fully merged into Wu Jie's crown chakra, it signaled the official conclusion of the feathered Heavenly King's inheritance. Tuobahan, who had been watching over Wu Jie, felt his heart race with excitement. Due to the tension, sweat began to form on the palms of his hands. "Wu Jie! Die!" Tuobahan coldly snorted, channeling his spiritual energy, and launched an attack at Wu Jie without hesitation. Boom! Wu Jie had just regained consciousness, and the inheritance within him had not yet fully merged with his own body. Caught off guard, he did not resist and took the blow head-on. His body flew backward for a moment before Wu Jie mobilized his spiritual energy to stabilize himself. He then glared at Tuobahan with murderous intent and said, "Tuobahan, I haven't killed you yet you dared to come out first. Do you really think I'm the same Wu Jie as before?" With a loud crash, a faint sound echoed as a pair of pure white light feathers sprouted from Wu Jie's back. The feathers continued to drip down, transforming into beams of light, making Wu Jie appear utterly sacred. This reminded Jiang Ning of a creature from his previous life on Earth, one that only existed in legends, an angel. At that moment, Wu Jie seemed like an angel descended from heaven. "What are you all standing around for? Attack!" Seeing Wu Jie directly activate the inheritance of the feathered Heavenly King, Tuobahan was stunned and quickly turned to look at Jiang Ning and the others. Jiang Ning, seeing the opportunity had arrived, coldly ordered, "Attack!" Boom! Li Mu and the others instantly channeled their spiritual energy, charging toward Wu Jie and Tuobahan like bolts of lightning. However, their target wasn't Wu Jia, it was Tuoba Han. What the hell? Why are you attacking me? Your target is him, Wu Jia. Li Mu and the others' attacks struck, causing Tuoba Han to scream in terror. Chapter 161, the final chapter of the gods. Although Tuoba Han was a golden core realm cultivator, but he was no match for Li Mu and the others, let alone Wang Hao, who had inherited the Heavenly King's legacy. Soon, Tuoba Han was trapped in the array by the others' spells. At that moment, even if Tuoba Han were as foolish as he was, he would have realized he had been tricked. Jiang Ning, you're playing me. Jiang Ning coldly smiled and said, trick you? What qualifies you to trick me? He walked up to Tuoba Han and waved his hand at Wu Jia. Lord Jiangning. Wu Jia approached respectfully, suppressing all his supernatural abilities, and returned to the appearance of an ordinary cultivator. But this man killed your relatives? Wu Jia clenched his teeth, glanced at Tuoba Han, and nodded. Yes, Lord Jiangning, it was indeed him. Do you wish to kill him and avenge your family? Jiangning asked again. Of course. Wu Jia replied without hesitation, but if Lord Jiangning wishes to spare his life, Wu Jia will obey your orders. Humph. Jiangning smiled. Why should I spare his life? It's just that there are some matters I need to inquire about. After speaking, Jiangning turned to Tuoba Han. Speak up. What is the truth behind the Divine King's inheritance? Think carefully. If you confess honestly now, you can avoid suffering. But if you don't, I'll have to order a soul search. The soul searching process is extremely painful. As a wandering cultivator, Tuoba Han knew this better than anyone else. You think you're so clever? Tuoba Han clenched his teeth and chose to remain defiant, unwilling to tell Jiangning. Alright, you're quite the tough guy. Let's see who's tougher, you or the soul-searching secret technique. Jiangning waved his hand, and Li Mu immediately stepped forward and said, Lord Jiangning, everything is ready. We can begin the soul-searching. Alright, go ahead. Spare his life for Wu Jia. Yes. The reason soul-searching is so terrifying is that the process is worse than death. You can't even die if you want to. As Li Mu stepped closer, Tuoba Han tried to pretend to be tough, but his trembling body betrayed him. As a wandering cultivator, to obtain more resources than others, one cannot avoid the act of killing and looting. Tuoba Han had used the soul-searching technique many times before, and he remembered clearly the agonizing expressions of those who had been subjected to it. As Li Mu drew nearer, the images of the cultivators he had tortured, suffering worse than death, echoed once more in Tuoba Han's mind. He panicked. His voice trembling, he said, I say, don't soul-search me. Please, just let me die quickly. Upon hearing this, Jiangning waved his hand, and Li Mu finally stopped advancing. Speak. What exactly is the inheritance of the Divine King? Tuoba Han sighed and spoke slowly. 3 years ago, a tomb of the dead opened in Suzhou. I was fortunate enough to survive and obtained information about the Divine King's inheritance inside. I can guarantee that the information is absolutely true. Even if it's not the Divine King's inheritance, it's still something related to the Divine King. Jiangning furrowed his brows and demanded, how can you be so certain that this information is true? Tuoba Han took a deep breath and said, because that tomb was the burial site of the Divine King's youngest son. What? The tomb of the Divine King's youngest son? Jiangning looked utterly stunned. He had never heard of the Divine King having any descendants. No records from any external sources mentioned this matter. Not even the official records of the Holy Tower had ever touched upon the matter of the Divine King's descendants. However, Wang Hao and the others were startled, then exclaimed in horror, is this really the tomb of the Divine Son? According to legend, 3,000 years ago, a tomb appeared in Suzhou, and it was so terrifying that even several ancient ancestors at the Great Perfection realm perished. Is that the same tomb? Tuoba Han nodded. That's correct. It is indeed that tomb. Then, Tuoba Han revealed another shocking piece of information. In fact, that great tomb was originally a living tomb, but because I took something from it, the living tomb turned into a dead tomb. It was also that object that allowed me to confirm that it was the tomb of the Divine Son. Upon hearing Tuoba Han's words, the others looked at each other with various expressions. Jiangning furrowed his brows and asked, what did you obtain? Tuoba Han replied. A fragment of a finger bone. I originally intended to refine it myself, but that thing is something I can't even touch. 3 years have passed and it's still in my spatial ring. After speaking, Tuoba Han waved his hand, and a golden finger bone appeared before him. As soon as the golden finger bone appeared, an overwhelming pressure engulfed the entire area. Even the surrounding space was compressed, causing ripples to form. How powerful! Everyone couldn't withstand the pressure and knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. But what surprised everyone was, only Jiangning felt nothing at all. This finger bone. Jiangning murmured in confusion, then couldn't help but move closer to the finger bone. The finger bone slowly fell into Jiangning's hand, and all the pressure vanished in an instant. What's going on here? Why do I feel like this object is so familiar? It's as if it's my own? Jiangning felt an unusual sensation rise within him, but his rational mind told him otherwise. This isn't how it is. Wait, no. Jiang Ning's previously cloudy eyes gradually grew clearer. He looked at Tuoba with a cold smile. Put away your little tricks. You think this thing can possess me? You're still too green. Indeed. Jiang Ning had already sensed it. This thing actually tried to possess him just now. If it weren't for the system intervening at the last moment, I might not be myself anymore. Tuoba couldn't help but smile wryly. If I were to say this has nothing to do with me, would you believe me? At that moment, didn't you feel like that finger bone was part of you? At first, I felt the same way, but fortunately, I snapped out of it in time and didn't choose to believe it. Moreover, this fragment of finger bone is indeed the finger bone of the Divine Sun, but it has developed its own consciousness and become a unique life form. I was carrying him when we passed through the Chaos Star Sea and caught a glimpse of the future. In a certain spacetime, the Divine King's inheritance emerged in the Chaos Star Sea, shaking the world, and the sacred towers from the outside world launched a massive invasion, leading to the downfall of the small sacred realm. That's pretty mystical. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. So, when you said earlier that the Divine King's inheritance was on the eight-headed dragon island, were you lying to me? No, that's not it. Tuoba shook his head. The glimpse of the future I saw was indeed near the eight-headed dragon island. However, at that time, the eight-headed dragon island seemed to have ceased to exist, replaced by a new island known as the Island of the Final Chapter of the Gods. Chapter 162, The Third Heavenly King's Succession. Upon hearing Tuoba words, Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. He knew that some cultivators, by sheer coincidence, could indeed glimpse future events. Such opportunities were extremely rare, occurring once in 10,000 years. Therefore, Jiang Ning did not doubt Tuoba words too much. As for this mysterious golden finger bone, Jiang Ning believed it was likely not the genuine finger bone of the Divine Sun. If it were, it would not have been so casually obtained by Tuoba. The secrets involved were too complex to unravel in a short time. Enough. You no longer have any reason to live. Having obtained the information he sought, Jiang Ning turned to Wu Jie and ordered, "Act now." "Yes, Lord Jiang Ning." Wu Jie bowed respectfully, then turned to Tuoba on the ground and coldly said, "Tuoba dog, when you killed my entire family, did you ever think about today?" Tuoba knowing he was doomed, grew defiant and shouted, "You're just lucky. If it weren't for the inheritance of the feathered heavenly king, who would emerge victorious today is still uncertain." "Ha!" Wu Jie sneered coldly, "Strength is also part of luck." As he finished speaking, Wu Jie clenched his fingers into a palm and struck toward Tuoba. Put! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and Tuoba breath grew increasingly weak until it finally dissipated completely into the air. Huff! With his vendetta avenged, Wu Jie felt no lingering resentment. His eyes cleared, and he knelt on one knee with reverence, addressing Jiang Ning. "The kindness of Lord Jiang Ning, Wu Jie will never forget. From now on, Wu Jie is willing to risk his life for Lord Jiang Ning." Jiang Ning smiled and waved his hand. "You should not be thanking me, but rather Xiaoyu. Wu Jie's current status has little to do with him. If it weren't for Zhou Xiaoyu, he wouldn't have been chosen as the heir to the feathered heavenly king. Thank you, master, for saving my life." Wu Jie spoke respectfully to Zhou Xiaoyu. Although all of this was due to Zhou Xiaoyu, Wu Jie was well aware of it. Zhou Xiaoyu trusts only Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was the one who had made all the decisions behind the scenes. "Alright, let's head to the first inheritance hall now." Jiang Ning glanced at everyone present and then spoke. Now, they have already obtained 2 of the 3 great kings' inheritances. It is said that the 3 heavenly kings under the divine servant are the feathered heavenly king, the northern guardian heavenly king, and the southern bright heavenly king. The feathered heavenly king's inheritance has been obtained by Wu Jie. Wang Hao has obtained the northern guardian's inheritance. Now, only the inheritance of the southern heavenly king remains unclaimed. Yes. Everyone bowed in unison. Soon, Jiang Ning led everyone back to the succession square and then entered the first succession side hall. In contrast to the leisurely atmosphere of the previous 2 side halls, the first inheritance side hall was filled with a grim and ominous aura. As soon as they entered, they felt the bloodthirsty aura permeating the air, along with a chilling, bone-chilling atmosphere. The ground was still stained with fresh blood, as if a fierce battle had just taken place there. What surprised Jiang Ning and the others was that upon entering the first side hall, they did not see any of the cultivators who had entered earlier. Could they all be dead? Li Mu exclaimed in disbelief, "That shouldn't be possible. There shouldn't be any danger here, right?" Roar! As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, a deafening beastly roar echoed through the hall. Immediately afterward, a colossal pressure swept over them. Under this pressure, aside from Jiang Ning and Zhou Xiaoyu, even Wu Jie and Wang Hao, who had received the heavenly king's inheritance, could not withstand it and knelt down. Something's wrong. There's danger. Everyone's temples throbbed violently as they tried to stand up, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get to their feet. Roar! The roar of a beast echoed once more, followed by the sound of footsteps growing louder and closer. Something was approaching. What is it? Could it be related to the battle here? Everyone's hearts trembled. What kind of terrifying beast could be lurking in this grand hall? How could it have caused such carnage? After all, there were still several divine general successors inside the first inheritance hall. Clatter! The sound grew louder and louder, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. Roar! Finally, they could see clearly. From the dark hall emerged a half-human, half-horse monster. The creature wielded an axe, its eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. What the hell is that thing? The terrifying pressure is overwhelming. I can't move, not even an inch. Could it be that we're going to die here today? Despair filled the hearts of everyone present. As the monster appeared, the pressure they felt was like a mountain weighing 10,000 tons, crushing them beneath it. Breathing was difficult, let alone fighting back. Only Jiang Ning and Zhou Xiaoyu remained calm. The former had seen through everything, while the latter. Xiaoyu, can you see anything? Jiang Ning asked Zhou Xiaoyu with a smile. Jiang Ning, there's nothing there. Is that so? Yes, Jiang Ning brother, little fish didn't see anything. Don't scare little fish. Little fish really didn't see anything. Jiang Ning smiled and ruffled the little girl's hair, saying, how could your older brother scare you? There really is nothing up ahead. As he finished speaking, Jiang Ning transformed his ice into a sword and struck out with a burst of spiritual energy toward the side. Crack! In an instant, a sound resembling shattered glass echoed, followed by the surrounding scenery shattering into pieces. Crack, crack! Moments later, the scene before everyone's eyes changed once more. This time, they found themselves standing in a magnificent hall. In the center of the hall were several meditation cushions, all of which were now occupied by cultivators. Among them were Lu Meng and Sun Fian. However, their conditions were not good, with some sustaining injuries. What is going on here? Li Mu and the others were stunned. The terrifying monster that had been emanating an overwhelming aura had vanished without a trace. It was just an illusion. This must be the first trial set by the Southern Heavenly King. Those who can discern it as an illusion can attack the core of the formation and escape. Those who can't see through it have no choice but to fight the monster and determine the winner to break the illusion. The bloodstains we saw earlier were likely the traces left behind during their battle. Jiang Ning explained. At first, he wasn't sure. It wasn't until Zhou Xiaoyu, that little girl, said she saw nothing that he finally confirmed it. It can be said that, with Zhou Xiaoyu around, Jiang Ning and his group could move freely in this sacred place. She does have some skills. Seeing that Jiang Ning and the others had made it here unscathed, Lu Meng snorted disdainfully, clearly displeased. Even geniuses like them had to pay a price after clashing with that monster before they could uncover the mysteries of this place. Yet Jiang Ning had figured it out directly. He's truly strong to the point of being terrifying. Chapter 163, Stripping Away. Jiang Ning, you're too late. The inheritance of the Southern Heavenly King is mine. Among Lu Meng's group, Zhang Tang was the most excited. In the previous trials set by the Southern Heavenly King, Zhang Tang was the only cultivator who met the requirements. Now, they had reached the final stage. The inheritance of the Southern Heavenly King could now be considered his. However, Jiang Ning merely chuckled. Are you certain that the inheritance of the Southern Heavenly King is truly yours? What else could it be? Zhang Tang's eyes flickered with excitement. Previously, Lu Meng had received the Divine General's inheritance, surpassing him and becoming the top genius of Shuzhou. Zhang Tang was unwilling to accept this. However, now Zhang Tang himself has received the inheritance from the Southern Heavenly King, placing him one rank above Zhang Tang. If you're so capable, make the Southern Heavenly King revoke the inheritance. If you can't, shut your mouth. Once I receive the inheritance, that will be the day of your death. Zhang Tang's heart was filled with battle intent. He did not know that there were already 2 Heavenly Kings' inheritances on Jiang Ning's side. Zhang Tang only knew that there were 5 Divine General inheritances on Jiang Ning's side. But so what? Once he accepted the inheritance of the Southern Heavenly King, even if all 10 Divine Generals attacked together, they would not be his match. Jiang Ning, this Heavenly King is giving you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow now. If you please this Heavenly King, I might spare you a proper burial. Jiang Ning laughed. He hasn't even accepted the inheritance yet, and he's already calling himself a Heavenly King. What will he be like once he accepts it? Zhang Tang is too arrogant. Even before fully accepting the inheritance, he dares to call himself a Heavenly King. He really thinks the succession of the Southern Heavenly King is secure, doesn't he? It wasn't just Jiang Ning. Even Wu Jia and the others are looking at Zhang Tang with a mocking expression. They know better than anyone else. Whether or not he can accept the inheritance is just a matter of Jiang Ning's word. Zhang Tang is completely courting his own downfall. Whether to accept or not is not up to you, Jiang Ning. I am the designated heir of the Southern Heavenly King. You all shall crawl at my feet in awe. Seeing Zhang Tang's arrogant demeanor, Jiang Ning smiled and patted Zhou Xiaoyu on the head. Xiaoyu, you know what to do, right? The little girl wasn't an innocent child anymore. She smiled and nodded, saying, Jiang Ning brother, I understand. Then, the little girl slowly closed her eyes. In just a moment, the little girl smiled and said, Jiang Ning, it's done. Good job, little fish. Jiang Ning ruffled the little girl's hair and then looked at Jiang Tang. At that moment, Jiang Tang also noticed something was off. Originally, the inheritance of the Southern Heavenly King was already preparing to merge with him. It was an eternal lamp. It had endured countless years, yet it still burned brightly. But at this moment, the eternal lamp, which has already fused with Jiang Tang by half, is now constantly withdrawing from Jiang Tang's body. No, what's happening? Why are you leaving? I am the one who best meets your requirements as your successor. Why? Don't. Jiang Tang was truly panicking. All his confidence came from the inheritance of the Southern Heavenly King. Now that the inheritance was gone, his greatest trump card was also gone. No. Jiang Tang still wanted to fight to keep it. But the legacy of a legendary king was not something he could control. No. With a furious roar, the eternal lamp was completely torn from Jiang Tang's body. What made Jiang Tang even more despairing was the eternal lamp actually drifted toward Jiang Ning and then hovered above his palm. The Heavenly King? You dare. Jiang Ning sneered with contempt. No, how could that be? The Southern Ming lamp shouldn't be in your hands. No, I don't believe it. Jiang Tang looked completely bewildered. Lu Meng and the others were also completely baffled. What's going on with Jiang Ning? How could he possibly control the Southern Ming lantern? You must know. The Southern Ming lantern was almost fused with Jiang Tang before. Could it be that the Southern Ming Heavenly King believes Jiang Ning is the more suitable heir for his legacy? Such a possibility cannot be ruled out. After all, Jiang Ning wasn't around before, so the Southern Ming Li Deng had no choice but to settle for Jiang Tang, who barely met the requirements. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Ning. If Jiang Ning truly inherits the legacy of the Southern Ming Heavenly King, then Shuzhou will become entirely under his control. Even the aristocratic clans that had previously sought to oppose Jiang Ning would have no choice but to go to any lengths to form alliances with him under such circumstances. After all, killing Jiang Ning would only maintain the status quo in Shuzhou. But if they were to ally with Jiang Ning, as long as he could grow strong enough, the future of Shuzhou would undoubtedly belong to that clan. Jiang Ning, return the lineage to me. Jiang Tang, consumed by rage, charged toward Jiang Ning with bloodshot eyes. However, times have changed. Forget about Jiang Ning. Even Li Mu, who was by Jiang Ning's side, could easily defeat Jiang Tang. Seeing that Jiang Tang dared to attack Jiang Ning, Jiang Tang snorted coldly and also attacked fiercely. Bang! Put! As expected, Jiang Tang spat blood and flew backward, crashing heavily into the pillar of the inheritance hall. Is this the Divine General's inheritance? Everyone was horrified. In the past, not even 10 Li Mu would be enough to match Jiang Tang, a genius of his caliber. A single wave of his hand could slaughter a large group. But now, it was Jiang Tang, the very person he had once looked down upon the most, who dealt him the deepest blow. Damn it, the inheritance of the Southern Heavenly King was clearly mine. Jiang Ning, I will never forgive you. Jiang Ning ignored Jiang Tang, who was acting like a mad dog, and turned to look at the others. Everyone. The inheritance of the Southern Heavenly King, whoever desires it must swear an oath to the heavens here and now, vowing to follow Xiaoyu forever. At these words, the scene erupted into chaos. Jiang Ning, are you really giving up the succession of a heavenly king like this? How could that be? Doesn't he need it himself? As for the little fish mentioned by Jiang Ning, they saw it too. It was just an ordinary child. But even so, many were tempted. In the face of an opportunity to rise to the top overnight, dignity, face, and principles all ceased to exist. I, Jiang Ning, swear it. The first to break down was a prodigy from Yuzhou, who rushed forward and knelt before Jiang Ning to declare his loyalty. Lord Jiang Ning, I am willing to. Seeing this, cultivators from the other states also lost their reserve and rushed to Jiang Ning's side, declaring their willingness to join. What Jiang Ning did not expect was that among them was the genius from the Jiang family of Yuzhou, Jiang Shan. Lord Jiang Ning, not only can I swear eternal loyalty, but I can also reveal a secret to you, a secret about the Jiang family. This might even be related to you. The Jiang family's secret? Could it be related to me? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows and looked at Jiang Shan. Chapter 164, The Jiang Family of Yuzhou. What do you mean by that? Jiang Ning looked at Jiang Shan. Though both bore the surname Jiang, one came from the outside world, while the other hailed from the small holy realm. Jiang Ning had never imagined that the two might be connected. May we speak in private? Jiang Shan glanced at the others before looking at Jiang Ning with a hopeful expression. Very well. Jiang Ning waved his hand and led Jiang Shan to the side. Speak. What did you mean by that earlier? How does that concern me? Jiang Shan took a deep breath and said, May I ask, is your father named Jiang Baihe and your mother named Wanlan? Jiang Ning's heart skipped a beat. Although he had never met his father, the ancestral tablet at home indeed bore the name Jiang Baihe. His mother was indeed named Wang Lan. Could it be that he really had some connection to the Jiang family of Yuzhou? Seeing Jiang Ning's expression, Jiang Shan knew he had made the right bet. Of course, according to family hierarchy, I should address you as uncle. Tell me, what is going on? Listening to Jiang Ning's low voice, Jiang Shan sighed and said, this story goes back 100 years. As Jiang Shan recounted the story, Jiang Ning finally heard some news about his father. 100 years ago. At that time, the Jiang family was not yet the largest aristocratic family in Yuzhou. Rivaling them was the Ning family. Compared to the Jiang family, the Ning family was even more formidable, as they had produced two unparalleled prodigies, overshadowing all the geniuses of Yuzhou during that era. Yet it was in such a harsh environment that Jiang Baihe was born. As the youngest son of the current family head, Jiang Baihe enjoyed the most elite resources from a young age. Jiang Baihe did not disappoint, and with the full support of the Jiang family, he began cultivating at the age of 3, established his foundation at 4, and condensed his golden core at 8. By the age of 30, he had broken through to the Yuanling realm, catching up with the first batch of geniuses who had been born earlier in his generation. At 35, Jiang Baihe achieved full mastery of the Yuanling realm and faced off against the two peerless prodigies of the Ning family at the Luohuang Mountains in Yuzhou. That battle. The two peerless prodigies of the Ning family were one dead and one severely injured, while Jiang Baihe gained fame overnight and soon advanced to the ranks of the Huanshan great sages. In theory, the subsequent plot should have seen Jiang Baihe lead the Jiang family to completely crush the Ning family, establishing the Jiang family as the first-ranked clan in Yuzhou. And Jiang Baihe would have easily become the strongest individual in Yuzhou. But fate had other plans. After that battle, the Ning family's power weakened, and in order to survive, they voluntarily requested an alliance through marriage with the Jiang family. And the intended bride was none other than Jiang Baihe. The Ning family's demands were simple. They were willing to contribute all their resources and influence, but their only demand was that Jiang Baihe renounce his cultivation. Such an outrageous demand should never have been accepted by the Jiang family. After all, with Jiang Baihe, the Jiang family could possess everything. However, the Jiang family elders collectively agreed to this demand, and even the family head's objections were in vain. And Jiang Baihe, such a prodigiously talented genius, would never allow himself to be bound by family ties and would naturally refuse to sacrifice his cultivation. Thus, the Elders' Council issued a warrant for Jiang Baihe's arrest on charges of treason. The once proud genius has now become a traitor to the family. The conflict between Jiang Baihe and the Jiang family eventually escalated into an irreparable breach. Out of consideration for past ties, Jiang Baihe did not kill the Jiang family cultivators who came to hunt him down. However, in the end, he was ambushed by several elders of the Jiang family and severely wounded, losing all his cultivation. Jiang Baihe had become an ordinary mortal and a prisoner of the Jiang family. However, the Ning family, reneged on their promise and reignited the war. Without Jiang Baihe's protection, the Jiang family was forced into retreat. Fortunately, Jiang Baihe had anticipated the Ning family's counterattack and had already made preparations before severing ties with the Jiang family. The Ning family was no more. Jiang Baihe was also gone, reduced to an ordinary mortal, casually dismissed by the Jiang family, and married to a commoner named Wang Lan from Yuzhou, with whom he had a son named Jiang Ning. Later, the Jiang family seemed to have completely forgotten about Jiang Baihe's existence. By the time they remembered again, Jiang Baihe and his family had already vanished without a trace. Originally, even the Jiang family had forgotten about this incident. It wasn't until he met Jiang Ning that he gradually recalled it. After hearing what Jiang Shan had to say, Jiang Ning furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. He had never heard his mother mention any of this before. Regarding his father's whereabouts, his mother had never mentioned it either, only saying that his father had died of an illness. He never imagined there was such a hidden truth behind it. I never imagined that I actually came from the small holy realm? Jiang Ning couldn't help but sigh. He then looked at Jiang Shan. The events of the past must not have been that simple, he thought. His father was such a genius, any family should have cherished him. The Jiang family elders actually agreed to the Ning family's demand that his father renounce his cultivation. This just doesn't make any sense. That's right. Jiang Shan nodded. Back then, the Jiang family split into two factions, the family head's lineage and the senior elder's lineage. Originally, the head of the family's faction was weak, and power fell into the hands of the senior elder. However, with the rise of Jiang Baihe, the head of the family's faction gradually regained control. Unfortunately, the head of the family's faction had shallow roots and could never match the power of the senior elder's faction. After Jiang Baihe's cultivation was destroyed, the eldest elder's faction completely seized control, and the current family head is nothing more than a puppet. Mentioning this, Jiang Shan gave a self-deprecating laugh. Back then, after White Crane grandfather disappeared, the old family head fell seriously ill and passed the position of family head to my grandfather. As it happens, you and I share the same bloodline. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. Previously, I had no contact with Jiang Shan and felt nothing unusual. Now that they were in close proximity, Jiang Ning could indeed sense the same bloodline power within Jiang Shan. They were of the same lineage and origin. What are your plans? Jiang Ning asked, already having decided in his heart to pass on the inheritance of the southern heavenly king to Jiang Shan. Grandfather and White Crane Grandfather had a deep bond. Over the years, Grandfather had never forgotten White Crane Grandfather. He had always harbored resentment over what happened back then, blaming himself for failing to protect his own younger brother. But now, though I am the acknowledged prodigy of the Jiang family, there are 3 in the senior patriarch's lineage who are no weaker than me, and one whom even I dare not face as an enemy. Therefore, I dare to request that my uncle bestow the inheritance of the Southern Heavenly King upon me. I will certainly seek justice for Grandfather White Crane. Jiang Ning nodded. Whether Jiang Shan truly felt this way or not was irrelevant. What matters is that once you accept the inheritance of the Southern Heavenly King, you can never betray it for the rest of your life. Alright, I can give you the inheritance, but you must promise me one thing. Jiang Shan was overjoyed and hurriedly said, I will go through fire and water, no matter what. Jiang Ning smiled and said, it's not that difficult. Once you leave, spread my message to the Jiang family. Jiang Shan was taken aback and exclaimed, Uncle, I didn't recognize you earlier because I was afraid the Jiang family would come after you. The Jiang family of today is no longer what it once was. You. Jiang Ning waved his hand dismissively, it doesn't matter. I know what I'm doing. Alright, then. Chapter 165, the main hall opens. Jiang Ning took out the inheritance of the Southern Ming Heavenly King, the Southern Ming Lantern, and said, alright, accept the inheritance. Just remember what I said. Upon seeing the Nanming lighting, Jiang Shan couldn't suppress his excitement. Once he accepted the inheritance, he could restore order to the Jiang family and eliminate the unstable elements within the clan. Jiang Shan carefully took the Southern Ming Lantern and sat cross-legged, beginning the process of accepting the inheritance. Seeing this scene, everyone had their own thoughts. The succession of the last Heavenly King was finally settled. Though they harbored resentment, they could only accept reality. If there was anyone who felt the most unjustified, it was Zhang Tang. Originally, the succession of the Southern Heavenly King should have been his. He had already accepted it halfway, only to have it forcibly stripped away by Jiang Ning. This grudge and hatred will never be forgotten. The only way to resolve this enmity is to take Jiang Ning's life. But Zhang Tang also knows that, for now, he cannot do anything to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, if you have the guts, never show your face again. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. In the ancestral lands, Jiang Ning is invincible. But in Shu Shou, it is the Zhang family that is invincible. No matter how extraordinary you are, in the Yuanling realm or even before a cultivator in the Huatian realm, there is only one path: death. Soon, everyone returned to the inheritance square. Compared to before, only a handful of cultivators remained. Everyone, congratulations on obtaining the Heavenly King's inheritance. Now, only the inheritance of the Divine Attendant remains. The inheritance spirit appeared once more, standing atop the Divine Attendant statue, overlooking the crowd. The same rules apply. Any cultivator who has accepted the Divine General's inheritance or the Heavenly King's inheritance may not accept the Divine Attendant's inheritance. Regardless of who it is, anyone who obtains the Divine Attendant's inheritance will be bound to obey the 10 Divine Generals and the 3 Heavenly Kings, and must not disobey. Otherwise, they will be destroyed by heaven and earth. Although this rule had already been stated once. But upon hearing it again, Zhang Tang couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Whether it was the Divine General's inheritance or the Heavenly King's inheritance, neither could compare to the Divine Attendant's inheritance. As long as one could obtain the Divine Attendant's inheritance, there would still be a chance for a turnaround. Earlier, when Jiang Ning manipulated the Southern Heavenly King's inheritance, few suspected anything. After all, Jiang Ning's talent was undeniable. Perhaps the Southern Heavenly King's inheritance deemed Jiang Ning more suitable, but he was abandoned by Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was likely aiming for the Divine Attendant's inheritance. Jiang Ning, the moment I receive the Divine Servant's inheritance, that will be your doom. Zhang Tang gritted his teeth and said hatefully. Ha ha. In response, Jiang Ning merely laughed derisively. You actually think you can obtain the Divine Servant's inheritance? If you were to get it, Jiang Ning, might as well find a block of tofu and kill himself. Since the rules are already known to all, please proceed to the inheritance hall now. As the voice of the succession spirit echoed, the surroundings began to violently tremble. First, the statues of the 10 Divine Generals on the outer perimeter began to emit dazzling, brilliant light. Next, the statues of the 3 great kings emitted beams of light. Finally, the statues of the Divine Attendants. These beams of light reached the heavens, and thunderclouds began to gather in the sky. Soon, thunder and lightning erupted. Boom! After the thunder and lightning, a massive bronze gate descended from the sky, standing before the crowd. Creak! Before anyone could get a clear look at the gate, they heard another creak, and the gate slowly began to open. A sense of antiquity swept over them, and they felt as though they had traveled through endless ages, returning to that vast and majestic ancient era. Is this the Hall of Heritage? What a sense of antiquity! If I can obtain the Divine Attendant's inheritance, the entire little holy realm will be mine. The Divine Attendant's inheritance must be mine. As the massive doors slowly opened, the geniuses' minds grew restless, but none dared to enter the main hall, all still watching from afar. After all, No one knew what dangers lay waiting inside. After a long silence, Zhang Tang finally gritted his teeth and charged into the bronze gate. Seeing that Zhang Tang had entered without any commotion, the others finally felt somewhat reassured and began to follow one after another. "Let's go, we should follow," Zhang Ning said in a low voice. "Yes." Soon, as Zhang Ning and the others entered, the bronze door slowly closed. At that moment, Zhang Ning and the others arrived in a grand hall. At the very top of the hall stood a throne. Below the throne were 3 slightly lower-tiered seats. Below the 3 thrones were 10 meditation cushions. It seemed that the throne belonged to the divine attendant, the 3 subsidiary seats to the 3 great heavenly kings, and the remaining meditation cushions to the 10 divine generals. Wang Hao murmured, "But where is the inheritance? Where is the inheritance?" This was not only Wang Hao's confusion but also the confusion of everyone present. Everyone had clearly entered the main hall, yet no succession had appeared. The atmosphere was quiet and eerie. "Wait, what's over there?" Just then, a cultivator pointed toward one side of the main hall and spoke. Everyone followed the sound and looked over, only to see that the wall on one side of the main hall was completely covered in talismans. Why are there so many talismans here? Could the inheritance be related to these talismans? A monk stepped forward and pulled down a talisman with a puzzled expression. In an instant, the remaining talismans shattered, revealing the contents on the wall. It was a mural, its contents now blurred, but one could still make out the figure of a person bearing a massive sword. This is the divine servant. Could the legacy of the divine servant be connected to this painting? Never mind, let's just meditate on it first, we'll figure it out eventually. Immediately, someone crossed their legs and began to meditate on the mural. Upon seeing this scene, Zhang Ning turned his gaze toward Zhou Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, why don't you ask the little guy?" Xiaoyu grinned and said, "Zhang Ning brother, the little guy already told me. This is just an ordinary mural. The true inheritance is over there." Saying this, Zhou Xiaoyu pointed to the throne at the very top of the hall. "Is that so? Let's go take a look." After speaking, Zhang Ning led the way toward the central throne. However, Zhang Tang had been watching Zhang Ning the entire time. Upon seeing Zhang Ning head toward the throne, Zhang Tang gave a cold smile and suddenly shouted, "Everyone, the inheritance is at the throne, not here." Upon hearing this, the cultivators who had been sitting cross-legged, meditating on the murals, felt incredibly embarrassed. What the hell? The inheritance is actually at the throne? Everyone, hurry up and go. Exactly. If we're late, Zhang Ning will beat us to it. In an instant, all the cultivators rushed toward the throne. Zhang Ning, this time, I'll see what you've got to compete with us. The inheritance of the divine servant is mine, and no one can stop me. I said it. Chapter 166, Who is lying? Zhang Tang didn't know where his confidence came from. He felt that every time he approached the throne, a surge of boundless ambition welled up within him, as if the entire world belonged to him. It wasn't just Zhang Tang who felt this way. Any cultivator who approached the throne felt the same way. Everyone, stay away from the throne. Zhang Ning furrowed his brows. The moment he had approached the throne, a surge of madness had welled up within him. Madness that made him want to kill everyone present and devour their cultivation. Though this feeling was fleeting, it left Zhang Ning on high alert. This was highly unusual. According to reason, such a place of inheritance should not have anything that could influence the emotions of cultivators. Lord Zhang Ning, did you also feel it? Li Mu and the others looked at Zhang Ning, thinking that their previous sensations were just an illusion. After all, that feeling was too brief. That's right. Zhang Ning nodded, about to speak, but saw that the cultivator who had charged toward the throne earlier suddenly attacked the person beside him. What the hell, third brother, what are you doing? I'm your older brother. Senior brother, I'm your junior disciple. Are you trying to kill me? Ha! A bunch of heretics and demons, you all must die. You all must die. This is bad. Quick, get away from here. In an instant, the sounds of battle and screams echoed throughout the main hall. The first group of cultivators to approach the throne had completely lost their minds, attacking those closest to them without regard for anything else. What is happening? Could it be that only the living can inherit the legacy of the divine servant? Wang Hao and the others stared in disbelief at the scene before them, filled with confusion. Just then, a sigh echoed through the air. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Immediately afterward, a transparent figure appeared before them. It was the spirit of inheritance they had seen earlier at the inheritance square. Zhang Ning furrowed his brows. Earlier, he had always believed that this spirit of the legacy was the little person mentioned by Zhou Xiaoyu, the young girl. However, after seeing the spirit of the legacy at the legacy square, he realized he had been mistaken. The little person was not the spirit of the legacy. Why are you sighing, sir? Wang Hao bowed slightly. Though everyone was a bit surprised by the appearance of the inheritance spirit, they weren't entirely shocked. The spirit of the legacy of such a powerful divine servant could never be an ordinary entity possessing its own consciousness was perfectly natural. In that battle long ago, the divine servant fought until the heavens and earth grew old, only to be killed by the combined efforts of several ancient ancestors from the outer realms. His heart was filled with resentment. Now that the heavenly way is incomplete, that resentment has transformed into feeding on thee within the heavenly way, and has grown to the point where it can influence others' minds. If allowed to continue growing unchecked, it would pose an unimaginable catastrophe for the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. What? The resentment of the divine servant after his death has actually transformed into a vengeful spirit? If that is the case, the reason why these cultivators are attacking each other is because of that vengeful spirit? Jiang Ning's heart sank. If a vengeful spirit truly emerged from the inheritance site, it is highly likely to be the little person mentioned by Zhou Xiaoyu. That would also explain why Zhou Xiaoyu was able to predetermine the heir. Even if it is a vengeful spirit, it is a spirit of a divine servant, and manipulating these inheritances would be as easy as turning one's hand. But why is the vengeful spirit targeting Zhou Xiaoyu? Just as Jiang Ning was puzzled, the gaze of the inheritance spirit turned toward him and Zhou Xiaoyu. Now, the only thing that can eliminate the vengeful spirit is the reincarnated form of the divine servant. The reincarnation of the divine servant? Zhou Xiaoyu? The spirit of the legacy continued. After the divine servant perished in battle, he not only left behind his unresolved grievances but also a portion of his divine essence. The resentment became the vengeful spirit, while the divine essence underwent reincarnation. Having said this, the inherited spirit once again turned its gaze toward Zhou Xiaoyu. Now, only this little girl can resolve the resentful spirit's unresolved grievances. Zhou Xiaoyu shrunk her neck and hid behind Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning patted Zhou Xiaoyu's head comfortingly and then said, "What should we do?" "It's simple." The spirit of the legacy said, "Sacrifice the divinity within her body." Jiang Ning's brows furrowed even more deeply. Will Xiaoyu survive after sacrificing her divine essence? Of course not. But if we don't sacrifice it, the 9 heavens and 10 earths will eventually face utter destruction. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning scoffed. He had seen this tactic before. "Jiang Ning, brother." Just then, Zhou Xiaoyu tugged at Jiang Ning's clothes and said, "The little one says not to believe his words. He is the vengeful spirit." "No, don't believe him. He is the vengeful spirit." The spirit of the legacy spoke sharply. "It was he who lured you here all along. He is the vengeful spirit." Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. He didn't believe much of what the spirit of inheritance said. He also didn't fully trust the little voice Zhou Xiaoyu mentioned. But between the two of them, one of them must be lying. "Xiaoyu, where is that little person?" Jiang Ning asked Zhou Xiaoyu as he looked at him. Now that they had reached the main hall of the inheritance, they still hadn't seen the so-called little person. The little person said he was sealed in a very peculiar place, and only the jade pendant in Jiang Ning's hand could release him. Right. The jade pendant. Jiang Ning suddenly remembered that when he had killed Jialo, there had been a mysterious jade pendant in Jialo's storage pouch. When he first arrived in the small holy realm, the little figure had sensed the existence of the mysterious jade pendant, which is how he found Zhou Xiaoyu. Jiang Ning took out the jade pendant from the system space. Upon seeing the jade pendant, the inheritance spirit became instantly excited. "The origin jade? You actually have the origin jade?" Jiang Ning played with the jade pendant for a moment and asked, "What is the origin jade?" "Well, I'm not sure either, but it should be related to the inheritance of the divine king, right?" The spirit of the legacy said. At the same time, the origin jade is also the key to unlocking the divine servant and divine mother's inheritance. "Is that so?" Jiang Ning nodded and then asked Zhou Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, what should I do to break the seal on the little person?" "Just place the jade pendant on the throne." Zhou Xiaoyu said. "No, you must not release the vengeful spirits." Chuan Chen's spirit blocked Jiang Ning's path and said, "Once the vengeful spirit is released, the 9 heavens and 10 earths will face utter destruction." "But you said he's not a threat yet." "As long as it's still a vengeful spirit, there's nothing to fear." Jiang Ning still held a treasure sword made from purple thunder bamboo, specifically designed to subdue vengeful spirits. If we follow the words of the ancestral spirit, the vengeful spirit hasn't reached its full power yet. We can just eliminate it while we're at it. At the same time, Jiang Ning also wants to meet the little person, to see whether it was the little person lying or the ancestral spirit deceiving him. This was also a test for Jiang Ning. Watching Jiang Ning take one step after another toward the throne, the spirit of the ancestral legacy grew utterly desperate. "You're forcing my hand, kid. The vengeful spirit must not be spared." Chapter 167, The Mysterious Little Man Appears. No sooner had the words left his mouth. The cultivators who had been attacking those around him instantly turned their weapons and charged toward Jiang Ning and the others. "Oomph. Can you hide it anymore? You're the vengeful spirit, aren't you?" This scene confirmed to Jiang Ning that the ancestral spirit had definitely been lying. "Oomph, I told you, this is your fault. If you hadn't forced me to release that vengeful spirit, everything would have been fine." "Still pretending." Jiang Ning sneered coldly, then gave a nod to Li Mu and the others beside him. Li Mu and the others immediately charged forward and stood alongside the cultivators who had been corrupted by darkness. At that moment, Jiang Ning also moved, holding the jade pendant, and charged toward the throne. Go, stop him. The spirit of the legacy grew furious and hurriedly controlled the cultivators, sending them toward Jiang Ning. But these cultivators were no match for Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's mere leak spiritual energy alone sent the cultivators flying to the side, unable to take a single step forward. In just a moment, Jiang Ning reached the throne and saw the armrest. As the jade pendant was placed into the groove, the spirit of the legacy's expression grew utterly grim. You wretch! The 9 heavens and 10 earths will be destroyed because of you. You are the sinner of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Among you, whoever can kill him, this spirit will bestow the inheritance of the divine servant upon him. Upon hearing the mention of the divine servant's inheritance, the cultivators who had not yet succumbed to darkness perked up instantly. Jiang Ning, why did you have to provoke the spirit of the heirloom? If you kill him, the divine attendant's inheritance will be mine. Zhang Tong snorted coldly and launched the first attack on Jiang Ning. Clang! Jiang Ning, I did not wish to be your enemy, but the divine servant's inheritance is simply too tempting. Sun Fian gave a charming smile and also attacked Jiang Ning. Immediately afterward, several other cultivators who had obtained the inheritance of divine generals also attacked Jiang Ning. Li Mu and the others were still fighting against the cultivators who had fallen into demonic possession and wanted to come to help, but it was already too late. A bunch of scum. All of you, die. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Jiang Ning showed no fear. He immediately withdrew his spiritual energy and used his vital energy to fight against them. Sun Fian and the others were all prodigiously talented individuals, with combat power rivaling that of Golden Core Realm cultivators. Now, with the temptation of the divine servant's inheritance, the combat power they unleashed rivaled that of Yuanling Realm greats. Boom! Put! Jiang Ning struck Zhang Tong with all his might, sending him flying, but he himself was struck by Sun Fian's palm from behind, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, he was unharmed. How powerful! Sun Fian sucked in a sharp breath, gaining a first-hand understanding of Jiang Ning's combat prowess. Oomph! Jiang Ning coldly snorted, turned around, and struck Sun Fian with a palm strike. By then, Sun Fian realized it was too late to escape. Bang! In an instant, Sun Fian was sent flying backward, coughing up a mouthful of blood as his breath grew weak. Damn it, why is he so strong? Boom! When there was no one else around, Jiang Ning gently pressed the jade pendant into the. Immediately afterward, a deafening rumble shook the ground, causing the entire ancestral hall to tremble violently. A terrifying aura swept through the air. Even Jiang Ning felt his heart tighten, as if he couldn't breathe. Something's wrong. The vengeful spirit is coming out. The spirit of the legacy's expression suddenly changed, and the other cultivators also retreated in horror. Under the overwhelming pressure, Jiang Ning's body was forced back a considerable distance before he managed to come to a halt. 10 years. 10 years. I'm finally free. Damn you, vengeful spirit. Today is your day of death. Boom! In an instant, a spatial wormhole appeared above the throne. From the wormhole emerged a figure with a golden lotus blossoming from its head, clad in pure white robes, exuding an ethereal aura unlike that of Immortal. Return to Void Realm? It was a returned Immortal. Everyone felt the terrifying aura and couldn't help but be shaken to the core. The cultivator who emerged from the spatial wormhole had actually reached the Return to Void Realm, an unparalleled powerhouse. You must understand. All the cultivators in this inheritance realm had reached no higher than the Golden Core Realm. Forget about the Return to Void Realm. Even a cultivator at the Yuanling Realm could wipe them all out. You fool! At the scene, only Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed at the Return to Void Immortal. Is this the little person the young girl mentioned? Jiang Ning took a deep breath and looked at the Return to Void Earth Immortal. At that moment, the returned Immortal's gaze also turned toward them, but the first person he looked at wasn't Jiang Ning, it was Zhou Xiaoyu. Jiang Ning clearly saw that the Return to Void Immortal was looking at Zhou Xiaoyu with a gaze filled with doting affection. It's settled. Jiang Ning exhaled in relief. Though it was only a moment of affection, it was enough. After looking at Zhou Xiaoyu, the returned Immortal finally turned his gaze toward Jiang Ning. His eyes held nothing but admiration, along with a hint of complexity. Damn it, you've escaped again. At that moment, the figure of the inheritance spirited once more, gazing at the Return to Void Immortal before the spatial wormhole. Oomph, with just you, a vengeful spirit, you dare to think you can trap this one? You're delusional. The spirit of the legacy sneered coldly. So what? None of you can escape. Once the Hall of Inheritance is opened, unless someone can inherit the legacy of the Divine Servant, none of you will be able to leave. The returned Immortal scoffed, scratching his nose disdainfully, and coldly replied, Do you really think I've done nothing in the past 10 years? Otherwise, how do you think I attained this level of cultivation? Zhou Jianxiong, what did you do? Why has your cultivation not declined but instead advanced? Why? The spirit of the legacy finally sensed the Return to Void Immortal's cultivation level and widened his eyes in anger, roaring. Upon hearing the name Zhou Jianxiong, the cultivators from the small holy realm were all stunned. Zhou Jianxiong? It's him? The prodigious genius who went missing from the Zhou family? He's here, and he's even attained the realm of a return to Void Earth Immortal? This. Jiang Ning was also utterly stunned. He had considered many possibilities. But he never imagined that the little guy mentioned by Zhou Xiaoyu, the young girl, was actually her father. What you did, you need not know. Today, I will not only take the Divine Servant's inheritance, but also completely annihilate you, eliminating a major enemy for the future of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even if you achieve the realm of a returned immortal, what of it? This spirit cannot be killed. Is that so? Zhou Jianxiong coldly smiled and then turned to Jiang Ning, saying, Jiang Ning, young friend, may I borrow the Purple Thunder Divine Sword? Senior, of course. Jiang Ning didn't hesitate and immediately produced the Purple Thunder Divine Sword. In the hands of the Return to Void Immortal, the Purple Thunder Divine Sword unleashed its true power. One after another, purple divine thunderbolts, as if ready to strike at any moment. At that moment, the expression of the ancestral spirit changed completely. Chapter 168, Slaying the Evil Spirit. Purple Thunder Divine Sword. How did you come to possess such a thing? In the past, a vengeful spirit had emerged in the small holy realm, and that battle had nearly mobilized over half of the realm's great beings. The vengeful spirits targeted the Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo, a unique product of the small holy realm, and destroyed it completely. The Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo artifacts currently circulating in the market are mostly low-grade artifacts, posing no threat to higher-level vengeful spirits. High-grade artifacts are either incomplete or controlled by major factions. The Spirit of Inheritance never anticipated this. Jiang Ning would possess such an item. Especially a heaven-rank artifact, combined with Zhou Jianxiong at the Return to Void Realm, is more than enough to deal a devastating blow to him. No, this spirit has served diligently, guarding this place for countless ages. Even if there is no merit, there is at least hardship. Divine Attendant, why are you treating me this way? The Inheritance Spirit finally stopped pretending and confessed. Its originally nearly transparent body was suddenly enveloped by a black mist. Immediately afterward, the face of the vengeful spirit also changed, becoming identical to the face of the Divine Servant statue in the Inheritance Square. What is happening? Why does the vengeful spirit's appearance match that of the Divine Servant? Everyone was shaken to the core. If the vengeful spirit is truly connected to the Divine Servants, then even with Zhou Jianxiong, they wouldn't stand a chance. After all, who are the Divine Servants? They are beings more powerful than the ancient sages of humanity. Even after countless years, the Divine Attendant's majesty is not something they can defile. These vengeful spirits were originally created by the Divine Servants as spiritual entities to guide later generations in accepting the inheritance. However, over the endless ages, they developed their own sentience and have been trapped here ever since, never seeing another living soul, which has driven them mad. If there is any connection between it and the Divine Servants, it is likely that it was created by them in passing. Is that all? Everyone suddenly understood. They had thought this vengeful spirit was the remnant soul of a Divine Servant. If that were the case, we might as well give up and end it all. Fortunately, it wasn't. Alright, everyone step back. I'll handle this. Zhou Jianxiong said, his white robe fluttering in the wind as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens. Yes. At that moment. Whether it was Zhang Tang, Sun Fian, or Jiang Ning and the others, they all obediently stood behind Zhou Jianxiong. Under Zhou Jianxiong's command, the Purple Thunder Divine Sword trembled slightly, as if it were extremely pleased. You imprisoned me for 10 years, causing me to be separated from my wife and daughter for a decade. Today is the day you reap what you have sown. Speaking, Zhou Jianxiong thrust his sword forward. Clang! Boom! A series of purple divine thunderbolts then transformed into a purple thunder dragon, leaping forth from the tip of the sword and charging toward the vengeful spirit. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. No! The reason the vengeful spirit was so difficult to kill was that ordinary attacks couldn't even touch it. This is a very peculiar existence. Cultivators can see its traces with their naked eyes, but they cannot touch it. Only special items like the Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo can touch its form. As the Purple Thunder Dragon charged forward, the vengeful spirit, despite its lingering resentment, dissolved into nothingness. Put! As a flash of light passed, the vengeful spirit was completely annihilated. That's it? Jiang Ning was somewhat surprised. He had thought that even Zhou Jianxiong would need some time and methods to deal with such vengeful spirits. Could it really be gone so easily? Not just Jiang Ning. Even Zhou Jianxiong was momentarily bewildered. Something's wrong. This vengeful spirit isn't that easy to deal with. Zhou Jianxiong said coldly, if it were that easy to deal with, it wouldn't have trapped me for 10 years. But Zhou Jianxiong carefully sensed around and indeed felt no presence of the vengeful spirit. Little did he know. At that very moment, Zhang Tang, standing at the back of the crowd, flashed a look of confusion in his eyes. But his gaze quickly cleared, though when he looked at Jiang Ning and Zhou Jianxiong's backs, his eyes were filled with hatred. No one noticed this scene. Never mind, perhaps opening the inheritance site had drained too much of his energy. Zhou Jianxiong took a deep breath and walked toward the throne. He took the origin jade from the recess above and said, "Young friend Jiang Ning, may I borrow this origin jade for a moment?" Jiang Ning nodded and said, "Of course." With a loud clatter. As Zhou Jianxiong rotated the origin ancient jade, the spatial wormhole suspended above the throne expanded slightly, transforming into a light gate. Inside lies the legacy of the divine servants. I have spent 10 years studying it, yet I have only grasped a fraction of it, which has brought me to my current realm. As he spoke, Zhou Jianxiong turned to Jiang Ning. "Young friend Jiang Ning, if I'm not mistaken, you're not interested in the divine servant's inheritance, are you?" Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Jiang Ning in astonishment. Before this, everyone had assumed that Jiang Ning had come here for the divine servant's inheritance. After all, with his talent, it was impossible for him not to obtain even a heavenly king's inheritance. However, now, Zhou Jianxiong's words made them realize that Jiang Ning wasn't even interested in the divine attendant's inheritance. Indeed, Jiang Ning nodded indifferently. He truly wasn't very interested in the divine servant inheritance. After all, even if the divine servant were as powerful as they were, there was still a divine king above them, and there were also the numerous ancient ancestors of the extra-dimensional races. If he were to accept any inheritance, it would only be the divine king's inheritance. Otherwise, he would inevitably face enemies in the future. If he couldn't obtain the divine king's inheritance, Jiang Ning wouldn't care either. After all, with the system at his disposal, he was confident that his future achievements would surpass those of any divine king. Seeing Jiang Ning acknowledge this, Zhou Jianxiong nodded. Since that was the case, the inheritance would go to Xiao Yu. Zhou Jianxiong was the prodigious genius who had defected from the Zhou family, and he was also Zhou Xiaoyu's father. Granting the inheritance to Zhou Xiaoyu was understandable. However, the cultivators who did not receive the inheritance were filled with resentment. But with Zhou Jianxiong, a returned immortal, present, the other cultivators dared not say much, only gazing longingly. Why him? However, at that moment, Zhang Tong stepped forward. Why do you get to arrange the divine attendant's inheritance? Just because you're the highest in cultivation? I refuse to accept it. You don't accept it? Zhou Jianxiong turned his gaze toward Zhang Tong, his eyes filled with icy intent to kill, but he managed to restrain himself and did not act. Do you think you were able to make it this far on your own? Without my intervention, the divine general's inheritance would have been your limit. That much is true. If it weren't for Zhou Jianxiong blocking the dangers of the inheritance site along the way, not only them, but even Jiang Ning might not have made it this far. If you're not satisfied, feel free to leave. Oomph. Go then. Zhang Tang sneered, but a hint of a smile flashed in the depths of his eyes. His objective had been achieved. As Zhang Tang was about to leave, Jiang Ning furrowed his brows slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Wait. Jiang Ning stepped in front of Zhang Tang. Chapter 169, The Dust Settles. What are you doing? Zhang Tang's heart tightened, and his expression grew uneasy. Jiang Ning felt even more puzzled. This was clearly wrong. Although he didn't know Zhang Tang very well. But given Zhang Tang's personality just a few minutes ago, he would never just let it go like this. According to Jiang Ning's intuition, at this moment, Zhang Tang should have jumped up to oppose it and incite others to join him. To leave so readily, appearing to have objections but actually having none, was clearly abnormal. There's nothing to do, but I just feel something's off about you. Zhang Tang's heart skipped a beat. He had already hated Jiang Ning to death, but he forced himself to remain calm and said, I'll do whatever I want. What is it to you? It's none of my business. Jiang Ning gave a cold smile. But I don't want you to leave. Is that okay? You dare? I am the heir of the Zhang family. In Shuzhou, I am the one to be respected. If you dare to harm me in the slightest, the Zhang family will never forgive you. Jiang Ning sneered disdainfully. With Zhou Jianxiong here, even if all the prominent families of Shuzhou joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance. After all, a return to Void Immortal, though not the pinnacle of humanity. But reaching the peak of the nearby states is still within reach. Childish tricks. Can't win, so you call for backup? You. Zhang Tang was furious but had no way to respond. However, just then, Zhou Jianxiong's voice echoed through the air. Young friend, don't bother with him. This matter of inheritance still requires your assistance. Jiang Ning finally glanced at Zhang Tang and said, Get lost. Jiang Ning, I'll remember this. Zhang Tang finished speaking, turned around, and left, as if he had made up his mind, showing no signs of lingering. He returned to his original spot. Jiang Ning looked at Zhou Jianxiong and asked, Senior, don't you find him a bit strange? Zhou Jianxiong replied with a half smile, You noticed too? Jiang Ning paused, Senior, since you noticed it too, why didn't you stop him? Why keep him? To kill him? What use would he be? He's just a vengeful spirit. Jiang Ning was stunned. A vengeful spirit isn't killed? Zhou Jianxiong smiled and patted Jiang Ning on the shoulder. Young friend, sometimes, when facing enemies, you don't necessarily have to eliminate them completely. Instead, we should make him work for us. Some things, you'll understand later. Jiang Ning was shocked. He had only suspected it but never imagined that Zhou Jianxiong had already figured it out. The vengeful spirit had possessed Zhang Tang's body. If Zhang Tang were to escape, he would be free to do as he pleased, and it would be difficult to track him down afterward. However, since Zhou Jianxiong didn't seem to care, he didn't either. "Senior, what should I do next?" Jiang Ning said, then looked at Zhou Xiaoyu. Since Zhou Jianxiong appeared, the little girl had only mentioned a prankster before falling into a deep sleep. This girl is the reincarnation of a divine servant's residual soul. Zhou Jianxiong's words once again shocked Jiang Ning. Though he had long suspected it, the confirmation still left him deeply shocked. 10 years ago, I encountered a fragment of the divine servant's soul in the fallen god's valley. That fragment was about to perish and begged me to find a place for it to reincarnate. Thus, I found the jade of heaven and earth in the fallen god valley. With the soul's assistance, I refined the jade of heaven and earth into a small fish. To avoid suspicion, I found an ordinary person, pretended to be my wife, and gave birth to the little fish after 9 months of pregnancy. As he spoke, Zhou Jianxiong looked at Jiang Ning. You must have noticed as well. The little fish has multiple seals within it and it cannot cultivate either. Jiang Ning nodded. He had assumed this was a restriction specifically set by the second young master of the Zhou family to target the eldest son's lineage. Jiang Ning revealed the facts he had previously learned. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jianxiong merely smiled. What could the old man and his lineage possibly be thinking? How could they possibly hide it from me? I was merely playing along with their plan. After all, I promised the divine servant's remnant soul that I would find her lost inheritance, which might mean I'll be gone for a long time. If the seal within Xiao Yu's body is discovered, it's inevitable that it will attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Therefore, we must find a way to dispel others' suspicions. Jiang Ning was stunned. I never expected there to be such a complicated story behind it. Will the little fish still be the same after receiving the inheritance? Jiang Ning asked with concern. He still loved the cute and kind Zhou Xiaoyu. I don't know either. Zhou Jianxiong sighed and shook his head. All of this is the arrangement of the divine servant. After accepting the inheritance, what exactly will happen, I have no idea. It might still be the divine servant, or it might still be that little fish. Jiang Ning found it hard to accept, but he had no choice but to accept it. After all, this was something that had been decided long ago. Don't worry, Jiang Ning, no matter who the little fish becomes after receiving the inheritance, your kindness will be remembered, whether it's me or him. Jiang Ning sighed helplessly. The conversation between the two was only audible to them, others were unaware of it. After seeing what they had said, the light gate erupted with a brilliant glow, sucking Zhou Xiaoyu inside. Jiang Ning, this inheritance will likely take some time. We need not wait here. How long will it take? Jiang Ning asked in a low voice. Jiang Ning, my brother. Just then, Zhou Xiaoyu's voice suddenly echoed through the air. Jiang Ning brother, I have awakened part of my memories. Don't worry. No matter who I am, you will always be my Jiang Ning brother, just like before. This seclusion will last at least 3 to 5 years, and possibly as long as 10 years. You need not worry about me. When I emerge from seclusion, I will repay your kindness. In the meantime, let them follow you and serve you faithfully. The words fell. Zhou Xiaoyu's voice echoed in the minds of every heir. From now on, whatever Jiang Ning says is my command. You must obey him without question. Since I have the power to bestow this inheritance upon you, I also have the power to take it away again. You had better behave yourselves. Whether they were the heirs of the 10 great generals or the 3 great kings, they all bowed respectfully and said, yes, divine servant. Whether they had been on Jiang Ning's side before or had been enemies of Jiang Ning, such as Lu Meng and the others. At this moment, they had no choice but to obey the divine servant's orders and regard Jiang Ning as their new master. Father, I will call you father for now. Your kindness, I will never forget. When I emerge from seclusion, I will grant you everything you desire. Zhou Jianxiong, upon hearing this, hurriedly bowed and said, thank you, divine servant. Jiang Ning brother, wait for me to emerge from seclusion. At that moment, the light gate closed and Zhou Xiaoyu's voice faded completely. Zhou Jianxiong took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, young friend, our business here is concluded. Let us depart. All right. Chapter 170, My son Zhang Teng. Outside Qingshan City, at the entrance to the large tomb. At that moment, the entrance was already crowded with countless cultivators, among whom were some Yuanling realm experts, and even some Huatian realm elders. These cultivators were all from major clans, having come to greet the cultivators returning from the Great Tomb. Normally, an ordinary tomb would not attract such a large number of powerful cultivators. However, news of the turmoil within the tomb had spread, and some of the powerful cultivators had realized that this tomb might be different. It was even possible that it involved a venerable ancestor of the human race. Considering the time that had passed, they had been inside the tomb for over a month. Why hadn't they emerged yet? A cultivator at the Yuanling realm murmured. If it truly involves a human ancestor, it wouldn't be surprising if it took a year, or even decades. Just wait. It's only a matter of time. We're not in a hurry. Another Yuanling realm expert scoffed, if you're really worried about your little brat, why not just tie him to your side? Why bother going out to train at all? Ha, the Lu family only has that one genius. If he's gone, their future is ruined. Another Yuanling realm expert teased. Zhang family head, you're just talking about me. Your family head is here, doesn't that mean you care more about your son Zhang Tang? Zhang Dehua, the head of the Zhang family, laughed and said, my son Zhang Tang has the potential of an immortal. How could he compare to your Lu Mang? My son is the first prodigy of Shu Shou. This legacy of the sages is destined to be his. Zhang Dehua spoke with confidence. Zhang Tang is the first prodigy of Shu Shou, and now this ancestral inheritance is being passed down in Shu Shou. Only the geniuses of Shu Shou can enter it. Isn't it obvious that it can only be his son, Zhang Tang? Upon hearing these words, the heads of the major clans of Shu Shou, except for the Wang and Qi families, all stepped forward to offer their congratulations. Congratulations to the Zhang family head. From now on, Shu Shou will surely look to the Zhang family for guidance. Congratulations to the Zhang family head. You've produced a prodigy. The Zhang family is truly remarkable. Not only do they have an ancestor at the peak of the divine transformation realm, but they also have a young prodigy like Zhang Tang. If the succession goes smoothly, the Zhang family will surely flourish for another 1,000 years. Unlike the Wang and Qi families, I bet Wang Hao and Qi Xian are already dead inside. The Wang family is still okay, but the Qi family is truly finished. Yet they still hold their position among the 5 great clans. I think the Qi family should step down to the first-rate clans and give up their clan status. I agree. If Qi Xian dies inside, the Qi family will have no choice but to step down to the first-rate clan. Over the years, the Qi family has grown increasingly desolate, with only Qi Xian still standing out. But if Qi Xian also dies, what qualifications does the Qi family have to occupy the position of a clan? Many first-tier clans have long been eyeing this opportunity to advance further and participate in the distribution of greater interests. Now, taking advantage of this opportunity, they are beginning to exert increasing pressure on the Qi family. Meanwhile, the head of the Qi family and the head of the Wang family are both present, but their expressions remain calm. Wang brother, do you think this inheritance might fall into Zhang Ning's hands? The head of the Qi family glanced at the head of the Wang family. Both knew the current situation within their own clans and sought to ally with Zhang Ning. It's hard to say. The head of the Wang family shook his head. Although Zhang Ning's talent is no less than Zhang Tang's, I observe that Zhang Tang indeed possesses the potential of an immortal. Who will obtain the inheritance is still uncertain. The Qi family head sighed upon hearing this. I only hope my son can obtain the inheritance so that the Qi family can catch its breath. Otherwise, the Qi family's 1,000-year legacy will be destroyed in an instant. Once the Qi family falls out of the ranks of the great clans, the top-tier clans will certainly unite to attack us. Already, many first-rate families are testing the Qi family's limits. However, as a super-tier clan, the first-rate clans still hold some reservations. Such matters are best left to imagination. Qi Xian, though talented. Just as the head of the Wang family uttered the word but, a deafening roar erupted from the entrance of the ancient tomb. Immediately afterward, beams of light began to gather. Everyone's expressions were shaken. Such commotion meant that someone was about to emerge from within. Who could it be? The first person to emerge would undoubtedly have no connection to the ancestral lineage. After all, if one were to accept the inheritance, it would be unlikely to emerge so soon. A deafening roar echoed through the air, followed by Zhang Tang's figure appearing before everyone's eyes. Silence. An unusual silence fell. No one had expected the first to emerge to be Zhang Tang. Zhang Tang? How could it be him? Isn't he the top prodigy of Shuzhou? How could he not accept the inheritance? It's also possible he accepted the inheritance, and the others have already been eliminated by him. I think that's the only way it makes sense. It's possible. Whether Zhang Tang accepted the inheritance or not is the question everyone is most concerned about. If Zhang Tang really accepted the inheritance and eliminated all the cultivators within it, then Shuzhou will definitely be thrown into chaos. Tanger. Zhang Dehua approached with concern and asked, You? Zhang Tang glared at Zhang Dehua and said, It's just an inheritance, isn't it? Even without the inheritance, I will still ascend to the pinnacle of the world. The Zhang Tang of before would never have said such words. But the current Zhang Tang had been possessed by the spirit of the inheritance and was no longer the true Zhang Tang. He had absolute confidence. With enough time, he was certain he could reach the pinnacle of the world even in the current state where the heavenly Tao was incomplete. Tanger, who accepted the inheritance? Is it someone from the Wang family, the Qi family, or another family? If the inheritance falls into the hands of another family, the current power structure in Shuzhou may undergo significant changes. Zhang Tang chuckled. This isn't the inheritance of some human sage, it's the inheritance of a divine servant. As for who obtained it? No one has obtained it. It was obtained by Immortal. What? At those words, all the cultivators at the entrance were stunned. The divine attendant's inheritance? It's actually the divine attendant's inheritance? In the small holy realm, everyone knew what the divine attendant's inheritance represented. But no one expected the divine attendant's legacy to appear here. And it had been obtained by a mere mortal. Tanger, is that true? Of course. Zhang Tang gave a cold laugh. How dare you? A mere mortal dares to lay claim to the divine servant's inheritance. Once he emerges, I will certainly strip him of the inheritance. Strip? Zhang Tang sneered inwardly. Zhou Jianxiong is a return to Void Earth immortal. Even if all the aristocratic families of Shuzhou joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. Zhang Tang didn't want to remind him, but the Zhang family still had some use for him, so he said, forget it, let's go. Tanger, are you sure? Go! I said let's go. Without an inheritance, I will definitely stand tall in this world. Seeing Zhang Tang so agitated, Zhang Degua sighed and said, very well, let's go. Waving his hand, the Zhang family's cultivators slowly retreated. Just as the Zhang family had left, a humming sound once again echoed from the entrance. Chapter 171, Stay. Everyone's expressions grew tense as they hurriedly looked over. However, this time, it was not a prodigy from any family, but ordinary cultivators. They had not entered the inheritance site, they only knew that a pyramid-shaped structure had appeared within the Great Tomb. It seemed that the group from the inheritance site had not yet emerged. Yeah, I wonder why the Zhang family rushed off so quickly. If I were a member of the Zhang family, I would never leave. I would stay behind to see who took the inheritance. Who knows, maybe I could even absorb that genius into our ranks. Even if we can't absorb them, we should deal with them while they're still ordinary mortals. It'll save us a lot of trouble in the future. Wait, I feel like Zhang Tang is lying. If it really is the divine servant's inheritance and he obtained it, what would you all do? Everyone was taken aback for a moment. Then they said, if the inheritance really falls into Zhang Tang's hands, especially the divine servant's inheritance, we have no choice but to unite and eliminate the Zhang family. The inheritances of the human race's ancient sages are one thing. But this involves a legacy of the divine servant's caliber. If it were truly obtained by the Zhang family, then in the future, forget about Shuzhou, the entire small holy realm would be under the Zhang family's control. Such an opportunity. The Zhang family won't be able to hold on to it. Even if they have to pay any price, the other families present will turn against the Zhang family. So, are you saying that Zhang Tang deceived us? The one who truly obtained the inheritance is actually the Zhang family? Yes, the divine servant's inheritance was obtained by a mortal. Do you believe such a thing? Of course not. Those damned Zhangs, they dared to deceive us. We can't let this go. We must demand an explanation from the Zhang family. Let's go together and demand an explanation from the Zhang family. Let's do it. The heads of these prominent families quickly formed an alliance and set off to confront the Zhang family. Old Wang, do you think things are really like that? The head of the Qi family looked at the head of the Wang family and asked. I don't think the Zhang family's young master is lying. Why? If it's a divine servant's inheritance, it couldn't possibly have ended so quickly. That's true. The head of the Qi family nodded, watching the other families leave one after another, and asked, should we go check it out? Forget it. The head of the Wang family shook his head. The Zhang family is at the height of its power, it's best not to get involved in such matters. Let's wait until my son comes out, then we'll ask for clarification before making a decision. In just a quarter of an hour, the entrance to the large tomb was left with only the Qi and Zhou families remaining. The rest of the families had all gone to cause trouble for the Zhang family. At that moment, the light gate at the entrance flickered. A figure emerged. My son Qi Xian? The head of the Qi family was startled and hurried forward, saying, Xianer, where is Prince Wang? Father, Uncle Wang. Qi Xian bowed respectfully and said, Father, are you referring to Hao Go? He'll be out soon. Upon hearing that Wang Hao was about to come out, the head of the Wang family finally relaxed and hurriedly asked, what exactly happened inside? Qi Xian glanced at the two of them before saying, a lot happened inside. As Qi Xian briefly recounted what had happened inside, the head of the Qi family and the head of the Wang family were both stunned into silence. Is it really the inheritance of the divine servant? Was it really obtained by an ordinary person? And Zhou Jianxiong, the peerless prodigy of the Zhou family, is also involved? Have you broken through to the realm of the return to void immortal? This. The news was too shocking, the two of them took a while to recover. Zhou Jianxiong has already reached the return to void immortal realm. In the future, our major clans will have to undergo a complete reshuffle. Wang family spoke with deep concern. Qi Jiazhu also sighed. Seeing this, Qi Xian smiled and said, Father, Uncle Wang, there's no need to worry. The reason Hao Ge came out a bit later is because Zhou Sr. wanted to take him as his disciple. Moreover, Hao Ge possesses the Heavenly King's inheritance, so his future prospects are limitless. The Heavenly King's inheritance? Qi Xian hadn't mentioned the Heavenly King's inheritance before, and the two of them hadn't known about it either. Only now did they recall it. If it were the Divine Servant's inheritance, there should be the 10 Divine Generals and the 3 Heavenly King's inheritances as well. Xianer, have you accepted the Heavenly King's inheritance? Shi Jiazhu asked with concern. Shi Xian shook his head. Father, Xian is unworthy. I have only accepted the inheritance of the God of Strength. The Divine General's inheritance? The Divine General of Strength? The head of the Qi family gasped in shock, his body trembling with excitement. Good, good. It's the inheritance of the God of Strength. That's wonderful. Shi Xian was puzzled and asked, Father, is the inheritance of the God of Strength's legacy special? It's not just special. The head of the Qi family laughed heartily. Wang, the head of the Wang family, also sincerely congratulated him. Xian, congratulations. Under the command of the divine servant, there were originally the 4 heavenly kings and the 12 divine generals. However, the heavenly king of strength committed some mistakes, resulting in all his divine generals being killed in battle, and he himself was demoted to a divine general. Therefore, the inheritance you have received is not that of a divine general, but the true inheritance of a heavenly king. The heavenly king's inheritance? I can't believe it. Shi Xian was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Father, Uncle Wang, where did you hear about this? These are highly confidential matters, known to very few. We learned of them from an ancient text, and the information is highly reliable. Shi Xian was stunned. He had always believed that he had inherited the legacy of a divine general, making his enemies second-rate. But never did he expect it to be the Heavenly King's inheritance? The Heavenly King of Strength? That's right, that's right. Each divine general has 3 divine generals under their command. Counting the other 3 heavenly kings, there are 9 divine generals, but the inheritance site is that of the 10 divine generals, making 1 extra. At that moment, the light gate trembled once more. Immediately afterward, Li Mu and the others emerged one after another. Who are these people? Shi Jiazhu and Wang Jiazhu were stunned. Some of them had never seen these people before, but they sensed the same aura emanating from Qi Xian. Could they also be divine generals, or perhaps the successors of the heavenly kings? Father, Uncle Wang. They are like me, they are either divine generals or the successors of the heavenly kings. This is Wu Jie, the heir of the feathered heavenly king. This is Jiang Shan, the heir to the southern heavenly king. This is Li Mu, who was originally a city guard in Qingshan City. After following Jiang Ning, he was favored by Jiang Ning and has now become a powerful cultivator at the 3rd stage of the Golden Realm, and is also one of the successors of the divine generals. 3 transformation golden? Heir to a divine general? He was just a city guard before? Did Jiang Ning give him everything? These terms combined left the heads of the Qi and Wang families utterly bewildered. This Jiang Ning. Are you saying that both you and Zhou Jianxiang now follow Jiang Ning's orders? That makes sense. Shi Xian nodded, looking oddly, and said, even the divine attendant obeys him. Chapter 172, the second young master of the Zhou family. What? You mean even the divine attendant has to obey him? The 2 family heads were completely stunned. Who is the divine attendant? Although he is merely an heir. But he will undoubtedly become the most extraordinary figure in the 9 heavens and 10 earths in the future. Such a figure actually has to obey Jiang Ning. Doesn't that mean that in the future, Jiang Ning will be even more terrifying than the divine attendant? Xianer. Shi Jiazhu was about to ask more questions when a tremor once again shook the entrance. There stood Jiang Ning, Zhou Jianxiang, and Wang Hao walking out together. Father, Uncle Qi, what are you doing here? We heard that the ancient lineage had appeared inside, so we came to take a look. Wang Jiazhu chuckled and said, then turned to look at Zhou Jianxiang beside him. This must be senior Zhou Jianxiang, right? According to custom. Zhou Jianxiang is a generation younger than them, but in this world, the accomplished are regarded as teachers. Zhou Jianxiang is already a great master at the return to void immortal realm, while they are merely at the spirit transformation realm. Calling him an elder is only appropriate. I am not worthy of such a title. You 2 family heads may simply call me Jianxiang. Zhou Jianxiang bowed his hands. Before he disappeared, his impressions of the Wang and Qi families were still favorable. He also learned from Wang Hao and Qi Xian. Since I disappeared, all the other families have taken advantage of the Zhou family's misfortune, except for the Wang and Qi families. Then I shall take the liberty. Jianxiang, I hear you've taken my son Wang Hao as your disciple? Wang Jiazhu asked eagerly. Although, he felt that since Wang Hao had accepted the inheritance of the Heavenly King, his future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless. However, taking a disciple who was only a returned void immortal seemed to lower their status. However, given the current situation, in Shuzhou, aside from this single returned to void earth immortal, there are no others who have reached this realm. If other noble families were to covet Wang Hao's inheritance, with Zhou Jianxiang present, they would dare not act too boldly. In the eyes of the Wang family head, this was simply a transaction. Zhou Jianxiang protects Wang Hao as he grows, and once Wang Hao reaches a higher realm, he will in turn protect Zhou Jianxiang. That's right. Zhou Jianxiang nodded with a faint smile. Wang Hao, this child, has exceptional talent, and with the inheritance of the Heavenly King, he is indeed worth nurturing. Meanwhile, Wang Hao glared at his father. He knew exactly what his father was thinking, fearing that his father might offend Zhou Jianxiong, so he hurriedly said, "Father, our master is the father of the divine attendant. Moreover, the divine attendant has already prepared other inheritances for him that are no less powerful than his own." All of this were all things Wang Hao had heard from Jiang Ning and Zhou Jianxiong. What? The heads of the Wang and Qi families were once again stunned speechless. A lineage no less than that of a divine servant? Or the father of a divine servant heir? Wang Jiazhu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Thankfully, he hadn't said it too obviously. Zhou Jianxiong probably wouldn't mind either. Ha, Wang family head, it's no big deal. From now on, we're all on the same ship, following Jiang Ning. Speaking of which, Jiang Ning, the head of the Wang family and the Qi family shuddered. It's been so long. They hadn't spoken to Jiang Ning yet, leaving him standing there alone. Young friend Jiang Ning. Is this young friend Jiang Ning? He truly is a fine young man. Jiang Ning was taken aback by the sudden warmth from the two men and waved his hand, saying, "Uncles, there's no need for such formalities. I am good friends with Wang Hao and Qi Xian." Oh no. At that moment, Wang Jiazhu and Qi Jiazhu spoke in unison. "Oh no. What's wrong, father?" Wang Hao asked in confusion. Jiang Ning and the others also looked over curiously. What could have caused the two family heads to change their expressions so drastically? Something has happened at the Rufen Inn. Oh no, how could I have forgotten about that? Wang, the family head, slapped his thigh and said, "A few days ago, we were staying in Qingshan City. Because of Jiang Ning's connection, we had been paying close attention to the Rufen Inn. Today, we received a report from our subordinates that Zhou Jia's second young master had gathered his men and surrounded the Rongfeng Inn. We were planning to intervene, but we didn't want to meddle too much in the Zhou family's affairs." The second young master of the Zhou family? Surrounded the Rufen Inn? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. The second young master of the Zhou family is really asking for trouble. "Zhou elder brother, what do you think of this?" Jiang Ning turned to Zhou Jianxiong. At first, Jiang Ning had thought that Zhou Jianxiong had truly married an ordinary woman and had a daughter named Zhou Xiaoyu. But that wasn't the case. The second son's line? Zhou Jianxiong's gaze grew icy. "After your father's death, are you so eager to turn against your own flesh and blood?" A flash of sorrow crossed Zhou Jianxiong's eyes. "Very well, let us settle this today. Stay calm. I'll take you there now." Zhou Jianxiong spoke. Upon seeing that everyone had calmed down, he waved his hand, and in an instant, he and the others vanished from their original positions. The others felt a sudden dizziness, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves outside Qingshan City. Who is the senior who has come to Qingshan City? As soon as they landed, the figure of City Lord Wang Zhaishan appeared before them, looking anxious and fearful. He had been in seclusion at the City Lord's mansion, but suddenly felt uneasy. Shortly after, he sensed a terrifying aura descending, so he hurried out to the city gates. Ha, the family head? Qi family head? Jiang Ning, the young friend? Wang Zhaishan was momentarily disoriented, seeing so many familiar faces before him. Looking at his own family head, who remained calm and composed, he immediately felt at ease, knowing that this elder had not come to cause trouble. "Greetings, senior. Family head." The head of the Wang family waved his hand, then turned to Zhou Jianxiong. "Friend Jianxiong, you may enter the city directly. Why have you stopped here?" Zhou Jianxiong shook his head. "There are some karmic ties I don't wish to involve myself in." With that, Zhou Jianxiong walked toward the city. Though puzzled, the others quickly followed behind. The Lake Winden was just a short distance from the city gate. At that moment, the area outside was already crowded with onlookers. Some cultivators were pointing and whispering inside. Upon seeing the city lord arrive, they finally made way for a narrow path. Upon entering the Ru Fengyan, everyone saw the scene inside. They saw Zhou Ping, the innkeeper, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Zhou Jianxiong's so-called wife, Li Lin, was being held down on the table by a young man, her clothes disheveled, her eyes filled with despair. "Stop!" Zhou Jianxiong shouted angrily with furrowed brows. "Humph!" The young man looked up and locked eyes with Zhou Jianxiong. "Hey, isn't this my good-for-nothing older brother? What's going on? You disappeared for 10 years and finally decided to come back?" Zhou Jianxiong roughly threw Li Lin to the ground, sneering arrogantly, "Big brother, I've always wondered. Your wife was still a virgin, how did she give birth to Xiaoyu? Could it be that you're infertile? Xiaoyu is actually a child you adopted from outside?" Zhou Jianxiong's eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent. Chapter 173, The Path to Self-Destruction. Originally, Li Lin was originally hired as a decoy. Zhou Xiaoyu's identity was too sensitive, he didn't want anyone with ulterior motives to find out. But he never expected his own younger brother to be so vicious. Now he has even dared to lay his hands on his own sister-in-law. Currently, Zhou Xiaoyu is undergoing the divine servant's inheritance, a critical period. If those with ulterior motives were to uncover any clues, it would cause major trouble. "Zhou Jianhu, are you looking for death?" Zhou Jianxiong's voice was devoid of any emotion. This so-called younger brother was no different from a dead man in his heart. I'm looking for death? Zhou Jianxiong pointed at himself and sneered, what qualifies you to say that? Now, even the old ancestor of the Zhou family stands by my side. You, a worthless, have no chance of ever becoming the head of the Zhou family. 10 years ago, you were at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Even if you've reached the nascent soul realm after 10 years, you're still no match for me. Having said that, Zhou Jianhu clapped his hands, and an old man dressed in ragged clothes walked out from the side. Jianxiong, since you have left the Zhou family, you have no connection to it anymore. If you dare to harm anyone from the Zhou family, don't blame your third grandfather for showing no mercy. Third grandfather. Zhou Jianxiong looked at the old man with a pained expression. Even you are siding with him? The old man shook his head and said bitterly, Jianxiong, the family head is dead, and especially after you went missing, our Zhou family has fallen into decline. It is Jianhu who has been recognized by the Divine Puppet sect and is about to be admitted as a disciple of the sect's elder. With the protection of the Divine Puppet sect, our Zhou family can escape this predicament. In the future, once Jianhu has mastered his skills, we may even be able to challenge the top-tier clans. Oomph. A first-rate clan? Zhou Jianxiong laughed, his smile tinged with sorrow. A mere title of a first-rate clan is enough to make you disregard human ethics and disregard the laws of propriety? What does just a first-rate clan mean? Zhou Jianhu grew furious. My dear brother, if you have the ability, why don't you create a first-rate family yourself? Those who are all talk and no action have no place here. Zhou Jianxiong shook his head. Just a first-rate clan. I, Zhou Jianxiong, alone surpass the top 5 families. What's so special about that? Ha! However, Zhou Jianhu laughed. My dear brother, have you lost your mind? You alone are a top-tier clan surpassing the 5 great clans? Do you know what you're saying? Who can't talk big? Ha! Zhou Jianhu laughed so hard he was bending over, looking at you like that. You must not even have any cultivation left. A worthless with no cultivation dares to speak so boldly? Zhou Jianxiong didn't get angry. Instead, he looked at the old man again. Third uncle, do you agree? For the sake of the family's future, have you abandoned even the most basic principles of morality and honor? The old man hesitated for a moment before nodding. The honor of the family comes before everything else. All right. Zhou Jianxiong repeated the word good 3 times, and the last trace of kindness in his eyes vanished completely. This is your choice. Don't blame me. Boom. As he finished speaking, the energy belonging to Zhou Jianxiong, the energy of the return to Void Realm, was instantly released. Plop, plop. Whether they were Zhou family cultivators, onlookers, or other residents of Qingshan City, at that moment, none could withstand the immense pressure and knelt down one after another. The second young master of the Zhou family was crawling on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with terror. No, you're not Zhou Jianxiong, you're not, who are you? It's only been 10 years. Just 10 years since we last met. How could Zhou Jianxiong have become so terrifying? For ordinary people, 10 years might seem like a long time. But for cultivators, 10 years are but the blink of an eye. If there's one thing that's truly shocking, it was the third grandfather mentioned by Zhou Jianxiong. No, returning to the void, a void returning immortal? Jianxiong, how did you do it? He was dumbfounded. Completely dumbfounded. The strongest ancestor of the Zhou family was merely at the peak of the Yuanling realm, with 1 foot already in the Huatian realm. But even the aura emanating from the ancestor's body was no match for Zhou Jianxiong's. This could only mean one thing. Zhou Jianxiong had already broken through to the return to void immortal realm. 10 years. From the golden core realm to the return to void realm? That's terrifying. How did he do it? Third uncle, I told you, this was your choice. Don't blame me. Third grandfather panicked and hurriedly said, Jianxiong, I'm your third grandfather. We can talk this over. The Zhou family needs you. You can't abandon the Zhou family. Ha! Zhou Jianxiong seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Now you say you need me? Now that I've reached the return to void immortal realm, you think I can make the Zhou family the first family of Shuzhou, so you need me? You all make me feel sick. Third uncle sighed dejectedly. Seeing that Zhou Jianxiong seemed impossible to reason with, he clenched his teeth and said, Jianxiong, even if you're a return to void immortal, so what? Jianhu has been taken in as a disciple by the Shinkuei sect. If you dare to kill him, the Shinkuei sect won't let you off the hook. The Divine Puppet sect? Zhou Jianxiong sneered disdainfully. Jiang Ning, standing behind him, looked at Wang Hao with a puzzled expression. He had only heard the name of the sect for the first time in the small holy realm. The Shinkuei sect is located in the Great Wasteland to the west of Shuzhou. That place was even more resource scarce and extremely dangerous, with spatial fragments scattered everywhere. Most sects from the Little Holy Realm had their bases there. But despite its barrenness, its strength was no joke. The Shinkuei sect is a sect near Shuzhou, and it is said that there is an ancient ancestor within who is nearly at the level of a return to void immortal. Whether it's true or not, no one knows for sure. Jiang Ning nodded in understanding. It seems that the survival conditions for sects in the small holy realm aren't very favorable. Zhou Jianhu, do you know what mistake you've made? Zhou Jianxiong looked down at Zhou Jianhu on the ground. Isn't it just that you took everything that belonged to you? Whether you want to kill or spare him, it's up to you. Zhou Jianxiong, however, laughed coldly and said, "You're wrong. Before my father died, he explicitly stated that the position of family head was meant for you. You're clever and cunning, you're the perfect candidate to be the family head. He also said that as long as you don't harm the family's interests, he told me not to kill you." Alas. Zhou Jianxiong shook his head, then lowered his body and whispered something into Zhou Jianhu's ear. Zhou Jianhu's pupils dilated suddenly, and he looked at Zhou Jianxiong in shock. Big brother, you've betrayed me. Such a major matter, why didn't you and father tell me? You've ruined my life. Zhou Jianhu's teeth clenched in anger. He knew. He knew Zhou Xiaoyu's identity, and he knew what opportunities the Zhou family had missed. Chapter 174, The End of a Bond. Second brother. As your older brother, I gave you chances, but you didn't cherish them. In your next life, be more careful. Zhou Jianxiong shook his head, raised his hand, and was about to send the second son of the Zhou family on his way. But he saw the second son of the Zhou family scramble to his feet and kneel on the ground. Big brother, I know I was wrong. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I can't die, I really can't die. I still have a bright future ahead of me. I really can't die. From now on, the Zhou family has me, that's enough. Zhou Jianxiong shook his head. You have committed such a heinous crime, forcing your own sister-in-law. Do you think I can spare your life? Zhou Jianxiong snorted coldly, then brought his palm down. Put. In an instant, red and white substances spurted out, and the once mighty Zhou Ershao was completely erased from history. The matter of the second young master of the Zhou family. The other members of the Zhou family who had come with the second young master immediately knelt down. Eldest young master, we were all forced to do this. Master Zhou, spare our lives. We were all forced by the second young master. We did not harm the lady of the house. Zhou Jianxiong shook his head. The second young master is dead. There was no need to spare these people either. Zhou Jianxiong waved his hand, and the Zhou family subordinates who had followed the second young master Zhou instantly turned into dust, unable to put up even the slightest resistance. Among all the Zhou family members who had come, only the third elder, Zhou Qingshan, remained alive. He was the third grandfather mentioned by Zhou Jianxiong. Third grandfather. Zhou Jianxiong turned to look at Zhou Qingshan. Master Zhou, how dare I let you call me third grandfather? Just call me third elder. Are you trying to kill me? Zhou Jianxiong shook his head. Why would I kill you? The Zhou family needs you. Very well, young master, no, family head, if you kill the second young master, the divine puppet sect will not let this go. As far as I know, the patriarch of the divine puppet sect has already broken through to the return to void immortal realm. With several other cultivators at the Huatian realm, if they come after us, the Zhou family won't stand a chance. The Zhou family isn't a match for them, but what if we join forces? At that moment, the heads of the Wang family and the Qi family also stepped forward and came before the crowd. HM? Greetings, head of the Wang family, head of the Qi family. As members of the prominent families of Jinchang, Zhou Qingshan naturally recognized the heads of these two top-tier families. He was simply puzzled. How did these two end up here? Our Wang family and the Qi family will now be in the same boat as the Zhou family. The tiny Shin Kuei sect is hardly worth mentioning. Although the divine puppet sect has a cultivator at the return to void realm, so does Zhou Jianxiong. The old ancestor of the divine puppet sect has only recently broken through to the return to void realm, while Zhou Jianxiong is in existence recognized even by the divine attendant. There's no need to compare their strengths, it's obvious who's stronger. Moreover, the combined might of the two great clans Huanshan realm experts is more than enough to crush the divine puppet sect into the ground. Even the patriarchs of the two great clans are already halfway into the return to void realm. Dealing with those in the Huatian realm should be a piece of cake, right? But Zhou Qingshan sighed and said, it's probably not that simple. What do you mean? Zhou Qingshan explained, I heard that there have been some changes in the depths of the Great Wasteland, making it no longer suitable for cultivators to survive. The powerful sects in the depths of the Great Wasteland have begun to migrate one after another. Some have set their sights on Shuzhou and formed an alliance, intending to claim it as their own. The divine puppet sect is merely a vanguard, desperately seeking a pretext to wage war against Shuzhou. What? Upon hearing this, both the two clan leaders and Zhou Jianxiong were stunned into silence. Is the news true? In the depths of the Great Wasteland, those powerful sects have already begun to migrate? When did this happen? Zhou Qingshan answered one by one, the news has been confirmed to be true. As for what kind of upheaval has occurred in the depths of the Great Wasteland, I am also unaware. Upon hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows. Wang Hao, standing aside, explained to Jiang Ning. The depths of the Great Wasteland are home to many powerful sections. It is said that some of these sects even have cultivators at the Great Perfection realm. If even those sects are preparing to attack Shuzhou will be unable to withstand the assault. Perhaps only the few major states in the central region could withstand them. Great Perfection realm cultivators? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. There might even be one or two half-step Immortal realm experts. If such beings were to attack Shuzhou, that would indeed be troublesome. The major clans of Shuzhou could very well be annihilated. What are we to do? That's right. The two clan leaders were growing increasingly anxious. At this critical moment of life and death for the clan, if handled improperly, the clan's centuries-old legacy could be destroyed by our own hands. Zhenxiong, we must return to Jincheng first. Such a major matter requires consultation with the family. That's right, Zhenxiong, we'll take our leave first. If you have time, please come to Jincheng to discuss strategies. Zhou Jianxiong nodded. Such a major matter could not keep them here any longer. Howard, stay by your master's side and follow his instructions. Shinner, you as well. The two clan leaders did not wish to sever ties with Zhou Jianxiong, so they ordered their sons to stay behind. This way, they could maintain good relations with Jiangning. Yes, father. Wang Hao and Qi Xian hurriedly nodded in agreement. Soon, the two family heads departed with their entourage. Zhou Jianxiong also looked at Zhou Qingshan, the third elder, and said, "You should return to the Zhou family as well. Gather all the family's forces outside the estate. We may be facing a major battle." Zhou Qingshan hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes, family head." After Zhou Qingshan left, only Jiang Ning and a few others remained at the Like the Wind Inn. Li Lin. Zhou Jianxiong looked at his nominal wife. Your task is complete. Leave with Zhou Ping. After speaking, Zhou Jianxiong took out a dazzling night pearl and handed it to Li Lin. This should be enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your lives. If you wish to live in Qingshan City in the future, I will ensure your safety. If you wish to leave, that is also acceptable. With that, Zhou Jianxiong waved his hand, and Zhou Ping, who had been lying on the ground covered in blood, was instantly healed. Young master. Zhou Ping hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, young master, for your kindness. Zhou Jianxiong waved his hand dismissively. It was merely an agreement after all. These past years have been tough on you both. Young master, Linner and I have decided to stay here at the Like the Wind Inn. They are merely ordinary people. No matter where we go, if we encounter cultivators, our lives might be in danger. It's better to stay here at the Rongfeng Inn, where we have the protection of Qingshan City. Very well. The three of us, our fate has come to an end. If we have the chance to meet again in the future, we will part ways here. With that said, Zhou Jianxiong looked at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, brother, would you be willing to accompany me on a journey to the Great Wasteland? Chapter 175, The Great Wasteland. The Great Wasteland? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. He did have that idea, but it was too dangerous. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to take the risk. However, after some consideration, Jiang Ning decided to go. No matter what had happened, he needed to find out the truth before he could devise a plan. Alright, Zhou Xiong, I'll go with you to take a look. Alright. Zhou Jianxiong nodded and then looked at Wang Hao and the others. He casually produced a book and said, "You all must master this battle formation. If a major battle were to break out, at least it would ensure your safety." Wang Hao and the others took it and hurriedly replied, "Yes. Let's go, Jiangning Daoyu." As he finished speaking, Zhou Jianxiong waved his hand, and the two figures vanished instantly. The border of Shuzhou. As the most remote province of the 9 provinces, Shu State borders the Great Wasteland, and its border is the most desolate region. But at that moment, along the border of Shuzhou, countless ordinary people swarmed like ants, rushing toward the heartland of Shuzhou. These were likely commoners from the vicinity of the Shuzhou border. With the invasion of the De Huang and the creation of the Wanhun Fan, these commoners had no choice but to flee. Along the way, Zhou Jianxiong had already informed Jiang Ning about the situation in the Great Wasteland. Places like Shuzhou belong to the 9 states. Beyond the 9 states lies the Great Wasteland, an endless snow-covered plain. Within the Great Wasteland, various factions exist, primarily in the form of sects, with only a few family-based factions. The cultivators from these sects are referred to as heretical cultivators in the small holy realm, and they practice malevolent cultivation techniques. This is why they were driven into the Great Wasteland by the cultivators of the 9 provinces. Now, a major upheaval has occurred in the depths of the Great Wasteland, causing the heretical cultivators to lose their livelihood and flee toward the 9 provinces. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed through the air. A figure shrouded in black clouds was rapidly approaching the border of Shu State from the direction of the Great Wasteland. You mortals, with disaster looming, yet you think only of saving yourselves? For the sake of the small holy realm, surrender your souls. As the words fell, the figure pulled out an object resembling a flag and suspended it above the heads of the ordinary people. No, please, Immortal. We only want to live. Please, Immortal, let us go. Immortal, we are mere mortals, we only wish to survive. The cries of the mortals echoed, pleading for mercy, but the cultivator in the sky showed no intention of sparing them. Stop. At that moment, Zhou Jianxiong moved swiftly, arriving before the crowd of mortals. He then casually struck away the Wanhun Fan, who was in the midst of absorbing souls. How dare you? Who are you to disrupt the affairs of the Divine Puppet Sect? Shinkuei Sect? Zhou Jianxiong narrowed his eyes. This was exactly what he had come for, the Divine Puppet Sect. I hadn't even gone yet, and now the Shinkuei Sect has come to me on its own. The Divine Puppet Sect? Zhou Jianxiong chuckled. Since you know about the Divine Puppet Sect, why don't you retreat immediately? I can overlook the past. Zhou Jianxiong didn't waste any words and immediately displayed his cultivation. The oppressive aura of the return to void immortal realm spread out instantly. Put. Those cultivators from the Shinkuei sect were merely at the Yuanling realm. How could they withstand such pressure? The cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood and said in a panic, "Senior, I have offended you. I'll leave immediately." After speaking, the cultivator tried to flee. Zhou Jianxiong merely waved his hand, and the cultivator, who had been flying at high speed, suddenly retreated swiftly and soon arrived beside Zhou Jianxiong. "Senior, spare my life. My ancestor is also a return to void realm cultivator." Return to void realm? Is that powerful? Zhou Jianxiong sneered disdainfully. "Let me ask you this, did your Shinkuei sect go to the Zhou family in Shuzhou to recruit a disciple?" "The Zhou family of Shuzhou?" The cultivator hesitated for a moment before bitterly replying, "Senior, I did indeed go to the Zhou family to take on a disciple a few days ago. But I had no ill intentions. I only wanted to leave myself a way out. I never intended to harm the Zhou family in the slightest." Zhou Jianxiong furrowed his brows. "So it turns out we've caught the second disciple's master by chance. What kind of escape route?" Zhou Jianxiong asked again. "In the depths of the Great Wasteland, there lies a great terror. 2 sacred lands have been destroyed, and the others are on the brink of collapse. The ancestor said that the Great Wasteland is no longer habitable, and we must return to the 9 heavens and 10 earths once more. There is great terror in the depths of the Great Wasteland? 2 sacred lands have been destroyed?" Zhou Jianxiong took a deep breath. Those were sacred lands. What qualifies as a sacred site? At least there must be cultivators at the fusion realm to be called a sacred site. And some sacred sites even have cultivators at the Great Perfection realm. Such a place with such profound foundations has been destroyed? What great terror? Is it related to the destruction of the 2 great sacred sites? Have any of you ever seen it? The cultivator hurriedly shook his head and said, "Senior, I have never seen it. The destruction of the sacred site was indeed the work of that great terror. As for what that great terror is, I have no idea. All I have heard from the elders is that the great terror is likely to be the corrupted sages." Corrupted sages? That's right, the corrupted sages. Even now, the ancient sage has only just begun to awaken, yet it has already caused such carnage. If it were to fully awaken, the entire Great Wasteland would be utterly doomed. I have been collecting these 10,000 souls merely to delay the awakening of that great terror. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning sucked in a cold breath. After the human race's sages fell, their bodies were contaminated by an unknown substance, leading to the current mass slaughter. The 2 great sacred lands have been destroyed. The depths of the Great Wasteland are in utter chaos. "Take me to your Divine Puppet Sect," Zhou Jianxiong said coldly. Elder, I was wrong. Spare me. Our Shinkuei sect has orders: if we bring an outsider back, we will be executed by our ancestor." Zhou Jianxiong snorted coldly and said, "If you refuse to take me, I can kill you right now. Do you believe me?" "I believe you, of course." The cultivator nodded bitterly and said, "Senior, follow me." Soon, under the guidance of this Yuanling realm cultivator from the Shinkuei sect, Jiang Ning and Zhou Jianxiong arrived at the foot of a mountain range. "Senior, this is our Shinkuei sect. Is this the Shinkuei sect? That's interesting." Zhou Jianxiong chuckled and then looked at Jiang Ning. "Jiang Ning, have you noticed where the Shinkuei sect is?" Jiang Ning looked intently and then exclaimed in realization, "It's underground?" That's correct. The Divine Puppet sect is indeed underground. In this environment of the Great Wasteland, only the underground can sustain life. As he spoke, Zhou Jianxiong looked toward the mountain range, and his aura began to surge. A pressure belonging to a return to void realm immortal suddenly expanded outward. "Please emerge, ancient ancestor of the Divine Puppet sect, to meet us. Please come forth, ancestor of the Divine Puppet sect, and show yourself." The voice echoed through the mountains, but there was no response. Chapter 176, The Ancestor of the Divine Puppet Sect. Zhou Jianxiong sneered coldly. He had already detected that there was indeed a trace of energy belonging to the return to void realm beneath the mountain range. However, the aura was extremely weak, as if it had only recently broken through the return to void realm, and it had also suffered severe injuries. "Since you refuse to come out, don't blame me for being impolite." Seeing that the other party still refused to emerge, Zhou Jianxiong raised his hand and struck the mountain range with a palm strike. Boom! The return to void realm is already known as the Earth Immortal realm. Cultivators at this realm can already harness a small amount of the power of heaven and earth. Zhou Jianxiong's palm strike appeared light and airy, but as it neared the mountain range, the power of heaven and earth then transformed into a gigantic hand, directly smashing toward the mountain range. The Divine Puppet sect was located deep within the Divine Puppet mountain range. Originally, the Shinkuei sect was adjacent to Shuzhou, one of the more remote regions of the 9 states. It was also far from the depths of the Great Wasteland. The sect had an ancestor at the peak of the Divine Transformation Realm and 3 elders at the initial stage of the Divine Transformation Realm. With such strength, the sect managed to thrive quite comfortably in this unique location. Compared to the harsh regions deep within the Great Wasteland, the resources of the Shinkuei sect were still decent. However, with the full support of the entire sect, the old ancestor at the peak of the Divine Transformation Realm finally broke through to the Return to Void realm. It was believed that this would allow them to achieve great things, perhaps even seize control of Shuzhou. But before any actions could be taken, a major upheaval occurred in the depths of the Great Wasteland. It is said that some ancient sages have been revived, but they were corrupted by evil spirits, leading to what is known as the Dark Turmoil. During that Dark Turmoil, 2 of the most prestigious sacred sites in the depths of the Great Wasteland were completely destroyed. Many of the ancient ancestors at the Fusion Realm were annihilated. It took a full month for the news to reach the Divine Puppet sect. The Shinkuei ancestor, who had been steadily cultivating his realm, refused to believe it and insisted on investigating the depths of the Great Wasteland. However, upon arriving at the heart of the Great Wasteland, the Shinkuei elder immediately encountered the source of the darkness and chaos. Those were indeed the corpses of the divine ancestors, now possessed by evil spirits and having regained a portion of their former power. A single glance nearly caused the Shinkuei ancestor to be completely annihilated. Had he not activated the blood escape technique, he might have become the most tragic casualty among the Return to Void realm immortals. After fleeing back to the sect, he could only make simple arrangements for the sect's upcoming relocation before returning to his seclusion chamber to recover. Not long after, the young disciple he had high hopes for, who was now the sect master, brought news that he had made contact with the Zhou family of Shuzhou. Though he knew little of the Zhou family's strength, he was certain they couldn't possibly harbor a Return to Void immortal. With his own power, he could stabilize the situation. Once his injuries were healed, he could lead the Shinkuei sect to form an alliance with the Zhou family. At that point, even if the remains of the ancient sages were to arrive, there would be cultivators from the 9 provinces to step forward. Yes, his Shinkuei ancestor was just that spineless. He couldn't bring himself to say anything about sharing the fate of the Great Wasteland. As long as he can preserve the lineage of the Shinkuei sect, he will be content. I had thought everything was proceeding as planned. Today, his injuries had improved slightly, but he received news that several major sacred sites deep within the Great Wasteland had united to set up a seal, intending to seal the source of the dark chaos deep within the Great Wasteland. As a member of the Great Wasteland, the ancient ancestor of the Divine Puppet sect felt he must contribute his share. However, the Shinkuei sect lacked the necessary strength and was extremely impoverished, and he, as the ancestral patriarch, was still severely injured. After some thought, the Divine Puppet ancestor instructed his most promising disciple, the sect master, to collect the souls of ordinary people and refine them into the 10,000 soul scroll. Though he knew this act went against the heavens. But if the bodies of the ancient sages truly broke through the seal, the entire Great Wasteland would become a hell on earth. At that point, the ordinary people would have no chance of escaping, as the Great Wasteland was so vast that even cultivators would need many years to traverse it on their own. Moreover, mortal bodies couldn't withstand the immense pull of the teleportation array. Rather than being killed by the ancient sages' corpses later, it would be better to contribute to the Great Wasteland. But who could have foreseen that the disciple he had held in the highest regard would suddenly arrive at the Divine Puppet sect with 2 others? He had already secretly observed them. One was just a novice at the body-forging realm, such a weakling that he could kill 100 of them with a single sneeze. The other one looked young but had already reached the Return to Void realm. The aura emanating from his body made him feel a chill run down his spine. Before he could come up with a plan, the Return to Void immortal actually told him to come out and meet him. He wasn't that foolish. The other party's demeanor clearly indicated they were here to cause trouble. Going out would be a suicide mission. He had planned to hide if possible. As for that promising disciple of the sect master, if he was gone, so be it. The Shinkuei sect wasn't short on geniuses or disciples. As long as he is still alive, the Shinkuei sect still has hope. But who knew? That Return to Void Earth immortal was so arrogant, using the power of heaven and earth to attack his own mountain gate without a word. That terrifying power of heaven and earth caused my entire body to tremble uncontrollably. The disciples within the sect were so terrified by the aura that they trembled uncontrollably. What could he do? Going out meant certain death. Staying in, the Shinkuei sect couldn't withstand a few more such attacks. He clenched his teeth. He still decided to go out. If the enemy wanted to kill him, he could always flee. With a faint sound, a figure appeared in the sky. The elder of the Shinkuei sect, Ao Xing, greets you, fellow cultivator. Zhou Jianxiong looked at Ao Xing and snorted coldly, saying, "You dare to send your disciples to meddle in the affairs of the Zhou family?" Upon hearing the words Zhou family, Ao Xing, the ancient ancestor of the Shinkuei sect, felt a chill run down his spine, knowing that he was doomed. Though he harbored no ill will toward the Zhou family, he merely sought an alliance to use them as cover while secretly retreating to Shuzhou. But Ao Xing also knew. The 9 states had always regarded them as heretical cultivators and looked down upon them. Now, this Taoist friend who had returned to the Void Realm must be the Zhou family's ancestor, right? Had he come to settle scores? But when did Shuzhou ever have a return to Void Earth Immortal? My friend has misunderstood. Fearing that the other party might act impulsively, Ao Xing hurriedly explained, I have no ill will toward the Zhou family. It's just that this vast wasteland is simply unbearable anymore. Zhou Jianxiong sneered coldly. I naturally know you have no ill will toward the Zhou family. Otherwise, you wouldn't still be standing here talking to me. Having said that, Zhou Jianxiong tossed the master of the Shinkuei sect, who had been standing nearby, to Ao Xing. Friend, go inside and talk. Speaking here is your way of entertaining guests? Upon hearing this, Ao Xing finally let out a sigh of relief. Judging by his intentions, he wasn't here to destroy the Shinkuei sect. That's good. As long as we can talk, everything can be negotiated. Even if we have to compensate with some rare treasures, so be it. Fellow Taoist, it was my rashness. Please come in. Under Ao Xing's guidance, Zhou Jianxiong and Jiang Ning entered the council hall of the Divine Puppet sect. Fellow Taoist, please tell me, what compensation do you desire? I truly have no ill will toward the Zhou family. Just name your price, and if the Shinkuei sect can provide it, we will not hesitate to give it. Chapter 177, Do you even have the right to speak? Zhou Jianxiong waved his hand and said, let's not talk about that for now. Let's talk about what happened in the depths of the Great Wasteland. The depths of the Great Wasteland? Ao Xing sighed in relief and finally said, I once went to investigate. Though I only caught a glimpse from afar, I was severely injured. Just a glance, and you were severely injured? How powerful is that? Zhou Jianxiong and Jiang Ning exchanged glances. The former frowned and asked, could it be the remains of an ancient sage? Probably. Ao Xing spoke uncertainly, besides the remains of the ancient sages, what else could possess such overwhelming power? The Little Holy Realm was originally one of the battlefields of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, where many sages had fallen in the past. Therefore, whether it was Ao Xing or Zhou Jianxiong, they both instinctively believed that an existence with such power must be the corpse of an ancient sage. But that's not necessarily the case. Jiang Ning said solemnly, if it were truly the remains of the ancient sages, the great wasteland would already be in ruins by now. If the ancient sages had fallen, they must have harbored concerns for the future of the human race. Such concerns might turn into obsessions after death, giving rise to vengeful spirits. This is an inevitable phenomenon resulting from the imperfections of the Tao. After all, the Holy Tower world is merely an artificially created world of laws and rules. Even if a divine king were to use immense divine power to simulate the rules of the Tao's operation, it could never compare to the true Tao. Under the influence of an imperfect heavenly Tao, the bodies of the sages giving rise to vengeful spirits is an inevitable outcome. Some sages who died of natural causes or had sufficient time before their demise severed their 7 emotions and 6 desires. Thus, even if they perish, their corpses will not give rise to vengeful spirits to harm future generations. The dark power born from the corpses of the sages is not so small. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Ao Xing furrowed his brows slightly. A mere cultivator at the body-forging realm dares to interrupt their conversation while they, 2 returned void immortals, are speaking? How dare he? Oomph. You're just a junior, what do you know? The remains of the ancient sages, I saw them with my own eyes. You, a mere forging body realm cultivator, dare to speak so boldly? Oomph. Jian Gong laughed derisively. Zhou Jianxiong, standing nearby, gave him a cold look and asked, Jiang Ning, what do you want him to do? How should he die? Ao Xing was dumbfounded. Zhou Jianxiong actually called that little upstart Dao Yu? Had he heard correctly? Has the world gone mad? A return to void immortal actually called a forging body realm cultivator a fellow cultivator? Wait a moment. Originally, Ao Xing was stunned by Zhou Jianxiong's address and hadn't yet processed the meaning behind his words. But now, Ao Xing finally understood. This won't do. This won't do. Friend, why are you always so dramatic? Ao Xing was completely dumbfounded. He was actually willing to risk his life for this lowly cultivator at the body-tempering realm. What kind of background does this little punk have? Never mind, let him live. He might still be useful. I don't know why. Upon hearing this, Ao Xing actually sighed in relief. It was as if he had received a great favor from heaven. Jiang Ning, share your thoughts. Zhou Jianxiong turned to Jiang Ning and asked. It might be a demon clan. Jiang Ning said. The demon clan? Both Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing were stunned at that moment. In the small holy realm, the demon clan was even rarer than in the outside world. They hadn't heard any news about the demon clan for many years. Jiang Ning, are you sure? Jiang Ning nodded. In truth, Jiang Ning wasn't certain at first either whether it was truly the corpse of an ancient sage. But just now, Eruo, who had been dormant within his body, awoke and told Jiang Ning that he sensed the aura of the demon race. And this demon was an extremely rare heavenly corpse worm. In Eruo's memories, this type of celestial corpse worm was extremely mysterious, and even within the demon clan, there was little information about this species. However, every time a heavenly corpse worm emerges, it inevitably brings about a bloodbath. If nothing goes wrong, it must be the work of the Tianshi Chong. Jiang Ning said solemnly. Heavenly corpse worm? What is that? Jiang Ning, I have never heard of such a demonic creature. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and explained. The heavenly corpse worm is a demon beast capable of controlling corpses. The body of an ordinary heavenly corpse worm may be as small as a finger, and the longer it survives, the larger it grows. A demon beast that controls corpses? Ao Xing slapped the table. Isn't that the corpse of the sage he's controlling? Jiang Ning and Zhou Jianxiong rolled their eyes together. The latter said helplessly, Ao Taoist, what do you think the cultivation level of a demon beast that can control the corpse of a sage must be? Ancient sages are beings who have transcended the path of immortality. Those capable of controlling the corpses of the sages must at least be at the immortal realm, or even the heavenly immortal realm, such as the heavenly corpse worms. That makes sense. If it's that level of demon beast, forget about the great wasteland. Even in the small holy realm, no one could stand against it. But to inflict such severe injuries with just a glance, even those at the great perfection realm would find that difficult. Jiang Ning explained, humans can't do it, but magical artifacts can. If he truly had that ability, you wouldn't have survived to return. Ao Xing was taken aback. He felt there was some truth to what Jiang Ning said. If he could really kill him in an instant, he could have killed him with a single glance. How could he have let him survive? Then how would you explain the destruction of the two great sacred lands? Ao Xing asked doubtfully. Zhou Jianxiong also looked over. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. Eruo had already explained his deductions earlier. Based on his understanding of the heavenly corpse worms, there was only one possibility. It was likely that one of the ancient ancestors at the fusion realm from one of the two sacred sites had accidentally obtained a three-corpse worm, mistaking it for an ancient divine beast, and attempted to refine it, only to be possessed by the three-corpse worm instead. The three-corpse beetles can control more than one corpse, so they must be scheming to lure another fusion realm cultivator and continue the possession. With two fusion realm corpses under their control, destroying two sacred lands wouldn't be too difficult, would it? Indeed, it wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, the celestial corpse worms can easily replicate this method and continue to possess other beings. One day, all the cultivators in the sacred land will become puppets controlled by the heavenly corpse worms. But why didn't he leave after destroying two sacred lands? Jiang Ning pondered for a moment and said, are there any legends about these two sacred lands? Like, are there any treasures buried there, or something else? Speaking of that, Ao Xing suddenly realized something and said, it is said that the Chanyang Holy Land was built atop a great tomb, and within that tomb lie the remains of fallen sages. Besides the treasure left by the sages, there are also the sages' remains. That's why I instinctively felt that the ones causing trouble were the bodies of the ancient sages. Speaking of that, the three exchanged glances. It was clear now. The reason the corpse worms didn't leave that day, and even used magical artifacts to create the illusion that the bodies of the ancient sages were awakening. It was likely because of the great tomb beneath the Longyang holy ground. He was after the ancient sage's corpse, but his own strength wasn't strong enough, so he created all this illusion. By the time we discovered the truth, he might have already obtained the ancient sage's corpse beneath the Chanyang holy ground. Chapter 178, The Essence of Gun Iron. How dare you deceive me like this? Ao Xing said angrily, if I had known this earlier, I should have charged in and beheaded that demon. Jiang Ning and Zhou Jianxiong looked at Ao Xing as if he were an idiot. The former sneered, I wonder how you managed to cultivate to the return to Void Realm. Ao Xing widened his eyes, wanting to erupt in anger but dared not, and could only mutter, what do you mean by that? That day, the corpse worm was only at the return to Void Realm, and not even fully there yet, but it was able to possess and merge with a cultivator at the fusion realm. Do you think you, who just broke through to the return to Void Realm, could have handled it? Ao Xing deflated instantly, muttering under his breath, you're right. If I go, I'll just end up as another pile of bones. If that's the case, why didn't he kill me back then? Jiang Ning said solemnly, perhaps he didn't want to complicate matters further. Who knows if there were other cultivators watching nearby? If its true intentions were exposed, all of the corpse worm's plans would be ruined. Zhou Jianxiong nodded in agreement and said, if we follow Jiang Ning's reasoning, then these few days must be the best opportunity for those three corpse worms to dig up the bodies of the ancient sages. We must act swiftly to stop them. Otherwise, if they truly obtain the remains of the ancient sages, the great wasteland and the 9 states will face a catastrophe. Fellow Daoist, I will accompany you. Ao Xing clenched his teeth and said. It wasn't that he had come to terms with it or given up. Rather, the burial site of the ancient sages must contain many treasures waiting to be discovered. The divine puppet sect needs to develop, and relying solely on survival isn't enough. We must accumulate more resources. Let us not rush into it. Zhou Jianxiong looked at Ao Xing with a smirk and said, before that, there's one more thing we need to resolve. What is it? Aoshing was just about to ask in confusion when Zhou Jianxiong suddenly sprang into action. Boom! A barrier rose between the two of them. After all, in such a small space, if they didn't raise a barrier, it would definitely affect Jiang Ning. The intense force of heaven and earth surged instantly. Aoshing, caught off guard, was struck and spat out a mouthful of blood, is growing weak. What do you mean by this, fellow cultivator? We are all on the same side. Aoshing looked at Zhou Jianxiong in confusion. Though he wanted to resist, he knew he was no match for Zhou Jianxiong. What do you mean? Zhou Jianxiong sneered coldly. You dare to meddle with my Zhou family and insult my Jiangning Daoist friend. You deserve to die. Aoshing was momentarily speechless. These two things he had indeed done. I have already apologized. What more do you want? Apologize? Zhou Jianxiong coldly replied, if apologies were effective, the world would be at peace. Aoshing clenched his teeth. If that's the case, then tell me your terms compensation or what? If you insist on fighting, I, Aoshing, am not someone to be bullied. Simple. Zhou Jianxiong extended his hand, then opened it, and said, hand over the essence of gung iron. Gung iron essence? Aoshing laughed bitterly in anger. You were after the essence of gung iron all along, weren't you? Do you really think the Xinkuei sect is so easy to bully? What else could it be? Zhou Jianxiong's gaze grew even colder. If you don't hand over the essence of gung iron, I will destroy the Xinkuei sect today. Of course, if you choose the right path, I wouldn't mind taking you to the depths of the Great Wasteland. Aoshing hesitated. The essence of gung iron was of little use to him or the Xinkuei sect. If there were any secret treasures emerging in the depths of the Great Wasteland, exchanging it might not be so bad. But what if there wasn't? Wouldn't he be at a loss? What do you need the essence of gung iron for? That thing is useless to cultivators. Zhou Jianxiong didn't respond, but instead looked at Jiang Ning. Does Jiang Ning know the purpose of that essence of iron? Jiang Ning shook his head. He had never heard of the essence of iron before. Though precious, it has little use for cultivators. Its only function is to make newly formed magical artifacts slightly more durable. The combat methods of the Xinkuei sect primarily rely on puppets, which are also a type of magical artifact. When refining divine puppets, if the gung iron chi that escapes from the essence is used to nourish them, the divine puppets will become even harder. Jiang Ning suddenly understood. If it's only useful for magical artifacts, what use does the cultivator have for the essence of gung iron? Zhou Jianxiong isn't skilled in weapon forging, and he has a system. What kind of magical artifact couldn't he obtain? Giving them the essence of iron might be even more useless. You are unaware of this, my friend. That gung iron essence is a tremendous tonic for physical cultivation. Judging by your robust physique, you must have also taken the path of physical cultivation. If you could absorb the essence of gung iron, establishing your foundation would be within reach. What? The essence of iron has such a significant effect on physical cultivation? Thinking about it, it makes sense. Physical cultivation involves forging the body, much like a weaponsmith refining a magical artifact. It requires constant refinement and tempering. The ultimate goal of both is to make the artifact or physique indestructible. However, I am not following the path of physical cultivation, but rather a new path based on the power of qi and blood. However, it shares some similarities with physical cultivation. The stronger the physique, the greater the one's own strength. Moreover, Zhou Jianxiong said, if he could absorb the essence of gung iron, establishing a foundation would be within reach. In an instant, Jiang Ning's eyes grew fiery. Hand over the essence of gung iron, and I will spare your life. The divine puppet ancestor Aoshing saw this and knew that the item was beyond his grasp. He waved his hand and said, very well. The essence of the iron is yours, but do not forget what you promised me. As he spoke, Aoshing flickered his wrist and a dark golden object, resembling a piece of iron, appeared in his hand. This was the essence of gung iron. The moment the essence of gung iron appeared, Jiang Ning felt the qi and blood in his body flow more smoothly. His body also emitted an intense craving, urgently wanting to devour the gung iron essence. Jiang Ning, now you know how beneficial this is for you, don't you? Jiang Ning nodded. This object was indeed very useful to him. Since it's useful to you, feel free to take it. Aoshing also came to the same conclusion. A piece of gung iron in exchange for a powerful ally in the favor of the enigmatic Jiang Ning. Even if he gains nothing else, it is still a worthwhile trade. Then I shall take it. Jiang Ning took the gung iron essence, which instantly transformed into a beam of light and merged into his body. You just focus on your seclusion. We'll protect you. The depths of the Great Wasteland can wait a few more days. Jiang Ning nodded. Having two return to Void Realm immortals protect him, a mere body-tempering realm cultivator, was likely a first in history. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, then crossed his legs and began his seclusion. In just a moment, Jiang Ning's cultivation reached the 5th layer of the body-tempering realm. But this was not the end. Jiang Ning continued to break through. Chapter 179, Journey to the Depths of the Great Wasteland. 6th layer of body tempering, 7th layer. Jiang Ning's cultivation level was rising as swiftly as a rocket. This was not because the Gangjing iron was so extraordinary, but because Jiang Ning had accumulated so much. If Jiang Ning's dantian were a dam filled with water, then the Gangjing iron was the key that unlocked it. Body Forging Stage 8. In just a few hours, Jiang Ning's cultivation reached the 8th layer of body forging. The breakthrough did not stop there. Whether Jiang Ning can establish his foundation depends on this very moment. Zhou Jianxiong was filled with anticipation. Even at the body forging realm, Jiang Ning was already so extraordinary. What would he be like once he reached the foundation establishment realm? At that moment, Jiang Ning felt the surging qi and blood energy within his body, his heart filled with satisfaction. He had already reached the 8th layer of the body tempering realm. His cultivation realm was still rising, though the pace had slowed considerably. But it was still rising, wasn't it? He had reached the 9th layer of body forging. This speed is now only 1/10 of what it was before. Jiang Ning sighed. He had thought that with the Gangjing iron, he could reach the foundation establishment realm, but it was still insufficient. This Gangjing iron can only take his cultivation to the peak of the forging body realm. To reach the foundation establishment realm, he was just one step away. When his cultivation reached the peak of the forging body realm, Jiang Ning stopped and took a deep breath. Two fellow cultivators, I'm ready. Ready? Zhou Jianxiong glanced up and down at Jiang Ning and sighed, you still haven't reached the foundation establishment realm. You're just a step away. Jiang Ning shrugged indifferently and said, no problem. It's much better than before. Jiang Ning felt that his current strength had reached a terrifying level. If it were before, to deal with a golden core realm cultivator, he might have had to burn a chi gathering pill. But now, he didn't need to at all. With the spiritual energy within his body, he could now fight a golden core cultivator on equal terms. If he transformed into a state of chi and blood energy, slaughtering golden core realm cultivators would be as easy as slaughtering pigs and dogs. It's time. It's time to head to the depths of the Great Wasteland. Zhou Jianxiong stood up, took a deep breath, and said, let's go, fellow cultivator. The depths of the Great Wasteland are quite distant even at our speed, it will take half a day to reach there. Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing waved their hands, and the three of them vanished instantly from the council hall. The depths of the Great Wasteland. After half a day of rushing, Jiang Ning and the others finally reached their destination. At that moment, the area ahead was shrouded in endless dark clouds, with a faint yellow barrier blocking their path. That was the Longyang Holy Land. A place that had once been so bustling and vibrant now lay in ruins. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. Though he had never been to the Chanyang Holy Land before, he knew that a place called a Holy Land must once have been prosperous and thriving. Yet now, it was a lifeless wasteland, shrouded in endless deathly energy, with no signs of life or cultivation within. Two fellow cultivators, please wait a moment. With that, Jiang Ning closed his eyes and communicated with a Ruo within his body using his spiritual sense. Eruo. Can you sense it? Is it the heavenly corpse worm? Soon, Eruo's voice echoed within his body. That's right, it's indeed the heavenly corpse worm, and it's a rare variant. A variant heavenly corpse worm? Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder it could possess and merge with a cultivator at the fusion realm. It's a variant. Is there any other useful information? Jiang Ning asked in a low voice. Now, among the cultivators of these two sacred lands, aside from those at the fusion realm and the return to void realm, all others have been turned into nourishment, refined by those corpse worms into puppets. Beneath the Chanyang sacred land, there is indeed a large tomb, but whether it belongs to the sages of old, I cannot say for certain. It doesn't look like it, but there is indeed the aura of the ancient sages inside. The aura of the ancient sages? Is there a way to sneak into the barrier undetected? Jiang Ning asked again. Yes, I will borrow your body for a moment. All right. With Jiang Ning's permission, Arua took control of Jiang Ning's body, and his aura began to rise rapidly, reaching the peak of the return to void realm in an instant. Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing only saw Jiang Ning close his eyes. Moments later, when they opened their eyes again, he had already transformed into the peak of the return to void realm. This. Ao Xing was stunned. So this guy had been hiding his cultivation all along? No wonder Zhou Jianxiong had been so polite to him. Thinking back to how he had mocked Jiang Ning earlier, Ao Xing couldn't help but tremble all over. Follow me. Jiang Ning, no, Arua said coldly, then released a beam of light, enveloping the three of them. They then advanced toward the barrier. As ripples spread out, Jiang Ning and the others smoothly entered the depths of the Great Wasteland. At the same time, Chanyang Holy Land. The once bustling Chanyang Holy Land, with its towering pavilions and vibrant streets, had been reduced to a pile of rubble. Amidst the ruins, a figure cloaked in black stood silently. Before the figure in black robes stood countless humans with vacant expressions, their bodies emanating black mist, wielding various tools as they dug at something. At that moment, the figure in black robes suddenly sensed something, furrowing his brows as he looked toward the distance. It feels like someone is coming. Is it just my imagination? The seal hasn't been broken, no one should be coming. Ha, I'm just scaring myself. The figure in black robes muttered a few words before turning his gaze back to the front. I need to hurry. This is a time of turmoil. Just then, a loud rumble echoed through the air. A cave appeared on the ground. The black-robed figure, seeing this, wore a look of delight on his face. Is it connected? This ancient tomb is truly peculiar. It must be designed to be dug by ordinary people. If not, why would I have gone to such great lengths? The black-robed figure approached the entrance of the cave, looked down, then frowned and said, It's so deep down there. If I fall, I'll end up covered in bruises. Never mind, we have to go down anyway. However, we can send these puppets down first. The black-robed figure clapped his hands, and suddenly, the cultivators who had once belonged to the two sacred lands put down their tools and began to jump into the cave in an orderly line. Bang! The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed one after another. The expression on the black-robed figure's face grew increasingly satisfied. Ah, what a pity. Though I am a different kind, I have lost the most important inherited power. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up like this. The black-robed figure sighed deeply, noticing that the human flesh below had formed a sufficient cushion, and then jumped down directly. A quarter of an hour later, the black-robed figure had descended. On the ruins, the figures of Jiang Ning and the others reappeared. Judging by this, the heavenly corpse worm must not have obtained the inheritance power it only possesses innate abilities. Inside, Arua smiled and said, What does that mean? Jiang Ning asked in confusion. Like the demon clan, only those who have received the inheritance can cultivate. Without it, they can only rely on their innate abilities. Without cultivation, they have no magical power. They can only rely on the innate abilities of the heavenly corpse beetles to possess human cultivators. Jiang Ning was stunned. If that's the case, does that mean the heavenly corpse worms aren't as powerful as we thought? Chapter 180, Corpse Puppet. Arua remained silent for a moment before saying, They're not as weak as you think. If you're not careful, you might end up biting off more than you can chew. Jiang Ning nodded solemnly, then turned to look at Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing beside him. Should we go down now? Let me investigate the situation inside first. Zhou Jianxiong spoke in a deep voice, then clenched his fist into a seal. Soon, a creature resembling an ant appeared in Zhou Jianxiong's palm. Is that a soul-devouring ant? Ao Xing whispered in astonishment. You've seen some things, my friend. Zhou Jianxiong chuckled. Indeed, these are soul-devouring ants. I obtained them in the Fallen God Valley. Ao Xing said enviously. I also visited the Yunshan Valley when I was young, but that trip was a near-death experience, and I came back empty-handed. Jiang Ning asked from the side. When you were young? How young? Ao Xing exclaimed in astonishment. Around the Foundation Establishment realm, I was training with the elders of the Divine Puppet sect at the time. Jiang Ning and Zhou Jianxiong rolled their eyes simultaneously. Foundation Establishment realm? Even the weakest demon beasts in the Fallen God Valley are at the Golden Core realm. A mere Foundation Establishment realm novice like him couldn't have gotten anything worthwhile. Ao Xing, seeing the disdainful looks on their faces, scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I was just talking about when I was young. When we were young, we didn't get much either. Now that we've gone there, we might end up even worse. Many of my peers from the Divine Puppet sect have perished in the Yunshan Valley. Ao Xing sighed deeply. If it weren't for his tendency to play it safe, he might have ended up like those fellow cultivators, perishing in the Yunshan Valley. How could he have achieved what he has today? That Yunshan Valley is said to be a place where even gods can perish. At that moment, Zhou Jianxiong and Jiang Ning paid no attention to Ao Xing, with the former even releasing the soul-devouring ants from his palm. The soul-devouring ants waved their long antennae, constantly probing the air, then looked at the deep cave and jumped down without hesitation. After about a quarter of an hour, Zhou Jianxiong's expression suddenly changed, and he said, Let's go down too. Alright. Zhou Jianxiong jumped down first, followed by Jiang Ning, and lastly Ao Xing. This formation was arranged to protect Jiang Ning. Although Jiang Ning didn't need it, now that Arua had awakened, she could borrow Jiang Ning's body at any time to unleash the peak combat power of the Return to Void realm. Secondly, it was Ao Xing's strong request. He was truly afraid and had already prepared to flee at any moment. The cave was bottomless. Even the two Return to Void realm immortals, using their magical power to control their descent, took several breaths to reach the bottom. Plop! A faint thud echoed as the three finally reached the bottom of the cave. But the moment they touched the ground, Ao Xing and Zhou Jianxiong's expressions changed drastically. No! My cultivation has been sealed. Mine too. As cultivators at the Return to Void realm, the only beings capable of silently sealing both their cultivation levels were those at the Ascension realm. But clearly, there was no such being here. There was only one possibility. There must be some kind of array here that isolates spiritual energy once one reaches a certain cultivation level, or primarily targets cultivators, causing their spiritual energy to be severed from their bodies. In such a case, it would be as if their cultivation had been sealed. Both of them turned to look at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning also frowned and said, I can't feel any spiritual energy within my body either. It seems that this place is affected by some kind of array. If that's the case, the two felt somewhat more at ease. After all, everyone who comes here has their cultivation sealed. Unless they are physical cultivators. However, the two of them were at the return to Void Realm, and even relying solely on their physical bodies, they could withstand attacks from nascent Soul Realm cultivators. They had heard of one or two physical cultivators at the nascent Soul Realm, but they had never heard of any at the Spirit Transformation Realm. In any case, whether their cultivation was sealed or not made little difference. However, without spiritual energy, the soul-devouring ants can only summon one at a time. If any divine beings unexpectedly appear and the soul-devouring ants are destroyed, they will lose their means of scouting ahead. Let's go. The soul-devouring ants haven't signaled any danger yet, Zhou Jianxiong said in a low voice, maintaining their previous formation. Alright. Jiang Ning and Ao Xing responded, then closely followed Zhou Jianxiong's footsteps. Although the cave was deep, the stone walls on both sides were embedded with night pearls. Though each pearl's light was faint, the combined glow illuminated the cave as brightly as day. Under the glow, Jiang Ning and the others could now see clearly what was happening inside the cave. How could there be so much blood? Jiang Ning frowned. These bloodstains seemed to have been left recently, and the air was still filled with a strong, pungent smell of blood. Click. Just then, Zhou Jianxiong suddenly stopped in his tracks and said in a solemn voice, "There's something ahead. The soul-devouring ants are dead." Dead? Ao Xing looked around warily. Those soul-devouring ants were at least at the Golden Core realm. How could they have died without a sound? What exactly is ahead? Have you seen it clearly, fellow cultivator? Zhou Jianxiong shook his head. I didn't see clearly. That thing moved too fast. The soul-devouring ants couldn't react in time. As the spirit beast bound to Zhou Jianxiong by a mind-soul contract, everything the soul-devouring ants saw was transmitted in real time to Zhou Jianxiong's mind. However, everything happened too quickly just now, and the soul-devouring ants couldn't react in time. We should be more cautious, Zhou Jianxiong said solemnly. Jiang Ning and Ao Xing remained on guard as the three continued forward for a while before stopping simultaneously. Did you hear that? Such a loud sound. Of course we heard it. What is it? It sounds like a group. The three discussed in low voices. At that moment, a Ruo inside Jiang Ning spoke in a solemn voice. It's a zombie puppet. Zombie puppets? What are those? They are cultivators controlled by the celestial corpse worms. According to logic, the corpse puppets should be near the celestial corpse worm's main body. Why would they appear here alone? Jiang Ning said solemnly, let's go and see. Then, Jiang Ning turned to Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing and said, go and investigate. We have to move forward anyway. The three of them had been advancing from the bottom of the cave all the way to this point, following a narrow, long passageway with no other branches. To go further, they had no choice but to continue forward. Alright. Soon. After turning a corner, Jiang Ning and the others found their vision suddenly clearing before them. However, the scene before them was too gruesome to look at directly. They saw cultivators dressed in the robes of the two great sacred lands, many of whom were already missing limbs, with some cultivators' intestines even exposed, blood flowing continuously. These were the zombie puppets controlled by the heavenly corpse beetles. In front of these zombie puppets lay the corpses of several odd-looking, eyeless beasts. Currently, the zombie puppets were opening their blood-red mouths and devouring the beasts' corpses. The air was filled with an even more intense stench of blood. Chapter 181, Coffin. What are these beasts? Ao Xing frowned and asked, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to place it immediately. Zhou Jianxiong glanced at Ao Xing indifferently and said, these are just the ordinary wind wolves from the Yunshan Valley. They've been living underground for so long that their eyes have atrophied. Ao Xing snapped his fingers in realization. That's right, they are wind wolves. But this place is thousands of miles away from the Yunshan Valley. How did the wind wolves end up here? Zhou Jianxiong shook his head. You're asking me? I don't know either. Ao Xing puffed out his cheeks. I was just asking out of curiosity. Does Jiang Ning know? Jiang Ning rolled his eyes in exasperation. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. All right. Ao Xing sighed humbly. Jiang Ning, these things have 3 parts. Can we tackle one part at a time? Zhou Jianxiong said. Jiang Ning shook his head. If we kill the zombie puppets, the main body of the heavenly corpse worm will definitely sense it. I can block our 3 auras. We can sneak in and handle it. All right. Jiang Ning waved his hand, and a transparent barrier enveloped the 3 of them. Immediately afterward, the 3 of them cautiously moved forward. Soon, the 3 of them arrived in front of the zombie puppets. However, the zombie puppets seemed to ignore the 3, continuing to devour the wind wolf corpses before them. Hey! This formation really works. Ao Xing said excitedly, how did Jiang Ning, my fellow cultivator, learn such a technique? Jiang Ning shot Ao Xing a disdainful glance. Want to know? I'll teach you? No need for that, he. Ao Xing awkwardly smiled and obediently shut his mouth. Soon, the 3 of them passed through the area where the zombie puppets were gathered and entered a massive circular cavern.
The walls of the cavern were sheer cliffs stretching endlessly in all directions, their depths unknown.
In the center was a passageway leading to a circular platform. In the center of the circular platform stood a bronze coffin. However, the bronze coffin had already been opened, and beside it lay the body of a person dressed in the robes of a cultivator from the Eternal Light Sanctuary. It was the ancient ancestor of the Eternal Light Sanctuary at the Void Realm. Aoshing furrowed his brows and said, "It seems that the corpse worms have already possessed the body inside the coffin, and this body has been abandoned. Trouble." Zhou Jianxiong and Jiang Ning furrowed their brows, knowing that trouble was brewing. If the corpse-eating worms were willing to abandon the body of a Dongshu realm cultivator, it must mean they had found something better.
As for how much better, that remains unknown.
It could be the corpse of a peak-level master of the Dongshu realm, or even that of a master of the Deshang realm. Or even the corpse of a cultivator at the Ascension realm.
Any corpse lying here must be at least at the Great Perfection realm. Let us keep moving forward. We can't let that corpse-eating insect obtain a stronger corpse, otherwise, our situation will become even more dire. The three reached a consensus and continued moving forward. However, after walking for a short while, they encountered the same cave again. Once again, there were bronze coffins, and outside the coffins lay corpses dressed in the robes of the Eternal Light Sanctuary. But this time, the corpse had been there for much longer. This is the body of the former Holy Master of the Eternal Sanctuary. Aoshing exclaimed in shock. Could this be the ancestral tomb of the Eternal Sanctuary? This dog, digging up someone else's ancestral tomb?
As a member of the central sect of the Great Wasteland, Aoshing naturally recognized these great figures from past generations. However, Jiang Ning and Zhou Jianxiong were not concerned about this. It was the corpse on the ground, which was that of a peak-level cultivator of the Dongshu realm, now abandoned by the heavenly corpse beetles. This indicated that he had found a stronger corpse,
at least at the Great Perfection realm.
Aoshing also realized this, and the three of them looked extremely solemn. If it were just a corpse at the Dongshu realm, they might still be able to hold their own. But against a Great Perfection realm corpse, they didn't even have the strength to resist.
At the Great Perfection realm, the sheer physical strength alone could shatter their bodies. And that was assuming they could even use their spiritual energy. Not to mention that I can't even use my spiritual energy now. Are we still going? Aoshing asked, shivering. Go, why wouldn't we go? We've come this far, why not go? Zhou Jianxiong said coldly, if you're afraid, you can always go back.
Aoshing swallowed hard, his throat tightening.
If he returned now, without Jiangning's protection, those zombie puppets would surely discover him. Though he wasn't afraid, if he accidentally alerted the heavenly corpse beetles, he might die even sooner. Since you refuse to leave, then shut your mouth. Shut up then.
Aoshing snorted but obediently closed his mouth.
The three continued on their way.
After walking for an unknown amount of time, the same scene from before appeared before their eyes. It was still a bronze coffin, but there was no body inside, and it remained unopened.
Where did that thing go? Have we lost its trail?
Zhou Jianxiong furrowed his brows. The three had been following the path all along, without seeing any side paths, yet they had lost its trail?
Could it have fallen down below? Aoshing took a deep breath, walked to the edge of the cliff, and looked down. Below was complete darkness, nothing could be seen. It can't be that stupid, can it? In that coffin.
Jiang Ning said in a low voice, the presence inside the coffin already daring to speak.
In the coffin?
Zhou Jianxiong and Aoshing focused their gaze and saw that there was indeed a handprint on the coffin.
Though not very clear, it was definitely there. So he's already begun possessing a new body? Should we stop him?
Jiang Ning shook his head.
It was too late.
As soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, a creaking sound came from the direction of the coffin. Then, the coffin lid was suddenly lifted, and a pair of pale, lifeless hands emerged.
Bang!
A crisp, powerful sound echoed, followed by an invisible ripple spreading out. Jiang Ning and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. Moments later, a decaying figure slowly emerged from the coffin.
You filthy rats! You followed me all this way, thinking I wouldn't notice you?
A hoarse, low voice echoed.
The ancient corpse controlled by the heavenly corpse worm turned its gaze toward Jiang Ning and the others.
Its rotting eyes seemed to hold a trace of mockery.
We've been discovered?
Aoshing exclaimed in shock, about to release the magical techniques binding him, but was stopped by Jiang Ning.
You filthy rats have been following me all this time. Do you really think I couldn't find you? However, an unexpected scene unfolded.
The ancient corpse suddenly turned toward another direction and spoke the same words. This. Aoshing and Zhou Jianxiong were both stunned.
Could it be possible?
After several more instances, the ancient corpse let out a sinister laugh. It seemed like there was no one else around, just scaring itself.
How could there be anyone else? Chapter 182, Underground City.
Jiang Ning and the others exchanged glances. Though these corpse worms were naturally suspicious, they seemed like mindless brutes.
Is this beast mentally impaired?
Aoshing glared at it, asking with a mocking expression, and even Zhou Jianxiong looked odd.
Maybe it is. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. Why don't we take this opportunity to eliminate it?
Aoshing said.
Zhou Jianxiong also turned his gaze toward him. Even Jiang Ning believed that this was the best time to confront him. However, Arua, who was well aware of the habits of the heavenly corpse worm, told Jiang Ning, now is not the time. Though the heavenly corpse worm may lack intelligence, its power is undeniable. If we confront them now, casualties are inevitable. It would be better to wait until they next switch hosts, when they will be at their weakest. Jiang Ning relayed these words exactly as they were to Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing. The two discussed it and agreed that this was the safest approach. So, should we follow him now? Ao Xing asked. There's no other choice. Jiang Ning said, then once again used a ruah to create a barrier, enveloping the three of them inside. Up ahead. The ancient corpse controlled by the heavenly corpse worm, after confirming no one was nearby, continued moving forward. Occasionally, a few droplets of water fell from the ceiling of the cave, producing a crisp sound that echoed clearly in the silent underground world. The ancient corpse controlled by the heavenly corpse worm moved steadily, as if it were extremely familiar with this underground cave. Jiang Ning and the others cautiously maintained their distance, fearing discovery by the heavenly corpse worm. What secrets lie deep within this cave? Is there truly the corpse of an ancient sage? Ao Xing whispered, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Jiang Ning shook his head and said, I don't know either, but there must be something extraordinary here. At first, Jiang Ning had initially believed that the cave was the burial site of the ancient sages, where their remains were interred. But after hearing Rua's words, the corpse insect had not accepted the racial inheritance. Then, this cave might also hold a great secret related to the Tian Shizhong clan's inheritance. Perhaps the latter possibility is more likely. After all, this place is beneath the Eternal Light Holy Land, and it is said that the Eternal Light Holy Land was once just a small sect. However, after occupying this place, it gradually grew and developed into one of the sacred lands. Although the demon race and the human race have racial differences, their origins are extremely similar. Therefore, the demon race's inheritance, even if the human race cannot accept it, is still beneficial for cultivation. With the aid of this inheritance, the Eternal Light Holy Land achieving its current status makes sense. The expressions of the few grew increasingly solemn, as they all knew that at this point, what lay ahead not only concerned their own lives but also the safety of the entire Shu state. The three continued to lurk behind the celestial corpse insect, moving stealthily. To their surprise, after walking for a short while, spiritual energy began to appear within the cave. Moreover, the spiritual energy was extremely dense, becoming so concentrated that it began to liquefy toward the end. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Zhou Jianxiong whispered, I still can't activate my cultivation. How could there be such spiritual energy here? Jiang Ning and Ao Xing also frowned as they sensed the situation within their bodies. Their conditions were the same. Arua, what's going on here? Jiang Ning asked Aru in a solemn voice in his mind. But Arua also stated that she had no idea what was going on either. After all, according to the rules of the celestial order, in such an environment, the spiritual energy within their bodies should have completely dissipated. Therefore, the guilt should not be able to exist in the absence of spiritual energy. This defies common sense. Everyone, be careful. There might be a huge secret here. Jiang Ning warned. Ao Xing and Zhou Jianxiong both nodded and observed their surroundings with even greater caution. Thus, the three continued to follow the celestial corpse insect forward. The underground cavern's passages seemed to stretch endlessly, winding and twisting like a maze. However, just then, the scene ahead suddenly opened up. The ground ahead suddenly dipped downward, and though some distance away, the three could clearly see that it was indeed an underground city. Amidst the towering pavilions and towers, there was no sign of life, only utter stillness. Now, the sky-high corpse insect stood atop the structure for a moment before leaping down. The three of them silently slowed their pace, moving cautiously forward without making a sound. Soon, they arrived at the spot where the celestial corpse insect had jumped down. From here, they could overlook the entire underground ancient city. Above the city gates hung a plaque. On the plaque were the three characters, Manhwa City. At that moment, the ancient corpse controlled by the heavenly corpse insect was standing beneath the plaque. Due to only seeing its back, Jiang Ning and the others could not discern what the Tian Shizhong was doing. Manhwa City? Isn't that the legendary lost city? How could it appear here? Zhou Jianxiong whispered. Ao Xing also recovered from his shock and said solemnly, it is said that the city of the Red Planet is the sacred land of the demon clan. How could it appear here? Jiang Ning was also filled with questions. He remembered clearly. On Earth, the moon is also known as the ancient star of the demon clan. Could there be any connection between the two? Jiang Ning didn't know why such a ridiculous thought had suddenly crossed his mind. However, at that moment, the head of the ancient corpse controlled by the celestial corpse insect began to slowly turn, as if listening to the sounds around it. Jiang Ning and the others immediately held their breath, lying flat on the ground to avoid the ancient corpse's gaze. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The silence in the cave was broken by a low, rhythmic vibration emanating from the ground. As the vibration grew stronger, the ground began to tremble slightly. The sound was Ao Xing whispering, his eyes filled with caution. Jiang Ning shook his head, signaling to stay quiet. His mind was filled with confusion, but he dared not speculate lightly. Suddenly, a powerful tremor swept through the entire underground space. The once lifeless ground of the underground city cracked open, revealing a narrow fissure. Immediately afterward, a blue light emerged from the crack, and within the light, something seemed to be slowly rising. As the blue light grew brighter, the object rising from the crack gradually revealed its true form. It was a massive crystal stone, completely transparent and emanating a mysterious glow. At the center of the crystal stone, an ancient rune seemed to be wrapped within, emitting a faint glow. "What is this?" Ao Xing whispered, his voice trembling with awe. The crystal stone actually made him feel a threat to his life. "I've never heard of such a thing." Zhou Jianxiong also looked astonished. Jiang Ning stared at the crystal stone, sensing the immense power it contained. This power felt both familiar and foreign to him. Just as the three were puzzled, a low, growling sound suddenly echoed from within the city walls, filled with anger and warning. Chapter 183, Here we go again. Is there a living creature inside? Zhou Jianxiong whispered. Just the sound of that roar alone caused the qi and blood in my body to surge, inflicting some internal injuries. Ao Xing also agreed, saying he felt the same way. The only one unaffected was Jiang Ning, perhaps because he possessed the power of qi and blood within him. Though the roar made him feel slightly uncomfortable, it did not cause any harm. At that moment, the ancient corpse controlled by the heavenly corpse swarm began to move, rushing toward the city at an incredible speed. The roars of the unknown creatures within the city grew even louder, seeming furious as they threatened the ancient corpse controlled by the heavenly corpse swarm not to approach. Jiang Ning had a feeling. The unknown creatures within the city seemed to fear the heavenly corpse worm greatly, constantly issuing warnings, but the heavenly corpse worm paid no heed. At that moment, a mysterious creature that resembled both a fish and a crocodile suddenly flew out of the city. The creature opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs, its eyes flashing with a cold glow, as if it intended to devour the heavenly corpse worm along with the ancient corpse. The Tianshi Chui clearly sensed the threat from the unknown creature. It manipulated the ancient corpse, suddenly accelerating to evade the attack. However, the unknown creature's speed was no slower, and it pursued relentlessly. The two engaged in an intense chase in the air. Jiang Ning, Zhou Jianxiong, and Ao Xing watched the scene from afar, their hearts filled with excitement. If the celestial corpse worm and the unknown creature could destroy each other, that would be best. They could then reap the benefits. How powerful! Such power must have reached the fusion realm, right? Although the heavenly corpse worm controlled corpses that had been great perfection realm cultivators in life. However, in this place, no spiritual energy could gather, so they could only rely on their physical bodies to engage in the most straightforward combat. The three of them watched in stunned silence. Even the aftereffects of a fusion realm battle were enough to overwhelm them. They had never seen such a bizarre and powerful creature before, and had no idea why the heavenly corpse worm would risk so much to charge into the city. As the pursuit continued, the roars from within the city grew louder and louder, shaking the very heavens and earth. There were actually other creatures within the city. The creature battling the heavenly corpse in front of them was not the only one. Arua, do you recognize what kind of creature this is? Jiang Ning's Dantian. Arua said with an odd expression, isn't this the original form of the celestial corpse worms? So, is this a battle between two heavenly corpse worms? That's correct, but the one we were tracking is a mutated form. At this moment, the two heavenly corpse beetles were already locked in combat. One was being controlled by an ancient corpse, while the other was fighting in its true form. They were tearing into each other, rolling around, and fighting with extreme ferocity. The air was thick with the stench of blood, making one want to vomit. Jiang Ning, Zhou Jianxiong, and Ao Xing exchanged glances, their hearts filled with horror. The three had never imagined they would witness such a fierce battle between two heavenly corpse beetles here. How could these two insects be so terrifying? How many more are there in the city? If they come in a group, we won't stand a chance. Ao Xing's voice trembled. Jiang Ning, however, stared intently at the battlefield, his eyes darting back and forth. Why were the two celestial corpse insects fighting? Are they fighting over the inheritance within the city? But that celestial corpse insect emerged from the city, and there should be more of them inside. This means that the inheritance within the city must not be something that only one celestial corpse insect can inherit. Could it be that this mutated celestial corpse insect is an outsider? Jiang Ning felt that perhaps this explanation was the only one that held water for now. However, just then, an unexpected change occurred. The heavenly corpse worm controlling the ancient corpse suddenly let out a deafening roar. Immediately afterward, its body began to swell, as if it were about to explode. No! It's going to self-destruct. Jiang Ning's expression turned grim as he hurriedly warned the others. Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing, upon hearing this, also looked alarmed. All three knew that a celestial corpse worm of this caliber, once it self-destructed, would unleash a power capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. They dared not hesitate, immediately turning and fleeing, even if it meant exposing themselves. In this situation, running was the only option. There was no other way out.
Even the other heavenly corpse insect's eyes betrayed sheer terror, and it swiftly retreated, fearing being caught in the blast. However, just as everyone thought the celestial corpse insect was about to self-destruct, the ancient corpse's swollen body suddenly deflated like a balloon, shrinking rapidly. Afterward, the ancient corpse flew toward the city at an extremely terrifying speed. Stunned. Completely stunned. Jiangning and the others were completely dumbfounded. They had thought the corpse was about to self-destruct, but this was it? Who the hell thought he was so stupid? It wasn't just Jiangning. Even the battle-ready heavenly corpse insect was now looking utterly bewildered, almost human in its confusion. The city fell silent for a moment before erupting with even more furious roars. Immediately after, 3 beams of light shot out. This time, for celestial corpse insects in their true forms charged toward the ancient corpse. The heavenly corpse insect controlling the ancient corpse saw this and couldn't help but speed up, charging toward another direction in the city. Jiangning, Zhou Jianxiong, and Ao Xing stood there speechless, their minds racing. They had never witnessed such a bizarre and powerful scene, nor did they know why the celestial corpse worms were engaging in such an intense battle. The heavenly corpse worm controlling the ancient corpse moved at an incredible speed, like a black lightning bolt slicing through the air, racing deep into the city. The 4 celestial corpse beetles chasing behind were no less formidable, their speed equally astonishing. The air was thick with the smell of blood and tension, making one feel nauseous and uneasy. Jiangning and the others stared intently at the battlefield, their eyes darting back and forth, trying to discern any clues. However, 2 couldn't fight 4, and the celestial corpse worm controlling the ancient corpse was eventually caught, surrounded by its 4 counterparts. However, the ancient corpse suddenly let out a deafening roar, and its body began to swell once more, as if it were about to explode. Again? Is it a real self-destruction or a fake one? Is this never going to end? Jiangning and the others were speechless, but dared not gamble on its intentions, and could only retreat once more. The 4 celestial corpse worms did the same, though they were suspicious, they could only retreat as well. Life is precious, and no one dares to gamble with it. As the encirclement loosened, the ancient corpse's swollen body suddenly shrank rapidly, as if it had never swollen at all. Then, the ancient corpse flew deeper into the city at an even more terrifying speed. Jiangning and the 3 others were completely dumbfounded. Was this celestial corpse insect toying with them? It wasn't just them, even the 4 heavenly corpse beetles chasing after it were completely bewildered. They hadn't expected this celestial corpse insect to use this trick again, and worse yet, it actually worked. For a moment, they were at a loss. Angry roars echoed from the depths of the city, followed by more beams of light bursting forth, as if countless celestial corpse worms were stirring within the city walls. Jiangning and the others watched in horror, unsure of what would happen next. However, as the swarm of celestial corpse worms moved forward, the one controlling the ancient corpse suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and its figure vanished before everyone's eyes. Only Jiangning and the others, along with a group of celestial corpse insects, were left, staring at each other in disbelief. Chapter 184, The King Insect. The air seemed to freeze in that instant, leaving Jiangning, Zhou Jianxiong, and Ao Xing speechless. Then, they felt a chill run down their spines, and their bodies were covered in goosebumps. There were simply too many heavenly corpse beetles before their eyes. Even a single one was beyond their ability to handle, let alone so many. Jiangning, what should we do? Should we run? Ao Xing swallowed hard, then turned around to see Jiangning and Zhou Jianxiong had already retreated behind him. Damn it, you 2 old fools. Ao Xing let out a startled cry, his face turning pale with fear, and he hurriedly followed suit. But as soon as he moved, the swarm of celestial corpse insects stirred, countless pairs of eyes fixated on the 3 of them, as if ready to attack at any moment. The backs of Jiangning and the others were already soaked in cold sweat. If all these celestial corpse insects attacked at once, the 3 of them would be devoured in an instant. What should we do? Even Zhou Jianxiong was at a loss for what to do. Run! Jiangning said in a low voice, which was also Arua's intention. As a fellow demon, he could faintly sense an extremely terrifying aura within the city. It might be the king of these skycorpse insects. However, just as the 3 were about to flee, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the city, as if countless creatures were screaming and roaring in anger. Immediately afterward, Jiangning and the others felt an overwhelming pressure descending from the sky, crushing them so heavily they could barely breathe. Trouble! Run! Jiangning's expression changed drastically, and he immediately fled in the opposite direction of the city. Behind them, countless skycorpse insects reacted, roaring and chasing after them with their blood-red mouths wide open, as if determined to devour the 3 of them. As they ran, the 3 occasionally glanced back at the celestial corpse insects behind them, silently calculating the distance. The distance was growing shorter by the second. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the sky-devouring insects caught up. Arua, think of a way out. This scene forced Jiangning to once again seek help from Arua. I have a method, but it might not work. If it fails, those celestial corpse insects will catch up for sure. What method? Jiangning asked urgently. I am also a demon, and I possess the bloodline of the Qilin Demon Emperor, which allows me to temporarily suppress these low-level demon beasts. However, there are too many of these celestial corpse insects, and I have no physical form.
I cannot guarantee success. If it fails, you must be prepared for the consequences. Jiang Ning's heart trembled. If we fail, the celestial corpse worms will definitely catch up and will be forced into a bitter battle. But if we continue like this, we will eventually be caught anyway. Let's give it a try.
Jiang Ning took a deep breath and then stopped, leaving Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing looking puzzled.
Jiang Ning, my friend?
Why stop? Jiang Ning took a deep breath. You go ahead first.
I'll try that method. What method? Jiang Ning did not respond.
No, we're leaving together or staying together,
Zhou Jianxiong said. Even Ao Xing nodded in agreement. Since that's the case, step back.
Once the two had moved to the back, Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed, and the arrow within him also prepared itself.
In an instant, a terrifying aura unique to the demon clan erupted from Jiang Ning's body.
The swarm of celestial corpse insects that had been chasing them froze in place, their expressions blank with confusion.
It's working? However, before Jiang Ning could celebrate, the celestial corpse insects suddenly moved again. Roar!
But at that moment, a piercing scream echoed from within the city, sounding incredibly agonizing.
The pursuing celestial corpse insects halted once more, then turned their gaze toward the city.
A fleeting glimpse of struggle flashed in their eyes before they once again formed into swarms and flew back toward the city.
It seems like the plan is working after all. Jiang Ning exhaled deeply and said.
Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing nodded in agreement, feeling slightly more at ease. The scene earlier had been too terrifying. However, they were well aware that this did not mean the three of them were out of danger yet. There was still a heavenly corpse worm king lurking in the city, and it had just let out a terrifying roar. The threat of that heavenly corpse insect king loomed over them like a dark cloud, making it hard to breathe.
Jiang Ning, what should we do now? Ao Xing asked Jiang Ning anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Jiang Ning's expression grew solemn.
After a moment's thought, he said, if we don't deal with that king worm, we'll eventually find ourselves in a desperate situation.
We have no choice but to take a gamble. But that king worm is too powerful. We probably don't stand a chance.
Zhou Jianxiong looked gloomy, his words filled with worry. Jiang Ning's eyes flashed with determination. Though we may not be able to completely subdue this king insect, we can't just sit here and wait for it to finish us off. Let's give it our all, maybe there's a chance for a turnaround.
Well, let's give it a shot. Ao Xing clenched his fists tightly, a flash of determination in his eyes. Zhou Jianxiong nodded slightly and replied, all right, let's give it a try. The three exchanged glances, then cautiously made their way toward the dangerous area hidden within the city.
Along the way, they moved as quietly as possible, avoiding the scattered skycorpse insects, and slowly approached the location of the king insect. Finally, within an abandoned ancient temple, they spotted the heavenly corpse insect king.
Its massive body emitted a strong stench of decay and a powerful demonic aura.
Its blood-red eyes burned like two flames, radiating endless ferocity. What Jiang Ning and the others did not expect was that the ancient corpse that had vanished earlier was now standing before the king insect, facing it in a standoff. Could it be that the voice they heard earlier was because the king insect sensed a threat? But shouldn't the king insect be stronger? Otherwise, how could it be called the king insect? Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing asked in confusion. Jiang Ning turned to ask Ruo again. The queen bug is simply the female, responsible only for reproduction, much like an ant queen, and possesses no combat ability. It is the swarm of insects it produces that possesses the corresponding combat power. That's why the queen bug was so terrified earlier.
Jiang Ning repeated Ruo's words to the two of them, and after listening, they nodded in understanding. What about the insect swarms?
Jiang Ning was puzzled. There had been so many Tian-sure insects earlier, but now only a few stragglers could be seen.
Perhaps they fell into a diversionary tactic. It seems that this heavenly corpse insect was targeting the Wangchong. Could it be that it has set its sights on the Wangchong? Ao Xing joked.
However, the ancient corpse and the king insect both turned to look at them at the same time. Jiang Ning laughed and said, mutant heavenly corpse beetles are hermaphrodites, they wouldn't have any other intentions.
No, why are they looking at us? Could they have discovered us? Ao Xing shivered and instinctively hid behind Jiang Ning and Zhou Jianxiong. Chapter 185, The Four Great Demon Kings. At that moment,
the ancient corpse slowly raised its withered arm, pointing toward the direction where Jiang Ning and the others were standing. The blood-red eyes of the heavenly corpse insect king also turned toward them, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines.
No! They've really discovered us. Jiang Ning's expression changed drastically. It seemed that the distance was so close that Ruo's restrictions had already failed. The three quickly retreated, trying to create some distance. However, the area was filled with ruins, and without spiritual energy to manipulate, they could only move by foot, which naturally slowed them down. Just then, the heavenly corpse worm king let out a deafening roar. Immediately afterward, its massive body leaped forward, charging toward Jiang Ning and the others. Quick, dodge! Jiang Ning shouted, and the three of them rolled to the side. The heavenly corpse insect king missed its target, landing on the ground and shattering it into pieces.
Jiang Ning and the others took the opportunity to get back on their feet and continued to flee at full speed toward the distance. However, the Heavenly Corpse Worm King was extremely fast, and it was about to catch up with them.
Jiang Ning, what should we do? Ao Xing shouted in panic.
Jiang Ning was anxious but had no idea what to do. Just then, Aruwa, who was inside Jiang Ning's body, suddenly spoke. Jiang Ning, try using the remnants of the Qilin Demon Emperor's bloodline within you to intimidate it. Jiang Ning heard this, his heart stirred, and he immediately activated the Qilin Demon Emperor's bloodline within his body. A colossal demonic energy erupted from his body, surging toward the corpse-eating Worm King. The Heavenly Corpse Worm King's movements indeed halted, and a look of fear flashed in its blood-red eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Ning's heart filled with joy, and he continued to channel the bloodline of the Qilin Demon Emperor. However, just then, the ancient corpse that had been watching from the sidelines suddenly pounced toward Jiang Ning. The ancient corpse moved with blinding speed, and Jiang Ning had no time to react before it knocked him to the ground.
Jiang Ning!
Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing shouted in alarm, attempting to rush forward to rescue him, but they were blocked by the Heavenly Corpse Insect King.
Jiang Ning was pinned beneath the ancient corpse, unable to move. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from the ancient corpse, Jiang Ning's heart trembled violently.
Cold sweat poured down his forehead, and a sense of despair rose within him.
Could it be that I am going to die here today? Jiang Ning couldn't help but think. However, just then, the ancient corpse suddenly stopped its movements.
Its withered eyes flickered with a look of confusion. Then, it slowly stood up from Jiang Ning's body and turned to face the Heavenly Corpse Worm King. The Heavenly Corpse Worm King also seemed to sense something.
It let out a terrified screech and turned to flee into the city. Jiang Ning took the opportunity to crawl to his feet.
Watching the receding figures of the Kingworm and the ancient corpse, Jiang Ning and the others exchanged stunned glances.
What's going on? I have no idea. Could there be even more terrifying creatures outside?
Just as Jiang Ning was about to say there probably weren't any, he heard Arua's loud voice inside him shouting, "Hurry up and run.
If you don't, it'll be too late." Jiang Ning was still puzzled.
Suddenly, he felt an immense pressure descending upon him, followed by a sudden wolf-like howl.
That sounded so much like a wind wolf.
Earlier, the group had encountered the corpses of several wind wolves outside, but wind wolves were merely the lowest-ranked demon beasts.
Run! Before Jiang Ning could think further, Arua's voice rang out again.
Jiang Ning had no choice but to run, and Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing, who were beside him, quickly followed. Just as the three of them had left, the area where they had been standing was suddenly engulfed by whirlwinds, and a massive green wolf appeared in their place. The giant wolf blinked its human-like eyes, gazing at the direction Jiang Ning and the others were fleeing, its eyes filled with disdain. The wolf did not pursue them but turned its gaze toward the rear. Soon, 3 more figures appeared behind it, one a lion with 9 heads, another a black-scaled serpent with 2 tails. The final figure was an ant the size of a human. At that moment, Jiang Ning and the others had already run a considerable distance, but Aruwa signaled Jiang Ning to stop.
What a terrifying aura! At least a great perfection realm demon. When did the small holy realm acquire such a terrifying demon?
That's right, there haven't been any reports of demonic beasts in the small holy realm for many years. Now, 4 of them have appeared, and they're all great perfection realm demon kings. Jiang Ning's expression grew solemn as he surveyed his surroundings, a sense of crisis unlike any he had ever felt before surging within him. He knew that with their 3 combined strengths, facing demon kings of this caliber would be like trying to stop a tidal wave with a finger.
Arua, do you have any ideas? Jiang Ning asked urgently.
Arua remained silent for a moment before saying, though I can sense their presence, my power is restricted here, and I cannot directly confront them.
However, I might be able to guide you to avoid them.
Jiang Ning heard this and felt slightly reassured, nodding quickly. Alright, we'll follow your lead. Arua remained silent inside Jiang Ning for a moment, as if sensing something, then said, head east.
There is an ancient ruin there that might allow us to temporarily evade their attention.
Jiang Ning, hearing this, dared not delay, and immediately led Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing, rushing eastward at full speed. Along the way, they proceeded with utmost caution, fearing they might alert those terrifying demon kings.
However, fate seemed unwilling to let them off so easily.
As they approached the ruins, suddenly, a massive demonic energy descended from the sky, locking them in place.
We're in trouble. They've spotted us. Jiang Ning's heart sank, knowing there was no escape.
Just then, the entrance to the ruins burst into a brilliant light, and an ancient rune array slowly emerged, enveloping the 3 of them. Immediately afterward, the gates of the ruins burst open with a thunderous crash, and an ancient, mysterious aura swept toward them. Jiang Ning stared in astonishment at the scene before him, a strange sensation welling up in his heart.
Arua's voice echoed in his mind, this is an ancient sanctuary left behind by the ancients. Hurry inside, perhaps we can save our lives. Jiang Ning, hearing this, no longer hesitated. He grabbed Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing and charged into the ruins. Behind them, the roars of the demon kings grew fainter and fainter, eventually being blocked out by the thick gates of the ruins. Outside the ruins, the 4 demon kings' eyes were filled with rage. The human race. Damn it, they let the humans get there first. I don't understand. This ancient site hasn't been opened yet. How did these humans get in?
Not only humans, but also those damned heavenly corpse beetles. Damn it, our cultivation is too powerful. We must obey the ruins rules, or else we'll be struck by the heavens and let these crawling vermin get ahead of us.
The demon kings exchanged glances.
Among them, the nine-headed lion suddenly severed itself with a single stroke, causing its cultivation to plummet to the return to void realm.
Without hesitation, it charged into the ruins. How ruthless! To sacrifice one's cultivation. Oomph, I'm going too. You all wait outside. Once the opportunity is lost, it won't come again. The massive Wind Wolf King spoke in the same manner. Chapter 186, The Bell of the God's Doom. On the other side. After Jiang Ning and the three entered the ruins, their eyes lit up.
Inside the ruins, they found in vast, boundless space. The spiritual energy was so dense it seemed almost liquid, and the place was filled with all manner of rare treasures, spiritual herbs, and fruits too numerous to count.
This was an untouched secret realm.
Jiang Ning stared in astonishment at the scene before him, a surge of indescribable excitement welling up in his heart. Zhou Jianxiang and Ao Xing were also speechless with astonishment. Having lived in the small holy realm, they had never seen such abundant resources and were momentarily at a loss. At that moment, Arua's voice echoed in Jiang Ning's mind, "This place is filled with countless opportunities, but it is also fraught with danger.
The three of you must be cautious."
Jiang Ning heard this and felt a chill run down his spine.
He nodded quickly, "Yes, we understand."
The three exchanged glances and decided to continue forward. Although the path was lined with heavenly treasures, the situation was unclear, and it would be unwise to take anything without caution.
So many wonderful things, yet we can only look and not take them. What a torment!
Ao Xing muttered with a gloomy expression. If we could take even a portion of these items, it would propel the divine puppet sect into becoming a sacred land.
His cultivation would also advance further.
But in a place like this, taking anything without caution could invite unimaginable terror. This place seemed to have no boundaries. Even with the three of us moving at this speed, we hadn't even reached the edge yet.
Zhou Jianxiang took a deep breath and said.
Jiang Ning and the others also noticed this and immediately frowned, halting their steps. However, just as the three were about to discuss their next course of action, a violent tremor shook the ground, causing the entire ruins to seem on the verge of collapse.
Something's wrong. The four demon kings outside are destroying the seal. Jiang Ning's expression changed drastically, and a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart.
Just then, a crack appeared where Jiang Ning and the others had entered, followed by a deafening roar. Then, a colossal figure emerged from the light gate. It was the nine-headed lion they had encountered earlier outside. The nine-headed lion emanated an overwhelming demonic aura, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Jiang Ning and the others, as if it intended to devour them whole.
You worthless ants dared to steal this king's opportunity? You're asking for death.
The nine-headed lion roared furiously and charged toward Jiang Ning and the others. Seeing this, Jiang Ning and his companions were filled with terror. They immediately summoned all their strength to try to block the nine-headed lion's attack. After all, it was a demon king at the Great Perfection Realm. Even if they were to sever their cultivation and fall back to the fusion realm, their strength would still be formidable, and the three of them were no match for it, forced to endure the blows passively.
Hurry, think of a plan.
Perhaps other demon kings are also arriving at this moment.
Ao Xing shouted urgently.
If this continues, they will have no chance of survival.
However, an unexpected turn of events occurred once again. Clang!
Just as the group was on the brink of despair, an ancient bell tolled from the depths of the ruins. Immediately afterward, a powerful force surged forth from the depths, forcing the nine-headed lion back with overwhelming force. This was the bell of the gods.
The nine-headed lions looked despairingly at the depths of the ruins, their eyes filled with terror. Clang! The bell tolled again.
Despite having reached the fusion realm, their cultivation levels plummeted once more, dropping back to the return to void realm. The nine-headed lion was so startled that it retreated repeatedly, its eyes filled with fear.
What on earth is happening? Jiang Ning and the others were also stunned.
They never expected such a powerful existence to exist within this ancient ruins. A single bell toll had managed to intimidate the nine-headed lion, a demon king at the Great Perfection Realm. With just a single bell toll, the demon king's cultivation had been severed by a full level. The depths of this ruins must either harbor immortals or be governed by extremely tyrannical rules.
Zhou Jianxiang said solemnly.
The nine-headed lion must have triggered the ruins' rules for some reason, causing its cultivation to be severed.
We must be even more cautious.
Jiang Ning nodded, secretly relieved that they hadn't acted rashly, otherwise, they would likely have perished in this ruins long ago. The nine-headed lion let out a frustrated roar, glanced warily at the depths of the ruins, then turned and fled, clearly unwilling to stay any longer. Jiang Ning and the others sighed in relief, but they knew this was only temporary safety. They had no idea what dangers lay ahead. One nine-headed lion had left, but there were still three demon kings remaining. The two celestial corpse worms had already entered the ruins and were still nowhere to be seen.
Should we head to the center of the ruins? Jiang Ning frowned and asked. Zhou Jianxiang and Ao Xing exchanged glances and said, Let's go. We have to find a way out. If we stay out here, we won't be able to protect ourselves if we encounter those demon kings. Moreover, a strange light flashed in Zhou Jianxiong's eyes. The Tianshi Chong clan and the 4 demon kings have all come here, which means there must be something extremely important to the demon clan here. It might even be of great significance to the human race, otherwise, the Eternal Light Sanctuary wouldn't have been established here. Upon hearing this, Ao Xing, who had been feeling a bit afraid, suddenly perked up. In other words, if we can obtain that object, we could create a sacred land? Yes. Zhou Jianxiong nodded. In fact, our cultivation levels could even break through to the fusion realm. The fusion realm? Create a sacred place? These 2 terms deeply captivated Ao Xing. After some consideration, Ao Xing decided to take the risk for wealth and glory. If it were just him alone, he would never take such a risk. But with Jiang Ning and Zhou Jianxiong by his side, he was willing to take the plunge. Let's go! After making their plans, the 3 cautiously made their way deeper into the ruins. At that moment, Jiang Ning also asked a ruo within his body. What was the bell that drove away the 9-headed lion? How could it possess such power? A ruo remained silent for a moment before saying, that was the bell of the god's funeral. What is the bell of the god's funeral? Aruo shook his head rarely. No one knows what the bell of the god's demise is. It might be a magical artifact, or a rule, or perhaps a bell told by the gods themselves billions of years ago. Anyone who hears the bell, no matter their cultivation level, will face misfortune at some point. The lighter cases result in the birth of a heart demon, while the more severe cases lead to death and the loss of one's path, turning them into mindless zombies. Sigh. Jiang Ning sucked in a cold breath. How terrifying. We also heard the bell toll. Does that mean we will also face misfortune in the future? Arua shook her head, unsure. You don't know? The target of the bell of the gods seems to be the demon king. He appears to have chosen to ignore us. After all, we haven't suffered any harm. Is that so? Jiang Ning suddenly understood, but his heart felt heavy. Chapter 187, Formation. On the other side. Some hidden place within the ruins. The celestial corpse worm controlling the ancient corpses finally caught up with the mother worm of the celestial corpse worm swarm. The 2 faced off across a medicinal garden. Without the swarm, the mother insect's face, covered in gashes, unexpectedly revealed a human-like expression of fear and a hint of pleading. Ha, run. Go on, run. Damn it, I never expected to find such a valuable treasure here. The ancient corpse licked its lips, drooling like a normal living person. Though they were of the same species, he was a mutated individual who had long since broken away from the swarm. In fact, for these mutated beings, devouring their own kind, the mother insects, was the only way to grow stronger. By devouring you, I can inherit the clan's legacy, and only then will I truly be considered complete. As the ancient corpse approached, the mother insect's eyes once again revealed a pleading expression. But it seemed to be in vain. The ancient corpse opened its mouth filled with sharp teeth, and a foul odor wafted toward them, the smell of a corpse rotting for years. The mother insect trembled, trying to retreat, but found its body immobilized by the ancient corpse's overwhelming aura, unable to move. Stop struggling. Become my nourishment willingly. The ancient corpse grinned savagely, closing in step by step, its eyes brimming with a thirst for power. The mother insect closed its eyes in despair, awaiting the end of its fate. Roar! A piercing scream caused Jiang Ning and the 3 others, who were advancing forward, to halt in their tracks. What was that sound just now? Jiang Ning frowned. The sound was indeed too piercing, sending chills down one's spine. I feel like I've heard that before. Zhou Jianxiong murmured softly, but he wasn't sure. Ao Xing spoke uncertainly. I feel like that sound was similar to the sound of the heavenly corpse beetle? Heavenly corpse worm? Jiang Ning and Zhou Jianxiong both froze for a moment. Better not mention it. Once mentioned, they really did feel that the sound resembled that of a heavenly corpse worm. However, how could the cry of a heavenly corpse worm be so pitiful? Jiang Ning, Zhou Jianxiong, and Ao Xing exchanged glances, each seeing confusion in the other's eyes. Could it be that the female insect and that mutated one have encountered each other? Zhou Jianxiong mused aloud. Ao Xing scratched his head. Who knows? This place is really spooky. Who knows what strange things might have happened? It could be something else. Jiang Ning's expression grew serious. Regardless, we must avoid the direction of that sound. We can't risk encountering something we can't handle. Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing nodded. The 3 of them determined the direction of the sound and cautiously began walking in the opposite direction. Along the way, they avoided numerous ruins and areas brimming with spiritual energy. However, fate was so clever that they ended up back where they started. They tried walking in different directions several times, but each time they ended up back where they started. They had no choice but to head in that direction. The 3 of them looked solemn. It seemed as though there was some kind of rule forcing them to head in that direction. Soon, they arrived at the source of the sound. What greeted their eyes was a chaotic scene, as if a fierce battle had just taken place. In the center of the clearing, an ancient corpse lay motionless. Several cold, gleaming weapons were embedded in its body, and from the wounds, strands of eerie black smoke were slowly rising.
Beside the corpse lay the body of the mother of the sky-eating worms, its form shriveled and distorted, clearly having suffered immense torment in its final moments.
What on earth was going on?
Staring at the scene before them, the three of them were speechless. Jiang Ning's voice carried a hint of gravity.
These two heavenly corpse beetles were killed by later arrivals?
Ao Xing nodded, his eyes filled with caution. It seems that besides those demon kings, there are still unknown dangers lurking within this ruins. Zhou Jianxiong knelt down and examined the corpse of the mother heavenly corpse worm closely. He whispered, the manner of this mother worm's death is unusual. It seems to have been instantly annihilated by an extremely powerful force.
The three fell silent for a moment. This place was too eerie. Is there no record of this place in the Changming Holy Land?
Jiang Ning broke the silence, his tone solemn. Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing both shook their heads. They had never heard any rumors about this place.
Wait, look at this.
At that moment, Ao Xing pointed to a nearby stone wall, where there were some strange symbols that gave off an unsettling vibration.
Look here. Ao Xing beckoned the two over.
Jiang Ning and Zhou Jianxiong leaned in closer. The symbols resembled ancient incantations, but they were imbued with a faint aura of killing intent, which was absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and growing stronger by the moment.
Could it be that Zhou Jianxiong was pondering the death of the mother worm is connected to these incantations? It's highly likely.
Jiang Ning stared at the symbols, trying to decipher their meaning.
There's something else up ahead.
Zhou Jianxiong also made a discovery nearby. It was a stone platform resembling an altar, with several broken jade tablets placed on it. The tablets were engraved with ancient inscriptions. Zhou Jianxiong picked up one of them, examined it carefully, and his face betrayed his shock. These jade tablets recorded the birth and decline of the demon clan's emperor lineage, as well as the origin of this ruins. He whispered. Ao Xing leaned in closer and noticed that the inscriptions not only recorded history but also hinted at the arrangement of a powerful magical array. Ao Xing furrowed his brows in thought, as if this array could control the opening of this place. Seeing Jiang Ning and the others looking puzzled, Ao Xing smiled and explained, the way of divine puppets requires studying arrays, so I have some knowledge in this area. Jiang Ning pondered for a moment before speaking. If we can master this array, perhaps we can control everything within the ruins. Zhou Jianxiong nodded, but a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. However, this array seems to have flaws. We must proceed with caution to avoid triggering unforeseen consequences. The three decided to study the array formations carefully, hoping to find a way to control the ruins. At the same time, they realized that whether it was the Demon King or the Heavenly Corpse Beetles
might be targeting this array. After all, controlling this array would mean controlling the entire ruins.
Such a vast ruin, with so many resources, would be enough to sustain a sacred land for thousands of years.
Roar! However, at that moment, a wolf's howl echoed through the air.
Immediately afterward, the massive form of the Wind Wolf King appeared in the depths of their pupils. You lowly crawlers, drop that thing, and I'll spare your lives. The Wind Wolf King's actions clearly indicated that they had indeed come for this array.
Hurry up and leave.
Jiang Ning snorted coldly, I'll hold him off. In an instant, a Ruo took control of the body. Chapter 188, The Death of the Wind Wolf King. Jiang Ning's aura surged violently, and a vast wave of spiritual energy erupted from his body, forming a stark contrast to the Wind Wolf King's ferocious aura.
If you want to steal something, you must be prepared to pay the price.
Jiang Ning, or perhaps it was a Ruo's voice, became icy and resolute. A Ruo manipulated Jiang Ning's hands to form seals rapidly, with spiritual energy surging around him, as if it were about to condense into a tangible form. The Wind Wolf King's eyes flashed with disdain.
As a powerful demon clan member, how could it fear a mere human?
However, when it sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Jiang Ning, along with that faint trace of divine beast aura, it couldn't help but feel a slight chill in its heart.
A lowly human dares to challenge this king? You seek death.
The Wind Wolf King roared furiously, its form swelling instantly to the size of a small mountain as it bore down on Jiang Ning.
Jiang Ning's expression remained unchanged.
He formed a hand seal, and a dazzling beam of light erupted from his palm, transforming into a massive pillar of spiritual energy that collided with the Wind Wolf King's colossal form.
Boom!
A deafening roar echoed across the heavens and earth, and the shockwaves from the collision between the spiritual energy pillar and the Wind Wolf King's body swept out in all directions. Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing stood at a distance, watching Jiang Ning stand off with the Wind Wolf King, their hearts filled with worry. They knew that although Jiang Ning had obtained combat power rivaling that of the Return to Void Realm through some ability, his time was ultimately limited. Moreover, although the Wind Wolf King had severed himself with a single stroke, he had once been a demon king of the Great Perfection Realm.
Can Jiang Ning pull it off?
Ao Xing whispered, his eyes filled with anxiety. Zhou Jianxiong remained silent for a moment before speaking firmly, perhaps he can.
If not, we'll all go in together.
After all, it was just a demon king who had cut himself. Even if Jiang Ning couldn't defeat him alone, the three of them together, assuming the other demon kings didn't intervene, could wear him down until he died. At that moment, the battle between Jiang Ning, controlled by a Ruo, and the Wind Wolf King had reached a critical stage.
Arua, though still in her juvenile form among the demon beasts, had inherited the bloodline of the demon emperor, as the Qilin clan had once produced a demon emperor. However, as time passed, Jiang Ning's body began to struggle. After all, he hadn't even reached the foundation establishment realm, and being able to withstand such a fierce battle was already rare. Jiang Ning's face grew increasingly pale, while the Wind Wolf King seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment, his attacks growing more ferocious. This can't go on. Jiang Ning thought to himself, he must find a way to break the deadlock as soon as possible. Just then, a sudden flash of insight struck him, and he recalled the deceased heavenly corpse worm. Perhaps he could use that array to counter the Wind Wolf King. With that thought, Jiang Ning's figure flickered, and he instantly broke free from his battle with the Wind Wolf King, rushing toward the location where he had discovered the array formation earlier. Trying to escape? Not so easily. The Wind Wolf King roared furiously, his form turning into a blur as he gave chase. One man and one wolf, one ahead and one behind, raced toward the center of the ruins, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Medicinal fields and secret forests alike were utterly devastated. The Wind Wolf King transformed into a three-zhang-long, azure-colored giant wolf, its claws tearing open the ground, sending earth and rocks flying in its wake. Its fangs dripped with foul-smelling saliva, and its blood-red vertical pupils fixed intently on Jiang Ning, who was fleeing ahead. The scorching breath emanating from its nostrils charred the shrubs along the path. "You're no match for me. I sense the aura of the Qilin clan on you. I am curious, does the Qilin clan still exist in this world? As fellow demon beasts." The Wind Wolf King's squad is highly sensitive to the scent of demon beasts, and the Qilin is one of the 4 divine beasts. If we can devour it, the cultivation we sacrificed will be restored in no time. Roar! Seeing Jiang Ning still fleeing, the Wind Wolf King let out a wolf's howl, venting his mocking emotions. At that moment, Jiang Ning was nothing more than prey in his eyes. The wolf's roar shook the clouds in the sky, causing them to split apart. Several bolts of lightning struck down, creating deep craters at Jiang Ning's feet. Jiang Ning's clothes had been torn into strips by the gusts of wind, and the defensive spirit shield formed in his palms buzzed under the Wind Wolf King's overwhelming pressure. He forced himself to push through the exhaustion in his meridians, channeling his spiritual energy into his legs, and transformed into a streak of light, darting toward the ruins. However, just then, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly surged beneath Jiang Ning's feet. Looking down, he was horrified to see that the ground had been covered in spider web-like ice patterns, and the Wind Wolf King's attack was spreading at a visible speed. Trouble! Jiang Ning hurriedly changed direction, but his left hand was slashed by an ice shard, and the blood that dripped fell instantly into ice crystals. The Wind Wolf King's pursuit grew increasingly ferocious. It suddenly arched its back, and the demonic energy surrounding it coalesced into a gigantic wolf head illusion. A howl echoed through the air. The shadow opened its blood-red maw, as if it were about to devour the entire sky. Jiang Ning felt a searing pain tear through his back. The power of Eruo surged within him, and a Qilin's illusory form emerged from behind him, opening its mouth to unleash a crimson gold light pillar to meet the attack. As the 2 energy blasts collided, the medicinal fields within a 10-mile radius were reduced to dust, and the mountains collapsed with a thunderous crash. Boom! Before the dust had settled, the Wind Wolf King had already pierced through the smoke and charged forward. Jiang Ning had no place to dodge, and his lower back collided heavily with a massive boulder, causing a bitter taste to rise in his throat. Jiang Ning's eyes hardened. He bit his tongue until it bled, spraying his essence blood onto his palm. His spiritual energy instantly transformed into chains, wrapping around the Wind Wolf King. Foolish! The Wind Wolf King merely chuckled, then extended a claw and tapped lightly. With a loud crash, the spiritual energy chains shattered instantly, but Jiang Ning took advantage of the opportunity to flee once more. The Wind Wolf King furrowed his brows and pursued Jiang Ning without hesitation. Clang! However, Jiang Ning suddenly stopped and sneered. Beasts are beasts, they don't even realize they've been tricked. He had returned to his original location, where he had discovered the corpse of the heavenly corpse worm. This was Jiang Ning's deliberate plan, aimed at lulling the Wind Wolf King into a false sense of security. Sure enough, the Wind Wolf King had fallen for it. After returning the array core to its original position, Jiang Ning whispered, "Arua, it's up to you. Don't worry, one of the innate abilities of the Qilin clan is array formations." In an instant, bronze-colored totems rose from the ground, and 12 coiling dragon pillars broke through the earth, trapping Jiang Ning and the Wind Wolf King within the array. Trivial tricks. The Wind Wolf King swung his claws repeatedly, shattering the dragon pillars, but more totem patterns surged from the ground, forming layer upon layer of restraining barriers. Jiang Ning collapsed at the array's center, gasping for breath, as he watched the Wind Wolf King violently collide with the barrier. Each impact from the Demon King's demonic power shook his internal organs, causing blood to seep from the corners of his mouth. He trembled as he pulled out a high-grade chi-gathering pill. This was his last remaining supply. After swallowing the pill, Jiang Ning finally felt slightly better and said, "Arua, lend me a hand." The illusory form of a Qilin reappeared, spewing true fire from its mouth. The dragon pillars extending from the array were instantly ignited. The green flames spread along the array patterns, enveloping the figure of the Wind Wolf King in an eerie glow. Roar!
The Wind Wolf King let out a piercing howl as its fur began to peel off in patches in the flames, and cracks appeared on its demon core.
No! Impossible!
The Wind Wolf King roared and charged at the barrier, but the barrier contracted like a living creature, crushing its massive body bit by bit. Jiang Ning clung to his last ounce of consciousness, watching the array devour the Wind Wolf King's form. Finally, darkness engulfed his vision, and he collapsed into a pool of blood.
Chapter 189, The Inverted Divine Hall.
Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing, who had been watching from afar, immediately rushed over. They had expected to be blocked by the array, but instead, they saw the Wind Wolf King's body completely incinerated into ashes. The array then dissolved into streaks of light and vanished, leaving only chaos behind.
Zhou Jianxiong picked up the unconscious Jiang Ning and found his pulse faint and his meridians severed.
Ao Xing kept a wary eye on his surroundings, the lingering demonic energy fluctuations in the air sending a chill down his spine.
Now that one of the 4 great demon kings was dead and the other had fled, only 2 remained. If those 2 demon kings joined forces, they would be the ones to die. 1 demon king was manageable, but 2? Even if they all attacked together, it wouldn't be enough. Moreover, Jiang Ning was still severely injured. Let's hide first and figure out what to do later, Zhou Jianxiong said in a low voice.
All right. With the severely injured Jiang Ning in tow, Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing sprinted frantically, finally finding a relatively secluded cave at the edge of the ruins. This place seemed to be the lair of some kind of demon beast, but it had been abandoned for a long time.
Jiang Ning was too badly injured. Zhou Jianxiong took a deep breath.
Jiang Ning, a young cultivator at the peak of the body-forging realm, had actually defeated a demon king who had severed his own arm. Such an astonishing feat would be hard to believe if not witnessed firsthand. On the way here, I discovered several precious herbs. Go gather some for me, I will use them to treat Jiang Ning's injuries,
Zhou Jianxiong instructed Ao Xing.
Ao Xing chuckled and pulled out a doll-like object.
If it's about collecting herbs, the divine puppet is more suitable than me.
Zhou Jianxiong rolled his eyes in exasperation.
Cowardly as ever. That said, the divine puppet was indeed more suitable than Ao Xing himself to go.
After all, the divine puppet has no aura.
The demon clan is so sensitive to aura.
Alright, then you control the divine puppet and I'll tend to Jiang Ning's injuries.
Alright. The 2 divided their tasks clearly.
Ao Xing sat cross-legged and began to perform the hand seals with his fingertips. The divine puppet, which had been as small as a doll, suddenly grew to over 10 feet tall.
The divine puppet moved slightly, its bronze joints emitting the faint sound of gears turning.
Under Ao Xing's control, it stepped out of the cave. This over 10 feet tall golem shone with a cold, metallic luster. The soul-summoning lamp embedded in its forehead glowed a ghostly blue, illuminating the medicinal fields within 10 feet ahead in a pale green light. The mechanical pupils of the divine puppet swiftly scanned the overgrown ground. After walking for an unknown amount of time, it suddenly came to a halt at a particular spot. There, a high-grade spiritual herb, the red flame ginseng, stood tall. The mechanical arms of the divine puppet precisely parted the weeds, revealing 3 half-human tall crimson flame ginseng sprouting from a charred tree stump.
Droplets of dew, crystal clear and translucent, clung to the roots of the ginseng. A valuable find.
Ao Xing, through the puppet's vision, narrowed his pupils. Such high-quality crimson flame ginseng could mend broken bones and regenerate meridians, making it one of the herbs needed to save Jiang Ning. Just as the divine puppet's fingertips were about to touch the ginseng stem, the ground suddenly trembled with a buzzing vibration.
What's that noise?
The sound was faint, and Ao Xing thought he might have heard incorrectly, so he paid it no mind. But moments later, the faint tremors sounded again. This time, Ao Xing heard it clearly. The sound was coming from nearby. Ao Xing controlled the divine puppet and cautiously moved toward the source of the sound. Moments later, a suspended stone hall suddenly appeared before Ao Xing's eyes. The entire structure seemed to have been overturned by a colossal force, with the beams plunging into the ground.
An inverted divine hall? Ao Xing was stunned.
He recalled that when he first embarked on his cultivation path, the elders of the divine puppet sect had mentioned it. In that unknown place, there was an inverted divine hall. Those who had died would emerge from the temple to overturn this world.
Is this legendary tale truly real?
Ao Xing swallowed hard and maneuvered the divine puppet closer. Outside the temple was a path made of green stone slabs, engraved with twisted insect-shaped runes. Each rune had a piece of amber the size of a grain of rice embedded at its center. There seemed to be something else within the amber, but Ao Xing could not make it out. Soon, the divine puppet reached the temple's main door. As its fingertips touched the copper ring on the door, the soul-summoning lamp suddenly began to flicker violently. In Ao Xing's vision, countless overlapping illusions of cultivators clad in scales appeared, rushing around the altar. Suspended at the center of the altar was the bronze array disc they had previously encountered.
Is this the ruins of the ancient divine sect?
Ao Xing suddenly recalled the mysterious sect mentioned in ancient texts, which had specialized in raising celestial corpse insects for the refinement of poisonous toxins but had suddenly perished 1,000 years ago. As he pushed open the door, a chill breeze carrying the scent of ages swept over him, followed by a putrid stench. Ao Xing finally noticed that the hall was filled with piles of bones, each skeleton's dantian embedded with crystallized insect cores. As the divine puppet approached the remains, the runes on the ground suddenly lit up, and countless tiny silver threads crawled out of the cracks in the stone, climbing up the puppet's ankles toward the joints. Ao Xing suddenly realized what was happening and hurriedly controlled the divine puppet to retreat. However, he saw that in the center of the skeletal remains was a grinding wheel within the groove lay half a cocoon, faintly glowing with golden spots. Within the cocoon, the outline of a curled-up creature could be faintly seen, and 3 scars on its forehead stood out vividly under the glow. It was a miniature version of the Wind Wolf King. What sent a chill down his spine was that the Wind Wolf King's eyes seemed to be moving. The dead would emerge from the temple to destroy the world. Ao Xing recalled the legend, his hair standing on end. He wanted to destroy the golden cocoon, but dared not act rashly. Just then, an unfamiliar fluctuation swept through the air, causing the soul-summoning lamp of the divine puppet to erupt in a blinding blue light, illuminating the entire stone hall as bright as day. Ao Xing finally saw the relief carving on the ceiling. Countless celestial corpse insects were supporting a demonic core, with a monster with a wolf's head and a human body, and 2 wings growing from its back, seated at the center of the demonic core. At that moment, a bronze tower inverted upside down slowly rose from the ground. Its body was covered in honeycomb-like holes, each containing a demon beast larva wrapped in an ice cocoon. What the hell is this place? Such an enormous scale? Ao Xing was horrified to discover. These demon beast larvae were all of the same rank as a demon king. At that moment, they all blinked their eyes, staring intently at the divine puppet. Fortunately, it was the divine puppet that had arrived. If it had been Ao Xing himself, these little demon kings would have already gone berserk. Whoosh! Ao Xing took a deep breath and controlled the divine puppet to step forward. He dared not venture further inward. There must be even more terrifying places within that inverted divine hall. Although only the divine puppet had come, even without it, he wouldn't be injured. But the divine puppet carried the divine medicine to save Jiang Ning. The divine puppet could be lost, but Jiang Ning couldn't be. Never mind, I'll wait until Jiang Ning's injuries have healed before returning here. Ao Xing spoke in a low voice, then quickly left the inverted divine hall. Clang! The doors of the inverted divine hall closed tightly behind him. In the mountain cave, Zhou Jianxiong had already circulated his spiritual energy for a full cycle, expelling the stagnant blood from Jiang Ning's body. At that moment, the divine puppet, carrying the collected divine herbs, returned to the cave. Chapter 190, Mysterious Visitors. Ao Xing handed the crimson flame ginseng and several other herbs he had collected to Zhou Jianxiong. These are rare treasures of heaven and earth. They should be able to save Jiang Ning. Hurry, do not delay, time is of the essence. Recalling the appearance of the inverted divine hall, Ao Xing couldn't help but urge him. Zhou Jianxiong took the crimson flame ginseng, skillfully ground it into powder, mixed it with several other herbs, and then used his spiritual energy to refine the medicinal properties before channeling them into Jiang Ning's body. As the medicinal properties permeated his body, Jiang Ning's originally pale complexion gradually regained some color, and the shattered meridians within his body began to repair themselves. Jiang Ning's life and cultivation are saved. Zhou Jianxiong wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief. Ao Xing, seeing this, also smiled with satisfaction. Though the 3 had spent little time together, they had developed a deep friendship along the way. By the way, do you know about the inverted divine hall? Mentioning the inverted divine hall, Ao Xing felt a chill run down his spine. That place is far too eerie. I've heard a little about it, but not much. Zhou Jianxiong replied. As someone from the same small holy realm, he naturally had some knowledge of the inverted temple. Then, Ao Xing recounted everything he had seen and heard through the divine puppet. That inverted divine temple is far too eerie. We must leave this place as soon as possible. After listening, Zhou Jianxiong said solemnly. Ao Xing nodded in agreement. This place was no longer safe. They must find a secure location as soon as possible to allow Jiang Ning to recover from his injuries. Once Jiang Ning's injuries have healed, we'll decide whether to go back to the inverted temple or not. After making their plans, the 2 prepared to leave. However, just as they were about to exit the cave, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. Trouble! Someone's coming! Their expressions changed, and they quickly picked up Jiang Ning and hid deep inside the cave. They pressed themselves against the cave wall, held their breath, and lowered their breathing to a minimum, keeping a watchful eye on the cave entrance. The footsteps grew louder, and it seemed that more than one person was approaching. Could it be the remaining 2 demon kings? Zhou Jianxiong murmured softly, already preparing for battle. But the footsteps eventually stopped at the entrance, and a figure slowly emerged into the light at the entrance. The person was cloaked, and their face was indistinguishable. No need to worry, we are friends, not enemies. The figure suddenly spoke, his voice deep and magnetic. The several cloaked figures following behind remained silent. Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing exchanged glances, both seeing the caution in each other's eyes. May I ask who you are? Zhou Jianxiong stepped out of the shadows and asked calmly. The cloaked figure slowly stepped into the cave. As the light illuminated him, the 2 finally saw that he was wearing a mask. You may call us the Guardians, tasked with protecting this place. However, that is not important. The injuries within his body must be treated immediately, otherwise, he will be unable to continue his cultivation.
The man replied indifferently.
We only entered here by accident and have no ill intentions. Upon hearing the word Guardians, Zhou Jianxiong explained, keeping a wary eye on the other's reaction. The Guardian nodded, showing no signs of hostility. I know what you've been through, and I know you came here with no ill intent. He paused for a moment before continuing, this is not a place to linger.
Follow us.
Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing exchanged glances. Though puzzled by the sudden appearance of the Guardians and their proposal, they knew this was not the time to ask questions.
Alright, please lead the way. The Guardian pulled out a translucent jade token from his robe and handed it to Zhou Jianxiong. With this jade token in your possession, the danger here will not befall you.
Zhou Jianxiong took the jade token and felt the strange power it contained.
Thank you.
Zhou Jianxiong bowed in gratitude. Now was not the time to dwell on whether it was real or fake. Even if it was fake, they could only pretend to submit for now. After all, the aura emanating from the lead Guardian far surpassed their own. The Guardian said no more and turned to walk toward the cave exit. Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing no longer hesitated, carrying the unconscious Jiang Ning, and followed the Guardian. The sky outside the cave remained overcast, with dark clouds gathering, as if foretelling an impending storm. Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing closely followed the Guardian, their hearts filled with caution and curiosity. The two had no idea what the Guardian's true intentions were, but for now, it seemed they had no choice but to follow them.
Where are we going?
After walking for an unknown amount of time, Ao Xing finally couldn't help but ask. The Guardian did not turn back, merely responding calmly, a safe place.
You'll know when we arrive.
Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing exchanged glances, their vigilance growing even stronger.
Soon, the scenery before their eyes grew desolate.
Trees were sparse, thorns grew wild, and even the spiritual energy in the air seemed to grow thin.
Something feels off here. Zhou Jianxiong whispered, sensing an oppressive aura permeating the air around them.
The Guardian stopped in his tracks, turned around, and fixed his piercing gaze on them. Don't be nervous.
This place is indeed special, but as long as you have the jade token, you will be safe.
Zhou Jianxiong clenched the jade token in his hand.
The jade pendant seemed to emit a calming energy that spread out between the two of them.
The two felt slightly more at ease and continued following the Guardian forward. After several more hours, the group finally arrived at a secluded valley. The valley was picturesque, with lush green trees and flowing streams, completely different from the barren landscape outside, as if they were two different worlds. What surprised the two even more was that scattered throughout the valley were a few wooden huts, resembling a small village. Outside the wooden houses, they could see groups of children playing.
These children! Ao Xing couldn't help but gasp in astonishment.
He noticed that even the youngest of these playing children possessed at least the Golden Core realm's strength.
Some of the more outstanding ones had even reached the Yuanling realm.
What terrifying strength!
Where on earth is this place? Could it be the Immortal realm? If it's not the Immortal realm, how could the children here be so terrifying? You must understand.
In the outside world, forget about the Yuanling realm, even the Jindan realm takes some cultivators decades, or even centuries, to reach. But these children, who look no older than 8 or 9, with the oldest appearing to be around 11 or 12. They have already reached a level that many people can't achieve in their entire lives.
Elder Guardian, is this place the Immortal realm?
The Guardian turned around, glanced at the two of them, shook his head, and said, we are merely a group of cursed beings.
How could this be considered the Immortal realm? Cursed ones?
Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing were startled and about to ask more questions, but saw the Guardian wave his hand, seeming unwilling to say more.
Take your companions to the village. We'll tend to him. Alright. Chapter 191, Shilin Village.
Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing carried Jiang Ning and followed the Guardian into the village. Before they reached the wooden house, a group of children swarmed around them like playful young animals, clearly curious about these outsiders. The leader, a boy of around 12 or 13, was surrounded by the unique aura of a cultivator at the Yuanling realm.
He tilted his head, studying the two with eyes sparkling with curiosity. Where did you outsiders come from? Why do you carry the aura of the inverted divine temple?
The other children echoed his question, their chatter rising and falling in a cacophony of voices. They look so weak, even weaker than the youngest child in our village.
They're probably lost mortals who stumbled in by accident.
Hearing these innocent words, Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing exchanged glances, their hearts trembling with shock. Though they were only at the return to Void Realm, they were still considered powerful in the outside world. However, here, they couldn't use their spiritual energy. Yet the people in this village seemed to have no such limitations. In the eyes of these children, they had become the weak ones. The depth of this mysterious village's foundations far exceeded their imagination. The Guardian raised his hand to signal the children to be quiet and said in a solemn voice, "Don't cause trouble. Take the guests to see the village chief." A few children stuck out their tongues, then turned and skipped ahead to lead the way. Along the way, Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing watched the children playing by the roadside. Occasionally, children at the Golden Core realm flew by on swords or cast spells to manipulate flowers and plants. These feats, which would be considered astonishing in the outside world, were as commonplace here as children's games. After passing through a winding path, they arrived at a simple wooden house. Standing before the house was an elderly man with kind, benevolent features, white hair and beard, and an aura as smooth and gentle as jade. Yet, simply standing there, he exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure that made Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing feel as though they were facing not an old man, but a towering mountain. Village chief, the guests have arrived, the guardian said respectfully. The old man nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the unconscious Jiang Ning. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes before he regained his composure. Bring him inside. Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing carefully placed Jiang Ning on the bamboo bed inside the house.
The old man walked slowly to the bedside, extended his withered hand, and gently placed it on Jiang Ning's wrist.
After a moment, the old man furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with gravity. His physical body hasn't suffered severe injuries, but the Kirin's residual soul within him has been severely wounded. To confront the Wind Wolf King, Aru had exhausted all her accumulated strength over this period, not only falling into a deep sleep but also injuring some of her primordial essence. That is why Jiang Ning has been in such a deep slumber for so long.
Qilin's remnant soul?
Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing asked in unison. The old man turned around and looked at the two of them with a kind expression. Indeed, he has a remnant soul of a Qilin within him. Speaking of which, he actually has some connection to us. Our village is called Qilin Village, and everyone who lives here is a descendant of the former Qilin Emperor's followers. Back then, the Qilin Emperor was a mighty ruler who struck fear into all who opposed him, with countless powerful warriors under his command.
Unfortunately, in a devastating battle, the Qilin Emperor fell, and our ancestors were cursed. To escape the pursuit of our enemies, we retreated here and established this village. The children couldn't help but ask. Because our ancestors were once blessed by the Qilin Emperor, a trace of Qilin power flows through our blood. As a result, the children in our village begin their cultivation at a much faster rate than ordinary people. However, this Qilin power is both a blessing and a curse. The old man sighed, his eyes filled with sorrow. What do you mean by that?
Zhou Jianxiong pressed further. In the past, the Qilin Emperor slew too many enemies from beyond the realms, and the foreign races left a curse. Anyone with Qilin blood in their veins would never be able to attain immortality, or else they would suffer divine retribution.
We are nothing but a group of cursed individuals.
The old man said with a bitter smile.
Then what about Jiang Ning, who has a remnant of the Qilin soul within him? Is that a good thing or a bad thing for him? Ao Xing asked anxiously.
Of course it's a good thing. This remnant soul of the Qilin has its own consciousness and can assist him in his cultivation. In the future, with the right circumstances, it could even become an independent entity, a rare and valuable ally. But he will also be plagued by the curse. The old man's expression grew serious. However, since he hasn't yet learned how to control the Qilin's remnant soul, if he could master it, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Since he has come to the Qilin village, perhaps this is fate's arrangement. There is an ancient text in the village that records how to guide and control the power of the Qilin. Perhaps it can help him. Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing were overjoyed and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, senior. If you can save Jiang Ning's life, we will repay you with our lives in the future. The old man waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for that. This is also his karmic connection with the Qilin village. You should stay in the village for now. Once Jiang Ning wakes up, we'll make further plans. After settling Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing, the old man sat alone in front of the wooden house, gazing at the distant sky and muttering to himself. The remnants of the Qilin soul have emerged, and the inverted divine temple is stirring. It seems that the once peaceful little holy realm is about to be engulfed in a bloody storm. In the days that followed, Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing settled into the village of Qilin. The children of the village remained curious about the two outsiders, often running over to watch them and showing off their treasures, sometimes a spirit fruit that could instantly restore spiritual energy, other times a small magical artifact. As they spent time with the children, the two gradually let down their guard, touched by the village's simple and kind-hearted atmosphere. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning remained unconscious. The old man treated him daily, trying every method to awaken the remnants of the Qilin's soul within him. Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing, meanwhile, scoured the village for any information about the inverted temple, hoping to uncover useful clues from the villagers. However, whenever they mentioned the inverted temple, the villagers would change their expressions and avoid the topic, as if it were a taboo subject. One day, Zhou Jianxiong was practicing by the stream when a child rushed over.
Brother Zhou, it's bad. Jiang Ning's condition has suddenly worsened.
The village chief wants you to go there immediately.
Zhou Jianxiong's heart sank.
Without pausing to gather his things, he immediately followed the child toward the wooden house.
At that moment,
the village chief, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, was clutching his chest at the door, his face filled with horror.
Inside the room, Jiang Ning's body was surging with energy, resembling a primordial beast.
Jiang Ning, who had been asleep for a long time, seemed to have woken from a dream. Today, he had awakened, and the long-dormant system's voice echoed in his mind.
Ding, the spirit beast exchange function has cooled down. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a complete Black Jade Qilin. Detecting that the host is under the curse of the Qilin's bloodline, the system is attempting to remove the curse. Chapter 192, The Foundation Building Crisis 1. Outside. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Jianxiong rushed in frantically. After glancing at Zhang Ning for a moment, he turned to the village chief and asked anxiously, "Village chief, what's going on?" The village chief's face was deathly pale, and he spoke with a hint of confusion. The remnant soul of the Qilin within him has suddenly gone out of control for some reason, and its power is surging wildly. I can't suppress it at all. At that moment, Zhang Ning, lying on the bed, suddenly began to tremble violently, and a blinding light erupted from his body. A colossal surge of Qilin energy erupted, rampaging like a wild horse breaking free from its reins. The village chief's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly channeled all his spiritual energy to resist, but he could only barely contain Zhou Jianxiong within the barrier. The children outside the house were directly blown away by the powerful aura. As the system's alert echoed in Zhang Ning's mind, his consciousness gradually returned. At that moment, Zhang Ning could clearly sense a powerful energy gathering within his body. He tried to call out Rua's name, but received no response. Zhang Ning looked inward at his dantian, where a Qilin's illusory form continued to swirl. Though its aura was purer, it lacked the subtle spiritual essence of before. Could it be? As Zhang Ning was filled with doubt, the system prompted, "The remnant soul of the Qilin has been reborn and bound as your exclusive spirit beast. The Qilin's residual soul in the dantian is the divine liquid produced when the Qilin was born, and it now belongs to you." Companion divine liquid? Zhang Ning's heart leaped with joy. He had heard of such a thing before. Certain powerful divine beasts, upon their birth, absorb the purest spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to nurture themselves. This spiritual energy forms the companion divine liquid, an extremely pure form of energy. Both humans and demon beasts can absorb this energy for their own use. Zhang Ning estimated that if he were to absorb all of the companion divine elixir in his dantian, he would be very close to ascending to immortality. At that moment, Zhang Ning had yet to notice that as he regained consciousness, the Qilin power within his body was spreading uncontrollably. Outside the house, Ao Xing heard the commotion and rushed over. Upon seeing the chaotic scene inside the house, his expression grew serious. Without a word, he immediately joined Zhou Jianxiong and the village chief in their efforts to stabilize the chaotic spiritual energy surrounding Zhang Ning. Seeing that Zhang Ning had regained consciousness but was staring blankly at the ceiling, Ao Xing couldn't help but shout, "Zhang Ning, if you don't wake up soon, we're all doomed." Zhang Ning finally snapped back to reality, looking at the room he had turned into a mess, and couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. "I apologize to everyone." He controlled his mind to withdraw the Qilin energy, and Zhou Jianxiong and the others felt the mountain-like pressure dissipate instantly. The three wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and were about to ask, but saw Zhang Ning suddenly sit cross-legged on the bed, his eyes tightly closed, with spiritual energy swirling around him like a whirlpool. The village chief's pupils contracted sharply, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Is he practicing his cultivation technique? But the rules of this place suppress spiritual energy. It's impossible to manipulate it. How could an outsider like him manipulate spiritual energy? Even with Qilin power, it wouldn't work unless he had Qilin bloodline. But Zhang Ning is human, that's an undeniable fact." Ao Xing, however, stared intently at the golden patterns swirling around Zhang Ning's body. Those patterns were identical to the Qilin power that had just rampaged through the area. As Zhang Ning's breathing steadied, strands of visible spiritual energy began to penetrate the walls, converging from all directions. Upon touching Zhang Ning's skin, the spiritual energy instantly transformed into golden beams, sinking into his meridians. His dantian, which had been dried up by the suppression of the rules, was now filling up at a visible speed. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted from within Zhang Ning's body, causing the spiritual energy fluctuations around him to surge violently. Zhou Jianxiong and the others were knocked to the ground by the shockwave. As they struggled to lift their heads, they saw a layer of crystalline light membrane floating around Zhang Ning, the protective spiritual light unique to those who had broken through the Foundation establishment realm. What shocked everyone even more was that the tables and chairs in the room began to slowly float in the air. This was a technique of projecting spiritual energy outward, which could only be barely mastered after breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm. "This is impossible." The village chief staggered and leaned against the wall. Even if this youngster had the assistance of the Qilin's power, this place was surrounded by cursed energy. How could he break through the curse? Could he have a way to counteract the cursed energy? Zhou Jianxiong, however, stared intently at the faintly visible Qilin's shadow in Zhang Ning's dantian and said solemnly, "The Qilin is an ancient auspicious beast that controls the fortune of heaven and earth. Perhaps it is this Qilin's power that has broken the shackles of this place's rules." Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Ning suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils flickering with golden light. He raised his hand and swept it forward, sending a golden sword chi slicing through the air, leaving a half-foot deep sword mark on the wall. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within his body, Zhang Ning's heart was filled with shock and awe.
Not only had his spiritual energy cultivation reached new heights, but his physical strength, forged by the dual refinement of the Qilin's power and the accompanying divine liquid, had also reached the peak of the foundation establishment realm. What surprised him even more was that when he circulated his spiritual energy, he felt no suppression from the rules of the world. So that's how it is, Jiang Ning murmured to himself, a smile curving his lips. The system had not only helped him refine the Qilin's power but also granted him the privilege of ignoring the rules. However, this joy did not last long. The sky suddenly darkened with clouds, and purple lightning bolts surged through the clouds. Detected that the host has met the requirements for foundation establishment. To protect the host and ensure the completion of foundation establishment, the system is granting a temporary cultivation card. No matter how powerful the lightning tribulation the host encounters, the host will be able to suppress it with their current cultivation level and successfully survive the tribulation. At that moment, the system sounded again to remind Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning also sensed that a powerful force was gathering in the sky. Inside the room, Ao Xing's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "This is bad." Jiang Ning has forced a breakthrough and attracted the foundation establishment lightning tribulation. The village chief looked up at the thunder clouds that obscured the sky, his voice trembling. A thunder tribulation of this scale? Even when we broke through to the Huatian realm, we never encountered anything like this. Is this really the thunder tribulation of a foundation establishment realm disciple? He's truly a prodigy. Zhou Jianxiang drew his long sword without hesitation and declared loudly, "No matter what, we cannot let Jiang Ning face this alone." Ao Xing and the village chief exchanged glances, then nodded simultaneously. The three quickly formed a formation, shielding Jiang Ning at the center. At that moment, the first bolt of lightning struck down, its deafening roar shaking the entire village. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, activated his temporary cultivation card, and instantly channeled the power of the Qilin to meet the thunderbolt. Golden light collided with purple lightning, erupting into a blinding brilliance. Each subsequent thunderbolt was more ferocious than the last. Jiang Ning's clothes had already been shredded by the thunder, and his body was covered in charred wounds. Despite this, Jiang Ning's gaze grew even more resolute. With each thunderbolt that struck, he could feel the Qilin power within him, the energy from the thunderbolts, making his spiritual energy even more refined. The final strike! Ao Xing shouted. Everyone looked up to see a purple-gold thunderbolt as thick as a water barreling in the clouds. The overwhelming pressure caused everyone present to kneel to the ground involuntarily. Jiang Ning slowly stood up, with the illusory form of a Qilin rising into the sky, colliding with the thunderbolt with a deafening crash. In that moment, the heavens and earth seemed to freeze, with only the blinding light illuminating the night sky. When the light faded, Jiang Ning stood there covered in blood, but a look of relief spread across his lips. His aura was more subdued, yet it still emanated a pressure that surpassed that of foundation establishment cultivators. Ao Xing and the others struggled to their feet, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Jiang Ning. "Congratulations, Zhang Daoyu, on successfully establishing your foundation." Ao Xing bowed respectfully. Jiang Ning was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He sensed a familiar aura approaching, and within it, a faint yet unsettling hint of murderous intent. The calamity clouds gathered once more, and this time, they were even larger than before. Chapter 193, The Foundation Establishment Tribulation 2. It's actually the second lightning tribulation? Everyone was a bit stunned. This is the lightning tribulation that only descends when one ascends to immortality. Jiang Ning had only just broken through the foundation establishment realm, yet he had already attracted such a thunder tribulation? In the sky above, the tribulation clouds churned like a boiling sea of ink, with purple lightning writhing through the clouds, emitting a piercing screech that made one's teeth ache. Ao Xing looked up at the calamity clouds, now 3 times larger than before. His Adam's apple bobbed violently. This wasn't a calamity a foundation establishment cultivator should endure. It resembled the heavenly tribulation faced by a great perfection cultivator attempting to ascend to immortality. The village chief trembled, his lips quivering so much he could barely speak. Zhou Jianxiang's long sword trembled slightly in his hands, but he clenched it tightly. Jiang Ning's pupils reflected the churning calamity clouds, cold sweat trickling down his spine and soaking into his robe. The system's mechanical voice sounded at the right moment. Warning! Due to the host breaking the rules and triggering a cosmic anomaly, this lightning tribulation is a defiant tribulation. The temporary cultivation level cap is ineffective. Detecting 37 units of the companion divine liquid in the host's dantian, the Qilin blood burning forbidden technique can be activated to temporarily boost combat power by 3-fold. I'll give it everything I've got. Jiang Ning gritted his teeth and muttered, as a golden red flame erupted from the Qilin's illusory form surrounding him. At that moment, the first lightning pillar crashed down, as thick as a water barrel, distorting the air into bizarre whirlpools in its path. Ao Xing and the 3 others, who had formed an array, were like flickering candles in the wind under the lightning. Zhou Jianxiang spat out a mouthful of blood, but the array managed to block 3/10 of the lightning's power for Jiang Ning. Don't worry about me. Retreat! Jiang Ning roared, his skin charred and cracked by the lightning, yet he still forced himself to continue channeling his energy. The power of the Qilin collided with the thunder, erupting into blinding light.
The grass and trees in the entire village withered into ash in an instant.
The second lightning tribulation struck immediately, this time with 9 lightning dragons linked together, forming a terrifying cage in the sky.
Summon thunder technique, activate.
The village chief suddenly roared, his aged face turning crimson as spiritual energy surged wildly around him. An ancient array pattern appeared above his head, forcibly pulling 2 thunder dragons toward the ground. A violent explosion sent dust and debris soaring dozens of meters into the air. Aoshing seized the opportunity to hurl 3 jade tablets, which transformed into golden shields to protect everyone. Jiang Ning struggled to breathe in the thunderstorm, his meridians feeling as though they were being pierced by countless steel needles. He bit his tongue until it bled, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto the Qilin's illusory form. Qilin, burn with blood, manifest. In an instant, the entire world was bathed in golden light. The burning Qilin's illusory form let out a piercing cry, its sound waves causing the calamity clouds to tremble. However, the third lightning tribulation had already descended. This was a lightning domain composed of countless tiny lightning bolts, shattering space wherever it passed. Charged together. Aoshing's clothes were torn to shreds by the lightning, revealing his scarred chest. He changed his hand seals, summoning a blue water dragon. Zhou Jianxiong wielded his sword, creating countless sword shadows, each carrying a sharp sword intent. The village chief exhausted his remaining spiritual energy, raising a bronze ancient bell above everyone's heads. The three's combined power intertwined with Jiang Ning's Qilin energy, forming a golden barrier. The thunder domain descended, and the barrier emitted a strained hum. Jiang Ning felt his internal organs shifting, blood seeping from his nostrils and ear canals, yet he stared intently at the calamity clouds beyond the barrier. Suddenly, the companion divine liquid in his dantian erupted violently, transforming into a streak of light that plunged into the Qilin's illusory form. The burning Qilin's illusory form suddenly expanded 100-fold, its massive claws tearing through the thunder domain and forcibly ripping open a gap in the calamity clouds.
It's not over yet. Aoshing suddenly pointed at the sky and shouted.
In the center of the calamity clouds, a massive purple vortex, from which a crystal-clear lightning pillar slowly descended. Within the lightning, ancient runes faintly swirled.
This is the judgment of the heavens.
The village chief collapsed to the ground in despair.
Even a great cultivator at the Great Perfection Realm could only meet their end before such a calamity. Jiang Ning, however, smiled. Blood trickled down the corners of his mouth, but his eyes burned with intense determination. My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens. He forced his nearly collapsed meridians to function, channeling the last remnants of his Qilin power and the accompanying divine liquid into the illusory form. The Qilin's illusory form let out a piercing cry to the heavens, its flames transforming into a golden rain that collided with the purple lightning pillars with a deafening crash. The intense explosion plunged the surrounding area into temporary silence.
When the light faded, Jiang Ning knelt on one knee, his chest heaving violently. His hair had turned completely white, and his skin was covered in spider-web-like cracks, yet he stubbornly raised his head to gaze at the sky. The fifth lightning tribulation struck without warning. Jiang Ning, caught off guard, braced himself and took the blow head-on with his bare body.
In an instant,
Jiang Ning's body cracked open, and blood gushed out in a torrent. But at that moment, Jiang Ning was like an indestructible cockroach, stubbornly standing back up.
Are you afraid? Do you want me to die? Jiang Ning had the strange sensation that the lightning tribulation seemed to possess consciousness, deliberately targeting him.
This was not the 9 heavens and 10 earths, but the Holy Tower world. Though it also had a heavenly Tao, it was artificially created and inherently flawed.
Since there are flaws, there must be loopholes.
Otherwise, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Zhou Jianxiong and the others would never dare to help Jiang Ning survive the thunder tribulation.
Moreover,
the thunder tribulations from the outside world all follow the rules of heaven and earth. Even if the lightning tribulation at the Foundation Establishment realm defies the heavens, it could never be this terrifying.
Boom!
The 6th, 7th, and 8th lightning tribulations descended simultaneously. However, these 3 bolts of thunder were not as powerful as before, and Jiang Ning had already prepared himself.
You want to capture me? You're not qualified.
Jiang Ning defiantly glared at the tribulation clouds in the sky, then pulled out all his counterfeit sacred artifacts at once.
Boom!
Jiang Ning sacrificed all his counterfeit sacred artifacts to finally withstand the 3 bolts of lightning. Though it was a pity, Jiang Ning had no shortage of counterfeit sacred artifacts. If necessary, he could simply spend more time later to exchange them. Thunder tribulations typically consist of 9 bolts. 8 have already struck, and the 9th seems to be gathering. The power of the 9th lightning tribulation is mostly the combined strength of the previous 8. Therefore, Jiang Ning's expression grew increasingly solemn.
The true challenge has only just begun. Boom!
What Jiang Ning didn't expect was that the 9th lightning strike was merely a faint bolt of thunder.
Not even the protective spiritual energy he had prepared could break through it. Moments later, the tribulation clouds slowly dissipated, and a ray of golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing him in its glow.
Aoshing and the others struggled to their feet, their eyes filled with awe and reverence as they looked at Jiang Ning. Zhou Jianxiong trembled as he reached out his hand, but withdrew it just as it was about to touch Jiang Ning. At that moment, Jiang Ning was surrounded by an overwhelming aura that made one's heart race, as if he had merged with the heavens and earth.
Jiang Daoyu, you've succeeded? Ao Xing's voice was filled with disbelief.
Jiang Ning slowly rose to his feet, a weary smile curving his lips. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. The Qilin energy within him began to run wild uncontrollably, the companion divine liquid in his dantian boiled violently, and in the sky, another ominous dark cloud was gathering.
Again?
Jiang Ning sucked in a sharp breath.
Chapter 194, Breaking the Curse 1.
Jiang Ning stared at the dark cloud reforming in the sky, his pupils suddenly contracting. That pitch-black cloud was darker than the previous calamity cloud, with flickering lightning bolts at its edges, but no signs of forming lightning pillars. He instinctively channeled the remaining Qilin energy within his body, only to feel excruciating pain tearing through his meridians. The 9 consecutive lightning tribulations had already pushed his physical body to its limits. Even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy now felt like countless needles piercing his bone marrow. But this was only temporary. Once the spiritual energy began to repair itself, Jiang Ning's injuries would heal quickly.
Wait, the aura of this thundercloud is off.
Ao Xing walked over to Jiang Ning's side in astonishment, looking up at the sky with furrowed brows.
There was no pressure from the heavenly Dao, instead, it seemed like natural clouds?
The village chief also approached, a fleeting look of astonishment flashing in his cloudy eyes. The heavenly Dao of the Holy Tower world indeed has flaws, but the calamity clouds never make mistakes unless. The old man suddenly began to cough violently, pressing his emaciated hands against his chest.
This isn't a thunder tribulation, it's just ordinary rain clouds?
Before he could finish speaking, large raindrops began pelting everyone's faces.
The icy sensation left Jiang Ning frozen in place.
He raised his hand to catch a raindrop, watching it dissolve into a transparent droplet in his palm, without the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. From the distant forests, the rustling sounds of swaying grass and trees echoed, and the air was filled with the earthy, sweet scent of damp soil.
This was truly just an ordinary thunderstorm. How could this be?
Jiang Ning muttered to himself, feeling all his strength drained from his body as he collapsed onto the charred ground. He stared at the traces of the clouds being washed away by the rain, a sense of absurdity welling up in his heart. The tension from his recent battle with the heavens had not yet subsided when a sudden downpour drenched him to the bone, the stark contrast making him want to laugh. Zhou Jianxiong smiled wryly as he tore off his tattered sleeve to wipe away the rain. It seems that the heavenly Dao also knows to spare the weak, knowing that we can no longer withstand the next lightning strike. His long sword had already shattered into pieces, now carelessly stuck beside him.
The patterns on the hilt glowed faintly in the rain.
Ao Xing suddenly pointed at the distant forest and exclaimed, "Look!" Everyone followed his gaze and saw that the withered trees struck by the lightning strike were sprouting new buds under the rain's nourishment. On the charred earth, tender green shoots were emerging from the ground at a visible pace, covering a vast expanse of ruins in just a few breaths. From the distant mountain stream, the sound of flowing water could be heard, as if even the dried-up stream had been rejuvenated.
Is this the return of vitality?
The village chief trembled as he knelt to the ground, his withered hands gently caressing the new grass blades. According to legend, only cultivators who have survived the reversal of fate tribulation can temporarily alter the rules of the heavens and earth.
Jiang Xiaoyu, have you truly broken the shackles of the sacred tower world's heavenly laws?
Jiang Ning shook his head and smiled bitterly. He felt the companion divine liquid in his dantian still surging, with the power of the Qilin and the remnants of the thunder tribulation colliding wildly within his body. But under this refreshing rain, both the internal injuries and the physical wounds were steadily healing. Rainwater trickled down his hair, condensing into sparkling droplets on his chin, reflecting the dissipating clouds on the horizon. The excited voices of Zhou Jianxiong and Ao Xing echoed in his ears.
The spiritual energy within my body can actually be utilized now? Yes, the restrictions have vanished? Is it because of this rain? Jiang Ning, however, fell into deep thought.
During the tribulation, he had clearly sensed that the heavenly tribulation seemed to possess consciousness.
Now it had bestowed such a blessing, what could it mean?
Just then, the village chief suddenly grabbed Jiang Ning's wrist, tears welling up in his cloudy eyes. "Young Jiang, I have a favor to ask of you." The old village chief bowed deeply, his forehead pressed against the damp earth.
I see that you are no longer suppressed by the restrictions and can use the spiritual energy within your body. Have you found a way to break the curse of the Qilin bloodline?
If that is the case, could you help us break the curse? We have never seen the outside world.
Jiang Ning fell into deep thought.
He had already learned some things about the matter of the Qilin village. The curse's power could indeed be broken, but it would take time.
Please rise, elder. I am unworthy of such kindness.
Jiang Ning hurriedly helped the village chief to his feet and said solemnly, "Elder, please rest assured. I will do my utmost to break the curse for everyone. However, the curse of the Qilin bloodline is deeply rooted, and breaking it is not something that can be done overnight. I need time to study it carefully and find the most reliable method." The village chief's eyes were filled with gratitude as he tightly grasped Jiang Ning's hand. "Young Jiang, if you can lift this curse that has plagued my Qilin village, you will be our village's greatest benefactor." Ao Xing chimed in from the side, "That's right, Jiang Ning. Since there's a way, let's act quickly and free these villagers who have been trapped for so long.
As for the old Ao Xing, he would never have been so kind-hearted.
It was mainly because the strength of Qilin village was too formidable. If they could be brought into their fold, the Shinkuei sect could also become a sacred place.
Zhou Jianxiong patted Jiang Ning on the shoulder. Friend, I believe you can do it. If you need any help, just ask. Jiang Ning nodded, then took a deep breath. I need some medicinal herbs. Please help me prepare them. Alright, just let me know what herbs you need. The power to lift the curse doesn't actually require any herbs, the system can handle it, or the complete version of Arrow within Jiang Ning's body could resolve it. However, Jiang Ning did not intend to reveal that. Soon, Jiang Ning casually wrote down some precious herbs and handed them to the village chief. The village chief took the note, glanced at the names of the herbs, and though his face showed some difficulty, he nodded firmly. Young Master Jiang, rest assured.
Though these herbs are precious, our Qilin village has accumulated some.
The rest, I will mobilize the villagers to find by any means necessary.
After speaking, he hurriedly turned to make arrangements.
Ao Xing approached Jiang Ning and asked curiously, Jiang Ning, can these herbs really break the curse?
I've never heard of using these herbs to break such a curse.
Jiang Ning smiled slightly and replied calmly, this curse is unique.
These herbs, combined with my unique martial arts techniques, will be effective. Ao Xing was half believing, half doubting, but seeing Jiang Ning's confident expression, he didn't dare to ask any further questions. Zhou Jianxiong stood nearby, watching the forest gradually regain its vitality, and sighed, this thunderstorm not only saved us but also revived this Qilin village. If we can now break the curse, it would truly be a great blessing. Jiang Ning looked at the villagers bustling about in the distance, his eyes filled with determination. I have made a promise to the elder, I will not go back on my word.
In the days that followed, the villagers of Qilin village scoured the area in search of the herbs Jiang Ning needed.
Meanwhile, Jiang Ning found a quiet spot in the village, where he continued to tend to his injuries while contemplating the specifics of breaking the curse. He knew that this matter concerned the fate of everyone in Qilin village and could not be taken lightly. However, just then, a series of earth-shaking demonic energies erupted from outside the village.
Chapter 195, The Debt Collectors Have Arrived. Trouble. It's those 3 demon kings. Jiang Ning's expression changed abruptly.
This time, 4 demon kings had come, but the Wind Wolf King was already dead, and the remaining 3 had not shown any signs of movement.
Unexpectedly, they had appeared here. Moreover, it seemed they could now utilize spiritual energy as well. Could it be because of that spiritual rain? Village Chief. Demon Kings are attacking. Zhou Jian and Ao Xing's expressions changed drastically. The Demon Kings had somehow once again reached the Great Perfection realm.
They were a full realm above them. In the village, perhaps only the mysterious village chief could step forward to stop the Demon Kings. The old village chief was seen crouching by the well, combing the fur of a scruffy little dog. He had woven half of a bamboo mat and, without looking up, tapped the comb on the ground. What's the rush? Let the guard dogs at the village entrance stretch their legs first. Before he finished speaking, the 3-colored cat dozing by the wall suddenly stood up, and as its tail flickered, the century-old locust tree at the village entrance collapsed, revealing the 9 palace bagua array patterns buried beneath it. As the black snake stepped into the center of the array, the ground erupted with green flames, instantly trapping it within a 100-meter-high ring of fire. The giant snake let out a piercing scream, its tail slamming the ground and sending debris flying, but the flames grew even more intense, its scales sizzling and emitting black smoke.
Damn it, it's the Southern Ming's Inferno fire.
The main head of the boss snake let out a piercing scream, its tongue twisting into a charred mess in the flames. The old village chief rose slowly, thrusting a bamboo mat into his waist and spinning a wooden comb in his palm. 300 years ago, you stole 3 jars of my drunken immortal wine. After getting drunk, you dug up my medicinal field into a worm's nest.
It's time to settle the score. As he spoke, the tobacco pipe suddenly transformed into the ethereal form of an ancient bronze bell.
The character's dragon bound on the bell's body burst into golden light, and with a clang, the black snake's body went numb, and the poisonous mist in its mouth was shattered into dust.
Seeing the bar snake injured, the 9-headed lion's heads glared angrily, shaking their manes to summon 9 bone flags. However, the scruffy little dog beside the old village chief suddenly shook its fur, revealing a golden royal emblem on its forehead. It was a golden-haired tiger. The tiger roared, and the sound waves swept over the bone flags like tangible energy, shattering the 9 flags into fragments. The lions' heads were forced back, colliding with and breaking 3 ancient trees as thick as a person's embrace. Half a step into the realm of immortality? Behind the 2 colossal beasts, the tentacles of the soul-devouring ants trembled violently. They panicked and turned to flee, only to collide with the old yellow ox that had appeared behind them at some point. The ox's eyes widened slightly, and the pupils in its eyes spun like a swirling galaxy. The soul-devouring ants felt their spiritual energy retreat like a receding tide. Their 6 massive legs gave way, and their huge bodies crashed heavily onto the ground, sending mud pillars 10 feet high into the air. Jiang Ning stared in disbelief at the scene. The old village chief walked up to the 3 demon kings with his hands behind his back, tapping the black python's 7-inch point with his staff. Back in the Lock Heaven array, which one of you wasn't bound there by my own hands? Now that you're possessing mortal bodies, you dare to cause trouble here?
Before he finished speaking, the black python's massive body began to shrink rapidly like a deflating balloon, eventually shrinking to the size of a puppy, curling up at the village elder's feet and trembling.
Ah Huang.
The old village chief suddenly burst into laughter, raising his hand to pat the tiger's head. The tiger leaped onto the wall, landing as a young boy dressed in coarse cloth, with half a piece of pickled meat still in his waistband. Old man, don't scare these little ones. They still need to save their strength to guard the village. On the other side, the three-colored cat stretched lazily and transformed into a red-clad maiden, her nine tails swaying gently behind her. The old yellow ox snorted, transforming into an old man in green robes, from whose sleeves flew a jade tablet engraved with the characters Inglong. The three stood behind the village chief, their auras all reaching the peak of the Great Perfection realm, just half a step away from the Immortal realm, pressing down on the three demon kings so hard they could barely breathe.
This is Ah Huang, this is Makewan, and that old ox is Lalong. They are all demon kings who followed my Qilin clan when we migrated here.
The village chief pointed at the three transformed demon tribesmen and kicked the three demon kings who had shrunk into balls. These were originally the village's pets, but they disobeyed and ran off to the outside world.
What?
At those words, Jiang Ning and the others were so shocked their scalps tingled.
These three were actually the village's pets? They ran away and became demon kings?
At that moment, the nine-headed lion seemed to remember something.
Its eyes fixed on the braised meat at Ah Huang's waist, and its Adam's apple bobbed. You're the white tiger sage who fought alone against 1,000 demons 300 years ago? Venerable?
Ah Huang, chewing on the braised meat, grinned, revealing sharp fangs.
In this village, I'm just the big yellow dog at the village entrance who guards the bones.
The red-clothed girl, Coalball, shook her tail and gathered green flames at her fingertips. You young upstarts, abandoning the village for such petty gains, what a loss for you all. Jiang Ning and the three others looked at the scene before them, feeling their understanding of this village crumbling before their eyes. He had thought he already held the village of Qilin in high esteem, but it turned out he had underestimated it. Even the village guard's pet was capable of intimidating demon kings from the outside world, and the old village chief, who spent his days smiling and playing with the children, had strength that even demon kings feared. Village chief, who are you? Ao Xing swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked. The old village chief had once said that they had fled here to escape persecution, but could someone of such high status really have fled? He was just grateful not to become a disaster for others. The old village chief heard this, looked up at him, and a fleeting expression of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. I'm just an old man leading my clan to escape disaster.
Avoiding disaster? What kind of disaster could possibly spare a village of such strength? Even a cultivator at the Immortal realm would not gain much advantage against such a formidable force. Village chief, what exactly was the calamity that befell us back then? Jiang Ning was deeply curious what kind of calamity could have driven Qilin village to seek refuge in this place. Perhaps the bloodline curse is one aspect, but there may be other factors at play. Back then. As he spoke, the old village chief suddenly turned and looked toward the village entrance, his expression growing solemn. The events of the past are behind us, but it seems the troubles from the outside world have finally found their way here. A muffled thunderclap echoed through the sky, and blood-red hues flickered through the clouds. The air near the village entrance seemed to warp under an invisible force, and black, ink-like demonic energy seeped out from the spatial fissures. The old village chief's wooden comb clattered to the ground. As he knelt down to pick it up, his fingertips gently tapped the well's edge, causing the water to boil instantly, reflecting the surging black mist beyond the horizon. Within the black mist swirled over 100 suspended white skeletons, each with a blood-red demon core embedded in its forehead. The runes on the demon cores flickered, giving one an eerie, heart-pounding sensation. The three divine pets, under the overwhelming pressure, had already transformed back into their original forms, ready for battle. Coalball's 9 tails suddenly tensed, and the tips of his tails condensed into 3-inch-long flames of the southern bright fire. It seems they've come to collect a debt. Ah Huang casually tossed the remaining piece of braised meat into the air. The dog opened its mouth and caught the meat, its fangs glinting coldly in the sunlight, just in time. My teeth are itching for a bite. In an instant, black mist surged into the village entrance like a living creature. Chapter 196, Repelling the Enemy. The old villager sighed, walked to the well, and gently traced the rim with his fingertips. The surface of the well water rippled, revealing the patterns of the Qilin clan. In an instant, blood-red patterns swirled like living creatures, burning holes in the approaching black mist. The old yellow ox behind him suddenly raised its head and bellowed. As its hooves struck the ground, the earth cracked open, revealing spider-web-like golden array patterns that shredded the escaping demonic energy inch by inch. Back then, that demon from the demon realm wanted to use our Qilin clan's bloodline to forge a demonic artifact. The old village chief's voice suddenly grew hoarse. His sleeves fluttered without a breeze, revealing faint golden chains scarring his forearm. On the night the Lock Heaven array was broken, I led the remaining cubs to hold the rear, while Ah Huang and the others protected the women and children as they fled to the human realm. Little did we know that this hiding would last 300 years. Before he could finish speaking, a metallic, grinding laugh echoed from the black mist. Hundreds of skeletal figures raised their hands simultaneously, and the demonic cores on their foreheads erupted with blinding red light. The skeleton at the front suddenly opened its jaws and spat out corrosive black blood, aiming straight for the old village chief's face. But the old village chief flipped his wrist and the wooden comb transformed into a 3-foot-long sword. The words "slay demons" on the blade resonated with the clan emblem from the well, and a sword light as swift as a streak of lightning shot through the air. Before the black blood could hit the ground, it was vaporized into dust by the sword chi, and the skeleton horde was sliced open, leaving a gaping wound several feet wide. Southern Ming's Inferno, rise! The coal ball's 9 tails whipped simultaneously, releasing 9 lotus flowers of fire that exploded in a chain reaction among the skeletal horde. The blue flames, enveloped in demonic energy, burned with a piercing scream resembling an infant's cry. Ah Huang seized the opportunity to dive into the flames, his claws tearing open the white bone's chest cavity. However, he saw that the demonic core had shattered yet quickly, and the broken bones and limbs grew wildly like vines. It's the corpse demon contract. Lao Huang pinched his fingers into a seal, and a jade tablet flew out from his sleeve, unfolding to reveal ancient runes densely packed across its surface. Each skeleton was bound by demonic patterns, making them impossible to kill. Before he could finish speaking, countless bone hands burst from the ground, tightly wrapping Ah Huang's hooves. The old village chief's eyes grew cold. He stepped onto his sword and rose into the air, forming complex seals with both hands. The spring water from the well surged into the sky, condensing into a massive Qilin illusion at his feet. The heaven sealing array failed to trap you back then. Today, I will use the spiritual energy of this world to cast the demon trapping array once more. With a loud cry, the Qilin's shadow opened its massive jaws, swallowing the swirling demonic energy along with the swarm of bones into its belly. As the barrier formed from the well water closed with a thunderous crash, a muffled roar echoed from the distant sky. Old Qilin, hand over the bloodline sacrifice, and I'll spare your village. The old village chief gazed at the swirling black mist beyond the barrier and suddenly pulled out a half-moldy piece of bread from his robe. Sacrifice? He bit into the cake, and crumbs fell onto the sword hilt. I am the son of the Qilin village. Even the big yellow dog at the village entrance can bite through demon bones. How dare you? With that, he swung his sword toward the center of the barrier. Countless sword chi surged like an inverted Milky Way, shredding the trapped white bones into dust. However, as the last skeleton shattered, all the demon cores suddenly converged into a blood-red vortex. A massive hand covered in scales emerged from the vortex, its fingertips wrapped in black chains, aiming straight for the old village chief's throat. At the last possible moment, the 3 pet demon kings, who had been curled up in the corner, suddenly raised their heads simultaneously. The puppy-like fur on the boss snake's body peeled away, revealing old wounds beneath the scales that had not yet fully healed, traces of injuries inflicted 300 years ago when it had protected its young from a demonic weapon. It opened its mouth and spat out a cracked inner core, the very demon core that had been forcibly sealed by the old village chief years ago. Old master, I failed to protect the village back then. The main head of the bash snake bowed low to the ground, while the other 8 snake heads simultaneously sprayed their life-giving blood. Today, even if our souls are scattered to the winds. Before he could finish speaking, the essence blood had already merged with the old village chief's sword energy, causing the Qilin's illusory form to suddenly swell several times in size. The old village chief gripped the blood-stained sword and suddenly smiled. Turning to look at Jiang Ning and the 3 others hiding behind the stone mill, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes formed deep furrows. Watch closely. This is the rule of Qilin village. Dogs can fight among themselves, but if outsiders dare to bully us, they must first ask permission from the locust tree at the village entrance. Before his words had faded, the Qilin's illusory form charged toward the blood-red vortex with overwhelming force, and the sky echoed with the shattering sound of glass. When the black mist dissipated, the old village chief knelt on one knee, his sword blade deeply embedded in the soil. The 3 pet demon kings, exhausted, had transformed back into their juvenile forms and curled up at his feet. Village chief. Jiang Ning rushed forward to support the old man's trembling shoulders, only to discover that a burning demon core had appeared in his palm, searing his meridians with a sizzling sound. The old village chief seemed oblivious to the pain, reaching out to stroke Ah Huang's bull-like head. Go steal Tiger Cub's pancake. I'm starving after the fight. As dusk fell, the old village chief gazed at the 9 palace array patterns at the village entrance slowly closing, and sighed softly. The clan markings in the well water gradually faded, but a faint glow began to emanate from the depths, the auspicious aura unique to the Qilin bloodline, silently repairing the injuries within his body. What must come will come. He picked up the wooden comb from the ground and combed through Coalball's tail, which had been singed by the flames. But as long as this old body of mine is still here, I will never let the tragedy of the past repeat itself. In the distance, the cries of tiger cubs searching for his cake could be heard. The old village chief smiled and stood up, his bamboo waistband now holding half a piece of stolen braised meat, this time brought by Ah Huang. The old village chief took a bite and said, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Aren't you curious about what that black mist was that appeared earlier? What is the demon realm? Jiang Ning and the others nodded. Everything they had seen today had shaken their understanding of the world. The demon realm? Jiang Ning had only ever read about it in novels from his previous life. Since arriving in this world, he had never heard of the demon realm before. This all goes back to that battle long ago. The old village chief sighed. In that battle, the 9 heavens and 10 earths collapsed. Some fragments were forged into the holy tower world by that great being, while others turned into the desolate lands. However, a shattered continent was placed beyond the 9 heavens and 10 earths by someone who was second only to that great being. The people there were originally the sinful region of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and thus were also called the demon realm. That black mist is the ruler of the demon realm's demon palace. Jiang Ning and the others heard this and took a deep breath. They never imagined that after the collapse of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, so many connections would emerge. What about the Qilin village in the demon realm? Jiang Ning asked. The old village chief took a deep breath and said, most of the villagers are of Qilin bloodline. The demon realm somehow obtained information claiming that the Qilin bloodline could revive their sacred ancestor, so they set their sights on our Qilin village. Back then, I set up the Lock Heaven array to seal off the village's aura, but they still managed to detect it. On the day the Lock Heaven array was shattered, I feigned death and led the villagers here. Due to the influence of the bloodline curse, we have been living in seclusion ever since. The others nodded in understanding. Jiang Ning then asked the most crucial question. So, the 4 demon kings returned here simply to return to the village? What about the corpse worms that day? The heavenly corpse beetles? The old village chief paused for a moment, then his expression changed as he exclaimed, this is bad. We're in trouble. Chapter 197, The Purpose of the Heavenly Corpse Beetles. What's going on? Jiang Ning and the others hurriedly asked. 300 years ago, the demon realm invaded, and among them was a shape-shifting heavenly corpse kingworm. That thing couldn't be killed, so we had no choice but to bring it here with us. The old village chief's expression grew solemn. That heavenly corpse worm is likely here to rescue the demon king. Jiang Ning and the others gasped in shock. Therefore, that heavenly corpse worm might have feigned death. At the mention of this, the old village chief closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his expression had completely changed. Follow me. The old village chief waved his hand, and the 3 felt a sudden dizziness. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in front of a mountain cave. The old village chief suddenly turned to face the cave. From its depths, gray mist surged forth like waves, and within the mist, a dense swarm of white insects glared menacingly at the group, steadily closing in. Huang suddenly let out a low growl and began digging at the ground, revealing half an insect shell covered in beneath his claws. These are the companion insects of the king insect. They were used by the demon palace to devour the foundations of the Lock Heaven array. Such swarms only appear when a new king insect is born. A new king insect? Jiang Ning's expression froze for a moment before he said, so, that mutated 3-headed worm devoured the king worm inside and evolved into a new king worm? The old village chief nodded solemnly. At that moment, the insects at the cave entrance had already closed in. Coalball's 9 tails stood erect simultaneously, and the tips of its tails, which were supposed to emit the southern bright fire, instead glowed an eerie bluish black. These insects have been tainted by the demon blood of the corpse, and ordinary flames will only cause them to split apart. With a flapping of wings, the first wave of insects surged forward like a black cloud. The old village chief carved the burning soul rune in the air with his fingertips, transforming spiritual energy into a golden barrier to meet the attack. However, upon touching the golden light, the insect swarm instantly swelled, their exoskeletons exploding into countless tiny insects that rained down onto the ground. They were absorbing spiritual energy to evolve. The old dragon transformed back into a yellow ox, and the dragon jade tablet on its horns erupted with intense light. We must sever the connection between the swarm and the king insect's spiritual energy. Huan, go defend Kai village. Coalball, protect the items in the ancestral hall. The old village chief made swift arrangements. As he watched the swarm spread rapidly, the old village chief suddenly tore off the bamboo strip from his waist. The seemingly ordinary bamboo fragment was actually a shard of the Qilin's horn, with dried blood from 300 years ago in between the patterns. Back then, he had sealed the king insect with 72 pieces of horn scales. He broke the bamboo strip into 3 pieces and threw them into the air. The fragments turned into 3 streams of light, piercing the center of the insect swarm. Today, I will use the last 3 pieces to send you all back to hell. Wherever the streaks of light passed, the swarm melted away like spring snow under the scorching sun, revealing the black-robed figure manipulating the insects from behind. The figure's fingertips were wrapped in the tentacles of the insect king, and a hoarse, eerie laugh echoed from beneath the mask. Old man Qilin, it's been a long time. The old village chief's pupils contracted sharply. Blood demon guard? You're still alive? The old village chief's hand gripping the sword bulged with veins, and the words demon slayer on the blade trembled with anger. The black-robed figure lifted his hood, revealing half of his rotting face. Maggots crawled out of his eye sockets, forming an eerie magical pattern. Thanks to you, when the Lock Heaven array collapsed, I was swallowed by the kingworm and gained this immortal body. He waved his hand, and the swarm of insects retreated like a tide, revealing a gigantic insect cocoon coiled deep within the cave. The cocoon's shell was covered in protrusions shaped like human faces, each frozen in the terrified expression of its owner's final moments. Do you see? This is the 100 Souls cocoon, crafted from the blood sacrifices of your clan. The blood demon guard pierced the cocoon shell with his fingertips, squeezing out blackish red fluid.
When you severed the king worm's tentacles, it had swallowed the essence of 300 young Qilin. Now, the cocoon shell suddenly cracked open in spiderweb-like fissures, and a tentacle covered in glass-like armor emerged, with blood-red incantations engraved on each joint. The old village chief's throat erupted with a suppressed growl, like the mournful cry of a beast. Enough! The old village chief said coldly, but his sword blade trembled. Today, I will reclaim everything, with interest. He snapped his fingers toward the cave entrance, and a torrent of golden light poured down from the cave ceiling, piercing the swarm like a downpour. The blood demon guards cackled as they flung the bug king's tentacles, which transformed into chains, wrapping around the old village chief's ankles. Do you think you can win with just spiritual energy? Look at what's inside this cocoon. The cocoon shell shattered with a loud crack, and the newly born king insect raised its 9-segmented head. Each forehead bore a jade stone shaped like a Qilin. The old village chief gazed at the Qilin-like figures in the jade stones and suddenly smiled in relief. He untied the bamboo mat from his waist and placed it gently on the ground. 300 years ago, I sealed the demon with my horn scales. Today, I will use this old bone as a catalyst. He bit his fingertip, and his blood drew a burning Qilin pattern on the blade. Remember, the Qilin bloodline is not a fruit to be plucked at will, but a wild beast that bites. The blood demon guardian's expression changed, but by the time he tried to recall his tentacles, it was too late. The old village chief's sword strike came down like thunder. The kingworm let out a piercing screech, and its 9 heads exploded simultaneously, only to split into countless larvae in the blood mist. The old village chief swung his sword to cast the final barrier. You are still trapped. I have all the time in the world to wear you down. The blood demon guard scoffed. Ha, do you think I survived and retained my consciousness by chance? The old village chief froze in shock. Back then, when the blood demon guard was severely injured and near death, he had intended to finish him off in one go, but he was swallowed whole by the heavenly corpse kingworm. By all accounts, the blood demon guard should be dead by now, yet he still retains his consciousness. Because I am the kingworm, and the kingworm is me. The blood demon guard slowly retreated to the cocoon and then merged into it. Once the time comes and the seal is broken, this entire world will be mine. Ha! The blood demon guard burst into a maniacal laugh, but as he laughed, his expression suddenly froze. Who is inside my body? Come out. Come out immediately. The blood demon guard's expression changed drastically. He could sense that there was another presence inside the cocoon. Moreover, this entity was currently battling him for control of the cocoon. The cocoon was the key to transforming into a kingworm. If this thing was taken over by someone else, then he would never be able to transform into a kingworm. Even his survival was uncertain. Ha ha! At that moment, another face appeared on the cocoon. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get in here. You, who are you? Me? Of course, I'm one of your kind. Get out here. Jiang Ning stared at the face on the cocoon, feeling a moment of confusion. He felt it was familiar. After thinking for a moment, he realized it was the same creature they had been dealing with all along, the disgusting heavenly corpse worm. Now it's taken over the cocoon? Are they trying to compete with the blood demon guards for the chance to become the queen worm? Oomph. At that moment, the old village chief smiled. Chapter 198, Soul Stealing. The old village chief's laughter mingled with the constant chirping of insects in the cave, sounding particularly jarring to Jiang Ning's ears. He watched in horror as the human faces protruding from the insect cocoons suddenly began to ooze blood and tears. The frozen expressions of terror, which had remained unchanged for a century, twisted grotesquely toward the old village chief, as if silently accusing him. The blood demon guard's screams had changed pitch. The maggot-like patterns on their half-rotted faces were peeling off in patches, revealing the writhing grayish-white insect flesh beneath. 300 years ago, you devoured the essence blood of 300 young cubs. The old village chief ran his fingertips over the weathered Qilin patterns on the sword hilt, and the fresh blood on the blade suddenly glowed faintly. But you forgot that the heavenly corpse worm is a reverse species by nature, feeding on the essence of its own kind. He looked at Jiang Ning. Young friend Jiang Ning, I will borrow the divine soul of the Qilin within your body. You may relax your mind. Jiang Ning nodded and relaxed his mind. As the old village chief extended his finger toward Jiang Ning, a Qilin's illusory form emerged from Jiang Ning's body. It was Arua. Arua let out a loud roar, his body gradually solidifying, then a faint line extended from him, connecting to the old village chief's body. At that moment, a crisp sound like shattering glass echoed from within the cocoon, and the blood-red runes on the 9-segmented antennae of the 9-segmented kingworm began to flow backward. The blood demon guard's palm suddenly protruded from the surface of the cocoon shell, its 5 fingers twisted into the claws of an arthropod. However, just as it was about to pierce through the cocoon wall, it was violently pulled back by an unknown force. A fine crack opened at the center of the cocoon, and what seeped out was no longer black-red fluid, but silver-gray liquid with an icy glow. Each droplet that landed on the ground released a corrosive white mist. Back then, you sliced me into 17 pieces. A hoarse voice echoed from within the cocoon, its tone colder and harder than the blood demon guard's, tinged with a metallic edge. But each severed limb swallowed half a fragment of the Qilin's horn. The crack suddenly widened, and a half-covered limb, encased in a lustrous armor-like shell, emerged. The runes on the joints had transformed into the patterns of Qilin scales.
Now it's time to settle who truly owns this body.
The blood demon guard's screams abruptly halted. His body contracted into a cocoon-like shape as if pulled by invisible threads, and the maggots crawling out of his eye sockets began to burrow back into his skull.
The old village chief seized the opportunity to act.
3 fragments of Qilin horns rose from the corpses of the insect swarm, forming a triangular barrier at the cave entrance, enveloping the entire mountain pass in a faint golden glow.
You've been in contact with that mutated 3-corpse worm all along?
Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. Ah Huang suddenly stopped digging and raised his head, letting out a wolf-like howl toward the insect cocoon. The coal-black flames of the southern Ming fire also faded, revealing their pure crimson hue once more. The old village chief did not respond, merely pressing his palm against the cave wall. A tremor echoed from deep within the rock, and the remnants of the great array engraved 300 years ago began to repair themselves. Though the heavenly corpse worm belongs to the demonic path, it is naturally at odds with the bloodline of the corpse demons. He stared at the silver-gray figure gaining the upper hand within the cocoon, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. Back then, it risked its life to bite off the king worm's tentacle, allowing me to seal the final 3 scales.
Now, it's time for this aberrant strain to return to its rightful place.
As the cocoon shell exploded with a thunderous crash, the blood demon guard's body was flung out like a torn piece of cloth. Half of his body had already fully transformed into a bug, with the tips of his limbs still connected to half of the unmolted tentacles of the king insect. However, the moment they came into contact with the golden light of the barrier, they emitted a sizzling sound. The true body of the kingworm emerged from the cocoon. The 9 dragon-shaped jade pendants on its heads had all shattered, replaced by silver-gray compound eyes flickering at its brow. Each compound eye reflected the figure of the old village chief. It devoured my essence I have reborn through its shell. The kingworm's body turned toward the old village chief, and the tips of its antennae had the same Qilin patterns as the demon-slaying sword.
Now, it's time to fulfill your promise.
The old village chief removed the last 3 scales from his horns, letting the blood drip onto the sword tip. You want this royal insect's body? I will completely destroy the blood demon's lineage. He pointed at the blood demon guard writhing on the ground, whose insect-like body was being devoured by the remaining swarm.
When the locking heaven array collapsed, you deliberately let him swallow the essence blood of the young. Wasn't it all for this day's soul stealing? The silver-gray eyes of the king insect rippled, as if in a cold smile. If it weren't for his obsession with refining the king insect into an immortal being, how could he have given me this opportunity? The kingworm suddenly swung its tail spike, pinning the dying blood demon guard to the cave wall. Now, open the remnants of the lock heaven array.
I need the sealed Qilin bloodline to stabilize this body. Jiang Ning watched as the old village chief hesitated not a moment, slashing open his palm and pressing the fresh blood onto the remnants of the array patterns on the cave wall. Golden array patterns spread like living creatures, and a thunderous rumble echoed from the depths of the rock. 300 dried-up corpses of young Qilin emerged from the golden light, each with half a horn scale embedded in its chest. The Wang Chong suddenly knelt down and bowed its head, its 17 severed limbs unfolding simultaneously, enveloping the corpses like pilgrims. Their essence blood was devoured by the blood demon guards back then. Now it has returned to its rightful owners. The old village chief wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and the sword blade finally dropped. The heavenly corpse beetles are originally ownerless beings, but if they wish to survive in this world. He looked at the mutated heavenly corpse beetle absorbing the body of the king beetle, whose jade-like carapace was gradually shimmering with a metallic luster. They must remember that there is no eternal parasitism in this world, only equal symbiosis. From the depths of the cave came the crisp sound of chains snapping, and the final blood demon spell vanished in a golden glow. When the kingworm raised its head again, only the central head remained intact among the 9, and its compound eyes between its brows faintly revealed a cunning expression reminiscent of a human. It swung its tail spines, grinding the remains of the blood demon guards into a mist of blood.
Suddenly, it turned toward Jiang Ning, and the compound eyes reflected the faint image of a jade pendant. That thing?
The king bug's icy voice carried a hint of approval, is crafted from the life essence of a divine king.
If you can refine it, your future achievements will be limitless.
The Wang Chong suddenly retracted all its limbs, transforming into a silver-gray light cocoon that rolled toward the old village chief.
When we meet again, perhaps we can become decent allies.
As the old village chief caught the light cocoon, the gray mist enveloping the entire mountain valley dissipated completely. Morning light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the direction of Qilin village. Coalball was perched on the roof, wagging its tail, while Ah Huan, holding an odd insect leg in its mouth, rushed over, wagging its tail as well, as if the life and death battle moments ago had been nothing but an illusion. 300 years. The old village chief gazed at the light cocoon gradually merging into his skin, then suddenly chuckled. Who would have thought that in the end, it was a mere insect that preserved the Kirin clan's flame? He turned and patted Jiang Ning on the shoulder, his eyes flashing with resolve. From now on, I will teach you the Qilin sword technique. The age of chaos is approaching. The heavenly corpse beetle has escaped, and the demon realm will emerge.
There are accounts to settle. A mountain breeze swept through the cave entrance, dispersing the last few chirps of the insects. Jiang Ning took the scorching jade pendant from the system space, watching the old village chief's figure disappear into the village. He suddenly realized his understanding of this world was still too limited. Chapter 199, The Qilin Sword Technique. In Qilin village stood a bronze sword stele. The old village chief said it contained the supreme sword techniques passed down by the successive masters of the Qilin sword. As for the Qilin sword masters, they were the pinnacle of the Qilin sword technique, and since the birth of the Qilin clan, there had only been 37 of them. Following the old village chief to the ancestral hall, Jiang Ning saw the bronze sword stele. It was now midnight, and the stele emitted a blood-red glow. The old village chief gripped Jiang Ning's wrist and pressed the tip of the sword into the top of the stele. In an instant, 300 sword marks lit up simultaneously, projecting overlapping sword shadows into Jiang Ning's pupils. Those were the inherited memories of the 37 generations of Qilin sword masters, each beam of light carrying the piercing intent of the sword. The third technique, Flaming Heaven, requires the true fire of the Qilin. The old village chief's thumb pressed against the sword callus on Jiang Ning's palm. Suddenly, the same Qilin patterns as the sword stele appeared on his wrist. But your divine soul flame is still too weak. Back then, my father used 3 drops of his heart's blood to ignite the first layer of sword intent on the sword stele. He looked at Jiang Ning's chest, where a rua's illusory form rose and fell with the flickering sword marks. Now it's time for a rua to resonate with the sword stele. Jiang Ning felt a surge of heat rush into his forehead. Arua's ethereal form suddenly opened its mouth and bit down on the Qilin's head at the top of the sword stele. The sword stele emitted a deafening dragon's roar, and a 3-dimensional star map appeared on its surface, with each star corresponding to the burial site of a Qilin clan ancestor. The old village chief seized the opportunity to thrust the demon-slaying sword into the center of the star chart. The blade sank 3 inches into the stele, and the golden blood that spurted out into the core principles of the sword technique in midair. Summon the heavenly thunder. The old village chief growled. Jiang Ning instinctively formed a sword finger, and the clouds above his head suddenly coalesced into the shape of a Qilin. When the first bolt of lightning struck, he saw the scales on his arms stand on end, each reflecting the lightning patterns on the sword stele. When the second bolt struck the sword blade, Arua's ethereal form transformed into lightning chains, linking him to the souls of the fallen heroes engraved on the sword stele. As the third bolt struck, a crack opened in the center of the sword stele, revealing the sealed Qilin's true flame within. Feed the fire with your blood. The old village chief's voice mingled with the thunder, and Jiang Ning finally noticed that the old man's white hair had turned completely black, and the silver-gray patterns on the back of his neck were spreading along his spine. When the locking heaven array collapsed, I sealed the sword intent of the 37 sword masters within the fire. Now it is your turn to awaken them. As the sword tip, drenched in blood, touched the true fire, Jiang Ning saw before his eyes the battle scenes of the Qilin clan over the past 300 years. A 17-year-old girl knelt at the array's center, using a broken sword to pin herself to the basalt rock. Desperate to hold on for one more breath, a white-haired sword master embraced a royal insect and perished alongside it, carving the sword techniques into the infant's swaddling cloth before his final breath. These memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave, making the sword in his hand suddenly feel incredibly heavy. The third technique is not a killing move, it is a sacrificial move, the old village chief's voice echoed from afar. With each strike, you must burn 1% of your Qilin bloodline. Back then, my father used this technique to sever the demon lord's arm, but the price was that he could never speak again. He raised his hand, revealing the scar on his palm where the sword wound had long since healed. Now it's your choice. Will you use this technique to seek revenge, or to protect the remaining fire seeds? Jiang Ning stared at the two characters' function gradually becoming clear on the sword stele, suddenly understanding many things. It turned out that 300 years ago, the old village chief had already made the sacrifice. Just as he must now accept the fate of living in harmony with the sword technique. He bit his tongue until it bled, spraying his essence onto the sword blade. Arrow's ethereal form suddenly emitted a heart-wrenching cry, resonating with the 37 sword intents within the sword stele. As the first strike of Fenshin was unleashed, the blue tiles on the temple roof shattered into pieces. Wherever the sword light passed, the air was scorched into a glass-like state, and the ground revealed patterns identical to those of the Lock Heaven array. The old village chief looked at the faintly visible Qilin's shadow behind Jiang Ning, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes, but also deeper concerns. Chaos was about to erupt, yet Jiang Ning had not yet fully matured. This was an opportunity for him, but also a greater challenge. The future of the Qilin clan's lineage rested entirely on Jiang Ning. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 10 days later, the old village chief led Jiang Ning to the forbidden area behind the village. There lay 300 unmarked graves, with 78 broken swords, the yellow earth, each wrapped in faded Qilin tail feathers. The old village chief touched the notch on the nearest sword. This was my older brother's sword. He used its blade to slay 12 of the Blood Demon's 13 guards, giving me the chance to carve the final pattern of the Lock Heaven array. Each sword is waiting for its new master. He looked toward Jiang Ning, but the Qilin swords choose their masters not by their cultivation, but by this place. He pointed to his chest. You obtained the remnant soul of the Qilin and made it all the way here. That means you are destined to be the master of these swords.
Jiang Ning reached out to touch the nearest broken sword, and the blade suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. He saw his own face reflected on the blade, but it was overlapped by countless unfamiliar faces. Those were the faces of the Qilin clan members who had died in battle 300 years ago. The moment he gripped the hilt, countless sword intents surged into his mind like a flood, each carrying different insights into sword techniques, yet merging into a single warm current within him.
Now you understand why we allied with the heavenly corpse beetles, don't you?
The old village chief gazed at the willow catkins swirling through the sky. As they landed on the silver-gray patterns on his neck, they transformed into tiny Qilin shapes. This world has no place for pure good or evil, just as your sword technique requires the fusion of Qilin blood and your own essence. He turned toward the ancestral hall, and as his robe brushed against the broken sword, 78 swords simultaneously emitted a clear, resonant tremor. 3 months later, on the night of the full moon, Jiang Ning stood before the sword steel, holding the newly forged in his hands. The sword's body was adorned with patterns of Qilin scales and the carapace of the celestial corpse insect, while the hilt was inlaid with a fragment of a Qilin horn, the very piece the old village chief had broken off his own horn. When he executed the complete three-sword technique, the sword steel suddenly cracked open, revealing the hidden chamber behind it. In the center of the chamber lay the life essence core of the celestial corpse insect from 300 years ago.
It's time to leave.
The old village chief's voice echoed from behind. His appearance had completely transformed. The left half of his face was covered in Qilin scales, his right eye was a silver-gray compound eye, yet it still bore the intense battle intent of a human. Though the bloodline curse has been broken, our lifespan has reached its end. During this time, many villagers have passed away, and they have found liberation. With the curse's power gone, the villagers of Qilin village have also reached the end of their lives.
Before I die, this old man intends to venture into the demon realm, kill a few people, and buy you some time to grow.
Jiang Ning gazed at the sword in his hand, its blade reflecting the old village chief's face. He finally understood that the so-called Qilin sword technique was never merely a killing technique, but the courage of a tribe to coexist with the heavens, fate, and even enemies in the face of despair. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, he gripped the sword hilt tightly and witnessed the withering old village chief ascend into the heavens.
Chapter 200, Return to the Great Wasteland.
The last living person of Qilin village had also departed. The village, which had been bustling with activity just a few days ago, now lay in a state of utter desolation. Although the blood curse of Qilin village had been lifted, the lifespan gained from the curse's power had been completely depleted.
Was this a good thing for Qilin village? Nature is good.
At least, the descendants of the Qilin clan will no longer suffer the torment of the cursed power.
Jiang Ning, we should also depart.
Zhou Jianxiong looked around at the surroundings with a sigh of emotion.
Just yesterday, he was still boasting to the village elders and joking with the children.
Today, they have passed away and are gone forever.
It really feels a bit disappointing.
Ao Xing also sighed. Over the years, the three of them had formed a deep bond. Even Ao Xing had changed a lot. He no longer thought of running away first when faced with danger, but stood side by side with Jiang Ning instead.
Let us go. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, bowed toward the graveyard behind the village, then turned and left.
However, the three of them didn't hurry to leave.
There were still so many rare treasures in this ancient ruins that hadn't been collected yet.
How could they just leave like that? Earlier, Jiang Ning had learned from the old village chief that the rare herbs and treasures outside were the medicine garden of Qilin village. The 4 demon kings and the few shape-shifting demons in the village were all cultivated from the treasures of the medicinal garden.
If these were brought to the outside world, they would undoubtedly cultivate a terrifying army. The three decided to divide them equally.
Zhou Jianxiong intended to take these back to the Zhou family to prepare a large army of cultivators for the future revival of the divine servant. Ao Xing naturally intended to bring them to the divine puppet sect.
Jiang Ning, though not lacking in rare herbs and treasures, still kept them for future use. Deep within Huangzhou,
the ruins of the Changming Holy Land. It had been an unknown amount of time since Jiang Ning and the others entered the underground space.
The ruins of the Changming Holy Land were now overgrown with weeds. At that moment,
the ruins suddenly collapsed, and Jiang Ning and his 2 companions emerged. Jiang Ning's boots crushed a piece of charred debris, revealing half of a blood-red talisman beneath the shattered porcelain fragments.
The vermilion patterns still emitted an eerie glow.
His pupils contracted slightly. As he knelt down, his fingertips touched the bloodstains on the ground that had not yet dried, at least 3 days old, left by cultivators at the Yuanling realm or above. Zhou Jianxiong's long sword hummed as it left its sheath, the blade slicing through the tangled vines. The severed ends oozed a foul-smelling black liquid. With the seal of the Changming Holy Land loosening, it must have attracted the attention of various covetous parties. His gaze swept over the crisscrossing sword marks on the ruins, then he suddenly swung his sword toward the left, shouting, "Come out!" A shadowy figure leaped out from behind a withered tree, a young cultivator covered in blood. Upon seeing Ao Xing's appearance, he stumbled forward and cried out, "Ancestor, save me!"
Dong Huang.
Before he could finish speaking, a poison-tipped crossbow bolt pierced his throat, its tail engraved with a fierce wolf's head emblem.
Ao Xing's face turned deathly pale.
The cultivator was a disciple of the divine puppet sect, still wearing their sect's robes. He trembled as he pulled out the communication token from his waist and tried to send a message several times, but there was no response.
I must return to the sect. We'll go with you. Ao Xing shook his head. I am from Donghuang. If it really is another sect attacking, they won't harm me.
But if you're here, the situation is different.
This point was also clear to Jiang Ning.
Then be careful.
All right. Ao Xing's expression betrayed an unprecedented sense of panic.
As he turned, his robes fluttered wildly, and he transformed into a streak of green light, shooting into the sky. Jiang Ning gazed at the fading silhouette in the sky, about to speak, when Zhou Jianxiang patted his shoulder. Don't worry.
He's no longer the same person.
In Donghuang, aside from the few ancient ancestors at the sacred site, no one can match him.
Let's return to Shuzhou first. The Xinkuwei sect is quite close to Shuzhou. I fear there may be trouble there as well.
He ran his fingers over the wolf-headed crossbow arrow he had just picked up, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes.
It was this very item that reminded him of the records in the Zhou family's secret scrolls about the wolf abyss domain of the eastern wastes.
What is that?
Zhou Jianxiang shook his head. I can't recall any more details. I'll have to review the scrolls once we return. All right, let's go. The two hurried on, and as they drew closer to Shuzhou, the smell of blood grew stronger in the air. The mountain path was crowded with refugees, many of whom were cultivators. Jiang Ning and the others landed in front of an old man and inquired about the recent situation in Shuzhou. Ah! The old man sighed. The eastern wastes have invaded and have already reached Qingshan City. Qingshan City?
Jiang Ning and his companions' expressions changed drastically. It is said that the Bloodtooth Legion of the Wolf Abyss Domain, led by the Blood Wolf at the Huatian realm, has already breached 3 defensive lines, and Qingshan City is about to fall. The two exchanged glances, both sensing the gravity of the situation.
The tide is turning.
Zhou Jianxiang spoke solemnly. Once Qingshan City falls, Jinguan City will be next.
Jiang Ning, let's go. We must arrive before Qingshan City is destroyed.
Jiang Ning nodded solemnly, and the two of them once again took off into the sky, heading toward Qingshan City.
As the majestic walls of Qingshan City finally came into view, the city walls were bathed in a blinding crimson glow. Countless cultivators clad in wolfskins swarmed the array like locusts. At the edges of the array, the glow of Yuan cultivators' treasures intertwined with blood mist, and the distant sounds of battle echoed, piercing the eardrums. Stop!
Jiang Ning sliced through a wolfskin cultivator flying toward him with a single sword strike, and the sword she left behind turned 3 cultivators from the Wolf Abyss domain into a shower of blood. Zhou Jianxiang flung 7 soul-binding talismans into the air, which formed a Big Dipper array, trapping the wolfskin cultivators below who were about to break through the array. Just then, a 100-foot-long blood-red wolf shadow plunged down from the clouds, sweeping out the Shuzhou cultivators at the edge of the array with a foul wind.
They fell like leaves.
The arrival was none other than the Snow Wolf Sage.
The Blood Wolf Elder's crimson vertical pupils swept over Jiang Ning and the others, emitting a deafening roar. You ants of Shuzhou dare to block my path? Zhou Jianxiang sneered. A mere cultivator at the transformation of the spirit realm dares to call himself this one in my presence? Boom! In an instant, Zhou Jianxiang's chi of the return to void realm erupted. The Blood Wolf Elder was instantly stunned. Return to void realm? How could such a place harbor a cultivator at the return to void realm? Such beings should be on larger battlefields, shouldn't they? How did it end up here? Could it be that other battlefields have already been lost? But how could that be possible? This time, it's the Eastern Wastelands fusion ancestor leading the charge. How could they possibly lose? Shuzhou doesn't have any cultivators at the fusion realm. A mere Huatian stage cultivator dares to be so bold? Die!
Just as Zhou Jianxiang was about to act and end the Blood Wolf Elder's life, a stern voice suddenly rang out.
How dare a mere return to void realm cultivator act so boldly? Step aside before me. Immediately afterward, an aura even more colossal than that of the return to void realm surged skyward in an instant. Jiang Ning and Zhou Jianxiang's expressions changed instantly. It was a great being at the fusion realm. Chapter 201, Wolf God?
The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth suddenly froze. Zhou Jianxiang's slash attack froze mid-air, as if held by an invisible giant hand, causing the sword energy to shatter inch by inch. An old man with silver hair trailing to the ground descended from the clouds.
The wolf-headed totem embroidered on his robe glowed with an eerie bloodlight. It was Tu Xing, one of the 3 great ancestral elders of the Wolf Abyss domain. When did a mere return to void realm cultivator dare to show off his strength? Do you think the eastern wastes are without defenders? Tu Xing swept his gaze over Zhou Jianxiang, a hint of amusement flickering in his pupils.
You're a promising disciple, but alas, I am currently busy with the great plan to revive the wolf god. I have no time to take on new disciples.
If that's the case, then die.
Tu Xing raised his hand and made a sweeping gesture.
The defensive array on the city walls suddenly cracked into countless fissures. The day the wolf god revives will be the day the small holy realm bows its head.
Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Jianxiang pinched his fingers together, forming a secret seal. 7 ancient bronze bells flew out from his sleeves, their bells ringing with starlight as they crashed toward Tu Xing. These were the Jotianjin Mo bells passed down by the divine servant Chuan, which had once trapped countless immortal kings. Though now shattered and devoid of their former might, they still posed a significant threat to those who had not yet attained immortality. At that moment, under the urging of the spiritual energy of the return to Void Realm, the 28 constellations engraved on the bell bodies shone as brightly as daylight. Tu Xing snorted coldly, and the wolf-headed totem on his face materialized into a massive wolf that lunged forward.
Its fangs sank into the bell, sparks flying from the impact.
Taking advantage of the opening, Jiang Ning drew his sword and charged onto the city walls, slicing through 3 wolfskin cultivators attempting to break the formation with his Qilin sword. Scanning the battlefield with his divine sense, he suddenly noticed several concealed auras in the ruins of the northwest corner, staring in his direction. Those figures felt strangely familiar to him.
Be careful! Zhou Jianxiong's roar shattered Jiang Ning's thoughts.
Tu Xing had somehow closed the distance and was now standing directly in front of him, his calloused hands reaching out to grab his face. At the last possible moment, a warm current surged through Jiang Ning's body, and the illusory form of a Qilin appeared behind him. The Qilin sword swung out, accompanied by the roar of a Qilin. At that critical moment, a Ru once again took control of Jiang Ning's body.
Qilin bloodline?
Tu Xing's pupils contracted sharply, and his attack veered off course by half an inch.
This brief opening allowed Zhou Jianxiong to seize the opportunity.
7 ancient bells formed a Big Dipper array, trapping Tu Xing. He bit his tongue and spat out a stream of blood. Jiang Ning, on the top of Qingshan City's walls, there are fragments of the Fenshinding.
Go activate them.
The cultivators of the Wolf Abyss domain fear the true fire. This is Qingshan City's final trump card. Jiang Ning had no time to ask what the Fenshinding was, he could only obey. Qingshan City, as a border town of Shuzhou, had fragments of the burning heaven cauldron hidden on its city walls, requiring the power of the return to Void Realm to activate. Jiang Ning immediately flew toward the highest point of the city walls on his sword, only to find the fragments already covered in cracks, yet emanating an ancient, weathered aura. Jiang Ning, or rather, Arua, who was controlling his body, spat out a thread of essence blood from the tip of his tongue, witched into a flame talisman. The moment the fire talisman was born, the Qilin sword and the fragments of the burning heaven tripod resonated simultaneously. 3 illusory images of small cauldrons appeared before Jiang Ning's eyes, with flames burning within them, yet they seemed on the verge of extinguishing.
A primordial aura unique to the ancient era spread throughout the entire area.
The 3 small tripods suddenly erupted with blinding flames, and the flames that had been on the verge of extinguishing reignited, transforming into 3 fiery dragons that coiled around the city walls. The cultivators from the Wolf Abyss domain who came into contact with the dragon flames had their wolf hide armor instantly melted away, their screams echoing in the air.
Tu Xing roared within the bell array, "Dare you defy the true flames? Wolf God's bloodline, devour this fire." Scales suddenly erupted from his body, transforming him into a half-human, half-wolf form.
He opened his massive jaws, ready to devour the fire dragons. Zhou Jianxiong saw the dire situation and swiftly threw out 12 life-bound talismans. Jiang Ning used the Qilin's blood to sacrifice the tripod.
Jiang Ning's heart trembled.
He bit his fingertip, letting the fresh blood drip onto the small cauldron. The Qilin's illusory form suddenly solidified. Amidst the dragon's roar, the 3 fire dragons merged into a single fire Qilin, which charged toward Tu Xing and the other wolf-skinned cultivators. Even the formidable aura of a merged realm cultivator paled in comparison to the ancient divine beast's illusory form. Wherever the fire Qilin's claws and fangs passed, Tu Xing's wolf god bloodline began to disintegrate.
Impossible! The wolf god!
Tu Xing's terrified voice was swallowed by the flames. Zhou Jianxiong seized the opportunity to retrieve the ancient bell, stumbling over to Jiang Ning's side, his face as pale as paper. "This battle has drained 80% of my spiritual energy.
There must be more than one fusion realm cultivator in Donghuang."
He looked at the remaining wolfskin cultivators fleeing in all directions and suddenly lowered his voice. "Earlier, Tu Xing mentioned the revival of the wolf god. It seems that what I saw in that ancient text was correct. There truly is a powerful existence worthy of being called a god buried within the eastern wasteland." Jiang Ning gazed at the ongoing battle in the distance, his heart filled with worry. If the wolf god truly awakens, the entire small holy realm will be doomed. Though they had driven back Tu Xing, the Wolf Abyss domain would certainly not give up so easily. Zhou Jianxiong nodded, his eyes betraying a hint of fatigue. "You're right. Our top priority is to quickly uncover the wolf god's revival plan and find a way to stop it."
But the ancient texts contain very little information about the wolf god's origins.
Just then, Jiang Ning suddenly recalled the familiar hidden auras he had sensed earlier and informed Zhou Jianxiong of this. Zhou Jianxiong furrowed his brows, pondered for a moment, then said, "There must be something amiss here.
Those familiar auras might be connected to the wolf god's revival. We must investigate further."
The 2 quietly made their way toward the northwest corner of the ruins. As they approached the location of the hidden energies, they discovered that the energies had already vanished.
They could only follow the trail of the energies.
Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a cave, where the aura seemed to have stopped.
A pungent odor wafted out from the cave, and faint, low voices could be heard inside.
Jiang Ning and Zhou Jianxiong exchanged glances, then cast a stealth spell and slowly slipped into the cave.
The passage wound and twisted, growing colder the further they went. The stone walls flickered with a faint green glow. Finally, they arrived at a spacious cavern, where several figures stood. They were the owners of the familiar scents. What shocked Jiang Ning and Zhou Jianxiong was that these individuals were none other than Sun Fian and several other prodigies from Yuzhou. Sun Fian sensed their arrival and turned around, his eyes betraying a hint of tension. "Why are you here?" Jiang Ning asked in confusion. "What are you doing here? Why are you hiding here? What does all this have to do with the revival of the wolf god?" Sun Fian hesitated for a moment before sighing deeply and saying, "We had no choice. We discovered some secrets about the wolf god's revival, but the forces of the wolf abyss domain are too powerful. We feared being discovered by them, so we have been hiding here all along. Now, not only Shuzhou, but also Yuzhou has been affected. The key to the wolf god's revival lies in gathering the 5 divine stones. The wolf abyss domain has already found 3 of them, and the remaining 2 are still missing. They are constantly harassing the small holy realm in order to find those 2 divine stones." Zhou Jianxiong listened and said solemnly, "If that's the case, we must find the remaining 2 divine stones before the wolf abyss domain does to stop the wolf god's revival. But where exactly are these 2 divine stones?" The man shook his head. "We don't know either. We only know that one of the divine stones seems to be connected to the Qilin bloodline." Jiang Ning's heart stirred, recalling the Qilin bloodline within his body. Could there be some connection here? Just as he was about to ask, a sudden violent tremor shook the cave. Chapter 202, Defection. Fragments of rock fell from the cave ceiling. The stone wall behind Sun Fian suddenly revealed ancient patterns, and a green light spread like a living creature through the cracks. Zhou Jianxiong pinched his fingers into a seal to protect everyone, but saw that the Qilin's illusory form within Jiang Ning's body was once again agitated, and his essence blood unconsciously seeped out of his skin, forming a blood-red talisman on the ground. "It's the resonance of the divine stone." Sun Fian cried out in alarm, swinging her sword to cleave the rock wall where the tremors were most intense. Amidst the flying debris, a bronze box engraved with celestial patterns suddenly floated into view. The crimson crystal embedded on the lid resonated with the blood droplets on Jiang Ning's fingertips. As the drop of Qilin blood touched the crystal stone, the entire cave suddenly inverted, and a yin-yang array diagram intertwining wolf heads and Qilin appeared beneath everyone's feet. Trouble! This is the wolf abyss domain's reverse destiny heaven-peering array. Zhou Jianxiong swung his sword at the edge of the array diagram, but the sword light was swallowed by the array patterns like a muddy cow entering the sea. From outside the cave, the howls of wolves echoed densely, and hundreds of wolf-clad cultivators appeared in mid-air. Leading them was Tu Xing, who should have perished at the mouth of the fire Qilin. Half of his body had transformed into a charred wolf's head, but his chest now bore a heart pulsating with blue flames. The remnants of the burning heaven cauldron, the essence blood of the fire Qilin, and the aura of the divine stone. Tu Xing's voice was mixed with the sound of metal grinding. The wolf god's heart had indeed chosen the right vessel. "You think destroying the physical body can kill a fusion realm cultivator? Before the eternal power granted by the wolf god, such minor injuries are nothing but a mere scratch." Jiang Ning felt a metallic taste in his throat as the Qilin's illusory form gradually faded under the array's suppression. The crimson crystal stone within the bronze box suddenly exploded, transforming into 5 droplets of starlight that sank into his brow. Fragmented scenes flashed through his mind. On the ancient battlefield, 9 divine cauldrons descended from the sky. The Qilin and the giant wolf tore at each other as they plummeted into the depths of the eastern wasteland. The final scene showed Sun Fian holding a blood-stained jade tablet, carving ancient runes in a secret chamber within the wolf abyss domain. You already knew the secret of the divine stone. Jiang Ning forced his spiritual energy to flow, realizing that the earlier tremors were not caused by the wolf abyss domain's attack. It was you who triggered the array diagram. Sun Fian's expression changed abruptly. The jade tablet in his hand emitted a faint glow, and a sacrificial altar engraved with wolf-like characters slowly rose from the center of the array diagram. Zhou Jianxiong suddenly slapped 12 life-bound talismans onto Jiang Ning's back. "Take the shards of the divine stone and flee. I'll hold these beasts back. Remember, head to the depths of the eastern wasteland and seek out the 9 tripod ruins. There may be a way to counter the wolf god." Before he could finish speaking, Tu Xing's wolf claws had already pierced Zhou Jianxiong's right shoulder. Jiang Ning bit off his tongue to activate his bloodline, and the Qilin sword, enveloped in the remnants of a fire dragon's illusory form, sliced through the array's corner. However, as he burst out of the cave, he was immediately surrounded by a swarm of wolf shadows. At the critical moment, a dragon-like bell toll echoed from the northwest, followed by 7 streaks of light tearing through the sky. Jiang Ning's expression changed. He had thought it was the Eastern Wasteland sect taking advantage of the chaos, but to his surprise, the cultivator said, "Zhou Shidi, you're here after all." Jiang Ning was taken aback. "Jiang Ning, this is my sect in the Great Wasteland, the Ling Xian sect. The leader is my senior brother." Jiang Ning finally looked over and noticed that the sleeves of the man bore the same bronze bell patterns as Zhou Jianxiong's. The elder tossed a jade bottle, and the divine energy that poured out instantly healed Zhou Jianxiong's injuries. According to the ancient texts of Ling Xian sect, the revival of the wolf god requires 5 ancient arrays to communicate with the abyss. Earlier, we discovered the second array eye in Yujo, but we never expected the third one to be here. His words suddenly froze, and his gaze fixed intently on the bronze box in Jiang Ning's embrace. The remnants of starlight within the box suddenly coalesced into a star map, pointing toward the Tianqi Lake in Shuzhou, thousands of miles away. Sun Fian took the opportunity to retreat into the shadows. The wolf-like inscriptions on the jade tablet resonated with the deep blue heart on Tu Xing's chest, causing the entire mountain range to tremble violently. A muffled rumble, like the awakening of a primordial beast, echoed from the depths of the earth. This is bad. They're using the divine stone as a trigger to prematurely open the eastern wasteland abyss. Zhou Jianxiong forced himself to stand up. Jiang Ning, take the star map to the heavenly pool to find the fourth divine stone. The elders of Lingxian sect will follow me to block the array from activating. Remember, if you see the mystical ice chains at the bottom of the heavenly pool, do not touch any of the stone pillars engraved with wolf heads. Jiang Ning nodded and took flight on his sword, but as he rose into the air, he saw Sun Fian darting away in the opposite direction. The jade hairpin falling from her hair bore the same wolf-headed totem as Tu Xing's robe. Behind him, Tu Xing's maniacal laughter echoed. Whether it be the bloodline of the Qilin or the remnants of the 9 tripod souls, they are all but nourishment for the revival of the wolf god. The seal of Donghuang has begun to weaken. The creatures of the small holy realm prepare to receive the wolf god's blessings. In the darkness of the night, Jiang Ning gazed at the gradually cooling crimson crystal in his arms and suddenly recalled Zhou Jianxiong's words. The burning heaven tripod has 9 vessels, each sealing the remnant soul of an ancient. And the Qilin is the guardian of the tripod's spirit. He gripped the Qilin sword tightly, and faint patterns of the cauldron began to emerge on the blade. Perhaps the key to preventing the wolf god's revival has never been destroying the divine stone, but awakening the true Ding spirit. As the first rays of dawn pierced the clouds, the ice surface of Shuzhou's heavenly pool suddenly cracked open in spiderweb-like patterns. Jiang Ning dived down and saw 9 stone pillars engraved with star charts standing at the bottom of the pool. One of them was already broken in half, with charred wolf fur still clinging to the broken edge. At the center of the stone pillars, a green divine stone encased in black ice floated in mid-air, with the emblem of a Qilin treading on a tripod faintly visible on its surface. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed from behind. Sun Fian, accompanied by several cultivators from the Wolf Abyss realm, appeared in mid-air. Her eyes glowed with a red light. Hand over the divine stone. The wolf god promised that once I gather all 5 stones, he will bestow the ancient sword technique of the Lingxian sect upon me. Jiang Ning finally realized that the jade slip in her hand was none other than the long-lost Starfall sword technique of the Lingxian sect, and the annotations at the end of the scroll were identical to the cultivation techniques of the Wolf Abyss domain. So you've already defected to the Wolf Abyss domain. Jiang Ning crushed the communication talisman given to him by Zhou Jianxiong, only to discover that his spiritual energy couldn't escape the boundaries of the celestial pool. Sun Fian swung his sword to strike, and the sword light carried the putrid stench of the wolf god's bloodline. At the critical moment, the Qilin's illusory form within Jiang Ning suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the divine stone. His entire body was enveloped in green light, and the black ice between the stone pillars began to peel away layer by layer. Oh no! He's about to awaken the Dingling. Sun Fian's voice trembled with fear. Stop him. Otherwise, the wolf god's heart will be burned to death by the cauldron's flames. The wolfskin cultivators all summoned their magical artifacts, but saw that the 9 stone pillars lit up simultaneously. Jiang Ning's figure overlapped with the Qilin's illusory form, transforming into a streak of light that plunged into the central stone pillar. The waters of the heavenly pool erupted violently, and a massive bronze cauldron emerged from the water. The blue flames burning within the cauldron instantly ignited the entire sky. From the direction of Donghuang, a deafening roar of mountains collapsing and the earth splitting echoed, as a pitch-black fissure tore open the clouds. Deep within the fissure, the shadowy form of a gigantic wolf could be faintly discerned. Chapter 203, The Divine Stone. The bronze cauldron's illusory form hovered in the sky, its body adorned with the 28 constellations, resonating with the stone pillar at the bottom of the heavenly pool. The green flames, as if alive, surged toward the giant wolf's shadow within the crack in the eastern wasteland. Sun Fian wildly swung his sword at the stone pillar where Jiang Ning had vanished, but was repelled by an invisible barrier. The black blood seeping from the cracked tiger's mouth turned into dust upon contact with the flames. Do you think aligning yourself with the wolf god will grant you eternal life? Jiang Ning's voice echoed from within the tripod, accompanied by 3 layers of ethereal reverberations. In the ancient era, when the wolf god devoured the essence of the candle dragon, he should have foreseen this day. The spirit of the Qilin tripod burning the heavens and refining demons. 9 dragon-shaped flames suddenly erupted from the cauldron, each wrapping around Tu Xing and the wolfskin cultivator. Tu Xing's dark blue heart in his chest beat violently, splitting into 3 wolf-headed illusions within the flames, each head holding a burning fragment of divine stone. Jiang Ning finally realized that the first 3 divine stone fragments had already been forged into the wolf god's heart, becoming the anchor points for its revival. Trouble. He intends to use the divine stone fragments to force open the abyssal fissure. The Grand Elder of Lingxian sect threw out 7 ancient bells to form the Big Dipper array, attempting to suppress the heart's abnormal movements. However, the surface of the bells instantly cracked. Zhou Shidi quickly used the Lingxian sect's secret treasure, the Starfall banner. If we delay any longer, the entire Shu state will be sucked into the abyss.
Zhou Jianxiong bit his tongue until it bled, spitting out a stream of blood. A silk banner embroidered with stars flew out from his chest. As the banner unfurled, genuine starfall power descended from the sky, striking the wolf's head silhouette at the edge of the fissure. However, a low growl echoed from the depths of the fissure, and all the falling meteorites suddenly into wolf bone shapes mid-air, crashing back toward the Lingxian sect disciples.
Jiang Ning.
The shards of the divine stone are connected to the heart. We must destroy the shards first.
Zhou Jianxiong's telepathic voice was accompanied by the muffled sound of coughing up blood.
He used the bloodline of the Qilin to ignite the cauldron's flames, aiming to sever the connection between the heart and the divine stone first.
Jiang Ning felt the restless movement of the Qilin's illusory form within the cauldron's spiritual space.
His essence blood flowed along the stone pillar's patterns and into the cauldron.
The blue flame suddenly surged, transforming into a Qilin form and charging toward Tu Xing's heart.
The wolf god's heart emitted a piercing screech as the three divine stone fragments exploded simultaneously.
One of the fragments transformed into the illusory form of Sun Fian, revealing a smile of liberation amidst the flames.
It turned out that the fragment had sealed a strand of her soul.
Jiang Ning was stunned, flashes of Sun Fian imprinting runes in the secret chamber of the wolf abyss domain flashing through his mind.
She hadn't defected to the wolf god, she had been corrupted by the divine stone fragment. The gigantic wolf's shadow in the crack suddenly let out a furious roar, and a jet-black beam of light shot out from the abyss, striking the core of the bronze cauldron.
Jiang Ning felt a sharp pain in his chest, and the Qilin's illusory form grew nearly transparent.
Suddenly, a jade token flew out from the cracked stone pillar at the bottom of the heavenly pool, engraved with the characters Candle Dragon.
The jade pendant automatically merged into the body of the cauldron.
Within the green flames, crimson and gold dual-colored patterns emerged, forming a totem of the Qilin and the Candle Dragon intertwined.
The ancient alliance is renewed today.
The voice of the tripod spirit was no longer singular but contained both the majesty of the Qilin and the wisdom of the Candle Dragon, sealing the alliance with the power of two spirits. 9 illusory tripods appeared simultaneously around the crack in the eastern wasteland, each corresponding to a stone pillar. Jiang Ning's consciousness completely merged with the spirit of the tripod, and he saw the forbidden land of the Lingxian sect thousands of miles away, where a tripod covered in cracks was resonating.
As the ninth beam of Ding light descended, the wolf-headed illusory form at the edge of the fissure was completely vaporized.
Amidst Tu Xing's agonized screams, the blue heart turned to ash, leaving only a jade slip engraved with wolf script drifting down. Sun Fian knelt on the icy surface of the heavenly pool, the red light in his eyes gradually fading, revealing a look of confusion and regret. I just seemed to dream that I had been struggling in darkness for 1,000 years.
Those memories were all illusions implanted by the wolf god.
Zhou Jianxiong staggered over, picked up the jade tablet, and his pupils contracted sharply. This was the handwritten notes of the first patriarch of the Lingxian sect. It stated that the wolf god's heart was actually the remnant soul of the greedy wolf Ding, one of the 9 Ding. Jiang Ning emerged from the cauldron and discovered that the Qilin sword had completely turned bronze, and the cauldron patterns on the sword's body matched those on the jade tablet. The waters of the heavenly pool receded, revealing the altar at the base of the central stone pillar, upon which lay the final 2 divine stones. One was engraved with scales of the Candle Dragon, while the other was a blank jade stone. It turned out that the 5 divine stones corresponded to the 5 sacred beasts of the 5 directions, while the blank divine stone was the seed of fire left for human cultivators. Sun Fian trembled as he touched the blank stone.
The true essence of the Lingxian sect's sword technique suddenly appeared on the stone's surface.
The wolf god had sought to erase the lineage of human cultivators, which is why he had led me to believe that gathering the divine stones could exchange for the sword techniques. A telepathic message from Lingxian sect disciples echoed from the distance. The crack in Donghuang had been temporarily sealed, but scattered wolf abyss domain cultivators were still searching for the divine stones across the regions. Zhou Jianxiong gazed at the rift in the sky as it closed once more, then suddenly pointed westward. Look, isn't that the direction of the Candle Dragon Mountains? Everyone looked in that direction and saw a flash of crimson light in the western sky, as if an ancient dragon had opened its eyes. Jiang Ning clenched the Candle Dragon divine stone in his hand, feeling the pulsations emanating from it, which resonated mysteriously with his Qilin bloodline.
Sun Fian tucked the blank divine stone into his robe, and the wolf script on the jade slip automatically transformed into the protective array diagram of the Lingxian sect. Next, we must head to the Candle Dragon Mountains to find the 4th array eye. Jiang Ning ran his fingers over the tripod patterns on the Qilin sword, but before that, he needed to figure out why the greedy wolf tripod had become the heart of the wolf god. What kind of betrayal had occurred among the 9 tripods? Zhou Jianxiong nodded, a look of concern flashing in his eyes. The ancient texts of Lingxian sect mention the 9 Ding uprising, but the details are vague. Perhaps the ancient clans of the Candle Dragon Mountains can provide answers. However, before that, we must first escort Sun Girl back to Lingxian sect to purify the remaining wolf god's aura within her body. The blank divine stone in her hands might be the key to turning the tide of battle.
Sun Fian looked down at her trembling hands and suddenly smiled bitterly. I always thought this was an opportunity, but it was just a trap set by the wolf god.
Now I'm a traitor and almost destroyed the entire little holy realm. No.
Jiang Ning handed her the green divine stone.
You are the key to breaking the trap.
The blank divine stone shows you, which means that the human cultivators' Tao hearts have never been tainted. What the wolf god fears is not our strength, but our unwavering will. As the morning light broke, the illusory forms of the 9 tripods gradually faded away, and the heavenly pool froze once more into a mirror-like surface. Jiang Ning looked eastward toward the 9 tripod ruins deep within the eastern wasteland. He knew that the true challenge had only just begun. Though the wolf god had been temporarily driven back, the remnant soul of the greedy wolfding must still be lurking in the shadows, and the remaining divine stones and ding spirits were waiting for someone to awaken them.
Let's go.
Zhou Jianxiang patted Jiang Ning on the shoulder. The Starfall sword technique of Ling Xian's sect required the power of the 9 tripods to unleash its true might. Perhaps in the Candle Dragon Mountains, we can find the long-lost sword manual and the descendants of the Candle Dragon who participated in sealing the wolf god. Sun Fian clenched the blank divine stone, and a new light flashed in his eyes. No matter what dangers lie ahead, I will personally destroy all the schemes the wolf god has planted. The 3 of them rose into the air on their swords. Behind them, on the icy surface of the heavenly pool, the patterns left by the 9 tripods' illusory forms were gradually covered by fresh snow. But some things had already changed. The patterns of the 9 tripods on the Qilin sword were no longer obscure but shone as brightly as stars.
In Jiang Ning's mind, the final whispers of the tripod spirit echoed endlessly. When the 9 tripods reunite, the truth of the ancient past will be revealed.
Be wary of those who seem like allies, for the wolf god's whispers have never truly faded. The wind swept past his ears, bringing the howls of wolves from the depths of Donghuang. But this time, the sound carried a hint of fear and resentment. Jiang Ning gripped the sword hilt tightly, allowing the bloodline of the Qilin and the power of the tripod spirit to flow freely within his body.